Your brother is the king of special forces in the military region. Your father is a senior officer in the army. And your mother is the chairman of a multinational corporation. Yet you just want to waste away, being a useless playboy. However, your grandfather couldn't stand it anymore and forcefully tied you up and threw you into the army. You, boy, better train well in the army. After 2 years, you can squander the family fortune as you please. Unexpectedly, you excelled as a new recruit, unmatched in physical abilities, sweeping all directions with your iron fist in military competitions, leading the reconnaissance unit with heroic marksmanship, and dominating the selection of special forces. 2 years later, your mother stood in front of a Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy, tears streaming down her face. My child, the trillion-dollar family fortune is waiting for you to inherit. How did you become a general? You expressed great helplessness, saying that you had promised to enjoy life with famous celebrities after 2 years, but now the entire army is begging you to return as an instructor. Just now, you looked at the serious colonel in front of you with a puzzled face, then looked at yourself in a new military uniform, with a big red flower in front of you. What the hell is going on? You clearly remember that you were working overtime writing code in the company just now. How did you suddenly end up here? Then you asked the colonel in front of you with a curious look. Hello, who are you? The colonel rolled his eyes and said, don't pretend to have amnesia with me. Even if you pretend to be crazy, you must go to the army this time. This is the old man's order. You frowned, and suddenly a rush of memories came flooding in. You realized that you had turned into a second-generation military officer, and a very prominent one at that. You felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. Couldn't you have waited a couple more days before sending yourself here? At least let yourself experience what it's like to be a pampered young master. Just thinking about how the original owner shouted in the bar yesterday that today's bill would be covered by Master Lin, and the countless excited screams from the girls, was so satisfying. Uncle Zhao, can I go 2 days later? Are you bargaining like buying vegetables? Your name has already been reported. If you dare to desert, no matter whose son you are, you will be shot. I know you are full of tricks, but let me advise you. Your grandfather has already arranged it. If you dare to run away, we will break your legs when we catch you. Crutches and wheelchairs are ready at home for you. You suddenly feel a chill. Damn, all the escape routes are blocked. But Uncle Zhao's tone changes, the old man said. As long as you obediently serve the full 2 years in the army, when you return after discharge, he won't interfere with whatever you want to do. Really? Your eyes light up, as if you have found a glimmer of hope. Of course it's true. Your grandfather is a commander after all. His words naturally count. Upon hearing this, you suddenly felt less resistant. Isn't it just being a soldier? It's only 2 years. Blink your eyes and it's over. When you return after discharge, you can still enjoy life to the fullest. Maybe the identity of a soldier even comes with a buff bonus. And all the girls will be weak in the knees when they see you. In order to live happily ever after, you've decided to be a soldier for these 2 years. With this in mind, you hoist your bag and happily run towards the new recruits. The colonel watches your back as you go, a smile playing on his lips. Regret being a soldier for 2 years. Regret not being one for a lifetime. By then, you might not even be able to leave with a stick. He then turns around, takes out his phone from his pocket, and says, Commander, it's me. Yes, the person has boarded the vehicle. How did that kid react? Did he think about running away? The colonel chuckles and says, how could he? Commander, I relayed your words to him verbatim, and he promised to be a good soldier for 2 years. The old man breathes a sigh of relief. It's not easy to send this little rascal to be a soldier, but you still need to keep a close eye on him. This kid is full of mischief. If he tries any tricks and runs away, I can't afford to lose him. Alright, keep me updated at all times. Report to me promptly if there's any situation. The call ends. The colonel looks at the departing convoy, and says meaningfully, shall we? I hope you can integrate well into the army and appreciate the old man's good intentions. At this moment, the new recruits truck was roaring past on the asphalt road, with the recruits crowded together in the carriage. The long journey made them drowsy, but you were full of energy. It's only been 2 years, and with a blink of an eye, it's all over. You've already planned what to do after you get out. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you'll hang out with the young models at Club 135, while on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, you'll be with Reba, Sure, and Mimimi. Sundays are for resting and recharging. Just thinking about these days is exhausting, but you can't help but smile at the thought of a good life 2 years from now. Just then, the car suddenly slowed down. Get off! Everyone get off! A gruff old soldier shouted, pounding on the car. Take everything with you and get off quickly. The recruits looked like sheep being herded, and one by one they jumped out of the car in a mute manner. The spacious playground was in an instant of chaos, filled with curious-looking recruits. not far away from the military flag. The recruit company commander Zhang Jiantao slightly frowned. Sparse. Nowadays soldiers, the quality is not as good as it is every year. Instructor Wang Hai laughed. Old Zhang, society is developing at a rapid pace, and young people nowadays grow up in honey jars. You have to be more tolerant. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. This is the army. We are not babysitters. When you get here, you have to be mentally prepared. Look at what they look like, he said coldly. I heard that there are still those who came in through the back door in this batch of soldiers. No medical examination or scrutiny. Just shove them in. What a thing to say. Wang Hai was astonished. No way. There's a back door? Zhang Jiantao nodded. The information is accurate. I don't care who this guy is. What person stuffed in. As long as the grades are not qualified, I will give him back. Can't let a rat break our rules here. Wang Hai nodded. The army was not a shelter. Wouldn't it be a mess if everyone found connections to bring in people? Besides, the army requires strict discipline. Without rules, how can we fight? Just then, a sudden commotion came from not far away. Get down now. Who the fuck told you to climb up there? That's a 602 sign. Get your ass down here. Zhang Jiantao turned his head and his eyes almost didn't glaze over. A prospective recruit was seen standing atop the 602nd Armored Division's iconic landmark, the tank that had made a name for itself, waving in a dignified manner toward the crowd, and with a serious mouth, he shouted, "Hello comrades, you've worked hard. No hard work for the people. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Do you think this tank will start? I don't think so. The wheels are rusty." The soldiers below heckled and even gave him a crooked salute. Zhang Jiantao and the instructor's eyes erupted in fire, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. I've seen boldness. I've never seen such boldness. What are all frozen for? Zhang Jiantao yelled. Drag him down. Chapter 2, he must be returned. Get down. Get down now. A group of veterans came rushing over with fire. Lin Hui saw the situation and immediately jumped down from above. Newbie, the black-faced squad leader roared. Who told you to go up there? Get your ass over there and assemble. Lin Hui shrugged and went to gather with the crowd. Zhang Jiantao huffed and rushed to Lin Hui. Who told you to go up there? Do you know what this main battle tank behind you means? It means bravery, tenacity, glory, a symbol of our 602nd Division, Lin Hui said in a serious manner. Company commander, since it's a symbol, it's all the more reason for me to go up there and feel it myself. To tell the truth, the moment I just went up, I seemed to feel it. The wind roaring, the horse whistling. I still have the Yellow River roaring. See what you can do. Wang Yang directly rolled his eyes. Lin Hui continued. Leader, I have a request. I would like to take a picture with the tank and then stick the picture on my bed to feel this honor at all times. I want it too. Chen Era hurriedly raised his hand. Company commander, I want to take a few more to send back to the village, to my father, my mother, my eldest uncle, my second uncle. Shut up. Zhang Jiantao glared at him fiercely in anger. The recruits, who had just been giggling, instantly quieted down as well. Anyone could see that the company commander was really angry. Zhang Jiantao stared at Lin Hui dead in the face. What's your name? Lin Hui yelled. Report, my name is Lin Hui. In the army, you just have to speak in the middle of your voice, preferably to the point of muffling your throat. That's what Pops taught me when I was a kid. When you talk in the army, you have to shout as loud as you can. Don't ask why. The guys do it anyway. Lin Hui? Zhang Jiantao felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Wasn't the kid that the old folks at the recruiting office said was shoved in without even taking a physical exam named Lin Hui? Shit, it's really you. You little son of a bitch. He sneered and took 2 steps back, shouting at everyone, this is the army, not society, not a place for you to do whatever you want. Here, everything is about discipline. So in order to make you all remember, everyone run 5 kilometers around the playground for me. The faces of the new recruits were suddenly ugly, and all of them aimed their eyes at Lin Hui. Why should everyone pay for his mistakes? Wang Yang shouted. I'm not convinced. Disobey what? What does it have to do with us when it's clearly his fault? Without waiting for Zhang Jiantao to open his mouth, Instructor Wang Hai smiled and said, the troop is a collective, a big family, and from the moment you enter the door, you are already comrades in arms. Now that your comrades have made a mistake, don't you have to help bear it together? It's called group honor, and it's the first lesson you'll learn when you come in. Zhang Jiantao said in a cold voice. One person makes a mistake, the collective is punished. This is the rule. Those who don't want to run can go back now. Lin Hui's face changed. He knew it was the downfall. Even if you don't make a mistake yourself, those 5 kilometers are not enough. Only, this body of his now had long been emptied by alcohol and sex. Not to mention 5 kilometers, even running 500 meters was a struggle. If you run down and you have to go back just after you arrived, can your own father spare you? Right at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Hui's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the learn and you'll be stronger system. No matter what military skills, theoretical knowledge, the host's ability to learn to accept is 100 times that of a normal person. As long as you continue to learn, you will be able to stand on top. Initial binding rewards physical function enhancement, physical fitness to veteran standards. Lin Hui instantly felt a wave of warmth in his body. He then violently realized that his originally weak body had become energetic and had inexhaustible strength. What are you all waiting for? Want to go back all the way? Zhang Jiantao yelled. And only then did everyone reluctantly and sparsely run towards the playground. It's your fucking fault. If it wasn't for you, shit would be fine. Wang Yang glared at Lin Hui and said irritably. Lin Hui didn't bother with him at all. 5 kilometers wouldn't have gotten away anyway. He was just being made an example of. The more Lin Hui thought, the more upset he was. Damn. I thought of 2 years of peace and stability, but the result was that he came up to this guy to stare at. But with the system in place, it's not so easy to get me in trouble. He grinned and rushed after the crowd to the playground. Not far away, Zhang Jiantao looked at the bear-like appearance of the new recruit and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Wang Hai frowned. Old Zhang, aren't we going a bit overboard like this? These recruits are all spoiled babies at home. Their physical strength is poor. You came up to 5 kilometers. I guess a lot of people's bodies have to be unable to eat. It all has to be overwhelming. Shouldn't it be gradual and give some time to get used to it? Zhang Jiantao said seriously. The army doesn't have that much time for them to get used to it. And since they chose to become soldiers, they have to have the consciousness to suffer. If war came now, they wouldn't even have time to acclimatize. They'd have to go straight to war. Wang Hai suddenly smiled slightly. You done. Want a target that soldier called Lin Hui, right? Zhang Jiantao pretended to be surprised and said. Yo, it's okay. This little bit of my mind has been seen through by you. He grunted coldly. That's right. I'm targeting this kid. I hate those who come in through the back door. No wonder he looks sickly. As if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. I was wondering how this kid passed the physical examination. Wang Hai looked at Zhang Jiantao and asked, what do you want to do? Get him out of here. The handle is in our hands. And it's a fact that this kid has a back door. As long as he fails multiple grades, I can find a reason to return him to the place. The troops are used to fight the war, not for the relationship. Open the back door. 602 also absolutely cannot allow a rat to spoil the whole pot of soup. Wang Hai looked toward the playground inside. Shouldn't we give him a chance? Maybe. Zhang Jiantao raised his hand and interrupted. We're not babysitters, much less old moms. Why should we spoil him? Wang Hai sighed with a helpless face. Looks like the company commander is determined to get rid of the kid. On the playground, the line was sparse. After 2 laps, many people began to come up for air. Lin Hui, however, ran with ease. His fitness had been upgraded to veteran level, and 5 kilometers was a piece of cake for him. He heatedly giggled. With this physical fitness, when you get back from the army, you won't take off happily every day? Despite his strength, Lin Hui was not stupid. His goal is to settle down for 2 years. Even if there is a system, you should never be a standout. Born into a military family, he was very aware of how much he would suffer from being the pointy end of the army. It would be better to save your strength and build up your power. And when you go out, you can swing it all on the pretty young lady. 2 laps, 3 laps. Gradually some people were losing strength and began to fall out. Lin Hui mixed in, wiping his sweat every now and then and acting like he couldn't run. But he always followed the group and showed absolutely no signs of falling behind. Seeing that 5 kilometers were coming up and Lin Hui was actually still running, Zhang Jiantao's brows had tightened. Wang Hai laughed. Old Zhang, your wishful thinking doesn't work. Although this kid looks weak, his willpower is good. And he insisted on it. The corner of Zhang Jiantao's mouth twitched. Shouldn't I? This physical fitness. How it looks like you have to fall down in 500 meters. Was she really wrong about him? But he then dismissed it. He's just holding on for dear life. But holding on this time, can he hold on forever? Wang Hai shrugged his shoulders and didn't want to say anything more. Soon the recruits were running 5 kilometers and coming back breathing heavily. Ouch. I'm exhausted. Half my life is gone. Lin Hui acted like that, but he froze on his forehead and couldn't see a few drops of sweat. Zhang Jiantao was not happy in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Next time when you drop your chain, I'll still get you off. He gave the recruits a minute's rest before assembling the team. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Jiantao. I'm serving as the commander of this recruit company, and next to me is your instructor, Wang Hai. Hello guys. Wang Hai saluted towards the new recruit. Zhang Jiantao shouted. First of all, On behalf of 602, I would like to welcome you all. I don't care what you were doing in society before, what background your family has. When you get here you have only one identity, that is soldier. In the army, all actions follow the command, and you have to do what you are told. If anyone tries to be a prick, disobeys orders, or falls off badly in all grades in training afterward, I'll send you back anytime, anywhere. Chen was so frightened that he hurriedly tensed his body. Oh, my god, you have to return it? I can't be returned. Lin Hui saw Chen reaction and thought that this guy was really stupidly funny, because he knew that Zhang Jiantao was saying this to himself. The back door is the most taboo in the army. Last night he was in a bar and today he's running to be a soldier. Zhang Jiantao was targeting himself so much. Obviously he already knew that he was the one who came in through the back door. Lin Hui laughed. Don't even try to kick me out when Jesus comes, I said. Zhang Jiantao shouted. Now, assign dormitories and organize housekeeping. Everyone, turn right. Chapter 3, Collective Quilt Folding. Downstairs in the dormitory, the recruits were askew, barely standing in a line. Wang Hai took the roster. Now we will start dividing the classes. Stand out when your name is called. Wang Yong, Class 1. Ma Xiaoshan, Class 1. Luo Chaochou, Class 5. Li Tinyo, Class 4. Lin Hui, Class 1. Here. Lin Hui immediately headed towards the first class team and jogged over. Chen greeted him with a smile. Hey, big brother. Hello again. We're really destined to meet. Che, obviously really bad luck. Lin Hui twisted his head around. Wang Yang was looking at him with a displeased expression, his head raised to the sky. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. How did he get grouped together with these two oddballs? Generally speaking, it's usually not a good day where there are a lot of oddballs. No, it looks like he needs to pay more attention. Soon everyone was assigned to their respective classes. Wang Hai closed the roster. Now, the squad leaders will bring back their respective teams. Today is the first day, so everyone take a good rest. There will be no training, and training will officially begin tomorrow. All follow me. The squad leaders immediately led the recruits toward the dormitory building. Suida. Yes. The black-faced squad leader was just about to bring the team back when the company commander shouted him down. You guys go back to your dorms first. He turned his head towards the first class and shouted, immediately running towards Zhang Jiantao. Lin Hui frowned slightly, secretly guessing in his heart, the company commander just came to look at me unpleasantly, and now called the company commander over. It can't be to straighten me out, right? He's lived in the compound for so long. He knew all about how veterans taught new recruits. I'm afraid I'm already a prick in the eyes of these veterans. Thinking of this, Lin Hui's intestines are remorseful. If I had known, I wouldn't have climbed that broken tank to play. It's not purely delayed, right? Whatever. Soldiers come and go. If the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to stop me for 2 years. The big deal is to keep a low profile from now on. Sudi came to Zhang Jiantao and saluted. Company commander, what are your instructions? Zhang Jiantao smiled faintly. You'll have to retire this year. I'm specially transferring you to the recruit company to lead the troops this time. As long as you perform well and get a commendation, there's hope for a promotion. Su De was instantly excited, his eyes glowing. Lift the stem. It's a daily dream. He's been a soldier for 8 years, and he's due to be discharged this year back to that ravine. In 8 years, he picked up 2 third-class awards, 3 outstanding soldiers, and countless more commendations. In spite of this, Kota is poorly educated, with only a junior high school education. If we don't do anything special this year, we'll have to go at the end of the year. He's a rural soldier. Unlike urban soldiers who are still organized, if they are returned, they will have to find another way to make a living. But all of Su Da's skills were learned in the army. So what can he do when he goes back? He didn't want to leave the place he'd loved for 8 years, and he didn't want to go back to the mountains where he'd seen no hope in his life. He would give anything to stay. Su Da said excitedly, please don't worry, company commander. I will do a good job and bring the first squad to number 1. Zhang Jiantao smiled and patted his shoulder. This time I purposely picked a few weak ones for you, just to see that you're capable. As long as you bring the soldiers out, I'll be able to open my mouth to the top. He lowered his voice. That Lin Hui kid, keep an eye on him. This kid is not soldier material at all. If it doesn't work out, kick him out at any time. Don't get you involved. Understand? Su Din nodded. Company commander, you still don't know what kind of person I Su Din am? I've never been able to tolerate sand in my eyes, and I have zero tolerance for black sheep. Zhang Jiantao nodded in satisfaction. Okay, there you go. Yes. Su De saluted and turned to enter the dormitory building. The corner of Zhang Jiantao's mouth hooked up in a cold smile. Lin Hui, I'll see how long your kid can hold out. In the dormitory, 5 marching beds. Lin Hui is on the bottom bunk, which isn't bad. Big brother, I'll sleep above you. Chen Arrow looked at Lin Hui and smiled with a mouthful of big white teeth. Lin Hui also did not expect Will and this silly kid into bunk beds. Do not call me big brother. Call me Lin Hui on the line. Come in, this are comrades in arms. Chen Arrow nodded. Good big brother. No. Good comrade. But what surprised Lin Hui the most was the kid Wang Yang, who was assigned to the bed next to his. Wang Yang laughed coldly. Even if they are divided into one class, they are still so close to each other. So bad luck. Lin Hui said without treating him. If you think it's bad luck, don't sleep next to me. He's had a hard time with this kid for a long time. You've been talking to yourself the whole way. The more you ignore it, the more it comes back. Wang Yang slapped his hand and grabbed the iron railing. I can't stand the likes of you from the city, pampered and spoiled. What the hell? Lin Hui laughed. Can you be a leader and get me back if you can? Have that ability? Wang Yang was instantly furious. Chen Arrow saw two people pinpointed. Hurriedly came up to stop. Two big brothers. Just the company commander said. We are now a family. Is a comrade in arms, can be divided in a peace or destiny. Before coming out, my mother also said, what big brother or not? A low growl came and everyone stood up straight in fear. Suda walked in from outside and glared at Chen Arrow. This is a troop. There are only comrades in arms, not big brothers. Hear that? Chen Arrow was sprayed with saliva and shouted at the top of his voice. I know. Answer yes, or no. Suda sneered. Answer again. Yes or no. I hear you. Chen Arrow tensed up nervously. Suda was so enraged that his teeth itched, and he was close to popping out dirty words. Lin Hui saw the situation is not good, worried about the class president again. One person made a mistake, all punished that set, and quickly helped to round off the situation. Squad leader. This kid has a bad head on his shoulders. I'll educate him for you later. Make sure you get this bad habit out of him. Suda snorted coldly and said towards all of them. Introduce yourself. My name is Sude, and I will be your squad leader for the next 3 months. It's still early for dinner, so it's good to be idle. Let me teach you guys how to organize your housekeeping. The crowd immediately mingled. Housekeeping? What do you mean by organizing your housekeeping? Just folding the quilt. What? You have to learn how to fold a quilt? I never fold quilts at home. My mother always helps me. Lin Hui didn't say anything, because he was well aware of the importance of organizing his housekeeping. Looking around the world, every national army has its own standards of housekeeping. Sam was shining shoes, John Bull was ironing shirts, and Yenqua was folding quilts. A good standard of housekeeping is a reflection of a soldier's good military demeanor. The quilt is foursquare and angular. Not a single wrinkle in the sheets is allowed. Even the placement of toiletries, toothbrushes and the direction in which they are placed are all extremely strict requirements. Although Lin Hui was a playboy, as soon as he got home, his old man would demand that he organize his housekeeping with a harsh and perverted standard. Any hint of a blemish and the ass would have to explode. So, when it comes to housekeeping, he's at a level completely unlike any veteran. Let me explain the troops' housekeeping standards. Quilts must be angular and foursquare. Mosquitoes stand up and slip. Flies fall and split. After Suda's introduction, he began to prepare for the demonstration. I'll give you all a demonstration below, so watch carefully. He walked over to the bed and picked up a quilt. Shake it all out and start folding the quilt. Flush, press seams, pinch flat, and fold in half. Lin Hui's eyes showed some appreciation, worthy of being a veteran. His movements were both fast and skillful, and every step was quite standard. Soon, a bulging quilt became a tofu block by magic in Suda's hands. As he just said, foursquare and angular. Suda asked, did you see it clearly? The recruits looked confused, their heads shaking like rattles. Suda wore a smile on his face without the slightest bit of impatience. Then I will give a demonstration once more. You guys must watch carefully and memorize every detail and action. He said seriously, a good standard of housekeeping is also a reflection of a soldier's demeanor. And, housekeeping grades will also be included in the assessment criteria. I don't want someone who can't do such a simple thing well. Suda's gaze lingered slightly for a moment as it swept over to Lin Hui. Lin Hui was unimpressed. Any project that dropped the ball, internal affairs would never. If he can't even fold a quilt properly, he's been beaten up for years for nothing. Soon, Suda finished another demonstration. Okay, you guys are free to practice and ask me if you don't understand. The recruits tried with confidence, but in no time at all, one of them was scratching his ears like he had fleas on him. Chen Arrow looked at Wang Yang, just the squad leader demonstration. You see clearly? After folding a line, how to get it? I forgot? You ask me. Who do I ask? Wang Yang is also a mess. How to get it is not right. He secretly glanced at Lin Hui next to him and realized that he was as clueless as he was, and was instantly relieved. Luckily this kid won't either. Otherwise it's a big shame. but he didn't even know that Lin Hui was all pretending. If he really wanted to fold it, he could get a standard tofu block in 10 seconds or so, but he slowed down to stay on the same level as the others so as not to stick out. It's even deliberately wrong and confusing. Suda looked at Lin Hui and laughed coldly in his heart. Really stupid. That's fine. Huda. The other classes are resting and you guys are already learning housekeeping? Suda turned his head, and instructor Wang Hai was standing in the doorway. He jogged over and saluted. Good day, instructor. I have nothing to do, so I'll familiarize the group first. Wang Hai looked back and forth and said with a smile, It's worthy of you, kid. It seems that next month's flowing red flag is not the first class, but everyone has just finished running 5 kilometers. You should also pay attention to rest. Don't exhaust everyone's body for the sake of ranking. Understood. Wang Hai looked twice toward Lin Hui and said in a serious tone, Suda, this class is not easy to lead. You may have to put in more effort. Suda lowered his voice. The company commander explained. I'll keep an eye on that kid. I didn't mean that. Wang Hai smiled and waved his hand. Old Zhang. This person belongs to the cannonballs. You were brought out by him. You should know better than me. Things are just hairy. You're different. You're slow-natured. You need to be more tolerant of these new recruits and teach them if they don't understand. Suda nodded superficially, but didn't take it to heart. As long as this kid Lin Hui dared to drop the chain and pull down the class grade, he wouldn't agree in a million ways. Okay, go about your business. I'll just look around. After Wang Hai left, Suda turned around and went back to the dormitory. But just as he entered, he froze, because Lin Hui's quilt, surprisingly, was folded. It's like a big loaf of bread, but it's taking shape. The kid even ran to the other beds and started teaching the others how to fold their quilts. You're not doing this right. You need to get it like this. That who? You're going about it the wrong way. Eru, how come you can't even fold a quilt? Suda's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. This kid can fold a quilt this well on his first try? Masked. Definitely masked. Watching Suda walk over, Lin Hui smiled and asked, Squad leader, is my quilt folding okay? Suda could not help but directly pull his quilt to the ground. What's wrong with fooling around? Folding what you call it, like a freshly baked loaf of bread, and you still have the nerve to teach others? Start again. Lin Hui looked at the quilt on the floor and rolled his eyes. Got it. Looks like it's being targeted again. I had hoped to be in the army for 2 years peacefully, now I'm afraid it's not so easy. Chapter 4, Did the company commander miss the mark? This kid is talented. In the dormitory, all the recruits were folding their quilts in earnest. Even though they had seen it twice, they really folded it up and realized that it was not at all true. How do I get it? Why can't I fold it? Chen Eru was sweating anxiously and kept looking around. Next to Wang Yang is also scratching his head. He remembers that the TV is not so difficult. When the soldiers are not carrying explosive packets to blow up the bunker, how a quilt is still so difficult to fold. Lin Hui was the only one in the entire class who folded it with style and unparalleled silkiness. Ding! Housekeeping ability +1. Hearing the beep, Lin Hui froze. Hands down, it actually got that much faster, including some details that he hadn't noticed before, which he was actually instinctively accomplishing at the moment. The technique is more skillful and sophisticated than before. Soon an angular quilt appeared in front of them. It's not up to the standard of a tofu block, but it's so much better than just now. Lin Hui looked at the quilt he had just folded, and his person was dumbfounded. Grandpa, I don't want to fold it so well. I don't want to be a standout. System, don't add abilities to me. Host, this system will increase the corresponding ability as long as you learn it. Lin Hui had a bitter look on his face. For the first time in his life, he felt that pie in the sky was not a good thing. He only wanted to enhance his strength a little bit, not a billion points. Lin Hui grew up in the compound and knew everything about the army. Soldiers compete in everything, not just running and shooting, but even housekeeping. If a recruit excels in housekeeping, he or she is sure to be treated as a role model and pulled out for a show and tell. At that point, it would be hard not to get attention. Damn it, can't fold anymore. Add a few more times to your ability. I'm afraid that even with your eyes closed and your hands tied you can fold the quilt into tofu blocks. Well, nice fold. Much better than just now. Lin Hui was startled. Suda stood behind him like a ghost and at some point, at this moment was nodding with satisfaction. The folding is not bad. It already looks a bit like it. Okay, you don't need to fold it for now. Go teach others. Yes, Lin Hui was instantly relieved. He really can't fold anymore. Everyone else would be almost clueless by this point. Chen Eru, in particular, folded the quilt as if it had been plowed by a dog, and it was miserable. Wang Yang is no better. The whole bed looks like it has been bombed. The kid is jumping up and down in a hurry. Lin Hui laughed. New recruits into the camp folding quilt is the first level, and time is also the longest level. Some people don't always fold well until they are veterans. Lin Hui swept a glance at everyone, and the smile on his face froze. He grew up in the yard and knew of recruits who had poorly folded quilts and had their entire squad's backs thrown down the stairs to make airplanes. Or just throw the quilt in the toilet and everyone gets down on the squatting pit and does their push-ups and then folds it. Although Lin Hui didn't want to risk his head, he didn't want to be penalized either. Hey, how's it going? Lin Hui raised his head and looked at Chen Eru with a smile. Chen Eru's eyebrows have been wrinkled into a well. Seeing Lin Hui is like seeing a relative. Big brother, you quickly help me look at it. I will not. What big brother, big brother? How many times have I said that the troops only have comrades, not big brothers? Suda's cold voice scared Chen Eru. Yes. He lowered his voice and whispered, Big brother, I really don't know how to fold a quilt. Can you teach me? Lin Hui looked at his quilt. You don't fold the quilt at home. You make it look like a dog chewed it. Chen Eru scratched his head. My parents don't let me work since I was a kid. They are busy in the fields. I'll just watch from the sidelines. Lin Hui rolled his white eyes directly to the sky. He thought that those who came from the countryside were all hardworking. I didn't realize that there are spoiled babies too. He pointed to the quilt and said, For a quilt to take shape, you first have to compact it. The cotton inside is all new and tends to bulge. Here, you do this, and use the strength of your arms to press hard to the sides. Lin Hui instructed on the side, and Chen Eru followed the instructions and folded it. Although the boy is rather stupid, he still has a handful of strength. It didn't take long for the covers to thin considerably for him. It works. It works. It really works. Hey, it's much better than what I just got. Big brother, you're really good. You're too good. Why are you calling big brother again? A cold grunt from Sude came from the bottom. Chen Eru said awkwardly, Squad leader, I've forgotten again. Forget it. The children are teachable. Lin Hui nodded with a smile. What the hell? Chen Eru stared at him with a smirk. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth twitched. He couldn't be civil with this guy. Keep folding. Don't be idle. You have to win honor for our class. Lin Hui looked like an old master. Bingo! Chen Eru cheerfully continued to fiddle with the quilt according to his instructions. Seeing that Chen Eru has already stacked out some shapes, others have also come up, wanting to learn to take lessons. Horse's ass. Wang Yang rolled his eyes in disdain. What's the big deal? It's just folding a quilt. You act like you don't know how to do it. You're showing off. Despite his words, he couldn't stop his eyes from peeking that way. Following suit. Soon, Chen Eru would be able to fold a quilt under Lin Hui's guidance. It was like a crooked marshmallow, but at least it had taken on a few shapes. It was so much better than what he had just started folding. Chen Eru was overjoyed. Mama. Thank you so much. This quilt folding is also too nice. From now on you are my brother. The other recruits gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Lin Hui. Come teach me. Help guide me too. I can't get it. Lin Hui got down from the bed and waved his hand with a bashful face. Well said. We're all comrades now. If there's anything I need to help, I'm obligated to do so. One by one. One by one. Wang Yang's heart was filled with displeasure when he saw his villainous look. When he was in school, he hated those city kids, condescending and self-righteous. On the basis of their family's good condition, they often mocked them for being from the urban and rural areas. I didn't expect to run into one like this now that I'm in the army. If you can do it, so can I. Wang Yang treated the quilt like an enemy, and according to the method he just stole from Lin Hui, he used his arms to pinch into the corners of the quilt and pushed it forward. Soon, a four-sided tofu quilt took shape and he pushed it out. Suda watched from the side, his eyes filled with excitement. On the first day of camp, these new recruits were able to fold their quilts. It looks like he'll be able to outperform the rest of the class in this new training. As long as he didn't drop the ball in other subjects, he was sure to bring his first class to first in the recruit company and get a commendation back, together with the 2 third-class merits previously obtained, as well as large and small honors. This promotion is absolutely stable. Suda looked at Lin Hui, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint smile. The company commander said a bit too much. Although this kid is from the city, but his learning ability is quite strong, and he's also willing to help others. I'm afraid that the company commander was mistaken this time. It seems that I have to make good use of him. He exclaimed. You guys fold up, and I'll go get you some water. Lin Hui looked at Suda's back as he left, a bad smile on his face. The squad leader couldn't have understood better what he was thinking. Don't even think about using me as a helper to get your grades for you. Lin Hui's goal is for the entire class to be mediocre together, with no one falling behind and no one coming out on top. It would make it easier for him to muddle through and smooth out his recruiting company. Just now, taking advantage of the gap between helping to guide the folding of the quilts, Lin Hui had already gotten a rough idea of the class. There were 10 people in the class, tall and short. In addition to himself, There was a man named Yu Chao Chao, also a city soldier, but with fewer words, a stuffy man. The others are rural soldiers, or like Wang Yong, from the urban and rural areas. There was another one called Ma Xiao Shan, who looked like a skinny black monkey, jumped up and down and talked a lot. As a rule of thumb, rural soldiers are relatively naive and honest, and are easy to manage. A veteran's favorite is an obedient rural soldier. However, the quality of individuals is relatively weak and they are easily scolded. The ones from the city are relatively more active, learn things quickly, and are easily used as guns. So, the best case scenario is that the entire class stays at a uniform level, neither good nor bad. That way, he wouldn't have to be punished by association, and he'd be safe until he got out of the company, and then he'd have a good time. Lin Hui's eyes rolled and he immediately had a method. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Everyone fold while you listen to me. I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" All of them turned their heads and looked at him curiously. Even Wang Yang stopped his hand movements, his face full of suspicion. What tricks does this kid want to play again? Lin Hui smiled slightly and said, "What I'm going to say next is the great thing that will keep everyone from being scolded and punished in the days that follow." Chapter 5, Both New Recruits. Why is the gap so wide? Everyone gathered around curiously. Playing God. Wang Yang stood unmoving, but continued to perk up his ears. "Lin Hui, what are you trying to say?" Lin Hui coughed dryly. "You all saw the situation today. The army is different from the outside. We just got here today, and we were punished for running 5 kilometers, and no one was left behind. By the same token, if anyone makes a mistake next, the whole class will surely be punished. Then isn't it still your fault?" Wang Yang rolled his eyes. Lin Hui didn't bother with him. This kid used to be designated as a construction site, specializing in lifts. So what do we do? That 5 kilometers just now almost broke my legs, and they're still shaking. I don't want to be penalized. Big brother, how can I avoid it? Seeing the crowd talking at cross purposes, Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's actually very simple. Just 2 points. Order is forbidden and respect the veterans. What do you mean? Ma Xiaoshan came up and asked curiously. Can you make it clearer? Lin Hui heatedly smiled. You know why veterans like to call us new recruits? It's because we're new and don't know anything. This is the army. A lot of things are different than outside. It's not like you can just do whatever you want. Take walking. No one cares if you fling yourself outside. But not here. There have to be troop rules. He continued. In the army, you must walk neatly, 2 in a row, 3 in a column. What that means is that 2 people in a block have to walk forward side by side, keeping their hand and foot movements in unison. And if there are 3, then they have to be in a line. When you see a veteran, you've got to call the squad leader hello. Never mind the rank. Just call him that. Shout as loud as you can. Chen Arrow asked curiously. Why? Lin Hui smiled and said, being loud and vocal is the only way to appear respectful to them. When the veterans are happy, they naturally won't give us a hard time. Also, when you meet an officer, you must call him chief, and your attitude must be more respectful than that of an ancestor. Wang Yong, who was on the side, snorted. Still more respectful than an ancestor. When you're on the grave, folks, don't listen to him. It's not that mysterious. Lin Hui glared at him. If you don't believe me, try going out yourself. King Courage is no good. He's not going to be the one to take the heat. Someone suddenly spoke up. I think what Lin Hui said is quite reasonable. Listen to him. The class president just praised him. The others immediately nodded in agreement. Wang Yang was speechless, but in his heart, he actually felt that what Lin Hui said was somewhat reasonable. It's just simply a matter of looking at him as a person. Chen Arrow asked curiously. Big brother, what else should I pay attention to? Lin Hui smiled slightly. For example, if we go to the cafeteria to eat later, and the cadres don't come, you'll stand honestly. If the cadres don't sit down, none of you will sit down. If the cadres don't eat, none of you will take chopsticks. Ha? What's with all the rules? This is the army, not our home. Lin Hui said seriously. Without iron discipline, could our country be so strong? The crowd nodded, all of them making sense. Lin Hui said indifferently. You guys just do what I tell you to do, and surely there won't be any problems. Chen Arrow scratched his head. So many things, what if I can't remember them later? Lin Hui said. Simple, what I do in a moment. You guys just follow. Yeah, we'll follow right behind you. Squad leader I. Going to fetch water. Ha! There was a sudden sound from outside, and the crowd immediately dispersed. Su De came in with 2 warm water bottles. What's the matter? Have you learned it all? Why are you still chatting? Lin Hui smiled and said, Squad leader, I've just given the details to the guys. They all want to learn it quickly and compete for our class. Suda's face blossomed with joy. Right. It's like this. Try to be the first. we soldiers, is to have a share of impulse into. Keep folding. If you don't understand anything, ask, and if you want a drink of water, come and pour it. The crowd continued to bury their heads in their quilts. Within moments, the whistle blew outside. It's dinner time. Come on, follow me. Lin Hui beckoned, and everyone immediately followed and ran downstairs. Sude had wanted to shout, but he didn't expect them to be so self-conscious. By the time he arrived downstairs, the first class was already standing in line. Come on, one by one, move faster, you're so slow to eat. Look at the first class, they're standing in line. In other classes, squad leaders were still loudly urging on slow recruits. Sude proudly stood in front of the first class team, looking at the other classes with triumph. Too slow to react. Second squad leader, third squad leader, why haven't you guys assembled yet? I've been waiting for half a day, not even motivated to eat. Hey, what can I say? The second squad leader, the third squad leader, turned back in anger and glared fiercely at the soldiers behind him. They're both new recruits. How come the gap is so big? In a short while, all the recruits were assembled. A platoon leader immediately shouted, everyone, all right, turn, brush. Class 1 all turned toward the right. The movements were a bit disorganized, but it was so much more comfortable to look at compared to the other classes that were slouching around. In unison, go! The other classes walked in disarray, and some people were still talking and laughing in the line. The only people in the entire recruiting procession that were basically able to synchronize their hands and feet, and no one spoke the entire time, were those in the first class. When you compare it like that, you get a high judgment. At the entrance to the cafeteria, Regimental Commander Zhou Zhengyi and several company commanders were already waiting. Zhou Zhengyi saw from afar that among the new recruits, there was a team that stood out like a crane and suddenly brightened up. This squad's not bad, is it? Zhang Jiantao froze as he saw that the platoon leader was actually Lin Hui. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he immediately said, Chief, this is the first squad. The squad leader is Su De, old and experienced. The regimental commander nodded with satisfaction. Good steel also needs a good whetstone to make a good sword. Not bad. This squad is good. Zhang Jiantao smiled awkwardly, but his eyes were on Lin Hui. What's with this kid? Why are his moves so standard? A board, completely different from earlier. If you didn't know better, you'd think the leader was a veteran. Soon the group approached the cafeteria, and the platoon leader immediately shouted. Everyone shout twice to get some momentum. 1, 2, 3, 4. When all the recruits were still in a daze, unable to understand the situation, Lin Hui had already shouted out, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hearing him shout, Chen Arrow and the others behind him immediately ripped out their voices as well. Throughout the line of recruits, the first class was the first to shout, and with a very loud voice. The other classes had to be reminded by the squad leader, and only then did they sparsely follow the slogans. Not bad, not bad. The regimental commander nodded his head in satisfaction and pointed at the leader Lin Hui. It's already starting to look like a bit of a soldier. The first squad platoon leader this soldier can be. The corner of Zhang Jiantao's eye twitched. Didn't this kid come in through the back door? What's with the sudden rush? He then said. It's also Sude who has the experience to teach new recruits in a decent manner when they first arrive. Zhou Zhengyi nodded appreciatively. This kid is indeed good. Let him perform well and make achievements. That report I will personally hand over. Yes, Chief. Zhang Jiantao was incomparably excited. It seemed that this time it was stable. He turned his attention back to Lin Hui. In his heart, he really couldn't figure out what was wrong with this kid. How did he suddenly change? Soon the line of recruits all stopped in front of the cafeteria. The neatest line is still the first class. Zhou Zhengyi said with a slight smile. Comrade recruits, I am the leader of this recruit training regiment. Welcome to 602. The 602 is a veteran unit with a history of honorable traditions, and I hope that in the coming days you will train well and carry on our glorious traditions. Yes, all the people in the first class yelled after Lin Hui. The soldiers from the other squads were still looking at them with stupid faces. Hanging your voice? Yelling so loud? These guys are sick in the head, aren't they? It must have been a jerk. The faces of the squad leaders were beyond ugly. The comparison between his own soldiers and the first class is just not even close. Sude held his head high, a smug smile on his face. The smile on the regimental commander's face was real to him. These boys, too, have given themselves too much credit. Lin Hui, in particular, was indeed a talent that had to be nurtured and utilized properly. Just use him to motivate the class, and that grade is guaranteed to rub off. When the time comes to get the honors, a promotion is the nail in the coffin. Zhou Zhengyi's gaze fell on Lin Hui, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he said aloud, in the army, Before eating, you have to sing the military song. You've just arrived, so you don't have to sing, and we'll have your squad leader teach you tomorrow during the training break. Well, go in and eat. Suda led the way, leading a class of zippers towards the inside, one after another. The others also walked into the cafeteria. Arriving at the dining table, Lin Hui hurriedly hinted, "Don't sit, don't ever sit, all stand still." Wang Yang looked dissatisfied, saying it like it's true. Lin Hui smiled, "Sit down if you don't believe me. I'm not stopping you. I'll listen to Big Brother." Arrow stood honestly, and the others stood straight. Wang Yang wanted to sit, but gritting his teeth, his butt still didn't fall. The rest of the squad didn't care that much. They came in and just sat down. At that moment, the cadres came in one by one. The regimental commander swept the room. Finally his eyes fell on the first class, smiled with satisfaction, and then sat down. Zhang Jiantao hadn't thought much about it, but when he saw the headmaster's expression and then looked at the cafeteria, his brows immediately tightened. "All rise," Zhang Jiantao shouted with an ironized face. The recruits were startled and all looked confused. "What's going on here?" Lin Hui smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and winked at the crowd. Chapter 6, It's not that we're good, it's that others are good at setting us off. The recruits were all confused. One was wide-eyed and stared at the other. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" Snap! Zhang Jiantao slapped his hand on the table. "All stand up for me." The squad leaders hurriedly shouted, "Stand up, all of you." The recruits were then an afterthought and reluctantly moved their asses off the bench. The regimental commander watched with a smirk and a look of amusement. Zhang Jiantao walked straight to the side of the first class and said in an exasperated manner, "How did the class leaders educate each class? Look at other people's first class. How well they stand. The leader didn't even sit down. Who told you to sit down? You don't know the rules at all." Suda's face was full of smugness, his eyebrows flying up. He didn't teach it either. Luckily Lin Hui made an example. "This kid is not a backdoor soldier as the company commander said, is clearly a genius. It just so happened that the chief was there, and these new recruits were able to give him a good show." In contrast, the faces of the other squad leaders were much uglier. If everyone had all sat down, this might not have happened. But one class stood and they sat. So much counterpoint that it makes it look like their means of leading the troops are too weak. Zhang Jiantao walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. From the first day of the new recruits' entry into the battalion, the squad leaders have the obligation to bring the new recruits on the right track. The war will come at any time. We don't have much time. We just should utilize the little bits and pieces to make them real soldiers. I've already heard from the instructor that people's first class started learning to organize their housekeeping when they first arrived. And after only a few hours of work, they can now fold a quilt in a decent manner. And you guys? He said sternly, just now marching in unison. The entire recruit company is the first class walks the best. Although not neatly, but at least it has been a bit of a soldier's appearance. The chants were, again, loud and neat. And look at you. What are you squad leaders for? To babysit recruits and teach them nothing? The squad leaders were green in the face, but the heartless recruits beside him were still whispering and snickering. Lin Hui looked in his eyes and was happy in his heart. These guys still don't realize how serious the problem is. It seems that tonight, I'm afraid they'll all be out of luck. The class leaders looked enviously at Su De, giving him a beautiful heart. He was even more grateful to Zhang Jiantao, for he knew that the company commander's words were not only a lecture to the squad leaders, but were also addressed to the regimental commander. Su De smiled slightly. Only the first day. To open such a big gap, the back as long as the chain does not fall off. Honorary commendation is proper. He looked at Lin Hui and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Good soldier. What a good soldier. Zhang Jiantao said seriously. From now on, all of you give me the first class as an example. The first day was opened up such a big gap. In the future that's not going to be good? Each and every one of you give me a long heart. This is the army, not society. Yes, everyone yelled. And a few of the recruits even stretched their voices on purpose, thinking it was funny. The press doesn't even realize how serious the problem is. The squad leader's eyes spit fire and their fists clenched. He glared at the soldier behind him with a look of anger. When we go back at night, we have to fix them so that they'll learn a lesson. All sit down and eat. The company commander shouted. And the recruits immediately did down to pick up their chopsticks and start eating. To the squad leader's exasperated nose, really rotten. Just said the rules. Immediately forget. Zhang Jiantao watched from the side and shook his head. He had just thrown a fit, and these new recruits hadn't even been paying attention, and acted like nothing was wrong. Turning his head to look at the first class again, they all looked like puppets even when they were seated, their hands pressed against their two legs, not moving a muscle. However, their afterglances all looked towards Lin Hui, as if he was the backbone. Zhang Jiantao was surprised. Does it mean Could it be that this kid is the reason why the first class is so neat and coordinated? Did I misunderstand him? He muttered inwardly. It's really out of order to shove it in without a physical exam or a vetting. But doesn't rule out the possibility that he may indeed be a good soldier. Zhang Jiantao shook his head. Whatever. Let's observe it again. In case Lin Hui is really a good soldier, he must be cultivated properly. And if there is a chance in the future, apologize to him again. Soon the cadres were all seated and moving their chopsticks. Suda saw the cadres move their chopsticks before he ordered, "Eat." The crowd looked at Lin and saw Lin Hui decisively picking up his chopsticks and lifting his rice bowl. The crowd was then relieved to start drying the meal. Suida's eyebrows flew up. The feeling of being in the limelight is simply awesome. He even felt like he wasn't even in the recruit company at all, but was leading a group of soldiers who had gotten out of the company. Suda picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, you eat more. The cafeteria food is good. Everyone eat more too. There's more if you don't have enough." "Thanks, squad leader." The guys weren't polite and ate it all, especially the two Chen Arrow and Wang Yang, who ate as if they were fighting a war, devouring their food. On the one hand, the cooking class is good at their craft, and on the other hand, when there are a lot of people eating, you have to use a grab and go, and it does smell a lot better than eating alone. Lin Hui had been picking at his rice as well, and looked at Suda smiling and looking at himself as if he was looking at a big, naked beauty. His heart suddenly thumped. This old boy will not stare at me, right? It's over. Isn't today's behavior a bit too much? I'm just trying not to get punished. Which thought all of a sudden I'd stand out from the crowd. Actually, the first class is not really excellent. Even many of the movements are wrong and pressurized to the standard of the norm. But nah, the other classes performed really poorly. Directly to the first class to give lined up as a good typical. He meditated. No, I can't be so flamboyant anymore. I have to quickly adjust my strategy. Just keep everyone at a normal level. Not lagging behind, but definitely not too far ahead either. This will allow me to be a salted fish in peace. After eating, the classes began to head back. The first shift back in the dorms, and immediately I was fighting the quilt again. Lin Hui knew that it wouldn't be long before the recruit company would have a housekeeping evaluation. If he failed to perform in the evaluation, Suda would definitely be furious, and no one would have a good time at that time. So in order not to get punished, he helped back and forth in the dormitory. As long as everyone stays at a level that's not good or bad, it's solid. Just then, there was a sudden, pig-killing howl from outside. Lin Hui's few people rushed to the window and stretched their heads to look out, only to see that by the flower beds, the new recruits of each class all stood in line, shouting at the top of their voices. 1, 2, 3, 4. The recruits were shouting at the top of their lungs, their faces full of raw emotion, but the squad leader is still shouting angrily from the side. "Give me a louder voice." All fed up. How can the voice still be small? Raising mosquitoes? Shout for me. Shout until your throat is mute. Everyone in the first class all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Wang Yang couldn't help but roll his throat, a pang of fear in his heart. Everyone was looking at Lin Hui as if they were looking at a god. "Lin Hui, it's worthy of you. It's a good thing we all listen to you, or we'd be in deep shit today. Big brother, I adore you so much. Let me kowtow to you." Lin Hui smiled slightly. Fortunately, he knew the situation of the troops better. Otherwise they wouldn't be peacefully folding quilts in their bedrooms right now, but would be dragged outside together to be punished. "What are you looking at? You guys want to go out and practice too, don't you? Hurry up and get busy with your own business." Suda walked over and deliberately said in a cold voice. Lin Hui spat out his tongue and immediately led the group back to the beds to continue their work. At the same time, Zhou Zhengyi just returned to the regiment's office, picked up the phone and broadcast a number. "Hey, Lao Zhao. It's me. I'll talk to you about something." Chapter 7, Cultivate them well. They're definitely soldiers. Early the next morning, the playground resounded with loud and clear military songs. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. In the barracks, the recruits lazily rose from their beds, yawning and stretching as they did so. The wake-up call is ringing. Quick! Speed! Lin Hui was the first to get up from his bed. Dressing quickly followed. Everyone in the first class has taken him on as a learning experience. Whatever Lin Hui did, they followed suit. All of them, like able veterans, got dressed and immediately ran towards the stairs. Last night before he went to bed, Lin Hui had already explained in advance. You have to be fast at everything in the army. When you hear the whistle, when you hear the military song, you have to react quickly, because the only way to not get criticized is to be fast. They were still reeling from how badly the other classes were punished last night. It took 2 hours of shouting, and my throat went hoarse before I stopped, and it was just miserable. And Lin Hui told everyone that this is the lightest, and later will engage in horrible physical fitness. Scaring Chenaro did not sleep well all night. In order not to be punished, everyone united and decided to all listen to Lin Hui. Although Wang Yang couldn't stand Lin Hui, he didn't want to suffer and be punished, so he still chose to honestly believe Lin Hui's words. Stump. By the time Sude came down, Lin Hui and the others were already standing in a line. Sude heart, that is a surprise. This is the heavens have to let him raise the cadre, so it especially sent this gang of new recruits to help him, right? It took a minute or so before the other classes arrived slowly to complete the assembly. Zhang Jiantao walked next to class 1 and nodded. Not bad. Quick reaction. Then he looked at the others and shouted with a stern look. Learn more from the others' first class. They are all new recruits as well. Look at what kind of people you are. And look at what kind of people they are. Especially the squad leaders. The new recruits don't get it. And you don't get it either? Look at how big the gap is between you and the first squad leaders. The faces of the squad leaders turned ugly. From yesterday to today, the words of the first class of compliments had calloused their ears. When he looked back at his own soldiers, he was furious. Looking at the squad leader's murderous eyes, the recruits swallowed hard in fear. It's over. It's bad luck again. Sude looked at the group behind him, glowing. Zhang Jiantao said loudly, I will now begin to read out the daily schedule of rest and leisure time during the period of the recruit company. Everyone give me a perked up ear. Listen carefully. Wake up time. Summer 5:40, winter 6 a.m. Half an hour of morning exercises each morning, either physical training, formation, or other training, this to be arranged by each platoon. After morning exercises, housekeeping will take 20 minutes, in which personal housekeeping, personal hygiene, and general camp sanitation will need to be completed. Breakfast is at 7 a.m. With morning drill classes beginning a half hour later, lunch is from 11:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Dinner is served from 17 to 17:30, and if extra practice is needed in the evening, the whistle will prevail. Emphasis on watching the newscasts from 19 to 19:30 p.m. and lights out for bed at 21:30. All of the recruits were all bitter. What's the difference between that and fucking jail? Lin Hui also helplessly sighed. Old dad is really have to get me here to suffer. Outside eating, drinking and having fun. Doesn't it smell good? Zhang Jiantao yelled. Today's first day of drill. First 2 laps around the playground. End of each squad leader to bring back to organize the housekeeping. Everyone, to the right. Turn. Everyone immediately turned right and ran towards the playground. The 2 laps were soon over and the squad leaders took the recruits back to their dormitories to begin learning housekeeping. Last night, they had learned from the first class and had taught the recruits how to fold their quilts ahead of time. But because I was penalized late, the lights went out before I could practice much. Plus, after a good night's sleep, I basically forgot all about it. Big morning, a handful. Some classes were even as noisy as the food market. Stupid as a pig. How did I do the demonstration last night and how can you not learn? Look at other people's first class, and then look at our 5th class. You're simply the worst batch of recruits I've ever brought up. The recruits were scolded to the point that their heads could not straighten up, and their hearts were as stifled as they could be. When I first arrived yesterday, the squad leaders were like kind older brothers, but now the big brothers are gone, and one has become fierce. And BSP, this change of face is faster than turning over a book. Meanwhile, the first class side was already getting intensely busy. Lin Hui immediately flew to the bedside and began to fold the quilt. Quickly, everyone hurry to fold the quilt. In a moment we still have to do the hygiene. Hurry up. We must not lag behind the other classes. Understood. All of them all scrambling. Just following the method Lin Hui had taught him to fold, he soon gave the quilt a rough shape, bumping into an elm brain like Chen Eru, who was slow to fold. Lin Hui simply went straight to work and helped him quickly fold the quilt. Unsurprisingly, a beep then sounded in his head again. Ding! +1 to housekeeping. Lin Hui cursed in his heart. Damn! In my haste, I forgot all about the system. Forget about it for now. When the quilts were folded and personal hygiene was done, Lin Hui immediately said, quickly follow me to do hygiene. All of them rushed to the first shift of the chartered area without stopping, grabbed the tools and started to work. Chen Arrow mopped the floor while he hemmed and hawed and giggled towards Lin Hui. Big brother, it's good that you're there. Otherwise I'm sure this quilt won't fold well, and I'll have to be criticized when the time comes. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth twitched, thinking that the devil wants to help you fold. I am doing it so that I cannot be punished. But he still laughed. You still need to practice more. You can't hold everyone back. I'll teach you after training later. Bingo! Chen Arrow looked at him as if he were an idol. I'll listen to Big Brother for everything. Wang Yang skimmed his mouth, looking displeased, said, Eru, you are also too stupid. Folding a quilt will not. Turn around and find me. I will teach you. To ensure that better than some of the people taught, Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You're still not stealing from me. And you actually have the face to say it. Done. And I'm done with my work. And the floor is reflecting from mopping. It's over on my end too. Soon the crowd had finished sanitizing the chartered area. Suda laughed all the way to the mouth, and ran his ass to Zhang Jiantao to report. Lin Hui saw him leave and immediately gathered everyone together. Everyone listen to me well. In fact, organizing the housekeeping well is only one aspect. A qualified soldier must pay attention to the following points. The first is the housekeeping. This does not need to be said. You all see. The second is to stand in military posture and walk in formation. The movements must be neat and standardized. The third thing is to obey orders. As for the rest, almost make do. Not too good. As long as everyone does what I say, I'll make sure you're comfortable all the way down the company. A new recruit asked curiously. Lin Hui, how do you know so much? Chen Arrow looked proud. My big brother is smart. He's a genius. Cut. Wang Yong rolled his eyes in disdain. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Actually, someone in my family was a soldier, so I know slightly more. Wang Yong immediately shady. No wonder you know so much. So there is someone in the family. Lin Hui didn't bother to nag him much. Anyway, whatever I do, you guys follow. All look up to me. Okay? As long as we don't get punished, we'll do whatever you want. The crowd nodded, vaguely treating Lin Hui as a class boss. Wang Yong's heart grew more and more uncomfortable as he listened. He hated this kind of self-righteous, fidgety city people who wanted to be the boss. But there's nothing you can do about it. Who makes people know more? Just then, the whistle suddenly blew outside. It's breakfast time. The first class returned their tools to their places and immediately ran out after Lin Hui. The squad leaders also grew a memory this time, and were also the first to take the recruits out to assemble when they heard the whistle. But when they passed by the dormitory of the first class, the class leaders were all dumbfounded. Crap, it's only the second day and the quilt is folded out of shape? Damn. I thought it was a veterans dormitory if I didn't tell you. Unsurprisingly, Class 1 remained the one that took the shortest time out of all the new recruit teams. The second squad leader couldn't help but cast an envious look at Suda, worthy of being a first squad leader. A veteran is a veteran. The business level is much better than ours, and I'm afraid your promotion this time is secure. Suda smiled smugly. It's not that exaggerated. You guys just need to study me well and you'll be just like me in the future. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yong, who was standing at the back, secretly spat in his heart. Ugh, shame on you. It's obviously all because of Lin Hui's teaching. What's it got to do with you? Suda looked toward Lin Hui, who stood at the head of the platoon, standing straight as if he had a mop stick stuck in his back, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is definitely a dragon and phoenix among men. As long as he is properly cultivated, he'll definitely be a king of soldiers in the future. Chapter 8 honored with a red flag. The day's training ended quickly. After dinner, everyone went back to their dormitories to rest. Lin Hui came to Suda and smiled. Squad leader. What is it? Suida looked up unsmiling. Although this kid had only been here for 2 days, Suda's attitude towards him had already undergone a great transformation. Lin Hui smiled and said, Squad leader, I've heard that in our army, there are orders and regulations to memorize, right? Hey, you kid, you know a lot. Suda was astonished. Lin Hui snubbed. My uncle used to be a soldier, and before he came in, he told me something about the army, with special emphasis on this orders and regulations thing. So I thought, there's not much to do before going to bed anyway, so why don't we fold the quilt while memorizing the rules and regulations? Suda laughed out loud. This kid was really on the ball, and would actually coordinate his time. Orders and regulations do have to be memorized. So wait, I'll get you all a copy each. After saying that, he happily turned around and left the dormitory. Wang Yong threw the quilt onto the bed and said with a face full of displeasure, Lin Hui, you're purely looking for trouble over nothing. It's hard enough for everyone to fold the quilts, but what kind of crappy regulations are you memorizing? What do you know about hammers? Lin Hui grunted. Orders and regulations are what every soldier must memorize. In case a leader comes over for a spot check one day and can't memorize them, that would be a disaster. Besides, it's all written out here what you can and can't do as a soldier, so it's good for the guys to memorize it. Wang Yong rolled his eyes. What kind of elephant are you pretending to be when you're sticking an onion through a pig's nose? We are all new recruits. Why should we believe you? I believe him. What Big Brother says is always right. Chen Arrow was like a little fanboy. Everyone else also expressed their support for Lin Hui. If it wasn't for Lin Hui teaching them to fold their quilts and telling them some of the rules of the army, they wouldn't know what they were being punished for at this moment. Wang Courage's teeth were itching to be mounted by Lin Hui again, but there was still nothing he could do about it. Just then, a loud roar suddenly came from outside. Ma Xiaoshan, who looked like a black monkey, ran out curiously. When he came back, His whole face was white with fear. What's wrong? The crowd immediately gathered around with curiosity. Ma Xiaoshan said with palpitations, Class 2 and 3, all practicing daytime movements. Everyone was punished to stand on the matzah. The class president was fierce as if he wanted to eat people, and it seemed to be practicing upstairs as well. It was too miserable. The crowd gulped in fear. It seems that the entire recruit company, except for their first squad, all the other squads are practicing extra hard. Chen Era was close to kowtowing to Lin Hui. Oh my god. It's good to listen to Big Brother. Otherwise we will definitely not be able to run away. The others hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks to Lin Hui. Let's all memorize the rules and regulations. If Lin Hui says it's useful, it's definitely useful. Wang Yang couldn't help but cut and rolled his eyes out of habit. The last thing he looked at was people from the city who carried themselves with a sense of superiority. In Wang Yang's eyes, these self-righteous city people always looked down on kids like him from the urban and rural areas. So the more popular Lin Hui became, the more he looked at this guy. Even if you know that what is being said is probably right, you just want to carry on with him. In a short while, Su De brought over the ordinance and regulations, one for each hand. When they got it, everyone immediately began to read it carefully. One bowed his head, desperate to stick his eyes up and see. When they were in school, they were never as serious as they are now. Su De happily watched from the sidelines, his gaze falling on Lin Hui. This soldier is really good, completely leading the way. Not only was it much easier on myself with him, but the whole class was learning a whole lot faster than anyone else. / probably didn't even have to wait until the end of boot camp to get an early commendation himself. A few days after that, everyone in the first class all took Lin Hui as their backbone. No matter what, he is held to a standard. Even eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, all looked toward him. Lin Hui was annoyed though. He had just become an old mom. But in order not to be implicated and punished by this bunch of goods, he could only continue with his head. After all, it's just a little annoying right now, but they're a lot more comfortable than the other classes who can't move to open up. Soon, a week passed. The first class is learning at a much faster pace than the other classes. Not only is the housekeeping outstanding, but the military posture and marching are also very outstanding, and have initially taken on the appearance that a soldier should have. Even Su De was called into the office by the instructor and praised severely, but it gave him a lot of pleasure. It was early in the morning, and the first class was organizing their housekeeping in the dormitory. The instructor, Wang Hai, suddenly walked in with his men. Rise, Su De yelled, and everyone quickly stood up and saluted. Good day, instructor. Wang Hai waved his hand and said with a smile, don't be nervous, guys, put your hands down. We've all seen the performance during this period of time. The first squad leader has done a good job, and the performance of the guys has been outstanding. Especially your housekeeping. You've left the other classes behind by a large margin. When he finished, he nodded behind him. A soldier immediately walked up with a small triangular red flag in both hands. Su De's face was filled with excitement, and even Lin Hui's eyes lit up. Flowing red flags. In the company, between the classes, housekeeping was judged once a week. And the flowing red flag, only the class with the best housekeeping gets it. It represents honor, especially at the end of the year. Whichever class gets the most red flags will have the most face. But Lin Hui did not have the slightest smile on his face. Bad. Bad. The development of events? More and more out of control. I just don't want to be implicated and punished. How can I accidentally get all the flowing red flags? Wang Hai smiled and handed the red flag to Su De, praising. The flowing red flag symbolizes honor. To be able to get this flag shows that your efforts during this period of time, your hard work, have not been in vain. I hope you guys can keep up the good work and keep it up. Yes, Su De nodded excitedly. In the hallway, the other squad leader's eyes were red with envy. But when he thought of the unqualified soldiers in his own class, he was immediately angry. You have to be tough on these boys or you won't even see the shadow of someone else's first class for a while longer. Wang Hai turned his head and looked at the squad leaders outside. Don't just watch. Learn more from the first squad and take lessons. Yes, instructor. Looking at the other class leaders who were envious to the point of redness, Su De held his head high like a proud rooster. He hurriedly hung the flowing red flag on the wall and said to all of them, everyone should keep up the good work. Come on. Keep folding the quilts and try to get better. Don't let the other classes catch up. Lin Hui turned around and froze at the quilt in front of him. It's over. The squad leader seems to be on top. As soon as the mobile red flag was delivered, the squad leader was like chicken blood, not wanting to stop at all, but rather wanting to keep them riveted to continue charging upwards. Who the hell can stand that? The current situation of Class 1 had exceeded Lin Hui's expectations, definitely not going any higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a day's peace for the rest of the day. Lin Hui's eyes rolled, and he said in his heart, Looks like I'll have to change my mode. Chapter 9. Don't praise me. I just want to be a salted fish. Everyone in the first class continued to fold their quilts. Wang Hai didn't leave, but continued. Everyone's business at hand. Stop for a while. In addition to coming to present your class with a flowing red flag, I also have to focus on praising Comrade Lin Hui of your first class. Lin Hui's heart thumped and his head was full of black lines. He was really afraid of what would come. In the first week of new training, he was in the entire recruit company, in all grades, at the top of the list, and I hope everyone will look up to him. Suda was laughing his ass off. Complimenting Lin Hui is complimenting the first class, and it's an honor for him. This kid, he's so proud of me. Big brother, it's still you, Chen Aro said excitedly. You're my idol. I don't want anything else from now on. I'll look up to you. The others applauded, showing envious gazes. Only Wang Yong's face was ugly. He was indignant. Why should this self-righteous fellow be praised? If he can do it, so can I. Lin Hui was screaming in his heart. Don't praise me. Instructor, I just want to be a salted fish in peace. Isn't this pulling hate on me? No, there has to be a change of plans. Otherwise how can we still hang around? Lin Hui had made up his mind in his heart that starting tomorrow, there had to be a complete change. Had dinner. Suda was called into the company commander's office. Company commander, you wanted to see me? Zhang Jiantao smiled and said, Suda, I have heard. This is only the first week you guys got a mobile red flag back? Suda hemmed and hawed. It's mainly because those boys are competitive. Don't you dare. They're a bunch of new recruits. If you hadn't taught them well, what would they know? Zhang Jiantao took a sip of tea and said, it seems that this time transferring you to lead the new recruits is indeed a good choice. Even the head of the regiment has complimented you, saying that your kid is indeed a piece of good material, and that it would be a waste if you were discharged from the army. Suda was thrilled. The regimental commander's words were a shot in the arm. It looks like the promotion is definitely on the table. Zhang Jiantao went on to say, immediately the first month of the new recruits, then the martial arts assessment days will soon arrive. And you say hello in advance. Give me a good performance in the assessment. With good behavior. That report, I can turn it in early for you. Suda Li's eyebrows flew up. Thank you, company commander. Our first squad will definitely perform well. Always strive for first place. And definitely won't let you down. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the Rapture program would be able to get on track ahead of schedule. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait until the end of the recruiting company at least, but now it seems that it won't be necessary at all. This kid, Lin Hui, is also too competitive and is totally my lucky star. Zhang Jiantao hesitated for a moment and said, there is another thing, the soldier I told you about before. You mean Lin Hui? Yeah, that's the kid. Zhang Jiantao said seriously. I was beginning to think that this kid was a slime that couldn't hold up the wall, but I didn't expect to look away. If you want to bring up a good class and make a difference, you've got to hold on to him first. This guy is a good seed. Through this period of time, he also found out, although Lin Hui was a city soldier who came in through the back door, he didn't have any of the bad habits of a pampered city dweller. Not only does it unite the recruits in the class, but it also provides very good leadership. It was because of him that the first class was able to surpass, and be ahead of, the other classes in all areas in just a few days. This is definitely a good sign. As long as we can keep the momentum going, it's only a matter of time before the first class gets a commendation for their accomplishments. A dozen of these backdoors wouldn't be too many for him. Suda nodded solemnly. Don't worry, company commander. I've noticed that kid as well. He really is a good soldier seedling. I'll think of a way to get him to run forward with the class and make sure he comes back with a first in the recruiting company. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Suda left from the company commander's office. Great mood on the way back. As for how to maximize Lin Hui's role and have him lead the entire squad forward, Suda already had an idea in his mind. At 7:30, the newscast ended. Have a class meeting. Suda gathered everyone together. Lin Hui's heart suddenly thumped as he looked at this guy staring at him with a smirk and an unkind look on his face. That's not true. This guy usually has a bitter look on his face, like someone owes him $1 million. There must be something going on with such a big smile today. Lin Hui, too. Lin Hui hurriedly stood out. Suda pointed at the others and said sternly, take a good look. You're all here together as soldiers. Why is the gap so big? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's take folding the quilt. Wang Yong, look at what you call that quilt you folded. It's bulging like a big loaf of bread. And look at Lin Hui next to you. How good are you? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Damn it. Wang Yong cursed in his heart, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. He knew his quilt folding wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. With so many people in a class, the class leader takes. It didn't matter to him who the class president compared him to. It was just that Lin Hui was the only one who couldn't. Doesn't this guy just know a little bit more because someone in his family was in the military? If he had the same starting line, he would definitely be better than him. Lin Hui suddenly felt a piercing gaze staring at him, causing him to immediately shiver. Seeing that it was Wang Yang who was staring viciously at him, Lin Hui's nose was about to explode with anger. Wang Yang, don't you have a fucking brain? The squad leader said it. Not me. Why are you staring at me? Go stare at him. I didn't mess with you. The corners of Su Da's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible smile as he continued. From today onwards, each and every one of you give me the opportunity to look up to Lin Hui and follow his example. What he does, you do. Yes, everyone else had no problem with it. After all, Lin Hui did know a lot. It's only been a week, and not only did we get a running red flag, but we helped everyone escape punishment. There's nothing wrong with listening to him. Chen Arrow acted like a little fanboy. Big brother, if you don't understand, you teach me more. I'm stupid and slow to learn. Lin Hui smiled on the surface. Fine, no problem. But in his heart, he had begun to scream, because he finally understood what Su Da was trying to do. This guy was trying to set himself up as a typical example and use him to inspire others to move forward. Before he could change his tactics, this guy did it first. The baby is suffering inside, especially looking at Wang Yang's look of wanting to eat someone. It was obvious that this kid had gone to his head. Su Da said seriously, before long, it will be the first month of the recruit's martial arts assessment, in order to enable our first class to get good results in the competition. So I've decided that starting tomorrow, all breaks in drill sessions will be cancelled. And only those who rank first in training will be eligible to take breaks. The rest of you finish your training and all go do push-ups or run. All of them pulled long faces and grumbled. No way, squad leader. That's too inhumane. There's rest for livestock. Su Da said coldly, what are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? If you can't suffer, what kind of soldier do you come to be? Since you're in the army, you have to obey the arrangement and follow the command. How can you protect your country if you don't work hard? That's it. Dismissed. After saying that, Su Da turned around and walked away. On his way out, he even gave Lin Hui a meaningful glance. Lin Hui's entire body was offended. His grandmother. For your honor, you really want to use me as a gun? If I let you get away with this, how am I going to survive? Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and immediately gathered everyone together. Everyone come here. I have something important to say to you. What is it? The crowd immediately gathered around with curiosity. Wang Yang stood still, but his ears unconsciously perked up. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you're up to, kid. Lin Hui said loudly. Listen to me. Tomorrow's training, we can't afford to be as high profile as we were before. We must be as low-key as we can be. Chen Arrow scratched his head. Why? Stupid. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Didn't you hear what the squad leader just said? Except for the first place can rest. Everyone else has to continue training. Who can afford to go on like this? So, as long as we stay on a uniform level and everyone is the same, won't the squad leader be clueless? Yeah, oh, why didn't I think of that? Chen Arrow slapped his head, laughed nervously and said, it has to be you, big brother. Your head is just better than ours. Everyone else nodded, feeling that Lin Hui had a point. In a class of 10, only one gets a break and the other 9 are penalized no matter how this is done. If you want to avoid being penalized, then simply unify the pace. As long as there is no first place, then everyone is first. You have a point. I'll listen to you, Ma Xiaoshan stated. The others nodded. The squad leader has told us to learn from you, so I'm sure we're right to listen to you. Wang Yang laughed coldly, completely disregarding Lin Hui's words. Bro. Lin Hui hurriedly pulled Wang Yang aside. Who is a brother to you? Get out of here. Wang Yang slapped him away and said coldly. A revolutionary comrade in arms is a brother. Lin Hui smiled at this 205. Comrade Wang Yang, for tomorrow's training, you must remember to keep a low profile and never venture out. As usual, you guys do whatever I do. Just keep it pretty much the same as me. Why? I have to listen to whatever you say. You're the class president? Wang Yang said unconvincingly. Lin Hui was serious. The troop is a collective. And just now the squad leader said, let you look up to me. The words of the squad leader are you do not listen to? Do you still want to fight for the honor of the class? Wang Yang laughed coldly and promised perfunctorily. Okay, just do what you say. Good. I'm relieved to have you say that. Lin Hui nodded. But he always felt that Wang Yang's eyes were always a little wrong, as if he was ready to do something. Chapter 10, I really just want to be a salted fish. Why do I have to be number 1 early the next morning? The recruits were as usual. After tidying up the housekeeping and eating breakfast, the morning drill session began. On the playground, Su Da exclaimed, starting today, before the start of the morning drill session, we'll all add a 3-kilometer run for the sole purpose of enhancing your physical fitness. Everyone immediately started whispering, "No way. Training is already exhausting. Why add a 3-kilometer run? Just shoot me. 3 kilometers? It's killing me." Lin Hui didn't say anything because he knew very well. In the Yen Kingdom, running is the foundation of every soldier. Everyone, from generals down to soldiers, must be able to run, a tradition left over from the war years. In the whole world, there is no country whose soldiers can outrun the Yen soldiers. Lin Hui suffered greatly from it. His own father had asked him to 5 kilometers a day, rain or shine, since he was a child. So although this body was originally very thin, it had absolutely no problem running, and could even surpass quite a few veterans. Suda's black face was incomparably serious. "What are you screaming about? Every one of our Yin Kingdom's soldiers can run. This is the most basic physical ability. If you can't run, how can you defend your country? Then there's no need to be a soldier. Go home and be a good boy." Everyone dared not speak at once. Wang Yang muttered in a low voice, "Running so fast? Running for your life when the enemy comes? Anything to do with defending the country? What did you say?" Suda's eyes glared over. Wang Yang was so frightened that he shouted, reporting to the squad leader, "I say you're absolutely right." Suda grunted coldly and continued, "I already said yesterday that from today onwards, except for the first place in training, which can rest, everyone else will have to continue training until they catch up with the first place. Got it?" "Yes," everyone replied breathlessly, and Wang Courage's teeth itched. "It's this asshole again. I'm going to fuck you sooner or later." Lin Hui's heart, however, was bitter, and 10,000 sentences of Mamma Mia pie almost came out of his mouth. "What does that mean? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to classify me as the antithesis of the people, as a typical?" However, Lin Hui scanned the circle and found that other than Wang Yang, a 250, glaring at himself, the others didn't have much of a reaction. He was secretly glad that he was well liked in the class, so Suda's agitation didn't work. Chen Arrow looked at Lin Hui aggrievely. "Big brother, what should I do? I'm sure I won't be able to run first. I don't want to be punished." "Don't worry, I have an idea." Lin Hui coaxed Chen Arrow like a child. "Listen to me later." "Good." Chen Arrow huffed and looked at Lin Hui adoringly. Lin Hui was speechless. This wasn't what he wanted. He suddenly felt that he hadn't come to the army as a soldier. He had clearly come to be a nanny. Suda yelled lowly, "Now start running. Everyone to the right. Turn." All of them immediately turned their heads and ran lifelessly towards the playground. After running out for some distance, Lin Hui then slowed down his pace a little. "Wait, you all lean towards me. As long as we get to the finish line at about the same time, the squad leader will be too embarrassed to penalize us." Ma Xiaoshan immediately chimed in. Okay, this is a good idea. As long as we get to the finish line together, then we'll all be in first place, and none of us will have to be penalized." Chen Arrow was like he had found a savior. "Big brother, I've always admired you. If I were a woman, I'd promise to give my body to you." Lin Hui rolled his eyes in his mind. "If you were a female, I wouldn't want it. Looking like a black garlic into a spirit." The others nodded their heads, as if they had already taken Lin Hui as the leading brother. "Whatever it takes to not get punished. What are you gathering for? To keep warm? Let's run." Suda's yell suddenly came from behind. The crowd hurriedly accelerated their steps, and Lin Hui also urged the crowd once again. "Remember, everyone follow my pace, don't fall behind and fall out." Before the words were finished, a figure rushed out with a whoosh, like an arrow off the string. Lin Hui fixed his eyes and instantly his eyes widened. "Shit, I can't believe it's that son of a bitch Wang Yang. Wang Yang is back." Lin Hui growled lowly, trying to shout him back. Wang Yang turned back and said unconvincingly, "Who am I to listen to you? You guys are too slow. Just like a turtle crawling. I don't want to wait for you. I'll go first." He was indignant in his heart. "Lin Hui, you kid doesn't just know how to fold a quilt. Doesn't someone in your family have been a soldier? What's so hoity-toity about it? I'm here to prove to everyone that I, Wang Yang, am much better than you." Wang Yang cheaply made a face at Lin Hui, then accelerated and left everyone behind. Watching this kid right away, Lin Hui's ears smoked with anger. "Bastard calf. The plan that I managed to formulate with great difficulty was all ruined by you alone. Originally, it was just a matter of everyone keeping a pace and getting to the finish line together." Sude just wanted to get angry, but he couldn't find a reason. Isn't it nice to be happy and be a salted fish together? What's the point of going to all that trouble? But now this kid Wang Yang jumped out to stir things up, and also pulled the distance farther and farther away. By the time the 3 kilometers were over, he was praised for taking the first place, and he and the rest of the people would definitely be punished. And the one who gets penalized the hardest is definitely himself. Lin Hui grew up in the compound, so he knew it very well. If a soldier who usually performed at the top of his game suddenly pulled up short and dropped the ball at a critical moment, the punishment he received would definitely be much more severe than others. Wang Yang, you old six are ruthless. Lin Hui cursed Wang Yang's ancestors in his heart, and the crowd panicked. What to do? That Wang Yang kid ran away first. Are we chasing after him? Big brother, you give to take a note. We are chasing or not to chase in the end what to do? Lin Hui gritted his teeth and said, what else can we do? Definitely don't let him leave us too far behind, or else we'll all be out of luck if he gets easy. Mold, after them, hurry up. Everyone else was also cursing Wang Yang, the old six, in their hearts, but there was nothing to be done but to press forward. Ding, +1 to running ability. Ding, +1 to running ability. After 2 laps, Lin Hui's head rang with 2 beeps. He felt, at once, that his footsteps had become much lighter. By the 3rd lap, he caught up with Wang Yang. You kid, aren't you able to run? Run! Wang Yang's eyes almost didn't glaze over when he saw that Lin Hui had actually caught up with him. When he was in elementary school, he was the school's long-distance running champion, and he came first in the school sports day every year. Later on, he also participated in the county long-distance running competitions and placed well. In the area of running, he considered himself no match for the veterans. Originally, he still wanted to teach Lin Hui to be a good person, so that this self-righteous guy would know what it means to be someone else. But he didn't expect that he would actually be caught up so quickly. Shit, never let him catch up. Wang Yang gritted his teeth and ran forward with all his strength. In a flash, he pulled away from Lin Hui. Lin Hui's face turned green. You big shot. Are you heartless? Why are you running so fast? Can't you wait for everyone and run together? Collectively. We are a collective. Collective your grandma. Whoever falls behind gets punished. The class president made it very clear. Wang Yang turned around and shouted. Besides, I won't run with you. I just want to prove that I was supposed to be better than you. What a damn stubborn ass. Lin Hui cursed bitterly in his heart, but he still had to chase after him when he should. Otherwise let him run the first. A moment of bad luck can be their own. Ding, +1 to running ability. Another cue sounded, and Lin Hui's footsteps became lighter. Without much effort, he caught up with Wang Yang in front of him. In order to piss this kid off, Lin Hui always just stayed a body length away from him. It made him unable to chase after him if he wanted to, so he could only stare and do nothing. It's kind of an eye for an eye. Under the shade of a tree in the distance, Suda saw the scene. Mouth is almost smiling crooked. Yo, began to fight on the force. This is like it. Do not fight not grab when what soldiers are, but it's really unseen. Lin Hui. This kid has really good explosive power. It looks like taking first place is a sure thing. He then looked to the other soldiers in the first class. Although it was much slower than the 2 boys, Wang Yang and Lin Hui, but it was a lot faster than the soldiers in the other classes, and had far exceeded his expectations. Suda was in a good mood. It seems that carrying Lin Hui out as a target still has an effect. The first day it paid off. Not bad, not bad. If things go on like this, it won't be long before the first class grades skyrocket. At that time, not to mention the commendation, another 3rd class merit is more than enough. Soon, Lin Hui was the first to cross the finish line. Wang Yang arrived slightly more than 10 seconds later. He glared viciously at Lin Hui, gasping for air. If I were to do it again, I would never lose. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Underdogs, 10 more times would be the same. Wang Courageous clenched his fists, and the desire to defy defeat in his eyes gradually rose high. Next time, he would definitely surpass Lin Hui. Not long after, the rest of the class came running back up for air and sat down on the floor. Suda, with both hands behind his back, walked over to Lin Hui and patted him. You can rest. Everyone else, all 100 push-ups at the ready. Ma Xiaoshan had a bitter face. Squad leader, we've done our best. Chen Era stretched his tongue out like a dead dog, panting heavily. Squad leader, can you let us take a break? The ordinance says that you have to rest for a few minutes after strenuous exercise. Otherwise you will die suddenly. Remember quite well? Suda glared at him. The ordinance also says, resolutely obey the command of your superiors. Whatever the squad leader says. Everyone, 100 push-ups, get ready immediately. Or 200. I heard it's going to be 200. The crowd was so frightened that they scrambled to their feet and lay on the ground with both hands on their backs. Huffing and puffing, he started doing push-ups. Wang Yang stared at Lin Hui, who was resting next to him, and gritted his teeth. Don't be complacent. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Did this child grow up with a lack of heart? Why does he love to be so serious? Who told you to disobey me? You deserve to be punished. But it's a pain in the ass for the rest of the class. Who are they messing with? From that day on, Wang Yang had stared at Lin Hui like an ingrate. Eat faster than he does. Stand better than him in the military position. Walk in formation to be more aligned than him. no matter what kind of training. All of them had to compete with Lin Hui, just like a pinpoint. But whenever Lin Hui was a little bit lax, he would immediately be overtaken by this kid Wang Yong. Lin Hui was really speechless. He had seen 205, but he had never seen such a stupid one. He had no choice but to press Wang Yong hard, otherwise he would not have a good time. But I didn't realize that the guy was actually getting more and more addicted. Wang Yong is just like Ping too. Seeing Lin Hui is to do it, making Lin Hui suffer. In a flash, a month had passed, and the recruit assessment came as promised. Lin Hui took the first place in the recruit company without exception, thanks to his superb military qualities, and he was treated as a model recruit and praised in a company-wide briefing. And that was even with him purposely restraining his strength. Lin Hui looked at the award and cried without tears. I just want to be a salted fish. I really don't want to be number one. He looked at the side of the face full of defiance Wang Yong, could not help but curse painfully. It is all because of your stupid lack of son of a bitch forced, causing the old man to become stronger and stronger. No, we absolutely can't go on like this, or we'll end up in trouble sooner or later. Chapter 11, Invitation from the 6th Company of the Pointed Blade. Lin Hui. Here. Lin Hui turned his head, and Su De came over smilingly. You will report to the company headquarters immediately. The company commander is looking for you. Lin Hui froze. What does the company commander want with me? Su De glared at him. Do you want the company commander to report to you? Of course it's something good. Hurry up. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. He was already out of the limelight enough right now and pressed for anything good. Hear that? Yes. Squad leader. Orders were orders, and Lin Hui could only go to the company commander's office helplessly. Just as Lin Hui left, Su De turned his head towards the rest of the first class and said, in the first month's recruit assessment, Lin Hui alone is as good as a class of others. He also broke several records, showing off a great face for our first class. Look at people. And look at you. Why don't you know how to learn from them? Now, everyone get down on the floor for 100 push-ups. Chen Eru immediately plopped down on the ground and started doing push-ups with a grunt and a whimper, shouting, learn from him? I want to be like my big brother, and I want to bring glory to the first class. The corner of Wang Yong's mouth twitched. The more he looked at Chen Eru, the more he felt like a mallet. You're so happy to be punished for doing push-ups. Are you out of your mind? And learn from Lin Hui? He's nothing. Learn from me. Lao Tzu also works very hard and is very serious. Wang Yong stared at the direction Lin Hui left and clenched his fists. Lin Hui, you wait for me. Next time I will definitely surpass you. If I can't, I'll definitely surpass you next time too. The more Wang Yong thought about it, the more angry he became, and stifled his anger as he shouted, report. Speak, squad leader. I demand another 100. Su De smiled and said, approved. Others, more to Wang Yong learn to know. Backwardness will have to be beaten themselves on their own extra training on. Wang Yong was on the ground as if his tail had been stepped on, and he struggled to do push-ups, with the vigor of a man who wants to talk his way through the earth. Su De watched from the side with a smile as wide as a flower on his face. He could sort of find out that as soon as Lin Hui was mentioned, this kid Wang Yang would immediately turn into a desperate man and chase after him. These days, not only did Wang Yong's strength progress rapidly, but the boy Lin Hui was also forced to dart forward like a rabbit, with these two boys chasing after each other. The atmosphere of the entire first class was unconsciously driven up, and everyone became more diligent. It's not that they want to do it, it's just that everyone knows it. If they don't try to close the gap, they'll be the ones punished when the time comes. At the same time, there was a howl of misery from the other classes. Lin Hui came to the door of the company commander's office. Knock knock, come in. Lin Hui pushed the door in and saluted toward the two men. Good day, company commander. Good day, instructor. Wang Hai put down the military newspaper and walked around Lin Hui twice. Lin Hui, you kid is really good. Not only did you take the first monthly assessment championship of the recruit company, but you also set a new record for 3 kilometers running. This record, which has been held for 3 years, has not been broken by anyone. You kid is really great. Actually put a big satellite for us. Lin Hui listened with a smile on his skin. How his heart did not feel good. He didn't want to win any championships or break any records at all. He was completely forced to do it himself by that idiot Wang Yong. If he hadn't been staring at the back of his ass and biting it every day like he had rabies, where would the system have triggered over and over again to make him so strong? What happened to the promise of 2 years of boozing and drinking? How long has it been since the first fucking day? Zhang Jiantao coughed and walked to Lin Hui and said awkwardly, I am sorry, Xiao Lin. Lin Hui froze for a moment, almost thinking he had heard wrong. This guy, he's actually saying sorry to me? When he first came to the recruit company, this guy looked at himself in the wrong way, and for such a long time, has been in Su De that old boy, a sing red face, a sing white face. behind the scenes, he was calculating how to get himself out of the way. What kind of expired rat poison is this now? How dare you open your mouth and apologize to yourself? Wang Hai suddenly laughed and broke the awkward atmosphere. Okay, old Zhang. Just say it directly. Being a mother-in-law is not like your character. Zhang Jiantao took a breath and looked solemnly at Lin Hui. Comrade Lin Hui, I do have to seriously apologize to you. When I first came here, because I didn't understand the situation, I was a bit prejudiced against you and had a bad attitude. So I hope you won't take it to heart. The first time I saw you, I really thought you were a wimpy soldier who couldn't hold up a wall, but now I realize that I was wrong. And you're a good soldier. Wang Hai punched him in the chest, smilingly said, this is the right thing to do. Wrong dare to admit. This is our good company commander. Lin Hui's brain was a bit short-circuited at the moment. It's over. Even the company commander has fucking admitted his mistake to me. So, how good must I be? Obviously I'd been very restrained, but I didn't think I'd accidentally play it off. Even Zhang Jiantao, who is a cannonball, began to show goodwill, bowed his head and admitted his mistake, which will not make a big mess in the future. Lin Hui's heart roared wildly. I don't fucking want you to recognize you just treat me as a coward soldier, as a bare soldier on the line. Don't ever be polite with me, but reality is often so cruel, and he's just being treated like the pointy end of the stick right now. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't say anything, Zhang Jiantao thought that he was still sulking, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, Xiao Lin I hope you can understand. I'm just an ordinary soldier. I don't know anything else. I just hope that I can lead every soldier well. You are one of the few good soldiers I have ever seen. I was the one who looked away before, and looked at people through tinted glasses. In the future, he took a deep breath and said seriously, the recruit company is just the beginning. Getting off the company is when you'll really make your mark. At that time you will be assigned to the various regiments of the 602nd. We, the Tiger Regiment, are the 602nd Sharp Knives, with a very long and honorable history. In past battles, we have managed to annihilate 3,462 of the enemy, and won countless battles, and we, the 6th Company of the Sharp Knives, are the sharpest of all the regiment's knives for picking out bones. A good soldier like you. I'll win you over to our company when the time comes to maximize your strength. Wang Hai smiled and poked Lin Hui. Why don't you quickly thank the company commander? The Pointed Sword Company is one that countless people break their heads to get into, but ordinary people don't get this chance. Lin Hui squeezed out a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was mama's boy. Thanks to your grandpa. Who the hell wants to go to Tiger Regiment? Who wants to go to some 6 companies of sharp knives? I'm just a goon soldier. Will you guys forget about me? Zhang Jiantao saw that he was smiling harder than he was crying, and mistakenly thought that he had been overwhelmed by the good news all of a sudden, and that he hadn't slowed down in his excitement. Wang Hai is also on the side of the round. Forget it. The new comrades, a time to react not come over very normal. After all, the Sharp Knife Company, but also means more responsibility and pressure it. He looked at Lin Hui and said bitterly, Xiao Lin, don't feel any pressure. Train well and be busy with whatever you need to be busy with. The company commander just said it in passing. The final result still depends on your test results. If you don't pass, you won't be accepted. Understood. Lin Hui nodded awkwardly. He really can't get any better. In case the recruit company ended and he was really assigned to this sharp company, there would be no good days ahead. But how about not progressing? Lin Hui also struggled. Everyone else was racking their brains about how to get ahead. Only he was racking his brain about how to get behind. If that kid Wang Yang heard this, he would be furious and spit out blood. Zhang Jiantao turned his head. Called you here today. Is these things? Immediately the regiment will give you a commendation, and will call on all classes of recruits, all to learn from you. You cannot be proud. Have to keep up the good work. Yes, company commander. All right, you go on back. Lin Hui saluted and bitterly turned away. It was hard enough to keep a low profile, but now the regiment is handing out a commendation and calling on recruits to learn from him. So he's a target? Doesn't it become harder to keep a low profile? Lin Hui was now trembling. In fact, he was still afraid of his own old man. With his old man's character, if he knew that his bare son had suddenly become so powerful, must have put him on the force forever. I don't want it. Lin Hui cried out. No, I have to fall behind. I want to be the dude. Chapter 12, You're such a retard. Lin Hui left the company headquarters, and his whole body looked like a frosted eggplant. Anyone else would have gotten an invite and hated to let everyone know, but Lin Hui's heart is bitter now. He just wants to be the silent little star in the dark night. It's not much to have him, and it's not a shame to have less kind of thing. It was fine when I arrived. Why is it suddenly like this? How come it's getting more and more high profile when it was running low? If this momentum continues, If you really enter that what's-her-name sharp knife company, you'll definitely be in deep water in the future. Troops are a big sieve. The better you are, the more attention you will get. And with that, the more mission and responsibility you will be given. Lin Hui had heard from his old man since he was a child that there were only two kinds of soldiers. One is to be a monk for a day and ring a bell for a day. Mix it up until you get discharged and go back to get a good job. Then there's the one who loves the troops with all his heart and wants to move up in the world. And the sharpshooter company, that's where the second kind of soldier dreams of going. In the army, to be able to call the word sharp knife is definitely not a joke. This kind of team is a sharp knife to the enemy. To their own people, that is a boning knife. Those who go there, not to die, but also to take off layers of skin. Lin Hui shook his head. A place like a torture chamber. Only a fool would want to go there. Doesn't it smell good to mix peacefully for 2 years and go out as my rich second generation? One thought of the millions of dollars worth of Lamborghini, Ferrarini sports cars left behind by the original owner. The old lady gave herself a beach house, a yacht, a black card with unlimited overdraft, and the infatuated girl who waits for her. Lin Hui's heart just couldn't help but flutter. He raised his head to look up at the sky and couldn't help but lament. Pops, I know you're doing this for my own good, wanting me to hone my skills in the army. But I just want to say that there are too many temptations in the world of flowers, and my son really can't carry it. For the sake of a better life in the future, from now on, I must always keep a low profile in order to do so. It's just a shame that all those plans that were prepared are not going to work. Thinking about this, Lin Hui has a belly full of fire. It's all because of Wang Yang. This stupid fool. If he hadn't stirred things up. This little life now. Don't mention how nourishing it is. Press wouldn't have gotten an invitation to say anything about broken spikes. Who cares about this stuff? But with things as they were, there was nothing else he could do but think of another way. Lin Hui eyes turned. Now a class. In addition to Wang Yang, that stupid lack of. Almost all people listen to me. If they can screw them into a rope, all listen to my command, follow me together with the pendulum. Low profile? That would be simple. Lin Hui had already touched the bottom of the others. The reason for going into the army is to be able to find a job easily after you get out of the army. No one wants to have a hard 2 years. After all, the love of laziness is human nature. Born to love suffering and suffering. That is the anti-human. These people were united with Lin Hui, so he wasn't worried at all. But only Wang Yang, this douchebag, had a different brain circuit than the average person. However, this kid is a stick in the mud, so it would be simple to really try to fool him. As long as he lowers his head and sincerely admits his mistakes, he is not afraid that he won't fall in line. Lin Hui knew that this kid Wang Yang just wanted to be strong and always felt that he had stolen his thunder. So he was bent on surpassing himself and proving it to others. In that case, let's just do what he wants. As long as he softens a little, admits defeat, and lets him have a good time, he won't be taken in hand? When that happens, the first class will be able to happily live the salty life together again. Thinking of countermeasures, Lin Hui was suddenly in a good mood and happily headed for the dormitory. Rise! Lin Hui had just entered the door of the dormitory when he was startled. Su Di yelled, "Salute!" Without waiting for Lin Hui to figure out what was going on, everyone in the class stood up in unison and saluted towards him. Lin Hui was confused. What's going on here? Su Di marched right up to Lin Hui, his eyes glaring at him. Lin Hui, congratulations! Congratulations on getting an invitation to the Tiger Regiment's Sharp Knife Company. That place isn't for ordinary people to go just because they want to. This is not only an honor for new recruits, but a dream for every veteran. Lin Hui man was dumbfounded. I'll go. Good things don't go out the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. He'd obviously just met with the company commander, and word had gotten back to the squad so quickly? You're on a rocket, aren't you? Su Di said solemnly. Do you know what it means to be able to go to the Sharp Dagger Company? It means supreme honor. Even veterans who want to go in will have to fight for their heads, because it's not only strength that must be looked at there, but even more so talent. The Pointed Sword Company is a concentration camp for the strong, and those who can go in are the best of the best. He turned his words around and smiled triumphantly. And I am the class president there. When you go there, welcome to report to our class. Ha ha ha. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth twitched viciously twice. You've been talking about yourself for a long time, haven't you? Besides, who wants to run into you again? I don't want to go to that shitty company, and I don't want to go under your hand anymore, and it's better if I never see it again. Su Di turned back to the others. In the future, Lin Hui will be the role model for all of you. Although you are not as talented as him, and you lack a bit in ability, I always believe that diligence makes up for clumsiness, and the stupid bird flies first. From today on, if any of you can outrun him, during training, breaks don't need to be reported. Anytime, anywhere. Lin Hui was almost ready to curse. Squad leader, Will you shut up? If you want to motivate them, then motivate them. Why do you keep bringing me up? It's too hateful, too disruptive to unity. Sure enough, just as the words fell, a sharp gaze locked itself dead center. Or Wang Yang, the stupid fool. Lin Hui really wanted to go up and give him 2 ear scrapes to wake him up. Such an obvious provocation cannot see. People obviously want to use me to stimulate you. We're exhausted. We're fighting to the death. Benefits, honors, awards, all went to this little black guy Su De. What do we want? Su De coughed and looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you can't be complacent just because you've gained a small achievement. If your grades slip, I'm going to focus on you. Lin Hui smiled and nodded, wanting to sing a song to him. Hear me say thank you. If God gives him another chance, he would have preferred to have had a showdown with the squad leader at the outset, saying that he was a bear of a soldier and not good soldier material at all. But it's too late for that. One wrong step can only be remedied from now on. Enough of what needs to be said. Gather downstairs immediately and continue training. As soon as Su Da's front foot left, everyone immediately surged forward. Lin Hui, you're too good too. I've heard it all. The Tiger Regiment's 6th Company of Sharp Daggers is the most powerful company in our 602. Brother, if you go to the Sharp Knife Company, what should I do? Can I go with you? Half sold, half given away? Chen Eru's eyes turned red as he spoke. He was really afraid that Lin Hui wouldn't want him when he went to the pointed company. Since entering the army, Lin Hui is like a big brother. Not only teach him to fold the quilt, the whole housekeeping, but also take him a piece of integration into a class of this big collective. The first time out of the house, Chen Eru on the outside world do not know. For the rules of the army is not understand anything. If it wasn't for Lin Hui, he guessed that he must now be the one with the worst grades in the recruit company and the worst punishment. The crowd was amused by his appearance. Eru, is that Pointed Blade Company a place you can go just because you want to? The entire recruit company can count on one hand the ones who can be selected to go in. Only Lin Hui has this strength in our class. Lin Hui waved his hand. Low key, it's just an invitation. Besides, I'm not planning to go. Though he was speaking the truth, to others' ears, it became modesty. Ma Xiaoshan instantly worshipped. Brother Hui, can you help open a small stove and teach us more, so that we can follow the progress and advancement? Even if I can't learn 1/2 of you, 1/3 will do? A soldier next to him nodded. Right. Even if we can't go to the Sharp Dagger Company, we won't be assigned to feed pigs, right? The crowd gathered around Lin Hui, heckling and praising. Wang Yong's face was suffocatingly red, and his eyes were as wide as bronze bells. He was already unconvinced by Lin Hui. Now that he had heard that he had gotten an invitation to the Sharpshooter Company, the whole thing became a red-hot gas can. Lin Hui sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, jealousy will make a person's face completely different. We must talk to this kid, or else we may not be able to do anything again. He coughed. All right, hurry down and gather for training. Yes. The crowd immediately packed up and went downstairs. Lin Hui stood in the doorway, waiting for Wang Yang to come over, and gave him a hand. What for? Wang Yang gave him a push away. Lin Hui knew what this guy was like, and didn't bother much, saying with a smile, Comrade Wang Yang, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Wang Yang sneered. Misunderstanding? There is indeed a misunderstanding. He said angrily, you're a genius in the eyes of the squad leader. We're all fucking retarded. And the squad leader tells us to learn from you. I didn't think you were that smart. Lin Hui wasn't happy with him either though, but for the sake of his own peace of mind, he could only put on a smiling face. The class president is the class president. What does he know? Haven't you heard? Our class president has a low level of education. It seems that when he was a child, he didn't study properly. How do I know that our brother Yang is a dragon and phoenix among men, gifted and talented, and the king of soldiers again? Wang Yang glared at him, always on guard. I wonder what the hell this kid is trying to pull. Lin Hui flung out a string of sugar-coated bombs first, and said with a heated smile, Brother Yang, listen to me. That little misunderstanding between us, in fact, it's all intentionally messed up by the class president. I treat you, always respect. In my eyes you are pure man. More pure than too thick. The Terminator 1 is too thick? No, the guy who plays the Terminator is named Arnold Schwarzenegger. Lin Hui corrected in a serious manner. However, that doesn't even matter. These two are both tough guys who are just as comparable to you in my heart. So I propose that let's not have any infighting. How nice to be in harmony. It's a blessing for everyone to live in peace and quiet. Wang Yang laughed coldly. Do you really think I'm stupid? Lin Hui froze, a little embarrassed. Wang Yang's words were sharp. Do you really think I will believe your words and be brainwashed by you? Think I really don't have a brain? One thing in the open. One thing behind my back. You think I don't know you're saying I'm from the city and countryside behind my back? Bah! Still trying to corrupt me with sugar-coated bombs too. Wang Yang spat and said viciously. Just wait for me. I will definitely fight you to the end. I will definitely trample you under my feet. Watching this guy rushing out of the door without looking back, Lin Hui's lungs exploded with anger. Retarded thing. Take you comfortable, take you fly are not willing to. Really take yourself as a tough guy. Chapter 13, Crushing on the physical level downstairs in the dormitory. The first shift team has basically stood up. Lin Hui flew over and stood at the head of the line. Suda glanced at him and nodded, saying nothing. Wang Yang was instantly furious. If anyone else had arrived last, they would have been punished and scolded. How come nothing happened to Lin Hui? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Wang Yang stared at Lin Hui. You're a privileged kid, aren't you? Okay, I'll have to fight over this privilege for you. Let's see what you're still complacent about. Suda shouted toward all of them. Today we're going to learn a new subject. Creeping forward. A smile appeared on the faces of the crowd. They'd been practicing posturing and walking in formation for a long time. It's finally time to learn something different. Chen Eru's eyes are also full of excitement. Prostrate forward? Is not just inside the movie. Heroes bombing bunkers like I saw when I watched TV. Lin Hui laughed. Eru the simpleton. Really think creeping forward is any fun? This was a serious tactical maneuver. Not like those simple formation moves from earlier. Crawling is usually categorized as low crawling, high crawling, and side crawling. Any forward movement requires keeping the torso close to the ground and climbing with the strength of the arms and legs to drive the body forward. It seems simple, but in reality it is very physically demanding. Even seasoned veterans can't do more than a few round trips with a heavy load. If you were a new recruit, even if you were lightly armed, you would be exhausted in 100 meters. What's more, there's a time limit on creeping. You have to reach the finish line within the allotted time and move in a standardized manner in order to pass. It's not just a matter of getting down on the ground and crawling slowly. Lin Hui sighed helplessly. Tactical maneuvers are on, so it looks like there's no good times ahead. When he thought of Wang Yang, that son of a bitch, staring at him dead in the face day and night, he became even more annoyed. Damn, how did this big idiot grow a dog's brain? Suda continued. Below, I will begin to introduce the prostrate forwarding essentials. When creeping forward, the torso must be close to the ground, with the climbing power of the hands and legs, driving the whole body forward. Once the lecture was over, Suda brought everyone to the playground. I won't take you into the wild until we start, but it just rained last night. The ground is wet, and it's not too far from the outside environment. Alright, without further ado, let's start training. All down. The recruits looked at each other. Granted, most of them were from the countryside, but they weren't in the habit of rolling around in the mud. It's not like they're pigs in a pigsty. The guys are still pretty hygienic. Besides, you have to wash your own clothes when they get dirty. What a hassle. Ma Xiaoshan cautiously asked. Squad leader, this floor is too dirty. Can you change to a drier place? I'm afraid I'll get my clothes dirty. Sude glared. A big man afraid of getting dirty? This is training. You think you're playing house. Get down now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yang suddenly slumped to the ground with a thud. Right down there is a puddle. A large splash of muddy water just happened to splash onto the pants of Lin Hui and the others, exasperating a few people who almost cursed. Squad leader, what's next? Wang Yang yelled as he lay motionless on the ground. Lin Hui's eyes widened. Crap, you're rolling nymphets. You're addicted, aren't you? Suda had a satisfied smile on his face and was just about to speak when Lin Hui also plopped down without saying a word, splashing mud and water all over Wang Yang, and his voice was louder than his. Squad leader, how? Suda was so happy that he pointed at the others and said, see, when you say get down, this is what a soldier should look like. You all give me to look up to them. Wang Yang showed his teeth and stared viciously at Lin Hui. Lin Hui didn't show any weakness either and glared right back. Since this guy gave his face, Lin Hui decided to completely conquer this guy physically. I'm a man of the system. You roll you with me? You want to play, don't you? Then I'll play with you to the end and tire you out. Wang Yang gritted his teeth in hatred. Okay, I'm afraid you don't dare. Whoever can't hold out and goes soft first is a fucking grandson. Good grandson. I don't have any New Year's money for you. Lin Hui's sentence almost didn't make Wang Yang spit out a mouthful of blood. Would love to rip this guy's mouth off. Suda looked on with joy. The more these two boys fight, the more fun it's going to be. Watch me do the demonstration first. I'm going to start with a demonstration of low prostration. Watch. After saying that, Suda's body quickly fell forward, and the moment his body was about to touch the ground, both of his hands violently braced themselves. He then crept forward quickly on his hands and knees like a gecko. Even Lin Hui couldn't help but secretly praise, worthy of being out of the sharpshooter company, tactical maneuvers, beautiful and precise. Soon, Su De climbed a round trip. Alright. He stood up from the ground without even frowning. See it all? Pay attention to the gist of the movements I just made. Use your arm and leg strength to drive your body. Don't ever use just one spot. The crowd nodded and reluctantly plopped down on the grass. We will now begin low-profile creep training. Crawl. As soon as Su Da's words fell, Wang Yang immediately leaped out like a big grasshopper. Lin Hui did not show any weakness and immediately rushed out as well. He'd figured out that the guy was a stubborn ass, or a one-track-minded kind. Trying to persuade him is basically impossible. The only way to do that was to crush him on all fronts, to make him realize just how big the gap was between him and himself. The hangman. Only this. Only then will Wang Yang voluntarily give up and not dare to go against himself. Ding. +1 to low prostration. Ding. +1 to low prostration. In one round trip. The prompt sounded twice in Lin Hui's head. His movements became more and more skillful, and he soon overtook Wang Yang and reached the finish line ahead of schedule. Lin Hui looked back and said faintly, I gave you a chance, but you're useless. I can't even catch up even after I slowed down? Or forget it. Just admit you're a wimp. Wang Courage's lungs were about to explode. Don't be cocky. I slipped just now. Or you would have definitely been left behind by me. Come again if you dare. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. He really owed it. In the distance, Su Da's snot bubbles almost came out in joy. He just loved to see these two compete, because that's the only way the two of them will progress faster and the whole class will be driven to get better. The creeper training was over, followed by a 3-kilometer run. Lin Hui simply didn't rest and directly fought with Wang Yang. Ding! +1 to running ability. The system boosted the running ability again, but after overtaking Wang Yang, he didn't rush to pull away. Instead, he always stayed 1 meter from him, just to disgust the kid. Aren't you a capable kid? Come on, come after me? Wang Courageous cursed. Your greatness. Don't be arrogant. I'll catch up with you sooner or later. Lin Hui said bitchily. You'll have to step up your game then. Fine dog. Holy shit. Wang Courage's veins rippled, and he playfully followed the chase. This desperate aura scared Lin Hui, who didn't dare to slow down for a moment and ran faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, the second month's recruit test was over on the day of the grades. Su De cheerfully walked toward the class. Squad leader. Su De turned back, and several squad leaders unexpectedly all gathered around. What's wrong? The fifth squad leader gave a thumbs up from a long way away. Old squad leader. You're too awesome. The second squad leader didn't have a good mood. The old squad leader must be Kawa. Even you were brought out by the old squad leader. Otherwise there would be you now? Yeah. Right. The fifth squad leader nodded his head repeatedly. Old squad leader. Your squad, Lin Hui and Wang Yang, took the first and second place in this examination respectively. Except for that Chinera who is like a log, the whole squad has good grades. First class total. First in the regiment. How the hell did you do that? Yeah. First class. Teach us? The other squad leaders wanted to follow suit and take lessons. Suda's mouth couldn't close in triumph. As long as you work hard and are strict, you can all bring out good soldiers. In the troop, there is never a coward soldier. Only with the right method can you motivate them to move forward. The crowd nodded like they were listening to a wake-up call. The second squad leader slapped his head. Right. I almost forgot the main thing. The company commander is calling you over. Su Da's heart was delighted. The 2-month assessment is all over. The company commander promised him a commendation last time and it didn't come down. So surely it has to come down this time. Without much thought, Su De hurriedly ran towards the company headquarters, knock on the door and walk into the office. Su Da's entire body was walking at a light pace and was full of energy. A smile actually spread across his normally curmudgeonly and serious face. Hello company commander? Hello instructor. Wang Hai put down his pen, turned his head and said cheerfully, it's true that people are happy. Look at this big black piece of wood of ours. It even smiles. Zhang Jiantao laughed out loud, bringing the entire squad to be number 1 in the new corps. If it were me, I'd have to wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Hai walked over. It's still you, Su De. Although not highly educated, you do have a knack for leading soldiers. Su De humbly said. Instructor, company commander, you guys are really overpraising. I'm all looking for you to learn and take lessons from you to get my current achievements. Bullshit. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. Obviously as his own ability is strong. Modest what strength, but also give us a high hat. We use it? He waved his hand. Okay, don't fool around. I'll tell you the good news. Su De immediately became excited. Anticipation was written all over his face. Zhang Jiantao said indifferently, that report, which I handed in a month ago, was originally intended to give you a commendation, but the head of the regiment said to look at it again and wait until after the recruit company was finished. Just now, I phoned in another application for you, and guess what the chief said? Seeing the company commander selling a secret, Suda scratched his heart. Has it been approved? Did the regimental commander agree? Zhang Jiantao said smilingly. The head of the group means that the commendation will not be given in a hurry first, and when the third month's assessment is over, you will be given a third-class merit directly. Suda's entire body went crazy with joy. Third-class merit? That's a direct promotion? Zhang Jiantao nodded. It's definitely possible. You don't have to worry. It's the last month. Give me a good sprint. Don't drop the chain. Yes. Suda saluted excitedly. I will definitely work harder to break the regimental record. Zhang Jiantao and Wang Hai glanced at each other. Ooh, you've got a big mouth, don't you? If you can break the entire regiment's record, by then you won't be a second lieutenant when you're promoted. You might be a lieutenant directly. Suida was happy and couldn't find his way out. Ah, lieutenant. Not a few from their village came out as soldiers, but there's never been anyone who's been such a big official. It would be a real honor to be a lieutenant. Suda secretly made up his mind that when he went back, he must practice extra hard and absolutely not make any mistakes. But he could never have imagined that the reality, always against his wishes. Chapter 14. Lin's father is relieved. A tiger's father does not have a dog's son. Evening. 602 Division Office. Division Commander Lu Qingsong was on the phone. Old Chief, I only just found out that your son actually came to the 602, and he also performed so outstandingly in the recruit company. Truly the father of a tiger has no son. Lin Guangyao said seriously. This kid, indeed a bit of progress, but do not exaggerate. Into the army there is a change is inevitable. When the recruit company is over, you'll place him for me, in the toughest conditions, to sharpen him up. Understood. Lu Qingsong nodded. The 602nd Tiger Regiment, the 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers, is where we have the toughest training and the toughest conditions in the entire division. The company commander of the 6th Company happens to be their current recruit company commander. I'll transfer people directly to it when it's time for the next company. Lin Guangyao nodded slightly. 6th Company of the Tiger Regiment's sharpshooters, and he knows it. In the beginning, during the war years, the enemy was annihilated countless times, but there were also equally heavy losses. At the end of the fight, almost the whole formation was lost. This is an old unit with a truly honorable history. Let him go here to sharpen more. The recruit company is just the beginning. Only after going down to the company can he really shine and show the value of a soldier. LV Qingsong smiled and said, Don't worry, old leader. If Lin Hui can maintain his current level, I'll definitely focus on him after he enters the 6th Company. Try to get him a promotion within a year. Lin Guangyao shook his head. Don't ever relax your management of him just because it's for my sake. You must observe him well and be strict. The army is a place where you need to fight, not go through the motions of human relations. The best of the best. If he can't do it, just tell him to get lost. You hear me? Yes, leader. LV Qingsong's hands shook in fear as he hurriedly replied. The old chief is still the old chief. Still so iron-faced and ruthless with his own son. The phone hung up, and a rare smile appeared on Lin Guanyao's face. My son has only been in the army for 2 months and has changed so much. It would be a lie to say I'm not relieved. Lin Rui sat on the sofa, smiled and asked, Dad, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile so happily. It's about old as 3, isn't it? Lin Guangyao turned his head. This kid has finally lived out his life in the army. I thought he'd be like a piece of slime for the rest of his life. Lin Rui laughed. Little Huey's talent has actually always been good. Very smart, and to be honest, sometimes I think I can't even compare to him. It's just that he didn't find a better way to live before. Lin Guangyao grunted coldly. What reason do people need to find to live? During the war years, so many forefathers sacrificed their lives to fight. What reason did they need? Isn't it about protecting your family from bullies? It's all because they've been spoiled, living in a honeypot since they were young and never suffered. This generation has forgotten how the present good life came about, and only thinks about eating, drinking and having fun all day long. Lin Rui laughed. Dad, words can't be said like that. A generation has a generation's thoughts. Young people haven't experienced the cruelty of that era after all. They were born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, and came out of life in a beautiful environment. But, isn't that what the forefathers wanted? Lin Guangyao jowled slightly. That's a good point. The forefathers threw their heads and spilled their blood so that they could make sure that future generations would never have to go through the pains of war again, and could live their lives well. If they can see modern people, well-fed and not having to be bullied, they should be happy too. He still snorted coldly. But Lin Hui is different from ordinary people. He is a child of the Lin family. We are a military family. From the moment you are born, you will have to take over your father's steel gun, carry his flag, and continue to guard the people. The good life he grew up with came at a price, and now is the time to pay. I just can't stand the sight of stinking this kid, acting like an asshat all day long. That's why I threw him into the army to sharpen his skills. But luckily, he didn't let me down after all. Lin Rui smiled and said, the young generation has its own ideas. Idea? Isn't it good that Xiao Hui went to the army? It must have felt the atmosphere of the army and awakened the bloodline genes of our Lin family's soldiers. Next, he'll definitely get better. I said hello to Lao Er. He's just recently transferred to 602 and will help look after Xiao Hui when the time comes. Lin Guanyao nodded and laughed silently. He himself joined the army as a child and has spent his life serving his country and his people. Sometimes it's so busy that you're not even home for most of the year. It's like you're rooted in the army. Although he is ashamed of his wife and children, he still has no regrets as he watches his country prosper and grow stronger. Lin Guanyao said seriously, as long as this kid Lin Hui can do a good job in the army, I'm just going to give up this old face and beg for him to go to a better place. There was a bang and the kitchen door opened. Zhang Linying walked into the living room with a fruit plate, and casually put the fruit plate to the coffee table, all day long. You know, to plan the future for the children according to your meaning. The oldest one is in the army. The oldest two are also in the army. The oldest one wants to have his own life, can't it? I have the power to do that. And I can let FAI live the life she wants. You're the only one who has a lot of things to do. You old warlord. So what? Mom and Dad, there's still something going on in the army. So I'll leave first. Lin Rui took an orange and hurriedly fled. Mom didn't have the right look on her face, so it looked like a big fight was inevitable. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire, so he'd better hurry up and bolt. When Lin Rui left, Lin Guanyao's old face blushed. Little Hui is my son. He definitely has to follow in his father's footsteps. Besides, what's wrong with going into the army? A good man of the Lin family should join the army. Then he's still my son. Zhang Linying headed to the sofa and huffed. Can't we just let him inherit my industry and learn how to do business properly? Although little Hui likes to fool around, but do you know that I privately handed him 2 businesses? And he did quite well, completely out of my expectation. Cultivate them well. They will definitely be business elites in the future, she said. Who says you have to be in the army to be considered contributing to the country? Doesn't it work in society? Look at all the money the group has earned over the years. Paying taxes, charity, helping the poor, donating just as much, and likewise doing its best to give back to society. Anytime the country needs to contribute money and effort, I'm at the forefront. Lin Guanyao couldn't say a word as he was blocked. He's good at fighting, but not so good at arguing with his wife. He laughed bitterly and said, okay, I can't talk to you. You're right about everything, okay? Zhang Linying rolled her eyes. Less perfunctory there. This time forcing Xiao Hui to become a soldier. I obeyed you. But 2 years later he wants to be discharged from the army. You dare to stop. Continue to force him to stay in the army. I and you divorce nevertheless. Lin Guanyao was full of bitter smiles. What's the point of getting divorced at your age? He agreed perfunctorily. And it took a good deal of persuasion to calm his lover and send the man back to his bedroom to rest. Lin Guanyao stood by the window, looking at the rows of poplar trees outside that were as straight as steel spears, and secretly said in his heart, it's not easy for this kid to get into the army and have a human form, and I'm definitely not going to let him leave so easily. The army is where the soldier belongs, and he needs better training to grow. On second thought, Lin Guanyao walked quickly to the study, closed the door and take a small phone out of the drawer. He purposely went to the door and looked around to make sure he didn't come out of the bedroom, and only then carefully dialed Lu Qingsong's phone. Hey, Lu, let me know when the new recruit test is coming up. I'm coming over to check it out. Lu Qingsong nodded with a smile. Okay, old leader. I'll be sure to notify you in advance. The phone hung up, and a smile appeared on Lin Guanyao's face once again. If you kid can still take first place by then, I'll personally congratulate you. But how could he know that the current Lin Hui didn't want to swing for the fences at all times? It was completely forced forward to become what it is now. However, if he knew Lin Hui's true thoughts, Lin Guanyao would probably be angry and vomit blood. Chapter 15 I concede. Please don't compare. The training ground was full of people. Su Da's gaze swept over the faces of the first class, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Lin Hui's heart immediately tightened. It's not right. What's this guy Candy up to again? Su Da said seriously. In less than a month's time, you'll be discharged from the company. The recruit company is merely a warm-up, and when you get off the company, that's where your real start will be. If you want to go to a good company, you have to hustle, and hustle. So for the rest of the time, you absolutely must not be careless. Lin Hui couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. The first class total is now number 1 in the new corps. Isn't that enough? Is it hard to drag them into an all-army competition? It's true that the human heart is not enough to swallow the snake. You want to make a merit performance yourself, But you can't treat us like animals and keep whisking us away. Thinking of livestock, Lin Hui unconsciously glanced at Wang Yang next to him. This guy is fighting himself day and night. Isn't he a stubborn ass? As if he expected Lin Hui to turn his head, Wang Yang was also staring at him dead on, sparks erupting from his eyes. Humph! Wang Yang turned his head in defiance. Lin Hui Hart also could not help but curse a retard. Still crazy? Still crazy? I have been abused into what kind of? Why not a little bit of pussy? These days of training, Wang Yang had to be abused by him from morning to night every day. Running isn't as fast as he is. Tactical maneuvers aren't as standard as his. Even the speed of eating has to be thrown off by 2 blocks. But instead of admitting defeat, this guy got more and more abusive. Every time after losing Wang Yang are ghosts howling screaming, and from time to time also take the head hit the wall and hit the tree, but venting a pass. Actually nothing happened. Then and their own fight. Lin Hui wondered if this kid had some kind of masochistic tendencies. He sighed helplessly. The approach isn't working. This kid has obviously been abused to the point of being a dog. How come he still doesn't give up and keeps thinking of surpassing me? Is he brain dead? Or just plain clueless? No, we have to do it differently. This isn't going to work. Su De continued. For the sake of the next general assessment, I've decided to take the next training and kick it up a notch. During this period, all of you will continue to take Lin Hui as a role model and look toward him. If anyone can surpass him, the rest time will be doubled. And if you can't surpass him, the punishment will be doubled as well. Everyone's faces were instantly hard to see. It's over. It's over. This time it's over. How can we possibly surpass Lin Hui? People, what brain? What brain? Chen Eru's tears came down. The original punishment was hard enough, but it has to be doubled. Big brother, I don't want to live anymore. Lin Hui's ears were getting calloused. Stop howling. If you don't want to be punished, practice hard. You might be able to surpass me someday. Really? Chen Eru's eyes lit up. Big brother, you didn't lie to me. Lin Hui nodded. Of course not. He thought to himself, the next life to work hard, cast a good birth. This life let's forget it. I have a system in the. Wang Courage's body was on fire. Why was he always using Lin Hui as a benchmark? Can't live without him? He glared hard at Lin Hui with anger in his eyes. Feeling this piercing gaze, Lin Hui was speechless for a while. What the fuck are you always glaring at me for? It's obviously Su De. This old kid, who is looking for trouble. So stare at him. Looking at the two pinpointing each other, Su De's mouth smiled badly. The fireworks? Scratch that. He shouted. Here begins the 6-kilometer run. Everyone to the right. Turn. All of them ran towards the playground all lifelessly. Wang Yang bore the brunt. Like a wild horse out of control. Again. Lin Hui was speechless. And in 3 or 2 steps, he shook off the crowd and chased after them. Wang Yang's face turned red with anxiety when he saw Lin Hui catching up so quickly. But even when he used all his strength, he couldn't shake off Lin Hui. Instead, it's only run half. Was only half a lap in when he was easily passed. Lin Hui turned around and looked at him with a teasing face. Wang Yang, are you a donkey? Why are you so stubborn? I've told you that you can't win against me, but you just won't listen to me? Brother, this talent here. No way. Talent, you know? Wang Yang's lungs were about to explode. Fuck you. He charged forward with his head down bellowing. Spittle falling everywhere. Like a mad old bull. Lin Hui shook his head. This kid, he's also too honest. Ding. +1 to running ability. A beep sounded in his ears, and Lin Hui increased his speed, quickly overtaking Wang Yang again. Wang Yang, who was overtaken again, had despair in his eyes. Son of a bitch, did this kid grow up eating Scud rockets? How can he run so fast? The flag-raising platform in the distance. Regimental Commander Zhou Zhongyi smiled with satisfaction behind both hands. Zhang Jiantao said respectfully, Chief, if there's any situation, I'll just report it to you. Why are you still making a personal trip? Zhou Zhongyi smiled and waved his hand. He came here on orders from the division commander. I didn't realize that there was a windfall. I haven't seen you for a while, but Lin Hui is improving fast. I've heard news of him from time to time at the regimental headquarters. You can do it, Zhang. You're quite good at leading soldiers. Zhang Jiantao laughed. Chief, you flatter me. It's mainly because these boys are excellent in their own right. At first he looked away too. Thought Lin Hui was a pussy soldier who couldn't hold up the wall. I didn't realize that after 2 months in the recruit company, not only did he shine, but he even dabbled in his own light. Zhou Zhongyi looked at him. There's less than a month left. It's the recruit test, so don't take it lightly. Zhang Jiantao said seriously. Please rest assured, Chief, that the first class will definitely shine and get the best results in this examination. With Su De around, these soldiers will only get better and better. There won't be any hint of laxity. Zhou Zhongyi nodded. With your words, I'm relieved. This time, The assessment is different from the past. The division commander and brigade commander will come over to watch, so there must be no mistakes. The division commander is coming too? Zhang Jiantao's eyes instantly lit up. In all the years he'd been leading recruits, he'd never encountered one where the division commander came to observe the test. Zhou Zhangyi patted him. Behave yourself. If you do well, you and I will have a bright face when the time comes. Yes, Zhang Jiantao saluted excitedly. It seemed that this time, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not only for Su De, but also for himself. As long as he performed well, maybe he could be promoted early too. Soon, all of them ran all 6 kilometers. Lin Hui was first without exception. Su De walked over and shouted, 500 push-ups for everyone except Lin Hui. What? 500? All of them cried out with bitter faces. My dear mother. Squad leader. You still want our lives. Stop nagging and do it. Su De let out a yell, and everyone all got down in tears. Wang Yong's entire body was about to collapse, and both of his arms were constantly trembling. Lin Hui looked at Wang Yong's miserable appearance and sneered. Serves you right. Tired you to death. Just in time to use the restroom. He clapped his hands together and stood up, going straight to the bathroom. When he had just come out after going to the toilet, a figure suddenly rushed out, startling Lin Hui. Crap. What the fuck? He fixed his eyes on Wang Yong in front of him, who was covered in sweat, as if he had been fished out of a water tank. Lin Hui gave him a blank look. Yo, isn't this our little bully Yong? Hurry up and go wash up. Let's compete later? He was just about to leave when his arm was pulled by Wang Yong. What for? Want to fight? Lin Hui glared. If you want to fight, don't do it here. There's too many people. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want to be dragged into a mistake by you. Wang Yong cried and mourned, poofed down on his knees. Brother, I'm wrong. Before it was all because I had eyes and didn't recognize Ente. Tai, please, forgive me. Don't fucking compare again. Compare. Again, people are going to lose. Lin Hui froze for a moment and suddenly laughed out loud. Your kid finally can't carry it. Chapter 16, all together. Collectively swinging for the fences, Wang Yong, with a snotty nose and tears, clutched Lin Hui's hand and wouldn't let go. Brother Hui, I already know how powerful you are. I won't be able to catch up with you in this life. You're a bull with lightning all the way. Let's not compare. I'm completely convinced of you. That beauty in Lin Hui's heart. Happiness comes too suddenly. He'd been annoyed by the kid for a long time. He smiled and said, Are you sure? It was all agreed last time. Whoever gives in, who? I'm your grandson. From now on you'll be my grandfather. Grandpa Hui, Wang Yong said impatiently. The corner of Lin Hui's eyes twitched. Why did this title sound so awkward? But it's really surprising that this kid can concede. He patted Wang Yong's arm. Your kid finally got the hang of it. You're the only one in the class who's against me. Do you know how much I've suffered and how much I've been tortured these days? It would have been comfortable. It's you stupid lack of. Make me every day like a war. Never had a good day. Who is not Wang Yong heart aggrieved, nothing to say. Before is my wrong. I shouldn't show off. Always fight with you. I really can't compete anymore. After 500 push-ups, my life is almost gone. This kind of day, I really can't stand it for one day. In fact, I just want to mix for 2 years. Go home so that I can assign a job. I really don't want to compare with you Who let you usually so arrogant? So radiant. Lin Hui laughed. Okay, the past is not mentioned. In the future we are in harmony. Who do not take it seriously. We are comfortable and quite good. Or else we'll snipe at each other. And that old boy Su De will gain. Wang Yong nodded. And the two of them returned to the playground one after the other. It was getting late. Another round of training is over. Lin Hui sat and rested while all the others took their punishment. Su De 2 hands behind the back, bored face in front of the crowd walking around. Our father born and mother raised. Our 2 shoulders to carry a head. How do you compare to others? Lin Hui so much worse. All of you practice hard and rest when you can reach his level. Lin Hui had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was a mom. He had already heard from the other classes that the squad leader was trying to get a promotion on them. If the old boy had been nicer to everyone in general, and put his heart in the right place, maybe he would have cooperated. But just a single-minded attempt to use Class 1 as a springboard for his promotion, that Lin Hui would not agree to. 9 o'clock at night. Finished the extra practice and returned to the dorm. All of them were all lifeless and paralyzed on the floor, not even having the strength to shuffle around. When will this day end? Hurry up and get off the company. It's too hard. I used to think other classes were miserable, but now I dream of going to another class. At least I don't have to suffer every day like I do now. We're new recruits. He's practicing on us like we're veterans. No, veterans aren't as hard as we are. Everyone all looked at Wang Yong intentionally or unintentionally, with complaints in their eyes. Wang Yong's eyes glared. Don't you guys look at me I've already admitted my mistake and apologized to Lin Hui today, and will never compare from now on. Really? Everyone's eyes all lit up. These days, thanks to the blessing of this son of a bitch Wang Yang, they are suffering a lot. Training that was just a matter of muddling through became as much of a battlefield as it was a daily battle. Ma Xiaoshan climbed up from the bed. My dear mother you finally got the hang of it. San Tian na. The earth In the future we finally don't have to live a hard life. Chen Eru also complained. You don't even know. It doesn't matter that you're chasing after we, but you've caused us a lot of pain. Especially me. Look at me. My face is almost devoid of meat. Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. It's okay. There are still 2 packs of instant noodles and 3 ham sausages in my cabinet, so I'll take them back to you to make up for it. He looked to make a wink towards Lin Hui. Lin Hui, what do you say after that? You have a lot of ideas? Lin Fai stuck his head out toward the hallway, confirming that the squad leader hadn't come. He then beckoned for the crowd to gather around. Do you know why the squad leader is so hard on us? Like an enemy? The crowd shook their heads. I don't know. Lin Hui whispered. Because he wants us to get first place in the entire regiment in the assessment. That way he can get a 3rd-class merit award from above and be smoothly promoted. Dry. Wang Yang pounded his fist on the bedboard. Son of a bitch. No wonder we are not people. To the death of the practice, but also every day to urge the 2 of us to fight. So there are benefits or else. Lin Hui bristled. No profit. If it wasn't for the sake of promotion, how could he be so hard on the new recruits? The intensity of our training now has far exceeded the normal standards of recruit training. Even more than the veterans, who run 5 kilometers. We are 6. The others were angry and cursed. This guy is also too shady. With his thick eyebrows. I thought he was some kind of good guy. The hardest part of the new regiment is our class. And it's only going to get harder next for his reward. Lin Hui. What do we do now? I don't want to be tortured and wasted? Lin Hui stroked his chin and said with a smile. Simple. As long as from tomorrow onwards, we'll do everything the same as usual. As long as we no longer compare ourselves to each other. Whether it's running, climbing tactics, or any other training, all of them look like Yu Chao Chao. Me? Yu Chao Chao pointed at himself and almost thought he had heard wrong. He was second to last in his class, just a little better than Chen Eru. Lin Hui smiled and said, look up to you. Everyone's day. It will be much easier. Ma Xiaoshan was the first to respond. Right. Lin Hui is right. Let's look up to Comrade Yu Chao Chao. This way everyone can relax. Yu Chao Chao, don't overplay your hand. Just keep it like this. It's fine. Yu Chao Chao scratched his head. I just want to, but my strength doesn't allow it. Lin Hui smiled and said, as long as we are of one mind and maintain the same level, even if our grades slip, the class president can't do anything about it. The law is not to blame. If he dares to inflict corporal punishment for no reason, then we'll jointly respond to the company commander. Ma Xiaoshan asked, will the company commander favor him? I've heard that the squad leader seems to have been brought up by the company commander. Lin Hui thought for a moment and said, although Yu Chao Chao's strength is behind in our class, he's still quite a bit more powerful than the average recruit. Using this as a baseline, our class will be at least middle of the pack. Not too bad. The company commander just couldn't find an opportunity to take sides if he wanted to. The crowd nodded, and Chen Eru grimaced. Big brother, what should I do then? The others immediately noticed the new problem as well. What about Chen Eru? His level, however, is the worst in the class. If everyone stayed at one level and let Chen Eru fall behind, he would definitely have to be punished to death by the furious Suda. Big brother, save me. I don't want to get my ass kicked by the squad leader. As he spoke, Chen Eru burst into snot and tears. Lin Hui was also speechless. When he first arrived, he didn't know Chen Eru well. Whatever, it's none of your business. But through this time together, they ate from the same pot and slept in the same dormitory, and had long ago established a deep friendship. And this kid, although silly, but sweet mouth, big brother long big brother short, he also helped himself to washing dishes and socks, just like a little follower. If he didn't care about him, Lin Hui himself couldn't bear it. With a twinkle in his eye, he had an idea. Eru, don't worry, I have an idea. What way? Chen Eru was filled with excitement. Lin Hui smiled. In the army, soldiers with strong military qualities will get preferential treatment, but soldiers who know what they're doing, their treatment won't be bad either. As long as the relationship is good, the squad leader definitely won't find trouble with you. Why can't I understand? Chen Eru was confused. Lin Hui hooked his finger and whispered in his ear. Chen Eru's whole body jumped up happily. I have no problem. The best thing I can do is work. Thank you, big brother. You are really my living god. Lin Hui looked at the others. The general direction is all there. From tomorrow onwards, let's pose together. We're going to live our lives honestly. As soldiers, the most important thing is to be happy and comfortable. Understood. The group smiled and nodded. They all want to be able to hang out in peace for 2 years. When you go back, you can be assigned a job or make it easier to get a daughter-in-law. It's natural to not want to suffer more when you can be comfortable. Lin Hui looked at a class finally screwed together. Eyes full of hope. Lousy this time can finally make a good living. Outside the flowery world. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 17 Let you wash your socks and you wash all your clothes? The next morning, Class 1 is running in the playground. There were occasional squints and smiles from the team. Ma Xiaoshan said beautifully. According to this speed run more comfortable. Not at all tired. Before really head burned confused. So desperately why? Wang Yang said remorsefully. AI. In the past, it was all because of my brain, causing everyone to suffer. Just so you know. The crowd rolled their eyes. But it was nice of him to come to his senses. At least, no one will have to suffer in the future. Come on. What's all this huddling for? To lay eggs? Who told you to run side by side? Hurry up. In the distance, Suda's furious voice came, but the crowd acted as if they hadn't heard and continued on their way. Furious, Suda couldn't rush over and give 2 kicks to one person. It's the first time this has happened in training so far. It's not slow, but it's really far from past training. Suda frowned. These boys, what the hell kind of tricks are they playing? Soon, the crowd finished their run back to the finish line. Suda walked over quickly and asked angrily, what are you doing? Running or walking? He pointed at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, what's wrong with you kid today? How come you're running slower than a snail? Didn't eat breakfast? Ha? Lin Hui covered his stomach and pretended to be weak. This period of training is just too hard. It's already beyond my body's tolerance. You don't realize that my ribs hurt when I just move, so I can only run so fast. Suda was dumbfounded with anger, and pointed at Wang Yang and asked, what about you? You won't also be physically unable to cope with it, and your ribs hurt when you run, right? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. Squad leader, didn't you say that you wanted me to follow his example? As fast as he runs, then I have to run as fast as I can to keep up with him. Suda's mouthful of blood almost didn't spurt out. What kind of comprehension skills do you have? I asked you to follow his example, to learn from the good side and strive to surpass it soon. Didn't let you learn from the good ones and the bad ones too. Wang Yang righteously said. That won't do. Take him as a role model. That is, you have to learn in all aspects, otherwise it's just beyond that. You have to be caught up. Looking at the crowd that was stifling their laughter, Suda's eyes spewed fire. He could kind of see that this group of people were simply colluding. On purpose. This is an attempt to blatantly antagonize and sing against himself. But even knowing that, Suda couldn't come up with a solution for the time being. Even if the first class intentionally dropped the chain, the overall speed was quite a bit faster than the other classes, and there was no reason to penalize them at all. Suda was immediately furious, but if we let them go on like this, when the new recruits are tested, what's going to happen? He swept his gaze over the crowd and finally landed on the faint-hearted Chen Eru. Frightened, Chen Eru's sweaty hairs exploded, and he kept chanting in his heart, don't punish me, don't punish me, don't ever punish me. Chen Eru, here, Suda said angrily, why are you the last to arrive again? Those 2 legs of yours, are they for show? They're running so slowly, you can't even catch up? 300 push-ups at the ready. Yes, Chen Eru bitterly, aggressively lying on the ground, began to do push-ups. Suda pointed at the others and shouted angrily, everyone else, go run another 5 kilometers for me. All of them immediately turned their heads with smiles on their faces and ran towards the playground. At the rate they're going, running up and down is not tiring at all. Not to mention 1 5 kilometer, but even a few more, there is absolutely no problem. Lin Hui, it's still you who's great. The squad leader knows we're slacking off and can't do a thing about it. Several recruits said cheerfully. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Dao is 1 foot taller. The devil is 10 feet taller. Wanting to get yourself a third-class merit by squeezing us. There's no door. We are now turning over the serfs to sing. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Even Wang Yang felt that what Lin Hui said made too much sense. Damn, if I could have gotten the hang of it sooner, wouldn't I have suffered less? What's the point of fighting him for first place? It's really a dead giveaway. Suda watched from afar, his lungs about to explode with anger. These little bastards are trying to rebel. No, I must. One has to think of ways to force them to run forward and squeeze all the potential out of them. The day's training ended quickly, led by Lin Hui. Whether it's physical training, tactics, bomb throwing, they definitely don't use an extra effort whenever they can be lazy. It almost didn't give Suda the chance to spit out blood. Late afternoon, Suda finished his dinner and hurried out of the cafeteria. These boys were soft and hard, and there was nothing he could do about it. One can only hope that you, the instructor, will come up with a good solution to the situation. Meanwhile, the first class returned to the dormitory after eating. Just after entering the house, Chen Aro immediately rushed to Su-da's locker. It was only when I opened the cabinet that a sour odor hit my nose. He pinched his nose and looked back in disgust. Big brother, do you really have to do this? Lin Hui faintly said. Definitely have to do it. You're dragging your feet in every aspect right now. You can only start from this aspect if you don't want to be penalized. As the saying goes, the stupid bird flies first. You have to let the class president see your attitude. Wang Yang nodded. Brother Hui is right. You don't mind. It's just washing socks and underwear. What's that? As long as you wash well and cleanly. Does Su-de still have the nerve to punish you? Chen Aro nodded heavily. Okay, I'll listen to you guys. He picked up the stinky socks and dirty clothes in the closet and ran out immediately. As soon as the people left, the crowd all looked at Lin Hui, full of questions. Lin Hui shrugged. What are you guys looking at me for? I'm seriously giving him an idea. This move is called besieging Wei to save Zhao. The others didn't say much. The relationship in this class is the best between Chen Aro and Lin Hui. Bunk beds again. Lin Hui pitted as no one would not pit him. In the office, Wang Hai sighed. Su-de, you're a veteran, and your experience in leading soldiers is really good, but this time you've used the wrong method. Using the wrong method? Su-de wondered. Wang Hai nodded. Tell me, from the first month of the recruit company, how did you lead the soldiers? Constant high pressure. One month is tougher than the other. It's just writing. You've got to let the horse breathe and feed it some grass. You so consistently high pressure lead soldiers. Even the best soldiers have to have complaints. Even the best class A also have to be brought to waste. Su-de was filled with surprise. Pressure doesn't even realize that such a situation. But on second thought, the instructor had a point. Ever since he became first class president, he seems to have been cracking the whip and rushing into things. No wonder there is resentment and rebellion. Su-de was anxious. Instructor, then what should I do now? Wang Hai thought for a moment and said, the most important thing you should do now is not to think about how to train and improve your performance, but to find a chance to ease your relationship with them. All hearts are made of flesh, and they were all the usual babies in the family until 2 months ago. As long as you can empathize with them, I'm sure that they'll understand you. 2. Su-de nodded. You have a point. I'll try as you say. They're doing this because they just want a rest, so I'll give them a break. As long as they can exert their strength normally during the examination and get the rankings, it's fine. Back on the road, Su-de was a little hesitant in his mind. After so many years of leading the army, he had always been strict and disciplined. Whether you are bringing in new recruits or veterans, they are all treated equally. Never tried it yet. Easing into a negotiation with a soldier under his hand, Su-de believed in his bones that soldiers should obey orders unconditionally. Not to mention this kind of intensity of training, even if it is 10 times stronger. You have to stay up and obey orders and follow directions. Su-de sighed in his heart. Times have changed. People are different. In order to be able to successfully get the third-class merit, to promote the cadre to stay in the army, it seems that you can only serve a soft. But he had just returned to his dormitory when he was suddenly startled by the situation before him. 7 or 8 pairs of underwear and socks, hung in a circle around his bed like a flag. 3 pairs of shoes, also washed and clean, leaned against the corner. Squad leader, how do you think I washed it? Is it clean? Outside the window, Chen Aro pulled open the window slit and asked with a smile. The corner of Su-de's mouth fiercely out twitching twice. Loudly cursed, who the hell let you wash all my clothes? The next few days, what do you let my old man wear? Chapter 18, Su-de confesses. Su-de's eyes glazed over. Chen Aro's scalp instantly went numb and he looked at Lin Hui for help. Squad leader, don't be angry. Aro means well. Lin Hui was quick on his feet and rushed over to relieve himself. He knows he can't do it, so he wants to do more for you. Chen Aro immediately nodded his head. Right. Class president, you usually work so hard. I just want to do something to share a little. For the class president. He hurriedly said what Lin Hui had taught him. In his head, Su-de was furious. You're helping me share? With all the clothes being washed, what am I going to wear tomorrow and the day after? My bare ass? This pair of shoes on my feet have been worn for 7 days in a row. If you want to wash it, also wait for me to change down and then wash it off. Give me 2 pairs of clean wash for what? Chen Aro scratched his head. What? I see the shoes put there are accumulated dust. Thought it was dirty, so I simply washed them together. Lin Hui rolled his eyes breathlessly. What a pig's brain. Let you wash dirty clothes? You wash clean ones too. If it wasn't for the fact that the kid Aro was honest and acted like a little follower, he wouldn't have bothered. Lin Hui made a roundup. Squad leader, Aro is doing bad things with good intentions. You know that this kid has a bad head, so don't be general with him. Wang Yang followed and said, yes, Squad leader. Era just sees that you are working hard and wants to help you share the burden. So don't blame him. Suda was just about to get angry when he suddenly remembered what the instructor had just said. It's important to ease up with everyone and never fall out. These boys were clearly showing themselves favor, and it might backfire if they were punished. How could he know that Lin Hui and his gang had already made up their minds to swing with him? Suda secretly said in his heart, anyway, the recruit company is almost over. Not in these boys' general understanding. As long as the examination does not fall off the chain at that time. He exhaled and squeezed out a smile. Alright, I was wrong about you. It's rare that you have this heart. Chen Arrow instantly got excited. Class president. Then I will give you all the clothes tomorrow all washed. I see you still have some old in the closet. Suda was shocked. Those are clean. No washing. Lin Hui smiled bitterly in embarrassment. Arrow is a hopeless kid. Come on over here and gather up for a class meeting. Suda shouted. And all of them ran over with their matzahs. When they sat down, everyone was apprehensive. Suda hadn't settled the score with them yet for what happened during the day. According to the old pissing match, I'm sure I'll have to scold them later. But a minute passed and Suda still didn't say anything. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They all felt that this was the calm before the storm. And one of them became more nervous instead. But they didn't realize that Suda was also having a strong mental struggle in his heart. The instructor said it lightly. He had been a soldier for so many years. He had never been soft with the people under his hand and lowered his head. His code for leading soldiers is strict and ruthless. Even if some of the soldiers he had led had become squad leaders and platoon leaders, they would still be terrified to see him now. So Suda was really a bit unable to pull this face. He can only meditate in his heart, tolerate a moment of calm, take a step back to the sea and the sky. This is the last chance. In order to raise the cadre to stay in the team, spell it out. Suda squeezed out a stiff smile. There's no theme for today's class meeting. It's just a random chatter, so don't be nervous. A while ago, our training volume, indeed, was that much bigger than the other classes? The crowd looked unimpressed. Is that a little big for you? It's obviously several times bigger. Suda went on to say, I know that you guys have suffered a lot during this time, and you're definitely complaining about me in private, but I'm also doing this for your own good. Come to the army, is to suffer. Don't want to suffer still what to be a soldier. Might as well go home. He took a deep breath. However, prolonged high-intensity training is indeed overwhelming. So next, let's all take a step back individually. And don't be resistant. You'll still be training as normal. And I'll lighten up some of the workouts so you can recover and get back on your feet. As long as you guys can stay on track and don't drop the ball for me on the recruit test, I can make you guys comfortable in the meantime. Everyone all smiled and looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui was right. As long as they stick together, they're sure to win. The guys don't have to be salty lying flat. As long as the training volume can be cut back a little and they don't work so hard. Suda put a group of people expression in the eyes. The heart wrath, this gang of brats. Really all collusion. The leader is Lin Hui. He looked at Lin Hui. I've given an attitude on my side. So you guys make a stand too, okay? Squad leader is so compassionate to us. We naturally have to do a good job. And we definitely won't drop the ball on the recruit test. Lin Hui responded with a smile. Anyway, as long as he passed the test, he wasn't exactly lying to Suda. The others also chimed in. Right. We still have to fight for the honor of the first class. NBSP, Suda smiled. Alright, the class meeting will open here. You first go to wash up. The night is also not additional training. Everyone rest well. Recuperate. Long live the squad leader. The crowd shouted a few times, grabbed basins and toiletries, and ran out happily. Suda gritted his teeth and stood up. His heart is not flat, these little brats are simply itchy. Actually dare to blackmail Lao Zi. It is best not to have someone assigned to the 6th company, or Lao Zi whole death you. Small poplar. Standing on a high hill la 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 la. By the pool, a group of people hooked up, singing and wiggling their asses with glee. Wang Yun, with a toothbrush in his mouth, said excitedly, this time it's thanks to Brother Hui. If he didn't come up with this trick, Suda, that old boy, where would he bow to us? From now on, we don't have to live a hard life. The crowd all rolled their eyes. It was all your fault before. But this kid did change fast. He used to be the villain, specializing in singing against Lin Hui. Now he has become a big licking dog. And every day FAI is long and FAI is short. Wang Yang dejectedly tilted his head, not caring in the slightest what others thought. It's a little life. Who's comfortable? Anyway, he never wanted to compare himself with Lin Hui again. It was simply not a human life. Lin Hui reminded. Guys, don't take it lightly. The squad leader gave us a reduction, but we still can't pull our hips too much on the training. Otherwise we definitely won't be spared. The crowd nodded. They know very well what Suda's temperament is. Today is all about superficial pretenses and everyone taking a step back. But if the step back is too big and pushes the old boy, he'll have to bite. Lin Hui went on to say, during this time, you guys stay consistent with me, and when it comes to the recruit assessment, you guys mustn't drop the ball. The final score is directly related to what kind of company you'll be assigned to. Everyone comes into the force with their own ideas. He absolutely could not drag others down because of himself. Besides, 3 months into the recruit company, everyone was getting along well, and he couldn't afford to hold up the others from moving forward. Someone suddenly spoke up. Brother Hui, what kind of company do you want to go to? Why don't we go to the 6th company together? I heard that it's a paradise for sharp soldiers. Lin Hui shook his head. You can just go yourself. I don't want to go. For what? A paradise for sharpshooters no less. But a hell all the same. Lin Hui said seriously, do you know how hard it is to go there and train? More than 10 times harder than we are now. And losing skin and flesh is a common thing. If you are not fully prepared, it is better to dismiss the idea. Is it that scary? Everyone was all startled. Even Wang Yong's face changed. Lin Hui nodded. Of course, just now the squad leader also said that coming to the army is all about suffering. And if you want to be a top student, you have to give more and work harder. He sighed. It's nice to stay in the army, but I still prefer to be out there. I just want to have 2 years of peace and quiet. I don't want to be a pointy end of anything. But you'd better start on your own merits. And don't follow my example. I'm not much of a role model on that score. Besides, I don't want to hold you guys back from a great career. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and laughed. Brother Hui, then we want to go together. I came to be a soldier just to go back and find a job. My family has found a relationship. When I get discharged from the army to go back directly to the electronics factory to report. The salary of 15,000. Double rest. There are subsidies. Chen Arrow was a little lost. Actually, I quite want to go to the 6th company. Nerd, you're the only one going to company 6? Wang Yang slapped him on the head. Chen Arrow said aggrieved. What? Can't you still have a little dream? But, I know that I have a stupid brain and am not the material to be a soldier. So, FAI, wherever you go I'll go. Just in time for us to be discharged together. The others looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Some people are in the military to facilitate getting a job after discharge. Some people are looking for a daughter-in-law. There are others who want to be in the army and make a name for themselves. As for Lin Hui, it was just to be comfortable and not suffer for the rest of the time and to fulfill the 2-year agreement between him and his old man. But in the 2 months after joining the camp, we ate and slept together and became as close as family. The thought that in half a month, everyone would have to go their separate ways. In everyone's heart, there was more than a hint of reluctance. No way. Lin Hui shook his head. He absolutely could not be swayed by such thoughts. Outside is the world of Flower's charming eyes. A group of big men. How to compare with the beautiful cars, sports cars and yachts? He smiled and said, your futures are in your own hands. But still, these days, we should train. We still have to train honestly. At least don't piss Sude off. This old boy has a really good attitude today. We can't get too carried away. The crowd nodded. You're right. We'll listen to you. Chapter 19, Report. I want to go pig farming training a few days after that. Everyone followed what Lin Hui said, and they were all very serious. However, this level was still quite a bit worse than the energy they had at their peak. It's not that they don't want to get back to the way they were, but they just can't. At that moment, Wang Yang was like a mad dog, chasing Lin Hui and leading the class forward. Now that Wang Yang has become a lickspill, everyone has naturally lost that drive and ruthlessness, and the results are definitely not as good as before. Suda stood at the edge of the playground, furious. Shit, why can't we go back to the way we were before? It's not even close to the other day. If it weren't for the fear of intensifying the conflict and destroying the détente that had been so hard to establish, he really wanted to go up and get his armed belt and whip after everyone and whisk them away. Endure, endure. Suda closed his eyes. They promised. The test will definitely not fall off the chain. Trust them. Don't engage in rebellion at this time. 3 months of recruiting company is almost over. At the end of the morning exercises, Suda gathered all of them together. It's about to be time for the new recruits assessment. This is the time to test the results of your 3 months. Make sure to perform well. Whether it's a mule or a horse depends on this time. Absolutely no chain drop. Lin Hui smiled and said, don't worry squad leader. We all know it in our hearts. Squad leader, we'll be sure to behave. Everyone else smiled and nodded in agreement. Half a month earlier, everyone had been mentally planning. Except for a very few who wanted to sprint to the sharp end and go to a good company. Everyone else, for the most part, is ready to go with the flow. They have only been in the camp for 3 months. Their ideological awareness is not sufficient, and it is only human to want to be lazy. But Suda didn't know such a situation. Thought one was a little wolfhound, ready to let go of the chain and wail his way up. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Although these boys are usually hangdogs, they are quite on the ball when it matters. As long as the test is performed well and not drop the chain, the third-class merit will definitely not be able to run away. His eyes fell on Lin Hui. This kid was so good in all aspects. He would definitely go to the 6th company. When the time comes, let's see if I don't screw you over and make you blackmail me. All hands on deck. A sharp whistle sounded in the distance. Immediately after that, everyone on the playground all began to gather in formation. Without saying a word, Su Di immediately shouted, "Hurry up and gather toward the large troop. Move fast." The first squad quickly formed up and rallied over toward the company. Wang Yang asked toward Lin Hui, "Brother Yong, the examination is over. Which company are you going to? Let's go together. Why are you following me?" Lin Hui was surprised. "I smell good?" Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. "You know a lot. Follow you and you won't suffer anywhere." Chen Eru also nodded his head. "Yes, yes, yes. Follow big brother, eat 3 times a day. I also follow you. I won't be bullied if I follow you." Lin Hui laughed out loud. The division of companies is based on test scores. It's not like you guys can go wherever you want. Besides, I don't have the skill to get you guys and I together. He just wanted to be assigned to a random company and muddle through. If you let these 2 dragons follow you, isn't that a delay? Chen Eru opened his mouth wide in disappointment. "Big brother, then if I go to another company, what should I do if I can't see you in the future? I'm used to sleeping on your upper bunk. I won't be able to sleep well from now on without you." Wang Yang is also a little frustrated. "Brother Hui, you know a lot. If I separate from you, I will inevitably be criticized in the future. Do you have any good ways to get us together?" Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "You take me for a troop leader. Who you want to divide a piece of whoever 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 you want to divide a piece of?" He looked at the 2 people frustrated look. For some reason the heart warmed. Well, don't be frustrated. The 3 of us have destiny. Maybe the next company, but also in a piece of it? Even if we're not together, we're still good comrades who have carried guns together. We can also string together sometime. After all, they are all in 602. Hearing this, the 2 men felt much better in their hearts. 3 months together, they had already unconsciously treated Lin Hui as a good big brother. Lin Hui didn't realize that he was taking care of the 2 little brothers quite well. On the observation deck, Division Commander Lu Qingsong looked out over the playground. Classes, platoons, and companies assembled into squares and quickly converged toward the center of the playground. He smiled and said, "Quick and thunderous. Not bad. A bit of a soldier already." Regimental Commander Zhou Zhongyi's heart was blossoming, but on the surface he remained modest and said, "These new recruits are quick to learn and willing to suffer, and they have indeed made great progress in the past 3 months." Lu Qingsong pointed to a team. "This one is Company 1, right?" "That's right, Master Chief. The assembly is quite fast, and the standing posture is most standardized, one behind the other and sticking a mop stick in the same way. I'd believe it when I say it's a veterans team." Zhou Zhongyi was mentally happy. Zhang Jiantao, this kid is really giving himself a face. I'll have to praise him later for leading his troops well. However, Zhou Zhongyi did not know that Lu Qingsong was actually rushing Lin Hui of Company I. During this period of time, he had been immovably sending people to inquire about Lin Hui's news in the army. If Lin Hui did well, he would have to report to Papa Lin Hui first. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with the old leader was something he couldn't pass up. All recruits are fully assembled. Each company commander stepped forward in turn and shouted, "Company 1, 125 men due. 125 men present. Please instruct the leader." Second company, 118 men due. 118 men present. Please instruct the leadership. 3 companies, at ease. Zhou Zhongyi ordered. The company commanders turned immediately. At ease. Swish. The recruits are all at ease. Zhou Zhongyi turned his head to Lu Qingsong, requesting instructions on what to do next. LV Qingsong smiled slightly and walked to the very front of the stands. "Attention!" All of them snapped their feet together with a crisp, neat sound. Lu Qingsong nodded his head in satisfaction. "Don't be nervous everyone. I'm your 602 Division Commander. My name is Lu Qingsong, Double Mouth Lu, the Qingsong of the Green Pine and Cypress. In a few moments, you'll be ending your recruiting careers and officially becoming part of my 602. 602 is an old unit with a glorious history. In the past we have experienced countless battles. Many seniors have lost their lives in battle. It is they who, with their blood, have left a colorful mark on our division. Our spirit, too, has been passed down from generation to generation through smoke and beacons." He said solemnly, "Now that this flag and spirit will soon be passed on to you, Do you have confidence that you will be able to carry this banner of 602? Yes, the recruits roared in unison. The sound shatters stone and pierces gold. After 3 months of training, they had the makings of a soldier. It also understands the military's sense of honor and mission. So at this moment, everyone shouted especially loudly. And even Lin Hui couldn't help but be infected by the atmosphere and shocked in his heart. Lu Qingsong smiled and nodded. After the examination is over, it's the division of the company. Come and tell me about it. What kind of company do you want to go to? He pointed to a soldier in the front row. You talk. This soldier shouted. I want to go to the 5th Armored Company of the S Regiment. I've loved tanks since I was a kid, and my dream of entering the army is to drive a tank. Good. I see you're good. Do you? Lu Qingsong pointed to another one. The soldier replied excitedly. I want to go to the Tiger Regiment. I've heard that the 6th Company of the Tiger Regiment is the sharpest knife in the regiment, a paradise for all the men's sharpest soldiers. I want to go there. Not bad. Ambitious. Lu Qingsong laughed. However, the 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers is the best scout unit in the 602. So if you want to go there, you'll have to show your strength. He gazed over to the first-class position and found Lin Hui in the crowd. That soldier. What kind of unit do you want to go to? Lu Qingsong wanted Lin Hui to say in person that he wanted to go to the 6th Company. Transferring people over in this way can also be considered legitimate, and is considered to be an explanation to the old head. Report. I want to go pig farming. Lin Hui has a loud voice, but as the words fell, the entire room was instantly and incomparably quiet. The smile on Lu Qingsong's face came to a screeching halt, as if he had eaten a fly. You, what did you just say you wanted to do? He asked again uncertainly. Lin Hui shouted, reporting to the chief. I want to raise pigs in logistics. Report. We want to go pig farming too. Wang Yang poked Chen Eru, and the two of them shouted along with him. Su Da's throat was sweet. A mouthful of old blood almost did not spray out. Chapter 20, Su Da spits blood. Is this to screw me up? Su Da glared at the three, his face red to the point of dripping blood. Bear soldiers, to raise pigs in logistics? Why don't you guys go kill pigs? You're a fucking disgrace to me. Company Commander Zhang Jiantao's face was also incredibly ugly. He'd never heard, in all his time leading soldiers, of someone volunteering to raise pigs in logistics. And such soldiers, 3 at a time, all in the 1st Company. What a disgrace. Lu Qingsong's face was full of embarrassment. If it was someone else, he would have been furious. But Lin Hui was different. He was the son of the old chief. Lu Qingsong could only suppress his fire and ask, I'm curious. Everyone else wants to go to a good company to develop. How come you guys want to go to the logistics of raising pigs? Lin Hui puffed out his chest. Report. Revolutionary soldiers are bricks, wherever they are needed to move. In my heart, the positions in the army have never been divided into high and low. All scrambling to get to the good company. All trying to perform. So who's going to raise the pigs in logistics? Who will take care of the chickens? And what about the geese? So I decided to sacrifice myself, leave the opportunity to others, and stay solidly in the logistics to raise a big fat pig for our hardworking warriors. The whole room laughed. A couple of them simply passed out laughing. Who is this dude? So funny. Can't do it. Stomach hurts. You don't recognize? He's the first of the first 2 previous recruit companies. Lin Hui. I'll go. The first place volunteered to apply to raise pigs. This is too noble. Listening to the arguments, the corners of Lu Qingsong's mouth on the stands twitched viciously. It was also the first time he had come into contact with the son of the old head's family, and he didn't expect to have such a clear-cut brain. It's a stretch to say it's out of tune, though, but he couldn't for the life of him find a reason to refute it. He smiled awkwardly. Well said. What a revolutionary soldier, a brick, moving wherever needed. This little comrade is right. The positions in the army do not distinguish between high and low, whether it's logistics or sharpshooting. It's just as important to the troops. If there is no pork, our soldiers will go hungry. Ha ha ha. The recruits laughed. Even Lin Hui admired the wisdom of this leader, rounding off the words in 3 or 2 sentences. This was a master. Zhou Zhangyi took the opportunity to glare fiercely at Zhang Jiantao. I've only just been praised, and I'm not even warmed up yet. And then I get like this. Zhang Jiantao's heart was so stifled that he angrily pointed at Su Da. Look what kind of soldier you've brought. Su Da wanted to die so much that he couldn't wait to go up and sew Lin Hui's mouth shut. And Wang Yang and Chen Eru. You 2 idiots. Why are you following? Lu Qingsong waved his hand and said, in fact, each of you has a good idea. The army is a huge machine. Every cog inside, big and small, is important. Regardless of being assigned to a sound position, you are contributing to the country and the troops, on behalf of the country. Well, without further ado, here's the exam test. Zhou Zhangyi stepped forward. Attention all companies, The new training assessment will now begin. All people will be brought to the designated assessment location by their respective company commanders. Yes, the company commanders gave their orders and the group dispersed quickly. The first company, led by Zhang Jiantao, came to the east side of the training ground and began the examination. Zhang Jiantao stared at Lin Hui's 3 men and said angrily, "When you get off the company, whether you want to raise pigs or farm, I don't care, but you are absolutely not allowed to fall off the chain during the assessment. This is the test of the fruits of your 3 months of hard work and the time to prove your worth. Do you hear me?" "Yes," all of them yelled. Zhang Jiantao, spread out and prepare for the 5-kilometer test. The crowd immediately dispersed to the runway to get ready. Su De walked up to Lin Hui and flared up. "What were you 3 doing just now? Trying to go pig farming? Thanks for thinking of it. Did you guys think you were funny and humorous? I tell you, only cowardly soldiers, only poor soldiers, are sent to the pigs. A true warrior should go to the place of excellence." Lin Hui laughed and said, "Squad leader, that's not what the division commander said just now. Aren't you going against him?" Suda was blocked by a sentence. "Shit, you're teaching me a lesson?" he said angrily. "Don't get all playful with me here. I don't care what's going on in the heads of you boys. Don't drop the ball for me in the test later, or I won't spare you." "Understood." The 3 nodded hurriedly, but privately, they looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. They really weren't prepared to drop the ball. They just wanted to play at their regular level. Zhang Jiantao blew the whistle, and all of them ran out with vigor. Because it was the most crucial test, all the class presidents stood on the playground and cheered them on. "Run faster. Step away. All of you. Charge me. Run faster. Put some distance between you. Come on." Just as the other squad leaders were cheering and shouting for their team, Suda's eyebrows had twisted into twists. Because at this moment, the first class did not rush to the front as he had expected. Instead, it's just in a, not so up and down, middle of the pack position. "Old Su, what's going on?" The 3rd squad leader came up and asked curiously. The 6th squad leader was also puzzled. "First squad leader, your squad is usually not like this. Is it because you ate something bad yesterday and made a mess? Nishi, got an upset stomach?" Suda's old face was suffocatingly red. The previous test was as scenic as he wanted it to be. Now, suddenly slapped in the face, the whole thing stormed out. "Run! What the fuck are you doing? Gather together for warmth. Oh, surpass them!" Suda yanked his throat, his voice shouting out in suppression. The first class was startled to hear the squad leader's voice. Eyes all involuntarily looked towards Lin Hui. After all, he was the backbone of the group. And even though it was the last test, the first class had always been a whole. The reason why everyone retained their strength was because they wanted to see Lin Hui's opinion. Lin Hui said seriously, "There's no need to look at me at this moment. If any of you want to go to a good company, now's the chance. And those who have the strength are being hidden away. Then do you run?" Someone looked at Lin Hui and asked. Lin Hui shook his head and looked at Wang Yang and Chen Eru. "All 3 of us don't want to go to a good company. So you know what to do." Yu Chao Chao kindly said. "Lin Hui, you're so strong. It's too bad if you don't go to the sharp end." A few soldiers looked at each other and Lin Hui smiled faintly. "People have their own aspirations. I have my own plans. You guys hurry up and run. Don't fall too far behind. Otherwise the results will be too ugly and the class president will be unhappy." A few soldiers looked at each other and said nothing more. No longer retaining his strength either, he quickly increased his speed and left the Lin Hui trio behind. Suda was thrilled to see someone speeding out. These boys, they're holding their breath up front, just waiting to explode later. But when he got to the point where Lin Hui, Wang Yang, and Chen Eru were still running in the middle of the pack, he was instantly on fire again. Chen Eru is even. Lin Hui and Wang Yang are one of the best in the new corps. These guys haven't moved until now. What are they up to? It's hard to believe that they really want to go into logistics and raise pigs. Suda clenched his fists, shaking with anger. In his heart, 10,000 words of grass and mud horses could only be suppressed in his throat. On the stands, Lu Qingsong watched from afar, his brows furrowed. "Zhou Zhangyi, didn't you say that those 2 soldiers of the first company are one of the best in the new regiment and have broken several records? This is the good soldier you told me about. Are you kidding me?" Zhou Zhangyi's face was unsightly. "Division commander, these 2 soldiers did have very good results in the previous assessment, and I don't know what's wrong with them today. Probably not feeling well. Let's move on. It's probably fine down there." LV Qingsong was furious, but he didn't say much. Soon, the 5 kilometers were over. Lin Hui and Wang Yang's grades are not considered good or bad. Chen Eru, on the other hand, is just above the passing line. "What the hell are you doing?" Suda rushed to the 2 men with fire and questioned them angrily. Lin Hui didn't dare to tell his true thoughts, so he could only find a reason to say, "Squad leader, it might be that he trained too hard some time ago, And his physical strength is so overdrawn that he hasn't recovered yet. I put my life on the line and can only run so fast. But don't worry, I haven't embarrassed you or our class. Wang Yang also hurriedly explained. Squad leader, you know me. I'm a person with bad talent. Maybe it's because I practiced too hard chasing Lin Hui some time ago. Now all my bones hurt and I can't even walk fast if I want to. But don't worry, this grade of mine still exceeds the vast majority of people, and is not considered a disgrace to our class. Su Da's eyes are as red as rabbits, but favoring the words of both men. There was nothing wrong with them. Their grades, while not particularly good, have been above most. But Su De always have a kind of fucking being played like a monkey or feeling, because he knew these two pressed were more than that. The next round of tests. Get ready. Hearing the password from afar, Su De gritted his teeth and said, it's the second round, so you two get on me and don't fall off the wagon again. We will definitely play well. Lin Hui and Wang Yan looked at each other and nodded with a smile. They each have their own little agenda. One thinks of rushing through 2 years and going out into the world of flowers. A mind to hurry up and retire. Electronic factory part-time job. 1,005 per month. So, none of them wanted to excel too much for fear of being sent to suffer in a good company. It's better to leave the opportunity to those who want to do well in the army. It's really a waste to give it to both of them. As for Chen Eru, he would like to go to the Sharp Knife Company, but he doesn't have the strength. You can only follow the two big guys for peace of mind. Soon, the crowd once again assembled in the playground. Zhang Jiantao saw Lin Hui and the two of them. His liver hurt from anger. Next item, tactical test. All of you lie down. Everyone immediately fell back and waited for instructions. Suda watched from the sidelines and secretly prayed, don't make any mess. Both of these boys have good tactical moves. The last test even broke the regimental record. Make sure you do well this time. Begin. At the word of command, all of them crawled in a low position and advanced quickly. Only Lin Hui, Wang Yong, and Chen Eru were the only ones who looked like they were slow in the head. Everyone else had climbed out several meters before they made their move. Suda's eyes are red. Can't wait to take a gun to them a burst. Chapter 21, Division Commander's Rage. You call this a good soldier? Soon, the tactical assessment was over. Unsurprisingly, the two of them, Lin Hui and Wang Yang, continued to have moderate to low grades. I'll be able to watch it though, all a few of them, but it wasn't even close to when they were at their peak. Suda's lungs were about to explode with anger. Two little bastards. Are you trying to screw me on purpose? Give you guys a little bit of sunshine, and you'll really shine. Row. I'll remember you guys. Lin Hui looked away. The squad leader is furious and probably wants to kill us. Wang Yang grunted. Who let him make bad before? Flirting with me and you to fight to come. Harm today is not a good day. He is called deserved. We've done right by him by not getting a failure. FAI. What's next? Lin Hui smiled. Keep it up. As long as we keep playing steadily like this, we'll definitely be assigned to an ordinary company. Wang Yang heatedly smiled. Ordinary company is good. Ordinary company is comfortable. Training is easy. And there are not many things. Just enough for us to mix for 2 years. A hero's opinion. The two men looked at each other and smiled silently. The whistle blew again. Lin Hui and Wang Yang were just about to go over together, when Chen Eru ran up with his ass on the ground. There's me. There's me. You two don't leave me behind. Don't worry. I won't forget you. A few tests followed. Lin Hui and Wang Yang played steadily. If it wasn't for knowing the strength of these two in advance, everyone would have even thought that this was the level of these two. Suda clenched his fists, and in his heart, in addition to anger, more than anything else, he was still unwilling, because he knows that if he doesn't get a good grade this time, soon he will be discharged back. When he thought of that ravine full of yellow soil, where he could not see hope for the rest of his life, Suda's brain buzzed. It had been hard to get out of those mountains and find what he loved in his life, and he didn't want to go back, much less leave the army. Son of a bitch, Lin Hui, I won't let you go. In the distant stands, Lu Qingsong frowned. He had been observing Lin Hui's performance, but the more he watched, the more he realized that it was simply a different thing from what he had heard earlier. And that's the first in the group? And that's breaking records? It's all fucking water. Lu Qingsong's heart began to tremble. Which son of a bitch said that Lin Hui had performed brilliantly in the recruit company? Now this. Let me how to explain to the old head. Seeing that he did not look well, Zhou Zhongyi cautiously asked, Chief, you seem to look not too good. Are you not feeling well? Lu Qingsong glared at him fiercely. I don't look good. You still know I don't look good? Zhou Zhongyi was startled. It's not a good ass kissing. It's a hemorrhoid. Lu Qingsong said angrily. What did you report to me the other day? Saying that our new regiment has produced a sharp soldier, with excellent grades in all categories, and breaking several records one after another. He pointed to the playground. Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Is that soldier what you say he is? Zhou Zhengyi had a bitter face. Division Commander. I was there for the first 2 recruit assessments. That soldier's performance was indeed eye-catching, and I definitely didn't fudge. The grades were all recorded and available. I'm not sure what's wrong with this soldier today. All of a sudden he's dropped the ball? Lu Qingsong stood up angrily. I'm asking you now, not for you to ask me back. Originally, he also wanted to take advantage of Lin Hui's outstanding performance to go to the old leader to take credit. How can he still have the face to go there after such a mess? This is not purely looking for scolding. I see you, kid. It's obvious that you've blown your cowhide and can't pocket it anymore. Zhou Zhengyi, if I find you full of shit and lying about military intelligence again, see if I discipline you. Putting down these 2 sentences, Lu Qingsong huffed and turned around and left. Zhou Zhengyi was so scared that he hurried to catch up. Division Commander, you listened to my explanation. I really did not say panic. It didn't take long for the recruit assessment to officially end. The teams were brought back quickly. Zhang Jiantao had just gotten the report card, and before he had a chance to look at it, he was snatched over by the head of the regiment. Zhou Zhengyi's gaze was met by the eyes searched quickly from top to bottom. When he saw Lin Hui's examination results, the corners of his eyes twitched madly. Shit, that's not even close to the first 2 times. Zhou Zhengyi flung the report card in Zhang Jiantao's arms. Zhang Jiantao, what's wrong with you? This soldier from Company 1 called Lin Hui, who usually excels in his grades, how come he changed like this as soon as he was assessed? Even if your grades are slipping, they shouldn't be slipping this much. And that Wang Yong, straight second place, dropped to over 180. Zhang Jiantao was full of grievances. Chief, I also wonder, these 2 soldiers are not usually like this? Zhou Zhengyi said angrily. Now I'm the one asking you, not you asking me. Say, did you threaten these 2 boys? Or did you put shoes on them and forbid them to perform well in the assessment? No. Zhang Jiantao was so scared that he hurriedly explained. How could I possibly do such a thing? I'm not unaware of the troops' discipline. Isn't it a sin for myself to do so? Zhou Zhengyi knew that Zhang Jiantao was not that kind of person, but this time he was in a rage. And with the lecture he had just received from the division commander, he had lost his head. Knowing that he couldn't ask a question, he could only let out a cold snort of anger and huffed and turned his head away. Zhang Jiantao suffocated bad. Who messed with me? He took the report card and was furious that he was going to go to class 1 to settle the score with Lin Hui and these boys. Passing by the dormitory building, I happened to see a figure, leaning against the wall and staring. Zhang Jiantao sighed and slowed his pace. Su De. Hello company commander. Su De hurriedly saluted. What's going on here? Nothing. Su De asked in a trembling voice. Company commander, how did it turn out? Do I have any hope? Zhang Jiantao said helplessly. In this assessment, the first class didn't perform poorly, but I can't say it's good either. But I definitely can't get the 3rd class merit, the commendation. I'll try to help you apply for it. You've suffered a lot during this time. Everyone can see that. There shouldn't be any problem with which commendation. Go back and wait. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Su Da's heart was incomparably hard. He had given so much in those 3 months. Originally thought that the 3rd class merit and the promotion of the cadre is a nail, but I did not expect that all became a bubble. As for the company commander's comment about a commendation, forget it. The unwillingness in Su Da's heart all turned into anger, and a hint of madness even flashed under his eyes. He saluted and turned away. Thank you company commander. Zhang Jiantao looked at his back and sighed in his heart. Su De is indeed a good soldier, but the only thing is that he is a little less educated. But you can't blame him. With that kind of living conditions, it's not easy for the family to support Su De to middle school. He shook his head. It happened suddenly, and it looks like Su De won't be able to stay this time. In the office, Lu Qingsong was on the phone. Old chief, it's me, Xiao Lu. Sorry to call you at this hour and disturb your dinner. Lin Guangyou waved his hand. Just tell me straight, is that boy Lin Hui's examination results not as good as it should be? Lu Qingsong was startled. You guessed all that? Originally, the old head was prepared to personally come to see Lin Hui for his assessment today, but because of an important meeting, it was delayed. It's a good thing it was delayed, or the psych would have had to call him out on it. Lu Qingsong hurriedly shook his head and said sheepishly, how can we? The grades are quite good. Lin Guangyou snorted coldly. What's the point of pretending? I've already seen the report card. Lu Qingsong froze. Moving so fast? Lin Guangyou said seriously. LV Qingsong, you're a kid who can be slippery too. Didn't you tell me before that Lin Hui excelled in the new regiment and was a good soldier? With grades like that, you have the nerve to call them exceptional? There were a few grades that almost all fell out of passing. Falsifying and lying about the military. Lu Qingsong, pay more attention to me. The phone hung up, and Lu Qingsong was so aggravated. A good chance to perform and it's gone. Exasperated, he picked up the phone and broadcast a number. Chapter 22 Suda's Rage, I'll kill you. Jingle bells. The red telephone on the table was ringing off the hook. Zhou Zhongyi swallowed hard, his hand hovering in mid-air, never having the courage to pick it up. He knew that the call must be from the division commander. Otherwise the division commander wouldn't have been there to observe in person. Zhou Zhongyi took a few deep breaths and stiffly picked up the phone. Hello, it's the division commander? You haven't rested so late? Can I sleep? I'm all fired up by now. LV Qingsong cursed. Zhou Zhongyi, you report your work in the future. Don't give me any caution. Do you really think I'm so easy to fool? Division commander. I don't have. Zhou Zhongyi was only halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted. Shut up. I don't want to hear your explanation. I'm very dissatisfied with this recruit debriefing assessment, especially the soldier you mentioned. The results are simply misrepresented. You, the head of the new recruits, must reflect deeply. Turn around and do a proper review for me and hand it over to my desk. Yes, Chief, I will definitely review deeply and learn from my mistakes. Zhou Zhongyi nodded his head sheepishly and hurriedly admitted his mistake. The phone hung up, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I was scolded in front of my face during the day, and then I had to be counted on the phone at night. He slapped his hand on the table. What's wrong with this Lin Hui kid? He wasn't like this before. Even if his grades fluctuated, it's not that much worse. What went wrong? In the evening, Wang Yang and Chen Arrow came out from the cafeteria after eating. Beautifully, he headed for his dorm room. Chen Arrow said cheerfully, I passed all this time. There are a few overperformance. I should be able to share a piece with you guys, right? Wang Yang smiled and said, that's a must. The three of us don't have too much of a difference in grades, so we'll definitely be assigned to a company. Hey, that's good. Chen Arrow hemmed and hawed and giggled. As long as I can still be with you guys, it's good. I like to follow Brother Hui. I don't suffer or get tired with him. Wang Yang laughed and said, Eru, I found that you usually look rash, but now your head is quite smart, right? You've even learned to hug your thighs? Chen Arrow indignantly said, what thigh? That is my big brother, my half-brother's own brother. Luckily, with Hui around, I've traveled so much less, so I didn't get bullied. Anyway, I've made up my mind. I'll go wherever you guys go. Wang Yang nodded. Then from now on, we are the Iron Triangle. 3 Old Iron. The two talked and laughed their way back to the dormitory. Just as he entered, he saw everyone all standing straight in front of the bed, horror written all over their faces. What? Chen Arrow froze and walked in. Why are you all standing still? Are you guys fixed? Or what game are you playing? Ma Xiaoshan desperately blinked. Squad leader. Squad leader is in the back. The two turned around and were startled. Suda stood behind the door like a ghost, his face full of grimness. Wang Yang said sheepishly, Squad leader, you don't seem to look very good. Are you constipated and not feeling well? Then what? I will help you go to the infirmary to see if there is any medicine. I'll go with him. Suda let out a cold cry. Come here. The two men looked at each other and walked over in fear. Suda stared at the two of them dead on. What's going on with you guys in this recruit assessment? How did you promise me before? Squad leader, Chen Arrow hurriedly explained. I'm doing my best. I'm using all my milk strength. Didn't say you. Suda directly ignored him and coldly looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang, what's wrong with you? Where did that usual training vigor go? Why did you turn out like this during the assessment? Wang Yang said awkwardly, Class President, earlier on the playground, I did not say it. Before the training is too hard. The body is sick. Before the words were finished, there was a thud. A stool came straight at his head. Wang Yang's brain went blank. All I felt was warmth on my head, like something was running down my face, and right after that my eyes were colored red. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, not realizing that the squad leader was bleeding when he said he was going to do it. Suda grabbed the bench like a furious lion. Make it up. Keep making it up. Wang Yang, you fucking really think I'm easy to talk to, don't you? When I was in the army, US didn't know where you were playing in the mud. Dare to play mind games with me. You're still a bit young. He poked his finger hard at Wang Yang's chest. That hit just now was to let you grow a long memory. Now get down on the ground for me. 5,000 push-ups. If you don't finish them, you're not allowed to sleep. I was talking to you. Are you deaf or is the man dead? Wang Yang's eyes were filled with gold stars, and his fire rubbed upwards. The adrenaline spiked as well. In all his life, he had never been so angry. Fuck you. Wang Yang was overwhelmed by anger and casually copied a chair and smashed it towards Suda's shoulder. Suda's shoulder was in pain. He took 2 steps back, and his entire body froze. In all the years of leading soldiers, he had never seen one who dared to fight back with the squad leader. In the old days the policy hadn't been changed. It hasn't changed yet. The soldiers he leads can fight if they want to, kick if they want to, and even if they have a bloody head, the most they can do is bandage themselves. Where is the one who dares to fight back? You fucking dare to hit even the squad leader. You're against the law. Suda was furious and kicked Wang Yang in the stomach. Wang Yang fell to the ground in pain and shrunk into a big shrimp. Fuck you. I'll fight you. He got up from the ground and angrily charged towards Sude, and the two quickly wrestled together. Suda took a hit and his anger was completely ignited. The third degree is gone, and there's little hope of a promotion. Today this tortoise grandson also caused him to lose such a big face in front of the head of the division commander. He entered the army for so long. He has never been so humiliated. Bang! Suda stomped on Wang Yang's chest. Wang Yang rolled backward several times and hit the wall heavily. Squad leader! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Chen Arrow cried and went up to pull the fight, but was pushed far away by Suda. Suda pointed at Wang Yang and raged. I'll educate you. A bear soldier. Today on what it means to respect the squad leader. Wang Yang's face was covered with blood and looked like a ghost. He spat a mouthful of bloodied spit. Fuck you. I'm still your father. Sudi exploded with anger, ready to rush up and give him a good lesson. Just then, the door burst open. Lin Hui stood in the doorway, and when he saw the scene, his entire body was stunned. Brother Fai. This son of a bitch hit me. Join me in beating him to death. Hearing Wang Yang shout, Lin Hui instantly understood what had happened. It must be that the test they played badly. Suda was angry and moved his hand. There was a big gap between the new recruits and the veterans, and Wang Yang was clearly at a disadvantage and was not his match. Ma Xiaoshan, you Chow Chow, go find the company commander and instructor, and tell them that squad leader hit someone. Lin Hui didn't get involved, but shouted. Ma Xiaoshan and Yu Chow Chow had both been stunned by the scene in front of them and stood still. What are you waiting for? Go! Lin Hui let out a roar, and only then did the two rush out. Suda was on fire, and had completely lost his mind. Lin Hui, it's you son of a bitch that caused this. If it wasn't for you, this time, the first class wouldn't have lost so much face, and the first company wouldn't have lost face either. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you, so get your ass over here. Lin Hui ignored her and went to help Wang Yang up first. You're bleeding. Are you alright? It's okay, a little blood is nothing. Wang Yang is still a tough guy. Lin Hui looked at Suda with more than a hint of anger in his eyes. In the examination, although our results were not particularly good, they weren't bad either, and we can't even talk about disgracing the first class, much less the first company. Take a step back. Even if we did make a mistake, that's no reason for you to do it. You're a squad leader, a veteran, and we respect you, but you have to respect us too, not hit people. Suda was furious. He had been a soldier for so long. The first time he had been taught a lesson by a new recruit pointing his nose, the whole body was shaking with anger, losing even the last bit of sanity. Angrily, he charged towards Lin Hui. You punk, who are you to lecture me? Lin Hui sidestepped to avoid a kick, and a prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, +1 dodge ability. This time, through a lot of training, whether it was his fighting ability or his dodging ability, it had been drastically improved. Meanwhile, Suda throws a head kick that misses, turned around and landed a combination of punches. Lin Hui hadn't learned any real practical fighting skills in the recruit company and could only keep dodging and blocking. Suda's heart grew even angrier as he saw that he hadn't been able to knock Lin Hui down. The punches and kicks are faster too. Lin Hui's arms were numb and his heart was filled with anger. He knew that Suda, the old boy, would go berserk, but he didn't expect to actually be this crazy, completely like a shrew. Right at this moment, Lin Hui suddenly found a break. He didn't hesitate to kick out. A chair was kicked out and slammed into Suda's chest. Suda flew backwards and crashed into the window, breaking all the glass. Everyone's mouths opened wide in shock. Crap, Lin Hui is too fierce. The class president was even fucked over by him. Lin Hui pointed at Sudi and said angrily, I'm telling you, don't think that just because you're the squad leader, you can just bully us. We're here to be soldiers, not to get a commendation tool for you, much less to be bullied by you. Wang Yang shouted hoarsely. Well said Fai. Suda stepped over the broken glass and staggered to his feet. The pain in my chest is excruciating. The backbones also looked like they were about to crack. It was then that he snapped back to the fact that he had just been kicked off by a new recruit, and in front of so many people. Suda's anger rolled over like red-hot steel, his eyes all bloodshot. Lin Hui, I'll fuck you up. I'll kill you today. I'll kill you for sure. He copied the stool and roared angrily and rushed toward Lin Hui. Chapter 23, A new recruit dares to beat up a veteran? This is outrageous. Stop. The door was kicked in with a bang. Zhang Jiantao rushed in with his men. Suda, put the stool down. Su froze in place as if he was frozen in place. Zhang Jiantao yelled with hatred. Su, do you even know what you're doing? Are you still a bit of a squad leader? I can't believe you hit someone. What were you thinking? Lin Hui pulled Wang Yang. Company commander. Instructor. You guys have to do right by us. The squad leader hit someone with his hands and beat Wang Yang to this state. Wang Yang pointed to his bleeding head. Look, it's all Su Da's beating. If anything happens to my head, he has to take full responsibility. Zhang Jiantao glared at him. If you have a problem, lie down early, and talk in such a loud voice? He looked back at the broken glass, and the injury on Su Da's face, and immediately realized what was going on. Zhang Jiantao said angrily, squad leader beats up new recruits. New recruits beat up the squad leader. Your first squad has really grown capable. What do you think the army is? A vegetable market. Wang Hai hurriedly persuaded. Su Da hurriedly put down the stool. Bam! The stool hit the floor. Su Da, who was overwhelmed by anger, finally came to his senses. Looking at the messy dormitory, he was overwhelmed with regret. Originally just ready to criticize and educate Wang Yang, this kid, how to be good, suddenly move on the hand? Looking at Wang Yang's face covered in blood and staring at himself in death, Su De also panicked. He wanted to go up and be concerned, but couldn't pull himself together, so he could only stand at a loss for words. Zhang Jiantao said seriously, you guys first send Wang Yang to the infirmary to bandage his wounds. Yes. Lin Hui and Chen Arrow glared at Su De and hurriedly helped Wang Yang to the infirmary. After the people left, Zhang Jiantao said in a cold voice, Su De, come with me to the office. Su De lowered his head and followed behind like a child who had made a mistake. In the infirmary, the hygienist bandaged Wang Yang with gauze. Chen Arrow asked with concern, the squad leader is also too ruthless, holding the stool to the head. If the person smashed stupid, what to do? My mother said that hitting your head will make you stupid. Wang Yang gritted his teeth. At home, my parents have never hit me like this. This son of a bitch actually dared to hit me. When we get out, I'm going to have to find a brick and crack his head open. Lin Hui keenly noticed that the hygienist's face had changed and hurriedly reminded. Okay, stop talking. Why don't you say it? I had to. Ouch. Wang Yang was just in the middle of his sentence when the wound suddenly ate pain. He turned his head to look at the hygienist. Go easy on me. I'm sick and wounded now. The hygienist grunted coldly. Newbie, even the squad leader dares to beat you up. You don't have a lot of guts, do you? Aren't you capable? Why are you still afraid of pain? King Courage huffed. He hit me first. A beating is a beating. It's not going to kill anyone. What new recruit hasn't been beaten up before? It's written in the rules and regulations that veterans can't scold recruits. Chen Arrow also fights, right? Even if you're the squad leader, you can't just beat people up. What if you beat them silly? And what if you can't find a daughter-in-law in the future if you break your face? The hygienist rolled his eyes. You two know quite a bit? He treated the wound and put away the medicine box. The army is not a school. There is not so much axiology. It is common for new recruits to get beaten up. As the saying goes, if you don't beat up, you won't be able to get away with it. You dare to make a move against a veteran. When you get down to the company, you're guaranteed to have no good time. What the fuck kind of quackery is this? Wang Yang still wanted to argue, but Lin Hui stopped him, and signaled him with his eyes to stop talking. Lin Hui grew up in the compound, and the unspoken rules of the army were. The unspoken rules are known quite a bit. The army is indeed a place of discipline, but it is not uncommon for veterans to beat up new recruits in private. The reason for this is simple. Sometimes a fist education is much more useful than a mouth. When you run into a prickly soldier, a million words won't work as well as a beating. Of course, with the modernization of the military, this sort of thing has become much less common, and most veterans are still very civilized. I'm afraid the story has spread by now. When he got down to the new company, he would definitely have to join Wang Yang and be targeted by the veterans in a joint effort. Lin Hui sighed helplessly. It would have been nice to come back earlier just now. Maybe it will stop things from getting worse, but things have come to this point. It's useless to say more. We can only take one step and see what happens. In the company commander's office, Zhang Jiantao pointed at Su Da's nose and scolded him. Su Da, you're still an 8-year veteran, but you can't even control your emotions? You're still hitting people. Company commander, I admit, I wasn't able to control my emotions. Su Da desperately defended, but it is true that several of them are at fault first. You have seen it all during the examination. These several boys. Zhang Jiantao directly interrupted. I don't want to hear your explanation. Any situation is not a reason for you to hit someone. Hitting people with your hands and a bench? What kind of style is this? Warlord? Bandit? Do you know that the army now promotes civilization and prohibits any form of corporal punishment and scolding? Can it work if you still use the old ways of the past? In my opinion, you will not only lose your promotion this time, but you will also be penalized. Suda's eyes were red and both hands were trembling. Company commander, I already know it's wrong. Is there any room for maneuver in this? It's too late to say anything. Zhang Jiantao turned his head in anger and hatred. Wang Hai sighed. Suda, originally, there was still room for maneuver for your promotion. Although the results of this appraisal were unsatisfactory, the head of the regiment has seen all of your performance in the early stages. It's not a big problem to apply for a commendation down the road. With a commendation, the chance for a promotion can still be in the fight to go for it. But for now, he patted Suda helplessly. When you go back, clean up your mood and reflect seriously on your mistakes. In the future, whether you stay in the army or return to the local area, if you show the seriousness you used to have, you'll make it wherever you are. Okay, go back first. Yes. Suida shuddered in response. When he got out of the office, he sat down on the stairs and lost his voice completely. He hated himself for being so impulsive. If he had held back and not made a move, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. In the division commander's office, Lu Qingsong stood up violently. What did you say? The squad leader beat the new recruit's head off? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Zhangyi said. The new recruits also fought back, and it later turned into an exchange of blows, with Lin Hui also participating. After it happened, this squad leader was dealt with seriously by me and is being confined. What do you think should be done with those new recruits? Logically, he shouldn't have to report such a small matter to the division commander, but considering that the division commander was also concerned about Lin Hui, he had to be cautious. Lu Qingsong thought for a moment. Aren't those soldiers clamoring and saying they want to go pig farming? Just send them to the logistics. Save them from going down to the company. Zhou Zhangyi knew that the division commander did this out of protection for the recruits. Things have gotten so big. A few of Lin Hui's are definitely going out. A new recruit dares to beat up a veteran. How much guts has he grown? If we just left them alone and let them go down to the company, we'd surely have to be retaliated against by the veterans. He immediately nodded. Understood, division commander. I'll go arrange. It's... Lu Qingsong hung up the phone and sat on the sofa and smiled helplessly. What a general's son. Just as violent as his old man. He sighed. Lin Hui, I can only help you so far. If your old man finds out, you'll be finished. Chapter 24, reporting to the leader. We love raising pigs in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. Suda didn't go to the first class again, but went back to the company early. Because of this beating incident, not only did he not get a commendation, he was severely disciplined. Not to mention the fact that the promotion will go down the drain, and it may not be long before he has to be discharged back to the army. Lin Hui didn't gloat in any way when he learned the news, but instead felt more than a little guilty in his heart. It was the first time he'd ever wondered if he'd gone a little too far, making someone else pay just so he could swing and lay down. Although during this period of time, Suda had been very harsh on them, and had even deliberately pushed himself out to be used as a gun. But through this time together, Lin Hui could tell that Suda was a good soldier. It's just a little bit rough-tempered, a little bit quick-tempered. People aren't bad. If he had enough education, he would have been promoted a long time ago. But now, Lin Hui sighed, perhaps there could have been a better solution to this matter. But regrets are regrets, and the rest of the way must go on. Recruitment company was just the beginning. The next year and 9 months were the hardest. Early this morning, a military vehicle drove under the dormitory building. The whistle of assembly sounded in the camp. Go down and assemble. Don't leave anything behind. Lin Hui shouted, and everyone all dressed up and rushed downstairs to gather with their bags. Soon the recruits were all assembled. Each company commander stepped forward in turn and shouted, Company 1, 125 men due, 125 men present, please instruct the leader. Second company, 118 men due, 118 men present, please instruct the leadership. 3 companies, at ease, Zhou Zhangyi ordered. The company commanders turned immediately. At ease. Swish. The recruits are all at ease. Attention! Zhou Zhangyi let out a low roar. Everyone immediately buckled their feet in and stood as straight as a pine. Zhou Zhangyi smiled with satisfaction. 3 months of new training. You all performed very well, and have successfully transformed from a social youth into a qualified warrior. Next, I will assign you to various units of the 602, and the banner of the 602 will be carried by you, the younger generation. The safety of your country and people will be on your shoulders. I hope that when you go to your new company, you will also not forget your beginnings and work tenaciously, so that you will not be ashamed of the uniform on your body, and not be ashamed of your folks back home. Zhou Zhangyi saluted towards everyone. Salute! The company commanders yelled, and all of them saluted in unison toward the regimental commander. Immediately following this was the investiture ceremony. company commanders and instructors, one by one, conferred the rank of private on the recruits. Looking at the epaulets on their shoulders, all of them unconsciously puffed out their chests, their faces filled with pride. Chen Eru was trembling with excitement. I have a rank. I have a rank too. Eru, calm down. Calm down. Wang Yang glanced at Lin Hui with a dejected face. Lin Hui, take a look and see if dude is handsome. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What? Put on a vest and I won't recognize you? Zhou Zhongyi walked to the front of the line and said loudly. Now start dividing up the troops, and whoever's name is called, go straight out of the line. The company commanders immediately opened their rosters and began the roll call. Li Pingan, here. Motorized Infantry Regiment, Company 6. Get on 3. Yes. The soldier whose name was called immediately grabbed his luggage and ran to stand by the third car. Wu Xiaopeng, here. S Regiment, Artillery Company 1. Get on the 6. Yes. Soon there were fewer and fewer people. And NBSP, there are also few left in the first class. Ma Shaoshan, B Regiment, 7th Infantry Company, get on the 5th. Yu Chao Chao, S Regiment, Special Duty Company 5, get in car number 8. Yes. Ma Shaoshan and Yu Chao Chao picked up their luggage. As he was leaving, he reluctantly looked back at Lin Hui's trio. I hope that in the future, we'll still be able to see each other often. Wang Yang smiled and said, definitely. Chen Eru, when the time comes, I'll go and find you guys on a string. Lin Hui smiled. Go gather. Good luck. As the people around him walked away one by one, Lin Hui frowned slightly. Why haven't we been ordered yet? Something's not right. Soon everyone was named, and only Lin Hui's 3 were left at the scene. The 3 men looked at each other. What's going on? They're not going to send us back, are they? Wang Yang panicked. It's over. It seems that in all likelihood we'll be discharged. I'm still waiting to get discharged and go back to work. If I'm discharged in the middle of the day, they definitely don't want me. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought with Su De. What a fucking delay. Chen Eru was about to cry. If I am returned, the village people will surely laugh at me. How can I find a daughter-in-law at that time? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. If we wanted to retreat, we would have already done so. Why wait until now? We definitely have an arrangement. Don't panic. Really? Chen Eru seemed to see hope. Just then, an officer not far away beckoned them. You 3, follow me. Wang Yang excitedly picked up his traveling bag. Leader, do you want to stop naming names and confirm them to prevent any mistakes? My name is Wang Yang. His name is Lin Hui. And this is Chen Eru. The officer sneered. You 3 bear soldiers of the new corps are the most famous. Can I be mistaken? Hurry up and follow me. The 3 men responded, grabbing their bags and scampering over. Chen Eru asked curiously, Chief, where are we going? The lieutenant glared at him, pressed on, and went straight to the center bus. Mysterious. Chen Eru bristled. What can't you say? Lin Hui slapped him on the head. All right Eru, it's good to have a place to go. Don't talk too much. We'll know when we get to the place. Chen Eru nodded and followed onto the Chinese bus. The car quickly pulled out of the camp and headed toward the highway. The officer got in the car and sat in the front, eyes closed, suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He turned his head back, only to see the 3 Lin Hui in the back row talking and laughing like they were on a spring trip, and singing songs. It's a beautiful sunny day. Everywhere is beautiful. Beautiful. The lieutenant's mouth twitched. What 3 bear soldiers? How come you 3 don't have any burden at all when everyone else has been picked out of the company? Anyone else would have been sitting on their asses by now. The lieutenant shook his head and closed his eyes again, leaving them alone. The more the car drove, the more it veered. It soon drove into the mountains. Chen Eru looked at the deep forest outside and asked fearfully, where is this going to take us? I see how it looks like we are going to be sold off. Wang Yang also frowned. Brother Hui, you've seen a lot. Do you know where to take us? Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's 80% that he's going to take us to the production base. What the hell is a production site? The 2 men were full of questions and had never heard of it. The officer in front of him turned his head in surprise. This kid actually knows about the production base? Lin Hui explained. Our troops, we've always had the old tradition of self-sufficiency. And although the days are much better than in the past, each army will have its own production base. The vegetables that are grown and the meat and poultry that are raised are supplied to the troops. It's also called strategic material security. Chen Eru's eyes lit up. So are we going to raise pigs? Wang Yang slapped his hand on his leg and said excitedly. Great. Finally I can go pig farming. The officer in front of him almost spat blood. The first time I've heard of being sent to raise pigs and still be so happy. What a bunch of bear soldiers. Chapter 25 All about Sao prenatal care? The car arrived at the place quickly. Just as it stopped, a lieutenant with 2 soldiers came flying over. The lieutenant asked enthusiastically, Staff Sergeant Lee, why are you free to come to us? Staff Sergeant Lee smiled and pointed to the 3 Lin Hui next to him. Lao Fan, I've come to give you 3 new recruits. Just the 3 of them. You'll be with him from now on. Yes. The 3 Lin Hui saluted. Division Chief Fan Ming looked Lin Hui's trio up and down. One is quite refined, one is quite arrogant, and one is dumb and naive. He smiled and said, Great Staff Sergeant Lee, your 3 deliveries are so timely. We're short of people here, and we're looking at a few veterans who will be retiring soon. You're giving me a snowball's chance in hell. Come on, come on. Smoke smoke smoke. Fan Ming hurriedly took out half a packet of red Taschen from his pocket and was about to shove it over to show his appreciation. Staff Officer Lee hurriedly blocked back. Don't be so polite. This is my job. And also, smoking is not allowed in the production base. You should be clear about this. Fan Ming put the cigarettes back, looked at the 3 people next to him and smiled awkwardly. Can I not understand this rule? This is not reserved for entertaining the leaders. Staff Sergeant Lee's head was full of black lines. This old fan, as usual. He turned his head to look at Lin Hui's 3 people. From now on, you'll stay here. You must be peaceful and not cause any trouble. Do you hear me? Yes. The 3 Lin Hui saluted. Senator Lee gave them a look and shook his head. For some reason, he always felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. It's like, these 3 are going to screw up something else. But he didn't think much of it. After all, it had all gone to the logistics of raising pigs, and even if he was restless, he couldn't make much of a wave. Without saying anything more, Senator Lee got into his car and left. Seeing the car away, Fan Ming coughed and waved toward them. You 3, come here. Yes, the 3 rushed over. Fan Ming smiled and asked, What are you 3 called? Introduce yourselves? Lin Hui. Wang Yang. My name is Chen Eru, squad leader. Just call me Eru. Chen Eru smiled 2 rows of large white teeth, looking very pleasing. Fan Ming smiled and said, You 3 names are quite memorable. 2 short and 1 long. Alright, let's tell you about the situation here. This is our army's breeding base, where, in addition to growing all kinds of fruits and vegetables, we also raise chickens, ducks, geese and pigs, as well as all kinds of fish and aquatic products. You must not underestimate this breeding base. Put it in the era of war, we are the most powerful logistical supply for the troops. As the saying goes, before the 3 armies move, food and provisions go first, and we are among the advanced troops. How important is this, you understand? Got it. Chen Eru's eyes were filled with little stars. Turns out it's so important here. It really seems to be the right place. Fan Ming continued. Let me emphasize that everything here is the property of the troops. Whether it's a chicken, a radish, or a green vegetable. We're not like combat troops here. They're penalized for poor training results. We're just as penalized if we have problems with our farming results. Here is absolutely not allowed to appear. Stealing food and even more forbidden to sneak the chickens, ducks and geese in the chicken coop to the mountains to sell for money. Once found to be dealt with severely. Lin Hui immediately puffed out his chest. Please rest assured, leader, we will do our duty and remember our mission. Never let any pig be sad or any goose shed a tear. The other 2 followed and shouted. So do we. The corners of Fan Ming's mouth twitched. What a trio of living treasures. No wonder they were sent here. He yelled into the distance. Old Ma. Coming. Soon. Quickly. A man with an apron and gumboots came running. Fan Ming, I'll leave these 3 to you. He whispered in Old Ma's ear. It's been a long time since the top has sent a newcomer. So watch out. These 3 are either pricks or cowardly soldiers. Old Ma smiled nervously. Don't worry. There's no soldier that Old Ma, can't lead well. Fan Ming nodded and left with a few veterans. Old Ma smiled and circled around the 3. Introduce yourself. My name is Ma Zhengyang. I will be your class president from now on. I've been here for 12 years, so I'm kind of old school. I don't care how you guys got assigned here. Just remember what you just said. Do your duty. Remember your mission. And get down to business. Yes. He smiled and waved his hand. All relax. Don't be so tense. We don't have so many rules here. Be serious when you're working. Feel free to rest when things are done. Lin Hui looked at the old horse with a naive look, and it was easy to get along at first glance. He was secretly relieved. Finally, he had come to a nice, comfortable place. It's a logistical farming operation, but it's certainly a lot easier than a combat unit. Stay here comfortably for a year or so and mix it up just enough to get out of the military. Yes, squad leader. The 3 Lin Hui saluted. Old Ma laughed. There's a pattern yet. Go go go. Take you guys on a tour of the place. The 3 men carried their bags and followed the old horse. It wasn't long before he walked inside, and a pungent stench made Lin Hui frown. What's that smell? Wang Yang directly pinched his nose. Chen Eru is okay. He has a pigsty at home and is familiar with it. Old Ma looked at the trio and hemmed and hawed. A few bungalows connected in front of them are pigsties, and more than 2,000 pigs are raised here. We used to go manually to pick the pig manure and sweep the pens. But now the conditions are different and the manure is cleaned by a machine specifically for that purpose. You just have to take care of feeding the pigs and washing them with the hose. He pointed to the front. That area is for poultry. The ones on the left have chickens. The ones on the right have ducks and geese. And at the end is a fish pond that covers more than 200 acres. You remember. Wang Yang frowned, came to Lin Hui's ear and said, "It looks like the work is not easy. Busy day to night. Not to break the waist?" Lin Hui whispered. "That's also easier than running 5 kilometers in training. The amount of training in the lower company is not comparable to that of a recruiting company. It has to be doubled. So you'll be happy when you come here." Chen Arrow nodded his head. "I do think it's quite good. It's almost the same as I was in the village. Every day is just feeding the chickens and ducks and pigs. As soon as I come in it's like I'm home." Wang Yang rolled his eyes. "So you are a piggyback to Galeazwang, finally finding a home." Ma Zhangyang took the 3 of them for a walk. "That's how the situation is. Next you guys are mainly responsible for raising pigs. I'll teach you how to match the feed in the afternoon." He pointed to a piece, this group of raised sows, soon to give birth. Not only nutrition must keep up, but also special attention. If something goes wrong, it's not just you guys. I'm going to have to go down with it. Wang Yang was speechless. And prenatal care for the sows? Lin Hui's mouth smiled slightly, not burdened in the slightest. He gets stronger just by learning the system. And no matter where he goes or what he does, he gets better and better at it after a few hands-on sessions. Besides, raising pigs is a lot more comfortable than training in the army, at least for the rest of the day. There's no need to suffer. Ma Zhanyang let Lin Hui and the others go around and familiarize themselves with the environment. Then they had to go back to the dormitory beforehand. In the dormitory, several veterans had gathered around, mysteriously talking about something. When Ma Zhanyang saw them sneaking around, he frowned. "What kind of bad thoughts are you thinking?" Chapter 26. We've come 1,000 miles to suffer. A veteran soldier said with a smile. "Squad leader Ma, it's not easy for us to get new recruits, so we're going to give them all the work of feeding the fodder and cleaning the pigsties." Old Ma's eyes glared. "What are you doing? Trying to be lazy? I'm telling you guys, don't bully people just because they're new. Who hasn't come through the ranks as a recruit? And if I had done the same to you when you first arrived, would you have been okay with it?" Lu Kuei hurriedly explained. "Class president, we did not bully people, just want to teach them, so that they are familiar with the work earlier. On the right track." Old Ma snorted coldly. "What's on the minds of you few? Can I not know? The last time I sent a few new recruits, they were bullied by a few of you boys, and none of them remembered us well when they left. So I say, can you do something about it?" A couple of the veterans looked at each other with more than a little embarrassment. Lu Ming coughed and said, "Squad leader Ma, to tell you the truth, these 3 new recruits that came here, we've probed the bottom line, and none of them are good birds. One has a bad head on his shoulders and a horrible grade, and the other 2, they had the nerve to hit the squad leader right out of boot. I heard that the squad leader was later disciplined and confined for it." Old Ma's mouth opened wide in surprise. "There's still this? It doesn't look like it?" Lu Ming smashed his mouth and said, "I've asked around." "Really? The squad leader who was beaten up is from the Tiger Regiment's 6th Company of Sharp Daggers, an 8-year veteran who has won numerous awards. Originally, at the end of the recruit company can be promoted to the cadre. Because of this matter, not only the promotion fizzled out, but also back to the disciplinary action. Supposedly, it's likely that they'll have to pack up their packages and leave early." The old horse was filled with shock. Whether it was the naive Chen Eru, or Lin Hui and Wang Yang, they all gave him a good impression. "How come you beat up the squad leader in the recruiting company? Could there be some misunderstanding here?" "What misunderstanding can there be?" Lu Kuei said in a cold voice. "Squad leader, if you ask me, we should give these 3 soldiers a kick in the pants first, so that they know that this is our territory and that they have to behave with their tails between their legs. Otherwise, when they become established, who can cure them? We are not a combat unit after all. These boys' new company dared to beat the squad leader. If not properly disciplined, in the future will not pull on our heads." The others chimed in. "Yes, they need to be taught a good lesson so they'll learn a lesson." The old horse frowned. "They can't climb on your heads, La. Don't worry about it. New recruits have to be properly oriented, not so brutal as you are." "I think that's fine." A sudden voice came from outside. The crowd immediately turned their heads, only to see Division Chief Fan Ming walk in with his hands behind his back. "Good day, Division Chief." Several veterans rushed to salute. Fan Ming looked at Lao Ma. "Lao Ma, I know you're a person with a good heart, but when dealing with bear soldiers, you have to use special methods. Reasoning won't work. Just make them suffer so they'll learn. No matter how wrong their squad leader was in the recruit company, That's no reason for them to do anything. New recruits must respect veterans, and these 3 boys must give them hell. Provost. Old Ma was still trying to speak when he was directly interrupted. It's settled. You stay out of this. Lu Ming and the others were full of joy. Chief of Division. Don't worry. I have 9 ways to fix those boys. 9. The old horse sighed helplessly. He has been a soldier in the army for more than 10 years. He had sort of seen a lot of so-called prickly soldiers. These soldiers may seem unruly and disobedient, but most of them are not bad in nature. They just lack the means to communicate properly. The troops are moving at high speed and everyone is moving so fast that no one has the patience to draw to them properly. Although he understood this, the old horse had no choice but to obey the arrangement. Okay, I'll take care of this. Then I'll work hard for you. Fan Ming patted him on the shoulder and looked at the others. Don't all of you be idle either. Don't expect it to be easy for you just because new recruits are here. Yes. The crowd rushed to respond with smiles. In the evening, Lin Hui's trio ate in the cafeteria. As a gesture of welcome, the cafeteria added 2 extra poached eggs for each person. Wang Yon looked at the rice on the plate with a disgusted face. At least it's our first day of reporting, and this is all we get to eat? It's too stingy. Chen Eru also wondered. Didn't you say that when new recruits come down to the company, there's a welcome ceremony or something? This is too shabby. Lin Hui swept around and noticed that a few veterans had wrong eyes, and immediately whispered, all of you should speak less. I suspect that word of our affair has already gotten out here. What? It came through so quickly? The 2 were stunned. Wang Yang asked worriedly. It's over. It's over. These guys know that we've beaten up the veterans. They'll definitely have to retaliate hard against us. Chen Era hurriedly sat a little to the side. I didn't do it. I didn't hit the veteran. Wang Yang slapped him on the head. Still want to set aside the relationship? You're with us. You're an accomplice. To clean up. They'll definitely even join you. You think you can get away with this? Chen Era panicked. What should I do then? I don't want to be beaten up. Lin Hui was helpless. There's no way to get beaten up if you don't want to. Even though they don't know Su Di. They're the same veterans, so they're definitely hugging the group. The more he thought about it, the more angry he got, and simply glared at Wang Yang. When the class president beat you up, let him beat you up. And what hand not to fight back is not alright? Wang Yang was anxious. Didn't you do it too? And broke the glass. You hit much harder than me. Okay. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth twitched. I wasn't there to save you. It's hard to see you get beaten to death. Why don't you say, the world is only as good as we, and a child with Hui is like a treasure. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and said with a shy long face. Lin Hui was speechless. Where did this kid learn such witticisms? He said seriously. Forget it, we shouldn't be so negative. We have to think of the good in everything. The old Ma squad leader is a good person. He shouldn't see us being bullied. The 2 nodded. The old Ma squad leader is really nice and looks kind. Always had a goofy smile on his face and was patient with everything. Lin Hui glanced at the few veterans around him and sighed in his heart. It seems that it's not that easy to make a good living. There's no better way to do it now, but to keep the soldiers at bay and water to cover the earth. He was now becoming more and more impervious to the army. When he was in the compound, he used to think that being a soldier was quite simple. I didn't expect to come in person and realize there were so many more people. Lin Hui rolled his eyes at the sky. Still have to be proud for a year and 9 months. How hard it must be. Day 2. Lin Hui's trio was shouted up early by the veterans. There was no morning drill or training here, but feeding the pigs was their morning lesson. At 4 o'clock they were called up by the old horse to prepare the hog feed. That's an unbelievable amount of food for over 2,000 pigs. The 3 had never done farm work before, and after working for a few hours, Lin Hui's 3 backs were almost broken. It's not any easier than training at all. After a simple breakfast, before they could even catch their breath, they were dragged to the fish pond again. The entire 200 acres of fish ponds have to be hand-fed with all fish material. The 3 men worked until noon, nearly spread out on the floor from exhaustion. Veteran Lu Ming sneered and came over. You can't do this much work? You don't work at home? Wang Yang gasped. Done work, but never done so heavy. This is more than moving bricks in the construction site, but also tired. Chen Eru grimaced. I was in the countryside, and I've done work, but my family only has a pig and a few chickens, so I'll be busy in a while, which is now so exhausting it's killing me. If I had known that logistics was so hard, I wouldn't have trained with the next company. Lin Hui also regretted that he had clearly come here with the purpose of muddling through in the first place. I can't believe I'm this tired. If it's like this every day from now on, what's the point? I'm sure I'll die of exhaustion, but it's here now, and there's nothing better to do than accept the reality. In the following days, Lin Hui's 3 men rose early and worked hard every day. There's a big pile of work on the base, and it's just not busy enough. Although the hog barn has a machine dedicated to cleaning up manure, the manure that is cleaned down has to be manually disposed of. Either that or use a shovel and shovel the hog manure into the car and take it away. Either that or use a bucket and pick the hog manure to the edge of the fish pond to compost the vegetable patch and add nutrients to the water quality of the fish pond. That workload alone could wear the three of them out. Troops have troop standards, although no training is needed here, but the work absolutely does not allow any sloppiness, and must be implemented in strict accordance with the standards. Another week went by in a flash. Lin Hui's trio had eaten lunch and managed to find a chance to rest, leaning under a tree to bask in the sun. Wang Yang sighed. I really didn't expect that one day I would envy the life of the boss, lying here in the sun. It's so damn cool. Chen Arrow nodded. I finally understand why there are always old men at the head of the village playing chess around a piece. It's too comfortable. Wang Yang suddenly looked at Lin Hui. Brother Hui, we have to think of a way. Saying that we are here to mingle and enjoy a happy life. But it turns out that we are here to be a hard laborer. Chen Arrow didn't say anything. He had decided anyway that wherever Lin Hui went, he would go. He'll follow you to the top of the mountain and to the bottom of the sea. Lin Hui also felt doubly helpless in his heart. I came here to enjoy happiness, but I didn't expect to suffer. Getting up earlier than a chicken, going to bed later than a cow, and having to serve a bunch of livestock every day is simply not a human life. And, these days he could see that the veterans were deliberately making things difficult for them by giving themselves all the dirtiest, most tiring and hardest work. Lin Hui knew that it would be hard to get them to stop in a short period of time. It will take at least a year and a half to reconcile and get their approval. Lin Hui took a deep breath. We can't go on like this. If we keep backing down, those guys will only feel more bullied by us. Let's go. Let's go to the chief of division for judgment. Wang Yang's eyes widened. Big brother, are you serious? It's the division chief who's leading the charge to screw us. And you're still going to find him to reason with. Isn't this bumping into a gun? Lin Hui smiled faintly. Don't worry. We have a way. We're not afraid of him. There's a way. What's the way? Wang Yang and Chen Arrow were confused and couldn't guess what he was going to do. Chapter 27, Delivering a Sow? You're full of shit. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Provost Fan Ming looked up. Come in. Lin Hui was just about to push the door when Wang Yang and Chen Arrow tugged at him. Brother Fai, why don't we forget about it? It's too risky. Lin Hui shook off the two of them. Do you still want to live a good life? The two men looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Don't bullshit if you want to. If you want to have a good life, you have to make the sow and the goose comfortable first. Arrow and Wang Yang rolled their eyes and thought to themselves that they were now living much more comfortably than us. Lin Hui directly pushed the door in. Report, Logistics Company 5. Third Squad. Lin Hui reports to you. Fan Ming froze. Something wrong this late? Lin Hui said seriously. I want to reflect a situation to the leadership. There are veterans bullying a few of us new recruits. Fan Ming raised an eyebrow. Bullying you guys? You're kidding. We've always been very amicable here. Don't I love you guys? Lin Hui had long guessed that this would be his reaction, and said directly, you are indeed good to us. And the veterans are also good, but all the work is all given to us. They don't do anything else. The three of us are busy all day long. We're almost exhausted. Isn't this still called bullying? Fan Ming laughed and resumed his seat. Xiao Lin you're misunderstanding the veterans. They are trying to help you progress and familiarize yourselves with the work environment as soon as possible. And this is also a sign of love and care for you. How can you think this way about the veterans? It hurts them too much. And it hurts me too much. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. This official accent made people impeccable. But he had been prepared for this. Chief of Division. It is clearly stated in the Army's rules and regulations that veterans and new recruits should respect and care for each other. Combat troops have to train together. But we don't have to work together here? Is there such a rule? Why don't you show me the regulations so I can learn them? Snap. Fan Ming slapped his hand on the table. Against you. How do I do it with your teaching? I'm telling you. The reason I'm making you guys work more is to help you grow and familiarize yourselves with the work here as quickly as possible. I'm telling you. I'm the one who gave the order to give you more work. What's the problem? Lin Hui smiled and said, the order is forbidden. It's an order we will definitely carry out. That'll do. Get back to work. The superintendent waved his hand impatiently. Lin Hui saluted. Yes. Then I'll write a letter to the division headquarters tomorrow to report how you love us, and for the higher-ups to give you a commendation as well. Van Min stared, his head buzzing. Been here so many years. He'd never seen a recruit so bold as to report himself. Seeing Lin Hui turn to leave, Fan Ming slammed down on the table in anger. Come back. Who told you to leave? Lin Hui turned around. Leader, are you trying to physically punish me? You punish me. Punish me for forgetting. Turn around and I'll organize it and report it together. The corners of Fan Ming's mouth twitched. The policy now requires that recruits must be loved. If he is truly guilty of something, then a little punishment is justifiable. But over this period of time, Lin Hui's few people had worked hard and completed their work quite well. If he really let him report up, the above sent people down to investigate. By then they here certainly cannot eat. Fan Ming pointed at him. Lin Hui, let me tell you, although this isn't a combat class, it's still a troop all the same, and what you did before was excessive, so you've come here to atone for your sins. Unless, of course, the veterans see with their own eyes the changes you have made and accept you from the bottom of their hearts, so naturally they won't give you a hard time in the future. Don't think that reporting it will make it go away. You've committed a public offense, and even if you don't stay here, you'll still be targeted when you go somewhere else. Lin Hui sneered in his heart. In the end, he told the truth. He puffed out his chest. Rising his chest, I remember a certain leader said that people make mistakes, and those who can change after making a mistake are good comrades. Are you now targeting our past and grasping at straws? I have to write in the letter too. The chief of division's liver ached with anger. He had never seen a recruit so adept at sophistry. Okay, eloquent. The division chief sneered. Fine, I can let everyone work together, but I have to tell you, the mistakes you guys made are not so simple to be forgiven. This is the army, not outside society. If you want to be respected, you have to show your skills. Lin Hui could tell that the division chief wasn't a bad person. He just did what any veteran should do. It's deliberately difficult for them, but it's also out of a desire to preserve the dignity of veterans. However, Lin Hui wasn't willing to be targeted all the time like this. He had come here this time to solve the trouble. He looked at Fan Ming and said, Leader, I know the veterans despise us and think we're pricks, but what if we could do the same as them, wouldn't we not have to be targeted? Fan Ming froze, then was infuriated. Same as them? Lin Hui, you think farming is easy? I'm telling you, which veteran here didn't take more than a year to learn the skills they have now? Lin Hui looked at him confidently. And what if we can do the same as them? Fan Ming nodded his head in exasperation. You really don't want to see the coffin. Okay, tomorrow, the sow in the piggery is going to give birth. If you guys can successfully deliver the baby, it means your skills are the same as the veterans. Can you do it? Guarantee to complete the mission. Lin Hui puffed out his chest. The corner of Van Min's eye twitched. Even the new recruits looked down on farm work? Does he really think he can do anything here? He was so angry that he directly stood up. Okay, if you can successfully deliver the piglets tomorrow, I'll agree to whatever you ask for. Delivering a sow is a serious skill. Although it looks ridiculous, in the logistical farming industry, it belongs to the work that only a teacher can do. Even a seasoned veteran wouldn't dare to pack his bags and say it would be 100% successful. Lin Hui smiled. His system is the ability to learn. And during this time, the old horse also told him a lot of things about sows delivering babies. It wasn't a difficult task for him. That's why he had the confidence to come to Fan Ming, Chief of Division. If we finish, there's nothing too much to ask. Just wish we could be given some vacation time and then not be so bitter. Fan Ming looked him up and down. Yes, but to fail? Lin Hui said seriously, everything is under the orders of the division commander, and no matter what we're told to do in the future, we won't have any complaints. Okay, it's a deal. Fan Ming cheerfully sat back down. Kid, let me see your performance tomorrow then. Lin Hui saluted and turned to walk out. Fan Ming smiled and crossed his legs. Brat, this is you bumping into the gun yourself. Tomorrow, it's just the right time to teach you how to behave. But just in case, he'd still have the veterans watching in case something went wrong and could be remedied in time. Sows are also troop property, and if a difficult birth kills a pig, he's responsible for that, too. Lin Hui walked out of the office. Wang Yang and Chen Era hurriedly gathered around. How is it? How is it? What did the division chief say? Lin Hui smiled slightly. It's resolved. They're not looking for trouble from us anymore, and they're even going to give us a vacation. The two of them jumped in excitement, rushing up and wanting to kiss Lin Hui twice. He was pushed away by Lin Hui in disgust. Don't be too happy too soon. There are conditions. On what terms? Tomorrow, we'll deliver the sow, as long as we can ensure a victorious delivery and no accidents. Wang Yang and the two of them almost vomited blood. Brother Hui, what international joke are you playing? How could we deliver a sow's baby? It's more like it's delivering our babies. Chapter 28, The Provost's Eye-Opener. Is this okay? What are you doing out in the middle of the night? After dinner, Wang Yang and Chen Era followed Lin Hui outside the library. Lin Hui smiled and said, I'm going to go to the library to read a bit and look up some information. Wang Yang, the whole person is speechless. I go. Temporary class ba. Just now I see you so calm. Thought you what all will it? Dare to say you are now learning It's over. It's over. Chen Era grimaced bitterly. This time we've run into a gun ourselves. Lin Hui then and okay, don't worry, it's not a big problem. I'm a genius. With that, he walked straight into the library. Wang Yang shook his head. This time it's over. Hui even lied to himself. Does he really think that just by reading a book, he can deliver a sow? If that were true, everyone would be a veterinarian. Chen Arrow also panicked. Then what to do tomorrow? If we get a pig in 2 lives, we will be in bad luck. Wang Yang sighed. There's no way but to beat a dead horse. Let's hope he finds something useful in the book. Otherwise, we'll be waiting to make a fool of ourselves tomorrow. Meanwhile, once Lin Hui entered the library, he immediately found relevant books. So delivery and prenatal care, 3,000 questions on scientific pig raising, breeding pigs. That's it. Lin Hui's eyes lit up as he quickly flipped through the books. Because of the system, having read the content he could not forget it. A great deal of knowledge about pig farming comes into the head like a river. Ding! Pig farming ability +1. Ding! Pig farming ability +1. Early the next morning, Lin Hui had just returned from the library when Wang Yang and Chen Arrow immediately rushed up. Both of them were so nervous they didn't sleep all night. Their eyes were pandas. FAI. What's wrong? Chen Arrow hurriedly asked. Learned anything useful? Wang Yang slapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? What can you learn in one night? Brother Hui, why don't we go and apologize to the chief of the division? We'll definitely be the ones to suffer. Lin Hui was full of confidence. Alright, don't nag. Just do as I say. The two men looked at each other with skepticism. But with things as they were, there was only one way to trust Lin Hui. Soon the trio arrived at the pigsty. In the pigsty, the superintendent was already waiting with a group of veterans. Just as Lin Hui arrived, he was pulled aside by old Ma. Lin Hui, why are you really here? Squad leader, it was all agreed yesterday. I'll take care of it today. Nonsense. Old Ma whispered, delivering a sow is no joke. You stand here and don't move. I'll go to the chief of the division and ask for leniency, and this matter will be settled. Lin Hui's heart warmed. Having been in the army for some days now, the old horse was the first veteran who really cared about caring about himself. However, after a night of knowledge badgering, he was absolutely certain that he could deliver the sow or he wouldn't have come back today. Squad leader, Lin Hui said in a serious manner. Actually, I'm very knowledgeable about farming. Really, my dad is a pig killer. Lin Guangyao, who was far away in the commander's office, suddenly sneezed. If he knew that Lin Hui had said that he, the titular general, was a pig killer, probably would have tracked him for thousands of miles to whip him to death. Really? Old Ma looked puzzled. Of course it's true. Lin Hui smiled with full sincerity. My family raises and kills pigs. It's all my dad's one line. He kills them so well. I've been learning from him since I was a kid. Lin Guangyao sneezed several times in a row. What's going on today? Who's chanting about me? Old Ma frowned slightly, and just then, the division chief shouted, Lin Hui, are you coming or not? We can wait, but the sow can't. That thing can't hold it. Okay, coming right up. Lin Hui grinned at Old Ma, then rushed over with great strides. Old Ma tried to stop but didn't, and could only sigh inwardly. I don't know what this kid is saying, whether it's true or not. Let's take a look at it first. If it doesn't work, he'll go up immediately. Just then, he saw Lin Hui actually pull out an MP3 from his pocket and play a song. What are you doing? Squad leader, you don't understand. My dad taught me that playing music for sows gives pigs relief from prenatal anxiety. Old Ma was speechless. Is your father a pig killer or a psychiatrist? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I used to be a psychiatrist before I went to kill pigs. Soothing music comes out and the sows waiting to give birth begin to quiet down. A few veterans laughed out loud when they saw Lin Hui play music for the pigs. I'll go. I've heard of playing to a cow, but never to a piano. What do you know about hammers? Lin Hui rolled his eyes and began to nudge the pig in style. The corner of Fan Ming's eye twitched straight. Lin Hui, if you kid really won't hurry up and come out, don't give the pig a whole depression. Not born. Secretary, I'm doing prenatal relaxation for the pig. This technique is old-fashioned, guaranteed to be comfortable. Don't believe me? I'll give you a massage later. Lin Hui almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood from Fan Ming's anger. What the fuck? You think I'm a pig? Besides, the old man is a male. Male. Soon after the massage ended, Lin Hui picked up the MP3 and changed the song. The wind is howling. The horses are whistling. The yellow river is roaring. The yellow river is roaring. The old sow's ears perked up just as the rousing music started. All excited. With a great deal of specialized knowledge, Lin Hui could tell at a glance that the pig in front of him was about to start giving birth. The ability to learn systematically has made him an experienced master craftsman. A job like delivering a pig is a handful. Soon a little piglet was placed tenderly on the hay by him. Old Ma's heart was in his throat as he watched Lin Hui's skillful movements. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, squad leader. I'm always gentle with pigs. Lin Hui moved quickly, but each stroke was particularly gentle. Definitely won't hurt the tender little piggies. In just 1/3 of the time it takes a normal person, Lin Hui successfully delivered 8 old sows in the pigsty. Each piglet was alive and healthy looking. Lin Hui exhaled. Squad leader, there's a surprise. No dishonor. Old Ma whacked him on the chest. You kid. You scared me to death. I can't believe you actually did it. Wang Yang ran over excitedly. Brother Hui. Awesome. Chen Era's eyes were filled with little stars. Can you teach me this technique? My second uncle's family raises a lot of old sows, so when I get back, I'll have to show them off. No problem. A small matter. Lin Hui had a relaxed face. He walked up to Fan Ming and saluted. Chief of Division. Mission successfully completed. Please instruct. Fan Ming was so dumbfounded that his jaw hit the floor. It was only after a while that he finally responded. Lin Hui. I've been coming to logistics for so many years, but I've never seen a pig delivering a baby in this way. You've opened my eyes today. A little something. A little something. Lin Hui waved his hand and said, my father not only kills pigs, but also raises them, and such things as delivering babies to pigs are as good as eating and sleeping to me. Oh. Lin Guangyao sneezed hard again. What the hell is wrong with today? Chapter 29 Brother Fai. Are you opening a nightclub? Chief of Division. I've accomplished the task you gave me. Does that count as a win for me? Lin Hui asked with a smile. Fan Ming froze for a moment and laughed. What's the matter? Afraid I'll renege on my debt? How can I? Lin Hui smiled and said, the Chief of Division is bright and open. Surely not. Alright, count yourself as a winner. Fan Ming rolled his eyes and turned his head to look at a few veterans. See, people have only been here for how long, and they can even deliver a sow. How long have you guys been learning this stuff, and are you good at it? A few veteran faces immediately pulled down. It took them a whole year to learn this in the first place. Who would have known that this kid's family raised pigs and had a father who specialized in killing them? One of the veterans said, Chief of Division, we know we're wrong. Fan Ming said seriously, alright, I don't blame you guys. What happened before is over. You're not allowed to bully Lin Hui in the future. And you're not allowed to give all the dirty work to them. They work seriously and you guys are lazy. It's just not like that. Yes, the veterans are holding back though, but do admire Lin Hui's skill. It's the first time I've ever seen a pig deliver a baby like this. It's a hell of a thing. The two of them, Wang Yang and Chen Eru, immediately burst into smiles. Hey, we'll finally have a good life in the future. Brother Hui is awesome. I love Brother Hui. Just then, Fan Ming suddenly asked curiously, Lin Hui, let me ask you something. What else does your father raise besides pigs? Chickens, ducks and fish are raised. Lin Hui made a serious nonsense. What's wrong with the division chief? Fan Ming brightened up. Then in that case, you're good at raising chickens too? Lin Hui smiled and said, of course, compared to killing pigs, my father is better at killing chickens. And in the earliest days he sold chickens at the food market. Let me put it to you this way. I grew up in a chicken coop. I've seen every kind of chicken. Lin Guangyao another sneeze out. The brain shocked buzzing. What's wrong with this today? A cold? Fan Ming excitedly patted his shoulder. Good wow. It looks like we, logistics, have picked up a treasure this time. In that case, from today, you will have the skills in farming and let the veterans do the rest of the work. A few veterans' faces turned green. Chief of Division. How can this work? Why not? Fan Ming waited for them. Do you have skills? If you have skills, you guys go on and give them the job. Old Ma hemmed and hawed. That's right. Just now Lin Hui gave the pig smooth. You all saw it. Fast and good. Which one of you can do it like him? The veteran was speechless for a moment. It's not like they have a father who kills pigs. Seeing that Lin Hui was still hesitant, Fan Ming simply said, if you can do the job and manage the pigsty chicken coop well, I can give you more vacations. Lin Hui's few people immediately lit up. It's good to be on vacation. You can go out in style. You can also go to town and shop, eat, see a movie, take a shower, and maybe go on a quiet club wave. Okay, I have no problem with that. I promise to get the job done. Fan Ming smiled faintly. Good. As long as you can do a good job and perform well, I'll give you as many days off as you want. He looked at the veterans. You guys listen to me too. After that work, you'll have to do whatever Lin Hui tells you to do. Don't always think that just because you're veterans, you're something. The veterans were speechless. Who the fuck did they invite? I can't believe I had to be made to do the opposite by the recruits. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, his heart secretly happy. It seems that having skills is different, and it's popular everywhere. but I can't let Pops know about this, or I'll have to belt him. Soon, Fan Ming led Lin Hui to the chicken coop, pushed the door to enter. A chicken smell comes out. The three of them, Lin Hui, didn't even frown. During this time, the veterans kept torturing them with any dirty work they had to do, and they had long since gotten used to it. Fan Ming turned his head and said, "Raising chickens is actually very simple. As long as you can ensure that the chickens don't die, grow fast, and lay more eggs, and if you meet these 3 points above, you are considered qualified. Can you do it?" Lin Hui puffed out his chest. "Leader, I have confidence in the chickens, and even more confidence in myself. Do it right." Van Min patted him on the back, turned around and left first. Old Ma worriedly asked, "Will it work? Do you need my help?" Lin Hui's heart warmed. The old squad leader really cared and loved him at all times. He suddenly realized that he was liking this place more and more. "Squad leader, just put 100 minds at ease. Our family is a big farming family, and besides, raising chickens is much easier than raising pigs." When Lao Ma thought about it, the fact that Lin Hui could deliver a pig meant that he did have experience. Besides, his dad works with chickens all the time, but even so, he still took pains to exhort. "Alright, then, if there's anything you don't understand, if you don't understand it, feel free to find me. Don't be afraid of trouble." "Got it, squad leader." The squad leader took the veterans and left first. Just as he went out the door, Lu Ming couldn't help but speak. "Squad leader, do you think Lin Hui and the others will be able to make it?" The old horse turned his head. "Worried for them? Bullshit." Lu Ming was stiff-lipped. "I'm worried for the hens in the coop. These are true property." Old Ma laughed. "Don't worry, I'm sure these boys can do it." Evening, Lin Hui hugged the 2 stereos and went to the chicken coop. Wang Yang was confused. "Brother Hui, what are you doing with 2 big stereos? It's true that this place is full of chickens, but you can't take this as a nightclub?" Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "What do you know about hammers? I'm doing it to raise chickens." Wang Yang and Chen Era looked at each other with their heads full of questions. "Audio? Chickens? Aren't these 2 next to each other? Do you know how to make chickens grow and lay more eggs?" The 2 of them were shaking their heads like rattles. Lin Hui smiled slightly. "Scientific studies have shown that in order for chickens to grow well and lay more eggs, they must be kept happy." Wang Yang almost vomited blood. "Pleasuring the chicken physically and mentally? All I know is that a big chicken leg pleases my stomach." "Big chicken legs? Where is it? I want it too. I want it too." Chen Arrow could be considered to have understood a sentence. Lin Hui looked at the 2 living treasures and shook his head. "Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Just do what I say later. Eru, help me connect the power." Chen Arrow gave to find a terminal board and electrified the stereo. Lin Hui fished a tape out of his pocket, blew the dust off of it, and put it in. "You're like that. A fire, a blazing fire, burning me." The dynamic song plays. The hens were all startled and kept fluttering their wings. Lin Hui beat the beat and said, "You too, sing along." The 2 of them were instantly petrified, and Wang Yang's eyes widened in shock. "Crap, you're really planning to open a nightclub in the chicken coop?" Chapter 30, My son has become the king of farming? Wang Yang's eyes widened. "Brother Hui, you're opening a nightclub here?" Lin Hui said disdainfully. "You illiterate, you know a hammer. I'm pottering around for the chickens." "Crap." The 2 men were speechless. "Why don't you just horse them?" "Cut the crap. If you want to live a good life, do what I tell you to do. Wiggle your ass and sing a little song." Wang Yang and Chen Arrow looked at each other, crying and laughing. "That's nifty bullshit too. Eru, what are you waiting for? Sing." Lin Hui threw a kick towards Eru's butt. Chen Arrow cried out, "Brother Hui, this song, I don't know it. If you can't, follow the hum." Lin Hui glared at him. "The main thing is to dry up. Can't you see the chickens are watching you? Let a good example." Chen Arrow grimaced bitterly, and sure enough, he saw that all the chickens were staring straight at him. Those little eyes, though, looked as if they were more scared. "Jump!" Lin Hui kicked again. Chen Arrow had no choice but to follow behind like a toothache babbling. "A blazing fire that burns me. You're like that. A fire." Wang Yang suddenly ripped out his voice and sang like a wolf howling. Not only did it give Lin Hui a fright, even the chickens were given a shiver. "What the hell is this? A funeral? Can a chicken lay an egg when it hears it? Hold back any eggs, too, and start over. Gently, with feeling." Lin Hui was like a music teacher disciplining a pentatonic student. Wang Yang shrank his neck and looked embarrassed. I am sorry. I will start over." Soon, Wang Yang and Chen Arrow gradually found their senses under Lin Hui's guidance. Lin Hui was, after all, the young prince of the nightclub. Singing and getting into the mood is a real handful. The atmosphere in the coop was gradually driven up as the trio sang at the top of their lungs. At first, these hens were indeed startled, but after a while, realizing that Lin Hui's trio wasn't much of a threat. They were all relieved. The music rang out to the beat, and some of the chickens were already familiar with the rhythm. Even craned his neck from side to side to the music. It's a joy to look at. Cluck cluck cluck. It's moving. Ha! It's moving! Wang Yang exclaimed excitedly. Chen Era touched his head. But is this useful? You know shit, Lin Hui said in a serious manner. These chickens are locked up here every day. If it were you, would you have the vigor? They must be made to move. With vigor. And then when they are tired, they naturally can't hold it in. And then the eggs are laid with a crash. Wang Yang and Chen Era stared at him with disbelief. Brother Hui, are you bullshitting? Cut the crap and keep dancing. Be emotional and make the chicken dry. Lin Hui gave a blow towards one of their asses. The two had no choice but to twist to the music. One song ended quickly and the next one was totally dynamic DJ. As if Wang Yang had been aroused by the fire in his heart. He had completely let go at this moment and wrapped his arms around Lin Hui and began to crazily shake it. Chenaro saw two people jumping high, simply lying directly on the ground to play the human carousel. Lights flashed and music stirred throughout the coop. Not far away, two veterans looked at the chicken coop with its swaying lights and their jaws hit the floor. They are getting ready to kill a chicken, aren't they? A veteran gulped. I feel the same way. Another veteran nodded. I feel like they're going to give away all the chickens. The first veteran smiled bitterly. In all the time I've been here, this is the first time I've seen chickens raised like this. Should we go report to the division commander? The soldier on the other side shook his head. Forget it. Now they are the division chief's redheads. If we go to report, we might get scolded. Just wait. If a bunch of chickens die tomorrow, they'll have a hard time. The two men exchanged bad looks and turned to head back to their dorms. Time went by and song after song was played. The coop was in full agitation, with the chickens bobbing their heads right along with the music along with the people. After half an hour, Lin Hui pulled the two of them to sit aside and rest. All right, watch them move. Wang Yang scratched his head. Brother Hui, the chickens are happy now, but when will they lay eggs? Lin Hui looked at his watch. Another hour. Turn off the music, or you'll really tire them out. FAI. I think that I might die before they do. Chen Era was panting and sweating profusely. Soon, an hour had passed. The music was turned off, but the chickens were still hyper. Wang Yang and Chen Era were wide-eyed. It doesn't seem to be moving, does it? FAI. Chickens don't get too high and stop having babies? I don't think so. Wait and see. Lin Hui was a bit vain. This is the method he summarized from reading the book. It works on pigs. It wouldn't work on chickens, would it? After a while, the chickens sat down in their nests as if they were tired. Bad. The chickens are going to sleep. They must be tired of playing and refuse to lay eggs. Wang Yang was anxious. The words just fell. Gobble gobble. A chicken next to me suddenly laid several eggs in a row. Down. Really down. Chen Era shouted excitedly. Lin Hui and Wang Yang stood up violently. Their eyes rounded. The next moment, the chicken coop, the other chickens in the coop, as if they were jet fighters, began to poof and keep laying eggs. Wang Yang excitedly hugged Chen Era. Great. Our efforts weren't in vain. Brother Hui, you're so awesome. I want to lay an egg for you. Lin Hui's head was full of black lines. If you dare to place it, I wouldn't dare to take it. Early the next morning, Fan Ming smiled and came to the chicken coop with his hands behind his back. How's it going, you three? Did the chickens lay eggs this morning? Lin Hui and the three of them smiled at each other. Chief of Division, why don't you go and take a look for yourself? Fan Ming laughed. That's fine. You guys just manage the chicken coop and are justifiably unfamiliar with it. I can allow for a week where the egg production is not as good as before. With your talents. After a week, suddenly, his entire being was subdued. What the hell? Where did all the eggs come from? Unbelievably, he rushed to the egg frame, his pupils rapidly dilating. Today, there are almost twice as many eggs as there used to be, and the egg frames can barely hold them. You guys went to buy eggs? Fan Ming glared at them. Lin Hui said cheerfully, Chief of Division, see what you're saying. We don't do that kind of cheating. We're relying on our ability to make chickens lay eggs. Fan Ming's jaw hit the floor. You can still give hens a smooth birth? He looked back at the coop and all the chickens were shriveled up, like they were in the middle of their monthly cycle. Crap, what did you guys do with the chicken? Fan Ming yelled anxiously. Lin Hui laughed. Don't you worry, they are just tired. You lay so many eggs. You're tired too. Van Min, you're the one laying the fucking eggs. Lin Hui said, rest during the day today, and they'll continue to lay at night. As long as there's enough feed, I guarantee that not only will they lay a lot, but their bodies will be twice as good. The corners of Fan Ming's eyes twitched as he listened. These chickens clearly looked like they were dying of chicken fever. But looking at the egg next to him, he had to believe Lin Hui again. He's been on the base for years, and he's never seen so many eggs laid in one night. Just then, all the veterans all rushed over. The 2 veterans from last night were trying to watch the joke, but once they saw the full load of eggs, they were instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit, how did they do that? The 2 of them looked at each other and couldn't figure out even if they broke their heads. The chicken could still lay so many eggs even though they were so high last night? It's not scientific. Fan Ming had already returned to his senses at this moment and laughed out loud. Lin Hui, you really impressed me. You are not only a good pig farmer, but also a good chicken farmer. Your father is by no means a pig killer. He is definitely a farming genius. Lin Hui stifled a laugh. If this was for his old man to hear, he would probably be able to whip the division chief's face. Lin Hui grinned and said, Chief of Division, then our agreement. Fan Ming laughed. What I say definitely counts, but it's only the first day. To make sure you're not going off the dog luck, tell you what, if you can make sure that the chicken coop, the duck coop, lays more than the average number of eggs and keep it up for a week, I'll give you an advance and give you guys 5 more days off to play wherever you want. Lin Hui's trio's eyes were glowing and they were almost up in the air with excitement. Thank you, Division Chief. It's a deal. Fan Ming laughed out loud. It's a deal. When the crowd left, Old Mai came over and slammed his fist on Lin Hui. Good boy. You're not hiding anything. I'm your class president. If you have good skills, don't hide them. You have to teach me. Lin Hui looked ashamed. He couldn't teach his skills unless Old Ma also had a system. He snorted and sort of blinked it away. In the following days, Lin Hui's trio did as they were told. Chicken coop, duck coop, goose coop tour. Every night, night after night. At the breeding site, the poultry are playing as high as they can. Egg production is blowing up every day. On the 5th day, the number of eggs laid in the base was fully 3 times higher than before. Fan Ming couldn't stop smiling. He felt that Lin Hui was the great treasure that God had given him. Lin Hui 3 people's days, but also thoroughly over the wind and water. That evening, Lu Qingsong was checking out the documents. The phone rang and he glanced at the number. Instantly his entire body stood up. Hey, old Chief Ah, I was just about to look for you. You still know to look for me. Lin Guanyo said in a cold voice. Is it to report that my son beat up someone in the recruit company? Lu Qingsong looked embarrassed, but immediately said with a smile, Old Chief, who can't make mistakes as a young man? That's all in the past. Is it still a good comrade to know his mistakes and be able to change them? You mustn't blame him. You kid. Just help him hide it. Lin Guanyo said angrily. A new recruit dares to do such a thing. What's going to happen in the future? Tell me. How was he severely punished? LV Qingsong said with a smile. I sent him to the production base, wanting him to suffer a bit and sharpen up. You fart. Lin Guanyo slapped his hand on the table. That place is where idlers stay. So he can receive a lesson? You're siding with him. Lu Qingsong hurriedly shook his head. Old Chief, you have wronged me and misunderstood him. Let me tell you, this kid has changed a lot since he went to the base. Humph. What can he change? It's really changed. Lu Qingsong laughed. Since he went there, not only did he increase the number of piglets being slaughtered, but he also multiplied the base's egg production. Now he's already a model standard bearer for the base. And the base has even applied to have him appear in the military newspaper to praise him properly. Lin Guanyo on the opposite side almost spat out blood. What did you say? That kid. He became a farming professional? Lin Guanyo was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched. The Lin family has been in the military for generations, and all of them are heroes with great achievements in battle. When it comes to Lin Hui, he's actually the king of farming? The face of his Lin family is completely disgraced by this kid. Chapter 31 Pops gets angry. Lin Hui is sent away. Sensing Lin Guanyao's anger, Lu Qingsong hurriedly said, Old Chief, don't be angry. For Lin Hui to have what he has now, he is at least making progress. Snap. Lin Guanyao slapped his hand on the table and Lu Qingsong was startled and immediately shut up honestly. He knew very well that this old head of his was very much in love with his reputation. The whole family are all elites, but when it comes to Lin Hui, they have become experts in raising pigs and chickens. If this gets out, will surely lose face. But commander of the hall has given birth to a farming professional. In his place, he was ashamed. Lin Guanyao was on fire at this time. The first son born is a son, and the second son is a son. By the time you get to the third, you're a son of a bitch? He roared towards the phone. LV Qingsong, you're purposely embarrassing me, aren't you? Lu Qingsong was so scared that he quickly said, Old Chief, you misunderstood. I really am. Lin Guanyao interrupted him. Enough. A new recruit beating up a veteran is of a bad nature and cannot be spoiled. I suggest you send him to the toughest place to hone him and let him take his punishment, not let him hide in the production base to raise pigs. Lu Qingsong froze for a moment and asked, then, where to send it? Lin Guanyao, let him guard Lunar Island. LV Chingsong stared wide-eyed. Leader, the conditions on Lunar Island are so bitter. Can Lin Hui be able to handle it? Besides, that's not in 602 anymore. Lin Guangyao said coldly. It's to let him go and suffer. If he doesn't suffer, what kind of soldier is he? A soldier, in uniform, who doesn't even know why he's a soldier is a dereliction of duty on my part as a father, and likewise on your part as a division commander. Lu Qingsong was ashamed. In this matter, I do have an unshirkable responsibility. Lin Guangyao said seriously. The duty of the people's sons and daughters is to protect the family and defend the country. By sending Lin Hui to raise pigs, you seem to be protecting him, but in fact, you're harming him. There, he'll never grow up in his life, never understand the meaning of soldiering in his life. Got it, old leader? I'll go arrange it now. The phone hung up and Lu Qingsong sighed. An old head is an old leader. So hard on his own son. He sighed. Lin Hui, you're guilty this time. In the study, Lin Guanyao's hands were shaking with anger. Dad, don't get so angry. It's not good for your health. The two brothers, Lin Rui and Lin Fan, came up with cups of tea to comfort them. Lin Guanyao put the cup down. Angry cursed, can I not be angry? Although from me, did not participate in any great war, but at least also defended the motherland, guarding the people. Both of you brothers have taken over my steel spear and carried the banner, but it's this kid Lin Hui, who is so cynical that he's disgraced the Lin family. Lin Rui said awkwardly, Dad, calm down. In fact, when Lao Er and I went to the army, we also had a rebellious mindset, and at first Lao Er even made a fuss about. Lin Fan hurriedly interrupted, but at that time, we quickly adjusted and adapted quickly. Being a soldier is the mission of our Lin family, and we don't dare to rebel. Lin Rui touched his nose, but Lao San is different from us. He is the youngest, favored since childhood, and has not suffered much. Yeah, Lao San's personality is different from the two of us. The sky's the limit, and there are some things you really can't do the hard way. Gotta give him more time to get used to it. Lin Fan also helped to explain. Lin Guangyao was enraged. What nonsense! If war comes, the enemy will give him time to adapt? He'll take eggs to the enemy then? Being aggrieved and having to beat up veterans, or even being a deserter? The brothers looked at each other helplessly. Old Dad was old-fashioned and stubborn, and could not be pulled back by 10 oxen when he had determined the truth. It seems that this time, he is determined to send Lao San to suffer. Lin Rui suddenly spoke up. Dad, why don't I go see Lao San off? All right, okay. Lin Guanyao nodded. He could kind of see that this kid Lin Hui just wanted to hang around in the army. If I had known that I would immediately go to such a bitter place to suffer, definitely trying to escape in some way, it would be most humiliating to be a deserter then. Let his big brother do some thinking and enlightenment. When you go, teach the bastard a good lesson. And, Lin Guanyao's tone suddenly eased. Tell him that Dad wants him to become a qualified soldier. Don't expect much excellence, just as long as he understands what it means to be a soldier. Where he falls down, get up from, there's no place where he can hide for the rest of his life. Got it, Dad. I'll pass it on to FAI. Lin Rui nodded and turned to leave. Early the next morning, Lin Hui is in the chicken coop with 2 heels, rehearsing a new show. Eru, have you memorized all the lines? Remember, it's not just the egg-laying rooster, the fighter in the attack. Oi! Chen Eru pouted his buttocks and learned in a decent manner, giving Lin Hui joy. Good, good, very good. Tonight you guys will act according to what I said. Today you must give the chicken a whole high. Lin Hui, come out for a moment. There was a sudden shout from outside. Lin Hui rushed out, looking at Fan Ming with a major standing beside him. He had a curious look on his face. What are the instructions, Division Commander? The major said in a cold voice. Comrade Lin Hui, we have received orders from the higher-ups to immediately transfer you to Garrison Lunar Island. Lin Hui's entire body froze. Crescent Island? He had heard of this place when he was a child. In the southwest of the Yin Kingdom, it is one of the few places in the country where the conditions are the toughest and the environment is the harshest. Going there is no different than going to jail. Besides, Lin Hui was now fully adapted to logistical life. Not only does he eat and drink well here, he also has a lot of vacation time and is comfortable. And he can go out on vacation tomorrow. So how can he leave? I'm not going. Firmly, the major said coldly. It's not up to you whether you go or not. That's an order. Lin Hui stared at Fan Ming, agitated. Division Chief, what exactly do you mean? Why don't you keep your word? You clearly promised me that as long as I do my job. Why do you still want to get rid of me? Fan Ming had a helpless look on his face. The son of a bitch is the one who wants to get rid of you. No, absolutely not with him. Wang Yang rushed out and stopped in front of Lin Hui. Chen Eru also shouted loudly. With us here, you can't take away Brother Hui. Wherever he is, we'll be there. The major glared. It's against you. Do you think the army is your own family, and don't you know that obeying orders is a soldier's natural duty? I don't care. You can transfer Lin Hui if you want to. You must take us with you. The two Wang Yongs yelled at the top of their voices, in a desperate manner. During this time together, they had already treated Lin Hui as a good big brother. It was as if the sky could not fall as long as he was there. No matter what the difficulty, it can be solved. Wang Yong, who? You guys back off. Lin Hui gritted his teeth and asked, who told you to transfer me? Tell him to come out and talk to me personally. It was clear to him that Pops must already know about all this stuff he was doing logistically. Only he would transfer himself at this juncture. If you don't let that person come. Lin Hui's eyes were filled with rage. I won't leave even if you shoot me today. The major's face was red with anger. He had never seen a soldier who disobeyed orders so badly. Just then, a loud voice came. What's all the fuss about? Lin Hui, look at yourself. Do you still look like a soldier? The moment Lin Hui turned his head, his face was filled with shock. Chapter 32. One day a brother. All his life a brother. Lin Hui, take care of yourself when you go to a new place. The production base will always be your home. In front of the dormitory building, Old Ma looked at Lin Hui and sighed deeply. Don't hold a grudge against the veterans. And don't blame the division chief. They just want you to be a good soldier. Their hearts aren't bad. Lin Hui's throat choked. I know. Squad leader. Okay. Old Ma turned around. Just don't forget me as your squad leader when you get to the new place. FAI. How can I live without you? Chen Eru, who was next to him, wowed. Wang Yang was also full of reluctance. Brother Hui, can we not go? Let's think of another way. The big deal is that we don't want a vacation. We don't want to take a break. Okay? The corners of Lin Hui's eyes were sore. The biggest thing I got out of coming to the army was getting to know these two great brothers. Why wouldn't he want to stay? But a troop is a troop. And a military order is a military order. Lin Hui turned his head. And not far away, Lin Rui leaned against the car, waiting for him with a serious face. At home, he could disobey the old man, but he never dared to disobey his elder brother, because that was the person he had always respected since he was a child. The fact that Big Brother would come also meant that the old man was determined to get rid of himself. Lin Hui took a deep breath and wiped Chen Eru's tears. Eru, you're such a big man. You're still crying. Aren't you ashamed? If your parents knew you were crying in the army, if your village people knew, they would definitely laugh at you. Joke, let them joke. I'll cry. Chen Eru's snot dragged long. Brother Hui, I can't let you go. Without you, I don't know what to do in the future. Lin Hui struggled to squeeze out a smile. Nerd, all those years you didn't know me. Weren't you alive and well? But it's not the same. Come on, don't be a mother-in-law. It's not manly at all. Lin Hui patted him. Eru, with me around, you can never grow up. When I'm gone, you'll be able to grow up and become a man on your own. After saying that, he then looked at Wang Yang, who wanted to speak, and punched him in the chest. Brat, haven't you always wanted to compete with me and surpass me? With me gone, you're the boss. It's kind of a bargain for you. Wang Yang shook his head frantically. In the past, I always liked to fight you, but then I realized that you were a freak and gave up. FAI, I don't want you to leave. Let's think of another way, okay? If the division chief can't do it, let's find a higher leader. You've performed so well here. You'll be in the military newspaper soon. The leaders above will definitely be willing to keep you if they know about it. Lin Hui smiled bitterly. The order came from his old man. Which one dares to disobey the commander? Okay, stop it. After I leave, you kid can never be a jerk again. Don't be impulsive in everything. Move your brain more. In the future there will be no one to cover you. Take care of yourself. And, take care of Eru. Wang Yang's eyes were red and he hugged Lin Hui tightly. Chen Eru also immediately hugged up like an octopus. You too, don't be so melodramatic, okay? Make it look like a farewell. Lin Hui held his head high, trying to keep the tears from falling. The two choked up and said, Brother FAI, no matter where you go, we will always be brothers. Good brothers for life. Okay, time to go. Lin Rui urged loudly from the side, and only then did the two men reluctantly let go. Lin Hui secretly wiped his eyes, took a step back, and solemnly saluted towards them. The two men puffed out their chests and returned the salute with vigor. FAI, we'll miss you. Me too. Lin Hui lowered his hand and turned toward the Old Ma squad leader to salute as well. Old Ma froze for a moment and raised his right hand as well. Lin Hui, take care of yourself. Squad leader, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I will always remember you. Lin Hui looked at Old Ma and was saying solemnly. Old Ma revealed his trademark naive smile. When you get to a new place, don't get mixed up by the days like before. You're a good soldier. You shouldn't stay here. You should go to a better place and fly farther. Lin Hui's eyes glazed over. Tears were welling up in his eyes one by one. He really couldn't leave this place, the old horse, and the two brothers. It's not the same as the recruiting company, with his dedication, his sweat, and his rewards. Finally, Lin Hui saluted and bid farewell to the division chief and a group of veterans before he picked up his traveling bag and turned toward the car. Lin Hui, sooner or later, we'll meet again. We'll definitely meet again. Don't you dare try to get rid of us. Wang Yang used all his strength and shouted the words from his heart towards him. Lin Hui's body lurched, and he couldn't stop the tears from sliding down his face. He didn't dare turn around and didn't want his brothers to see crying. I'll listen to you. I'll become a man of my own. In Chen Ero's sobbing shouts, Lin Hui step by step, hard to walk up to the car. It was clearly only 10 meters or so from the car door, but it felt, to him, like a century had passed. Lin Hui got into the car and immediately twisted his body to the other side. Not daring to look back, Lin Rui followed and got in the car. Closing the door, he raised his hand, wanting to pat Lin Hui on the back and comfort him, but the words never came out of his mouth. Lin Rui sighed, smiled bitterly and said at the driver, "Let's go." The car started and quickly drove out of the production site. Driving down the hill to the main road, the buildings grew and the streets became busier. Lin Hui clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Let the tears keep slipping. He did not know. This leave, later there is no chance to see the two good brothers. Can still see the old horse squad leader. The car sped along and soon arrived at the pier. Lin Rui took Lin Hui and changed into a boat. It took 2 or 3 hours of sailing in the ocean before we reached our destination. Lin Hui had just gotten off the boat when a swarm of mosquitoes came crashing down on him like a storm. Frightened, he held his breath and fanned them hard several times before they were barely repelled. What the hell is this place? Lin Hui's face was ugly. This island was named Lunar Island because it resembles a crescent moon. Lin Rui said, "How is it? Nice environment, right?" Lin Hui's mouth twitched. "Not bad, your grandma." "No, your grandma is my grandma too. When you get here, don't even think about leaving. It's got to be 30 or 40 kilometers inland at the closest point. So if you want to slip away, you'd better ask the sharks in the sea if they'll say yes or no." Lin Rui reminded with a grin. Lin Hui grunted. "Who said I'm going to slip away? I've come all this way, so consider it a trip." Lin Rui said seriously, "You're not here to travel. There's a post on the island with a squad of soldiers stationed. Your task is the same as theirs. You'll be responsible for guarding the place. By the way, every half a month, there will be a supply. You won't starve to death. All of this, it's the old man's arrangement, isn't it?" "Exactly." Lin Rui nodded. Lin Hui clenched his fists. He had been holding his fire all this way. Now that he and his big brother were the only two people here, he could finally explode without reservation. Who is he to tell me what to do with my life? The old warlord, the old bandit. He asked me to be a soldier for 2 years, and I did what he asked me to do, whether it was in the recruiting company or down in the company, and I did well. So what gives him the right to do that? Before Lin Hui could finish his sentence, a thumping punch suddenly hit his face. His whole body took several steps backward, his brain buzzing. "What are you doing?" Lin Hui roared. "This is the first time since I was a kid that my big brother has ever done anything on his own." Lin Rui directly threw the bag at him and said coldly, "The old man, no matter how wrong he is still our father. When a son curses his old man, shouldn't I beat you up?" Lin Hui was furious. "I'm just stating the facts. Don't fucking argue with me." Lin Rui snorted coldly. "I know you don't want to be a soldier or enter the army, and that you're here solely to perfume the old man." Lin Hui didn't say anything. He was really rushing to come here. He didn't even want to be here, and he didn't belong. "You don't want to be a soldier? Fine. I won't force you. After 2 years you can get out if you like, but since you're here, you have to be worthy of the uniform you're wearing and your current status." Lin Hui was furious and red in the face. "How did I apologize for wearing a military uniform? I've been a good soldier. You guys are 2 days late, and I'm on the military newspaper. How many soldiers make it into the military press? And don't you dare tell me I'm not doing a good job?" Lin Rui sneered. "I've realized that in the few months you've been in the army, you have no other skills but have developed a set of aging teeth and a sharp tongue. Ask yourself, are you really doing a good job as a soldier? No, you're not at all. You're just trying to get by in the army," he said nonchalantly. "A recruit company plays mind games, fights with the squad leader, and beats people up. Do you look like a soldier, or do you look like a ruffian? Let me tell you, that squad leader of yours, I don't know him, but I'm certain that he's willing to give everything for the sake of the troops. What about you? What have you done since you came to the army? Raise chickens and pigs? You don't want to be ashamed. We want more." Lin Hui was angry in his heart, but couldn't find the words to refute it. He's doing this partly so he can be logistically comfortable, and partly so he can disgust the old man. You let me be a soldier. Fine. But how? I say. Lin Rui pointed at him. If you don't want to stay, I'll go back right now and talk to the old man, saying that you're not cut out for this, so that he can let you out and fool around as much as you want, and no one will care about you. Anyway, you don't belong here, and there's nothing for you to hold on to here, much less anything worth keeping you here. Those brothers who carried guns and climbed trenches with you, let them go and pay in silence, and you go and be your dashing young master, and end up rotting away somewhere, just meaningless mucking about for the rest of your life. Lin Hui clenched his fists. It's only been a few months since I joined the army though. There were his friends here, the old squad leader who had treated him like nothing else. It's not at all what Lin Li said. No attachments. The two brothers are still waiting for him, and you have agreed that you will definitely meet again. So Lin Hui can't go back on his word. Also, with Suida, he always felt some guilt. If there was a chance, Lin Hui would like to meet him and say a proper apology. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default? Who says I don't want to stay? Good. Lin Rui said seriously. Since you're willing, then don't be mixing up your life for me. In these 2 years, give me a good think about what the meaning of a soldier really is. And when you figure it out, go wherever you want. No one cares. Looking at Lin Hui's flickering gaze, Lin Rui didn't give him any chance to think and directly asked. Now, I'll give you a chance to choose again. Go, or stay. If you want to go, take off your uniform for me and I'll take you back now. Lin Hui raised his head, his eyes full of incredulity. Can still go back? Lin Rui said in a cold voice. On the old master's side, you don't have to worry. I'll go and talk. As long as you go back, feel free to rot outside. No one will care about you. I'll pretend that I don't have you as my third brother from now on. When you were just born, you died. Lin Hui's eyes were filled with anger. The two men's eyes were pinpointed and the air was full of gunpowder. After a full minute, Lin Hui gritted his teeth and stubbornly spoke. When I get here, I won't leave. 2 years is 2 years. What I promised the old man, I'll do it, and what it means to be a soldier, I'll definitely understand. When the time comes, I'll walk out of here with a straight face. Don't think you're the only ones who can be good soldiers. I can too. When he finished speaking, he picked up his backpack and headed towards the post without looking back. Looking at this Lin Hui's back, a bitter smile appeared on Lin Rui's face. This brat almost gave me a pain in the liver. No wonder he made the old man angry like that. He took a deep breath, full of expectations. Lin Hui, I hope you do what you say. Don't let us down. The meaning of soldier, that is engraved in our bones and melted in our blood. Lin Rui turned to board the ship. On the other hand, Lin Hui came to the post. Outside the post, a group of veterans were already lining up to welcome him. Lin Hui swept a glance and frowned. These veterans were dark-skinned and looked like they hadn't been battered by the sea breeze. He couldn't help but curse at the thought that he would have to live such a miserable life in the future. Welcome to the new comrades, the squad leader yelled and everyone all clapped hard. Lin Hui was so startled by them that he almost dropped his bag to the ground without holding it steady. No dismount? That doesn't make sense for a prick like him. Chapter 33. What about the promised suffering? This is too comfortable. Dad, it's done. On the ship, Lin Rui said towards the phone. Lin Guanyao asked in a cold voice, did that kid give you any trouble? No, he didn't resist? Lin Guanyao was a bit surprised. Lin Rui laughed bitterly. Dad, Xiao Hui isn't a child. He's just a bit stubborn. He also said that if he promised you to be a soldier for 2 years, that's 2 years of soldiering, and that if he determines something, he'll go to the end and then leave in a dignified manner. Lin Guanyao snorted coldly. Count him as still sensible. Dad, in fact, Xiao Hui is really good. And I can already feel that he has changed. Crap, Lin Guanyao didn't have a good temper. It's only right that there's a change. Otherwise why would I throw him into the army? It's been 4 months. If there's no change at all, then he's not a member of our Lin family. Lin Rui smiled and said, through this incident, I have more and more confidence in Xiao Hui. I can assure you that 2 years from now, even if he does get discharged, he will definitely understand what it means to be a soldier, and will definitely not become the same as before. Lin Guanyao nodded. Let's hope so. I hope that 2 years from now, he'll be a human being and no longer be a son of a turtle. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth twitched. If he's a son of a bitch, what does that make you and me? A family of turtles? The phone hung up. Lin Rui looked at the boundless blue sea outside and took a deep breath. Xiao Hui, you are the son of a general. These 2 years, don't let us down. Salute the new comrades, the squad leader yelled and all the veterans saluted in unison. The movements were quick and neat, giving Lin Hui all the whole won't, and hurriedly returned the salute. Rite of passage. The squad leader enthusiastically came over and took his backpack. Comrade Lin Hui. Welcome, welcome. Lin Hui nodded awkwardly, always a little uncomfortable. It's not what he expected, is it? Introduce yourself. My name is Wei Yangyan, the squad leader here. They are Zhou Peng, Wu Meng, Lu Shan. We are all guards in the southwest, the first line of defense for the motherland. Well said and applauded. Zhou Peng shouted and everyone clapped hard. Lin Hui looked like he was rehearsing a play, and his entire body was embarrassed. However, these veterans looked quite naive, as if they looked better than the veterans of the production base. Lin Hui really couldn't figure out what the old man was thinking. Thought I'd send myself to the hardest and most exhausting place. Ready? Ready for what? Lin Hui froze. Old Ma said mysteriously, serve it up. Here comes the noodle boy. A veteran immediately ran out with a bowl of noodles. Lin Hui looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him, with a large chicken thigh, 2 slices of ham sausage, and a splash of bright green scallions on top. Squad leader. What is this? A pick-me-up for you. Eat it while it's hot. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't move his chopsticks, Wei Yangyan thought that he didn't look at it. Don't mind it. We're only delivering supplies once in half a month, and with this, it's already the best we can come up with. For this bowl of noodles, the squad leader took his rations for tomorrow. Another veteran wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Wei Yangyan. Wu Meng, don't you still have a salted duck egg hidden there? Hurry up and take it out. Almost forgot. Wu Meng hurriedly ran to the cabinet and took a salted duck egg, and it was sweet to help him set it apart. Lin Hui's heart suddenly warmed. When I was in the recruiting company, the squad leader was a hot-tempered man who was quick to engage in corporal punishment. When they first arrived at the production site, the veterans always changed their ways to bully them, but coming here gave him a sense of having come home. Lin Hui stood up and saluted. Thank you, comrade veterans. What veteran not veteran? Come as a family. Quick, a meeting will pile up not delicious. Lin Hui nodded and sat down to eat his noodles. I don't know if he was hungry or not, but this meal, he ate extraordinarily well. It was also the most reassuring, down-to-earth meal he'd had since he joined the army. At 7 p.m. Everyone watched the newscast together. The island is small, not much entertainment and windy at night, so after watching the newscasts, followed by learning to read the newspaper, only after it was over did Wei Yangyan take Lin Hui to his dormitory. Just as he arrived at the place, Lin Hui froze. It was a small single room with only a bed and a chair in it. Shouldn't you sleep in a group home? Wei Yangyan explained, dormitory has been full. Can only first arrange you here? The house is a utility room changed. You condescending. After a while Zhou Peng to retire. When the beds are empty, you then move to. No aggravation. Sleeping in a single room is a treatment only available to cadres, and you can't enjoy it anywhere else. Wei Yangyan laughed. Which cadre lives so shabby? However, the conditions are really limited. Right now you can only make do. There are warm water bottles on the kitchen counter with boiled water ready to drink on the day, and the restrooms are out the door to the left. Yes, Lin Hui smiled and nodded. And NBSP, he felt that the squad leader was like an old mother who did everything. It's close to telling yourself how to fold your clothes and not to leave your feet out when you go to bed. Wei Yangyan smiled and said, I just said too much. You may not be able to remember it at once. Don't be anxious. In a couple of days you will be familiar with it. If there is something you don't understand, look for me at any time. Don't be embarrassed. It's getting late, so get an early night. There's a switch right by the bed. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Hui hurriedly called the man back. Squad leader, what's wrong? Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up enough courage. Squad leader, there are some things that I don't want to hide from you. I have a previous conviction. When I was in the recruit company, Wei Yangyan smiled as he listened to Lin Hui and said, I know everything you said. Lin Hui froze. You know? Of course. Wei Yangyan nodded. I've received the information before you reported here, and I'm aware of everything from the time you entered the recruit company today. Don't be surprised. I'm at least the squad leader. If I don't even know what's going on with the newcomers, what kind of squad leader would I be? Lin Hui's heart was immediately a little ashamed. Class president. You know it well, but why are you still? He couldn't understand why the squad leader hadn't targeted him. Instead, you're still so nice to yourself? It was because of this incident that when he arrived at the breeding base, he was not targeted. Is it logical that veterans should defend veterans? Wei Yangyan said with a smile. How can a person not make mistakes? Soldiers, too, are human beings. Is it possible not to make mistakes? The most important thing is to know your mistakes. I've also heard about what you did at the breeding base. It wasn't done quite well, showing that you recognized the mistake. Lin Hui was touched in his heart. This feeling of not being discriminated against and being understood was so good. Wei Yangyan looked at him. Actually, that squad leader you had in the recruiting company. I know. You know squad leader Su? Yeah, he used to be my soldier. Lin Hui was staggered. Suda is a soldier who was led by the squad leader? Holy shit. This is too much of a coincidence. Then he and Suda, wouldn't they become senior brothers? Squad leader, can you talk to me? Wei Yongyan nodded. Of course. I remember when Suda first came into the army. He was unassuming, like a stuffy gourd, bad in every way, and many people even thought he wasn't soldier material. Lin Hui was a bit surprised. It's not right, is it? Suda was able to join the Tiger Regiment's 6th company, which means he's talented. Why can't he get in touch with the poor soldiers? Wei Yongyan recalled. I know what you are thinking that if he can enter the Sharp Knife Company, he should be very strong. But the reality is just the opposite. As the old squad leader reminisced, Lin Hui truly understood Suda's past. He came out of the mountains with a toughness in his bones. Maybe it's because they know they're not smart enough, so they tend to work twice, 3 times, or even 10 times harder than others on everything. It was also his desperate character that allowed him to walk step into the 6th company of the sharpshooters. Wei Yongyan looked at Lin Hui. Suda's personality, from that time onwards, was set. He was straightforward and didn't know how to get along with people. I hope you don't blame him. No. Lin Hui shook his head. When he was in the recruit company, the reason why he went against Suda, besides his own desire to be lazy, was more because he didn't know him well, simply assuming that this person just wanted to use himself to gain honor and get a reward. But after hearing what the old squad leader said, he realized that Suda was indeed a good soldier. It was and still is. So is one considered a good soldier? Wei Yongyan sighed. Suda is able to be where he is now, thanks to his defiant and straightforward character. But this character, too, is doomed, and he can't stay forever. Squad leader, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Wei Yongyan waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you. Even if it doesn't run into you, sooner or later a conflict will erupt at someone else. There are techniques and methods to leading soldiers, not just brute force. To put it bluntly, he can't get along with people. He couldn't adapt to the army and had to leave. Lin Hui grew up in a compound. It's very clear that the force is now growing at a high rate. Many things are being revolutionized. If you can adapt, then keep up. And if you can't, you'll just be eliminated. And Suda. Actually, it's good to get out of the army. It's torture for him to stay in the army if he doesn't make a change. So maybe it's better to leave instead. Wei Yongyan patted Lin Hui's shoulder inside. Alright, it's not early. Take an early rest. Lights out in a while. The squad leader left and Lin Hui was the only one left in the room. The branches of the trees rustled outside. The sea breeze squeezed in through the window cracks with a wailing gust. Lin Hui lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling, frozen in thought. Images flashed rapidly through his head like running lights. Although he had been in the army for less than 6 months, he had experienced a lot in those 6 months. There's sweat. There's pain. There's separation. Thinking about the old horse's advice before he left, telling him not to get mixed up by the day. At this moment, even he himself couldn't figure out whether he still wanted to continue mixing or not. Lin Hui was slightly lost in thought, muttering and whispering under his breath. What exactly is the meaning of a soldier? Could it be that, after putting on this uniform, I'm still not considered a soldier? Chapter 34, Fishing and Drinking Tea. Doesn't it smell good? Why so disciplined? Early the next morning, it was just after dawn when a sharp whistle suddenly sounded outside. What's the situation? Lin Hui reflexively sat up directly from the bed. He hadn't heard a whistle since he left the recruit company, although he had to get up early to work at the breeding base. It was the old squad leader who came over to call him. What could be so urgent about blowing the muster whistle so early in the morning? Lin Hui was a bit speechless, but he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. He had just come outside and the veterans were already assembled and standing. Lin Hui, you stand at the end. Yes. Lin Hui quickly got to the end of the line and stood. Wei Yongyan said loudly. Now, start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. The veterans' voices were loud and centered. Lin Hui shouted the last number, his heart filled with confusion. What the hell are you doing? There's only a few of us. Can't we train? I don't think so. Wei Yongyan looked at the crowd. Now start the drill session. 5-kilometer run. To the right. Turn. Lin Hui's people were dumbfounded. They were really training? How can you run 5 kilometers in such a big place? Going to the sea? But soon, he realized that it was running around the island. It's almost 800 meters around the island. So 6 laps is basically 5 kilometers. The veterans ran extraordinarily hard, and no one mingled the entire time. Lin Hui still had an easy time following the group. With his current physical strength, none of these veterans could fight, but he just couldn't figure it out. There was no one else on the island. So who was he showing it to? Ran the 5K and ate breakfast. Wei Yangyan brought all the people back to the dormitory and started housekeeping. He looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "Next, start organizing your housekeeping. We believe that a good standard of housekeeping is a reflection of good manners in the military. Quilts are required to be foursquare and angular. Mosquitoes fall on them and slip on them. Flies stand on them and split them." The veterans quickly ran to their respective beds and began folding their quilts. Lin Hui stood and watched, even wondering if he was back in the recruit company again. "What's the matter? Did you go to the breeding base for too long and forget how to organize your housekeeping? Later, I'll go over and help you when I'm done." Wei Yangyan raised his head and looked at him with a smile. Lin Hui hurriedly waved his hand. No, I can do it myself. Say something, don't be shy. It's all family." Lin Hui had just turned around to go back to the house when he heard the cheerful laughter of the veterans heckling. Looking at the messy covers on the bed, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The palm of the hand was gone in one cigarette. Is it really necessary to be so self-disciplined? Obviously no one is watching and no one cares. So even if you are lazy no one will know. One day of training, Lin Hui was completely speechless. In a place like this, it's better to train than to drink tea and fish. At 7 p.m., the newscast is about to begin. Everyone sat down in front of the TV with the squad leader. "Squad leader, there seems to be no signal?" A veteran patted the TV, which was full of snowflakes. "Listen to the radio." "Okay." The veteran took a radio out of the cabinet and hooked it up to a power source, and sound soon came out of it. Lin Hui was dumbfounded. Listening to the news like this was the first time he had ever seen it. Wei Yangyan said with a smile, "Don't be surprised. We are like this. TV signals are sporadic. Generally at this time, most of the night with rain, you close the doors and windows tightly." "Got it, squad leader." Time passed and half a month passed. Lin Hui has gradually gotten used to this place. He also figured out the veterans' pattern. Morning drills, training, housekeeping, basically exactly the same as in a frontline unit, right down to singing before meals. Of course, the most important thing is that these veterans have been very kind to themselves. There was no bullying just because he had made a mistake. Instead, he was kind enough to help himself to shoes and socks. There was even a time when Lin Hui just sneezed, and the night shift leader brought it over with ginger tea. Here, he truly felt at home. These veterans around him are like big brothers who take care of him in every way. Luna Island. What a great place. Lin Hui leaned against the tree with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he sat up violently and shook his head vigorously. "No, how can I have such thoughts? This place is a cage. A place that the old master specifically used to imprison me and torture me. How can I miss it? I'm supposed to hate this place. Abhor it. This is not where I should be. It's the flowery world out there that belongs to me." Lin Hui kept admonishing himself, but little did he know that that rebellious heart had long since been subconsciously changed. That night, everyone in the post went to sleep. Rumble! A thunderbolt lit up the night sky. In the next second, a torrential downpour accompanied by a gale force wind fell suddenly. Lin Hui was sleeping soundly at the moment. Suddenly the door to the room was blown violently open. Lin Hui was jolted, instantly awakened by the rain. Crap! What's with this? Before he could react, a black shadow instantly rushed in from outside. Like a mountain, it blocked the doorway. Bang! The door to the room was heaved shut. Lin Hui turned on the light, and only then did he realize that the one who came was actually the class president. He looked dismayed. "Squad leader, what are you doing here?" Wei Yangyan was soaked to the skin and pulled a towel off the wall and threw it to him. "Hurry up and wipe it off. Don't catch a cold." "Squad leader, I'm fine." "What's fine? It's all falling apart," Wei Yangyan said seriously. "Hurry up, don't catch a cold. We're not like outside. If we get sick, it's a big deal." Lin Hui knew that this was an isolated island at sea. The supply ship comes only once in half a month, and in case of bad weather, it may be longer. Very troublesome if you get sick. He hurriedly wiped it off with a towel, then handed it to the squad leader. "Squad leader, you wipe it off too." Wei Yangyan wiped his face while saying with a smile, "The weather on the sea changes when it says so. You'll just get used to it in the future. However, today's situation is quite good. Last time the wind was so strong that it almost lifted the roof of the house." Lin Hui looked outside at the stormy and inclement weather. There was some apprehension in his mind. However, he was much relieved to see the squad leader's calm face. Wei Yangyan took out the tape from his pocket. "I'll seal the window for you, so the rain can't seep in. This door has been around for a long time, and there's a problem with the locked tongue, so you'll use a chair to top him off later. In a moment I will hold a new bed sheet and bedding for you." Although his body was ice cold, Lin Hui felt his entire heart warm up. It's such a nice feeling to be cared for. At the production base, He had always acted as a big brother, taking care of Wang Yang and Eru. I didn't expect that. Coming here, I would be able to enjoy this treatment instead. Lin Hui hesitated and asked, "Squad leader, can I ask a question? What can or can't? Don't be polite with me, just ask," the old horse said as he sealed the window. Lin Hui asked curiously, "Squad leader, I've been here for some days now, and I know that there's no one else on the island except for a few of us. I don't understand how you guys are so disciplined every day. Aren't you tired?" Old Ma said cheerfully, "People always have to find something to do for themselves, otherwise it will not drive people crazy?" Lin Hui was puzzled, drinking tea, fishing, also looking for something to do. Why not choose a more relaxed way? Comfortable, not better? That would be good indeed. Wei Yongnian stopped moving. But, not for us. Lin Hui was depressed. There are people who don't like to be lazy and have to make themselves suffer? Can I know? For what? What is it that keeps you going? Training every day in and day out. Or is there some force that sustains you? Wei Yongnian turned his head, a smile on his face. Because we are a soldier. Lin Hui's body shook, and goosebumps instantly rose on his arms. Because we're a soldier? How is this statement the same as what Big Brother said? Lin Hui felt like he had fallen into a loop that he could never get out of. Soldiers? What exactly? Keeping the loneliness? Discipline yourself? Or protect the family and the country? Just then, there was a sudden roar from outside. "Squad leader, come quick. Something's wrong." Chapter 35. What swimming champion? This kid is clearly a dolphin spirit? Wei Yongnian threw down his things and immediately rushed out. Lin Hui froze for a moment and ran out after him. It was so stormy outside that you couldn't see anyone from 5 meters away. The two ran wildly against the wind and rain. What happened? Wei Yongnian anxiously yelled. On the shore, Wu Meng, who was wearing a raincoat, rushed over. "Squad leader, in front, there's a fishing boat sinking in front." What? The storm came so suddenly that the fishing boats didn't have time to return to the harbor, and they were going to come to us for shelter. But who knew that suddenly? Cut the crap. Notify everyone. Put on your life jackets and go save them. Wei Yongnian was so anxious that his eyes were red. Without saying a word, he rushed out. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and yell towards Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, just stand guard here. Don't go anywhere. Wait for us to come back." Lin Hui froze and saw everyone rushing towards the ship. He hesitated only for a moment and darted over as well. "Come on, hurry up." The motor had just been started when the whole boat suddenly shook. Wei Yongnian turned back, his face full of shock. "Who let you come? Squad leader, how can I watch when you're all on?" Lin Hui wiped the water off his face and smiled. Wei Yongnian glared. "You new recruit, don't you want to die? Hurry down. Squad leader, the ship has sailed. We'll go down next time." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Wei Yongnian almost spat out blood. Saving lives is like putting out fires. If we go back now, it's definitely too late. He immediately took off his life jacket and threw it to Lin Hui. "Put it on." Lin Hui hurriedly shoved it back to him. "Squad leader, I'm good at water. I don't need it." "Bullshit. It's a storm, and it's out at sea. A wave laps over and just sweeps you away. And this isn't a swimming pool." Lin Hui said seriously. "What's wrong with the sea? I was a champion swimmer when I was a kid, and I've swum in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Where haven't I swum before? It's all a piece of cake." "Squad leader, they're dying." Wei Yongnian immediately turned his head, and sure enough, he saw that the ship in the distance was about to sink. The situation was so critical that it was too late to think about it, and turning around was out of the question. He shouted toward Lin Hui, "Listen to the order. Hold on to the boat tightly. Don't move." "Yes." Lin Hui growled lowly. The speedboat is like a sharp sword, riding the waves on the sea. Not far away, on a fishing boat, a few fishermen grabbed the mast and cried out for help in the water. "Hurry up and give me the rope. Old Zhang, Old Su, you guys come down with me." Wei Yongnian and 2 veterans, scrambling to tie the rope around their waists. "The 3 of us will go rescue the people. The others stay on the boat." "Lin Hui, you stay too. Don't move." As soon as the words were out of their mouths, the 3 of them plunged into the sea. Lin Hui immediately rushed to the bow of the ship, only to see the 3 people desperately struggling in the dark sea, as if they would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. On the boat, Wu Meng quickly tied the ends of the 3 men's ropes with force. It's their life-saving rope, and it should never be sloppy. A large wave came over and knocked the 3 directly back, further away from the fishing boat. Zhou Peng shouted anxiously, "The wind and waves are too big. It's hard to lean over." "Wu Meng, I'll bring the boat closer." "Absolutely not." Lin Hui hurriedly stopped. "The waves are so big, if we drive the boat over there, it might crash. When that happens, we'll be finished, not to mention rescuing people." Wu Mang was anxious. What then? Without saying a word, Lin Hui dove into the sea with a jerk, as fast as a fish. Ding! +1 to swimming ability. Ding! +1 to swimming ability. 2 seconds later, he rushed out of the water and then plunged back into the sea. By the time he came out of the water again, he had leapt several meters. Wei Yangyan looked dumbfounded. Crap! This kid's swimming skills, so good? A veteran opened his mouth wide. What kind of swimming champion is this? It's clearly a dolphin that has become a spirit? Did he train in a storm every day? Don't just stand there. Swim and save the day. Wei Yangyan shouted, and the other two hurried back to their senses, etc. When Lin Hui approached the fishing boat, the two fishermen saw him and immediately shouted, "Help! Help! Me!" Lin Hui stepped on the water while shouting, "Don't be afraid. I'm a soldier of the Yin Kingdom. I'm here to save you." Two people instantly burst into tears, their hearts agitated. "Don't move. I'll take you back." Lin Hui instantly rushed up, grabbing the two men when they were still half a meter away from the boat and pulling them downward violently. The two let go and fell with him. The moment he fell, Lin Hui's body violently rose up horizontally, his legs just stepping on the stepping boat. Using the reaction force, he took the two men and quickly dug into the water. Gollum! The two were forced to take a few gulps of seawater, but in the next second, it was taken out to sea again by Lin Hui, choking back tears for both men. This is too exciting. In the twinkling of an eye, Lin Hui had already returned to the squad leader's side. Squad leader proceed. Although he couldn't use much strength in the ocean water, he was twice as strong as normal. Lin Hui pushed with such force that he actually threw the two of them straight away. Crap! Wei Yangyan was filled with shock. Only two black shadows were seen. Smashing towards him, he subconsciously reached for it. The moment he caught the two men, he too was slammed into the water, taking several gulps of seawater. Cough cough cough. Wei Yangyan drilled out of the sea and kept coughing up water. "You kid, don't know how to throw it slowly. Almost smashed me to death." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lin Hui had already charged towards the fishing boat once again. "Quick, hurry up and send the people back first." Wei Yangyan hurriedly pushed the man towards a veteran. The two veterans were no slouches, grabbing the man and swimming toward the boat. Repeatedly several times, Lin Hui finally rescued all 5 fishermen before the boat completely sank. He was the last to climb aboard. Exhausted, Wei Yangyan rushed over and punched him in the chest. "You kid is looking for death. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your parents?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Squad leader, didn't I not die? If something happens to you, I can't explain to your family, can I? Your brother little bastard." Wei Yangyan was infuriated by him. "Sail the boat. Go back to the shore." The veterans combined their efforts to drag the 5 fishermen to shore. They were exhausted by the waves and it was the strong desire to survive that kept them alive. But their stomachs were filled with seawater and had to be drained immediately. Otherwise your life will be in danger. The veterans rushed to carry the man into the post for resuscitation. Lin Hui wanted to go help, but Wei Yangyan yanked him back. "Stand your ass down, squad leader." Wei Yangyan took off his raincoat and draped it over Lin Hui. "Frozen, hurry up and go in. Take off your wet clothes, rub more with a dry towel. Just leave this place to them." Ugh! Lin Hui's heart warmed and he hurriedly ran towards the dormitory. At the post, the veterans scrambled to salvage the situation and found quilts to wrap the 5 men in. After a while, the 5 men were able to slow down. A middle-aged man was the first to open his eyes. Wei Yangyan looked at him and said, "Don't worry, you are already safe. Now rest on the island first. When the wind and waves stop, and then send you back." The 5 men sat up one after another. Then he flung himself to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Thanks, you guys. If it weren't for you guys, our lives as a family would be all accounted for. Thank you." The veterans rushed to help the man up. Wei Yangyan hurriedly said, "No need to thank us. We are the people's sons and daughters of the army. Guarding the motherland and the people is our vocation. When the sky collapses, there are soldiers on top. To protect the people is our duty." Boom! Lin Hui's heart shook, and his entire body felt like it had been struck by lightning. It was a phrase that was all too familiar, so familiar that he could recite it with his eyes closed. When he was first at home, he had heard it countless times from the mouths of his oldest and second oldest brothers, but at that time, he only felt that it was a false platitude without any substance. But look at a few fishermen, hijacked and grateful. Lin Hui's heart was filled with shock. Was this what being a soldier really meant? Chapter 36, I want to be a good soldier and live like one. This night, Lin Hui was completely sleepless. He tossed and turned in his bed. What the squad leader had just said always came back to mind over and over again. When the sky collapses, the soldiers will take the top. This is our duty. Lin Hui agonized. Military duty. What exactly is it? Is it just suffering? Suddenly, Lin Hui's mind floated back to the way those fishermen cried tears of joy and incomparable gratitude after they were rescued. At this moment, he seemed to understand slightly, to have to pay and be recognized by the people. Isn't this the duty of a soldier? Isn't this the meaning of being a soldier? The wind and waves stopped early the next morning. On the shore, Wei Yongyan instructed, "Old Su, you'll be in charge of driving the boat later and sending the old folks back to shore." "Good." Lao Su nodded and prepared to take the fishermen on board. But when a few fishermen learned that it was Lin Hui who saved their lives yesterday, taking his hand, he was grateful for a long time, and dead set on letting go. If it hadn't been for the veteran pulling him along, he'd have dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Lin Hui was all a bit embarrassed by the whole thing. Watching Lao Su send people away, Wei Yongyan turned his head and looked at Lin Hui with a smile. "You kid. This time, although a little reckless, but it is indeed a great merit. Turn around. I personally go to the top to give you credit. Squad leader, you're the ones who put the people on the boat, and you're the ones who rescued them. I didn't actually do anything," Lin Hui said modestly. Wei Yongyan patted him. "Okay, what are you pretending? It's not you, the swimmer, a few of us, who can get close to the fishing boat. It's your credit. It's you." He turned his words around and said sternly, "Still, I have to solemnly warn you, next time, no more of this. It's too much of a mess, and I don't want to give you a memorial service. No, next time I'll make sure to put on my life jacket first," Lin Hui hurriedly assured. A few other veterans laughed. "Squad leader, don't criticize people. Lin Hui is also well-intentioned. Next time he'll definitely pay attention. We're responsible for supervising." Lin Hui was smiling and his heart was hot. There's understanding, there's tolerance, there's care. That's what home feels like. Okay, whatever. It's meritorious. Wei Yongyan waved his hand and said, "Let's organize a celebration banquet for Lin Hui. How about it?" "Squad leader, there's no need for such pomp and circumstance." Lin Hui hurriedly waved his hand. He knew better than anyone how tight supplies were on the island. Yesterday's rescue used a lot of stuff, and it'll be a while before the next supply trip comes through. These days, the guys have to tighten their belts to get by. After all, supplies for the troops are strictly regulated and not just delivered. Wei Yongyan, no, it must be done. Although the conditions are limited, but the heart must be obtained. Has anyone volunteered to be a chef? Me. Wu Meng raised his hand high. Wei Yongyan laughed. It's just you. Add 2 big chicken thighs for him, and add all 3 of those remaining eggs. No problem. Wei Yongyan looked at him. Lin Hui, you're off today. I'll stand the daytime post. I'll take the night post. Zhou Peng followed closely. Wei Yongyan nodded. All right, go about your business. Dismissed. Lin Hui, take a good rest. I'll give you a day off. You can fish, watch the sunset, and do whatever you want. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. There's only so much space on the island. What can we do? Seeing that the squad leader and a few veterans turned to leave, Lin Hui immediately called the people back. Wait. A few people turned back. Anything else? Lin Hui, red-faced, had the good sense to ask. Squad leader, I'd like to ask you one more question. What's there to ask for advice or not to ask for advice? Just say it. Squad leader, yesterday I asked you why people are so disciplined and hardworking when there is obviously no one to supervise them, and you told me that it's because we're a soldier. I just want to know what it means to be a soldier. Exactly? Or what makes a good soldier? The veterans looked at each other and laughed. Wei Yongyan said cheerfully, "You kid, think a lot. When the soldier is a soldier, which has so many meanings." Lin Hui scratched his head. "I just can't figure it out. I'm not educated, and I can't tell you anything. So I'll just say what I understand." Wei Yongyan pointed to a veteran. Wu Meng has been here for 3 years, the sergeant who turned here. His biggest wish is to be able to go to a combat unit and drive a tank before he is discharged. That's why the training is so desperate. Wu Meng smiled and said, "Driving a tank has been my dream since I was a child. When I knew I was going to be a soldier, I bragged to my family that I would be able to drive a tank in the army, and if I couldn't make it happen, they would definitely laugh at me when I got back." Wei Yongyan pointed to another, Zhou Peng. See him? Rural children. 6 brothers at home. He is the only one out of the village, but also the pride of the village. Squad leader. What pride? I'm not that good. Zhou Peng looked at Lin Hui and smiled nervously. Lin Hui, I don't have much culture, and I don't have much ability. I just think that since the troops trust me and let me come here, I have to perform well, and I can't spoil the troops' food. You eat a lot too. 3 big bowls at a time? The crowd laughed, giving Zhou Peng face her whole red. I'm not afraid of waste. Lin Hui would smile and had a slight thought of his own. Wei Yongyan pointed at the skinny veteran. And him, Lu Shan. This kid came to be a soldier because he didn't do well in the exams in the first place, so he wanted to take a military academy. But the military academy requirements. You have to have good military qualities. That's why he played with his training. Lu Shan was embarrassed and said, Lin Hui. In fact, I'm from Suzhou and Hangzhou just like you. You're from Suwon? You don't know? You didn't say that either. Lu Shan was a little embarrassed. Well, maybe I forgot. As you know, the city is under a lot of pressure now. It's not easy to go back to work, and I didn't make any effort at the time I went to school, so I'll just have to grab it now. If I can get into military school after that, I can stay in the army and do well. Lin Hui looked at the squad leader and asked, Squad leader, what about you? Me? I'm much simpler. Wei Yangyan smiled and said, I've been a soldier for so many years, and have been to various units before I finally came here, and the sharpness that I should have had has long since worn off, and there's not much else on my mind. Just think, every group of soldiers I've ever led, they've all been good and lived to tell the tale. Lin Hui kept recalling these words in his mind. Live your life. Wei Yangyan took a deep breath. Lin Hui, we can wear this uniform. It is not easy. From the big, this is the country and the people to give us trust, to the small, when a good soldier, our own face is also light. So, no matter what you do, as long as you can stand up to the status of a soldier in this uniform on your body, in my mind, you are a qualified and good soldier. Lin Hui's heart was in a frenzy. There is a little more understanding of what it means to be a soldier. Though the class president couldn't preach like Pops, he spoke in layman's terms. Actually, what it means to be a soldier is not that complicated at all. It's very simple, and it's very tangible. Okay, go rest. You can't digest it if you say too much. You have to experience it slowly. Wei Yangyan pounded his fist on him, pulling his thoughts back. Wu Meng, hurry up and get dinner. Yes, so who? Go and get all the sheets and bedding out in the sun. It's a rare good day. The veterans yelled and all left. Lin Hui froze for a moment and walked to a large rock on the shore, silently gazing out to sea. Pops made himself a soldier because he wanted him to find the meaning of being a soldier. Big Brother made himself a soldier because he didn't want him to live his life meaninglessly. The squad leader, on the other hand, wanted him to live as a human being. After listening to so many people, he was suddenly a little confused. I came here to mingle in the first place, and now, I have to keep mingling? Lin Hui suddenly thought of his predecessor, who was soaked in nightclubs and lights every day. Behind what appears to be a dashing life is a deep void. This kind of pleasure, accumulated with money and material things, is followed by an undisguised inner loss and frustration. All of this, compared to the gratitude of the fishermen who were rescued yesterday, and the feeling of accomplishment within himself, was nothing. After entering the army, Old Ma's concern, the division chief's affirmation, Wei's squad leader's recognition, and the two brothers' admiration for themselves, these spiritual riches can never be compared to material life. Lin Hui sat on the rock for a long time. Not far away suddenly came the sound of veterans training. He got up from the ground and dashed over. Squad leader, I want to train with you guys. Didn't I tell you to rest? Wei Yangyan looked at him in surprise. Lin Hui smiled slightly. After thinking about it for so long, he seems to have figured it out. There is still an unspoken sense of what it means to be a soldier, though, but at least now, he knew what he had to do. Squad leader, I want to train. I want to be a good soldier. Wei Yangyan froze, looked back at the veteran behind him, and suddenly laughed out loud. Then what are you still waiting for? Return to the line immediately. Yes. Lin Hui smiled and saluted. Chapter 37. This is not a coward soldier. It is clearly the material of the king of soldiers. On the island, Lin Hui's figure was as fit as a fiddle. +1 to running ability. +1 to running ability. Soon, the 5-kilometer run was over. Lin Hui wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and took a short break. Ding! Physical recovery +1. The moment the beep sounded, the exhaustion in Lin Hui's body suddenly decreased by a lot. The soreness in the calf muscles also disappeared without a trace. You kid! Running! Also too fast, don't know to wait for us? A couple of veterans ran over panting, tired and out of breath. Lin Hui turned back and said with a smile, Squad leader, I've slowed down. Wei Yangyan slapped him on the shoulder. This is called slowing down. I think you want to take off. Honestly, are you a kid who grew up eating Scud missiles? Whoosh, the shadow is gone. Where's the exaggeration? Lin Hui scratched his head. He could actually be faster, but for fear of hurting the veteran's self-confidence, he only brought out 50% or 60% of his strength. Lu Shan pushed his glasses. Lin Hui, tell me, which one of the recruit company said you were a cowardly soldier? I have to find him and judge him. The others laughed. If you're such a cowardly soldier, then we should all stop living and simply find a crack in a rock to burrow into. Lin Hui followed suit with a smile. During this time, he had almost become family with the veterans. Everyone's relationship, too, is becoming more and more cordial. Lin Hui. In this aspect of running, you kid can leave us behind by 10 blocks. Wei Yangyan said smilingly, look at us all exhausted like this. You are still alive and kicking. Looking just like you didn't run. Squad leader. The Border District Grand Tournament is coming up soon. How about letting Lin Hui go? Zhou Peng suddenly suggested, and the others nodded. Yeah, I think it's fine. With Lin Hui's physique, he's guaranteed to win a place and bring honor to our class. Lin Hui. What do you think? Wei Yangyan looked at Lin Hui and asked. Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. Squad leader. I'm not going. Why? No confidence in yourself? No, I just think. So many people in our post. Which one to go is more suitable than me? Moreover, Wu Meng has prepared for so long. Lin Hui knew that there was only one place in the tournament. It was still an exception to the rule that the company had given them a loan because they were guarding the island. Wu Meng to be able to transfer to another unit, drive a tank and realize his dream. Train your ass off to be able to place well in the competition. Now it's so hard to wait for the opportunity. Wu Meng waved her hand and said, what's the point of preparing for a long time? I know very well what level I'm at. I can't get a ranking if I go. And it's a waste of space. So why don't I let you go? But it was always your dream to drive a tank? Lin Hui. Dreams are dreams, but you have to recognize reality. The fact that you run fast means that your muscles are explosive, so you'll definitely be able to get a ranking when you go there. But I can't. Wu Meng sighed slightly. He knew he had mediocre talent. Even with all the hard training, it's hard to go beyond that. In that case, it would be better to give the spot to someone else and let him go and fight for everyone else. The others also spoke up. Lin Hui. Wu Meng is right. There's only one spot in our class. You're the most suitable. So don't push back. We don't have enough fire. We still need to practice again. When our strength comes up, it's not too late to go later. Border area. Big and small competitions. Every year. Not bad this time. Wu Meng looked at him. Lin Hui. I'm not giving up my spot to you. I just think that you're more sure of yourself if you go, and can bring glory to our class. The corners of Lin Hui's eyes were sore. So many days together. He knew full well that on this isolated island surrounded by sea, everyone but the class president is actually eager to get out of here and go to a better place. But it was a sign for various reasons. In order to leave, everyone is training hard to improve themselves. Now, the opportunity is there. Work hard and you might get a chance to walk away from this. The but in their favor, they gave that opportunity to themselves. Looking at the pure and simple faces of the veterans, Lin Hui heart unspeakable heartache and touched. This feeling, he has never had. Come on, stop it all. You're embarrassing people. Wei Yangyan laughed. This is good. I make a suggestion. Fairness. Let's compare. Who has the ability? Who represents our class to go? And don't do anything modest and humble, that's it. Yes, that works too. Wei Yangyan patted Lin Hui. Lin Hui, bring out all your skills. Don't hide them. If you win, you go, and don't be pretentious. After all, it's an honor to represent our class. Yes, Lin Hui. We all have a light on our faces when you take the honor. Everyone else chimed in with a smile. Lin Hui revealed a smile and nodded heavily. I understand. I'll do my best. That's right, Wei Yangyan said smilingly. He looked at the crowd. Running and swimming, let's not compete. We're bound to lose. We have to be a little self-aware. Lin Hui rubbed his nose in embarrassment. In both cases, there really is no need to compare, because veterans have seen how sick he is in that regard. Keep it simple. Then push-ups, and tactical maneuvers. Wei Yangyan shouted, and everyone quickly separated, got down on the ground, and began to grunt and do push-ups. The rules are simple. Whoever does the most in the same amount of time wins. At first, everyone was at about the same level. Once it was over 200, gradually people started to hold out. Zhou Peng was sweating profusely, and every time he raised his arm, it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He turned his head to look at Lin Hui and his eyes almost glared out. Lin Hui huffed and puffed, practically like a pile driver. Not only was he fast, but his movements were also ridiculously standard. Crap, it's 1,000 and it's still so strong. This guy, he's a monster. If this physique goes to the big tournament, and he doesn't take first place, who will? Soon the veterans were defeated. In the same amount of time, everyone had only done at most 400 or 500, and Lin Hui had done a full 1,500. Wei Yangyan's mouth twitched. Was there any need to compare? The push-ups end with a tactical move. Whether it's a tactical leap, creeping forward, or reactive maneuvers when the enemy is detected. Lin Hui all finished, both fast and standard, almost like a textbook. Even Wei Yangyan sighed in admiration. I've led so many soldiers, but I've never seen one as talented as Lin Hui. This kid, where is he a coward soldier? He was born to be a soldier king. The competition ended, and Lin Hui took first place without any surprises. Actually, he didn't want to. However, the manhwaed system was that learning made him stronger, so his ability to comprehend and understand was 100 times that of a normal person. Even though it had just been tightened up a bit, it was still far beyond the others. The veterans cried out, "Lin Hui, tell me about you. You have the strength and you refuse to go, but you still let us go. Isn't it obvious that you want us to go and lose face?" No, I didn't mean that," Lin Hui hurriedly explained. "All right." Wei Yongyan looked at him smilingly. "The guys are joking, but your strength, it's really impressive. For this competition, you'll represent our class, and with your ability, you'll definitely be number one on the border." Lin Hui had a big smile on his face. In fact, he didn't expect that he would have improved so much. Before, in order to muddle through, he had always hidden himself and never dared to truly reveal his strength. "I didn't realize it was so powerful. Squad leader, if I go, then the others." "Come on, don't be a mother-in-law," Wei Yongyan directly interrupted. "If you go, you're going with everyone's hopes. You'll make a head start and come back with a ranking, so we'll be more confident in the coming year." Lin Hui nodded heavily as he looked at the squad leader and the crowd with high expectations. But just as he was about to open his mouth, there was a sudden sound of a steam whistle roaring in the distance. Everyone immediately turned their heads toward the sea. Chapter 38, How unfortunate to run into an enemy. Everyone turned their heads excitedly. Just offshore, a ship was slowly approaching. "The supply shipment is coming. Great, something fresh to eat again." Wei Yongyan laughed and shouted, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up to move things. Run faster. Eat not active. Brain problem. Charge." The veterans rushed to the shore in excitement. Lin Hui also smiled and followed. There are no other recreational facilities on the island and there is no contact with the outside world. Waiting for supplies is the greatest joy for all. Every time the supply ship came in, the squad leaders and the veterans were as happy as children on New Year's Eve. The ship soon docked, and the veterans stood in a line, looking forward to it. But when the people came down from the ship, the smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. "I'll go. What's the situation?" Lin Hui also froze. Only a colonel was seen at the head of the line, followed by several officers. "Since when do you send supplies and make such a big deal out of it?" "Salute!" Wei Yongyan recognized the head of the regiment, Gao San, and hurriedly yelled. Everyone immediately puffed out their chests and saluted. Gao Suo came over smilingly. "Comrades have worked hard. The motherland is very relieved to have you stationed at the border." By way of introduction, these are comrades from the commanding general's office, specially coming over to visit and sympathize with you all. Wei Yongyan smiled and said, "Chief, condolences such things. You make a phone call to not on the line. How to make a special trip?" Gao Sun's eyes glared. "What do you mean by that? You guys are suffering on the island, and I, the head of the regiment, can't come and care about it?" "Lao Wei, I specially brought you 2 cans of good tea. A gift from a friend. If it's good I'll get it for you next time." "Chief, how embarrassing this whole thing is." Wei Yongyan only modestly turned his head toward the veterans and shouted, "Lao Su, Lao Zhao, you take people to hurry to move things. What are you waiting for?" The corner of Takasuji's mouth twitched. "Does this look like you're embarrassed?" Lin Hui also revealed a smile. In his heart, he guessed that the squad leader and the chief should be old acquaintances. After all, they were about the same age and knew each other so well. Watching the veterans carry things out of the ship, box by box, Wei Yongyan smiled from ear to ear. "Captain, why did you send so many things this time? These are probably enough to eat for several months." Takasuji smiled and said, "If I don't have any indication that someone has quietly made a great achievement in my district, am I still competent as a leader?" It dawned on the crowd that no wonder it was such a big battle. So it was a reward delivery. Wei Yongyan froze for a moment and hurriedly said, "Saving the people is our vocation. And when we wear the uniform, we have to protect the people." Gao Sun smiled faintly. "That's true, but you guys did make a great achievement this time. 5 lives. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. People even made a special trip to write a letter of thanks and sent a banner over. You guys are indeed good. It takes not only courage to get someone out in that situation, but also a fight for your life. That's why the commanding general took this matter very seriously and sent me over specifically to give praise." He patted Wei Yongyan's arm and said with a smile, "Old Wei, this time it's a first-class merit. You old boy, this time is considered and the troops tied to death. I guess wanna go can not go." Wei Yongyan was also taken aback and hurriedly said, "Chief, I can't take this credit." "For what?" Takasuji was surprised. "You don't even want first-class honors. What's wrong with your head?" Wei Yongyan said seriously. The main credit for this rescue does not lie with me. The one who saved the life is one of our comrade recruits. This reward should be given to him. Recruits? Chief Takasugi froze. Wei Yongnian bellowed. Lin Hui. Here. Lin Hui immediately ran over. Lin Hui? A surprised voice came and the crowd turned their heads in unison. Only a tall female captain could be seen, who was currently staring at Lin Hui with wide eyes. Crap. Wang Yishue? Why is this bitch here? Takasugi looked back. You guys know each other? The corner of Wang Yishue's mouth twitched, and she snorted coldly. Don't know. Never seen. Lin Hui rolled his eyes and fucking pretended he didn't recognize it. If there's no one there, I'll refresh your memory. Wang Yishue's heart was in a state of obscurity at the moment. Why did this guy come to be a soldier? A playboy like him would also join the army? Chief, he's Lin Hui. He gets the most credit for saving people this time. If it wasn't for him. At the time Wei Yongnian spoke loudly, once again pulling Takasugi's gaze back. Gosen looked Lin Hui up and down and thought, a new recruit? He's that capable? The veterans were anxious. Captain, what the squad leader said is true. The situation was critical at the time, and the wind and waves were so strong that we couldn't even get close. So it was Lin Hui who rushed up and saved the people without a care in the world. If it wasn't for him, those few civilians would have followed the sinking ship to the bottom of the sea. This reward, indeed, should be given to him. Lin Hui froze. He didn't expect the veterans to give him that honor. You know, that's first class. It may come up during the war years, but in times of peace, it's got to be a fight for your life. The honor is so powerful that it can even rewrite the veteran's destiny. Wu Meng gets it and gets a chance to transfer to a combat unit and drive a tank. If Lu Shan gets it, he might be able to increase the probability of getting into a military school. A new recruit himself, just enlisted for only half a year. It didn't matter if he had this honor or not, but these veterans are different. They need military credit. And, compared to themselves, they pay more here. Wang Yishue also froze, incredulously looking Lin Hui up and down. This kid can still save lives? It's a good thing he doesn't do any harm. Lin Hui hurriedly explained. Chief, the people were rescued ashore together by the group, and it was also the veterans who rescued them in time to get out of danger. The first-class merit should be given to them. The regimental commander directly interrupted. All right, I know in my heart who the reward should go to. Just listen for a while. And he got it. If Lin Hui hadn't risked his life by jumping into the sea, those 5 people, in the end, would definitely have been swallowed into the sea by the whirlpool of the sinking ship. It could be said that this credit belonged to none other than Lin Hui. However, he was a bit surprised that a new recruit had so much determination and courage, which was not something an ordinary person could do. Wang Yishue. Here, Gosen said solemnly, you give Comrade Lin Hui a medal. Yes. Wang Yishue walked to Lin Hui with a disgusted look on her face. As he handed him the medal, he lowered his voice and said, I can't believe you ran away to the army. I thought you rotted in a bar. None of your business. Wang Yishue frowned in anger. Just you can save people. Can you swim? You wouldn't have paid them off. Bullshit. Lin Hui raised his head. I know so many things. I have to tell you everything? Wang Yishue clenched her silver teeth, hating that she couldn't give him 2 strikes. The two of them grew up in the same yard when they were young, and Lin Hui always bullied her back then. Yanking hair, lifting skirts, and peeking at your own shower. The lack of morals is the same. Still the same after all these years. It's no good. Wang Yishue deliberately said loudly. Chief, this guy is not a good person at first glance. I suggest checking into it to see if someone is faking and lying about the military. Wei Yongnian instantly became anxious. This leader. You can't slander a good person. This matter is 1,000 times true. I can guarantee with my personality that the person was indeed saved by Lin Hui. The other veterans immediately followed. Yes, we can all testify along. Gao soon coughed. He had already guessed that these two might know each other. Little Wang, Comrade Wei Yongnian is a 15-year veteran. He absolutely cannot lie. I can testify to this point. Hurry up and award the military medal. To him, there's no need to be skeptical. Wang Yishue was speechless, but she still killed herself not believing it. A man who only eats and drinks all day and hangs out in bars and nightclubs all year round would risk your life to save someone in the sea? Are you kidding me? Looking at Wang Yishue's angry and annoyed appearance, Lin Hui arrogantly held his head, and his heart couldn't be happier. I like it when you look at me and can't do anything about it. Count your dog luck this time. It's called a soldier's farewell. I'm a good and honorable soldier now. Wang Yishue rolled her eyes and whispered, if you were a good soldier, a sow would have to go up a tree. I don't need to think about it to know that Uncle Lin must have forced you to come. Lin Hui deadpanned. Who said that? I said it. Wang Yishue did not have a good temper. You are not a soldier's material. Mix a 2-year hurry back. do not dishonor the uniform, disgraced the face of the military. Lin Hui was also nonchalant. Wang Yixue, don't look down on people. What's so great about you? Like a loudspeaker. Aren't you just a captain? If you can be, so can I. I suggest you better be polite to me, or next time we meet, I'll be your top dog. Wang Yixue was almost laughed at. You think it's so easy to become a soldier? Then I went to military school for 3 years for nothing? I'm telling you, without the help of Uncle Lin, you'll be a big-headed soldier at best at the end of the day. And you want to catch up with me? Dream on. Lin Hui coldly grunted. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll have to crush you underneath. Although their voices were small, all the people around them showed ambiguous smiles. It's like a food for thought. Zhou Pang whispered. By the looks of it, the two of them don't just know each other, but they're also enemies? Wu Meng nodded. You guys, that female soldier won't be chasing after her specifically. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Hui and Wang Yixue turned their heads together and glared fiercely at the two, gave the two veterans a fright. Lin Hui and Wang Yixue glared fiercely at each other, their eyes filled with gunpowder. Bullshit ingrates. This guy is my nemesis. The veterans looked at each other, smiles on their faces. An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Even talking so much together, what else could it be if not an enemy? Chapter 39, Lin Hui. You're a scoundrel. The veterans gleefully carried their stuff back to the post. Regimental Commander Takasuji, on the other hand, took a few officers from the command and began touring the dormitories. Not far from the coast, Wang Yixue had her hands behind her back, coldly looking at the sea. Lin Hui crossed his legs, and it was as if he was back in his childhood at this moment. Hey, isn't that surprising? Lin Hui dejectedly said. Wang Yixue didn't return her head. It's a surprise. Stinking hooligans can come to be soldiers. I feel ashamed. You are quite a disgrace. Lin Hui said with a smile. Even a stinking hooligan can get a first-class merit. You're nothing. Wang Yixue gasped and glared at him fiercely. 3 years in military school. I was number 1 every year. And you didn't even know where you were then. I have first-class merit. Lin Hui was full of bad jokes. Wang Yixue twitched at the corner of her eye. I'm the first person in the command's informatization operations. And now I'm the only one who holds the core technology. What do you count as? I have first-class merit. You don't. Lin Hui spread his hands roguishly. That's enough. There's no end to it, is there? Wang Yixue felt like vomiting blood. Talking to this asshole, one can never get an advantage. Don't get excited. Lin Hui laughed. I know your great aunt is in pain. If you get angry, it will hurt you to death then. Bastard. Wang Yixue's face was red. Wang Yixue gritted her teeth. Even if you have a first-class merit, it's still a blind cat touching a dead rat. I just can't figure it out. Uncle Lin is so powerful. Your elder brother and second brother are also excellent. How come you are like this? Did you pick it up? How do you know? Lin Hui said mysteriously. Actually, my real dad. He's even better. Envious? Wang Yixue is going crazy. Against scoundrels, light stimulation is simply useless. This guy has been greasing the skids since he was a kid. Even more powerful. You're just an island guard. Wang Yixue shouted in exasperation. Ever since she was little, whenever she ran into Lin Hui, she had to win. The others couldn't compare. And now that she was captain, she was just better than Lin Hui. But before she could be complacent, Lin Hui suddenly looked serious. Good Wang Yixue, you actually look down on us border guards who dedicate all our youth for the sake of our motherland and people. You're discriminating. I didn't. Wang Yixue was startled. Holy shit. I can't believe this even caught up with this asshole. You just have. Lin Hui stared at him bitchily. I can hear you for real. Wang Yixue was anxious. I didn't say I despise the soldiers here. I just despise you. Lin Hui laughed. I'm the best here. If you look down on me, you're looking down on everyone else. Wang Yixue, I'm going to report to my superiors. You shut up. Wang Yixue felt like she was going crazy. Angry, he clenched his fists and prepared to step forward. The officers are hitting people. Lin Hui immediately cowered on the ground and put on a pitiful face. Help! Help! Wang Yixue was so anxious that she hurriedly covered his mouth. Who wants to hit you? I'm just scaring you. Shut up. Looking at Wang Yixue's anxious appearance, Lin Hui laughed loudly. I told you to fool around in front of me. Let me tell you, if I could pinch you when I was a kid, I can still pinch you now. Quickly, call me boss, or I'll report it to my superiors. Wang Yixue exasperatedly glared at him. You're still the same stinking scoundrel. With that, she turned to leave. Slow down. What for? Wang Yixue impatiently turned back. Lin Hui patted his ass and stood up. Did I tell you to leave? Don't you know any rules? Wang Yixue was furious. This is the army. My rank is captain. You're just a private. I don't need to greet you if I leave or not. And is this the attitude to talk to your superiors? How dare you yell at me? Lin Hui smiled and sized her up. Wang Yishue, don't give me this whole useless thing. Now it's just the two of us. If you dare to leave, I'll pull your hair and spank your ass. Don't you dare. What wouldn't I dare? It's not like I haven't punched you before. Wang Yishue instantly reddened her face, and the roots of her ears were colored red. Anyone else might have just gotten a mouthful, but Lin Hui is different. This guy grew up to be a jerk. What can't he do? When he used to go to junior high school, he not only beat his own ass, but also, simply not a person. If he's serious, will he still be a human being? He doesn't want to be ashamed, but he has to be himself. You asshole. Wang Yishue was so angry that she stomped her feet. Lin Hui walked over and walked around her twice. Just kidding. You think I want to? Your ass isn't made of gold. What if you go to the bathroom and don't wipe your ass? Say, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Why is your ass getting, and your pecs, why are they so pompous? Wang Yishue blushed so red that she was dripping blood. This asshole. He has the nerve to say anything out loud. What the hell kind of fart do you have? Hurry up and let it go. I've got things to do. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Hui suddenly brought his face up. Seeing that the tip of his nose was about to collide, Wang Yishue subconsciously backed away. What's this asshole up to now? Lin Hui stared at her face and smiled heatedly. After not seeing you for a few years, I realized that you, indeed, are a bit prettier than before. Wang Yishue froze. Lin Hui, but it kind of hasn't changed. It's still the same as before. With long hair and big boobs. Wang Yishue instantly became furious and pointed at him. Say that again. Lin Hui took 2 steps backward in a bitchy manner. What? You still want to hit someone? I'm going to yell. Stop howling. Wang Yishue was furious. What the hell is going on? Lin Hui put away his playful smile and said seriously. Did you just say you looked down on me? Let me tell you, Wang Yishue, I was your boss when I was a kid, and I'll still be your boss in the future. Isn't it just a broken captain? Do you believe I'll get serious and be a general for you? Wang Yishue was exasperated and laughed. General? Just you? Lin Hui. Don't tease me. Lin Hui heatedly smiled badly. Then do you dare to make a bet? Wang Yishue dejected. Okay, if you can become a general, bet on anything. Lin Hui rubbed his hands together. Then when the time comes, you consciously let me spank your ass. It's been a long time since I've spanked. I don't know if it's still the same feeling as before. I'm quite nostalgic. Wang Yishue's face instantly turned red. You scoundrel, pervert, stinking rascal. What's the matter? Scared? Who's afraid? Wang Yishue held her head high. It's just, what's the big deal? With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. To be a general? She doesn't believe it. This guy is a dude. No, dude is 100 times better. Lin Hui looked at Wang Yishue's back and stroked his chin. Just wait. I'll have to beat you to death when the time comes. Soon the chief and others finished their visit and boarded the ship and left. On the boat going back, Gao San looked at Wang Yishue and asked with a smile. Little Wang, you and that Lin Hui, do you know each other? Don't recognize it. Wang Yishue didn't even look back. Chief Gao Sugi froze for a moment and said with a smile. I saw the two of you. Weren't you chatting quite well and laughing? This Lin Hui, wouldn't he also be a child from your compound? Wang Yishue's identity was clear to him. The family is prominent, with the father in a position of power. She and Lin Hui knew each other, so Lin Hui's identity must not be ordinary either. In any case, he must understand Lin Hui is the child of a big person, so that in the future, when the leaders above ask, there is also an explanation. Wang Yishue sneered. He's just a scoundrel. Bummer? Takasuji froze for a moment. You still know the scoundrel? Wang Yishue was speechless and simply stopped talking. On the island, veterans are organizing supplies in a storage room. Ooh, canned beef. Holy shit. A whole case of Red Bull. Steak all the way. Developed. Ha ha ha. This time it's really developed. The veterans were so happy that they hadn't been this excited about New Year's Eve. This time, the things sent to them were not only daily supplies, but also many more snacks and drinks, which were awarded to them by their superiors. But thanks to Lin Hui. Otherwise, where would there be so many good things? Just then, Wei Yangyan suddenly saw Lin Hui changing into a camouflage suit and running towards the outside. Lin Hui, what are you doing? It's dinner time. Squad leader, I'm going to train. Training? It's almost time to eat. What's gotten into you? Eat first, after you've eaten. Lin Hui turned back. Squad leader, you guys gave me the opportunity to go to the tournament. I can't live up to your expectations. I want to train more and try to improve a bit more. Save the rice for me and eat it later when training is over. With that, he ran out without looking back. Wei Yangyan scratched his head curiously. It's really strange. What's the draw of not eating a good meal? A few veterans bared their teeth and laughed out. Squad leader, you don't understand this, do you? This is the magic of love. The magic of love? Wei Yangyan froze for a moment, suddenly thought of the female officer during the day, then shook his head and laughed. This brat. Chapter 40, what were you thinking sending a new recruit? Day after day the waves lapped against the rocks on the shore as the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At noon that day, Lin Hui, carrying a weight on his back, was lying on the ground, struggling to do push-ups. His clothes had long been soaked through, and the ground was dripping with sweat in the shape of a man. 1998, 1999, 2000. Lin Hui panted heavily, but his movements were getting faster and faster. With no intention of wanting to stop, Lin Hui, it's time to eat. The squad leader's voice suddenly came from the distance. Coming. Lin Hui got up from the ground and ran towards the post just inside the house. The veterans enthusiastically gathered around and helped him take off his equipment. Hurry up and eat. Don't get tired. The amount of training you do day after day like this is horrible. It scares me just looking at it. Ooh, this backpack is so heavy? How many rocks did you put in it? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. It's not much. Just 40 kilograms. The veteran's jaws hit the ground directly. I'll go. 40 kilograms and call it not much. Crazy. Really crazy. Wei Yangyan handed over his chopsticks. Hurry up and eat. We've all eaten. You're the only one left. Lin Hui smiled and said, thank you, squad leader. I'm still a bit hungry. Looking at Lin Hui's devouring appearance, Wei Yangyan poured him a cup of water. Eat slowly. Not enough there. After you've eaten, rest a little. Don't always think about training. Don't you want your body? It's okay, squad leader. I'm not tired. It's been half a month. Lin Hui trains a lot every day. To add to the difficulty, he wears weights no matter what the drill. There's nothing else on the island but rocks. With Lin Hui's current physical fitness, even with a 40 to 50 kilogram load on his back, he was still able to walk as if he were flying. Under his frantic training, all his abilities plummeted, and he had long ago left these veterans behind by 18 blocks. The only thing I regret is that there is no way to train with live fire. There are guns on the island, but there aren't a lot of bullets, and one shot is one less. Lin Hui could only practice aiming day after day to find the feeling of shooting a gun. However, even he didn't know how good of a shot he was now. Eat your vegetables. Eat more vegetables. Wei Yangyan gave him several pieces of beef into the bowl. Lin Hui looked at the small mountain piled up in the bowl and said with a bitter smile, squad leader, it's all going to pile up. Eat slowly if you can't pile it on. How can you train so hard without nutrition? Wei Yangyan smiled and said, you shouldn't train tonight. Get some rest, and tomorrow morning, I'll send you to the division headquarters. Lin Hui was startled. The tournament is about to begin? Wei Yangyan nodded with a smile. That's right, just now the company gave orders. Let me send the men over tomorrow to prepare for the division-wide competition the day after tomorrow. Wu Meng hurriedly said, Lin Hui, this is a great opportunity. You must seize it. As long as you take the rankings, you'll be able to get out of here. But, I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Lin Hui suddenly stopped. Through this time together, he fell in love with the place. The concern of his squad leader and the love of the veterans had become all he had. And, having already left home once, he knows the pain of being apart. The feeling that it's like a piece of flesh being torn hard from your body. What nonsense. What's so great about our place? Slap bang. One cigarette and we're gone. Wu Meng said seriously. You are very good. You should go out to sea and feel what it means to have 1,000 armies and millions of soldiers. Only then can you become a real soldier. The best soldier. But what if I don't get a place? Lin Hui asked with a wink. The veterans looked at each other and laughed. It's not certain if others go, but if you go, you're guaranteed to do it. We can guarantee that you will be the champion of this competition. Wei Yangyan also smiled and patted him. Lin Hui, modesty is your biggest problem. During this period of time we can see, you kid, is a character, 40 kilograms of weight on the back, still able to walk like flying. I have been a soldier for so many years, are the first time to see, staying here is too much of a commitment. This can be a stopping point for you halfway through your journey, but it definitely won't be your homecoming. You should fly farther. Lin Hui was a bit reluctant. Squad leader, if I leave, what about you guys? Wei Yangyan laughed. Iron Camp, running water soldiers, so many years, walk and stay do not know how many people. What, do you think, if you leave, we can't eat, can't sleep, or the earth doesn't rotate? No, that's not what I meant. Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. Wei Yangyan said in a serious tone, Lin Hui, I hope that if you go this time, you won't come back. You're a good soldier. You deserve to go to a better place. This isn't your stage. Your stage is outside. Lin Hui looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd, and a warm current ran through his heart. He couldn't leave this place behind, but he didn't want to disappoint the veterans either. Now, he was no longer the same soldier who was always thinking of muddling through. He wasn't trying to become good just to compete with Wang Yixue either. Once upon a time, Lin Hui had always felt that he had been forced by his old man to move forward, to explore the meaning of being a soldier. But now, after all that, he has his own ideas. He had to go to the wider world, to find, party, looking for their future. Lin Hui nodded heavily. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you guys down. In the evening, the veterans helped Lin Hui pack his bags. The bag was stuffed with lots of food in addition to a change of clothes, eggs, ham sausage, and canned meat, all of which they usually can't afford to eat. Lin Hui, you're leaving. I want to give you one as a souvenir. Wu Meng took out a pentagonal stone. I picked this up on the beach. Even though it's just an ordinary stone, I've always worn it as an amulet, and now I'm giving it to you in the hope that it will bring you good luck. Lin Hui held the stone in his hand and said with emotion, Thank you, Wu Meng. Woman smiled and gave him a hug, patting him on the back. Don't forget about us when you go to a new place. Definitely not. Then, Lu Shan walked up with a conch. Lin Hui, this is for you. I can't have it. Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. During the days he came to the island, he saw Lu Shan several times sitting alone on a rock on the shore, blowing a conch and looking out over the sea. It was something that he usually wrapped in a cloth and kept in a cupboard. Last time Zhou Ping wanted to take it out and play with it, he was almost anxious. It was enough to show how precious this thing was to him. Lu Shan shoved something into his hand. Take it if you're told to. At least we're old folks. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me. Lin Hui was a bit helpless and could only take it first. Lu Shan looked at him and said, This conch, I picked it up on the first day I came to the island, and although conchs are common on the island, it's the only one that blows out the most pleasing and best sound. Now, I want to give it to you in the hope that wherever you go from now on, if you blow him, you will think of the sea, of Luna Island, and of us few. Lin Hui looked at the conch in his hand, and his nose suddenly soured. Thank you, Lu Shan. I hope we can meet again in the future. Definitely. By then, maybe I'll have gotten into military school. The veterans gave their gifts in turn. It's not a valuable piece, but each one is very memorable. Lin Hui will also treasure it for the rest of his life. Finally, Wei Yangyan walked over to Lin Hui and took the watch off his hand and put it on his hand. Squad leader. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Lin Hui wanted to retract his arm back, but was tugged by the squad leader. It's just an old watch. It's not worth anything. It's just a reminder for you. You're the best soldier I've ever led. And probably the last. He smiled slightly. I hope that in the future, you will be like the hands of this watch, going on and on and on and never looking back. Squad leader. Lin Hui couldn't stop his tears anymore, going up to the squad leader and hugging him tightly. Once upon a time, he'd always felt like a heartless person who didn't know what it meant to cry. But since coming to the army, this is the second time he has shed tears. Wei Yangyan smiled and patted him on the back. In the future, come back to see us more often when you have time. Don't forget about this island. And don't forget about the people here. And your old squad leader. Lin Hui was wet with tears. Squad leader. I won't forget you. I won't forget everyone. I will definitely come back to see you again. Early the next morning, at dawn, Lin Hui followed his squad leader out of the post. When he came to the shore, the veterans were already lined up, waiting for him in the cold. Salute! With a yell, all the veterans all puffed out their chests and saluted him. Lin Hui's body shook. That's how the veterans greeted him when he first arrived. Now that he was leaving, they sent him off in the same way. Lin Hui put down his luggage, reddened his eyes, and returned the salute with vigor. Thank you, take care, the veterans said solemnly. Lin Hui nodded heavily, and with tears in his eyes, he boarded the boat that was leaving. Looking at the fading island behind him, his heart, as if on fire, was tormented. Once again, he had left the place he loved so deeply and which was as warm as home. 2 hours later, the ship finally approached the harbor. On the shore, the company commander and instructor of the border district were already waiting. Hello company commander? Hello instructor. Wei Yangyan led Lin Hui up to salute. The instructor stared at Lin Hui and frowned. Lao Wei, what's the situation? Didn't we agree to have Wu Meng come before? Why the sudden change? Wei Yangyan hemmed and hawed. Wu Meng isn't coming. Let him come. Nonsense. The company commander said in exasperation. No one else should be replaced with an asshole who beats up veterans. The company commander glared at Wei Yangyan. Wei Yangyan, you're a 15-year veteran. How come you don't understand a thing? Such an important competition. You sent a new recruit even if it's a. What can I say about you? Wei Yangyan smiled awkwardly and whispered. company commander. Just trust me for a moment. This kid is great. He'll definitely work. The company commander cursed under his breath. Line my ass. Hurry up and send the man back. Chapter 41. I'm afraid I'll drop your jaws in shock. Shoo, can't you keep your voice down? Wei Yongyan glanced back at Lin Hui and hurriedly pulled the company commander aside. Lin Hui sighed bitterly. It's easy to be bad, but it's really not that easy to go from bad to good. His reputation, it stinks. Trying to be accepted all at once is really not an easy task. On the other side, the company commander shook off his hand. What are you doing? Pulling and tugging? What does it look like? Wei Yongyan said with a smile. Company commander, we can't look at people from the same old perspective. Last time, Lin Hui dared to jump into the sea, risked his life to save the people, and even won the first-class merit. How to show our company's face? Yeah, he made a few mistakes, but he's changed now, so you can't keep holding onto the pigtails, can you? The company commander grunted coldly. Things are one size fits all. He did a good job last time, but tell me, the newbie company dared to beat up the veterans. He glanced at Lin Hui in the distance and lowered his voice. This kind of thing, not to mention in 602, even in our place, after so many years, have you ever heard of it? That's not the way to put it. The company commander directly interrupted Wei Yongyan. Old Wei, I know you're protective of your son, but Wu Meng is also your soldier. How hard he works. The whole company can see it. People just want to go to the combat unit to drive a tank. Want to realize their dreams before discharge. How can you be so biased? Wei Yongyan smiled awkwardly. Company commander, I'll be honest with you. This really isn't something I'm biased about. Lin Hui came. It was approved by the whole class. And his spot, too, was given to him by Wu Meng herself, because he has the ability. Bullshit. The company commander was furious. If you ask me to believe this guy, you might as well ask me to believe that cells will fall into trees. The competition is a big deal. Whoever should come. Is whoever should come? You can change anyone, just not this new recruit. Wei Yongyan also came to the fire. Li Hongfei, you really come with me vigor, right? Don't think you're great now that you're a company commander. Don't forget who brought you up in the first place. Li Hongfei was subdued, half unable to speak. Old Wei is not only a veteran of more than a decade, the same old squad leader he had when he first came down to the company. At first, when he was a new recruit, he was taken care of by Lao Wei. He is also where he is today thanks to Wei Yongyan's help. Li Hongfei smiled awkwardly. The attitude immediately eased a lot. Old Wei, speak on speak. How also hair on fire? Gas big hurt. Can you not be angry? Wei Yongyan huffed. Think about when you just got off the company. Is not nothing to understand. Make mistakes every day. If I did not give you the opportunity to correct, you can have now. Can be a company commander? Li Hongfei was criticized with his head down like a child who had made a mistake. He looked at Lin Hui and saw Old Wei who was full of stubbornness, and could only compromise. Alright, my old squad leader. I'll give you this face. I believe in your vision. That's always fine, right? Humph. That's more like it. Old Wei rolled his eyes and waved his hand toward Lin Hui. Lin Hui, I don't ask anything else of you. Perform well, show the company commander, and fight for us. Yes. Lin Hui saluted. Li Hongfei stared at him intently. Lin Hui, it's thanks to you having such a good squad leader. Otherwise, I'd really want to send you back. Lin Hui was grateful in his heart. He had heard what he had just said. If the class president hadn't begged for mercy. Ironically, I have to be sent back myself at this point. Li Hongfei said seriously. The past is the past. The present is the present. Lin Hui, I don't care how you were before. This time you go to the division competition. You represent your class? On behalf of our company, you must give me all the skills out. Don't let people think you are a coward soldier. Lin Hui shouted. It's the company commander. I'll make sure I get a good ranking and win glory for the company. Li Hongfei laughed coldly. That's the kind of talk that's good to hear. If you can take a place, then anyone can come first. What strength can a wimpy soldier who made a mistake and was sent to farm the foundations and then to guard an island have? If it weren't for the old squad leader, I'd have sent you away. Old Wei, you go back. I'll take the people. Wei Yongyan nodded and gripped Lin Hui's shoulder hard. Lin Hui, remember our words. If you go out, don't come back. Make sure you fly higher and farther. Let me, as the squad leader, be proud of you for once. Yes. Lin Hui reddened his eyes and yelled hard. The car started quickly. After driving a good distance, the squad leader was still standing in the same spot waving at him. It was only until the silhouette disappeared that Lin Hui turned his head reluctantly, his nose sore. This time, he's not only going to find out for himself what it means to be a soldier, but he's also going to shoulder the expectations of his veterans and squad leaders and fly higher and farther. Lin Hui wanted them to be proud of him. He clenched his fists under head. Determined. Class president. I will get first place and walk out with a straight face. The car drove for a long time and finally came to a campground. The guard at the gate checked his credentials before letting the car in. Arrived. Li Hongfei pushed the door and got out of the car, and Lin Hui followed him down. The playground here is several times the size of an unusual troop, and the surrounding training facilities, too, are very complete. Kind of like the instructional regiment he'd been in back when he was in the recruiting company. Follow me. Li Hongfei walked forward without looking back. Lin Hui carried the package and followed behind. By the playground, there's a reception. It was filling up with people at the moment. The officers of the various units, like parents sending their children to school, led their respective soldiers over to report for duty. Lin Hui followed Li Hongfei to the back of a line to line up. The entire time, he hadn't said a single word to himself, and of course, Lin Hui didn't really want to talk to him. Soon they were at the front. Li Hongfei saluted. Hello comrade, I'm Li Hongfei, the commander of the 5th Company of Artillery of the M Regiment, sending a soldier over to report for duty. Machine Step Company 1? The officer in charge of registration looked up curiously. Didn't you already send 3 people? Why are there more? Li Hongfei smiled. He's stationed on the island, and because it's farther away from our company station, he's late. That's right. The registering officer glanced at Lin Hui and revealed a friendly smile. Anyone who can guard an island is a good soldier. Ah, looking forward to your performance. Lin Hui saluted. Thank you, Chief, for the compliment. After making the registration, the officer in charge of the registration looked at Li Hongfei. Take the people to your dormitory. Rest today and take the official test tomorrow. Yes. Li Hongfei saluted and turned to lead Lin Hui to the dormitory entrance. Just after shouting, a few soldiers came out from inside. Company commander, what brings you here? Send someone over to report for duty. This kid's name is Lin Hui. The person is in your hands. Take good care of him. The 4 soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Company commander, didn't you hear that the one who came was called Wu Meng? Cut the crap. What do you care? Li Hongfei turned his head to look at Lin Hui. Give me a good performance tomorrow. Don't lose the face of our company. Yes, company commander. Li Hongfei looked at Lin Hui, didn't say anything more, turned his head and left. As soon as the man had gone, the 4 veterans immediately surrounded him. Brother, haven't I seen you before? Did you finish the recruiting company and get assigned directly to the island? It shouldn't be. At least you have to go down to the company and stay for a while before you're sent to guard the island. Ha! Lin Hui looked at them and said, I'm not from your division. I was originally from 602. And was only transferred from the production base a few months ago. Oh, the 4 of them deliberately stretched their voices and laughed. I see. You're the guy who beat up the veterans in the recruit company? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It's true that good things don't come out of the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. It's not even in the 602 anymore and someone actually knows about it? The 4 veterans looked him up and down, their eyes unkind. How did your squad leader pick you to come here? Honestly, did you pay a bribe and give a gift to get here? It's too unscrupulous to try to make a name for yourself and get ahead, isn't it? Lin Hui didn't explain either. He knew it was useless to explain. His own reputation, after all, had long since been stigmatized. The only way to really impress others is to prove yourself with strength. Where do I sleep? The bed in the corner. Lin Hui walked over there with his luggage and started organizing things. The 4 continued to gather around. Hey kid, I don't care by what means you topped Wu Meng's quota and came here, but I have to tell you, this place is different from your island. Lin Hui didn't even raise his head. How is it different? A veteran said in a cold voice. Those who come here tomorrow are the division's elites. You kid must give me the strength to fight for your life. You must not lose too badly and lose the face of our company. Here, no one is going to spoil you, and no one is going to eat you up. Of course, if you're not convinced and want to practice, the 3 of us are with you. Lin Hui stood up angrily. In the past, he would have disliked it long ago, but now, he just smiled faintly at the 3 of them. Don't worry, I'll definitely pull out my milk. Just don't let your jaws drop when the time comes. The 4 instantly snickered. And drop your jaw in shock? Let's see. You're lucky to pass. Chapter 42 Wang Yishue shocked. When did he become a soldier king? Nightfall. A black red flag slowly drove into the courtyard of a small house. As soon as the car stopped, an officer immediately ran over and pulled open the door. Chief, Lin Guanyao got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and took a big step towards home. He was a career veteran soldier who paid close attention to his military appearance wherever he went, even if it's going home. Because of this habit, he has not been complained by his wife, always saying that he treats his home as an office. Dad, you're home. Lin Guanyao had just pushed open the door when he saw Lin Rui sitting in the living room. He froze for a moment. How come you boys have time to come back? It just so happens that I haven't been busy lately, so I came back to visit. Lin Rui poured a glass of water and handed it over. Dad, I came to talk to you about Lao San. Lin Guanyo was just about to drink the water when his body suddenly froze. What bad thing has this brat done again? He wouldn't have escaped from the island, would he? Lin Rui was embarrassed. Dad, you're looking down on Xiaohui too much. I would like to. Lin Guanyo snorted coldly. This kid has been pampered since he was a child. His character is rebellious. When he is told to go east, he wants to go west. When I was 10 years old, I specially found someone to order him a set of military uniforms as a birthday present, but he actually burned 18 holes for me with a fire engine and almost set the house on fire. Thinking about it makes me angry. Lin Rui smiled and said, Dad, I came here this time to bring you good news. Good news? Right. Little Hui was on the island a few days ago, and jumped into the sea to save someone, and was honored by the regiment, and received a first-class merit. Lin Guanyao's eyes lit up. Really? He can get first-class honors? You're not kidding me, are you? Lin Rui smiled and said, how could I possibly joke about this kind of thing? I've already verified with their division. It's true. Little Hui did get a big credit this time. Lin Guanyao laughed twice, a sip of tea followed by a hearty laugh. He slapped his hand on the coffee table and said excitedly, son of a bitch, you've grown up. You've actually managed to get a first-class merit. But the next second, his expression was instantly serious again. No, you have to find time to knock him around. Don't think you can flaunt your honor and tail when you've made a first-class merit. 2 years of soldiering is 2 years, not a day less. You have someone keep an eye on him. Don't let him slip out of the island. Lin Rui laughed. Dad, that's the second thing I want to talk to you about. Lin Guanyao's smile instantly froze, glaring. This kid won't run away after getting a first-class merit, right? Son of a bitch. He still thinks he's gotten better. He's so fucking useless. Dad, why do you keep thinking about him running away? Lin Rui sat across from him. Lin Hui did leave the island, but Lin Guanyao was exasperated. Then isn't it still running away? Can you hear me out? Lin Hui was speechless. Have you eaten a cannonball? FAI did get out, but instead of escaping, he went to the border region's all-division competition. Lin Guanyao was incredibly surprised. Just like that bear, he can still go to the grand competition? Is their company commander out of his mind? Or did you greet him inside? Lin Rui hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't. Little Hui went out this time, but he relied completely on his skills. He has the strength. I've heard that he's suffered a lot during this period of time for this competition, and sometimes he can't even take care of his meals in order to train. Hearing Lin Rui's words, Lin Guanyao froze for a long time. He leaned back on the couch, a smile stretching across his face. Growing out of it, really growing out of it. I told you, the dragon beats the dragon. The phoenix begets the phoenix. My son, how can he possibly play all the holes? Lin Rui rolled his eyes. Your analogy is spot on. Lin Guanyao stood up and pulled him, laughing loudly. Go go go. Accompany me to drink 2 cups. I am happy today. Secretary, go and bring out the bottle of Mutai wine I treasured. I'll drink 2 cups with the boss today. A smile also appeared on Lin Rui's face. Although Pops was very strict growing up, hitting and scolding at every turn, but he knew that what the old master actually cared most in his heart was actually still that, what he called, his so-called unworthy youngest son. Lin Hui patted his hand and said, Dad, don't worry about it. Little Hui will surely become successful. Humph, that's only if he can hold out to the end. Lin Guanyao slammed his face together, and when he turned his head, he still caught a hint of a smug smile. Lin Rui laughed and shook his head. What a heart. The next morning, the assembly whistle blew. The soldiers sent by each regiment to take the test dashed out of their quarters, and each was wearing 15 kilograms of gear. At the sound of a sharp whistle, everyone quickly stood, and Linnea Colonel walked up to all of them and said solemnly, You are all the various regiments, the selected elites, the kings of soldiers, but put into the whole division. Can you pull your weight? I'm not sure. Yes. Everyone fought to yell. The colonel sneered. The momentum is not bad, but whether it can or can't doesn't depend on words. It depends on strength. Is it a mule or a horse? Bring it out to slip. Mule get lost. Horse, stay. He swept a glance at the crowd. If you're here, don't bring any other thoughts with you. Give me your maximum strength and don't lose the face of your old unit. Yes, all of them yelled. The colonel shouted. Now, all hands, turn right. Everyone made a quick right turn toward the playground. Lin Hui followed the group and saw from afar that a viewing platform had been set up on the playground. A car was parked beside it, and a steady stream of officers descended from it. Looks like this division-wide competition is making quite a splash. Ha! If you win a place, you'll not only win honor for your squad leader, but maybe you'll be promoted. He hemmed and hawed, as if a wave of power erupted from his body. For the first place, he aspires. Meanwhile, next to the viewing platform, the division commander had just gotten out of the car, and immediately a host of officers saluted him. Greetings, division commander. The division commander nodded and looked at the team walking in the distance, smiling faintly. Mighty and majestic, they are indeed all the elites of each regiment. Today I'll see which regiment is more powerful. Several of the chiefs had already secretly begun to fight, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The division commander had just stepped onto the observation deck when a tall female captain saluted him. Greetings, division commander. The division commander nodded, smiled, and said, Little one, I see. You don't have to be the referee this time. Why don't you just sit with us? You're at least the director of the information office in the military. There's no need to go to the front. Wait for the test. It's muddy and dusty. Don't get it on you. Wang Yishue smiled faintly. Division commander, we're all soldiers. How can we be afraid of getting dirty? I just want to go and see with my own eyes what the strength of our soldiers really is. It's too far away to feel it. The division commander nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, yes, yes. This is a very good idea of yours. Everything must be done. Wang Yishue's background he knew. This visit also came with a purpose, and since he had been greeted from above, he couldn't say anything more. I'll go then. Aha, go ahead. Wang Yishue saluted, turned around and ran towards the playground. The division commander turned his head and called the others up to the observation deck as well. Wang Yishue ran to the front of the line, and several judges and instructors were already here. The colonel saw her coming and nodded, and Wang Yishue nodded back at him. Just then, her pupils contracted dramatically and she spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Lin Hui? Wang Yishue was full of surprise. This son of a bitch also came to participate in the competition? He became a soldier king? At the same time, Lin Hui also saw her. Crap, why is this bitch here? With lightning speed, he quickly made a face towards Wang Yishue. Wang Yishue had a mouthful of blood almost sprayed out. It is true that I thought too much. He is still that smelly rascal. Chapter 43, Lin Hui is actually so fierce? The colonel coughed and looked at the crowd and said, In the past, the annual competition test was meant to identify the best sharp soldiers for our division. And of course, this year is no exception. But the rewards are different this year compared to the past. All of them pricked up their ears. Only Wang Yishue, whose eyes had been dead set on Lin Hui. I don't know why, but it always felt a little awkward to see him in a serious mood. The colonel blurted out, In the past, the first place winner of the test would get a division commendation, and a third-class merit. And the next two would also get a division commendation once. But this year, the division commander has decided to raise the standard of rewards, with second-class honors for the first place, third-class honors for the next two, and all of them will receive a division citation for making the top 10. Everyone was instantly all excited. In the army, getting credit is not an easy task. If it didn't happen to be a martial arts test, it would basically be impossible. Second-class honors are even harder to come by, and in times of peace, it's a matter of missing arms and legs to get them. With a second-class merit, even if you can't be promoted, you can still be assigned to a career unit when you return from the army. The luckier ones, with families in remote areas, might even make it into public service. It can be a lifetime of great things for all. This time, I will be in the top 3. I'm bound and determined to win second-class honors. All of a sudden, everyone was rubbing their fists and was incredibly excited. The colonel said seriously. In addition, the top 20 will also be focused on training by the division. Nowadays, the army is getting more and more modernized and developing faster and faster. If you are talented, the army will definitely not fail you. So it's still the same as just now. It's a mule or a horse. Take it out and show it to me in a while. All of you show me what you've got. Yes, everyone yelled in excitement. The colonel nodded at a few people beside him. The group of referees and officers immediately dispersed. Wang Yishue looked at Lin Hui from afar, full of doubts. This guy can't be looking for a relationship to come. It shouldn't be humph. With your half-ass level, it's useless to come here. You're just a sidekick at best. I'll see how you make a fool of yourself later. Lin Hui felt her gaze and directly rolled his eyes. Why is this bitch always staring at me? By the way, to give you guys another reminder, the colonel said in a cold voice, this time, the assessment, the end of the regular assessment items, at a 100 kilometers of rapid march. You guys be prepared psychologically. The faces of many people present instantly changed. 100 kilometers of hasty marching is no joke. The division had only ever done 50 kilometers in the past, never 100. What's more, everyone was exhausted after the previous events. It's a good time to run another 100 kilometers, isn't it? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. No wonder the rewards have been raised this time. So the difficulty has increased as well. He wasn't too worried though. During this period of training, his physical fitness and physical quality plummeted. It was many times stronger than the original. 100 kilometers of rapid marching may be a huge challenge for others, but for myself, it's a piece of cake. The colonel looked at the crowd, the corner of his mouth smiling coldly. Our border defense. Unlike other troops, we are the troops guarding the forefront of the motherland. All kinds of extreme environments we may meet. This test is to test your ability to accomplish your mission in any extreme environment. Do you have the confidence to complete the challenge? Yes, everyone yelled. The colonel nodded. Very good. Next, start the first test. 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. Everyone get ready. Everyone immediately started organizing their gear. Those who tie their shoes, those who check and tighten their backpack ropes, and others who fully move the joints of their hands and feet to be at their best. Lin Hui looks relaxed as he looks around. There's absolutely no sense of urgency whatsoever. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but for him now, 5 kilometers was like playing. You know, on the island he was able to walk with 40 kilograms on his back. 15 kilograms. Isn't that a joke? After a minute, the colonel asked, "Are you ready?" "Always ready. Everyone is poised." The colonel nodded at the firing officer on the sidelines. Bang! Gunshots rang out and everyone rushed out instantly. Suddenly, a silhouette flew out like a sharp arrow, directly rushing to the forefront of the group. Lin Hui's speed increased once again, and immediately afterward, he pulled away from the large group by a large distance. How does this guy run so fast? Wang Yishue stared in shock. In her impression, Lin Hui should have been a weakling. Can someone who spends his days in bars and lacks exercise run that fast? Soon, Wang Yishue calmed down and laughed coldly. Run. The harder you run, the worse you lose. 5 kilometers of armed cross-country, where even speed and preservation of strength are key. The harder you come up, the faster you burn out and the harder it is to run at the back. Lin Hui came up for a 100-meter sprint, and his physical energy was exponentially depleted. So how could he run at the back? But soon enough, the smack in the face came. Lin Hui overtook the others by a full lap at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Not only did the speed not slow down, but, without blushing or panting, it didn't look at all like he was going to run out of breath. The 4 veterans from the same company watched Lin Hui ride past and their jaws slammed directly on the ground. Crap! This nigga got a rocket under his foot, right? That's not right. Didn't I say this kid is a coward soldier? How can a coward soldier run so fast? Cut the crap and go after them. If we can't even catch up with a pig farmer, let's just stop being human. The 4 veterans rose to the occasion, but the distance in turn increased. On the observation platform, the division commander's eyes instantly lit up. This soldier is not bad. He's a lap ahead of the others. Which regiment? Gao San hurriedly stood up to claim credit, reporting to the division commander. His name is Lin Hui, from our regiment. Some time ago, he even won a first-class merit for saving someone's life. Seeing him with a dejected face, the other few heads all rolled their eyes. Deceitful. My ass. What's the use of running fast? I'm sure you're fast at running away from a fight. The division commander smiled and nodded. So it's him? I have an impression that this soldier is good. By the looks of it, he's so good at running. I guess the other events won't be bad either? It has to be. Takasugi smiled and sat down. He also did not forget to deign to raise his head towards a few other chiefs. At this point, it's time to pull the hatchet. You can't tell the difference on weekdays. But today, it's time for me to raise my eyebrows. He looked at the figure on the playground. Lin Hui. You have to fight for us. Whoosh. On the playground, Lin Hui was as fit as a fiddle and quickly overtook everyone by 2 laps. Crap. 2 laps. It's too insulting. We can't be stretched this far. We have to catch up. The crowd used all their strength, but there was no way to catch up. A 2-lap gap can't be bridged by shouting slogans. After all, there was only one Lin Hui in the hangman. Without a moment's work, one by one, they ran out of breath, and some of them directly turned off their breath. The 4 veterans were running out of breath when they suddenly saw Lin Hui actually overtake them from behind. Lin Hui rushed at them. Come on, give me all the guns. The 4 veterans froze. Lin Hui urged. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Still want to win or not? A veteran said arrogantly. You run your own. We don't need your help. Bullshit. Lin Hui yelled sharply. Only we're in the same company. We have to run together and win together. I'm not helping for your sake, but for the honor of our company. The 4 veterans stared. Shit. Isn't this what we took yesterday to criticize and educate you? I can't believe you're giving it back to us. Without even waiting for them to react, Lin Hui directly took all the guns on their shoulders and hung them on his body. Grab my bag. I'll run with you. The four looked at each other with some hesitation in their eyes. Although they looked at Lin Hui with displeasure, they eventually compromised for the sake of the company's honor. Lin Hui, I'm telling you. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his feet leave the ground and his entire body flew up. Crap. Slow down. I'm about to take off. The four veterans were yanked violently forward by a wave of inertia. It's like being flown on a kite. It's so fucking exciting. Lin Hui smiled slightly, to feel like flying. In the distance, Wang Yishue was dumbfounded and subconsciously burst out. Crap, when did this guy get so fierce? He's too fast too. Chapter 44, People Chasing in Front, Souls Flying Behind on the Playground. Lin Hui, his body covered in equipment, dragged the four soldiers towards the front and darted forward. Brother, I call you brother, can you slow down a little? We can't keep up. The four veterans were dragged and stumbled. A couple of times I almost didn't fall on my dog. Although Lin Hui didn't turn around, he also kept his speed up. Seeing that they were really going to be unable to keep up before properly slowing down a bit. You guys are not looking at this the right way. What? A veteran panted. Running is running. What other way? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It looks like the recruit company didn't learn properly. Follow my rhythm. 3 steps, 1 exhale, 2 steps, 1 inhale, take bigger steps, center of gravity forward. The four veterans nearly vomited blood. What the fuck are you doing? Treating us like new recruits? I can't believe they actually taught us how to run. Although there was some resistance in their hearts, one was physically honest. Directly following what Lin Hui had taught him, he began to adjust his breathing and rhythm. And it really did work. In fact, they also know this method. They learned it when they were in the recruit company, but they just forgot all about it in their haste. Seeing the four gradually feeling their way, Lin Hui smiled faintly. The children are teachable. The four veterans messed up their feet and almost fell again. I can't believe you're still fooling around. Watch out. I'm going to speed up. As the words fell, Lin Hui's body once again erupted with power. Like an angry bull, it tugged the four men forward in a rampage. These four people immediately felt that the people were flying in front of them and their souls were chasing after them. By the end of the lap, they were exhausted and sweating profusely. Although they grasped the know-how, they weren't Lin Hui's enlightened physique after all. At the moment, the four men's legs were like lead, and their hearts were beating as fast as an engine. But even then, none of them let go, all gritting their teeth, because they carry the honor of the company on their shoulders. Soon, the four of them overtook one after another under Lin Hui's leadership, and finally directly overtook the entire team by 1 lap. Looking at the near finish line, Lin Hui smiled and said, I'm here. Next, it's up to you guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks to you. The four veterans let go. Thankfully, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and returned the equipment. What's the point of being so polite? We're all comrades in the same company. Let's go. With that, he crossed the finish line first, while the four veterans continued down the line. The referee quickly pressed the stopwatch just as Lin Hui sprinted to the finish line. 17:05. Hearing the score, several officers around the room rushed to gather around. Holy shit, this guy is awesome. What's the division record for 5 kilometers? It looks like 17:06. This guy, carrying so much stuff on his back alone, and with 4 people, can actually run this time? Crap, it's horrible. Wang Yishue also flew over at this moment. How much did that guy run? The moment she saw the results, she was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Even without weights, it's tough to run that time. What's more, how could Lin Hui run so fast with all that heavy equipment and people? Wang Yishue frowned. Is this guy doping? But soon she dismissed the idea. No matter how much of an asshole Lin Hui was, he still had a bottom line. This kind of thing, he definitely couldn't do it. In a short while, everyone arrived at the finish line one by one. The 4 soldiers surpassed the others by a lap because of Lin Hui. So it was right behind Lin Hui that arrived at the finish line. They came to Lin Hui with shame on their faces. Lin Hui, this test is thanks to you. What happened yesterday? It was our fault. We shouldn't have done it. Lin Hui waved his hand. Come on, don't be so maudlin. We're all comrades in arms. We'll run together and win together. The hearts of the 4 soldiers were suddenly filled with emotion. The impression of Lin Hui was also instantly greatly changed. One of the soldiers suddenly opened his mouth in anger. Damn. Who the hell said you were a coward soldier before? I'll turn around and settle the score with him. The other soldier nodded. If you're such a coward, there are no good soldiers in the army. Lin Hui laughed. Ha ha ha, don't praise me. I'll be proud. The 4 soldiers flashed smiles. At this level, it's something to be proud of. Gotta be proud. What's more, Lin Hui had brought the 4 of them with him, and together they had achieved victory. This 5-kilometer test, Their company bagged the top 5 places, the first in the division. Lin Hui was also happy in his heart at the moment. It would have been nice if Wei Ban were here. He'll be happy to see me run first. He. Not far away. Wang Yishua's brows furrowed as her eyes stared intently at Lin Hui's back. She just couldn't figure out what this guy had been through. Why are you suddenly so fit? How can a guy whose body has been emptied by booze change so much in a short period of time? Wang Yishua's heart suddenly thumped. Wait, did I make a mistake myself? This guy wasn't even rotten to the core before his dad sent him to the army to toughen up. Rather, originally the guy was very good, and his father didn't want to waste the talent, so he sent him to the army, just to give Lin Hui the space to show his talent. But thinking about it, Wang Yishua felt that it was too outrageous. Growing up with Lin Hui, how unreliable this kid was. Others were not sure. Could she not know? Masked. Definitely masked. I don't believe that you can still take first place in the next test. At the same time, an officer ran up to the observation platform and reported toward the division commander. Division commander, the results of the 5-kilometer test are out. The first name is Lin Hui, a soldier of the 5th Company of the Artillery of the M Regiment. Lin Hui? The division commander's eyes lit up. This kid can do it. With so much equipment and dragging 4 of them alone, he can run first? If he ran alone, he'd break the division record? The officer went on to say. In addition, the top 5 places in this examination have all been bagged by the M Regiment. The division commander turned his head to Takasuji and said with a smile, Takasuji, good job. How did it go? Gao-san hurriedly stood up excitedly. Division commander. In fact, I just used a little bit of tricks when leading the soldiers, and I didn't expect remarkable results. The division commander laughed out loud. It seems that your kid does have a knack for leading soldiers. Not bad. I'll continue to pay attention to these soldiers of your regiment, especially this kid named Lin Hui. Yes. Takasuji sat down, not forgetting to look at a few of the other chiefs. It's close to writing the word dejected on your face. The corners of the mouths of the other captains were viciously jerked twice. Small man's ambition. It's only the first game. Fooling around. The first test is over. I'll take a short break and gather again. The colonel walked to all of them, and said seriously, just now 5 kilometers. Just a warm-up. Get the rankings, don't be too happy. Competition is to see the comprehensive results, then the overall military quality. Number 2. 400-meter obstacle course. Everyone, to the right. Turn. Everyone immediately turned right and ran toward the field. Lin Hui looked at the obstacle course not far away and remembered a saying that had been circulating in the army. Better to run cross-country for 5 kilometers than to run obstacles for 400 meters. The 400-meter obstacle run is an all-encompassing test of endurance, agility, speed, strength, and muscle coordination. So even seasoned veterans will have the same headache when they run into it. Except for Lin Hui. Of course, the island is a small location, but the roads are quite difficult to navigate, with potholes everywhere. So some time ago, Lin Hui had gotten himself a set of obstacles out of rotten wood and rags washed up on the island in order to practice his agility and reflexes, and practiced them over and over again every day. So, this standard obstacle course is just a sprinkle for him. When they came to the place, all of them were divided into 4 teams according to the password. Ready? Ready! The colonel nodded toward the referee. Bang! The moment the starting gun went off, the first column of 4 soldiers instantly rushed out. 10 seconds later, the second column rushed out right behind it. Then the third column. 150. Not bad for a time. The referee pressed his stopwatch and nodded slightly towards the soldier who had just crossed the finish line. This soldier was the champion of the 400-meter obstacle course in last year's competition test. Last year he was 1:4:53. And now, once again, he has broken his own record. This soldier proudly held his head high and contemptuously scanned the people around him. 400-meter obstacle course. I'm going to win. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow instantly scurried out. The guy only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he fixed his eyes on it, his jaw slammed directly on the ground. What day your mom? You're trying to take off. Chapter 45 Refreshing the record. The first in the whole division. Lin Hui dashed out as if he were an arrow. Coming to the short wall, he grabbed the edge with one hand, and with his leg on the wall, he easily leapt over it. After landing, Lin Hui stomped his legs like a spring, blinking as he left a small crater in the ground. He came in front of another obstacle. Crap! Is this still a human being? Growing up on springs? The soldier who ran with him was shocked and forgot to look at the road as he watched Lin Hui right ahead of him by 2 obstacles. One didn't pay attention and crashed directly into the low wall. Bang! The others frowned and said empathetically, he must have been in a lot of pain. Look! This guy, he's already past the halfway point. A gasp of surprise caused everyone to instantly look towards the field. Only Lin Hui kept moving up and down. agile like a monkey, ding, speed +1, ding, agility +1, ding, +1 muscle coordination. As the beep sounded in his ears, Lin Hui grew even faster. When he passed the plum blossom pile, he didn't even need to use his eyes to see it. He was able to land with precision and fitness. In the blink of an eye, he managed to go over 8 obstacles and sprint to the finish line. 1 minute 26 seconds. The referee pressed the stopwatch. Overwhelmed with excitement, the soldier who had just thought he was winning opened his mouth wide and froze completely. Originally, I thought that I had a solid win. I didn't realize that the smack in the face would come so quickly and loudly. Several officers flew around, full of shock. Holy shit, another record. Which regiment of this kid? How is it so fierce? Lin Hui has not heard of this character before? The corners of Wang Yishua's mouth twitched viciously as she looked at Lin Hui incredulously. How the hell did this guy run? Is he hung up? Soon, the examination was over. The 4 veterans finished pretty well. Not in the top 10, but all in the upper middle of the pack. They came to Lin Hui's side and said with a smile, "Bullshit. It just looked like you were about to take off. How much did you run and what was your score?" Lin Hui waved his hand and said, 1 minute and 26 seconds. Not too shabby. What the hell is this called? The 4 veterans nearly vomited blood. Your score? It's out of this world. Okay? A veteran's eyes were glaring out. It's simply inhuman. Another veteran gave a thumbs up. Now I kind of know why the company commander sent you. So you're the killer. Lay low. Lay low. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Someone as powerful as me would have to be a suppressor and not take it out easily. A few people immediately rolled their eyes, saying you're fat and you're still gasping? Lin Hui was happy in his heart. If nothing else, the island's veterans are still wise to their heroes. All know I'm good. Pick me out. Lin Hui was full of dejection. Ha, old me is really awesome. At the end of this examination, Lin Hui deservedly took first place. The next 2 tests were on tactical maneuvers, and single and double bar 1 through 4 exercises. Both of these were Lin Hui's strong points. Although the conditions on the island are simple and the place is small, but simple training equipment like single and double bars were still available and had long been practiced by Lin Hui. Even Wei Yongyan marveled at his movements, praising him as a talent that was rare to find in 100 years. Soon, the tactical examination officially began. Lin Hui Quan. Lin Hui was as if he was on hang-ups the entire time, dramatically ahead of everyone else. The action is quick, clean, more than textbook. More than textbook. He had also completely become a dark horse in the martial arts arena, noticed by everyone. On the observation platform, the division commander looked at Lin Hui's struggling figure. What a good soldier. This soldier must be keyed up. Gao soon. No matter what Lin Hui's final grade is, you'll be credited once. Thank you, Master Chief. Gaben laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. This kid is too long for his own good. It was not in vain that he had traveled all the way to the island to present him with a merit badge in person. And this was the payoff. Seeing here Lin Hui creating miracles over and over again, Wang Yishua people were shocked numb. This guy, was he pulled to do some human experiment? How did he suddenly become so strong? Is this still the same dude boy from back in the day? The whistle blew and everyone quickly assembled. Lin Hui swept a glance and realized that everyone would be full of fatigue and pale at this time. It seems that the previous rounds have consumed a lot of their stamina. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed in his heart. Fortunately, old me has a system. My body is twice as good. The colonel walked to the front and scanned everyone. Start the next test right away. This test is especially important for us border guards. And that's fighting. Many eyes lit up at once. Especially the ones from the reconnaissance unit came with fists pumping and excitement in their eyes. Fighting is a scout's strength and their specialty. There were a number of people present who had won awards in their regiments and divisions for their fighting skills. Finally, it's time for me to get my hands on something. This time, I'm going to beat all of you down. All 4 veterans looked worriedly at Lin Hui. And one of the veterans behind him warned, Lin Hui, you're in big trouble. You're being watched. Lin Hui froze for a moment, and sure enough, he found a sharp gaze, aimed at himself. I'll go. What are they up to? Is this to collectively destroy my poor little flower? Another veteran said in a low voice. You've been getting a lot of attention because you've been doing too well in the previous games. Now they're all staring at you, so be careful later. Lin Hui smiled sheepishly. It's fine. I didn't put them in my eyes. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the people around them instantly looked like they were on fire. The corners of the 4 veterans' mouths twitched. This kid, his ability to pull hate is first-rate. You're on your own. Lin Hui looked at the gang of tigers. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Fighting? Is not just fighting. Who will not when the time comes and so on. Shit. It's like I really can't. He had never learned any fighting skills other than a set of military boxing in the recruit company. Lin Hui's eyes turned. Not right. I have a system. Have not eaten pork. Have not seen a pig run? The big deal is that I'll be able to learn how to sell it in a while. What about all those people? Surely you wouldn't be the first on the list. Watch them fight later and see how it goes. At the same time, Wang Yishua's eyes stared at Lin Hui with a sneer. Let's see how you'll make a fool of yourself in a while. Although it wasn't clear why Lin Hui suddenly seemed like he was turned on. In all grades, you can take first place, but she was still very clear about Lin Hui's ability to fight. Since his junior year, when he grew up, this guy has never been a match for him, being chased behind her ass with a whip every day. It was so close to running to her house and suing her. Wang Yishua was full of bad smiles. Later I would like to see if you are still as resistant to beatings as you were when you were a child. Chapter 46, Veteran Spits Blood, Fighting and Live Learning? A whistle sounded. Everyone instantly dispersed into 12 teams, and each formed a circle. The colonel looked at the crowd. In order to save time, this test will take the form of one-on-one. Whoever gets knocked down will immediately be replaced by the next one. If you can beat 3 people in a row, you will directly advance to the finals. In addition, the length of each match shall not exceed 2 minutes. Now, you have 3 minutes to get ready. All of them were suddenly rubbing their fists and jumping up and down. Lin Hui hurriedly also found a place with fewer people and began to gesture in a decent manner. White crane brightens wings. Black tiger pulls out heart. He recalled as much as he could about the martial arts movies he had watched, learning the moves in them and seeing if he could use them in a real fight later. Just as Lin Hui's hand was practicing to monkey stealing peach. 4 veterans gathered around smilingly. Lin Hui, what kind of move are you doing? It looks quite powerful. Teach us? Lin Hui smiled awkwardly. I dare to teach. I'm afraid you won't dare to learn. He coughed. That move just kills too many people. You guys better not learn it. A veteran's eyes lit up. So awesome. It looks like you're sure to be promoted this time. Why don't you teach us a few things, so that we can improve and get a good grade? Lin Hui heatedly laughed. No problem. In exchange, you guys have to teach my troops fighting techniques first. The 4 veterans froze and laughed. Don't be ridiculous. You're so good. Why do you need us to teach you? I'm not kidding, Lin Hui said in a serious manner. One of the veterans was curious and asked, so what did you just practice? Didn't you say it was lethal? Lin Hui smirked and said, monkey picking peaches. Not much killing power yet? Fuck. They're fighting and you're picking fucking peaches? That's nifty too. One of the veterans asked seriously. Lin Hui, we're not joking with you. You really don't know how to fight? Lin Hui nodded sincerely. I really don't know how to do it. I just learned military boxing in the recruit company, and then went to the breeding base after that. So how did I have the chance to learn fighting? But I'm good at raising pigs, and I almost made the military newspaper. Can't have me going up there for a set of Sal postpartum care, can you? The 4 veterans wanted to spit blood. The image was so beautiful they just couldn't imagine it. But they also didn't expect someone as powerful as Lin Hui to come first in all categories. I can't believe I've never even learned proper fighting, and that's ridiculous. It's only 3 minutes of prep time, and it's halfway through. What can I learn? Fighting skills aren't something that can be learned on the fly either. In the company, they had no idea how many sandbags they had scrapped in order to hone their fighting skills. Even the 1,000 layers of paper had been pierced through an unknown number of layers by them, just to train the explosive power of their fists. On top of that, you have to practice in pairs on a regular basis. Now Lin Hui was in this situation, not to mention a few of them. It's just useless to call Simon the Snowblower and the East undefeated over. Lin Hui, let's see. You'd better use your trick of monkey stealing peaches. A veteran soldier patted Lin Hui's shoulder and sighed. Lin Hui said bitterly, how can I use that stuff on my comrades? How damaging. You guys can just teach me a few powerful moves. I'm a very smart person. If you guys demonstrate it once, I'm sure I can learn it. The 4 veterans were utterly speechless. No more clever. No more clutches like this. There's only a minute left. What can I learn? But after all, they were from the same company, and Lin Hui did help them get their grades before, as well as fight for the company's honor. Okay, we'll teach you. You watch. Before the words were finished, a whistle suddenly sounded. That soldier. You go first. Everyone looked at Lin Hui in unison. Lin Hui froze for a moment and turned his head following the voice, and he saw that icy cold face. Your ass. Wang Yishue. You're specifically messing with me, aren't you? Looking at Lin Hui gritting his teeth, Wang Yishue was full of dejection. Small. I still can't cure you? Just now, she had seen Lin Hui hiding at the side, sneaking around with a look of weakness. One guess was that he was trying to hide at the very back, waiting for everyone to get physically exhausted from the fight and take the opportunity to go up and pick up the slack. Wang Yishue coldly grunted. With me around, don't you dare try to exploit the loophole. He pointed at Lin Hui and shouted in a cold voice. That soldier. What are you waiting for? You're first, don't waste time. Lin Hui's nose was smoking with anger. Would have liked to hide back a little and learn a few more moves. I didn't expect to be the first. The 4 veterans patted him sympathetically. Dude, get on it. The brothers will avenge you. It's okay to lose one item when you've won so many, but you have to remember to cover your face. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. Can you all wish me well? He walked up and glared hard at Wang Yixue. Wang Yixue raised her fists, her face full of triumph. I'll see how you make a fool of yourself later. When you get your ass kicked, I'll capture it on camera and release it when you get married. She swept her gaze over the crowd and suddenly saw a guy who was close to 2 meters tall and as strong as a tank. That soldier. Come here. You fight him. Yes. The guy pushed through the crowd and jumped right in. The moment he landed, it felt like the entire ground was shaking. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. This is quite a special way for you to come out. Afraid that people won't know that you're heavy as a pig? Although Lin Hui was 1 meter 8 tall, in front of the heavy tank, Lu Mengshan, which was close to 2 meters, he still looked a little skinny. Lu Mengshan looked down at Lin Hui and hemmed and hawed. Brother, if you can't hold out, beg for forgiveness. I don't like abuse. Lin Hui smiled back at him. If you're tired enough later, remember to surrender as well. I don't beat up people with unarmed hands. Hey, that's kind of funny. Lu Mengshan gave a bad smile. Then you'll have to show your real skills. Wang Yixue said coldly, being nonsense. Now start the timer. As soon as the words fell, Lu Mengshan made a tiger pounce towards Lin Hui. Despite his size, he is very agile. A powerful punch slammed through, and everyone around could hear the whistling wind. The 4 veterans on the side instantly sucked in cool air. Hiss. It's over. It's over. If this punch goes down, you'll definitely have to lie down. Or maybe you'll even get a concussion. But just then, Lin Hui suddenly flickered to the right. The powerful punch just grazed his shoulder. Good hiding. The 4 veterans shouted in excitement. Wang Yixue glared at them, her heart full of amazement. She was actually dodged. She was still waiting to see Lin Hui get his ass kicked. Lu Mengshan turned around violently, revealing a cold smile. Still quite nimble. Ha, let's see how many times you can dodge. A combination of punches lands straight away. Lin Hui reacted subconsciously and kept dodging. Ding, dodge ability +1. Ding, +1 to agility ability. In the next second, the fist in front of Lin Hui's eyes was as if it had been slowed down. Lin Hui smiled slightly. It was too slow. He slipped his feet and ducked his body towards the right. And another straight punch from Lu Mengshan missed, followed by straight punches, hooks and swinging punches, one after the other. With every punch he threw, Lin Hui slipped and dodged, unable to hit. Next to him, Wang Yixue's jaw was about to hit the ground. This guy's fists are so fast, each one so impactful. How the hell did Lin Hui dodge it? You're pretty fucking good at hiding. Lu Mengshan is furious and rushes forward with a combination of punches. Even the legwork was used. Straight punches, swinging punches, sweeping kicks, followed by side kicks and cross kicks. But every time he hit, Lin Hui was like a leaf falling in the wind. And when he was about to be touched by the fist, his body would always float backward just a little bit. And, every time, it's this close to touching. Lu Mengshan's face turned red with anxiety. I don't believe I can't hit you. In the blink of an eye, all 30 or so combinations were thrown out. A minute later, Lu Mengshan was panting with exhaustion. Although he didn't hit anyone, but every move he used all his strength. So many combinations in a row. Even an Iron Man can't withstand this kind of consumption. But in comparison, it was the feeling of hitting the air with every move that drove him the most crazy and difficult. Lin Hui saw his speed slow down and sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. Knowing that this guy was exhausted, he hemmed and hawed and said, "You can't even hit it for you. Forget it, no more games. It's my turn to attack this time." Chapter 47. Have seen arrogance. Have not seen such arrogance. Lin Hui had just finished speaking. Breathing heavily, Lu Mengshan suddenly froze. The next second, a sandbag-sized fist broke through the wind and came straight at his face. Lu Mengshan laughed instead of being shocked. "You fucking finally made a move. I thought you were a shrunken head turtle." He roared and met it with a fist. Lu Mengshan is close to 2 meters tall, weighs more than 250 pounds, and has the greatest strength of the entire regiment. Hard knocks. He wasn't afraid at all. I'm afraid Lin Hui is like a gopher, hiding and running everywhere. Now this was just what he wanted. Bang! The two men clashed their fists together with force. Lin Hui took 2 steps backward, and Lu Mengshan took 5 steps backward. Ding! Strength +1. Ding! +1 to recovery. The moment the beep sounded, Lin Hui's fists, which were originally in severe pain, immediately became less painful. There was also an instant extra surge of strength in the body to help restore stamina. On the contrary, On Lu Mongshan's side, he grimaced in pain, his eyebrows twisted into twists. The punch he had just thrown hurt so much that it broke his bones. It's like hitting an iron plate. Damn, that's hard. Lin Hui shook his fists. Same as each other, but besides my fists, I'm harder elsewhere. Want to try? Lu Mongshan froze for a moment and instantly became furious. Damn it, you actually molested me. He rushes up and punches again. Lin Hui hadn't practiced fighting though, but he had a learning system, and just after one round, he had already learned his opponent's fighting techniques, and even the opponent's pace, stance, and movements were all mastered. Looking at the fist that came whistling, Lin Hui subconsciously staggered a step to the left as if he had triggered a body organ. Using the power of his body swing, he took a hook directly towards his armpit. Oh ho 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 ho! Lu Mongshan's mouth opened and he let out a eunuch-like scream. The surrounding people's eyebrows tightened. Looks quite manly. Screaming is also too soulful. In the next second, Lin Hui threw another swinging fist, directly hitting Lu Mongshan's waist. Lu Mang's mouth, which was open, instantly closed, and tears came down from the pain. Damn! You're fucking trying to make me cut off my children and grandchildren, ah? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. This is the real broken son. He swung his leg up and kicked Lu Mongshan between the thighs. Crap! Lu Mongshan almost pissed himself in fear, and in a panic, he hurriedly blocked with both hands. If I get kicked in the ass now, I'm afraid I'll really have to go to the palace in my next life. But Lin Hui's foot was halfway through the kick when he suddenly braked, and Lu Mongshan reacted instantly. It was a feint. He was just about to raise his head when he saw Lin Hui's head smashing towards him. The two heads slammed heavily together. Duong! Lu Mongshan was instantly dazed. Stomping, like a drunk, he took several steps backward. Immediately after that, with a thud, the whole person heavily planted backwards, and the ground trembled once again. Ding! +1 to recovery. Ding! Strength +1. Even so, but Lin Hui still covered his head and grimaced in pain. Damn! It's too hard. Is this kid's head made of iron? There was silence all around, and everyone's mouths were open in shock. Wang Yishue's jaw slammed on the ground, and the person was dumbfounded. She'd had a hard time picking the most capable one out of 1,000. And NBS. SP, I didn't realize that this guy is just an embroidered pillow. Not useful. Wang Yishue gazed to Lin Hui, eyes full of surprise. This guy in the end becomes so able to fight? It turns out that the place he said was harder was, thinking of the last time, when he said he would spank his ass, Wang Yishue suddenly felt her scalp tingle. If we were to really fight, we'd have to blossom. Wang Yishue was so angry that she stomped her feet. How come she can't always win against him? When can I win him once? Another referee saw that Wang Yishue didn't say anything and hurriedly came up to announce the result. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Lin Hui wins. Winning. The 4 veterans rushed up excitedly and surrounded Lin Hui. Damn it. Still saying you don't know how to fight. Letting us teach you. Obviously so capable of fighting. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I learned this on the spot. Believe your grandma's leg. One of the veterans said in an unkind manner. Just hide it. By the way, turn around and give me your monkey stealing peaches. Lin Hui laughed out loud. Well said. This kind of lower 3. This kind of killing move, I have a lot of it. Everyone was scared out of their wits and covered it with their hands. It's inhuman to be so hard on your comrades. The next one starts soon. Wang Yishue picked another opponent who looked to have good strength. Originally had high hopes that he would beat up Lin Hui severely, but I didn't expect to go up there for a minute. He was then sent flying into the air by a hook punch from Lin Hui, and when he landed, he lost consciousness on the spot and was directly carried down by the hygienist. Wang Yishue gasped trembling. How this guy then in the game machine? Shouting oil consumption with the yellow hair is also more powerful, but also too able to fight. But how could she know that Lin Hui's fighting skills? It's totally just hit and miss. He dodged while quickly memorizing his opponent's moves. With that, the system copies the same trick on him. Together with Lin Hui's already far superior physical qualities, he added strength and fighting skills. I'll be damned if this is going to beat him. Lin Hui looked at her smilingly. Referee, please find someone who can fight over here. Okay? At least let me take a punch. It's not difficult at all. It makes me doze off. Looking at Lin Hui's beaten face, all of them hated his teeth. I've seen arrogance. I've never seen such arrogance. The 4 veterans next to him flaunted with a dejected face. His name is Lin Hui. From our company. Awesome, isn't he? A few of us are as good as he is. So pay attention. All the people around them stared at them angrily. Shit, a deuce even. 4 more. What's the matter with this company? Are all of them really this shameless? What's the point of being smug? It's just a win. Do you really think I don't have anyone in my reconnaissance company? Don't stop anyone in a moment. I'm going up there to fuck him up. Lin Hui dejectedly shook his head. AI. the greater the ability, the greater the hatred. Why am I such a bully? Wang Yixue was so angry that she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. The more she saw Lin Hui's dejected appearance, the more angry she became. No, absolutely cannot let this guy out of the limelight. Must hurry to find someone to beat down. Wang Yixue immediately shouted, "Who wants to go on? Anyone who wants to come and teach him a lesson." As soon as the words fell, the crowd, which had been so excited just a moment ago, was immediately dumbfounded. Either turn your head, look down and pick at your fingers, or look up at the sky. So what? It's a nice day. It's good. Wah 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 wah. Wang Yixue almost spit out blood. His grandmother. Just now you are not screaming quite fierce. The key time, a top-notch are not. Chapter 48, you haven't even touched a gun, so you can't say shit. Seeing that no one answered, Lin Hui simply shouted, "Hey!" Everyone was startled and hurriedly buried their heads down. Lin Hui asked in no uncertain terms, "Is there anyone coming up here or not? Don't waste time. The others still have to compete?" He swept his gaze over, and several people in succession all waved their hands in panic. "So what? I have a bellyache. I'm on my aunt." No no no. Leave the opportunity to others. What a joke. The two just now are the most beatable ones here. Being cleaned up like that by Lin Hui. He still hasn't woken up yet. Who dares to go up there and make trouble? Although everyone is the elite of each unit, the king of soldiers, all competing for the best. But we all know in our hearts that it's not just a simple matter of looking for death with him, but it's also a chicken and egg fight if we don't get it right. Lin Hui looked around. No one was willing to come up. He looked at Wang Yixue with a smile. "No one's coming. Referee, why don't you pick one from the other teams to fight me? Pick a powerful one. Don't be too weak." Looking at Lin Hui's arrogant appearance, Wang Yixue gritted her teeth. Immediately, he thought of the way he bullied himself as a child. Damn, if it wasn't for the rules of the army, Wang Yixue would have wanted to go on by herself. The referee next to him saw that Wang Yixue's state was a bit off, coughed and said, "Alright, rules are rules. Since no one dares to challenge you, it means you won all 3 matches and advanced directly." Oh, the 4 veterans immediately rushed over and lifted Lin Hui high in the air, shouting excitedly, "Our company is first. Artillery Company 5 is first." Lin Hui turned his head and also shouted dejectedly at Wang Yixue, "Our company is number 1. First." Wang Yixue was so angry that she clenched her teeth. If anyone else had gotten such a good score, she would have applauded and congratulated them. But not this son of a bitch Lin Hui. "Let me applaud for you. In another life." The referee next to her hesitated and coughed to remind her. "Shouldn't that continue the examination? You tell me." Wang Yixue glared at him fiercely. "There's no one on the stage, so you're not assessing. Sitting and watching the show? Continue the match." This referee was shocked. "What's the fire at me? I didn't provoke you." The race continues. The teams, frantically competing, all brought out their skills. Some of those present were themselves regimental fighters and had won places in their divisions. Some are masters of sparring, while others specialize in takedowns and capture in ambush. Others, before entering the army, were martial arts masters. In all circles, there were constant shouts of excitement. An hour later, the game was over. In total, more than 30 people killed their way into the finals. This last match was arranged directly below the viewing platform. The rules are still the same, and both sides fight back and forth. But only when it came to Lin Hui, it turned one-sided. None of the 2 opponents in front of him could last a minute, no matter how good they were in the preliminaries. When they got here, they were only going to be passive and get beat up. Whatever moves they made, Lin Hui learned. Lin Hui had a system, so if he could beat it, he could beat it. But if he couldn't beat it, he could learn it. When he bumped into a strong one, he would hide, and when he tired of consuming him, Lin Hui would then kill him in seconds with a punch of strength and speed. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was the copy ninja Kakashi. No matter how strong his opponent was, he could perfectly copy the moves and fight back. On the stage, the division commander nodded his head in satisfaction and said towards the people beside him, "After watching for so long, it's this kid called Lin Hui who has the most beautiful fights, with clean movements that hit the vitals. The most crucial thing is that this kid still knows to show mercy, and thoroughly carries out the spirit of friendship first, competition second. Not bad, not bad." Galvin laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. This kid, too much for the old man's face. Several of the other chiefs were so jealous that their eyes were red as rabbits. It's too fucking revealing. That kid couldn't be the outside help Takasugi hired, could he? I've never heard that there's such a person in the division. Takasugi smirked. The said division commander, "You're too flattering. I think Lin Hui still needs to polish and polish. It's not good for young people to be too proud." The division commander laughed and waved his hand. "You're right. But our division needs young men like Lin Hui right now, not to be defeated and dare to fight, so that we can rise up and get more people to catch up with him. Only then will our division grow stronger. Takasuji nodded. You educated me, the division commander lamented. Our generation is getting old. We all came through suffering, but what about this generation? Although the living environment is different from our time, the future all belongs to them. If we can cultivate talents like Lin Hui, our future, is there any need to worry? Takasuji. Ah, this soldier must be properly trained. Yes, Gosen said in his heart, even if you don't say anything, I'm going to go back and cultivate him, and he'll be the big baby of our regiment in the future. Soon, the fights were over. Not surprisingly, Lin Hui was in first place again, the last player. He sent to Dreamland with a punch. The people next to him couldn't wake up no matter how much they screamed. The colonel looked at the three guys on the ground who had been knocked out by Lin Hui, the corners of his mouth twitching viciously. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and send the people to the infirmary and wake them up. Yes. Watching these three guys being carried away handily, Lin Hui shook his head helplessly. How come nowadays when you're in the military, your physical fitness is so poor that you can't even take a punch? What's the point of defending your country like that? Really? Wang Yixue, on the other hand, stared at Lin Hui with a deadly stare and gritted her teeth. Seeing this guy fooling around made her angry. The colonel looked at Lin Hui, and then at the angry Wang Yixue, some thought on his face. He had just seen it during the examination. These two, I'm afraid, used to know each other, and they're still the familiar kind. However, he was really a bit puzzled. How come Wang Yixue's eyes always looked at Lin Hui with anger, like she was killing her father's enemy? A whistle sounded. All gather again. But this time, quite a few of them had color on their faces, and their noses were bruised. Lin Hui swept his eyes and proudly held his head high. Fortunately, I am skillful and did not break my face. Otherwise, how can I get a wife in the future? The colonel stepped forward and said solemnly, prepare to begin the next test at once. Shooting. Everyone's eyes immediately showed an excited light. Finally, it's time to shoot. Damn. After holding back for so long, I can finally raise my eyebrows this time. Some people stared at Lin Hui dead in the face. Let this kid be arrogant for too long. Let's see how arrogant he can still be this time. The colonel said seriously. The gun is the soldier's second life. The shooting test is to test whether we can properly grasp the second life on the battlefield. Who can shoot accurately and well? In my heart, is a good soldier. You have 3 minutes to get ready. Everyone immediately began to get ready. The colonel, in turn, had ammunition prepared. The four veterans came to Lin Hui's side and saw him squinting his eyes and raising his hand as if practicing at aiming. Walked right over and slapped him. Hey! Lin Hui was startled. Crap! Why are you guys acting like ghosts? One of the veterans laughed and asked, what are you up to again? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Familiarize yourself with how to shoot a gun. The four men were wide-eyed. You don't mean to say that you've never shot a gun, do you? How? Lin Hui said in a serious manner. The four of them sighed in relief. Lin Hui smiled and said, when I was in the recruit company in the past, I fought once. All four of them were shocked. I'll go. You've been in the army for so long. You've only shot once. Are you kidding me? Lin Hui smiled awkwardly. It's not like you guys don't know. I went pig farming after I got out of the company, and then went to the island after that. So where are the conditions for that? But there are guns on the island. But there are only a few rounds of ammunition, and it's not enough for practice. Just in time. You guys teach me the tricks of the trade in gunfighting. I'll blitz the bad guys. The corners of the four people's mouths twitched fiercely. You motherfucker, you're addicted to clasp the Buddha's feet? A veteran glared. Teach a hammer. You haven't even touched a gun much, so you can still shoot the shit. Chapter 49. This can't even be called a sharpshooter. It has to be called a gun god. With a whistle, all gather again. With his hands behind his back, the colonel asked solemnly, is everyone ready? Ready. Everyone yelled in excitement. Guns, a man's romance. The moment the bullet bursts out of the chamber, the joy is something that can never be imagined. There are even a lot of people who go into the military as soldiers just to be able to shoot guns. The colonel looked at the high morale and nodded. All back. Turn. March in unison. Target range. All of them turned toward the back and moved in a neat and tidy manner toward the range. Lin Hui looked away from the range. On the range, 20 target positions had been set up. Before they arrived, comrades from the ordnance department had delivered boxes of ammunition. All of it. And, keep the gun and ammo separate on the shooting bench. Turn right. There was a yell and everyone turned in unison. The colonel said loudly, next, shooting test, every 20 people in a group, 30 rounds per person. Shooting distance 200 meters. Shooting style, prone shooting. Just a reminder, This time the shooting target is a moving target. The target appears for 10 seconds each time, and will appear again at an interval of 5 seconds. You have 1 minute to aim and shoot. Yes, the crowd responded loudly, with incomparable excitement in their eyes. The difficulty level has increased. Great! Originally, they were worried that it was too easy to pull away from the others. Many people stared at Lin Hui, their eyes filled with wariness. A good marksman is fed with bullets. This time I'm going to prove who's the number one marksman in our division. Lin Hui was already a bit numb. These guys, what a nuisance. Why are they always staring at me? Can't you just be a little bit more urban, mature and stable like me? We haven't even fought yet, and each one of them is like winning hemp. The colonel yelled, Group 1, out of the line. The first platoon leader yelled, March. 20 men marched in unison to the target platform, and the instructor next to them yelled, Ready for prone shooting. Everyone grabbed their guns and quickly lay down with their legs wide open, and quickly loaded the magazine, pulled the bolt, and aimed the gun at the target 200 meters away in the distance. Start shooting. Bang bang bang. Gunshots were fired. The entire sky over the range was ringing like firecrackers on New Year's Day. At the back of the group, 4 veterans whispered at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, did you memorize all those shooting essentials I just told you about? Remember true. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed with confidence. The veterans were skeptical. Really? You memorized everything we just said? Lin Hui was serious. It has to be. Since I was a kid, my teachers have always praised me for my good memory. So don't worry, when we fight in a while, I guarantee that there will be no problem. All 4 veterans rolled their eyes. Speaks better than it sings. Just because Lin Hui just put a satellite on fighting doesn't mean that. Well, shooting guns can, because it's simply not the same thing. Fighting, you're strong and physically agile, and you're likely to win even if you haven't learned the moves. But sharpshooters, they're fed by bullets. Lin Hui had been in the army for half a year, had touched a gun once, and the bullets he had fired added up to more than 30 rounds. Now, let alone shooting a gun, there's a question mark as to whether he'll even hold one. The 4 men looked at each other and prayed in their hearts, I hope this kid won't lose too badly later. Soon, the first group hit the ground running, followed closely by the second group. After the second set was played, it was immediately time for the third set. Group 3, step out. Lin Hui immediately stepped out of the line and ran towards the target platform. Seeing Wang Yishue staring at him from a short distance away, he immediately made a face. Wang Yishue was so angry that she clenched her fists. This asshole, fooling around again. But she remembered that after Lin Hui got off the company, he was sent straight to the breeding base. There was no chance of touching the gun there. What was going on the island was clear to her. Even with a gun, there was no environment for him to practice shooting. Wang Yishue coldly hummed, even the gun has not touched the opportunity. Wait to see how you fight. In fact, she was fighting with Lin Hui, not because she wanted him to get worse. She just couldn't stand to see Lin Hui keep fooling around in front of herself after he won. As long as Lin Hui lost one game, he himself would be able to get one back. Fire! With a command, the range instantly resounded with intense gunfire. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui also aimed at the bullseye at the moment and pulled the trigger. Ding! +1 to shooting ability. Ding! +1 vision. Ding! Stability +1. The more Lin Hui fought, the better he got. Previously on the island, he had practiced aiming with an empty gun and had never had the opportunity to shoot live ammunition. This time, as a few bullets rushed out of the chamber, he instantly felt tingly, as if he was going to become one with the gun. It's like the gun was originally part of the body. 200 meters away, the target with the false light also instantly became clear. Lin Hui's heart is beautiful, there is a system is cool. The feeling of hanging on, happy to take off. He was incredibly excited and kept pulling the trigger. The moment the bullets were all out, it was like experiencing a good fight, and it was incredibly painful. The shooting is over and everyone empties their chambers. Exit the magazine and get up quickly. Group 4, get ready. As the fourth group came out of the line, the instructor had that side arranged for a target report. At this time, a group of soldiers in the distance quickly replaced the target paper. Quickly record the shooting results. Not long after, the walkie-talkie in the instructor's hand came from the voice. Target no. 1. 260 rings. Target no. 2. 252 rings. Target no. 10. 300 rings. Wait, what did you say? The instructor's hand shook in shock as he pressed on. The target reporter froze for a moment. Target number 10. 300 rings. Everyone was shocked. You're not mistaken, are you? Are you sure it's 300 rings? The target reporter nodded solemnly. Very sure. And 30 rounds, all of them hit a hole. Just as the crowd was too shocked to speak, Wang Yishue flew over to pursue the question. with a vague feeling in her heart that something was wrong. Who is target number 10? The man next to him took out the roster. It's M Regiment. Artillery Company 5. Called Lin Hui. Wang Yishue was completely frozen as if she had been hit in the head with a hammer. Lin Hui? How could he hit 300 rings? I thought he hadn't touched a gun much. He shouldn't have shot so well. Nope. Wang Yishue reacted fiercely. This son of a bitch will not be forced to shoot guns by his father since childhood, right? You don't want to hit that kind of performance unless you come out of your mother's womb and start training with a pacifier in your mouth. Lin Hui grew up in a compound just like himself, so how could he not be exposed to things that other people could not be exposed to? Moreover, Uncle Lin himself is so strict. Wang Yishue completely stupid. Finished. This achievement want not to take the first. Heaven forbid. In the future, there was no telling how he was going to fool around in front of himself. At the same time, the colonel next to him saw the results, and his whole body was shocked and delighted. How many years haven't seen such an outstanding marksman? 30 bullets in a hole. This can't even be called a marksman. It has to be called a gun god. Chapter 50, All eyes are on you. Breaking all the records of the whole division, the shooting test was soon over. The whistle blew and all assembled again. Looking at the downcast looks of the people around him, Lin Hui held his head high and was glowing. Turns out it feels so good to be in the limelight. If I had known, I should have turned it on when I first joined the army. Hey, a number of people in the group sighed, and just came when the kind of spirited, say heaven and earth aura is a different person. It wasn't that their minds were weak, it was really because Lin Hui was too strong. From start to finish, he was first in all tests. Every single one of them breaks world records. It's so irritating. The colonel clapped his hands hard and shouted sternly, "What do you do? What do you do? All of you hang your heads like you've lost a battle. Cheer up and puff out your chests. I know what you're thinking there's no hope. Is there?" Everyone was silent. But they do think so. Immediately the last test. Even if Lin Hui didn't participate, the total scores in front of him would add up and he would still be able to take first place. It's all over. What are they comparing? Go home before it's too late. The colonel said seriously. Soldiers, you should have a tenacious will and an indestructible spirit. If war comes, will you lose your fighting spirit and stop fighting the enemy just because of this little thing? In the beginning, our predecessors, with such rudimentary equipment, dared to go up with flesh and blood to fight the enemy's airplanes and cannons. And you guys, you lose your confidence after such a minor setback? Everyone was filled with shame. As soldiers, they really shouldn't be. Even if you know you're not going to be defeated, you still have to be brave enough to show your sword. And that's the tenacious will of the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. Watching the crowd regain their spirits, the colonel nodded his head in satisfaction. For the last test, I hope that all of you give me all the strength you can muster. Until the last moment. Never give up. Insisting on victory and fighting tenaciously are the beliefs that every warrior should adhere to. Yes, everyone roared. Watch their confidence return to its peak. The corners of Lin Hui's mouth suddenly showed a smile. Not to be defeated. Not to be crushed. This is the look of a soldier of my generation. In fact, even he didn't realize it. He was now thoroughly integrated into the army family and loved the place from the bottom of his heart. The colonel pointed in a direction and said loudly, 100 kilometers of backward running. I'll be waiting for you here. And the first one to come back wins. The last test, and the most difficult one. This is a refining of your physical ability, will, and endurance. I hope, each and every one of you, can withstand the test and complete the examination. Depart. Everyone instantly all ran out. As Lin Hui ran out, he shouted toward the 4 soldiers beside him, grab my bag. I'll take you all with me. The 4 knew that Lin Hui's physical abilities far exceeded theirs. After going through this examination, not only had they lifted their misconceptions about him, they were also extraordinarily impressed with his strength. Troops, honor the strong. At this moment, Lin Hui was the object of their admiration. The 4 men no longer had any hesitation on this occasion and directly grabbed Lin Hui's backpack. Thanks. Lin Hui smiled and said, we're all in the same company. So what's the point of being polite? To run together. To win together. Yes, to run together. To win together. The 4 of them nodded heavily and rushed out right after Lin Hui. Because of the previous experience, this time a few people had a good rhythm control. In no time at all, they overtook the rest of the group and rushed ahead at the front. The people in the back, seeing the unity of Lin Hui's few people, the hot blood in their hearts was instantly stirred. I'm a fast runner. You guys grab me and save your energy. A soldier yelled, and several soldiers from the same company instantly surrounded him. They all followed the example of Lin Hui's few people and ran wildly forward. Soon, more and more people followed suit. The men of the same company, all gathered together, twisted into a rope, and struggled forward in pursuit. Even if mountains and oceans are in the way, they will rush through. The colonel watched from afar, his eyes full of appreciation. That's what a soldier looks like. Wang Yishue was also cheering for every warrior at the moment. Except, of course, Lin Hui. She just couldn't stand to see this guy win a race and look like a stinking show-off. I hope you'll run lost in a minute and run into a blind bear and a big gray wolf. Time passes by. Things are pretty much packed up on the assessment field. Firearms, ammunition, and all types of test equipment were removed. The field is gradually returning to its original appearance. On the viewing platform, the division commander said towards the people around him, "This year's competition, compared to previous years, is extraordinarily exciting. Especially that kid called Lin Hui. He really impresses me, bringing us miracles every time." A brigade commander next to him nodded. In the past assessment, even if there is outstanding performance, it's just a single item, and I've never seen it. Like that soldier who was first in the door. Takasuji was so happy at the moment that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. It's a facelift. It's a real facelift. He had already decided that when he got back, he would offer this kid up like an ancestor. Never raised my eyebrows so much in my life. Seeing his dejected look, the other chiefs' faces turned green. Just now, the brigade commander seemed to be praising Lin Hui, but he was actually pointing them out. In the past tests, the 2nd Regiment produced a sharpshooter but couldn't run, and the 3rd Regiment did have a good runner with substandard tactical movements. In short, when God opens a door for you, he will surely close a window. I've never seen one like Lin Hui, who was chased by God to be fed. It's really a rare occurrence. The division commander looked at Gao San and complimented. "Little Gao, your skill in leading soldiers is getting better and better. This time it's really a big surprise for me." Gao Sun heatedly laughed. "Division commander, you flatter me. Lin Hui, this kid actually performs average, mainly because the other comrades set it off well." The other few heads of the regiment were furious, their eyes spitting fire and their fists clenching. This motherfucker. Not only did they get a cheap shot, but they had to step on them. A regimental commander gritted his back teeth and whispered, "Damn. I really want to take a sack over him and give him a beating. He's too damn beat up." Another chief, "I'll provide the sacks. Remember to help me kick more." The head of the group just now. "Soon the sun will set," the division commander suddenly asked. "And I wonder, what will this kid's score be, when he comes first in all the other events? And in the last one? Here it comes, here it comes." Someone's back. From the observation deck, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone was all on their feet in an instant, and the division commander picked up his binoculars straight away, only to see a few people stumbling back in the distance. Before the division commander could get a good look, the man next to him shouted, "It's him, it's him, it's that Lin Hui kid." Gaoshan froze for a moment. His mouth was crooked with a smile. Unexpected. Unexpected. "Ah, I brought out the soldiers. I cannot know it. The first is him. I have a number." A few of the other chiefs had their back teeth clenched. Hated to throw him right off the viewing platform. The division commander sighed long and hard. The last game was also first. So many games down. First in every game. This is unprecedented in the history of our division. With this speed, he should break the record again, right? The brigade commander next to him nodded. At this rate, it's a record breaker indeed. Although the division did not engage in a 100-kilometer hasty march, but 50 kilometers, from time to time. According to Lin Hui's score at the moment, the did break the record. At 250 kilometers, no one has managed to run back in such a short time so far. Gao San hemmed and hawed. "See, division commander, I told you Lin Hui was a good soldier. Sure enough, he's number 1 again, and it's a record breaker." The division commander laughed. "He breaks records in every achievement. This is no longer a good soldier. This should be called the king of soldiers." "Yes, yes, yes, king of soldiers, king of soldiers." Gao San hurriedly nodded his head. "I was the king of soldiers back then, and the soldiers I brought out." Naturally, a few other heads of the regiment pinched their fists and clacked, their eyes spitting fire. "Damn it, can't stand it anymore, can't even sleep if I don't give this guy a beating." The division commander looked at Gao San. "Xiao Gao, after the test is over and a little rest, you will bring him to me. I must reward him personally." "Yes." Takasuji's face lit up with joy. Chapter 51, Lin's father is excited. "This son of a bitch. Another merit?" A silhouette quickly appeared under the setting sun. Everyone is coming back one after another, but to the relief of the examiners, they did not come back alone, as they had done in the past. Instead, they walked back in groups of 3 or 5, holding each other up. Ding, +1 to recovery. Ding, stamina +1. On the grass, Lin Hui felt an extra surge of energy in his body, and his fatigue was suddenly reduced. Watching him stand up, The 4 veterans who were sitting paralyzed on the ground hurriedly asked, You're not going to take another break? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Enough rest. I'll move around a little. The 4 veterans nearly vomited blood. You just finished running 100 kilometers, and you're not tired enough to move around? Monster. Simply a monster. The colonel watched as Lin Hui actually stood up to walk and move his muscles like it was nothing. Shocked to the point where his eyes were glazed over. What kind of fucking physique is this? Just finished running 100 kilometers and rested so quickly? The few instructors beside him, their gazes all fell on Lin Hui as well. This soldier is really good. Not only is his strength outstanding, but his character is nothing to sneeze at. He infected everyone in the room with his actions. An instructor nodded. Yes. In previous competitions, everyone treated everyone as opponents, even those in their own company, and in order to compete for rankings and honors, they completely forgot the meaning of the word comrades. It's this soldier that brings everyone back to know what it means to be a soldier. At this moment, Wang Yishue's heart was as bad as it could be. It wasn't that she didn't want to watch Lin Hui get better. It's just that this guy improved so much at once. It's like riding a rocket. Back then, I still don't know what kind of fooling around I have to do with myself. Thinking of that bet with Lin Hui on the island earlier, Wang Yishue instantly turned red. The son of a bitch was already capable of anything, and now that he's getting results, he's sure to. Wang Yishue was scared out of her wits. No, absolutely can't stay here. Otherwise he'll definitely come to spank in a while. At that thought, she twisted her head and left, not daring to linger in the slightest. Little king. Wang Yishue froze for a moment. The colonel shouted from behind. What are you doing there when the awards are going to be presented later? Wang Yishue immediately became even more flustered. Ask her to give Lin Hui an award. She won't do it. Wang Yishue hurriedly accelerated her pace, stepped on small broken steps, and fled quickly. The colonel looked puzzled. Why are you panicking and running away? At least wait until it's over before you leave. Youngsters nowadays, really confused? The jousting competition ended successfully. Everyone gather all together in the playground. The colonel took the roster and said loudly, this year's Border District Division competition. The first place was taken by the M Regiment's Artillery Company 5, Comrade Lin Hui. In the assessment summary, not only was he first in the overall score, but any of the items taken out individually, all broke previous records. Everyone, a big round of applause. Snap, there was thunderous applause. Everyone all gazed at Lin Hui, their eyes filled with admiration. Congratulations, Lin Hui. If there's a chance, I'll challenge you again. Come visit us at the 3rd Regiment sometime. We're here, Lin Hui. Like the stars, the heart is happy, not paying attention to get a champion back. Where to reason to go? The colonel continued. When we become soldiers, we are meant to be competitive. We are meant to be courageous. Lin Hui's outstanding strength is obvious to all of you, and he set a good example for all of you today, making you all realize, anew, the power of unity. 100 kilometers of hasty marching. If it was a solo fight, I'm sure that half of the people here probably wouldn't be able to accomplish it. So, I hope that in the future, you can treat Lin Hui as a target and learn from his strengths and merits. Only then will you surpass. Can you do it? Yes. Everyone yelled with confidence. And NB. / the voice shook the sky. The colonel nodded in satisfaction and smiled appreciatively at Lin Hui as well. What a good soldier. At this moment, one familiar figure after another suddenly surfaced in Lin Hui's mind. All of them are veterans of the Luna Island. There is Lu Shan, there is Zhou Peng, and the class president Wei Yongnian. Lin Hui's face blossomed into a smile. Squad leader. Veterans, I have not let you down. I got back the first in the competition. An hour later, in the office, Lin Hui saluted towards the division commander. Comrade Division Commander, Lin Hui of the 5th Company of Artillery of M Regiment. Reporting to you. The division commander smiled and waved his hand, taking out a second-class merit badge. Comrade Shaolin, you've done quite a good job this time, Lin Hui said unabashedly. Thank you, leader, for the compliment. The division commander laughed. I really didn't expect a soldier who came out from the breeding base and was transferred over to guard the island can actually have such a strong strength. You really impressed me today, and it also made me revert to the word soldier, and have a new understanding of it. Lin Hui humbly said, leader overpraised. I'm just doing my job as a soldier. Without the encouragement of the veterans on the island and the teachings of my squad leaders, I'm afraid I'd still be a puddle by now. Yes, the division commander laughed and said, not arrogant, and humble. It shows that your squad leader, and those veterans, really didn't treat you well for nothing. He walked behind his desk and turned to look at Lin Hui again. Lin Hui, Lunar Island is no longer suitable for you. There are so many places in the entire division. Wherever you want to go, just mention it. Takasugi hurriedly asked. Our regiment's reconnaissance company is good. Do you want to come? Xiao Gao. Don't interrupt people's thoughts, let him make his own choice. The division commander waved his hand, looked at Lin Hui and said, the division scout battalion is actually not bad. I think it suits you. Takasuji's white eyes almost rolled up to the sky. Let me leave him alone in his thoughts. You're cutting me off here? Lin Hui didn't say anything, and his mind was brewing. Seeing that he had been silent, the division commander laughed slightly. Alright, you don't need to feel any pressure, nor do you need to answer me so quickly. I know that you're a sentimental soldier and have feelings for the island, but the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. At your current level, it would be a dereliction of duty on our part and a waste of talent if we let you guard the island again. You'll stay in the division guest house for the night. Think it over, and consider it well. He glanced at Gosen. If you want to go anywhere, just tell me. He wouldn't dare stop you. Gao Sun looked embarrassed. You have given the word. How dare I stop it? Lin Hui nodded. Thank you, Chief. The division commander patted him on the shoulder. Be sure to think carefully about your future, and be sure to go to a place that really suits you. Yes, Chief. Lin Hui saluted again, and seemed to have an answer in his heart. In the evening, the army compound. Lin Guanyao took off his old glasses and disdainfully threw the newspaper to the side. They're all a bunch of bandits. It's none of your business when something happens elsewhere, but you still have to send troops there. Every day you talk about freedom, but what you do is a bunch of fucking robberies. If you dare to come to us someday, I'll beat the hell out of you. The study door pushed open and Lin Rui walked in with a smile. Dad, what are you angry about again? Lin Guanyao sneered. It's not those dog bastards in the West, shouting justice, justice, justice every day. As I see it, the most unrighteous ones are them. Lin Rui laughed. Dad, don't think so much. There will be someone else to think about what's going on out there. We'll just be responsible for leading the troops. Lin Guanyao nodded and looked at him and asked, why are you kid back again? Didn't you say you've been stretching recently? Lin Rui smiled and said, I received a piece of good news that I had to rush back first to tell you. Guess what it's about? Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Guanyao glared at him, daring to play slick with my old man. Lin Rui hemmed and hawed. I've gotten word that Laosan just took first place in the division-wide competition, and he got second-class honors. Rubbing it in, Lin Guanyao's entire body stood up. What did you say? This son of a bitch has taken another fucking credit? Chapter 52, where you fall down. Get up. Lin Guanyao walked around the study with his hands behind his back. After a while, his face was still full of incredulity. You mean him, number one in the division? Lin Li nodded. Right. Lin Guanyao asked again. And got a second-class merit? Lin Rui laughed bitterly. That's right, Dad. You've asked me for the third time. Lin Guanyao shook his head, still feeling like a dream. How long has it been? A few months ago, Lin Hui had been sent to raise pigs for beating up veterans, and then later sent to Lunar Island by himself to suffer. I did not expect that in just 2 or 3 months, he was continuously meritorious, and also became the first in the whole division competition. I wasn't even as good as him when I was young. It's hard to believe that this kid has really gotten the hang of it. Lin Rui said helplessly. Dad, stop hanging around there. It's spinning my head. I've said it before. Little Hui isn't that bad. He'll definitely carry your banner and be a dang good soldier. Lin Guanyao stopped and snorted coldly. What do you know? This kid has a lot of ghost ideas. Maybe he's just putting up a smoke bomb now. Lin Rui was speechless. If it's really a smokescreen, it's too costly? The first in the division is all back, along with first and second class honors. Lin Guanyao narrowed his eyes and said, Lin Hui is what I grew up watching. When this kid's thas pouts, I know what he pulls. That's why I suspect that he's doing this to paralyze us, wanting me to be at ease with him so I can let my guard down. After hours, this kid and I said to go to the library to read books. I thought he had learned well, and I even slipped him $100. But the kid turned his head and went to the game hall. Lin Rui's mouth twitched. What kind of logic is this? You'll let him serve 2 years in total. He could have obviously stayed on the island, settled down, and moped around. If it's really to paralyze you, the lower the profile the better. Why go through all the trouble of winning a prize in a tournament? Besides, who didn't lie to their parents for their allowance when they were little? Who hasn't been to a game hall or an internet cafe? Besides, he was the one who encouraged Lin Hui to open his mouth in the first place, and he actually had a part in playing the game. Of course, that's not to be said to the old man, or he'd have to whip the belt out. Lin Guanyao turned around and pointed at him. Keep finding people for me to keep an eye on. I must always know the full dynamics of this kid. I will if you don't tell me. Lin Rui turned around and left after saying that. Lin Guanyao sat on his butt on the sofa, thinking seriously, this kid, what does he want to do this time? Division guest house, 2nd floor. Wang Yishue patted on her toes and quietly came to a window. Looking sideways, Lin Hui was currently sitting on the bed, motionless and dazed. Looked like a dummy. Wang Yishue frowned slightly. What's wrong with him? In her impression, Lin Hui had always been heartless and cheeky. The last time I saw him like this was more than 10 years ago. At that time, Lin Hui's parents were arguing for a divorce over trivial matters. Lin Hui then ran out alone and sat by the river. Just like this. For a long time. Same expression. Same demeanor. But he just took first place in the division. And broke so many records. And got a second-class merit. Shouldn't he be happy at this time? Wang Yishue shook her head, really more and more unable to understand him. Stomp. There was a sudden sound of footsteps at the far end of the stairs. Wang Yishue froze for a moment and hurriedly ducked towards the other side of the corridor. She had just turned to hide when a couple of men came up the stairway. At the head of the group was none other than the chief, Takasuji. Knock knock. Lin Hui froze for a moment. The door is unlocked. Come in. Seeing Gao-san push the door in, followed by the smiling company commander Li Hongfei, and the instructor, Lin Hui hurriedly stood up and saluted. Good day, regimental commander. Good day, company commander. Instructor. Li Hongfei grabbed him and said excitedly, Lin Hui, I really didn't expect that. Not only did you take the first place in the whole division, but you also helped our company to take the first place back. Lin Hui smiled and said, by chance, just by chance. You can't get such a good result. It shows that you, kid, really have the ability to. It's really something. Li Hongfei patted his shoulder and said with some embarrassment, Lin Hui, that incident before, it was my fault. I shouldn't look at people with tinted glasses just because of something in the past. I hope you don't blame me. You are a very good soldier. And as it turns out, it was my eyes that were blind. Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. Company commander, you can't say that. I do have a responsibility for what happened in the past. If it were me, I would have done the same thing. Okay, what's the point of bringing up the past? Gao-san laughed and walked over to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you're a talent, and our regiment needs talent. Stay, I'll give you the best treatment and provide you with the best resources, as long as you stay. Lin Hui froze. Chief, Zhou Zhongyi directly interrupted. Don't say it first, listen to me first. I know that you are a person who is sentimental, and you have feelings for Lunar Island, as well as the veterans on the island. So if you stay, at least you will still be in the same unit as them, and it will be convenient to meet up with them in the future. What's that saying? One lineage, one root, almost right line. The colonel next to him coughed hard twice and reminded. No end to it yet, so I'm heir? Takasuji hemmed and hawed. How come? The colonel snorted coldly. We had a deal before we came here, so don't break the rules. The division commander specifically explained that no matter who it is, absolutely no one is allowed to interfere with Shaolin's decisions, not even by hinting. Where Comrade Kobayashi wants to go, he will make the decision himself. Of course. Takasuji snorted while winking towards his men. Li Hongfei immediately understood. Lin Hui, although I didn't go to the field, but your performance, we all heard about it. It is indeed a good example, not only for our company glory, but also for our regiment glory. I was especially shocked to hear those 4 veterans of our company talking about the competition. The instructor followed suit. Lin Hui, come back. As long as you're willing to stay in our company, we'll definitely give you the best arrangement, promotion or platoon leader. No problem. Lin Hui looked at their enthusiastic appearance and was a bit overwhelmed, even feeling a bit strange. The company commander had picked him up for the race in the first place and had blacked out the entire time. Wouldn't even say a word more to him. But now, it's just a little too much enthusiasm. It wasn't that Lin Hui was holding a grudge. It was just that the shift back and forth was just too great, making it a little difficult for him to adapt for a while. Once upon a time, Lin Hui was just a wimpy soldier trying to get by. People are so disgusted with him that they can't wait to kick him out of the way. But now that Lin Hui had broken the division record and taken first place, he suddenly became the hot bun in everyone's eyes. His head was spinning, as if the world was spinning before him, and a voice rang out in his head immediately afterward. Old Ma, don't blame the veterans, don't resent the division chief, they just want you to get better. Lin Rue, if you don't want to stay, take off your uniform and get out now. You don't even know what a real soldier is. Wang Yishue, just you playboy deserve to be a soldier? Don't insult the uniform. Get lost. Don't come to plague the troops. Wang Yong, Chen Eru, Brother Hui, don't try to get rid of us. We'll definitely meet again. Wei Yongyan, Suda is actually a good soldier. It's just a pity. Finally, all the voices converged into one. Lin Hui, you're a good soldier. Don't let the days mix you up. You should fly farther and higher. At this moment, A layer of water mist rose in Lin Hui's eyes. It was the first time he felt that he was a good soldier. Lin Hui? Have you thought about it? Is it in our regiment? Takasuji's voice pulled Lin Hui back. He slowly raised his head and looked at these people who cared for him. A hard salute followed. Chief, I've got it figured out. Takasuji's heart rejoiced. There's a show, he said excitedly. I knew you kid was reliable. Li Hongfei, quick, help pack the luggage. Yeah. Li Hongfei was just about to move when Lin Hui pulled him back. Chief, the place I want to go is not in our regiment. A few of Takasuji's people instantly froze. What do you mean? It's a move to higher ground, isn't it? Watching him pull a face, the colonel next to him was immediately delighted. Lin Hui looked at him as well. Not here either. The colonel was confused. So where do you want to go? At this moment, Lin Hui's gaze was incomparably determined. I want to get up from wherever I fall. Chapter 53, back to the Pointed Dagger Company. Goodbye to Sude. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Seeing Lin Rui push the door in, Lin Guanyao looked surprised. What is it? Lin Rui closed the door and hurriedly spoke. Dad. I just got word from my comrades that Shelby has made a stand with the division and wants to go back to the 602nd Tiger Regiment, the 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers. What? Lin Guanyao's entire body was confused. What is this kid's head thinking? He hasn't caused enough trouble in 602 and still wants to go back? Lin Rui looked bitter. I can't figure it out either. I heard that he strongly requested it, and the division commander was almost furious. It's not easy to cultivate a good soldier, but he has to send it to someone else before it's even warmed up. However, this matter has been suppressed by me for the time being. I just wanted to come and ask you what FAI meant by making it so. Why do we have to go to 602? Lin Guanyao put his fountain pen on the table, leaned his back against the chair, and wrapped his arms around his chest with a pensive expression. After thinking for a while, he suddenly became happy. I know. This kid is 80% trying to get up wherever he falls down. I guess that's what it means. Lin Rui froze for a moment and nodded. Little Hui has been stubborn since he was a child, and he became a soldier because you forced him to. The things he committed there became a knot in his heart. So after traveling around so many places, he still wants to go back and get some things done. Lin Guanyao grunted and didn't say anything. In fact, he wasn't sure what exactly Lin Hui was going to do when he went to 602. If only to go back and show off and disgust those who looked down on him in the past. That means that the kid hasn't really changed at all and is still growing up. But if it's the other, he looked at Lin Rui. Go find Secretary Zhao and tell him to say hello to Old Wang and ask them to release him. Lin Li nodded. So should I keep an eye on him? Of course. Lin Guanyao glared at him. This kid has a belly full of bad intentions. Who knows what he's going to sing again? If he causes me any more trouble, this time it won't be as simple as making him guard the border. Lin Rui smiled bitterly. Dad, can you have some faith in Xiao Hui? I don't think he'll cause any more trouble. Lin Guanyao grunted coldly. That's hard to say. Division downstairs. There was an SUV parked. Lin Hui, fully dressed and with his traveling bag, stood by the car. The division commander came out of the building and looked at the soldier who had broken the division record. Fully dressed and ready to leave. The heart is as sad as it needs to be, but the higher-ups have given the order, so they can't even think about not releasing them. When the division commander walked up to him, Lin Hui saluted vigorously. I'm sorry, division commander, for failing you. The division commander slapped his hand away. Don't pretend to be so fucking stupid. You've got a tough background. Even the commander gave you an order? Lin Hui said seriously. I just want to rely on my own strength to make everyone recognize me as a good soldier. The division commander looked furious. You're a good fucking soldier, but now you're someone else's good soldier. Thank you, Master Chief, for the compliment. Lin Hui puffed out his chest and said solemnly, no matter where I go, this is my old troop, and I will definitely not disgrace this. I will not disgrace you. The Master Chief was at once speechless. People can't be kept. He could only take a deep breath. No matter what, you've stayed in our division. You're the top student of our division. Say it, what else do you want before you leave? I'll try to fulfill you as much as possible. Lin Hui looked at him and asked, Division Commander, can I go to the island and say goodbye to the veterans? They don't know me. Yet. No need. The division commander directly interrupted. Don't be a big man and do things. Leave when you need to go. Stay when you need to stay. Don't drag your feet. Yes. Although Lin Hui agreed with his mouth, there was still a trace of regret in his heart. Orders were needed to board the island, and he couldn't go up without a nod from the division commander. Thinking about the island's veterans, the faces of the soldiers, he sighed helplessly. Originally, he had taken a chance that he would be able to go back for another look, but he hadn't realized that that departure would really be the final goodbye. Squad leader, veterans, take care of yourselves. I'm going back to where I started, but I'll never be that pussy soldier again. With a final salute, Lin Hui turned to get into the car. Watching the car leave, the division chief sighed helplessly. It was so hard to lay an egg, and it looked like it was about to hatch out chicks, and then it was given away. Lu Qingsong, you son of a bitch. You must compensate me for a few bottles of Mao Tai, or I'm not done with you. Lin Hui left the barracks quickly in his car. Not far away, Wang Yixue also rolled up the car window. Her eyes were full of curiosity. What is this guy doing going to 602 all of a sudden? Isn't it fine here? Going back and looking for trouble instead? Forget it, it's good to keep this guy away. At least that bet, it doesn't have to be fulfilled anymore. Wang Yixue hemmed and hawed, and when another year or so passed, he would have to be discharged from the army. I'll have to laugh at you when you get back. You deserve to be a general? Dream on. Late afternoon. Tiger Regiment. 6th Company of the Sharpshooters. Su De carried 2 jugs of hot water and walked quickly towards the dormitory. Just as they entered the door, 2 new recruits came out to meet them. Squad leader. It's time to eat soon. Let's go together. We're having extra food today. There's braised pork. Su De smiled faintly at the 2 of them. You guys go ahead. I'll be there in a moment. Good. Then we'll go ahead. The 2 recruits turned and ran away. Su De returned to the class and turned on the kettle. Into each man's glass, half a cup of water was poured to cool. When they come back from dinner later and are thirsty, add some hot water and they can drink it straight away. Su De took a look at every corner of the dormitory, then walked to each person's bed in turn, helping them tidy up and organize their sheets and bedding. Finally, he walked over to the lockers, and one by one, he arranged the mouthwash cups, as well as the toothpaste and toothbrushes neatly. After getting this done, Su De took a step back and looked at all the neatly organized cups, a trace of a satisfied smile on his face. Su De sighed. I'll be leaving in a little while. I really can't leave this place. His nose flared a little at the thought of leaving soon. After 8 years here, his youth and everything he has given to the army. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to return home. He was just more reluctant to leave the place that he had loved so deeply that he could have given his life. In fact, since the last new training, Su De was able to notice a clear change in himself. Mature, steady, and the tantrums are gone. Whether treating new recruits or veterans, he was able to treat them all equally and kindly. Although, he knows it's too late for that and it won't do anything to keep the team. Still, he wanted to atone for the mistakes he had made. At that time, he really shouldn't have done it. That punch went down, not only destroying himself, but hurting those recruits as well. Su De sucked in his breath, his head suddenly remembering what the instructor had once said to him. That's it, get out of uniform. Go back to your place. Never do what you did before. Maybe, it's better for you to leave instead. Su De shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had just turned around when his whole body suddenly subdued, as if he had been nailed in place. Only a tall figure stood in the doorway, just in time to block the afterglow of the setting sun. He squinted desperately, trying to make out who this person in front of him was. The moment the silhouette gradually became clear, Su De's pupils contracted violently, his heart setting off monstrous waves. He spoke tremblingly. Lin Hui. At the doorway, Lin Hui put down the bag in his hand, puffed out his chest, and saluted him vigorously. Squad leader. I'm back. Chapter 54, Raising Pigs has become the king of soldiers. Are you ashamed of yourselves? Close the dormitory door. Lin Hui and Su De each moved a matza and sat facing each other. Outside the door, a group of people all hid in the corner, quietly sticking their heads out towards the inside. One of the recruits asked curiously, Lin Hui? Why is this guy back? Didn't I hear he was sent away to raise pigs? Another recruit frowned. I've heard that he's got a lot of background, so I guess it's 80% that he's finding connections to come back again. Holy shit, is he out of his mind? You can't find a connection anywhere, but you have to come to our 6th company? Has this guy lost his memory and forgotten his grudge against our squad leader? If it wasn't for him, our squad leader would have been promoted to the cadre, and thanks to the higher-ups, he was allowed to stay for a while longer because of his skill in leading soldiers. I think it's 80% that he's here to pick a fight this time. Keep an eye on it. Don't let the squad leader suffer. A couple of veterans next to him were furious. Pick a fight? Dare to make a move to give him a blow to the head. A veteran soldier's eyes spewed fire. Son of a bitch. I wanted to settle the score with this son of a bitch before, but he dodged it, and now he's actually taking the initiative to come to the door again. If I don't beat him so badly this time that his father won't recognize him, I won't be a soldier led by a squad leader. Don't be impulsive. Another veteran rushed to dissuade him. What makes me not impulsive? He's done so much harm to Class Commander Su, and now he dares to come over and provoke him. If you ask me, we should drag this guy out and shoot him for half an hour. The veteran just arrived with a black line all over his head. Things are still up in the air. What if this kid is here to make amends and apologize? In this case, let's see what happens. If he really dares to be arrogant with the squad leader later, it's not too late for us to rush in and beat him up, right? Who are you going to beat up? Right at this moment, an icy voice suddenly rang out from behind them, giving the several people all a fright. The crowd hurriedly saluted. Good day, company commander. Good day, instructor. Zhang Jiantao glared at a few people, while Wang Hai hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. Yes, yes, yes. A few people nodded hurriedly as if they were thieves. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. You guys just said, who are you going to beat up? Lin Hui. A veteran was indignant. This kid made it impossible for the squad leader to be promoted, and now he's looking for connections to disgust people. Stop. Wang Hai raised his hand to interrupt him. Let me correct one thing. People aren't looking for connections to come back. Another veteran said in a bad mood. If you're not looking for connections, can't it be that you're still on merit? We've all heard that this kid was sent to raise pigs after he got out of the company. A stinking pig farmer. He'll be damned if he's any good. Wang Hai laughed and said, don't speak so harshly. He really came back this time by his ability. He didn't rely on anyone. He did go to the breeding base for a while and then went to the border defense. I just took first place in someone else's all-division tournament, and that's why I made an exception and came to us. First in the tournament? Just him? Everyone was full of disbelief. It would be better for them to believe that a pussy soldier could take first place in the division than to let them eat. Wang Hai smiled slightly. The news is true, and moreover, 1,000 times true. This kid is now a celebrity in the border defense. Turn around and you'll know if you read the military newspaper. Hearing this, they were then convinced that Lin Hui had really taken first place. But that doesn't make sense? One of the recruits scratched his head and asked, how could he take first place? If a pig farmer can take first place, isn't there really no one left in the border defense? Zhang Jiantao glared at him. What nonsense! People can get such good results even if they go to raise pigs. You guys are still inferior to others. Is it a shame? The crowd was dumbfounded. It doesn't make any sense. And a few of the recruits present, in particular, felt like they had seen a ghost when he was in the new corps. Although Lin Hui was famous, but the final test then pulls the crotch. It's almost like leaping thin. Everyone thought that this kid was strong on the outside and actually a pillow. Who would have thought that he would be so fierce? I'll go. So what's he coming back for this time? To return to his homeland in glory? Oh, I think it's 80% that they want to disgust us and deliberately go in front of the class president to show off. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. Alright, cut the crap. How people are doing. It has nothing to do with you. Caring about your grades. No growth at all. What are you guys still standing here for? Not eating? Since you're not eating, all of you go out and run 5 kilometers and come back when you're hungry. A group of people hurriedly shook their heads. No, 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 no. We'll go now. We'll go now. A few of the men looked sheepish and pulled out their legs to run. When the people left, Zhang Jiantao and Wang Hai hurried to the corner, squatted where they had just squatted, and began to eavesdrop. In the dormitory, the two just sat face to face for a long time without anyone saying anything. Finally, Su De was the first to break the silence. It's been a long time, Lin Hui. I've been wanting to say sorry to you. When I was in the recruit company, I was too harsh on you. Lin Hui shook his head. Squad leader, it should be me who should say sorry. Su De waved his hand and said, what are you talking about? I was the one who made the move. You guys were merely acting in self-defense. Lin Hui was anxious. It's not like that. This matter, it's true that we were wrong in the first place. When I was in the recruit company, I was both capricious and unintelligent, always thinking of being lazy. Besides, that would always make me feel like you're trying to squeeze us and get promoted on our accomplishments, which is why Su De smiled awkwardly and bitterly. You're not wrong. I do want to use your achievements to promote you, and as long as I'm promoted, I'll be able to stay on. But, he paused and said helplessly, but the more one wants something, the more it backfires. So maybe that's fate. Lin Hui was a little heartbroken, and felt more and more regretful about what happened in the first place. Squad leader. In fact, during this period of time, I went to quite a few places, and I also ran into your old squad leader. He's told me quite a bit about you. Su De sat up straight in excitement. You mean, squad leader Wei? Lin Hui nodded. Yes, I was a soldier under him for a while. This period of time was also the most meaningful since I entered the army. He taught me a lot and it's thanks to him that I have the opportunity to come back here. Su De's voice trembled slightly with excitement. What did he say to you? Lin Hui smiled and said, he told me about your past, saying that when you were in the recruit company in the past, many people didn't think highly of you. thinking that you weren't soldier material. But he thought that you were a good piece of material and would make a good soldier. So then you went to the sharpshooter company and he was always proud of you. Suda's eyes suddenly turned red. He hadn't seen the old squad leader since he got out of the company. After 8 years in the army, I've met a lot of squad leaders, too, but only Wei Yongyan's appearance has been imprinted in his mind. At that time, he had just come to the army. He didn't know anything and always made mistakes. In any other class, you'd get beat up every day. But Wei Yongyan, unlike other class leaders, did not beat or scold him, and always gave him encouragement and concern. If it wasn't for him, he would never have made it into the sharpshooter company, and he wouldn't have stayed in the army for so long. It won't be long before Suda leaves the army. I wish I could see this old squad leader again before I leave, but I'll never get the chance. Chapter 55, Squad Leader. I want to be a good soldier. Suda's heart was incomparably ashamed. I failed the old squad leader's expectations, failed to become a good soldier, much less a good piece of material. Lin Hui shook his head. In Squad Leader Wei's heart, you've always been a good soldier, and Squad Leader said that no matter if you stay or leave, he wishes you a better life. Suda's eyes instantly became moist. I didn't realize that after so many years, the old squad leader had still been hanging on to him. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What is it you came to see me about this time?" Lin Hui smiled faintly. "Squad leader, I'll get up from wherever I fall down if I want to. When you beat me up, I beat you up. But now, I wish I could dissolve this hatred and say I'm sorry. Also, I want you to take me on. I want to be a good soldier." Suda's body shook. The tears finally flowed uncontrollably. That grudge, in fact, had already ended a long time ago, only that he had kept a lump in his heart. The fact that Lin Hui was able to come to him and take the initiative to apologize to him also made this lump of his, finally, unravel. With tears in his eyes, he nodded his head vigorously. "Okay, I promise you, before I leave the army, I will definitely do my best to give you all that I know and bring you up to be a really good soldier." Lin Hui's nose suddenly soured at the thought of him leaving soon. The heart is filled with guilt. He even wanted to go back in time and slap himself hard a few times. For your own laziness, so you can go out and have a good time. You've harmed a good squad leader and a good soldier. His eyes were colored with mist. "Squad leader, can we not go?" Suda froze for a moment and laughed. "What? Is the troop run by my family? Or your family? I can leave whenever I want and stay whenever I want?" Lin Hui shook his head. "Squad leader, that's not what I meant." Suda raised his hand to stop. "Alright, I know you mean well, but when a person makes a mistake, they always have to take responsibility, let alone a soldier. Of course, it wasn't just because of the mistakes I made that I left. As you know, I only have a junior high school education, and with the force growing, it was inevitable that I would be eliminated. Iron hard disk, water soldiers, I've been here for so long, it's time for me to go back." Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. "Squad leader, I'm not afraid of your jokes." When we arrived at the logistics base because of this, both the veterans and the division chief looked down on us. Suda asked with concern. "You weren't bullied, were you?" Lin Hui shook his head and nodded again. "I was bullied, but then, with my own efforts, I earned respect and recognition. Then I was transferred to guard the island and almost thought that I would have to stay there for the rest of my life. It was the island veterans and squad leader Wei who inspired me. They told me that if I worked my butt off, I would be able to fly out. I listened to them and that's why I came here." He stared at Suda and said seriously, "Squad leader, no matter what the outcome is, I think that we should listen to the words of the old squad leader and try our best to fly. Maybe then you'll be able to fly where you want to go?" Suda suddenly froze. It was the exact same phrase that his old squad leader had told him when he was in the recruit company. It was with the encouragement of these words that he trained hard, day after day, before finally impressing others and succeeding in the 6th company of the Pointed Dagger. A phrase from 8 years ago, now from the mouth of another, heard again. It gave Suda a feeling of crossing over time and space, but now he was long gone from the simple recruit he had been 8 years ago, just a cold, ruthless veteran with his mind set on rewards. If Lin Hui hadn't reminded him, he would have long forgotten the old squad leader's words to the skies. And, at this moment, Suda's heart was incomparably ashamed, but it was incredibly warming to hear familiar words again. Suda revealed a smile. "Lin Hui, you're right, I really shouldn't be so self-absorbed. In fact, I've seriously reflected on this period of time. I've been too willful over the years. My low level of education is just one reason. More importantly, I've never really thought about how to bring out a good soldier. I used to have a bad temper and treat new recruits with either a beating or a scolding, and I buried the only chance I had with my own hands." "Squad leader, don't say anything, hear me out." Suda sighed and looked deeply at Lin Hui. "We're all soldiers brought up by old Wei's squad leader," he said with immense determination. "Although I only have a few months left, this time, I'll listen to you. I will fight with you to the end and never give up until the last moment. Whether you leave or stay, at least don't leave any regrets. Lin Hui flashed a smile. He knew that he had finally spoken to Su De. Lin Hui stood up and saluted vigorously. Squad leader, please take care of me next. Beat me if you need to. Scold me if you need to. I'll give it up as long as it makes me a man. Su De also smiled and stood up, saluting at him. Fighting is even worse. I couldn't beat you in the recruit company, and I was even kicked off by you. As for cursing, with this mouth of yours, I'm even less of a match. The steel plate can be bitten by you. Let's just get better and work together. Let the old squad leader see how far and how high the 2 soldiers he brought out can fly. Yes. Lin Hui nodded heavily, a bright smile on his face. In the corridor, Zhang Jiantao also had a smile on his face, but he quickly covered it up and turned to leave quietly. Wang Hai quickly chased after him. Old Zhang, if you want to laugh, just do it. It's hard to hold it in. Aren't you afraid of internal injuries? Zhang Jiantao glared at him and said seriously. Bullshit. What am I laughing at? What's so funny? Wang Hai hemmed and hawed. Then don't ask me. In your own heart, you know much better than I do. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. Wang Hai said complacently. I heard from my border guard comrades that Lin Hui became a treasure of the whole division after he took the first place, and how many people were scrambling to leave him behind, and offered incomparably lucrative conditions, but he preferred to come here to us. Do you think it's fate? Zhang Jiantao grunted. What does that say? It's still a bear soldier even if it's good. Wang Hai hemmed and hawed. Such a bear soldier. If only we could give our company a dozen. Then our score, guaranteed to be the first in the whole regiment. No, it should be the whole division. He arched his arm over Zhang Jiantao. Alright, old Zhang, don't pretend. I still don't know you? Obviously think highly of him. You have to talk tough. It's a great thing for our company that this kid is here. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes, but didn't deny it. Count on him coming at the right time. The military exercise will start soon. I hope this kid can prove his worth with his actions. Humph. If he doesn't perform well, I'll kick him out as usual. Wang Hai laughed. I guess you won't be able to give it up when the time comes. Number 1 in the division. You just can't get rid of him if you get rid of me. Wait. He suddenly reacted. Did you just say, maneuvers? You don't think you're hoping he'll drive the 6th company forward and improve together before the maneuvers, do you? Zhang Jiantao glanced at him in surprise. I realized that you are really a roundworm in my stomach. What else don't you know? Hey. How am I supposed to be a 6th company instructor if I don't know anything? The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Chapter 56, Hanging the Whole Company. This kid is a pervert. Phew. The playground was full of footsteps. All of them were carrying 20 kilograms of gear and running out of breath. Lin Hui ran over from behind. Hurry up. I've overtaken you guys for 1 lap. If not, I'll have to overtake again. One of the veterans shouted in exasperation. Your Honor, can you slow down? I'm exhausted? Of course not. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. Running is our old tradition. And, don't be tired. Bitter or not. Look at the Red Army 25,000. Tired or not. Think about the old-timers who used to be there. The veterans nearly spit blood. Damn. I can't believe I was educated by a new recruit. However, this has not been the case for a day or two. In the half-month since Lin Hui had arrived, they had been educated and hanged every day. Whether it's 5 kilometers, tactical, or the 400-meter obstacle course. This kid looks like he's on a roll. There were a few veterans in the 6th company who had originally defied him and had to compete, only to be ruthlessly rubbed on the ground by others. He was sent to the infirmary for counseling that night. Zhang Jiantao was even watching the fun. Arching fire at the side, you look at others, a group of veterans, but also say they are the sharp knife. Even a new recruit cannot fight, or a pig raised. How do you have the good sense of it? In my place, I wouldn't have a face. In order to help you improve your grades and save face, I've decided to cancel all breaks and practice extra every day. Everyone in Company 6 wanted to die. It's even if the grades are crushed by others. The company commander is constantly arching fire, so that they cannot eat, cannot sleep, can only play hard to train. After half a month, the company's performance did improve a lot, but it also exhausted everyone to the point of collapse. Another veteran is said to have sneaked under the covers in the middle of the night to wipe his eyes. A veteran huffed and puffed as he ran up to Su De. Old Su. Su De turned back. What for? The veteran looked at Lin Hui in front of him, then looked at him again and said, Lao Su, you recruited the man, and he only recognizes you, so why don't you talk about him? It can't go on like this. Su De was happy. What's the matter? Can't eat anymore? Another veteran came up. Nonsense. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. I've lost 5 pounds in a week. We really can't go on like this. If we go on like this, our grades will go up, but we'll lose everyone. Suda laughed. It's not that exaggerated. Yes, really. A few veterans looked sad and angry. Look at what our company has become since Lin Hui arrived. It's like a chicken bloodbath every day. We admit we were a little unkind to him at first. But it was all for you, too. How could he retaliate against us like that? Suda rolled his eyes. Alright, stop complaining. At least we're a sharp knife company. Lin Hui was able to kill his way back from the breeding base and become so strong. Relying on this perseverance and determination. People can do it. But you guys can't? It's only been a few days of suffering and you're complaining? A few veterans were instantly speechless. They had heard this so much that their ears were getting calloused. When the company commander finished, the instructor said, and when the instructor finished the squad leader said, aren't you tired? Old Sue, how can we compare to that kid? He's a pervert. We're all normal people. The veteran pointed to a stumbling recruit next to him. Look at Xiao Xiao. What has he become? Recruit Xiao Xiao had tears in his eyes. Squad leader, I just can't run anymore. I'm about to hiccup. Suda patted him. Hang in there a little longer. Maybe Lin Hui can't run anymore. If you work harder, you can overtake him. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hui's yell suddenly came from the front. You guys are too slow. I'm not waiting for you. I'm going to keep running. Come on you guys. As they watched Lin Hui bouncing and running wildly towards the front, the people behind them had a collective meltdown. The recruit was in tears. Squad leader, does he look like he's tired? Carrying such heavy equipment, running for so long, and still alive. This guy is a fucking pervert. No wonder he was able to take first place in the entire division. Suda smiled awkwardly. Alright, cut the crap. If I can't even outrun people, I'm embarrassed to say I'm a soldier of the 6th Company when I go out. All those who want to be honorable will run with me, and those who don't, as you please. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few veterans took the lead. There's no other reason. They want face. The recruits in the back nearly spit blood. Say run. Didn't you just say you were going to be out of it? That you couldn't run anymore? Really chasing? Nonsense. At least you're a soldier of the 6th Company. You can't really be worse than a pig farmer. All of them ran furiously towards the front together, and the sweat just kept pouring out like rain. Little by little, time passed. Driven by Lin Hui, the 6th Company was like a collective madness, training non-stop from morning to night. This desperate energy gave the company next door a frightening cringe. That evening, the regiment finished its meeting. Zhang Jiantao just walked out. Suddenly someone came up and shouted at him. Old Six, what in the world is crazy about your company? All day and playing chicken blood like menopause? You're the one going through menopause. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. How do you talk? Another company commander said in a bad mood. It's not menopause. Why are you guys so desperate day after day? Don't you think you're tired enough? What's the matter? Do you have to compare us? Zhang Jiantao was dejected. What's more than going down? Hasn't the 6th Company always been better than you guys? A couple of other company commanders clenched their fists. What we mean is, can you guys just stop? I'm happy to. Zhang Jiantao held his head high. The 6th Company is originally a sharp knife company, so it's only right to train harder. You guys, just be honest and watch the game peacefully, and don't think about comparing with us. It can't be compared, so as not to be hit and hurt your self-esteem at that time. Several company commanders were on fire and wanted to kick him twice. Calling you fat and you're gasping for air? What's the deuce? It's just intensive training. Who wouldn't? And, if your 6th Company can do it, our 3rd Company can do it just as well. And don't you forget that our company also made great achievements in the battlefield in the first place. Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. Is it interesting to take out the past and talk about it? Is it any wonder you guys haven't improved after all this time? Feelings have been living in the past. Ha! The 3rd Company commander exploded with anger and pointed at him. Old Six, you fucking. Zhang Jiantao directly pressed his hand down. Hush, the head of the group is still inside. Just burst into foul language. How bad is the impact? I'll give you a piece of advice. 6th Company used to be the boss, and still is. Don't get any ideas. We're not something you can surpass. What soldier isn't competitive? You say I can't. I'll show you. Several company commanders all turned their heads and glared fiercely at the soldiers under their hands. Look at the 6th Company, and then look at you guys. All of you have 2 shoulders and 1 head, and all of you are men with a handle. So if they can be tough, why can't you? One of the soldiers mentally whispered. Aren't you not hard either? Say what? No. The company commander's eyes spewed fire and anger. People are carrying such heavy loads, and they can still run so fast? And you guys, you're all as slow as snails. I can't even outrun them. I'm ashamed of you guys. Starting today, extra training through and through. Cancel all breaks. and stop when you pass them. Yes. Soldiers from all companies are going to cry. Who the fuck is he inviting? It's a complete and utter unmitigated disaster. Sixth company. You sons of bitches are so damaging that we won't have a good time in the future. The next day, the whole Tiger Corps looked like they were having a fit. All of the 6th Company was chasing Lin Hui, while the entire regiment was chasing the 6th Company. For a while, the morale of the entire Tiger Regiment was high, like a tiger descending from a mountain. It even shocked a few of the surrounding regiments. Regimental Department. The Chief of Staff hurried into the office. Old Joe, there's been such a big incident. Why don't you go and take care of it? What is it? What do you mean something? Something about training. Something about training. Zhou Zhangyi let out an "oh." He stood in front of the window, looking out at the soldiers training in the heat of the moment, and said faintly, "What does it matter? Not letting them train, letting them lie around, or letting them all be pussy soldiers?" The Chief of Staff was anxious. "Who asked you to do this? The whole regiment is training like crazy, and those who don't know, think they're about to go to war. Training, also have to pay attention to the scientific method, step by step. This will not go on. People are exhausted." Zhou Zhangyi smiled slightly. "It's not that easy. I've spoken to logistics, and I've spoken to the company division chiefs, and the meals have been changed from 3 to 4 meals a day to ensure the energy needed for training." He turned his head to the Chief of Staff. "You say so? Everyone is training hard. How can you be pulling your leg here? You don't have enough awareness on this one, do you?" The Chief of Staff's white eyes almost rolled up to the sky. "I do this, but also for the good of the whole regiment. In the long run, people are practiced to waste, and, okay, that's not for you to worry about." Zhou Zhangyi waved his hand and said, "Just let them train well. The maneuvers will start soon, and with their improved strength, their grasp will be greater." The Chief of Staff was speechless. Even if it's for the sake of maneuvering out, it's too much of a mess to do so. Zhou Zhangyi suddenly lowered his voice. "I've received word that this exercise is over, and it's going to be streamlined." The Chief of Staff froze, surprised, and asked, "Is the information reliable?" Zhou Zhangyi nodded his head vigorously. "This exercise is actually a test. If any unit doesn't perform well in it, it will probably be classified in the streamlined list." The Chief of Staff's face changed, instantly serious. In fact, he had heard of this news a long time ago, but had never confirmed it exactly. The forces growing and downsizing is an inevitable trend. Based on the format, this streamlining must be more than simply cutting out some people. It's likely that the entire unit will be disrupted, if not outright abolished. For soldiers, when the troops are gone, the home is gone. This is something no one can accept. No wonder the chief acquiesced to everyone's crazy training. "It's because of this," Zhou Zhangyi said with his hands behind his back. "Originally, I was a bit worried, but now instead, I'm not panicking at all." The Chief of Staff nodded. "Never seen these boys work so hard." Zhou Zhangyi hemmed and hawed, "Especially the 6th Company." The Chief of Staff nodded. "Right. Training up. Simply do not want to die. 8 to 24 hours a day. All can be used to train only good." Zhou Zhangyi smiled and said, "That boy Lin Hui is indeed a character. I could tell he was not ordinary when he was in the recruit company. I didn't expect that after he went out and practiced once and came back, not only did he become a diamond in the rough, but he was even able to glow and shine along with the surrounding stones. This kid is simply a treasure given to us by God." In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. That night crept in. Everyone had finished training and all had gone to bed. When the lights went out, the officers in charge of the patrol went around outside and went back to rest. In the early hours of the morning, the entire camp was incredibly quiet. Suddenly, a piercing siren cuts through the night. Lin Hui snapped his eyes open and jumped up from the bed. "It's an emergency assembly. Everyone wake up. Get up. Now." Su De and the others hurriedly put on their clothes and organized their equipment. Soon, everyone rushed out fully armed. The hallway was dark and everyone quickly rushed downstairs to gather at the sound of heavy footsteps. At this time, Zhang Jiantao and Wang Hai were already waiting at the bottom fully armed, waiting for people to arrive. Zhang Jiantao coldly scanned the circle. "Are all the people here?" The first platoon growled. "Reporting to the company commander, the 6th Company should have 153 men. 153 men are here. All assembled." "Great." Zhang Jiantao nodded and looked at everyone seriously. "Comrades, the maneuver has officially begun." Chapter 57, Is This War? It's exciting. Rumble. The convoy pulled out of the camp like a torrent of steel. The armored vehicles and tanks all turned off their lights and ran furiously toward the intended area of the exercise. Using the signal pickup as a guide, Lin Hui sat in an armored scout car and kept taking deep breaths. Don't panic. It's just a drill. It's not a real war." But even thinking that, His palms were still a little sweaty with tension. I've been in the army for so long. It used to be a small fight. It's the first time I've experienced such a big battle. Tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, aircraft and artillery were all deployed, as if a great war was coming. Although Lin Hui had seen military drill footage on TV, it was a completely different thing from actually being there. In such a grim atmosphere, it would be a lie to say that you don't panic. Suida looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Hui shook his head. "Nothing?" Suda laughed, still saying it's fine. "Your face is white. Isn't it a bit tense?" Lin Hui nodded awkwardly. "Yes, a little bit." The others laughed. "Thought you kid was a copper-skinned, iron bone, adamantine. But it turns out that you also have times of nervousness. What are you talking nonsense about?" Suda glared at them. "It's your first time participating in an exercise, and you're still not as good as others? Xiao Su, I remember your first time. You almost pissed your pants." The veteran surnamed Su's face turned red. "Squad leader. Can you not reveal my old secrets?" Suda hemmed and hawed and turned his head to look at Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, you hear that? You're nervous the first time you're in a drill. Not to mention them. I was like that in the beginning. I couldn't even grip my gun. It's just a process. Just go through it a few more times." Lin Hui nodded. "Got it, squad leader." That being said, it's time to be nervous, but still a little nervous. The maneuver was with blanks, but he knew that at close range to a person, blanks could hurt. Not to mention those paper grenade mines. It doesn't kill you, but the pain is real pain. And it's more powerful than a two-kick. Lin Hui followed his old man to visit the army when he was a child. He was almost wounded by mistake. Said more than tears. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't say anything, the squad deputy smiled and said, "Lin Hui, you have to think differently. You say, we soldiers eat so much pain every day, and engage in training every day. What is it for?" Lin Hui was curious, practicing hard to kill the enemy and protect the country. "Ha, right, Chen Chen." The squad deputy heatedly laughed. "We train every day in order to practice killing the enemy, but this is the era of peace, so how can there be so many enemies for us to kill? And maneuvers are the best way to test the results of our training." Lin Hui's eyes lit up. "Yes, so." He suddenly felt as if he wasn't so nervous anymore. "So how many drills have you, all of you, been in?" Chen Chen looked at Su De. Asked the squad leader. "He's been a soldier for how long? He knows best." Suda smiled and said, "I haven't carefully counted. Anyway, I've experienced a lot of big and small ones. These past 2 years have been slightly more frequent, averaging 2 times a year." "That often?" Lin Hui froze for a moment. "I thought it was once every few years." Suda laughed. "The kind you're talking about would be a large-scale maneuver, the group army kind, which does happen once every few years." Lin Hui understood. "So this drill, it's not exactly massive." "Ha, it's quite a bluff to look at with such a big show." He asked curiously. "Squad leader, let me interject. What's a drill usually like? I've seen it on TV before. Is it like pulling up a position against each other and blasting away at each other? You shoot at me, I shoot missiles at you?" Suda was overjoyed. "Where did you get that from?" Lin Hui was surprised. "Isn't it?" "Of course not," Suda said seriously. "The significance of the maneuver is to simulate a real battlefield, where any unknown situation could happen. It can be said that other than the bullets not being real, everything else is real. Let's put it to you this way. Do you know what the difference is between modern warfare and the past?" Lin Hui's head shook like a rattle. Although it is a military family, but he spent his whole life in a bar, shaking the dice. So what does he know about this? Suda looked at him and said, "Modern warfare, the biggest difference from the past, is modernization, technology, digitization, and informationization. To put it another way in layman's terms, the West is so much more advanced than we are when it comes to fighting wars. What with drones, AWACS, reconnaissance planes, and even satellites that can be mobilized directly to work together in concert." He said seriously, "The simple fact is that you may not even see the face of the enemy before it's all gone." Lin Hui's eyes widened in surprise. "Holy shit, that powerful?" Suda sighed. "That's how powerful it is. But our country is not a star and a half worse than the West in this regard. Constantly exploring new tactics, new ways of playing, that's what our maneuvers are all about." Lin Hui suddenly sweated a little. Of all this, he had always known little. Even as to the real purpose of the maneuver, he was somewhat vague. Lin Hui is very ashamed. Other people do not know the extenuating circumstances, but he is a military family. It's a bit of a no-brainer to not even know this. He secretly glanced at the people around him, secretly thankful. "Fortunately, they all do not know my bottom, or else really lost to the grandmother's house. But I can't blame Lin Hui. The original owner was originally a dude. You're too busy checking up on your little sister to care about national affairs." Okay, you don't want to think. Suda patted him. I've gone too far. We're just a big-headed soldier. If you want us to charge, we'll charge. If you want us to go, we'll go. The others, none of them are next to us. Chen Chen smiled and said, that's right, when you go to the battlefield just charge. People die and birds face the sky. 18 years later. You're a good man again. Lin Hui laughed out loud, suddenly feeling that the atmosphere in the car had become a lot more relaxed. The previous sense of oppression from the storm had disappeared without a trace. And NBSP, everything has to be thought out. No one wants the war to come, but no one knows which day will come suddenly. In case it did come, all he could do was obey orders and follow arrangements. As for whether it's dead or alive, it's all up to God. Just then, a cold voice came over the intercom. Everyone, get ready for battle. In 1 hour, we're going to take Hill 405. Yes, Company Commander. Suda said solemnly, check the weapons and ammunition and get ready for battle. Everyone immediately began checking their weapons. First check the smoke detectors. Positioned behind the steel helmet, it spews red smoke when hit. After checking the smoke detectors, Lin Hui began to check the weapons and ammunition. The exercise was conducted with blanks and no warheads. As for judging the attack, it relies on the laser weapon at the muzzle. Within 200 meters, as soon as the laser hits the opponent, the damage is judged valid and the opponent is eliminated. Lin Hui was the most serious in this inspection. We have to check it properly. In case we hit someone and the other person doesn't die, it would be a big loss. Just after the inspection, there was a sudden explosion from outside. Boom! The armored car braked sharply, and everyone inside was thrown out by inertia and fell to the ground. Crap! What the fuck? One of the veterans covered his head, tears coming to his eyes from the pain. Lin Hui also climbed up with a confused look on his face. Squad leader, are you alright? It's okay. Suda was just about to open his mouth when the instructor's urgent voice suddenly came out of the intercom. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Everyone hurry to get off. Quickly get off. Zip, zip, zip. The voice over the intercom came to a momentary screeching halt. Suda's face was hard to see, grabbing Lin Hui and heading out. Quickly, quickly, get out of the car. Quickly. The car door slammed open. Everyone quickly rushed out of the car. Lin Hui had just jumped out of the car by Suda's drag. Boom! A shell slammed down, and thick smoke instantly erupted from the bottom of the armored car. Motherfucker! Suda slammed his fist on the ground. We're being attacked by missiles. Lin Hui's brain buzzed, completely not understanding the current situation. There was no explosion of fire around them. There was just rolling red smoke. Not far away, several armored vehicles of the 6th Company had all been reimbursed, and those that hadn't been hit were fleeing frantically towards the nearby woods to avoid the attack. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Lin Hui sucked in a breath of cool air. This is war. So damn exciting. Froze by a motherfucker. Suda yelled at him, hurry up. It's too dangerous here. Go to the forest. Lin Hui nodded and quickly followed him as he ran wildly towards the forest, finding hidden places to climb down just inside. Meanwhile, shells were constantly smashing through the air. Boom boom boom. A large number of armored vehicles and tanks, all buried in smoke. In the darkness, a trail of red smoke stood out and stung like blood. Suda slammed his fist on the ground, incomparably furious. Doggone it, these blues are so lacking, sneaking up on us on the road and carrying out long-range bombardments. Lin Hui looked at the large number of fallen comrades, unconsciously clenched his fists. He was suddenly glad it was a drill. If it's a real war, I'm afraid that those who are usually the most familiar are already gone. Assemble, men of the 6th Company. Hearing a yell in the distance, Lin Hui's eyes lit up. The company commander is still alive? Suda slapped him on his steel helmet. Go over and gather. The two quickly rushed over, but when they reached the front, they all froze. Lin Hui's pupils shrunk, and he directly froze. What's with all the people? When I came out, there were more than 150 people. Now not even half. Lin Hui had some hard feelings in his heart. As if those people were really deceased. Was this the cruelty of war? Zhang Jiantao looked at the remaining men and said with incomparable seriousness, Instructor, killed in action along with the other brothers. Everyone's faces suddenly became incredibly ugly. The teacher died before he was ready to go, but they hadn't even arrived at the compound yet, and so many people had already died. This battle, can it be fought? 6th Company, is there any hope? All raise your heads, Zhang Jiantao roared. What the hell are you all wimps for? Maneuvers are war, and in war, people die. All of you, get your asses in gear. Everyone reared their heads, and Suda anxiously asked, Company Commander, this is all that's left. What should we do next? Zhang Jiantao looked at the compass. The Blue Army had planned this attack. Our marching route has been exposed. We can't take the main road next. We can only go through the small roads. We must rendezvous with the regiment as quickly as possible, and wait for the chief's orders for specific arrangements." He waved his hand. "Depart." All of them immediately and quickly moved deeper into the woods. The only 2 remaining armored vehicles, also out quickly, followed closely. Lin Hui looked around and suddenly felt his body's hot blood boiling. At first, he did get a little nervous, but not out of fear, but out of fear of the unknown. And then there's the great sense of oppression that comes with a torrent of steel. But now, after experiencing a sudden attack, instead of having the slightest panic, he felt a bit excited. It even felt as if the adrenaline was spiking at the limit. Lin Hui clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. "This time, I'll make sure to show the old man just how capable his son is." Just then, he suddenly saw Su De on the side, his expression tight and serious to the extreme. Lin Hui, heart thumped, suddenly realized that this exercise, I am afraid that the squad leader's last chance. Chapter 58, come on, 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 come on. Exercise Directorate. A group of people flew about, and various instruments rattled. Yes, yes, yes. An officer put down the phone and immediately came to the general director. "Report, Chief. I just received word from the Blue Army that they're using drones for reconnaissance and, in coordination with the Air Force, they're conducting precision strikes against Red's 3 main regiments. Regiments B and C, having lost more than 2/3 of their strength, withdrew directly from the battle. The only one left has also lost more than half of its strength, and is, at present, moving in the direction of Wuha village." The general director laughed. "These boys from the Blues can really do it. Thunderous and decisive." A colonel laughed and said, "The red side is probably all baffled by now. They haven't even seen anyone, and they've been beaten to this state." Another officer sneered. "Who told them to talk big before the maneuvers started? They also said that they were going to thwart the Blue Army, and now they've been slapped in the face, haven't they? I just can't stand to see the 602 gang always showing off their former glorious history and boasting that they are invincible. This time, let's see how they're going to play it." The general director said smilingly. "The Blues have come prepared this time, and it won't be easy for the red side to save face, let alone win. Those guys, they show no mercy." The colonel was surprised. "What are you talking about, Chief?" Without waiting for the general director to speak, an officer on the side suddenly reported loudly. "Reporting to the chief, the Blue Army ground forces have launched a full-scale attack, and special forces have been sent to prepare for the decapitation of the head of the red side." "The special forces are out?" All the officers present were startled. Originally, the Blues outclassed the Reds. Now that they've even enlisted the help of the special forces, it seems that Red really has no hope at all this time. The chief director smiled and said, "The special forces are out in force, which means, the Blues are getting real this time. Coming up is a thunderous force. There's no hiding. I guess this exercise will be over sooner than we thought." The crowd nodded. The Blue Army is superior to the Red Army, both in terms of equipment and strength. It was already the superior party, and now a squadron from the Southwest Black Tiger Special Operations had been brought in to assist. "It's like a tiger with wings." The colonel shook his head. "It looks like the red side's face is going to get smoked this time. In no more than 3 days at most, the maneuvers will surely be over." The general director sighed. "What a no-holds-barred fight." Day 2. The remaining troops of the Tiger Regiment, all of them moved to a small village in a remote area. It's still in the exercise area, but it's in a remote location and not easy to find. All of this was also done to prevent the Blues T from suddenly launching a surprise attack. At the moment, the village was surrounded by guards, and even the roofs of the houses were arranged with snipers. Everyone was tense and incredibly nervous, fearful that the blue bastards, again, will bombard them with missiles at long range. Snap! In the regiment's headquarters, Zhou Zhangyi slapped the table, his face full of anger. "After so many years as a soldier, I've never fought such a suffocating battle. Being wiped out with half of your army and being whisked around like a dog. It's humiliating, humiliating." The chief of staff smiled bitterly. "Chief, don't say that. Compared to the other 2 regiments that withdrew from the maneuvers, we're doing well. At least we still have half of our troops." Zhou Zhangyi blew his beard and glared. "What? So I still have to write a letter to thank them? Thank them for being generous and only destroying half of our people?" The chief of staff was filled with embarrassment. "Did I mean that?" Zhou Zhangyi was filled with anger. "Bastard calves. The Blue Army definitely cheated. The maneuvers just started. How did they know the marching route? I guarantee you they were out before the maneuvers started. How else could it have been such a coincidence? It just so happens that we were on the march when we encountered the strike." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. They violated the rules of the maneuver by moving ahead before the maneuver has even begun. They should let the director's department rule that the attack is invalid, influenced by traditional playing styles. Every one of them, in their heads, thinks that maneuvers should follow the rules, compete fairly and equitably, rather than playing games and deploying program arrangements in advance. The Chief of Staff sighed. Since the Directorate has already communicated the results, it means that it has acquiesced to the Blue Army's actions. What then? A company commander asked indignantly. We can't, just leave it at that, can we? Zhou Zhangyi grunted coldly. What can I do if I don't count? You guys are still going to go and pull banners and protest? Save your breath, all of you. What's the use of complaining when things are already like this? Use your brain more and think about what you should do afterward. Zhang Jiantao suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't we get in touch with division headquarters first? Zhou Zhangyi shook his head. The radio is silent, and the radio can't be turned on. There are Blue Army people everywhere outside, and as soon as they make contact, their position will immediately be discovered. When the time comes, it's going to take another long-range bombardment, and we're going to have to lose all of us. Zhang Jiantao was dumbfounded, and the others were all silent as well. Zhou Zhangyi's heart was also clogged at the moment. Before the maneuver, he was so confident that he thought it was a sure thing. I didn't expect to be beaten to this shit and forced by the Blues to hide in this shithole. Zhou Zhangyi slammed his fist on the table. Speak one by one? Usually have a lot of ideas. Why are they all mute when it comes to critical times? All of them all bowed their heads. If there was a good way to do it, they would have proposed it long ago. The Chief of Staff said seriously. Chief, I think we'd better take cover and send scouts to learn about the Blue Army's movements before we make any plans. I object. Zhang Jiantao immediately stepped forward. Captain, I have a different opinion. You said. Zhang Jiantao looked at him. Our Tiger Regiment is the elite of the division? Never as long as we bully others. No one dares to bully us. Now that you've been pushed into this shit, you should swing back. Big deal. The Chief of Staff shook his head. Old Six, I disagree with you. We are the elite, but we only have half a fist left. The force is simply not enough. This is not a fish out of water at all. It's an egg against a stone. If we don't get it right, our regiment will be wiped out. Zhang Jiantao said sharply. That's better than hiding here all the time. We are here to fight, not to be a shrinking turtle. All right. Zhou Zhangyi's brain buzzed. What's the noise? What's the noise? You guys, think of an idea for one of you. Write it down on a piece of paper for me. Especially you. 6. Write me specifics on that plan of yours. Yes. Zhang Jiantao nodded his head. Follow the congregation down piece by piece and write down the suggestions first. The village. The two of them, Lin Hui and Su De, were on patrol. Lin Hui suddenly asked with some concern. Squad leader, do you think we can win this time? Su De smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. Why do I feel that it's a bit difficult? Lin Hui sighed and said, the maneuvers have only just begun and it's gotten like this, and we were forced to hide in this place, and we almost lost the whole army. Su De sighed, not knowing what to say. Originally, I thought that this exercise was an opportunity, and that if I performed well, I might have a slight chance of staying. It turned out to be this. Su De patted him on the shoulder. Lin Hui, you've seen the cruelty of war now, haven't you? Lin Hui nodded. Once a war starts, it can't be stopped. Who knows what will happen? It's totally uncontrollable, but also anything can happen. Su De raised his head to look at the sky. In the face of war, we are just an insignificant little grain of sand, a gust of wind blowing over us and we don't know where we'll float to. Don't think too much about it. Victory or defeat is a soldier's business. Next time, you do well, and with your abilities, you'll surely be able to blossom. Lin Hui shook his head. He has the next chance. The class president doesn't. He looked deeply at Su De and suddenly said, Squad leader, if there's really a war one day, I'll definitely stand in front of you and take the bullets for you. Su De froze for a moment. Brat, what's all this nonsense? Lin Hui was incredibly serious. I'm telling the truth. Su De smashed his fist on his chest and said with a smile, this is not the past. We are much stronger. Where is it so easy to fight? Besides, even if there's a real war, it's still me, the veteran, who stands in front. So where's your turn to take a bullet for me? Lin Hui shook his head. Squad leader, I know that this is your last chance. I've apologized to you in the past, but this time, I'll definitely put my best foot forward for you. I want you to stay and be my class president all the time. Su De's heart warmed. I can't help but think of what the old Wei squad leader once said. If you treat someone with care, others will treat you with care. At the time he couldn't figure out what that meant. But now, he finally understood the meaning of the words. Just many years too late. Su De smiled faintly. Alright, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I don't blame you for what happened in the past, and you're not wrong either. As long as I'm still wearing my uniform now, I'm still a Yanhua soldier. As for how long it will last, it depends on the life. Lin Hui took a deep breath. In the beginning, he victimized a good soldier because of his cynicism. Now he had to keep people on his own merit. Otherwise Lin Hui would not have a peaceful conscience for the rest of his life. But he needs a chance. Meanwhile, the sound of a truck suddenly came from outside. Lin Hui subconsciously turned his head and raised his gun, only to see a canvas-covered truck that was slowly coming this way. Suda patted him. Don't be nervous, this is the logistics base sending us supplies. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I know. Suda rolled his eyes. You know shit. The guns are cocked. Suda smiled and said, go see. Lin Hui nodded and hurriedly followed. Their logistical supplies have long since been terminated by the Blues. They hadn't eaten anything for a day, and they were all starving. Now that we have food, we can finally fight without starving. Just in front of the car, a familiar voice suddenly came from the car. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The big fat pig is coming. I'll give you an extra meal tonight, so you'll be well fed. Lin Hui froze and stood in place. The next second, instantly filled with surprise, excitedly shouted, Wang Yong, Chen Eru. In the rear compartment, Wang Yong and Chen Eru were walking down carrying a pig one after the other. The moment they saw Lin Hui, they were also completely frozen. Lin Hui, FAI. The two of them let go of their hands and excitedly rushed up and hugged Lin Hui, and the pig fell heavily to the ground, letting out a wailing scream. It struggled a few times, climbed to its feet and took off towards the side. Seeing a pig darting out, one of the soldiers hurriedly shouted, Crap! The pig has run away! The pig has run away! Chase the pig! Chapter 59. When the company commander comes, he'll be slapped and kicked in the right direction. Oh giggle giggle. The whole village was in chaos, with a dozen men chasing the pig around. After a while, the crowd then cornered the pig. The pig weighed more than 300 pounds and rammed with the force of a small tank. If you don't have the strength, you can't really restrain them. Chen Eru tugged on the pig's tail in death. Wang Yong, come quickly, coming. Wang Yong rushed up with lightning speed and pressed heavily on the pig. The pig kept struggling and trying to break free, but directly Wang Yong came with a chokehold, and in no time, he strangled it unconscious. Seeing that the pig finally stopped making noise, Wang Yong slapped the pig's head, and laughed he. Second senior brother, you run. Why don't you run? This is for everyone to play teeth. You are also considered to be our contribution for the troops. An honorable death. Lin Hui was amused by these two boys. He hadn't really expected it though. It's only been a few months since we've seen each other, and the two of them have gotten so good. A dozen men surrounded them and didn't catch them, and they both went up and tackled them. You know, a pig can be several hundred pounds. Launched crazy, a few adults cannot subdue. Wang Yang and Arrow unexpectedly just so hard to the pig restrained. A little level Okay, give us the pig and we'll send it to logistics. A familiar voice rang out, and Wang Yang just raised his head, and his entire body froze. He stammered, Benji? Suda smiled and said, Wang Yang, it's been a long time, and Chen Eru, you seem to have gotten a lot sturdier. Chen Eru's eyes widened in shock. I didn't say anything for half a day. Suda said smilingly, alright, you two get up. This is left to us. The pig we send to the logistics will be fine. You guys have worked hard this way. Wang Yang hurriedly retreated to the side. I should. Suda smiled faintly and waved his hand. 4 or 5 men then rushed up to the pig. One grabbed one of its feet, and carried it right off. Looking at the back of Suda left, Wang Yang and Chen Eru froze out of focus. Hey, what are you two gawking at? Just then, the two were tapped on the shoulder. They turned around excitedly and rushed up and hugged Lin Hui. Jumping and dancing, Chen Eru said happily, Brother Hui, I've missed you to death. I thought that I would never see you again in this life. You don't even know. Since you left, I put your picture on my bedside every day, and I didn't even bother to eat those apples, oranges, and ham sausages. I saved them all for you. Lin Hui almost spat out blood. Where the hell are you going to my grave? Wang Yang nodded his head. Yeah, Hui is obviously alive and well. It's too disrespectful for him to treat you like that. So all those apples and oranges he hid, I stole and ate them. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. You're not as fucking good as him. The tributes are stealing food. Blah blah blah. I'm not dead yet. He led the two of them towards the outside of the village. Alright, let's go to the side to talk. Don't stand here and get in the way. The two of them bounced and followed, happy as a 156-pound child. Brother Hui, where have you been all this time? You didn't write us a letter or give us a call. We've got a bellyful of things to say to you. Lin Hui has goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, don't be so fleshy. Okay. The grove outside the village. 3 men sat on a mound of dirt. After hearing Lin Hui's recent news, Wang Yang was dumbfounded. His jaw smashed to the ground. I'll go. Brother Hui, you are also too awesome, carrying me behind my back without saying a word. The ground carried us to the border area. That took the overall championship of the tournament? Lin Hui waved his hand. Keep a low profile. When you go back, don't talk to old Ma. Don't talk to the division chief. Don't talk to the veterans and the others. And don't make a sound. Wang Yang heatedly smiled. I understand. I must make a good sound. Lin Hui raised his eyebrows. This kid's IQ had grown. He could understand the opposite. Looks like walnuts aren't in short supply these days. Chen Arrow grunted and inclined his head. Lin Hui looked at him. Arrow, what's wrong with you? Chen Arrow clasped his two hands in front of his chest like a twist. I'm not happy. You've experienced so much fun and you didn't even bring me along. It's not perfect at all. Lin Hui laughed. Next time for sure. Alright, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you too. How are you guys doing? Are you still in the production base? Of course. The two immediately puffed out their chests proudly. We're now logistical top-notch. We're awesome. Lin Hui froze for a moment and said with a smile, is it better to give a sow a smooth birth or to lay eggs for a chicken? Wang Yang held his head high. Neither. Those jobs, we quit a long time ago, now all day long. We are busy training. Really? You guys don't work? The superintendent can say yes? Special authorization from the chief of division. Didn't expect that. Did you? Wang Yang laughed and said, he's the one who told us that you went to the combat unit, and said that if we wanted to go to you, we'd only have to train our asses off. FAI. Look at the muscles on my arms. Look at my pecs. Chen Arrow stood up and was ready to undress. Wang Yang kicked him. How can it be enough to just look at the top? Take off your pants and let we see how dominant your thigh muscles are. Okay. Without saying a word, Chen Arrow was about to take off his pants. Lin Hui hurriedly stopped. Stop. I know you're good. Hurry up and put your pants on. Shit, pants off in broad daylight. If you didn't know better, you'd think the three of them were getting laid in the woods. However, looking at Wang Yang and Chen Arrow, who were still as douchey as ever, he revealed a smile in his heart. These two, they're still the same as before. They haven't changed a bit. What's more, it's amazing that they've kept up with their training in order to come to the fighting forces to find themselves. It was Lin Hui's greatest fortune in his life to know such two good brothers in the army. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly asked, would you two like to apply to come to 6th Company? Think. Especially. The two men cut to the chase. Wang Yang hesitated for a moment. We want to come to you, but we're afraid we don't have the skills. After all, this is the 6th Company of the Sharp Knives, and the ones who come here are all elites. What's wrong with the 6th Company? What about the elite? Lin Hui waved his hand, still being rubbed on the ground one by one. You guys put your hearts at ease. As long as the training results can meet the standards and aren't particularly outrageous, I can go talk to the company commander and have him give you two the green light. When you come here and practice with me, I guarantee you'll make progress fast. The two nodded excitedly. Yes. Chen Arrow suddenly reacted. Brother Hui, you just said, find the company commander? Then the company commander, can he listen to you? Lin Hui said proudly, at least you call me Brother Hui. This little thing cannot be done. How can I be a big brother? Let me tell you, I am now the king of the 6th Company's soldiers, and the company commander has to stand at attention when he sees me. They're always after me to make any demands, just in case I don't go to them to make a deal. The eyes of the two men were glowing with excitement, and they all transformed into little fans. Crap, it has to be Brother Hui. Even the company commander has to stand at attention, so the platoon leader has to be slapped and kicked in the right direction? Lin Hui's mouth twitched. I just exaggerated a bit. You two still took it seriously? Chapter 60, Watroff. I sat someone's ass to death. Lin Hui was now not only the king of soldiers of the 6th Company, even if you look at the entire regiment, you can't find one that can fight. After all, there were only so many infirmaries in the regiment, and the listings for counseling were already lined up for the next month. Whoever dared to say that Lin Hui wasn't the king of soldiers, those veterans who had been abused by him to the point where they couldn't even break their skin would absolutely jump out in mass and furiously smack them in the mouth. Lin Hui looked at the two of them and said, this isn't really a backdoor move on my part. Just now, a dozen or so people couldn't restrain a pig, and the two of you tackled it with ease, showing that your speed, strength, is not below that of a veteran. Chen Arrow hemmed and hawed. That's that. Muscles don't grow for nothing. Look at the, on my thighs. Stop. Dead Taoist woman. Lin Hui hurriedly gave a press. What the hell is wrong with taking off your pants at the drop of a hat? Designated to learn from this bastard Wang Yang. Wang Yang hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't teach you. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Don't talk about that useless, To be honest, you two are now strong enough to enter the 6th company. And the fixing is even just an early test. Both of them were instantly all agitated. The 6th company of the sharpshooters. This is the most powerful company in the regiment. So many people try to get in and don't even get a chance. But now it was a matter of Lin Hui's words. However, it was also good that they had trained early and late some time ago, and their strength had really improved a lot. Speed, strength, agility. They are as good as no less than the veterans. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been able to restrain a big fat pig weighing several hundred pounds so easily just now. Wang Yang heatedly laughed. Or Brother Hui is bullish. We will still follow you in the future. You are the 6th company's king of soldiers. Following you. How dignified. Bragging can be blown louder. However, even if we fight the application, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the end of the maneuvers. Chen Era suddenly asked. Right. We just saw the squad leader. How is he now? Lin Hui's face suddenly dimmed inside. Not so good. Originally, he wanted to shine in the maneuvers. Help Hoda get the honor and see if he can stay on. But now that it's like this, I'm afraid there's no chance. Chen Era said aggrievedly. I just saw the squad leader, and I don't know how, but I always have a feeling that I want to cry. Brother Hui, I'll tell the truth. Don't beat me up. When I was in the recruit company, it should actually be us who were wrong. Lin Hui shook his head. In this matter, it was indeed us who did a bad job. Originally, he could have been promoted and stayed in the team, but we were the ones who messed things up, giving people hope and disappointing them. This fallout was also the trigger for Su Di to go on a rampage. Wang Yang touched his head and said guiltily, in fact, just now, the first time I saw him, I felt sorry for him, and wanted to say sorry to him, but the crowd didn't have the heart to say it. FAI, you've got a lot of ideas, can we think of a way to not let him go? Chen Eru pleaded, if he really goes away, I won't be able to live with my conscience for the rest of my life. Lin Hui looked at the two men. In fact, this exercise was originally a good opportunity. As long as you can show merit and performance, there might still be hope. But now that it's gotten into this mess, there's more than likely no chance. He took a deep breath and said seriously, let's do it this way. You go back and apply. And when we come to the 6th company, all 3 of us will be soldiers under the squad leader. And the 3 of us will work hard together to make progress together and make more honors and achievements. And then when the top asks about it, we'll give all the credit to the squad leader. Yeah, the 2 men excitedly patted their thighs. Why didn't we think of that? There's still half a year left until he's discharged. So as long as we work hard, we can definitely keep him here. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 2 suddenly felt a flash of light before their eyes. The head was pressed to the ground by Lin Hui. The 2 men held their heads back and were just as he was about to spit the mud out of his mouth. Lin Hui's big hand pressed down on his mouth. Whoa woo. Wang Yang's eyes were wide with tears. Shoo. Lin Hui lowered his voice and said seriously, keep your voice down. There's someone in front. Only then did the 2 men quiet down, turning their heads in horror and looking in the direction of Lin Hui's finger. Only in the distant area of low ground did a bush seem to move. Chen Ero rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked that way again. It feels like the grass hasn't moved again. Am I blind? Chen Ero was a bit confused and rubbed his eyes hard again, realizing that the location of the grass in the distance had actually changed. They both spit out the mud and asked in lip sync, is there an enemy? Lin Hui nodded his head vigorously and whispered, our command has been exposed. I guess these guys were sent by the Blue Army to decapitate us. Wang Yang nervously asked, what then? Lin Hui hooked his finger toward the 2 men and said with a smile, let's, so, and then so. The 2 men listened incredibly attentively, and immediately had bad grins on their faces. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them got down on the ground and quietly moved over toward the bottom, the grass below. A Special Forces soldier slowly poked his head out. The camouflage-covered face showed only a pair of sharp eyes. He slowly took out his binoculars and looked towards the distance, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is it useful to hide? Trying to escape from us? Too young. He put away his binoculars and was just about to take out his walkie-talkie when he suddenly sensed danger coming from behind. The Special Forces soldier was just about to react when his back was suddenly slammed hard. Bang! It hurt so much that a mouthful of his old blood almost spewed out. What? Situation? Before he could get up, there was another blow to his back that cracked the bones open. The Special Forces soldier screamed miserably and braced himself to get up. What the fuck? It's your grandfather. As the words fell, Lin Hui sat his butt on his head and spun it around vigorously. Let his face and the land come to a negative distance. Wang Yang and Chen Eru also sat on his back. Also learned from Lin Hui. Turned his buttocks hard. Move ah. You move ah. Pretend what cannot. You pretend to be grass? Why don't you pretend to be a pile of urine? Civility. Attention to civility. Lin Hui turned around and reminded him, patting the face of this guy on the ground. Hey, say it, which unit are you from? Who sent you? Special Forces. Wang Yang slapped him on the buttocks and said angrily. Damn. Still pretending to be mute. Hurry up and say it. If you don't say it, I'll whip your ass. Special Forces. The two looked at each other. Hey, this kid is quite tenacious. He actually didn't say a word. It seems that it won't work without some means. Two tigers flash away. Let's see me use the electric light poison dragon drill to drill him to death. Seeing that the guy still didn't respond, lying on the ground like a dead fish, it was only then that the three of them realized something was wrong and hurriedly stood up. Lin Hui signaled with his eyes. Eru. Chen Arrow nodded and picked up a branch from the ground. Carefully, he came up and poked with a branch. Wake up, wake up, wake up. The sun's on your ass? Seeing that he still didn't react, Chen Arrow Cure bravely came over. When he saw the guy's white eyes rolled up to the sky, he jumped straight up in shock. Crap, brother Hui. You're sitting someone's ass down. All rolled their eyes. Chapter 61, letting you tie someone up. You two play turtle armor bondage? Wang Yang and Lin Hui were also taken aback. Crap, really? It's not that easy to die, is it? Wang Yang went up and kicked him in the ass. Wake up, get up, don't play dead. Lin Hui hurriedly stopped. You tiger, if you kick like that, you'll kill yourself if you're not dead. Wang Yang spat out his tongue. Wasn't he in a hurry too? Lin Hui rushed up and rolled the man over, putting his hand on the other's neck. Realizing that his pulse was still beating, he then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not dead, just fainted. The two followed along with a sigh of relief, patting their chests with palpitations. It's good that they didn't die. It's good that they didn't die. They almost became murderers. Wang Yang saw that this guy was dressed up in a flowery way, and subconsciously thought he was a scout, and said with a disdainful smile, this is worthy of being a scout. And he fainted so easily, so unresistant to being built. The pig that was just sent here is better than him. Lin Hui is full of black lines, comparing people to pigs. You are really good. Chen Eru also grunted. Still pretending to be dead to scare me, almost caused me to pee my pants. Lin Hui said with a smile. The three of us this physique, adding up to almost 500 pounds. Who can withstand it? It is also considered to have a scare. Otherwise we will all become murderers. Wang Yang hurriedly brushed off the relationship. It's not us, it's you alone. What's with the bullshit? Lin Hui glared at him. Wang Yang said with a smile, just now we both sat down. He was still screaming, which means it's fine. It was you who smashed him on the head before you gave someone a fainting spell. No, it could also be that you didn't wipe your ass and gave someone a stinking fainting spell. Chen Arrow nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't rule this out. Lin Hui almost vomited blood. These two guys, they're like a double act here, one after the other. You two can do it. I've only been gone for a short time and you've formed an alliance? Do you still see me as your boss? The two looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. No. You're definitely the boss. Lin Hui rolled his eyes and squatted down to start inspecting the guy's equipment. As is usually the case, there is a sudden appearance of enemy troops in the vicinity. It means this has been exposed. And so on. Lin Hui's face suddenly changed. This guy isn't a scout. He's a Special Forces soldier. You guys look at the shoulder patch. Black Tiger Special Forces. Crap. Special Forces? The two of them were instantly excited and their eyes glazed over. Chen Era was very excited. I used to see it on TV. But this time I can be considered to have touched a live one? Wang Yang rubbed his hands together. Hurry up and take off his clothes. I heard that the Special Forces are all muscle. It's hard to run into them. You have to see them. The two of them, like lecherous thieves, had just reached their hands over, when Lin Hui slapped them open. Grass. You two perverts, there's a war going on now. The two smiled awkwardly. No good, sorry. Just a little curious. We just heard that the Special Forces have a good body, and we want to see if it's really covered in pimples. Just one look. One look, okay? Fuck off. Lin Hui rushed at each of the two men's asses and kicked them. What's wrong? He continued to crouch down and search the guy's backpack. Within moments, in a fanny pack, a map was found. The map was densely packed with various dots, and the location of the village was marked by a red dot. Lin Hui tucked the map into his pocket and said solemnly, "We've been exposed. I'm afraid the neighborhood is full of blue troops." The two immediately tensed up. What then? Cool. Lin Hui coldly said, "You guys tie him up? I'm going back to the village. I'll be back soon. Be careful." The two men saw Lin Hui go. Their eyes once again moved to the unconscious Special Forces on the ground. and their faces coincidentally showed a bad smile of he. Why are you boys on fire? Lin Hui had just arrived at the entrance to the village when Sude called him to a halt. Where are those two boys? Lin Hui said anxiously. Squad leader. Something big has happened. We've been surrounded by the Blue Army. Sude froze for a moment. You're not kidding, are you? This is us. It's true, Lin Hui said sharply. We just captured a Blue Army Special Forces soldier in the forest and recovered a map. We've been watched here for a long time. Suda's mouth opened wide in shock. You guys were able to catch Special Forces? Wait, what did you just say? The Blue Army has Special Forces. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden swoosh. A maneuver shell fell from the air. The soldiers guarding the roof of the building were all instantly killed, spewing out large amounts of red smoke. Crap, those sons of bitches are really coming over here. Suda's eyes erupted with fire and he turned to charge into the village, but he was yanked by the arm. What are you doing? Lin Hui rushed at him. Squad leader, this place is exposed. You can't go. Suda roared. Your ass. The company commander and the regimental commander are in there. I have to save them. Lin Hui gave him a death grip and wouldn't let him go. A bunch of people don't know it, but he's quite unsure what it means for special forces to show up. This place must have already been targeted by the heavy firepower of the Blue Army. In less than 5 minutes, the entire village will be covered by fire, all turned into ashes, and no one will be able to escape. Let go. You fucking let go. Lin Hui slammed his fist on Suda's shoulder. Squad leader, wake up. It's already too late. Sude was just about to counter. De was just about to retort when several more shells fell towards the village. In the village, many people had no time to react and were all killed in action. Sude knows that Lin Hui is right. The enemy has already covered the village with fire, and if he rushes in now, not to mention rescuing people, he will die without even seeing their faces. Those sons of bitches. Go! Sude gritted his teeth angrily and turned around to flee towards the forest with Lin Hui. They hadn't been gone long before the intense bombardment followed. Boom boom boom. Countless shells fell like a rainstorm. It directly covered the entire village. Red smoke, representing a fall in battle, billowed everywhere. Ahem! Zhou Zhongyi was choked to tears and was helped out of the command room by several company commanders. Looking at the tragic situation outside, his lungs were about to explode. You big bastard. I've fucking hidden here, and I'm still being found? Do these guys have clairvoyance? How on earth did they find it? Zhang Jiantao slammed his fist on the wall. We didn't even see the enemy's shadow, but we all died. What the hell is this called? On the other hand, Lin Hui took Su De and ran wildly all the way into the woods. Suddenly, the two men froze in place as their eyes widened in shock. Su De incredulously pointed at the front. What is this? The corners of Lin Hui's mouth twitched, and his entire body was speechless, only to see the Blue Special Forces soldier on a tree not far away, being stripped down to just a pair of pants. Hands and feet were all tied together and hung in a reverse bow from the tree, swaying left and right with the wind, and a smelly sock in his mouth. Who did this? Lin Hui let out a low growl, and the two immediately came out playfully. Brother Hui, you're here? He pointed at this man in the tree. Who told you to do this? Wang Yang scratched his head. Wasn't it you who told us to tie up the people? We all did as you said. Lin Hui glared at him. I told you to tie someone up, and I told you to strip him naked, and hang him from a tree. Why don't you get a hot air balloon and send him up into the sky? Whose idea was it anyway? Him. Chen Arrow hurriedly pointed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang said, we usually tie the pig on this tie. Sturdy. Against the special forces, we have to be like tying a pig. Wang Yang was dejected. This is called the art of bondage. Art my ass. Lin Hui lands a leg kick. It's fucking clearly turtle armor binding. Don't think I haven't seen any Eastern action movies. Damn. These two people are designated to be a little bit of a big disease. No. I have to avoid taking a shower from now on. Suda stood aside. The corner of the mouth hard draw, although it is a drill, but at least it is also a comrade in arms. This hand is also too hard. The two men saw Suda at this moment and hurriedly greeted him with smiles all over their faces. Squad leader, why are you here? Long time no see. Shake a hand, shake a hand. Lin Hui slapped him down. What are you two doing? Having a tea party? The enemy is nearby. Hurry up. Hurry. Suda rushed out after Lin Hui. When Chen Arrow and Wang Yang saw both of them running away, they couldn't react in time and hurriedly followed them. In the village, the shelling finally stopped. A jeep drove into the village. The car door opened and a smiling captain in a ghillie suit stepped down. Head count. Yes. A few of the henchmen immediately dispersed. Looking at Zhou Zhongyi several, all dusty sitting on the steps, the captain smiled and walked over to salute. Comrade Chief. Really sorry. A shot to let you all hang. Zhou Zhongyi raised his head, his face full of anger. The bastard said he was sorry, but that fancy old face was all smiles. Zhou Zhengyi stood up. Which unit are you from? The captain smiled slightly. Originally, I wasn't supposed to tell you according to the rules of the maneuver, but it doesn't matter if we talk to the dead. We're from the Black Tiger Brigade of the Southwest Theater. Special Forces? Zhou Zhengyi froze. Zhang Jiantao rubbed his head and jumped up. Why are the Special Forces here? We're fighting against the Blue Army. We haven't heard of any Special Forces joining us. The captain gave him a look and scoffed. Should I have the directorate tell you what kind of meals the sappers are eating today? What time they sleep? And what time they pull a pee? What's the point of fighting when you're told everything? Zhang Jiantao was speechless, but this fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Looking at everyone with angry eyes, the captain laughed. Why are you all looking at me like you want to eat someone? It's useless to be angry. Since we're all dead, we might as well reflect on how we lost this battle. At least half of the regiment was left, and it was destroyed by so few of us. Shame on you. Everyone's eyes spewed flames. Both wanted to rush up and beat the shit out of him. I've never seen a man so beaten up. Report. A soldier suddenly ran to report. All counted. 2 missing. The captain froze. 2 less what? A private and a sergeant. The captain gave an oh-so slight sound and said faintly, 2 little mice are just 2 mice. If they run, they run. They can't make much of a wave anyway. No matter them. Let us go to the next point. Chapter 62. The whole army was wiped out. Lin Hui became the hope of the whole regiment. 2 hours later, several body trucks drove into the shelter of the exercise directorate. The door of the car opened and all the people from the Tiger Corps got out of the car. A lieutenant rushed at Zhou Zhengyi, who was at the head of the group, and impatiently shouted, Go, 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 go over there. The place is already prepared for you. Move to the inside. How can people get in behind the blockade here? Zhang Jiantao instantly became angry. Damn it. How can you talk to our leader? The lieutenant laughed. I'm sorry. I'm like this when I talk to dead people. If you can, don't die. Everyone's eyes all spit fire. A few of the hot-tempered ones stacked up their sleeves and wanted to go up and fight. Alright. Zhou Zhengyi snorted coldly. The king has become the loser. What else is there to say after losing? Go in. Everyone gave the lieutenant a hard stare and followed Zhou Zhengyi into the cage. People go in one foot and then someone outside closes the cage the next. Before the lieutenant left, he swept a glance at the crowd. Not much skill. Not much temper. Dead or alive. Tugging to whom? Shit. Don't you go. Zhang Jiantao yelled at him. If you have the guts to come back, let's see if I don't tear your mouth off. The chief of staff consoled. Calm down. Calm down. It's all here. There's no point in shouting anymore. We're all dead already. The 3rd company commander slapped his hand on the iron railing. And the more he thought about it, the more he suffocated. The Blue Army is clearly cheating. What kind of special forces are you getting for a good conventional troop battle? That's it. The 5th company commander exasperatedly said. At least before the maneuvers. Notify them in advance. So that we can be prepared. So that they don't come over and have no defense at all. Zhou Zhengyi took a deep breath. Don't even say it. In the end, it's still our own fault. Isn't the purpose of the exercise to simulate a real war? If the enemy really launches an attack, shouldn't we be notified in advance as well? The crowd all fell silent, always holding their anger. Even though I know that's the case, I just hold it in my heart. However, they can only whine with their superiors. If someone under their command complains, they definitely have to stop it as well. Even if we lose, the army can't be broken up. Looking for what? In the corner, seeing Zhang Jiantao's gaze sweeping around the crowd, Wang Hai asked curiously. Zhang Jiantao was puzzled. Have you seen Lin Hui and Suda? Wang Hai shook his head. I didn't see it. It doesn't seem to be here. Zhang Jiantao froze for a moment, and his eyes instantly lit up. He excitedly rushed to the chief. Chief! Chief! Zhou Zhengyi frowned. Fraudulent corpse yelling and screaming. Death is not even a peaceful death. Zhang Jiantao smiled and asked, Captain, do you still remember that those guys, just now, said that we ran away with 2 soldiers? Zhou Zhengyi swept him away. Zhang Jiantao smiled and asked, guess who ran? Zhou Zhengyi rolled his eyes. I care who he runs. These 2 will surely be estimated to be caught and sent immediately. Zhang Jiantao hemmed and hawed. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Zhengyi looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Zhang Jiantao smiled and said, you know these 2 who ran. One is Su De, an 8-year veteran, and our company's star squad leader, as well as the most level-headed squad leader in the company. This kid I know him. His strength is really good. Zhou Zhengyi remembered. It's a pity about the last recruit company. If he can perform well in this exercise, I'm all set to apply with my superiors to keep him. Looking at the iron cage in front of him, he sighed. But this situation now. Hey, Zhang Jiantao continued. Chief, besides Su De, Lin Hui hasn't been captured either. Zhou Zhongyi's eyes widened in shock. This kid escaped too? That's right. Zhang Jiantao nodded. This kid is an oddball. When he committed a crime in the recruit company, he was sent to raise pigs, and then he went around in circles, took the first place in the border division competition, and returned to our company. And, since he arrived, not only has he broken every record in our regiment, but he's leading everyone forward. That's why I feel that with the two of them, they might actually be able to do something great. Zhou Zhongyi's eyes lit up. Hearing it said that way, he suddenly felt as if there was still some hope. It's quite interesting to see these two foes get together. Zhang Jiantao said excitedly, not only is it interesting, but if you can't get it right, you can really make some noise. Zhou Zhongyi suddenly became excited. If that's true, then he has saved the face of our regiment and is a great merit. I will definitely personally give them credit. Zhang Jiantao nodded, and hope appeared in his eyes. Lin Hui, your kid is usually so good at tossing and turning. Now is the time for you to show off your style. Must give the old man a good job. If not, turn them upside down. At least make the blues nauseous and uncomfortable. In the director's department, Lin Rui stared at the big screen with a hint of regret in his eyes. I really didn't expect it to end so soon. For this exercise, key officers from various localities were invited because it involved force reform. Knowing that Lin Rui was in the maneuver, he volunteered to transfer over. Originally, I wanted to see him do well. Unexpectedly, this regiment that Lin Hui was in, only 2 days into the exercise, was being chased after his ass. I can't believe I got caught and wiped out all of them even after hiding in nooks and crannies. Pressing didn't give him any chance to show or play. Lin Rui suddenly felt that he had come for nothing. He had wanted to see what progress Lin Hui had made, but he didn't expect that. Just this? Just then, the pocket phone suddenly rang. Lin Rui just took it out, and when he saw the caller's number, his face turned ugly. It's the old man calling. Oh no, 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 no. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions before picking up the phone. Dad, just said a word. The phone immediately came from the other end of the Lin Guangyao incomparable urgent voice. How is it? How is it? How did that kid perform? Did he play some strength out? Lin Rui said bitterly. It's all over. Lin Guangyao froze. You froze? What do you mean it's over? Lin Rui had no choice but to tell the story. Snap. Lin Guangyao was furious and slapped on his desk. This son of a bitch. I thought there was something out of the ordinary. After half a day, it's still being destroyed by others. Lin Rui comforted. Dad, don't blame Xiao Hui. In the end, he's just a soldier, not a commander, and when he goes to the battlefield, he can only follow orders and obey arrangements. It's fine if it's someone else, but he's a member of my Lin family. Lin Guangyao was furious, let alone a soldier. On the battlefield, even a dagger and a bullet can be of value. This brat really let me down. Lin Rui smiled bitterly. Dad, don't say that. Xiao Hui, after all, he's only been in the army for half a year. To be able to achieve what he has now, it's already very good. Lin Guangyao snorted coldly and directly hung up the phone. Lin Rui wanted to say a few more words, but when he heard the beeping sound from across the room, he was filled with helplessness. It seems that the old man is really upset. Little Hui, you don't have a chance this time. You'll have to wait for the next time. In the mountains, 4 figures were running wildly. Suddenly, 3 of them stopped and all planted themselves on the ground with a thud. I can't. I really can't. I can't run. Wang Yang was lying on the ground, panting heavily, itching to break his head off and pant together. Although Lin Hui had sweat on his head, he was still calm and relaxed. That's not good enough? It's only 20 kilometers. Next to Su De almost spit blood. This fucking is 20 kilometers of mountain road. Ah, we are running all the way. There is a serious road. Even my feet are almost ruined. Let alone them. Ding. +1 to recovery. Ding. Stamina +1. Ding. +1 to running ability. With a few beeps, a steady stream of power bubbled up from Lin Hui's body. Although he had run a long way, the system had been helping him recover his strength. Even if he had to run it again from scratch, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the squad leaders don't have a system that can withstand that kind of tossing. Lin Hui looked at them and said, tell you what, rest in place for 10 minutes. I'll look at your feet to see if there are any blisters. If there are, hurry up and pick them. Otherwise the next road will not be easy to walk. That's more like it. Su De hurriedly took off his shoes with difficulty to check. They ran wildly for 20 kilometers straight up the mountain. There are definitely blisters on your feet. If you don't pick them, They'll break later and stick to your shoes, then you'll be in trouble. Just then, Wang Yang huffed and puffed and got up from the ground, saying with difficulty, Brother FAI, Brother FAI, I seem to have reacted. What? Lin Hui didn't look back. Wang Yang gulped. We're fucking logistics, not your regiment. Why are we running with you? Chen Eru also reacted. Right, we are just here to deliver a pig. And not from your red side. People want to hit you too. What's the point of us running? Lin Hui glared at them. Are we still brothers? The two nodded dumbly. Yeah, but, Lin Hui directly interrupted. Then do you guys still want to be with me or not? Do you want to be in the 6th company or not? Both nodded again. I want to, but, no buts, and no buts. Lin Hui grunted. Follow me if you want to. Less fucking whining. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every man. Even if you are sending pigs to the red side. That's our people. Put it in the time of war. Aren't you our people? If the kiddies. Poo-poo. If the blues catch you, won't you be screwed? The two men thought about it and saw nothing wrong with that. If there's a war, they won't survive if they're captured. The two asked anxiously. What should we do then? Lin Hui smiled slightly. Work with me. As long as we make something happen and turn the blue army upside down, you'll be the ones who get the credit. Maybe you won't even have to go back to logistics. You'll be able to come to 6th Company directly. Chen Eru stood up excitedly. Yes so. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Yang glared at him. Bullshit. There are only 4 of us. But the Blue Army has thousands of troops. What can we do? What can we do? He'll turn the world upside down. But he'll turn us upside down. Su De grimaced in pain while picking at the blisters with a needle. Yeah, we're just 4 people. And there are 2 tired people among them. What can we do? Says who's a liability. The two faces jumped up sharply. Don't underestimate us. We are very strong. Can't you see? The special forces were all stripped naked and hung up by us. Su De rolled his eyes and was speechless. How dare you bring this up? Lin Hui looked at them. Alright, we may be few, but there are advantages to being few. At least it's not easy to be noticed and it's easier to make things happen. My guess is that the blues counted their men and realized they were missing and pressed on. Suida nodded. What do you have in mind? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I'm going to find the Blue Army's big unit and then take the opportunity to do him a big favor. Even if I die. The eyes of the 3 instantly all lit up. Wang Yang said excitedly. Yes, we 4 rotten life 4. Barefoot not afraid to wear shoes. Lin Hui immediately stopped. Don't count me out. Su De spoke immediately afterward. Don't count me in either. Just the 2 of you. Wang Yang and Chen Eru almost vomited blood. Don't bring such discrimination. Forget it. As long as I can follow FAI to get things done. As long as it gets into the 6th Company. Let's just say they're 2 rotten lives. Chen Eru hurriedly said. Brother Hui. You say it. In order to get into the 6th Company. You let us do what we do. We do what? We'll do whatever you want us to do to get into the 6th Company. It's just to get the Blue Army. No problem. Wait. Su De suddenly spoke. The 2 looked at him. What? Su De looked at Lin Hui. Are we overlooking a detail? How are we going to do this without weapons? Lin Hui also froze. A problem that he hadn't really considered. Wang Yang and Chen Eru were completely speechless. Brother Hui. You don't still want to smash their asses to death just like you did just now, do you? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Fuck you. Chapter 63, we said we'd work for the blues, but you're taking us to work for dinner? The night is slowly falling. A military vehicle rumbled across the land and drove slowly toward the front. The caravan hadn't gotten very far out when the bushes on the side of the road suddenly shook. Lin Hui poked his head out of it and looked around. Soon enough, the eyes settled on a spot dotted with lights in the distance. What? What? Behind him, Wang Yang patted him. Did you find the Blue Army camp? Lin Hui retracted his head and hemmed and hawed. Can this little thing be difficult for me? Wang Yang rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Eru, it's finally time for us to show our skills. Chen Eru nodded his head smilingly. Brother Hui, where is the Blue Army camp? When are we going to get him? I can't wait to take credit. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. Don't be anxious, military honors won't go away. Wait, let's go southwest. I think 2 or 3 kilometers away. There must be a Blue Army camp. Go there to get a wave. A steady profit. Then what are we waiting for? Wang Yang arched Eru. Then let's hurry up and go. We're sure to have a hot meal. Go! Lin Hui waved his hand. And the 2 couldn't wait to get up. Su De gave a hand to someone to pull. Wait a minute. A little unprepared to go ah? What do you need to prepare? Wang Yang rolled his eyes. Go up and get it directly. If you can get 1 it's 1. If you can get 2 it's a pair. Anyway, this deal doesn't lose money. Isn't that right FAI? Lin Hui nodded his head in a dignified manner. That's right. You're good and spirited. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and giggled, and his heart was happy. Awesome to be recognized by the king of soldiers. But he was just about to leave when Su De yanked his arm again. Wang Yang was a bit impatient. Old Su, why are you always dragging me around? Su De glared at him. If I don't drag you along, will I see you go to your death? We're at war now. Not a date. Not a girlfriend. You think it's so easy? Pants down and you can get it on? Wang Yang froze. I don't have a date yet? Chen Ero also nodded his head. I don't have one either. Brother Hui, why do you have to take off your pants to get a date? Lin Hui, Su De almost spat out blood. These two guys have a brain in their heads. That's a metaphor. You know what a metaphor is? He took a deep breath and said seriously. War is not a child's play. Nor is it a child's game. Going up like this is just looking for death. And besides, we don't even have any weapons. Lin Hui grinned and said, I've got the weapons all figured out. Wait until then. Su De froze for a moment and asked in shock. You're going to rob them? Right. Lin Hui nodded. No guns, no cannons, the Blue Army built them for us. Let's learn from the fighting spirit of our predecessors this time. Su De was a bit speechless, but this approach, as yet, works. After all, it was the valuable combat experience accumulated and summarized by the old ancestors. But it's not enough to have a weapon. Su De stuck his head out of the grass and looked at the starlight dotted in the southwest. Over there it looks like the stars are dim and there doesn't seem to be many people. But you have to know that we're a few kilometers away. And it's not the same thing when we get closer. Based on my past experience, this Blue Army unit has at least a battalion of 300 to 400 good men. We just grabbed the weapons. How many can we kill? 300 or 400? Wang Yang and Chen Era looked at each other and swallowed. 4 of them, doing 300 or 400. That's 100 for an average person. Wang Yang smiled and said, Brother Hui, Arrow and I will have 2 each, and the rest will be given to you and class leader Su. Lin Hui rolled his eyes and looked directly at Su De and said, Squad leader, I know you're worried that we're going to rush up and give our lives away, but it's all ready this time. If we don't go up, when will we go up? As the saying goes, the richer you think, the bigger the reward. Su De was speechless. Then you can't mess around like that, can you? Lin Hui said seriously, Squad leader, we are now 4 lousy people. Nothing, looking forward and backward, but instead nothing can be done. Moreover, there are not many opportunities left for us now. If we don't do it, we may really have no chance. Su De immediately fell silent. The maneuver is now on its 3rd day. After the 4 of them escaped, for so long, they just didn't get anything done because they were looking over their shoulders. Lin Hui continued, We've been here for a day, and the Blue Army's first-line troops have long since advanced past, and the rest are basically logistics. If we keep dragging on, I guess we'll only run into the civilians who came to see the fun. Su De knew Lin Hui was right, but I always feel, Squad leader, don't hold back. Lin Hui said seriously, a man dies and is still a good man 18 years later. It doesn't really matter to the few of us, but you are different. This exercise is your last chance, even if we have to pay a huge price. We would not mind. Wang Yang and Chen Era nodded their heads together. Yeah, squad leader, want to put up a fight, just in case it works out? Looking at the 3 with eyes full of expectation, Su De's heart warmed. These brats. It turned out to be for me. They've gone out on a limb. So what reason do I have to cower? Fuck it. Just do it. Su De gritted his teeth and said, Anyway, it's just the 4 of us. 4 lousy lives. So let's consider it another blast before we die. Wang Yang gave a thumbs up. Squad leader is mighty. Chen Ero nodded his head. Squad leader is domineering. Lin Hui slapped them on the head. You 2 are almost done. Biting the words. Want to study for the exam? In a moment. You 2 listen to my orders. 2. Command. If we're going to do it, let's do it big and have a good time. Okay, we'll all listen to you. The 2 doppelgangers nodded. The 3 of them reached an agreement and immediately followed behind Lin Hui, feeling their way towards the front. Ding! Night vision +1. Ding! Hearing +1. The beep sounded, and Lin Hui's eyes suddenly became much clearer. Originally, you could only see 5 meters away in the dark, but now you could see 10 meters away. Even the smallest sounds around him could not escape his ears. Lin Hui's mouth smiled slightly. There is a system is fucking cool. This time must be stirred up the Blue Army. For the tragic death of the head of the regiment and the company commander revenge. In the shelter, Zhou Zhani and Zhang Jiantao sneezed together. Who misses me? Soon, Lin Hui led them to the vicinity of the camp. Here it is. Right here. All of them were lying on their backs on the mound of dirt, looking toward the distance. The moment he saw the whole camp, Wang Yang was dumbfounded. Old Su, I remember. You just said, this is a battalion-level camp? How come there are more than 2 battalions? Su De was also confused at this moment. Could it be that my estimation was wrong? I don't think so. You see. Following the direction of Chen Era's finger, the crowd turned their heads. Chen Era shivered and pointed at the distance. Crap, is that a tank over there? And is that big guy a missile vehicle? Shit. Su Da's face instantly became incredibly ugly. We've come to the wrong fucking place. I'm afraid that this is the Blue Army Missile Synthesis Battalion, with at least half as many people in its establishment than a normal battalion. There's also a special guard company stationed here, he said with some embarrassment. Let's just find a new place. I think this bone is too hard to gnaw on. Ha! Wang Yang and Chen Eru also swallowed hard. Where is this difficult to gnaw? It is clearly an iron bone. Wang Yang looked at Lin Hui. Brother Hui, we should not go. Walk forward. Surely we can meet one or two soft persimmons. At that time, we shine dead pinch? It's too late. Lin Hui shook his head. The three were confused. Too late? Lin Hui said seriously. From this morning until now, the red side doesn't know how many troops have been taken out by the Blue Army. If we wait any longer, maybe tomorrow morning, the directorate will directly announce that our division has been completely wiped out. So what else can the four of us do then? Su Da's brows furrowed as he carefully analyzed the situation. Based on previous scenarios, the Blues are much stronger than the Reds. The regimental headquarters hid in such a remote place, were found regiment. I guess the situation of the division headquarters is not much better. Although there have been a lot of big and small maneuvers experienced, but this time it was he who was the most confused, not being able to see what path the Blues were on at all. And it is precisely this inability to see that is most dangerous. Now, what Red lacks most is time, and if it drags on until tomorrow morning, it may not really have a chance. Then what should we do? Chen Era was anxious. I still want to get credit. I still want to show some performance. If I just go back, I'm not willing. Wang Yang did the same. We definitely can't just let it go. Brother Hui, you tell me. How do we do it? You two just follow me. Lin Hui looked at Su De. Squad leader? Su De looked at him and nodded with a smile. I'll listen to you too. Now, you're the battlefield commander. What started as a bare soldier was able to become what it is now. Suida was proud of him. What's more, when Lin Hui arrived, he fought his way forward with the 6th Company. If it wasn't for him, he would never have regained his confidence, much less escaped from the village. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Go! He took the lead in creeping out in a low position, with the others following close behind. Lin Hui's night vision had been boosted several times, and to him, a 30-meter range was simply as good as daylight. He was even able to accurately see a dark sentry by the camp in the distance, lying on his back in the grass, looking around warily. Not far away was another open post, also on duty. Follow me. Lin Hui changed directions, taking a few people straight around the side and climbing into the camp. Once inside, several people immediately ducked behind a tent. Wang Yang's nervous heart thumped like a thief. It's so exciting, Chen Eru nervously asked. Brother Hui, what should we do now? Should we burn their tent? I've brought a lighter. This nylon thing, it must be good. Lin Hui slapped over. Burn your grandmother's leg. What's the use of burning this thing? You're trying to open a window for them. Ventilation Moreover, this is public property. Hell knows if we'll be approached for compensation when it's over. Chen Era touched his head awkwardly. What should we do then? Lin Hui closed his eyes, sniffed his nose, and suddenly smiled. I have an idea. Follow me. The three followed him and soon circled around to the back of the camp. Just saw a couple of sheds set up here. Inside, 2 large pots and 2 cooks with large spatulas were stirring constantly. The aroma of the meal wafted out in a burst. Fai, why are you here? Chen Era moved his nose and looked intoxicated. Is it ready to eat first? I happen to be hungry. Wang Yang was dumbfounded. I'll go. Brother Hui, you wouldn't really bring us here to dry rice, would you? Lin Hui glared at him. Fuck you. We're here to make things happen, and all we can think about is eating. The crowd rolled their eyes together. After half a day, it's just a logistics class. I thought it was a big deal, but I didn't realize that I had found a soft target to pinch. Chapter 64. Don't hold much. Hold much, poor foam. Go! Lin Hui rushed up with one strong step. The three of them all froze. Crap. At least say hello? Just go. Su De didn't hesitate and rushed up right after him as well. You two stand still. Chen Era hesitated. Going up or not? Squad leader Su told us not to move. Wang Yang glared at him. Brother Fai has gone on. Do we have the nerve to watch? Go! Chen Era panicked. But I don't know how to fight? You think I'm going to do that? We'll take care of the fish in the back. What are you afraid of with Brother Hui around? Yes, so. The two men hemmed and hawed and ran over after them as well. In the shed, the logistics squad leader, Da Zhou, was frying vegetables. Looking up and seeing several unfamiliar faces, he immediately frowned. Who are you? Don't know that this is a logistical important place. Who let you in? Get out. Get out. Hurry up and get out. Lin Hui smiled and said, Class President, you don't recognize me? The squad leader looked puzzled. Are you? I, Xiao Jiang. Last time you pedaled my little tricycle to buy food. Remember? Ginger? Without waiting for the squad leader to react, Lin Hui directly slammed his fist over. Bang! The squad leader's eyes went black and he fell straight to the ground and into sleep. All the people around them were dumbfounded. What the hell? How did this guy knock out the squad leader? This who? Son of a bitch. How dare you hit people? Take a shortcut and fuck them. The rest of the logistics immediately copied the kitchen knife and iron spoon and rushed up. Lin Hui fights first in the whole division. Forceful. One punch at a time. Su De was also a company fighter. The two of them worked together and soon had the logistics gang all on the ground. On the contrary, Wang Yang and Chen Er, two people a bit miserable. Lin Hui looked at the two. Are you two alright? It's okay. Wang Yang huffed and puffed as he sat on the ground, his nose bruised and swollen. The rumors are not true at all. No wonder they all say that the logistics are strong in combat. Just for a moment, I took 7 or 8 punches. Lin Hui was happy. Knowing that you can't beat them, won't you lean back a bit? Chen Er covered his nose, sadly said, I too have been hiding to the back. Would have liked to touch the fish. Those guys cannot beat you. Simply rushed up to help me block sandbags a whack. Too inhuman. Su De laughed with tears in his eyes. I told you to stay put. What are you doing here? Wang Courage huffed and puffed as he stood up. You all went on. Can we not? Besides, we thought that the logistics class are all soft persimmons it. Su De laughed. Who told you that logistics are all soft? It's only those with good military quality in the combat class that can be transferred over to logistics. Otherwise, when it comes to maneuvers, people can carry their backs and carry rice as if they were flying. Wang Yang was in tears. I've gotten to know them. I'll walk around them when I run into them in the future. I'll be damned. What are you doing? Being a hooligan? Su De turned his head and just happened to see Lin Hui undressing the squad leader. Lin Hui didn't even turn his head back. Playing the ass hooligan. Strip them of their clothes and change them. Hurry up. Su De froze for a moment and immediately reacted. You're not trying to change into their clothes and fish in troubled waters, are you? Pretty much. Will this work? Change your clothes, people will recognize your face. And even if you go somewhere else and have a password, you'll have to show your face in a while. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Who says I'm going to go somewhere else? Let's just stay here and fuck them all over. The three were instantly speechless. It's a lot of work to do logistics with just a few of these guys. And fuck everyone over. Are you kidding me? There's hundreds of people here. The exterminator would have to be slapped twice and kicked square in the face, let alone a few of them. Wang Yang hurriedly stood up and touched Lin Hui's head. Brother Hui, do you have a fever? At best, we're just doing a logistics shift. If we want to fuck over all the people here, they can drown us with a single piss. Nonsense. Chen Er was exasperated. It's clearly just a mouthful of spit from one person. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Do you still want to get credit? If you don't want to be here, just leave. There's enough for me and the squad leader. Think about it. Especially think about it. The two immediately nodded their heads and hailed like a lapdog. We weren't just talking casually. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We'll change our clothes here. The two hurriedly squatted down to strip their clothes. Su De watched suspiciously, always feeling a bit clueless in his heart. But looking at how confident Lin Hui was, he always felt, again, that there was a chance. After all, in him, Su De had seen miracle after miracle. He gritted his teeth. Forget it. We're on the pirate ship anyway. Why don't we just fight to the end? Soon all four had changed into their cookbook clothes. The men, who had been knocked out, were dragged outside the shed and covered with grass. And /Lin Hui clapped his hands. These guys, they won't wake up for at least 2 or 3 hours. Back in the shed, Wang Yang was still puzzled. Brother Hui, I can't understand. With just a few of us, how in the world can we turn over the entire camp? I see. Chen Er suddenly tapped his head, feeling wisdom take over the high ground of his brain. Everyone all looked at him. Even Lin Hui showed a surprised expression. What do you understand? Chen Er hemmed and hawed and gave a thumbs up. It's still Brother Hui who's bullish. This method is not something that people would normally think of. No wonder he brought us to the logistics class. Lin Hui asked with interest. Tell me about it? Chen Er said in a serious manner. We must be preparing to use a gas canister and blow them all up. Put. The three collectively spit out blood. Even Lin Hui felt that this kid is really outrageous. Go out with a brain? Su De in the side is also full of speechless. I did not expect after so long. This kid is still so stupid. Chen Er realized afterward. What's wrong? What I said was wrong. Wang Yang patted him. Eru, you're a real tiger. This is a drill. If you get someone killed, we'll all be dragged off to be shot, and even if we die, we'll be left to die for years to come. What do you think? Chen Ero rubbed his head. What should we do then? There are no weapons here either. How are we going to fuck them? Wang Yang grunted. With that brain of yours, what can you come up with? Brother Hui, what do you think? Chen Ero rolled his eyes. Don't you also have no idea? Still talking about me? Lin Hui smiled and asked, do you know what my purpose was in attacking the cooking class? Wang Yang and Chen Ero looked at each other, preparing to blow them up with gas canisters. Lin Hui was so angry that one of them gave them a kick. These two big idiots. He didn't bother to talk nonsense. Stir fry. Hurry up. The three of them were all dumbfounded. They were good at eating, but how could they know how to stir fry? Just as they froze, Lin Hui directly threw 3 small bottles over. The 3 were full of surprise. What the hell is this? Laxative. Lin Hui said indifferently. You guys put it in the dishes in a while. They're coming to eat soon. Hurry up. Wang Yang and the two of them directly jumped up. Crap. Brother Hui, you actually carry laxatives with you? Lin Hui rolled his eyes, excited my ass. It's not like he's carrying an aphrodisiac. Su De was also confused. You, what are you doing with laxatives? Lin Hui heatedly smiled. The company commander had told us before the exercise that when we encountered the enemy, we should do whatever it takes for everyone to finish them off. So I thought, if we give up our position to retreat one day and add some to our meals, wouldn't it be cool in case the enemy comes over to eat? It's still FAI. That's awesome. The two immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration. An idea so unethical that no sane person would ever think of it. Su De looked at the bottle in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching. This kid is really dark belly. No wonder the previous can put themselves into a hole like that. Is really convinced. Lin Hui urged. Hurry up. Remember, don't hole much pour foam. Snap. Just after the words were said, the vials in Chen Ero's hand all fell into the cauldron. Finished. I poured it all in. Lin Hui was speechless. Forget it, let's just get it done. Hurry up and copy it or it's going to be a paste. The two men grabbed their spatulas and got busy, stir-frying and really finding some sense. I grabbed the seasonings on the table, flung them up and poured them into the pan. Wang Yang, who was having fun, suddenly asked curiously, Brother Hui, if we make it like this, will it eat people to death? Chen Ero also stopped. Yeah, will this stuff eat people out of their minds? Lin Hui shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? The three of them stared at the 2 large pots of food with horrified eyes, all dumbfounded. They're not stir-frying. They're obviously dispensing poison. Lin Hui coughed. What's so strange? It's also the first time I've used this stuff. Who knows how effective the medicine is? I guess it should be fine, right? Su De panicked. Brother Hui, this can't be supposed to that really eat dead people how to do? Just then, a sudden shout came from the distance. Hey, is the food ready yet? We're starving. Lin Hui looked outside and whispered to a few people. What's the panic? This is a laxative, not poison. How can it eat people to death? At most, it is to help them clean up their intestines. Laxative. We are doing a good deed, but also not fucking leave a name. The three of them were full of bitter smiles. Where the fuck was this a good deed? It's simply lackluster opening the door to lackluster. Lackluster to the core. Listen to you and put up a fight. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. That's right. Riches and riches. Love of hard work is the only way to win. He cleared his throat and began to yell from a distance. Alright, the food is all ready. Hurry over and eat. Chapter 65, all transformed into jet fighters. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Lin Hui shouted. The whole camp was agitated and footsteps were everywhere. Chen Ero quietly pinched up a piece of braised pork and just wanted to put it in his mouth when Lin Hui slapped it away, trying to jump up and down. FAI. I'm so hungry. First things first, when you're done, eat all you want. Lin Hui urged. Hurry up and put the vegetables into the pots. Move fast. Immediately, the three of them quickly divided the dishes into large pots. As requested, meals are shared in camp. The wilderness retains this habit despite the near conditions. Soon the meal was all packed into large pots. Watching a large number of silhouettes rushing over in the distance, Lin Hui said solemnly, Get ready, whether we live or die. It all depends on now. The three swallowed hard. This is in an enemy camp. If you show the slightest crack, it's all over. Wang Yang asked worriedly, Will it be seen? Lin Hui shook his head. Lower the brim of your hat and retreat to a shady place. As long as you can't see your face and your head is buried low enough, you'll be fine. The three hurriedly pulled down the brims of their hats and retreated into the gloom, praying silently in their hearts that they would never be seen. Soon there was a long line outside the shed. Lin Hui tapped the iron basin with a large spoon and yelled at a lowered voice. All line up. Take your meals in order. Take as much as you can eat. Don't waste it. That one. Stand still. Don't cut in line. Yes. Got it. The team responded with a chorus of voices. Next to him, Wang Yan quietly gave a thumbs up. Awesome FAI. Learned too much like that. I almost thought you really worked in a cafeteria. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Small token. Small token. He also learned it by following the back of the 6th company's cooking squad leader, and heard it more than he did. At 8 p.m. All of them were all starving, with their eyes all fixed on the rice bowl. No one noticed Lin Hui. After the fire hits, they rush to find a place to squat or stand and eat. After all, you have to be ready to deal with emergencies, so just keep it simple and fill your stomach. Just then, Lin Hui's pupils shrunk, only to see several officers in the distance coming this way. Suda's face changed as well. It's over. An officer is coming. Basic soldiers are full of dry rice, but the officers will certainly notice them. It's going to come out in the open. Wang Yang and Chen Aro immediately panicked. What to do, Brother Hui? It's going to be exposed. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Don't panic. We've been busy for almost as long as we can. It's time to retire. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, he immediately slipped out from behind the shed with the 3 men. As soon as the front foot was gone, a couple of officers followed the scent. The leading major looked down. Ooh, Lao Zhou. The food is good today. Braised pork, roasted chicken legs, much better than noon. He looked down and sniffed and immediately frowned. Why is it mushy? Old Chow, what the hell are you burning? Where are the people? The major looked around. There was not a soul in the shed. An officer next to him laughed and said, I guess he didn't grasp the fire well. Afraid of being scolded. Saw you coming and hurriedly slipped away. The major spat to the side. Asshole. How dare you know how to hide? We'll clean him up when we finish eating later. Eat quickly. People, eat up. We still have to start at night. A couple of the officers hurriedly beat up some food and started gobbling down whatever they could find. Lin Hui quietly poked his head out from behind the shed and heatedly smiled badly. Looks like you two are good with your hands. One by one. You're still eating quite well. That's right. Wang Yang looked proud. At least we are a professional pig farmer in the production base, so it's no big deal to get some food. Feeding pigs and people are the same. Chen Era hemmed and hawed and laughed. When I see them eating, I think of those little piglets in the piggery, eating just as flavorfully as they do. Lin Hui laughed. Right. I said, why does this image look familiar? Next to him, Sudi almost spat blood. You guys are comparing people to pigs? No wonder these 2 guys just stir-fried vegetables so vigorously, together as mixed feed. But it's kind of a professional match. At least it's all food. Lin Hui waved his hand. Let's go. While they're eating and there's no one in the camp, let's go get some guys. Okay. The 3 of them hemmed and hawed and immediately followed him, disappearing into the campground. Holy shit. Why is the food so salty today? The meat is burnt. Squad leader Zhou. What do you mean? Make the food so bad? On purpose? Everyone cursed as they ate. The major chewed on a piece of meat with difficulty, like chewing craft. Damn it. This meal today is cooked like pig food. Later on, call me all the cooking squad. Let them taste it for themselves. What the hell is it called cooked? Maybe it was rushed? Hasty my ass. The major cursed in anger. You can fall off the wagon just because of maneuvers? The more times like this, the more you should go above and beyond. With the meal made like this, who can swallow it? And how can the soldiers maintain their stamina and be ready for battle? The officer next to him nodded. After dinner later, I'll pull them out. I guess I don't know where they're hiding at this moment. The major grunted coldly and was just about to speak. Speaking, there was a sudden pang of discomfort in his stomach. Guru, not good. I have to go to the bathroom. My stomach hurts. He just stood up, and the officer next to him immediately frowned as well. You don't say. I seem to be a bit uncomfortable as well. Holy shit, what a coincidence. Another officer covered his stomach and spoke up. Just now my stomach was grumbling like a war. I didn't have the heart to say anything. Just then, there was a sudden shout from around them. Why does your stomach hurt? I can't. I have to go to the bathroom. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you. I'm going to pop out. For a while, many people put down their rice pots and ran wildly towards the outside of the barracks. The colonel looked at the rice bowl. His eyes were full of anger. Dog-day-old week. Burning his mother's wet dishes. Difficult to eat even if, but also diarrhea. Later I must straighten out. Oh yo. Can't. Remember to get me some paper. Can't hold it in, he said as he covered his ass and headed out the door in a frenzy. In one of the tents on the west side of the camp, several people from Lin Hui poked their heads out of it together. A large number of people were seen darting towards the outside of the camp. Many people ran while pinning their legs. Then there are the ones whose voices have turned shrill, like they've just been castrated. Wang Yang looked at Lin Hui and hemmed and hawed. Brother Hui, you're so damn unethical. This move is too damaging. Chen Eru nodded. That's right. Why didn't I realize before that Brother Hui had a belly full of bad water? Su De rolled his eyes. I'd realized that. Lin Hui cut out. What do you guys know about it? The art of war is also a tricky way. Otherwise, with just a few of us, how could we take down so many? Besides, drills are real combat. They're all enemies, and you have to be fierce when dealing with enemies. It's a good thing we didn't put an aphrodisiac in them. The three jumped up in shock. The image was too beautiful for them to imagine. Suda was so scared that the hairs on his body stood up. Luckily, he and Lin Hui were head to head. Otherwise, sooner or later, you're going to get played. Click. Lin Hui loaded his bullets with a cold face. Let's go. Don't look. Let's get to work. Hey, it's fucking exciting. The other three looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. A few of the men just strutted towards the outside, heavily armed and carrying guns. I had just walked outside the barracks when I suddenly heard the sound of continuous cannon fire in the distance. Oh comfort. Yes. Wang Yang pinched his nose and looked disgusted. It stinks. What did they eat in the last meal? How did the flavor get so up? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You fucking pole is fragrant? Don't talk nonsense. Fight quickly. He swept his gaze around the weak. Night vision makes the surroundings look like day. Soon, Lin Hui's eyes locked onto a major. He was crouching over a couple of officers, spraying constantly, his scurrying features twisted. Come on, let's start here. Lin Hui carried his gun and led a few people over with a smile on his face. Major clutched toilet paper in his hand, pulling up and down a piece of pain. Old Joe, this son of a bitch. Today in the end in the dish added what? How to make like eating a laxative like. Wait, we'll catch. Must shut him off. Just then, he jerked his head up and saw 4 figures in the distance coming this way. The major thought it was the cooking class and burst into a rage. You guys still know the fuck out. What the fuck did you do today? Put people. The next second, his entire body froze. Who are these 4 guys? Wearing cookbook clothes, but not being a cookbooker? Who are you people? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Chief, you guys just ate the meal we made. Why do you disown us with your pants down? How was it? Was the meal good? The major was instantly enraged and was just about to open his mouth when there was a crackle behind him. The expression also became pinned. Oh ho ho! Lin Hui pinched his nose with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. The chief is the chief, pulling it all louder than others. The major stormed out. Son of a bitch, you're on the red side. Right answer. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. But there's no reward. The major was angry to the core. Just as stupid as he was, he understood what was going on. The guys must have snuck in, knocked out the cooks and spiked the meal with laxatives. Son of a bitch, I'll skin you all later. Dare to screw us like that. Lin Hui furrowed his brows. Chief, you're wrong. Soldiers are never deceitful. In the maneuver, you are the enemy. If we can add laxatives to the meal, we can add poison to it. You've all been killed in action now. Bout your grandma. The major was furious. Just as he was about to lift his pants and stand up, the barrel of the gun was pressed against his chest. Lin Hui said with a smirk, Chief, please abide by the rules of the maneuver. Otherwise, I can only whip the corpse. The major's lungs exploded. Don't you dare. Suddenly, there was a bang and a gunshot. A powerful stream of air pushed against his chest. The major was toppled over by the force of the gunpowder and fell to the ground. He was so angry he jumped right up and roared, not caring about the sticky mess on his ass. You son of a bitch. But at that moment, the 4 had already opened fire at the same time, sweeping over in all directions. Chapter 66, The Blues are furious. Must capture those 4 rats alive. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, red smoke rose from the blue jet fighters. Smoke detectors, in addition to those on helmets, are also on the body. Once the drill has begun, it must be worn at all times or it is a violation. You are not allowed to take it off even if you are eating, sleeping or going to the bathroom. Looking at the red smoke rolling up in the darkness, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. That's fucking spectacular. Click. Wang Yang switched to a new magazine and yelled at the top of his lungs. Anyone else? There's your grandma. Lin Hui kicked him. Decide the rest before pretending. Grenades out. I'll take you to find the joy of childhood bombing. Okay. The 3 men heated and laughed badly. This is the time to blow up. A dozen drill grenades thrown out. Boom boom boom. The force of the grenade explosion blew poop all over the place, followed by yellow rain in the sky. Damn. It's. Everyone keep your heads down and never open your mouths. Shit. Don't have poison in it. Phook. The soldier who was scurrying thin on the blues was startled and hurriedly put his head down and kept his mouth tightly shut, letting the cold yellow rain slap haphazardly on his body. A few of the unlucky ones were directly toppled out by the airwave when the grenade exploded. Ass puckered, face on the ground, in a flat sand style. The scene was a succession of cries, screams and vomiting. When they looked up again, there was no trace of Lin Hui's several people in front of them. Shit, where are the guys? Run! The major, who was pasted up and down, growled angrily. Son of a bitch, I'll grass you all up. You bunch of lackluster things. Let me catch. I will skin you all. Vomit. It stinks. Hearing the roar behind them, Lin Hui's 4 men hemmed and hawed and slipped even faster. They don't want to be forced to irrigate a wave. Bang! Pulling open the door, several people jumped into a jeep at the same time. Chen Aru's face turned red with excitement. This battle reminds me of when I was a child. That's how I used cannonballs to blow up pits. Wang Yang slapped him on the head. Make it look like you're the one who blew up. He looked at Lin Hui and urged, Brother Hui, hurry up and drive. If we let these guys come after us, they'll definitely kill us. Lin Hui said with a smile, don't panic. These guys don't pull a dozen minutes. Absolutely can't stand up. Even if they stand up, they are all limp-wrist shrimp. Chasing us over we ran early. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. That's good. That's good. Let's go. This time it's a blast. Aha. Lin Hui nodded, but didn't move. Wang Yang was suspicious. Brother Hui, why don't you move? Su De also looked at him curiously. Still not driving, what do you think? If you don't move, when they do, we'll be passive. Lin Hui touched the steering wheel with both hands and was a bit embarrassed. I've only driven an automatic. A manual. No. In his last life, he was a social animal who relied on subway buses for his commute and didn't have a car or a driver's license. The original owner did have a driver's license, but it was an automatic. The manual gearboxes are so pressurized that you can't drive them. In particular, he was at a loss as to how to press the clutch and how to put the gears in. Because of this, the family sports cars, too, are bought with automatic gearboxes. Suda was convinced, if you don't know how to drive, you come up here and sit in the driver's seat? Get out of the way. Lin Hui smiled awkwardly. Who says you have to know how to drive a manual? What's the point of learning a manual when an automatic is so much easier? He got out of the car and came over to Sude. Sude stared. Why are you looking at me? Lin Hui, you drive? Sude instantly blushed in his old face. I wouldn't either. The 3 men said in unison. Crap. Lin Hui was speechless. Squad leader. After half a day, you don't know how to do it? Aren't you an 8-year veteran? Driving a car should be a piece of cake for you? Suda rolled his eyes. Bullshit. Who says you have to know how to drive to be a soldier? I didn't even get a driver's license. Lin Hui is speechless. At least I know an automatic gearbox. You are not even able to drive a car. What kind of squad leader is this? It has to be criticized. He turned his head to Wang Yang and Chen Eru. Which one of you will? Chen Eru hurriedly shook his head. I have driven a car, but it is a tricycle. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Why the fuck didn't you say that you could drive a tractor? Chen Eru scratched his head and giggled. Wang Yang is quite positive, although I have never taken a driver's license. But I was in the game hall, racing cars to take off. If you guys are not afraid of death, I'm willing to give it a try, but don't blame me if you crash the car. Lin Hui glared at him. Fuck you. Doesn't one of the 4 know how to drive? He simply jumped out of the car. Okay, come on down. Can't drive. Why sit on it? Let's just rely on the 11th road. Chen Eru was curious. Route 11? Is there still a bus here? Wang Yang rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? The 11th path is 2 legs. Several people got out of the car, followed by Lin Hui in another sweep through the camp. Looking at the various colors in the weapons warehouse, he rubbed his hands together. Everyone just don't be polite. Take whatever you have. $0 shopping today. Take as much as you can. The other 3 are beaming and happily begin to sweep. The ground began to sweep. Explosives, ammunition, grenades, single dry rations. Take what you have. When all the scavenging was done, they then withdrew with satisfaction. Soon they broke out of the camp on the other side and into a wooded area. Everyone shivered as the cold wind blew through, but there was no way to hide their fiery excitement. Chen Eru asked excitedly, Brother Hui Hui, we just ended a battalion of the Blue Army. Does that count as a great achievement? Lin Hui nodded. It has to be. Wang Yang asked curiously, will there be any rewards? Lin Hui said with a smile, of course there is. The 4 of us took out a battalion of the other side. So I guess each of us can't get away with a second-class merit. Wang Yang and Chen Eru happily hugged each other. Jumping and jumping. Second-class merit. Second-class merit. We also have second-class merit. If we were to feed the pigs at the base, we wouldn't be able to feed them for the rest of our lives. Su Da, who was next to him, was so excited that he almost burst into tears. If he could get a second-class credit, then he could really stay this time. Lin Hui looked at them. Alright, don't get too complacent yet. I'm just a guess. Whether or not I can take it, we'll have to wait until after the maneuvers are over. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish? Wang Yang urged. What's over? Lin Hui froze. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Hui, didn't you just say to wait for the drill to end? Let's take a knife to our necks and wipe it off. Won't it be over? Chen Era slapped his head. Yes so. Why didn't I think of that? Once the maneuver is over, we'll have a second-class merit. So hurry up and commit collective suicide. Lin Hui almost vomited blood. Is that how you guys understand it? He looked at Su De and cried. Squad leader. Look, this is the soldier you brought out. Su De immediately took a step back. It has nothing to do with me. I've only been carrying them for 3 months. They are your brothers. As you wish. Seeing the two of them look disgusted, Wang Yang was a bit confused. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Of course not. Lin Hui glared at him. Suicide? What were you thinking? Those people were wounded and could not retreat, so they died with the enemy. They are heroes. You are called bears. When you go out, don't say you know me. It's embarrassing. Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. Isn't this my first time participating in an exercise and I have no experience? Then what do we do next? Lin Hui said in a good-natured manner. Keep doing it. The bigger the job, the more enemies you destroy, the better. By then you can't say that it won't be a second-class merit, but directly a first-class merit. First class? I'll go. This is more than they could ever dream of. Wang Yang excited. If there is a first-class merit, I go back to the electronics factory as not playing screws. I might even be able to work in an organization. Chen Arrow eyes light. If I have a first-class merit, after I go back, the big girls in the townships must be lined up and I matchmaking. The village flowers see have to call me Tiger. Su Da's heart was also overwhelmed with excitement. If you get a first-class merit, you're sure to be promoted. Not to mention staying in the army. Even if he doesn't have enough education, it's definitely not a problem. Looking at the three of them with a surging look, Lin Hui smiled slightly. Since you want to take credit, don't freeze. Let's go and do another wave of blues. Go! Fuck this shit. The three of them roared in unison and followed Lin Hui as he disappeared into the woods. 1 hour later, Blue Command. Blue Army Commander Zhang Yunlong looked at the battle map with a smile on his face. 602. There are only the last 2 battered regiments left. I'd like to see how much longer they can hold out. The Chief of Staff smiled and said, it's all too strong to last long. Zhang Yunlong turned his head to look at him. Our troops, when will they all be assembled? Chief of Staff, the general attack can be launched at any time by noon tomorrow at the latest. Great. Zhang Yunlong slammed his fist on the table. Tomorrow at noon. We're going to let that old kid 602 surnamed Blue take a good look at how backward their tactical play is. Report. Just then, an officer rushed in from outside. Zhang Yunlong raised his head and laughed. Look, the happy news is here again. The officer was a bit embarrassed. Reporting to the chief, we just received news that the missile-synthesized battalion under us has been completely wiped out. Everyone's smiles instantly stiffened, and Zhang Yunlong's face instantly turned ugly. How is this possible? It's true, the chief of staff asked anxiously. The missile-synthesized battalion is in the rear, so far away, and the red side is crippled by us, so they can't send any extra troops. How did they all get wiped out? The officer shook his head. I'm not sure of the exact reason. I heard that 4 Red Fong spies got mixed up in the camp and gave them laxatives in their meals. Those guys then took advantage of everyone's diarrhea and shot them all down. Supposedly. Allegedly what? I was told that it was a bit of a gruesome picture. And when the body was collected to go, it was made to vomit. Everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The image is just so flavorful. They could even imagine a group of people squatting and crackling on the floor. The image of a grenade blowing up yellow rain all over the place. There are even a lot of people who never got to lift their pants until they died. Zhang Yunlong slammed his fist on the table. Dog day. The people on the red side are really too shameless. Drugging the rice. Taking advantage of our people to pull a sneak attack. Simply not speaking martial arts. Die so suffocating death. The chief of staff smiled awkwardly. We brought the special forces to help. The exercise did not start to carry out a sneak attack. Seems to be a little immoral. Fine. Zhang Yunlong said angrily. It's just digging up the ground. But also must give me these few stinking rats. To find out all of them, they must be made to pay the price. Chapter 67. You're just smoking hot. It was getting light. A nest of grass suddenly moved. Lin Hui stretched and got out of it. It's so cozy after a good night's sleep. Awake? Lin Hui turned his head as Su De handed over a water bottle. Thank you, squad leader. Lin Hui wasn't polite and directly took a big gulp. After running most of the night and only having 3 hours of rest so far, I did get a little thirsty. Su De looked at him and asked, what should we do next? Lin Hui froze for a moment. suddenly having the illusion that he was more like a squad leader and Suda was a new recruit instead. He handed the canteen back and grinned. If I'm right, the Blues will be pissed off enough by now that they're digging around looking for us. Suda laughed bitterly. Does it even need to be said? 4 men. Take out hundreds on the other side. If you get taken out by Red's main force, that's fine. Being killed by the 4 of them, using this kind of means, is really a disgrace. Even at the end of the exercise, the Blue Army won. And the old face of the Blue Army commander just couldn't hang on. Especially the blue soldiers who died horribly without lifting their pants. Probably have to be psychologically scarred for life. Have you figured out how to do it yet? Lin Hui nodded. I'm going to lure them away. Suda was confused. You're going to use yourself as bait? Absolutely not. Lin Hui, squad leader. Suda directly interrupted. No matter what, you can't be alright. You're our backbone. You're alive. You might be able to create more miracles. Leave things like being a decoy to me. Lin Hui was just about to open his mouth when Suda waved his hand and interrupted again. There's no need to persuade me. This time I've made such a great achievement. It's already enough. You've already done enough for me. I can't let you risk your life again. Our regiment is gone. And as squad leader, it's time for me to do something for you. Lin Hui smiled bitterly. Squad leader, you misunderstood. I didn't intend to persuade you. Suda's head was full of black lines. Am I wasting my feelings for nothing? You should at least be humble with me and fight for it. It makes me lose face. Lin Hui smiled and said, Squad leader, what I mean is that none of us are going to be the bait. Suda was confused. How can we lure away the enemy if we don't act as bait? Lin Hui patted the Blue Army uniform on his body. On the signal sensor on our body, there is a small chip that sends signals towards the outside all the time. Red and blue. We're wearing Blue Army clothes, the chip is their frequency. As long as they use high-tech equipment, they can easily find us. With that, he rummaged through his body for his smoke detector. When you take it apart, it does have a small chip inside. This thing works mainly to receive laser sensors and also prevents soldiers from getting lost. Equivalent to GPS positioning. Although it looks insignificant, but this thing is worth a lot of money. Cannot just lose. Suda stared at the small chip in his hand and frowned. The next second suddenly his eyes lit up. You're thinking, leave this here. A smokescreen for the Blues? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Half a guess. Suda scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Lin Hui smiled and said, the thing is dead. If we throw it here, any fool can guess that we've snapped off the chip. Moreover, in case they find it and follow the traces, it won't take long for us to be caught up. If we send out more helicopters, it's going to be a wing and a half. Suda stared at him. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, and slapped his hand on the nearby haystack. In the next second, Wang Yang jumped out of it like a spring, the saliva at the corners of his mouth pulling long. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Ero also immediately got up from the grass. Is it the enemy coming? Lin Hui smiled and said, the sun's on your ass. Time to get up and work. The two of them looked around in bewilderment. With a lifeless face, Brother Hui, no enemies are coming. Let us sleep some more. I'm exhausted after running all night. Lin Hui grunted. What are you sleeping for? How can you sleep when the enemy is at hand? All of you, cheer up. Do you still want to get a first-class merit? Think. The two were instantly refreshed. Lin Hui looked at them both. Ready to start if you want. Fuck who? Fuck the boar. The 3 men were startled. Crap. Wang Yang said in shock. Brother Fai. This is not something you can do. Chen Ero nodded his head. Right. Yes. I read that people and pigs can't be together. Suda hesitated. Lin Hui. I didn't want to say it, but as a squad leader, I have to advise you to take good protective measures and never. Fuck off. Lin Hui cursed in anger. What the hell is in each of your heads? How fucking nasty. The 3 men looked at each other. You? Not that? Crap. Lin Hui glared at them. Hurry up and go get me 4 boars. Hurry up. Wang Yang hee bad smile. This is not still that mean? Still have to be Hui brother you will play. 1v4 really with vigor. Wild boar is more fragrant than domestic pigs. Before he could finish his words, he flew straight out several meters in the clouds. Fell straight to the dogs. Lin Hui cursed. Any more fucking bullshit and I'll shove your head in a pig's asshole. Wang Yang was startled. Climbed up and ran towards the forest. The wild boar thing is very fertile and likes to live in herds. This forest just happens to have quite a few. With little effort, they had the 4 boars together. Lin Hui removed all the sensors from the 4 men and tied them to the 4 boars. Slapping the pig's ass hard, the boar wailed and leaped out like a rocket, darting toward the forest. All right. Lin Hui clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the one where we're completely safe. Suda was the first to react and gave a thumbs up. High. Really high. Lin Hui Why didn't I realize before? You are simply lacking in virtue with smoke. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Don't praise me. I'll be proud. Su De rolled his eyes. Am I fucking complimenting you? Chen Arrow asked curiously. Brother Hui, the boar has run away. What are we doing now? Wang Yong's eyes were full of excitement. Did you go on to get the blues? Lin Hui nodded with a smile. Without sensors, we're invisible. And there's so much we can do. I guess the Blue Army is surrounding our remaining troops. So let's go and do something big. The three of them looked at each other. Their faces filled with confusion. Although he didn't know what Lin Hui wanted to do. Just by looking at his treacherous smile, he knew that it was definitely nothing good. Su De had even begun to start praying on behalf of the Blues. How many old people's homes had he bombed in his last life before you guys ran into such a dead pervert as Lin Hui? Blue Army, Black Tiger Special Squadron Command. A soldier took off his headset and suddenly stood up. Report. Found the signal. Squadron leader Li Mang flew over, saw the 4 signal points flashing on the screen, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. The 4 rats finally came out of their holes. Disappeared for a night. I thought they were gone. Suddenly, he frowned again. What's going on? Why are the 4 signals going in different directions? Are they separated? The officer next to him was also a bit strange. Yeah, why are these guys changing direction? What the hell are they up to? Whatever they're trying to do, they're never going to get it. Li Mang snorted coldly. Immediately send someone. Give me to catch them back. Dead or alive. A few little mice also dared to make trouble. Looking for death. The officer next to him nodded and immediately set off with his men. Time passes by. 3 hours later, 2 helicopters slowly descended from the sky. Caught it so soon. Li Mang happily ran over and asked with a smile. How was it? How many did you catch? An officer came down from above. All caught. Li Mang's eyes lit up. It's okay. The officer's expression was a little embarrassed. But what? The officer grimaced. Lieutenant, why don't you just see for yourself? He stepped aside, and when Li Mang looked toward the inside, his entire body froze. Only in the cabin, several wild boars were tied up in 5 different ways, wailing and screaming. Damn! Li Mang grabbed his collar. I let you go to catch people. What are you doing with a few wild boars back? Barbecue? The officer was sprayed with saliva and said with a bitter smile. Chief, those few unethical things guessed that we were going to catch them, and tied the signal source to the boar in advance, causing us to chase them all the way. I thought, after all this effort, we can't have no gain at all. So, we brought the boar back. Why don't we just give the brothers an extra meal? Li Mang almost spat out blood in anger. You're really looking out for the brothers, aren't you? Shit. The Special Operations Squadron was actually treated like monkeys, chasing after 4 boars for so long. Li Mang was so angry that he slammed his fist on the airplane. Fuck him. I've never seen such an unethical thing in my life. Chapter 68. How can you be a spy if you're so bossy? Several officers bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Li Mang stared at the pigs, getting more and more irritated. Get rid of the pigs. The officer just now cautiously asked. Get to where? Li Mang glared at him fiercely. Where do you think it's going? Send it to the back kitchen to be slaughtered and added to the meal. It's hard to send it back to be released. Don't you know that wild boars are flooding in now? The officer hurriedly nodded. Yes. We'll inform the cooking class. The others were secretly relieved. Luckily it wasn't a wasted chase, so at least I can add to my evening meal. I've heard that wild boar meat is nutritious, so I'll have to eat more at night. Beautifully. You guys still have the face to laugh? Li Mang pointed at them. After searching for a few hours, you just fucking caught a few boars and came back. I don't care what method you use. You must catch these 4 rats back. If you can't, don't come back for dinner. Get the hell out of here. Yes. The group rushed to the plane and lifted off again. Li Mang clenched his fists. Incomparably furious, bastards, actually dare to fool me. If I let me find the 4 of you, I'll have to teach you a good lesson. Meanwhile, the exercise directorate. Lin Rui looked at the screen and shook his head helplessly. By this time, the Blues had all assembled and completely surrounded the Reds. What do you think? Lin Rui turned around and a lieutenant colonel was standing next to him. Lin Rui rolled his eyes. What? How? With your eyes. The lieutenant colonel was speechless. I'm asking you what you think about the current maneuver situation. Do you think there's still hope for the red side to turn the game around? Lin Rui laughed. You, a high school graduate from a military academy, need a critique from me? The lieutenant colonel laughed. I just want to hear what you, a general, have to say. Hurry up. Almost. No suspense. Lin Rui put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. The situation is now clear. The remnants of the red side have been surrounded by the blue army. They have no heavy firepower, and are now just hanging on by the terrain advantage. To put it bluntly, if you want to fight but can't, if you want to run but can't, It's only a matter of time before you're wiped out by the blues. The colonel nodded. Just as I thought. Lin Rui rolled his eyes. Then why the fuck are you asking me to speak? If it weren't for the fact that I've been in school for over 10 years, I wouldn't even bother with you. The lieutenant colonel went on to say. The Blue Army's purpose this time is very obvious. It wants to teach the red side a lesson. To let them know how backward traditional fighting methods really are in the face of informationized warfare. This time, I'm afraid that even if the red side has a great golden immortal coming down to earth, I'm afraid that there's no way back to heaven. Lin Rui didn't say anything inside in his mind as he looked at the screen. FAI, you've really got your back up this time. First time on maneuvers and you get beat up so bad. If it was with the blues, it might have had a bit of a chance to show. But now, he sighed helplessly. It's all my fault for holding you up in front of Pops before. This time when I go back, I am designated to be scolded. The main road. Several tanks rumbled over the ground. Lin Hui poked his head out of the forest and looked towards the distance. His eyesight had been boosted several times, and he could see clearly within 500 meters, and beyond that he could see a rough outline. Soon he realized that the tanks had pulled into a camp. Lin Hui frowned slightly. Something wasn't right. If it's a conventional combat unit, it's normal for convoys to come in and out, but there is something strange about this one in front. Running around. Always these ones. It didn't look like they were going into combat, but more like they were on patrol. Just then, Lin Hui noticed with a sharp eye that many antennas had been erected in the campground. A light went on in his eyes. This was probably Red's command headquarters. FAI. What's wrong? Behind him, Wang Yang impatiently patted him. Lin Hui had just shrunk his head back. Chen Eru asked anxiously again. How about it, brother Hui? Can you do it? I can't wait to show off my skills. Lin Hui glared at them. What's the hurry? Mustn't we observe clearly first? The two men shut up immediately. They're both still anxious to get their first-class honors. Can they not be? Suda asked curiously. How's the observation going? Can you do it? Lin Hui smiled slightly. Can. Moreover, the opposite side looks like it should be a soft target. The three were all excited in an instant. Wang Yang scratched with both hands and licked his lips. Soft persimmons are good. I like pinching soft persimmons the most. Chen Era hammed and hawed and giggled. Steady. Steady. First-class merit steady. Lin Hui coughed. The soft persimmon I mentioned is just a little bit softer than the conventional troops. It doesn't mean that people are really hard. What do you mean? I've just taken a closer look, and there are at least 20 tanks, 8 armored cars, and no less than 2 companies of guards in here. The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Suda's eyes went straight. You call this a soft persimmon? This is a fucking iron persimmon. Wang Yang wailed. If we go over there like this, our legs could be broken. Chen Eru said fearfully. Brother Hui, why don't we change the place? I think it's fine to do the cooking class. Lin Hui kicked him over. That's all he's got. You're addicted to beating up the cooking class. Haven't you forgotten how to take a beating? Thinking about the beating they received that day, the two of them still have palpitations to this day. Hiding in the back, all of them get blasted and hammered by others. It's too bad. Suda anxiously asked. What do you have in mind? Lin Hui smiled and said. We've run around quite a few places in the past 2 days. But this is the only campground that has many antennas up. What does that mean? Meaning, there's an important message being delivered here? Suda's eyes lit up. Command. Lin Hui nodded. That's right. This must be some command headquarters of the Blue Army. If we can destroy this place, it'll definitely be a bigger credit than before. Now let's take a gamble. The big deal is that we'll die with them. To the end. Anyway, we have 4 rotten lives, so it's not a loss. Suda was all smiles. That's right. Anyway, we've already gotten the credit, no matter how many we can kill. It's all blood money. Wang Yang and Chen Eru's eyes also glowed. Brother Hui, give the order. How are we going to do it this time? We can't wait to die bravely and be heroes. Lin Hui let the 3 people come up and said with a smile. You guys for a while. So and so. The 3 of them were filled with bad jokes. 20 minutes later, Lin Hui's few people were grasping large bundles of wild vegetables in their hands, strutting out of the woods and toward the side of the camp. Just as it was about to get close, a bush suddenly came to life. Stand still. Muzzle. A camouflage-covered dark sentry pointed his gun at Lin Hui's men and asked in a cold voice. Lin Hui quickly put his hand up. Comrade, don't shoot. We're friendly soldiers. Friends? Yeah, we're the cooking crew, out digging for wild greens. Lin Hui looked back, and several people immediately raised the wild vegetables in their hands. Dark Sentinel frowned. Cooks? Why haven't I seen you guys before? The 2 bright sentries behind them also came over at the sound. What's going on? Spotted a couple of spies. You're the fucking spy. Your whole family is a spy. Wang Yang jumped straight up. I told you we're from the cooking class. If you come back to cook, You won't be able to eat a piece of meat. Chen Eru grunted. Yes, not even leaving you with halogenated seeds. The two bright sentries looked a few people up and down and frowned. There are only a few cooking classes. I've seen them all. Why haven't I seen you? Lin Hui smiled and said, Comrade, we were just seconded here. You don't recognize normal. Please take us to the cooking class to report. Okay? The two men were filled with suspicion. First the gag. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Really dead-eyed, I said I'm new here. How would I know the password? Look at our clothes. See if it's the Blue Army's logo. Still really think we have nothing to do. Come all the way here to play and suspect us of being spies? He grabbed the barrel of the concealed sentry's gun and pressed it against his head. Suspect me of being a spy? Why don't you just finish me off and consider it my fucking bad luck to fall into the hands of my own people? The several people on the opposite side were all confused. Even Su Da's trio was startled. Crap. This operation, too, is too exciting. In case someone's hand shakes, it's a real reimbursement. After a couple seconds, the dark sentry moved his gun away. Alright, we're just going through the motions. According to the regulations, we really can't let them in without a password. So please understand. Lin Hui deliberately snorted coldly. I understand you guys. Who understands us? The Red Army has been beaten to that shit. They'll all have to be regrouped soon. And they still have that kind of free time to send people over? What do you guys think? If we were on the red side, would we be strutting around like this? And bringing wild vegetables over to add to your diet? Chen Eru nodded. That's right. If you look at us, we look like spies. We are good people. Great good people. A few of the blues looked at each other and thought it made sense. The maneuver is almost over. The winner is about to be decided. And it is useless for the red side to do anything at this time. If we really wanted to send spies in, we would have done it already. Why wait until now? Besides, what's not to like? Did you have to dress up as a cook? Is this to come and work as a laborer and help chop vegetables and burn wood? Besides, how could the ones in front of them, who weren't the least bit flustered and were even bolder than they were, be spies? Okay, let's pretend we misunderstood you guys. The Dark Sentinel said breathlessly. Come with us. I'll take you to the cook shop to report first, but you'll still have to verify your identities on the phone with your superiors later. Lin Hui nodded his head in thanks. No problem. But the moment the trio turned around, Lin Hui's eyes crossed and he violently rushed up towards the dark sentry. One hand around the neck, one hand over the mouth, and put the person right down on the ground. What are you doing? The two men next to him reacted violently and were just about to raise their guns. Fuck you guys. With a low growl, Su Da lunged towards one of them. One was instantly subdued in 3 strokes. The other had only just brought his gun up when a dark shadow suddenly loomed before his eyes. Crap. What the hell? In the next second, Chen Eru slammed heavily on top of him, pressing down on his upper body. Wang Yang followed suit and pounced on him, pressing down on the lower half of his body like he was tying up a pig. The two of them, one on top of the other, held the guy down with such deadly force that they almost didn't spit blood on him. Lin Hui knocked the dark sentry unconscious with a hand slash and just turned his head, his eyes nearly glaring out. Crap! What the hell are you two up to? Su Di also turned his head back and nearly vomited blood when he saw the scene in front of him, only to see Chen Eru's crotch pressing the guy's face to death. The guy at the bottom struggled for no time and immediately stopped moving. Wang Yang's position was even stranger. His entire head disliked underneath the others. The two were up and down, and the action was really a bit ungainly. Lin Hui glared at them. Big crowd. Can you guys fucking watch your influences? Chen Eru hurriedly climbed up. Hey. Sorry. I jumped up and jumped high and didn't receive it. Wang Yang climbed up and poo-pooed. What a fucking stench. He kicked Eru. It's all because of you. Why did you jump so high? Causing me to get the angle wrong. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. How it looks like these two are doing it on purpose. Okay, cut the crap and hide the guy. We don't have much time. Okay. Several people immediately joined forces and dragged the three into the bushes. Chapter 69, Infiltrate the Blues headquarters and do something big. Blues camp. The 4 of them lined up in a line toward the front. Lin Hui walked at the front, tightly gripping the steel gun in his arms. The 3 people behind them were full of tension, their eyes constantly peeking around. Chen Eru's nervous little legs and stomach were soft. Brother Hui. I'm a bit scared. Will I reveal myself? Calm down. Lin Hui reminded in a low voice. There are so many people in the camp. As long as we act naturally, they definitely won't find out. Just think of yourself as a movie star. Chen Eru nodded and kept muttering in his heart. I'm a movie star. I'm a movie star. I'm a movie star. Su Da's heart thumped as he looked around the heavily guarded area. Just outside. Looking at the campground is pretty ordinary, but when I came in, I realized that the guards were so tight. Everywhere there are open, concealed, and roving sentries. Not only that, but the camp got a number of equipment vehicles, communications vehicles, and command vehicles. These special vehicles are not something that a regular camp can be equipped with. Lin Hui turned around and mapped out the general situation in the camp, and hurriedly brought the three to the back of a tent. Suda said anxiously, Lin Hui, going on like this is not a solution. Wang Yang nodded. Yes, brother Hui, if we run into someone asking for the password, we're all screwed. You don't know. I just ran into those patrols and swept me off my feet, scaring me so much that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Lin Hui said faintly, what's the point of panicking? People don't see it. That means we are pretending to be quite decent. But we're cooks. Wang Yang was anxious. What kind of cook doesn't work in the back kitchen and keeps wandering around the camp? That's not like it? Don't care about these details. Lin Hui waved his hand. We're mainly here to understand the situation within the camp. The general situation. I've already figured it out. Curious? Suda asked. How was it? Lin Hui smiled faintly. I can be 100% sure that this is the Blue Army's general headquarters. A large number of equipment vehicles, command vehicles, and communication vehicles in the camp. These are not equipped by regular troops. Only the command can have such a configuration. We've really come to the right place this time. Suda nodded. He had just noticed this as well. How are we going to do this? Lin Hui smiled and asked. How many more explosives do you have? Bring them all out. The three froze and hurriedly rummaged through their bags for explosives and several grenades. These had been scavenged from the Blue Army camp earlier, and there were quite a few of them. It's all here. Lin Hui looked. These are enough. Soon, he was using what he had on hand to create an improvised time bomb. Wang Yang's eyes widened. Brother Hui, you can still make bombs? Lin Hui said proudly. That's right. That's right. Not to mention bombs. Give me enough material and I can rub out a nuclear bomb. The three rolled their collective eyes. You're still panting when I say you're fat? Lin Hui learned the art of making bombs after he joined the 6th company. There was an old sapper in the company who was a master at hand-rolling bombs. He was bored and learned a bit from others. Although his handiwork wasn't particularly good, with the system boost, he had at least learned a lot of useful things. For example, use limited materials to make a simple time bomb. Lin Hui took a few bombs and handed them over to a few people respectively. Keep them. Suda looked at the bomb and asked stupidly. You Don T want to blow up the camp, right? With just this much explosives, it's not enough. This range is so big, can't blow up a few people? Lin Hui shook his head. Who said I was going to blow up the camp? I was trying to. I know. Chen Era suddenly opened his mouth, feeling as if he was possessed by a great intelligence. The three of them looked at him at the same time. What did you realize again? Lin Hui was a bit surprised. I haven't even said it yet. And you know it again? Wait, why should I say again? Chen Era gave a thumbs up and laughed heatedly. It's still brother Hui. Only you can come up with such an unethical method. You must want a few of us to wear dynamite on our bodies as human bombs to blow them up, right? Wang Yang excitedly patted his thigh. Right. Why didn't I think of that? As long as we die with the enemy, we'll be considered heroes, and we'll definitely be given a first-class merit when the time comes. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. Do you have any brains at all? He said breathlessly. Exercise bombs, close-range explosions, even if it's not to the point of death, it can be disabled. If you guys really want to be martyrs, I won't stop you. And when it's the New Year's holiday back, I'll burn some yuanbao candles for you. The two men were startled. The explosives in the yard drill are so lethal? No. They're just trying to get off the field early so they can claim credit. It's not like you really want to be a martyr. Suda looked at him and asked. Lin Hui, don't sell yourself short. These bombs, what exactly do they do? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Since I'm here, I have to make something out of this. I'm going to want to blow up all these command vehicles. Blow up the command vehicle? Suda didn't react for a moment. Wang Yang was anxious. Brother Hui, the camp is just this big. After the bombing, how can we run? The last time we bombed the thing, the Blue Army has already hated us to death. If they catch us, they'll beat us to death. Chen Era wailed. Brother Hui, be honest, have you never been beaten up before? It hurts. Lin Hui froze for a moment. Did getting smoked by his old man with a 7-pack after hours count? I jerked off a couple of my pants pockets. He coughed and said, Don't worry, it's just a beating. What a big deal. As long as we can make a big achievement, what's the harm in getting beaten up? Think of it as dying for your country. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. This reasoning, it was really impeccable and could not be refuted. Besides, they're in now, and it would be a loss if they didn't get something going. What's the point of getting caught and beaten up? Make it sound like who hasn't been beaten before. The three of them thought together. Come on, what are we going to do? Lin Hui said seriously. Later, the four of us will split up and have a smaller target that won't be easily detected. Give me the explosives to install into those with antennas from the car. Wang Yang suddenly interrupted. Wait, since we can blow up cars, why don't we blow up the command center? Maybe we can blow up a few big fish? Chen Eru nodded. Right, if we blow up all those officers, won't we win? Lin Hui glared at the two. What do you know about hammers? Cars are more important than people. Seeing the two confused, Su De smiled and explained. Lin Hui is right. Blowing up the command headquarters is simply useless. The division commander is gone. The brigade commander is on. The brigade commander is gone. The regimental commander is on. It is simply not enough to kill. But these command vehicles are different. There's vital equipment in here. And once they're destroyed, they can't send any messages. The blues would immediately be deaf and blind. It dawned on the two men. Wang Yang exclaimed. Worthy of being Brother Hui? His brain is better than ours. Chen Eru carefully asked. Then can I strap on explosives and go blow up a car? I still want to be a martyr and experience a. Lin Hui kicked over. Dang you mom. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get to work. And meet me in the biggest tent in the center as soon as it's over. The three of them followed their gaze. And Su De asked suspiciously. What are you doing there? Aren't you going to run after you set off the bomb? Lin Hui smiled faintly. When did I say I was running away? Su Darren stupid, I go. If you don't run away and wait to be caught, do you really want to get a beating? Lin Hui heatedly smiled. If we detonate the bomb, the camp will definitely be in chaos, so we can just kill our way into the command center and fuck all of them over. Anyway, one of them is enough. Killing two of them will make us a lot of money, and it will be an honorable death. Crap, the trio's eyes were filled with excitement. It's still you. It's fucking lacking. You blow up someone's car and don't run away. You actually have to fuck the commander. Who the fuck would have thought that? No matter what, this time it's a big profit. First-class merit is a sure thing. Wang Yang rubbed his hands together. Brother Hui, hurry up. I can't wait to fuck them. Chen Eru also said excitedly. Me too. Me too. Su De took a deep breath. Still, you kid has a lot of ghost ideas. If I were the commander of the Blue Army, I'd have to hate you to death. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Depart. As the words fell, the four rushed out in different directions and disappeared into the camp. Chapter 70, Hard Dish. Red Hot Blues command soon. The four of them quickly dispersed to various parts of the camp. With his hands behind his back, Chen Eru pretended to walk towards an equipment truck. The two guards by the car gave him a look. Chen Eru smiled nervously and asked, Have you eaten yet? The two men glared at him and didn't say anything. Chen Eru continued to hem and haw and giggled. Eat is not full? Our cooking class cooked a big cake. The old knows incense. Want to taste? The corners of their mouths twitched. Where did this idiot come from? Simply just turn your head away from him. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Eru hurriedly pulled out the explosives from his pants and quickly glued them to the bottom of the car. After getting it done, he immediately acted like nothing was wrong. I'm serious. If you guys are hungry, go to the cooking class and eat a big cake. If it's not good, you come to me. Two guards. On the west side of the camp, Wang Yang looked at the communication vehicle surrounded by a large number of guards and made a mistake. How can we put the bomb on it with so many people? A sudden idea came to him in silence. Wang Yang hurriedly took off the water bottle on his waist. Go away you! Only to see the kettle roll like a bowling ball all the way to the bottom of the car. Wang Yang ran over in a panic and rushed to one of the guards. Bro, my water bottle rolled under the car. Can you help pick it up? The guard gave him a look and didn't say anything. Wang Yang smiled playfully. A favor? The guard glared at him. Can't you pick it up yourself? Wang Yang rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner, but he was happy in his heart. Hurriedly pouting, he got under the car. While picking up the kettle, he immediately pulled out the dynamite and glued it to the bottom of the car. He came out carrying a water jug and gave a couple of the guards a blank look as he walked away. How petty! A few of the guards didn't even look at him, choosing to ignore him completely. Meanwhile, behind an equipment truck, Su De crouched on the ground, nervously busy. There! When he was done loading, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to stand up, a cold voice suddenly came out. What are you doing? Su De was so frightened that he hurriedly stood up, only to see two guards, staring coldly at him. Sneaky, what just happened? Su De got wise in a hurry and hurriedly pretended to lift his pants. I'm peeing. The guard glared at him. Is this a place to pee? Your company? Don't. Su De hurriedly begged for mercy. I just couldn't hold it in. I had no choice but to pee here. I won't dare next time. I definitely won't dare. Seeing that he admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude, the two coldly grunted. Spare you this time. Next time, Direct notification of criticism. Yes, yes, yes. Suda hurriedly nodded his head and waited for the people to leave. He leaned against the car, both his legs weak and his back even more soaked all over. He took a deep breath. Damn, this job is really not for ordinary people. It's so exciting. On the other side, in a command car, the three officers were bound hand and foot and had smelly socks stuffed in their mouths. They were wide-eyed and kept making whimpering noises. Lin Hui sat next to him and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, three chiefs. I didn't want this to happen. Who made you guys not cooperate with me?" Three officers with eyes that spit fire. "Woo-woo," Lin Hui said faintly, "you guys better not struggle. The more you struggle, the deeper the socks sink, the more the flavor goes up. Not that I'm saying, at least you guys are leaders. Can you talk about personal hygiene? Socks have to be changed diligently." The three officers' lungs exploded. Shit, there's a drill going on right now. Where's that? If they had known what they were in for, they would have changed into clean socks beforehand. Lin Hui smiled faintly and simply ignored him. "Turn your head to look at the equipment in the car. What's with all the buttons? These things?" Lin Hui also did not learn how to use them, and could not operate them at all. Sweeping up and simply picking up a walkie-talkie straight away. Looked for the most frequently contacted channel on it. Odds are it's probably the director's department. Lin Hui didn't even think about it and dialed directly. Soon, the other side picked up. "This is the drill director's office." Lin Hui smiled and said, "Reporting to the directorate. I have important news to report." The officer on the end nodded. "Go ahead." Lin Hui said seriously, "The Blue Army headquarters is about to suffer a devastating blow and will soon be completely wiped out. So please send someone over immediately to receive it. The news is true. It's 1,000 times true. So hurry up and come over. Don't delay." In one breath, he simply hung up the call. Lin Hui turned his head, grinning, and rushed at the three. "Sorry, please follow the rules of the maneuver. You're already dead." When he finished, he scratched the three men's necks with a red pen before leaving. The three were completely speechless. "Is this kid brain dead? Why are you still sending this fake message to the director's office?" And Blue's HQ was devastated. "Are you kidding me?" On the other side, the drill director's department. An officer hurriedly ran to the general director, reporting to the chief. The general director looked up. "What's wrong?" The officer reported. "Just now, we received a message. Someone reported that the Blues headquarters is about to suffer a devastating blow, and asked us to send someone over to receive it immediately." The general director stared in shock. The Blues headquarters was attacked? Who attacked it? When did it happen? How come I don't know? The lieutenant colonel next to him was surprised. "No, we've been monitoring it. They were in command just now. How could they have been attacked?" The chief director looked at the officer. "Is there a mistake?" The officer scratched his head. "It shouldn't be possible, right? The message came right from their headquarters. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Could it be that they're confused themselves? Or is it a prank?" The chief director frowned. "Get me another contact to find out." "Yes." The officer went out for a moment and then ran back in. "Director, can't get in touch." Everyone was dumbfounded. What are these Blues guys up to? What message do you pass around on your own nonsense? Have you ever reported yourself to be completely wiped out? It's hard to believe that they're going to kill themselves. That's not right. They're about to win. What are they doing killing themselves? The chief director pondered for a moment. Something's fishy, and the message came from the Blues headquarters again. So send someone to check it out right away. Yes. Soon a car departed from the director's office. Meanwhile, Blues headquarters. Lin Hui and the trio managed to rendezvous. He looked to a few people and asked, "Well, no accidents, right?" Wang Yang said vocally, "Brother Hui, you don't know. I planted a bomb. It was just like going to break into a dragon pool or tiger's den. Dozens of guards were standing by the side. Just looking at it made people's legs tremble. Fortunately, I was brave and fearless, and opened my clever little brain in time, which accomplished the task." Chen Eru also hastened to brag, "I only dangerous it. A few guards look at my crotch bulging, almost come up to search the body." Lin Hui immediately rolled his eyes. "You two are the only ones with a lot of drama. It's just a bomb. It's like being a secret agent on the street." "Squad leader, did it go well there?" Suda said sheepishly. "It's kinda not insulting. A few explosives are all loaded. What's the next step?" Lin Hui looked at his watch. "There are still a few minutes before the explosion. Let's go. Let's go to their command center to do a big job while we're here." The three of them hemmed and hawed, their faces full of excitement. Just waiting for that. The three of them followed Lin Hui and swaggered right towards the command headquarters. Just as they got close, they were stopped by the guards. "Stop! What are you doing?" "Orders!" Lin Hui hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. We're from the cooking class." "Cooking class? The 4 guards looked at each other and asked suspiciously, "What is the cookshop doing here? Hurry up and leave, don't you know you can't get close here?" Lin Hui was serious, "We came over because we received orders." "What orders?" Lin Hui smiled and said, "The chief wants to eat something new. Our cooking class meditated on several dishes. Now come over and report the name of the dish." The guard looked confused. "Name the dish? What dish does the chief want?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Hard dish. It's called red roasted blues command." The guard's pupils slammed. His face changed dramatically, and he was just about to react. "Go!" Lin Hui waved his hand, and several people quickly rushed up. Chapter 71. The head of the blues is furious, fuck them to death. Lin Fai lands a straight uppercut. The fist smashed into the jaw of one of the guards. The guy stared and fell straight back into sleep. Su Di also quickly rushes up to tackle one. Although Wang Yang and Chen Era did not know how to fight, they both had a lot of strength. Going up and covering their mouths, like tackling a pig, they just pinned the 2 men to the ground and knocked them out on the spot. Lin Hui looked around and hurriedly beckoned toward the 3 while no one was paying attention to the side. "Quick! Drag the people into the tent." "Okay." The 4 men hemmed and hawed and immediately dragged the man toward the tent. They've done this kind of thing so many times. They're familiar with it now. Inside the tent, there were busy figures everywhere, and the sound of ticking instruments. An officer walked to the door with the report and was just about to put the paper on the table when his whole body froze. Just 4 guys, dragging 4 unconscious people in with their backs to him. "Just put it here." Lin Hui clapped his hands and turned around just in time to meet this officer eye to eye. If they had gotten any closer, they probably could have kissed. The officer backed away in fear, pointing at him in horror. You, what do you do?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and raised his gun. "Fuck you." Bang! A shot rang out and red smoke erupted directly from the officer. The sudden sound of gunfire caused everyone in the Blue Army Command to stop what they were doing and look up to stare at Lin Hui's men. Lin Hui pointed at them. "All crouch down. Don't move." It was as if time had stood still for all of them, and there was no reaction, just staring stupidly at them. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui fired several shots into the sky and yelled, "Don't fucking move. Crouch down and hold your head. The Red Army is coming to sweep." Everyone's mouths opened wide in shock before they reacted. What's going on? Isn't Red completely surrounded and trapped in a ravine? What are you doing here? Seeing that the crowd remained unmoved, Wang Yang became angry and was ready to make an example of them. "All of them are fucking deaf. They didn't hear my brother Hui speak." He pulled the trigger toward a major in front of him, but surprisingly, there was no smoke coming out of the guy at all. "What happened? Did you miss?" Wang Yang was confused and thought he was a bad shot. 2 shots in a row. Still no use. Lin Hui reacted violently and pointed at him. "Crap, you fucking actually cheated. Maneuvers don't deserve a single smoke detector. I'm going to report you guys." The corners of this major's mouth twitched with capitalized embarrassment. Command is in the big back and it's all about winning soon. He felt it was heavy and in the way, so he went ahead and took the smoke detector off. The point is, who the hell would have thought that a couple of petty thieves on the red side would kill at this point? Bang bang bang. Su did toward the front of a sweeping shot. There are still a few were hit with smoke. "Let you crouch down and hold your heads. You do not hear?" Snap. Blue Army Commander Zhang Yunlong slammed down on the table and roared towards them. "Where the hell did you guys come from? See, all of them here are senior officers. And you few petty thieves, with a few guns, want to make them squat?" Lin Hui stepped forward. "Why can't I? You're prisoners now, and I'd be merciful if I didn't tie you up one by one." The chief of staff said angrily. "How dare you talk to the commander like that?" Lin Hui smiled faintly at him. "Sorry, that's the way we always treat our enemies. If you don't like it, don't be a captive if you can." Zhang Yunlong stared at him. "Don't you have some guts? 4 people dare to break into our command headquarters?" Lin Hui walked up and pointed his gun directly at him. "Cut the crap and crouch down immediately with your head in your hands, or I'll mutilate you all." Zhang Yunlong laughed coldly. "Even if you raid all of us, it's useless. The red side is about to launch a general attack. Even if we're gone, someone else will take over the command. On the contrary, you guys, the camp is full of people. Can you escape?" Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "Who said we're running away?" Without waiting for Zhang Yunlong to react, muffled explosions suddenly came from outside. In the next second, everyone in the command center was confused. "What's going on? What's going on? Where's that explosion coming from? What have you done?" Lin Hui smiled faintly. "It's nothing, but it's just blowing up all of your communication vehicles, equipment vehicles, and combat command vehicles. Now, even if you guys are gone, someone else will be in command and the orders will be issued. Are you guys surprised, amazed, happy?" Zhang Yunlong almost spat out blood. This guy was also too lacking. He hurriedly asked someone to lift the curtain and take a look. The camp was thick with smoke and several command vehicles were indeed scrapped. Jiang Yunlong's eyes spewed fire. Son of a bitch. How did these guys do it? Are the guards blind? Just watching them plant the bomb? Wang Yong's face was full of dejection, and his eyebrows were about to fly up to the sky. I really didn't expect we just came over to deliver a pig. But we actually had such a big harvest, and put the headquarters of the Blue Army to the end. When we return to logistics, the division chief and veterans will envy me to death. Chen Era was similarly full of smugness, thought how strong the Blues were. They weren't much better, being two of our logistical pig farmers. They were regimented. Pust. Everyone collectively vomited blood. After all this, these are logistical pig farmers? It was as if they had suffered a 10,000 point blitz at the moment. It would be too humiliating to be exterminated by Red's combat elite, even if it was, but to be taken out by a couple of pig farmers. At this moment, Su Daya finally raised his head proudly, his entire being raising his eyebrows. The maneuvers started so stifling. He had long held his fire. Now you can sort of send it out. That's cool. Lin Hui dejectedly looked at Jiang Yunlong. Comrade Chief, without the command vehicle, I'll see how you can still give orders. Jiang Yunlong was trembling with anger. It was hard to organize a general attack, but now there are no command vehicles and the command headquarters have been terminated. How else can we give orders and how can the regiments cooperate in the attack? I saw the victory in front of me, and then it came to this. Jiang Yunlong was completely enraged, pointing at Lin Hui and the others. Beat these bastards to death. Lin Hui took a step back and also became angry. Gu crikey, I fucking gave you face right? Give me a hand and send them all back home. All four instantly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. After the intensive gunfire, Jiang Yunlong felt his chest being bounced twice. Blanks, at close range, are still lethal. He looked at the two black spots on his chest and realized that they happened to be close to his sensitive parts. He was furious. Bastards. How dare you shoot at me? Never seen bastards like you before. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. So you kind of saw it today? Jiang Yunlong's liver hurt from anger. You. Lin Hui waved his hand and interrupted. Alright, you're all dead. Dead people can't talk. Lie down properly and wait for the director's department to come and pick you up, and then reflect on how you died. Withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hui turned around with the three of them and left. The camp was in complete disarray and there were people everywhere. Who did it? Who the fuck did it? We've been snuck up on. Someone from Red must have slipped in. Find them for me. Catch them. I'll skin them for sure. Hurry to the command center to see if the chief is alright. Hearing the shouts and curses around him, Su De sweated coldly and hurriedly urged. Go this way. Lin Hui took the three of them and hurriedly prepared to slip away from the side. But within a few steps, the curtains of the command center behind them lifted. Jiang Yunlong angrily rushed out, pointing at the distant Lin Hui couple and yelling, catch these four bastards for me and beat them up hard. Just leave your breath. All of the surrounding soldiers turned their heads and stared angrily at Lin Hui's men. The four men were startled, feeling as if they were being stared at by a flooding beast, and their hairs stood up in sweat. Wang Yang panicked. It's over. It's over. This time it's dead. Chen Era hid behind Lin Hui. Brother Hui, if I die, please tell the division chief for me that I stole all the instant noodles and ham sausages in his locker. Su De swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Hui, look, do we still have a chance? There's a hammer chance. Lin Hui cursed in anger, turning his head and pointing at Jiang Yunlong. He shouted, you cheated. You're still giving orders even after you're dead. You're not practicing martial arts. Jiang Yunlong was also angry and cursed. I'm not dead yet. I'm dying and struggling to crawl out, can't I? Even if I die, I'm still a stern ghost, and now I'm here to seek revenge on you guys. So beat them to death for me. All the blue soldiers were like a flood, angrily rushing toward Lin Hui. Several people. Chapter 72, is it okay to surrender and lose half? Seeing the large number of people rushing over, the corners of Lin Hui's eyes danced wildly. I'll go. So many people. You're gonna get yourself killed? Wait. Seeing that the gang was about to rush up, Lin Hui hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. Everyone stopped and Jiang Yunlong glared at him. What other last words do you kid have? Lin Hui said pitifully. Chief, don't bully people like that. You're cheating. Jiang Yunlong laughed coldly. How did you cheat? I'm dead and they're not. So how can they not beat you up? Of course, even if you get them dead, they can turn into stern ghosts to haunt you just like me. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. Isn't this nasty trickery? Why don't you turn into a gourd girl when you're dead? He squeezed out a pleasing smile. Chief, you are a big official. We are just a few small soldiers. Just want to complete the mission. Get some credit to go back to have an explanation. You have a large amount of adults. The commander can hold a boat in his belly. So don't bother with us, right? Bah! Jiang Yunlong spat. Screw any big official. I'm just being careful. I'm just going to get you killed today. Wait. Seeing that the gang was about to rush up again, Lin Hui hurriedly shouted, "Shit! This whole thing is greasy." Jiang Yunlong glared at him. "Are you kid finished?" Lin Hui discussed. "Can we not do it? We are all civilized people." Jiang Yunlong pointed at him, full of arrogance. "Who the hell speaks civilized with you? Stand upright when scolded. Stand firm when beaten. Honestly, give me to stay there, do not move. Let me painfully out of breath. Or fists and feet do not grow eyes. Crippled can not blame me." Lin Hui hurriedly shouted again. Wait. The rules of the maneuver state that point blank. No injuries. Hitting us is a violation. The blues man sneered. "So what if it's against the law?" "The law is not against the people. Ever heard of that?" Hearing this, the four people completely panicked. How did they forget about this? The director's office can't take all the people who did it and put them in solitary confinement, can they? I guess in the end it must be criticized. Write a check and let go. This punishment blues presses do not care. Chen Era was about to cry in fear. "Brother Hui, why don't we kneel down and surrender?" Wang Yang snorted coldly and said, "What? Is it useful to kneel at this time? We should get down. The kind that throws itself on the ground. They will surely spare us." Lin Hui glared fiercely at the two of them. "You two are a fucking disgrace." Wang Yang hemmed and hawed, licked his face and said, "Brother Hui, stay green, not afraid of no firewood. As the saying goes, better to die than to live. The Locust Army. Bah! The Blue Army entrusted me to bring you a word." "Shut up." Lin Hui stomped on him, looked at Jiang Yunlong and said, "Chief, you can't bully the little ones with the big ones like this. It's nothing for us to take a beating. When the time comes for the above to pursue it, you're no better. Why bother to make a fish out of water?" Jiang Yunlong spread out both hands. "What does it have to do with me? It's not like I moved my hand." He shouted toward the blues. "Did I order you to do it?" The blues yelled. "No, we just look at them and want to beat them up." Jiang Yunlong hemmed and hawed. "See, it has nothing to do with me." Lin Hui's mouth twitched. Never seen such a brazen and shameless person. The double standard set. Always been played by you to understand. Jiang Yunlong sneered at the corner of his mouth. And with a look, the blues charged up again. "Fuck them." Seeing the crowd charging again, Lin Hui had no choice. He grabbed Chen Arrow's ear, and the pain made Arrow wail. Pain. "Brother Hui, what are you doing?" "Arrow, ever play sandbag toss?" "What?" Without waiting for him to react, Lin Hui dragged him by his waist with his right hand and directly he lifted up, thrown as a human sandbag. A large number of them were smashed down with a bang. Chen Arrow's buttocks were about to fall into several flaps. "It hurts me to death. My buttocks have blossomed." Lin Hui reached out to the side and fished. He turned his head, only to see that Wang Yang was actually on guard, pulling away with a big jump backward in advance, and rushing at him with a hefty bad smile, trying to catch me. Not even a chance. Lin Hui glared at him and backhanded Su De, who was on the side, and lifted him up. "Crap, what are you doing?" Before Su De had time to react, he flew up in the clouds and hit a large group of people. This maneuvering dumbfounded the people next to him. "This guy, he's so damn unethical. Shame on you for throwing your own people out as sandbags." Jiang Yunlong yelled from the side. "What are you guys still waiting for? Giving people a bowling ball to smash? Hurry up and get on. Go!" The blues men rushed up. Lin Hui didn't have anything to lose at this moment, so he could only prepare to fight hard, put up a fight. Seeing the two men rushing in front of him, Lin Hui shortened his body. The opponent's fist looked like it was in slow motion in his eyes. Ding! +1 dodge ability. Ding! Agility +1. In the next second, Lin Hui's double fists were like vipers coming out of their holes, pinpointing his opponent's weaknesses. The fists hit both men straight in the jaw. Bang bang! The two men stared at each other wide-eyed and fell straight back down. Straight into sleep. Lin Hui stood up as if he was possessed by the god of war, charging forward and backward, hitting consecutively, hitting many people in a row. Kill! Wang Yang also became a desperate man, charging towards the crowd. It's a kung fu he practiced in the logistics of catching pigs. A big fat pig of 300 or 400 pounds can be put down, let alone a human being. Su De climbed up from the ground, turned his head and glared fiercely at Lin Hui. "Bastard calf, class president you also throw? Too damaging." Soon, he joined the fray. It's a trapped animal at this point. If you want to rush out, you have to put up a fight, or you're definitely going to get your ass kicked in the ICU by the blues. Chen Arrow rubbed his ass and just made it up when a group of people grabbed his collar. "Get up you! Get your mother! Get your mother! Get your mother!" Snap! Intense slapping sounds rang out. Chen Arrow continuous a dozen chains slap over. "Give these faces are swollen." An officer covered his face. "Son of a bitch, how dare you fight back?" He had just rushed up when two black shadows appeared in front of him. "Stick it in your eyes." The officer was startled and instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. Chen Era heatedly smiled and kicked towards the middle of his legs. "Monkey picking peaches. Oh ho 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 ho." The officer clenched his legs and jumped around, letting out a male-like scream. The people around them felt their daisies tighten at once. With his self-created lower 3 kung fu, Chen Eru also joined the fight. Jingle bells. A fist fight. In the twinkling of an eye, the 30 or so blue soldiers who rushed up were all put on the ground by Lin Hui. Light Lin Hui did more than 10 by himself. Zhang Yunlon's eyes looked straight. "Crap, these boys are so fierce. Sure they're pig farmers?" Lin Hui waved at him and assumed the stance of a superior. "Chief, you have a good walk on your way to the Yellow Springs. We won't be accompanying you." "For nothing." With a wave of his hand, he led the 3 men to turn and run. But no sooner had they run out a few steps than they all stopped, then backed up in unison, front and back, densely packed with all the Blue Army's men, 200 or 300 in number, all stacked up their sleeves and came around in a murderous rage. Lin Hui's face was ugly. "It's over. I can't run away." Zhang Yunlong laughed out loud. "You want to run after offending our Blue Army? Even if you go to the Yellow Springs Road, I'll still have to drag you." Looking at the people who surrounded in all directions, Chen Era's voice was a little trembling. "Hui, let's kneel down. Now beg for forgiveness. It's not too late." Puff. Wang Yang directly knelt down. "No more fighting. No more fighting. Surrender and lose half. Okay?" Zhang Yunlong was so angry that he yelled, "Lose your grandma. Give me a fight. Charge." All of them roared and rushed up angrily. Lin Hui's heart was weak and his legs and stomach were weak. With so many people, it's useless even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. There's only one way to go. Move. Lin Hui grabbed Arrow and Wang Yang by their ears and yanked them to the side. The two wailed, "Slow down. Slow down. Your ears are going to fall off." When he rushed to a car, Lin Hui's eyes lit up and he suddenly found a gasoline tank. Without saying a word, he just opened the oil drum. Chen Arrow and Wang Yang froze for a moment. "Crap, what are you doing? You're not going to set yourself on fire, are you?" "Got it right. But it wasn't me." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, and without waiting for the two to react, he directly poured gasoline on them. The two were directly stunned. "Crap, crap, 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 what are you doing?" Lin Hui slammed the oil drum in front of him, pulled out his lighter directly, and yelled at all of them, "Don't come over again. I'll burn them to death." "Chen Eru, brother Hui, you can just burn yourself. Don't wreak havoc on me." "Wang Yang, you don't treat me like a brother." Lin Hui winked at them and said, "When the time comes, bear with it and it will pass." Watching him bring the lighter up, the 2 men were so scared that they shouted, "Endure your mom's head. You can just splash yourself." "Splash us for what? Help! Help us!" Suda was all taken aback. "Crap, Lin Hui, are you for real?" Lin Hui squeezed his eyes. "Make a scene. Suda people are numb. How the hell do I look so much like the real thing?" Wait. Blue's crowd separated. Zhang Yunlong panicked and ran over. Rushed Lin Hui shouted, "Young man, your road is still very long. Do not be impulsive, and do not embark on the road of lawlessness and crime. Think twice. Ah." Lin Hui pointed at him. "San, see your sister. Are you still going to fight us?" Zhang Yunlong compensated with a smile. "We're friends. How could I hit you?" Lin Hui grunted coldly. "Didn't you say you wanted to be a stern ghost to get us killed?" Zhang Yunlong laughed bitterly. "When what kind of severe ghost? I am rushing to reincarnation. Listen to me. Hurry up and put down the lighter. Don't be impulsive. Think about your parents. Think about your wife and children." Just then, the sound of a car came from outside. The crowd dispersed and the director's department drove up. A group of officers stood in the car and were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yunlong looked like he saw a savior and wailed anxiously. "You guys came just in time. Quick, hurry up and take the people away from me. Don't let them die in my place." Chapter 73 Red Shock. How did it become a tie when it was about to lose? The bumpy carriages. Wang Yang took the towel and rubbed it vigorously on his face, and the skin was going bald. He raised his arm and disliked Chen Arrow's face hard. "Smell if there's any smell left on me?" Chen Arrow sniffed. It kind of stinks. Like cumin." "Cumin?" Wang Yang froze for a moment. "Cumin-flavored gasoline? Brother Hui, why don't you help me smell it?" Lin Hui stomped away from him, his face full of disgust. "Smell your mother's head. That's clearly your fox odor." Wang Yang froze for a moment, then smelled it again, and immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. Hey, I call this manly odor. However, it seems that there is no smell on the body. This gasoline will not expire. We should not be able to light it, right?" Chen Arrow said worriedly. "I don't know, but I'd better be careful. Stay away from fire and candles. I don't want to become a roasted suckling pig. Pust. The lieutenant colonel driving in front of him just couldn't listen and couldn't help but laugh. The two men looked over with mute faces. Chief, what are you smiling about? The lieutenant colonel laughed. Are you two really stupid or not? How come you don't have any common sense in life? Gasoline will volatilize in the air. Don't you know? Volatilization? Does this stuff volatilize? I know that black fertilizer will volatilize when it gets dusty. I didn't know this one would too. The corner of the colonel's mouth twitched. Are you two here to be funny? If you don't understand, go back and flip through the book. This common sense don't understand. Also, you just flushed the water so many times. Long ago rinsed clean. Still burning ah. It's better to light a candle than to light you. The two of them exchanged glances and suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It's still the chief who has learned and knows a lot. The lieutenant colonel rolled his eyes and simply stopped talking to these two douchebags. He held up the rearview mirror and looked at Lin Hui in the back seat. The guy had been like a Maitreya Buddha with a big smile on his face since he got in the car. The lieutenant colonel rushed at him and said, "You guys are really tough. I've been in the military for so many years, and it's really the first time I've encountered the likes of you guys who commit suicide to blackmail the enemy in order not to get beaten up." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Rabbits still bite when they're anxious, let alone four big living people. The lieutenant colonel was surprised. So it's on gasoline? Lin Hui nodded his head in a serious manner. It's always been my personal rule that I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. We represent the red side. In order to protect our face and dignity, we must give up our lives for righteousness. Fuck you. Wang Yang was suddenly furious. Then why don't you pour gasoline on yourself? You bear our bodies and take your righteousness. Chen Eru was also not happy. At that time almost did not give him urine. That's it. You are also too unorthodox. If I do not pay attention to give me a point how to do? Lin Hui smiled and said, they're all brothers. Don't care about these details. I'm also doing this for your sake. In case I light it for myself. How hard and sad should you two be? Chen Eru nodded. If you're gone, I'm sure I'll have to cry for days. Lin Hui nodded. That's right. Besides, haven't you two been clamoring to become martyrs? I'm giving you a chance. Originally I do not dare to guarantee, but I believe that this fire goes down. You two are heroic. Is the greatest merit, when the state to give you awards to set up a monument, ashes buried in the cemetery of the martyrs. How glorious ancestors are. The two were confused by Lin Hui. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Lin Hui didn't give them a chance to respond. You guys say, am I looking out for you? Such a good opportunity. I didn't keep it for myself, but left it for you. What do you say? Am I great? The two nodded dumbly. It seems like oh. The lieutenant colonel's mouthful of blood barely escaped his lips. These two are just plain stupid, being sold and having to help count the money. But there was one thing to be said for the four, and he was truly impressed by the vigor and boldness of these four people. Single-handedly, he dared to kill the Blue Army General Command, and stirred up the world, especially this kid in the back who had been grinning all the time. It was his ghost idea from start to finish. It could be said that if it wasn't for him, this group could never have succeeded. The lieutenant colonel looked at Lin Hui in the rearview mirror and asked, "Kid, what's your name?" Lin Hui smiled lightly, reporting to the chief, "My name is Lin Hui, from the 602nd Tiger Regiment's 6th Company of Sharp Daggers." The colonel nodded. "So you're from the 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers. No wonder you're so smart?" Lin Hui smiled and said, "Thank you, chief, for the compliment." Next to him, Suda looked at him with pride in his eyes. Thanks to this brat, not only did he give the red side great credit, but he also won honor for the 6 companies. He was truly blessed in his past life to be his class president. The lieutenant colonel smiled and said, "Lin Hui, you're a new recruit, enlisted for less than a year, and you know that you need to blow up a command vehicle, showing that you have a deep understanding of the army. Did someone in your family serve in the army?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "No, our whole family are pig killers." The colonel froze. "Killing pigs?" Chen Era hurriedly agreed. Yes. Their whole family is a pig killer. Not only killing pigs, but also raising pigs, chickens, and geese. Wang Yang scratched his head. How he remembered. Lin Hui seems to have said that his family has an uncle who has been a soldier. Could it be a case of misremembering? The corner of the lieutenant colonel's eye twitched hard twice. A family farmer? How could the son of a farmer know so much about the troops? Well, at least his old man was in the military. Why did he feel as if he didn't know as much as Lin Hui? Soon the convoy was back at the director's shelter. As soon as the Blue's fallen men got out of their cars, they immediately heard cooing in the distance. A roar of laughter came from the office. Yo, if it isn't the Blue Commander. Old Jiang, why are you here as well? Is this a special run to sympathize with us? A group of people on the red side laughed out loud, And the leader was none other than the deputy division commander of the red side. Jiang Yunlong glared at him fiercely, excited about what the hell. Never seen a dead person before? The deputy division commander laughed out loud. I've seen dead people before, but I didn't expect that you would die with us. I'm just so happy. He, Lao Jiang. Where did you get these 2 dots on your chest? So Shiko? Jiang Yunlong glanced down and immediately his old face turned red. Damn Lin Hui. It's not good to shoot at that. You have to shoot at sensitive areas. Looking at the mocking looks of those guys from the red side, his eyes reddened with anger at the thought of dying in such a shameful manner. He couldn't wait to give Lin Hui a death by 1,000 cuts. Meanwhile, the general director looked at the battle plan and then at the screen. Full of thought, the next collector asked, Chief, what should we do next? The chief director said in a deep voice, inform the red and blue sides. Stop fighting. This maneuver, it's a tie. Everyone stared in shock. Stop, Chief, did I hear you right? The blues are the superior side now. Ha, yeah, how can red stop when they're down to 2 crippled regiments that, combined, aren't even a third as strong as the blues? The general director grunted coldly. With the blue army command gone, the entire chain of command is all paralyzed. There is no way to give combat orders, and the various regiments below can only fight on their own. Although red has fewer troops, he has the advantage of the terrain, and if the blues had that ability they would have chewed it up a long time ago. In the absence of a coordinated campaign, the blues are bound to pay a terrible price for a rash and forceful attack, and it's polite enough to count them even now. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. It was a battle that was really fought with some intensity. Red has less than 2 regiments remaining, but with the terrain advantage, they can also fight to the death. The blues are now deaf and blind without their chain of command. Without the means to complete a coordinated campaign, they are likely to be broken one by red. Even if the red side does get wiped out, the blue side is bound to suffer a lot of casualties. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts the enemy 800 times. This is a battle where there is no winner at all. It's sort of a tie, and there really doesn't seem to be a problem. The officer next to him sighed helplessly. I really didn't expect it to end this way. I originally thought the blues had a solid victory. What a surprise. Not to mention they didn't expect it. Even the general director himself didn't expect it. By relying on a couple of red's passed pawns, he has eaten his opponent's old marshal hard. He took a deep breath. Inform down. Those 4 soldiers on the red side. Take care of them for me. Especially the kid leading them. I want to see him when the maneuver meeting is over. Yes. When the people left, the general director had a smile on his face. What a surprise. At red command, the atmosphere was incredibly grim. The chief of staff said anxiously, Chief, the blue army is about to launch a strong attack from the east and west. What should we do? Lu Qingsong was also anxious. The blues mobilized all their forces to launch a general attack. This raid was to give them a regiment regardless of the cost and consequences. If they hadn't relied on the terrain advantage to maneuver around the other side, they would have been exterminated more than 800 times. But now, that approach is no longer viable. He took out a map and pointed to it. This position is the weak point of the blue army. We can only have a chance of survival if we risk our lives to break out from this direction. Someone next to me said, but if we break out from here, we'll have to kill or injure at least half of our men? Lu Qingsong slapped his hand on the table. Can't care so much? If we don't risk it all, we'll have to fold here. This is our last chance. Even if we lose, we definitely can't lose all our troops. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief. When you go to war, you die. Maneuvers are real war. Red's honor is at stake in this battle, and even if they know they're going to lose, they have to fight tenaciously to the end. Lu Qingsong roared, pass the order down. Prepare to break out. Yes, all of them roared with grief and indignation, and looked on death as a way out. But just then, an officer rushed in hurriedly. Report. Lu Qingsong asked, what's wrong? The officer looked up and said, reporting to the chief. Just now the directorate suddenly announced the end of the maneuver and told us to stop fighting. Drill over? Lu Qingsong was confused. This hasn't even started yet. How come it's over? They just declared the blues the winner? The chief of staff was furious. How could they do this? We still have so many troops. Saying it's over. Isn't that bullying? Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, the officer said awkwardly, Chief, the director's department announced the end of the maneuver. Red and blue. A tie. A tie? Everyone all stared in shock. Even LV Qingsong was dumbfounded. No? The blues are clearly superior. How can it be a tie? Is it a mistake? Absolutely not. The officer said gravely. The order did come from the directorate and told both of us to stop all fighting. Lu Qingsong's jaw slammed on the ground, his face full of incredulity. What's going on? We were about to lose. Why is it suddenly a tie? Chapter 74, the exercise ends. Lin Hui becomes a great meritorious person 2 hours later. the maneuver was completely over. All the top executives from both Red and Blue came to the director's office. When Zhang Yunlong saw Lu Qingsong smilingly walking towards him, his scalp went numb and he covered his face and turned around. Just at the shelter, he'd had enough of the ridicule. Not a single person from the Red side wants to be seen right now, especially LV Qingsong, this old boy, because this guy's mouth was notoriously damaged. Yo yo yo, isn't this Comrade Zhang Yunlong, commander of the Blue Army? How come he's running so fast? The voice of a dangling voice suddenly came from the back, and all of them turned their heads to look at Zhang Yunlong. It forced Zhang Yunlong to stop. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Lu Qingsong. It's none of your business. The old man is in a hurry to pull it, can't he? Lu Qingsong heatedly smiled. Okay. People have 3 urgencies, but tell me about you. What's the use of running so fast now, when the command center was terminated by my men? If you could run so fast, wouldn't you not be dead? Zhang Yunlong spat. Bah, don't talk to me like that. You guys are just lucky. I would have wiped you all out just a little bit closer. Lu Qingsong was full of dejection. Luck, too, is part of strength. Besides, can you call a fight a poor one? If you can't do it, you can't do it. Don't make excuses for yourself. Look at you. You're not even human. I'm still alive and well. It's like Chuba Wang and that Lu Bang. Gee, it's a good thing drills aren't real life, or I'd have to attend your memorial service. Zhang Yunlong was so angry that his entire body was about to explode. Villainous. In the end, though, it really is your own gutter. He just couldn't find a reason to retort if he wanted to. Who let himself hang and others live? Just then, the director's department came out of it, clapped their hands and said, "Stop chatting and come in first. We're going to have a drill review." LV Qingsong laughed. What else is good to review? Not just a few soldiers of our Red side. Endure humiliation, tenacious struggle, the Blue command to take out this thing? Zhang Yunlong's eyes spewed fire, and he really wanted to tear this guy's mouth apart. The officer in the director's office also twitched at the corners of his mouth. What are you talking about? If it weren't for those pawns, your Red side would have lost. Stinking show-off. Lu Qingsong looked at Zhang Yunlong and said, Lao Jiang ah, I really can't do right by you ah. Before the maneuver I instructed with the people under my hand, we must show weakness, so that the Blue Army can fight comfortably and happily. Who would have thought that those 4 boys would be so indisputable that they would have to bring out our true level, only to accidentally end your command, getting into this mess and embarrassing me too. Ha! Watching him walk into the conference room with a smile on his face, everyone in the Blues was seething with anger. You can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. They hated that they couldn't rush up and beat the guy up. Zhang Yunlong was also so angry that his liver hurt. What was a sure win situation turned out to be like this, although the result is a tie. But in fact, we all know that the Blues played like this, waiting for a loss. Chief, Zhang Yunlong turned his head, and when he saw that the visitor was from the Black Tiger Special Warfare, he was instantly enraged. You actually have the face to come? Li Mang lowered his head. Chief, I'm really sorry. Zhang Yunlong grunted coldly. You deserve to be sorry. Not only are you sorry for me, you're even more sorry for the entire Blue Army. We invited you here so that you could assist in the war, not so that you could come over to travel and see the sights. Li Mang's face was ugly. I've been sending people to search for their whereabouts. I didn't expect those 4 rats to be so bold that they actually dared to run to the Blue Army command to cause trouble. This point is indeed something we didn't expect. If we could have gotten word ahead of time and had the Black Tiger manning the command, maybe something like this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Yunlong squinted at him. What do you mean? You're saying that all my people are trash? No. Li Mang hurriedly waved his hand. I'm just saying that these guys are very cunning, so extra attention has to be paid. Zhang Yunlong rolled his eyes. The implication is that it is still not saying that the people of my Blue Army cannot? He snorted coldly and huffed. What bullshit special forces? All of them are embroidered pillows. Not useful. How did you promise before the exercise? But now you can't even catch a few mice. And you've caused me to lose my entire command headquarters. Also, I heard that while we were fighting there, you guys caught some wild boars and were having a barbecue? Li Mang was anxious. Chief, this matter. Enough. Zhang Yunlong directly interrupted. I don't want to hear any explanations, and I don't want to see you right now. Get the hell out of here. The farther away the better. Li Mang held a mouthful of anger in his heart. Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Wild boar they did eat. This matter jumped into the Yellow River cannot wash. Zhang Yunlong must have thought that they had not come to fight at all, but had come to have a picnic and a farmhouse. It's something that he can't explain. We can't tell people that our special forces used high technology and deployed helicopters to track half a day, but we caught 4 wild boars and came back, right? Although he was not under Zhang Yunlong's control, he did have to take the main responsibility for losing the battlefield as an important foreign aid. Li Meng turned his head and stared dead at the Lin Hui several people who were locked up in the shelter, his eyes spewing out a blazing fire. Lin Hui is it? I'll remember you. Lin Hui frowned when he felt a gaze glaring deathly at him. Gu, how dare you stare at me? It's against you. Back he glared back with a glare. Wang Yang and Chen Arrow realized the situation and immediately became unhappy. Dare to glare at me, brother Hui. Looking for a cut. And, immediately after the two also followed Lin Hui glared back together. To Li Meng are not going to be the whole thing, damn. 3 big idiots. In the director's conference room, a video replay of the exercise is being shown. The video plays out quickly and the general director begins to review and summarize. He looked at the crowd and said solemnly, overall, before the maneuvers began, the red side had a big estimation error regarding the strength of the blue army, which led to the main reason for their disastrous defeat. Seeing Lu Qingsong pull a face, Zhang Yunlong immediately revealed a smug smile. It could be considered an equalizer. The chief director continued. However, the blue army began to drop the ball after taking absolute advantage, and in the end, they actually had even their command headquarters smashed by others, which is also a huge negligence on your part. Zhang Yunlong's smile froze and his face turned ugly. Lu Qingsong smiled triumphantly at him. Small sample. Criticized it. The chief director said seriously. Fighting a war is never a child's play. If we were to switch to a real battlefield, the entire blue army would have been hit hard due to the loss of your command. And not only would the units be unable to coordinate their operations, but they would even be counterattacked by the red side taking advantage of the opportunity, causing a large number of casualties. He looked at Zhang Yunlong and the others. Therefore, even if you were killed in battle, you are still heavily responsible. Zhang Yunlong hurriedly stood up, his attitude sincere. Chief, this time I really am a little negligent. You're not a little negligent. You're too negligent. The chief director grunted coldly. Look at your people. Most of them didn't even wear smoke-sensing devices when they were captured. What does this show? It shows that your people never thought that people would counterattack. But what's the result? Zhang Yunlong's face was as hard to see as if it had been waxed. It was a win. An immediate win. Who would have thought that Red could end up flipping the game with 4 rats? The chief director said in a cold voice. After we go back this time, everyone in the blue army will give me a good introspection. Especially you, the commander. Write me a 20,000 word check. Zhang Yunlong stared wide-eyed. 20,000 words. This shall not write people to death. When Lu Qingsong saw his appearance, he couldn't stop the smile on his face. The battle had been fought to such an extent that he had been prepared for sacrifice, but he had not expected a draw. This kid, Lin Hui, deserves to be a general's son. Sure enough, he inherited it from his old man. When we get back, we'll have to commend him for it. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The chief director glared at him coldly, frightening Lu Qingsong to stand up with a rub. Yes, the chief director said sternly. What is it? In this exercise, your red side has exposed the most problems, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Lu Qingsong hurriedly pursed his mouth up, and his head thought about all the saddest things in his life. It was only then that he hurriedly suppressed the smug smile that had come back to haunt him. The chief criticizes. The chief director said seriously. LV Qingsong, don't think that just because you 602 are an old troop with honorable traditions that you are something great. The times are progressing and so are the troops. Look at others in the West. They are all fighting modernized information warfare. Then look at you. You are still using the old traditional fighting methods. Behind will be beaten. And even the best traditions have to keep up with the times. Letting you inherit the spirit of your forefathers is not for you to be stuck in your old ways and not think about progress. Fighting a war is never static. Yes, Lu Qingsong said seriously. I have deeply realized that our side is lagging behind in the battle. When I go back I will review deeply and write a 20,000 word review. Is 20,000 words enough? Type this shit. 30,000 words. Yes, Lu Qingsong shouted. The chief director gave him a blank look and waved his hand. Alright, that's it for the review. All of you go back. If there are any meritorious performers in this exercise, you can declare them and give them credit. Yes. The crowd nodded together and quickly turned to leave. They hadn't left a moment before, when an officer walked in with Lin Hui. As soon as Lin Hui saw the general director, he instantly froze. Uncle Chen, why you? Chen Mingguang heatedly laughed and punched him. Brat, haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so powerful? Lin Hui scratched his head. No way. I just played around a bit. Chen Guangming laughed. What's with the modesty? As soon as I heard the name, I guessed that it must be you. You've been full of bad water since you were a child. No one else but you could do so many unethical things. Lin Hui scratched his head. Uncle Chen, are you praising me or scolding me? Of course I'm praising you. Chen Guangming smiled and said, if I were to scold you, would your old man still come to trouble me? Lin Hui cut out. He won't bother you. He can't wait for me to be scolded every day. The harder you scold, the happier he is. Chen Mingwang waved his hand. It seems that you have quite a deep misunderstanding of your old man. However, this time, you've made a first-class achievement. I'll personally ask for credit from above. And at that time, wait for your family's old man to personally give you a commendation. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Drills, not a real war. What kind of merit is this? How could he come and give me a commendation? Chen Guangming smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. However, he was indeed very surprised by Lin Hui's performance in the maneuver. Is this still the same dude? How had it suddenly changed so much that he almost didn't recognize it? At the same time, Lin Guanyao propped both hands on the table and stood up violently. What did you say? Lin Hui took a few people and ran off to terminate the other Blue Army's command headquarters, turning the tide of the battle. And in the end, both sides fought to a draw? Did I hear you wrong? Or did you say it wrong? Lin Rui stood across the room. It's true. The news came from the director's department. Lin Guanyao was full of incredulity. This is still my son of a bitch. What did this kid do at the bottom? Chapter 75 Happiness came too suddenly. The son of a turtle even became the king of soldiers. Lin Guanyao rushed to Lin Rui at once, his face still incredulous. Just now, Lin Rui had already told the detailed process, but he always felt like he was dreaming. How is it so unreal? Is he still the same son of a bitch who spends all his time drinking? I obviously just want him to be a soldier for 2 years. A little bit of experience. Go out and do well. How did he become the king of soldiers? Lin Guanyao grabbed him by the shoulders. You hurry up and take Xiaowei to the hospital to see if this kid is brain dead. What kind of stimulation has he suffered? Dad, what are you doing? Lin Rui had a bitter look on his face. Didn't you always want Xiaowei to be good? Now that he's gotten better, why are you reacting like this? Lin Guanyao took 2 steps back, froze for a moment, and suddenly covered his face and crouched on the ground, laughing. Immediately afterward, he stood up again and laughed twice before resuming his seat. Lin Rui was startled by his appearance. Dad, are you alright? You have to take medicine for a disease? You're the one who's sick. Lin Guanyao glared at him. I'm just stoned out of my mind by the sudden happiness. No, I have to slow down. I have to slow down. How did this son of a bitch suddenly become a genius? Can't figure it out. Just can't figure it out? Lin Rui was speechless. Dad, what's so hard to figure out? It means that little Hui really has completely changed. Yes, 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 yes. Lin Guanyao hurriedly nodded his head. It has indeed changed. It has changed so much that it has become unrecognizable to me. Lin Rui smiled and said, we're all soldiers, and we all know that in a war, a soldier can easily lose the will to fight if he is separated from his unit. But Xiao Hui, without orders and without support, was still able to take 3 men in charge all the way to finally take out the Blue Army command. If anything, he definitely couldn't have made it to the end without his faith backing him up. Lin Guanyao nodded. Yes, that point, even I didn't think of that. Lin Rui smiled slightly. So I think he has an obsession in his heart that is pulling him forward, no longer needing you to drive behind him with a whip. Lin Guanyao froze for a moment, and a light suddenly appeared in his eyes. You're saying that you yourself especially want to be a good soldier, isn't it? Lin Guanyao walked around excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. I told you how this kid suddenly got the hang of it. He clapped hard. Good, great. This kid finally knows what to do. Those old guys from the other military districts will no longer be able to find a reason to say that he was born from the old king next door. Lin Rui's head is full of black lines. Our next door is not surnamed Wen? He coughed twice and said, Dad, Xiaowei is doing so well now and has far exceeded expectations. Do you want to arrange for him to come under your hand? Lin Guanyao froze. He's staying well in 602. What's he doing getting me here? Lin Rui rolled his eyes. You still think he's from before? He made such a great achievement in the maneuvers. He will definitely be treated as a treasure when he goes back. If we don't get him now, will we have a chance in the future? You move him around so that, for one thing, you can find an elite unit to specialize in him, and for another, it will be easier to promote him. Thirdly, isn't he giving you a boost by getting better and better? Hearing the last sentence, Lin Guanyao slapped his hand on his thigh and said excitedly, Yes, this kid used to be unprofessional and always disgraced my old man. It's about time he gave me a facelift. Secretary Cho, he shouted toward the outside, and Secretary Zhao quickly walked in. Chief, what are the instructions? Lin Guanyao looked at him. Arrange a trip for me. I'm going to take a trip to the 602nd Sharpshooter 6th Company recently. Yes, Chief. After the secretary retired, he cheerfully said toward Lin Rui, when the kid comes back, I'll make sure to train him well, so that he becomes even better, as good as his old man. Lin Rui's eyes almost rolled up to the sky. With self-promotion? However, it was good that Lin Hui was back. When the time comes, they, the brothers, will be able to see each other more often. Regimental headquarters. In the office, Lin Hui's 4 men stood on the opposite side of the room, not daring to breathe. Zhou Zhangyi stared at them with a serious face. I heard that inside the exercise, a few of you captured a Blue Army Special Forces soldier, and stripped him naked and tied him up with a rope and hung him from a tree? Lin Hui said awkwardly. Chief, that's us. Lin Hui wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by him raising his hand. I also heard that you posed as a cooking class and put laxatives in the Blue Army's meals, turning an entire missile battalion into jet fighters? Moreover, you also snuck into the Blue Army's command headquarters and killed their commander? The 4 men gulped nervously, their faces full of weakness. Oh, no, 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 no. Or did someone squirt into an anal hospital for resuscitation? The top is going to be held accountable? Just when the 4 were at a loss for words, Zhou Zhangyi slapped his hand on the table. You guys did a fucking fantastic job. The 4 looked at each other, all relieved, scared to death. I thought I was going to be disciplined. Zhou Zhangyi laughed loudly. The Blue Army's gang of calves, all are not good things. Looking for the special forces to help, get so many high-tech. But what can be done? It is still the same, did not win? This time you have given us a heart out of the evil. Well done. He walked over to Lin Hui and patted him. Especially you kid. You're the best. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Chief, it's not that it's powerful. It's mainly because the enemy isn't at a high enough level. Zhou Zhangyi laughed loudly. Right, 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 right. It's not that we're too strong. It's all set off by the enemy. Before the words were finished, the door was suddenly pushed open. Division Commander Lu Qingsong walked in with his men. Greetings, Division Commander. Several people rushed to salute. Zhou Zhangyi smiled and said, Division Commander. The 4 of them are the ones who made great achievements in the maneuvers. Lu Qingsong glared at him. Eyes, nonsense. What do you need to say? I'm here for these guys. Zhou Zhangyi hemmed and hawed and hurriedly retreated to the side. Lu Qingsong looked at them. Who is Lin Hui? Reporting to the Division Commander. I am. Lu Qingsong had a bright smile on his face and patted him hard on the shoulder. It's you kid. Not bad. Not bad. Imposing and majestic. Really a good soldier. Hearing this, the people around them instantly rolled their eyes. Why did they feel that the brigadier was kissing Lin Hui's ass? Is it an illusion? Lin Hui exclaimed. Thank you for the chief's praise. I can do better. Lu Qingsong laughed loudly. This exercise, your kid is really giving me a face. You are not aware of our red side before by the Blue Army surrounded and chased after the fight. Exactly how suffocating. Zhou Zhangyi empathized. Division Commander. I understand you. When he was chased around like a dog by the Blues, it was hard to hide in the nooks and crannies, in an inconspicuous village, only to be pulled out and bombarded with artillery fire. It's a feeling that is as stifling as it needs to be. Lu Qingsong's face was full of smugness, especially when I was at the director's shelter and saw that the Blue Army commander actually died in front of me. I was really happy. You guys didn't see their faces. It's like they were constipated. The Blues crippled my unit. So what? So many troops, so much advantage, but still died in front of me. Our red side is just tougher than their life. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hui's entire body was speechless. How stifled does one have to be this happy? It's all about laughing and twitching. The other few people also skimmed their mouths. Is that because you have a hard life? Obviously Lin Hui is powerful. And what has it got to do with you? Almost all the group destroyed. Of course this is something they can only think about in their minds, and they surely don't dare to say it out loud. Lin Hui couldn't help but ask, Chief, do we have a reward for making such a great achievement this time? Yes, of course. Lu Qingsong laughed out loud. This time it's not just you. All 4 of you. All of you have merit. I'm going to represent the division right now and give you all an honor. The 4 men were instantly energized. One stood tall with his head held high and his face filled with excitement. Behind them, officers came up and awarded the Medal of Honor to each of the several men in turn. Lin Hui is a second-class honoree, and the other 3 are third-class honorees. Looking at the medals in the box, Wang Yon looked disgusted. Is that too much of a drop? Didn't you say you'd get first-class honors? Just like this? He bristled and complained in a low voice. How come it's only a third-class merit? I thought it had to be at least a second-class merit. We've done so much work, but the reward is too small? Chen Era was also full of unhappiness. That's right, Hui is so awesome. The command headquarters was terminated. But it's not a first-class merit. It's so unfair. Zhou Zhangyi glared at the two of them. You two just be content. This is a drill. Think it's a real war. If not for you guys ending the enemy's command, you wouldn't even get a third-class merit. At most a commendation. The two of them hung their heads and looked unhappy. Lin Hui was in a good mood. The only reason he exaggerated in the exercise was to motivate the two guys. Still, third class is not bad for a new recruit. Lin Hui twisted his head to look at the military medal in Su Da's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. With this third degree, the squad leader should be able to stay and not have to leave. LV Qingsong smiled and said, "You guys keep up the good work, keep it up, do a good job." Yes, the four men saluted together. Lu Qingsong looked at Zhou Zhangyi, his smile instantly tightening. "Come out with me for a moment. There's something to tell you." Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment and instructed the four people that they could go back, then hurriedly followed. After waiting for the people to go out, Su De turned around and looked at Lin Hui gratefully. "Lin Hui. Thank you." Lin Hui smiled faintly. "Thank me for what?" "Thank yourself. You deserve it." Su Da's heart warmed. Without Lin Hui, he definitely wouldn't have gotten this honor. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Hui and the three of them were smiling badly as they gathered towards him. "What are you guys up to?" "Guess." The three rushed straight up and lifted Su Da high into the air. Who? Slow down. Slow down. By the time it was put down, Su Da was so dizzy that he almost didn't throw up on the headmaster's desk. Lin Hui said smilingly, "Today is the day. We must celebrate. Eru, Wang Yon, you two take the squad leader to the service club to see what's good. Except for wine. Buy everything. My treat." "Okay." The two men hemmed and hawed. The army has a ban on alcohol and full service units are not allowed to consume alcohol unless specifically authorized by their superiors. Drinks are pretty good, though. Su De hurriedly refused. No. How can I let you pay for it?" Wang Yung grabbed him and headed out. Hui is rich. His dad is a big pig killer. Not that bad. Chen Era pushed at the back. Right. We must take more. To take less is not to give Hui face. Su De had no choice but to end up being dragged hard by the two to the service club. Lin Hui heart is also happy, ready to go outside the kiosk to see if there is anything else good. It's not that hard. Just go and make a request to the company commander. For someone in his position in the company, something like a pass would be easy to get. Lin Hui happily left the office. Just walked not a few steps, suddenly heard a door next to him. Came an icy voice, "Your regiment, disbanded." Chapter 76, Tiger Regiment. Disbanded. Zhou Zhongyi stifled a salute. "Yes." Lu Qingsong looked at him. "Can the difficulties be overcome?" Zhou Zhongyi's body shook and said with difficulty, "It can be overcome. I will fulfill the mission given by the division." Lu Qingsong patted him and sighed. "Tough on you." When he finished speaking, he saluted solemnly towards Zhou Zhongyi and then turned to leave. The Tiger Corps is the 602 ND's baby bump, and giving that order is like cutting the flesh off your own body. One more second here would be torture for him. Lu Qingsong turned around and just opened the door, and his whole body froze. Lin Hui? Only to see Lin Hui standing right in the doorway, red-eyed and staring straight at him. "Why are you here?" Zhou Zhongyi's surprised voice immediately came out from the house. Lin Hui didn't say anything, his eyes staring dead at Lu Qingsong. Incomparably angry, "Division Commander, during this maneuver, didn't the red side tie with the Blue Army? Didn't we end the Blue Army's command headquarters? Why do we still need to disband our regiment? Haven't I done enough credit to make our regiment stay?" Lu Qingsong froze, suddenly not knowing what to say. Lin Hui does get a lot of credit, but that's not the same thing as disbanding the team. It's not even remotely close to being conflated. Zhou Zhangyi walked over and yelled down at Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, how are you talking to the leader? Is there a place for you to talk here? Get out of my way." Lin Hui said stubbornly, "Captain, I'm a soldier of the Tiger Regiment. This is my home, and now that my home is about to be lost, I have the right and deserve to know the truth." He stared at Lu Qingsong. "One word at a time. Why, in the end, did you disband our regiment?" Zhou Zhangyi instantly anxious. Fire, this brat is also too big. Actually dare to question the division commander. His future still want it. He pointed at Lin Hui and was just about to give him a scolding, but when the words came out of his mouth, he couldn't say anything, because he suddenly reacted. The reason the boy did it was entirely for himself, entirely for the whole regiment. At this moment, Zhou Zhongyi suddenly felt his nose sour and his eyes reddened. It turns out that the soldiers under the old man's hand are so fucking bloody. Lu Qingsong was silent for a long time and looked at Lin Hui and asked, "Lin Hui, as I recall, you haven't been here for long. Do you have such deep feelings for this place? Lin Hui said with incomparable seriousness, even if I only come here for one day, this is my home. Here are my comrades, my squad leaders, and my respected company commander, regimental commander, and instructor. I've left so many homes already. I don't want this one to go away too. Zhou Zhengyi turned his back and tears instantly came out of his eyes. How is this not his home? Here he is, working his way up from platoon sergeant to company commander and all the way up from company commander to regimental commander. Almost all of his youthful years, all of his blood and sweat have been left here. The troop is being disbanded, and he's taking it harder than anyone else here. But as the head of the group, he couldn't express his emotions as forthrightly as Lin Hui did, and could only hide all the pain. Because the mission and duty of a soldier tells him that he must follow orders resolutely and must overcome difficulties. Lu Qingsong didn't expect Lin Hui to say something like that. When he first sent Lin Hui to raise pigs, the kid still had a cynical attitude. It's only been a few short months and it's amazing how much the mindset has changed. It seems that he has found the meaning of belonging to his own military service and truly wants to be a good soldier. Pity. Lu Qingsong was helpless in his heart, but the order was given from above. Even if he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. He looked at Lin Hui and patiently said, Comrade Lin Hui, perhaps I didn't word it accurately enough just now. Your regiment isn't actually disbanded, but streamlined. Lin Hui froze for a moment. What do you mean? Lu Qingsong took a deep breath. Lin Hui, I can understand how you feel right now, and I also know that you have feelings for this place, but the times are progressing. The troops want to improve combat effectiveness. Must be streamlined. To make the simplest analogy, in the past a tank needs 4 people to operate, but the new tanks, as long as 3 people will be enough, so the extra one down. How to do? Lin Hui was speechless, because he knew that the one that came down more could only go. Lu Qingsong sighed and said, Our troop, although it is an old troop with a history of honorable traditions, when it comes time to go, whether it's you, or another regiment, or even me, we have to obey orders. We have to try to adapt to troop development. Do you understand? Lin Hui was full of seriousness and said, Division Commander, I don't understand all these big ideas you're talking about, and I don't want to understand them either. I'm just an ordinary soldier. I just want to be with my comrades through my endeavors, and all of us put our best foot forward for that goal. But in the end, we've been so busy that we haven't even been able to keep our own home. Enough. Zhou Zhangyi wiped the tear tracks off his face and turned around angrily. Lin Hui, don't you understand what the division commander said? This has nothing to do with trying hard or not. It has nothing to do at all. Lin Hui anxiously asked. But chief, why does it have to be our regiment? Zhou Zhangyi was beyond heartbroken. He also wanted to know why it had to be our regiment. Their regiment did the best in the maneuvers. Combined scores, first in the division. The 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers, moreover, has been repeatedly honored in past battles. He thought that this streamlining would not be the Tiger Regiment's turn, but why did they have to be the first? Zhou Zhangyi grabbed Lin Hui's shoulder and said solemnly, You're sad. We're even sadder. But we're soldiers. We must obey orders. If the above tells us to disband, we'll disband. Let's disband. Let's streamline. Let's streamline. Lin Hui's lips trembled a few times, and his eyes glistened with tears. He had a load of words in his mind to say, but looking at the pain and heartache in the chief's eyes that he couldn't hide, those words, he was never able to say. Because even if you know the willingness, what can you do? Military orders, like mountains. Lu Qingsong patted him on the shoulder. Lin Hui, you're a good soldier. This streamlining has little to do with you. It's mainly for the Tiger Regiment, and the higher-ups already have a new arrangement for you. One of these days, say goodbye to your old troop. You're so good. You deserve to be in a better place. Lin Hui choked a little. What about them? What about the veterans? He knew he had been so prominent in the maneuvers. The top will surely consider his arrangement first, but he didn't want to go. He didn't want to leave the squad leader, and he had promised Arrow and Wang Yang that they would enter the Sharp Knife Company together. Are we going back on our word again? Lu Qingsong looked at him and said, All those good soldiers in the regiment will stay. They will be assigned to other regiments to further improve our division's combat power. As for some of the veterans, even if they return to their localities, I believe that they will definitely not disgrace 602. They will still shine and contribute to the country and the people. After saying that, Lu Qingsong took a step back and saluted towards Lin Hui. The officer following behind him stared in horror. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the division commander would ever break the mold and salute a small private. What kind of honor is this? Go. When Lu Qingsong saw that Lin Hui didn't have any reaction, he sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Lin Hui stood frozen in place, his head going blank. Zhou Zhangyi's face eased at the moment. He went up and patted Lin Hui, trying to comfort him with a few words. Lin Hui, but the words never came out. Zhou Zhengyi shook his head helplessly, turned around and went back to his office, closing the door tightly. It's not just Lin Hui, even he needs to be quiet. Lin Hui's entire body was muddled and his brain turned into a mush. He wasn't even sure how he walked back to his dorm. Lin Hui sat on the stool, like a puppet, his eyes empty. Why is that? Why is it that even after all the effort, the result is still like this? Could it be that this time, one is leaving again? Lin Hui's heart was incomparably tormented, and he suddenly felt that the troops were too complicated. What's the point of trying when you can't escape being downsized even though you're doing such a great job? In the end, you can't even keep your home. Ooh, you guys bought so much stuff. Did you rob the service club? Just then, voices suddenly spoke from the hallway. Wang Yang walked in with a smile and froze when he saw Lin Hui. Brother Hui, you're all back? Chen Era was holding a large paper box, in which snacks were piled up into a small mountain. FAI. Look, I've bought a lot of goodies. There's beef jerky, ham sausage, figs, chili fries, duck legs, chicken claws. Seeing Lin Hui sitting on the bed as if he was deaf, he didn't hear it at all. What happened to FAI? No? Suda slowly walked over and nudged him. Lin Hui, what's wrong with you? Lin Hui looked up at the squad leader with an incredibly complicated mood. It's very much like him to tell everyone what's going on. But seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the three, he finally chose to swallow his words. Some pain is enough to bear alone. Brother Hui, what's wrong with you? Wang Yang came up to me. Did you get a second-class merit, and you're so happy you're stupid? Chen Era looked at Lin Hui and said embarrassedly, Brother Hui, did you buy too many snacks and you're heartbroken for money? Don't be afraid. We've paid for all of these. Wang Yang said he's coming to treat us. Roll your ass. Wang Yang glared. Eru, just now at the kiosk, we clearly agreed to go half and half. Chen Era hemmed and hawed and giggled. I'm not afraid you won't be willing. I know you have a good face. Lin Hui looked at the noisy two people, trying to squeeze out a smile. Noisy what? There is a big brother in. Still can use you two to pay. Do not know that our family is a pig killer. Not bad money ah? Let me see what's good to eat. I'm starving. Ooh, I really bought a lot. Suda froze for a moment, but didn't think too much about it and hurried over as well. The duck leg is mine. The Coke is mine. Don't even grab it from me. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Early that morning, an emergency assembly whistle suddenly came from the camp. Everyone quickly got dressed and rushed outside to gather. Lin Hui looked at the distant playground, where the headmaster stood with a serious face, and his heart suddenly thumped. A bad feeling wells up. Soon everyone in the regiment was assembled. Company 1 is assembled. Second company assembled. Zhou Zhengyi nodded. At ease. Attention. Snap. All of them all buckled their feet. The ticker sticks out his chest and stands as straight as a steel gun. Zhou Zhengyi swept his gaze over everyone and said seriously, Comrades, there is a very important thing to say to you today. Lin Hui's pupils contracted, and his heart trembled slightly. What should come? Really came. Chapter 77 takes you on one last sprint to kill. Zhou Zhengyi said seriously. Let's start with the first thing. It's about this maneuver. This exercise, we have exposed quite a lot of problems. Only a short time after the opening, by the other Blue Army was destroyed by the regiment. Talk about the strength of the strong is one aspect, but more is that we have problems of our own. Everyone's faces immediately turned ugly. It was an exercise in which their regiment performed very poorly indeed. There was nothing to fight back against the Blues' new style of play, and they were beaten from start to finish. When they came back, they reflected on it. The old ancestors were right when they said that if you fall behind, you will be beaten. War is never static. If this is not a drill, but a real war, then instead of one big living person standing here, it was now a cold tombstone with names carved into it. Lessons learned, must be learned, Zhou Zhengyi said sternly. However, the good points must be praised. In this battle, there are two comrades on our side that performed very well. Everyone turned their heads in unison. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the two of them, Lin Hui and Suda. Suda held his head high, a smile on his face, but Lin Hui was not happy at all. Zhou Zhengyi smiled and said, That's right, it's from the 6th company of our regiment, comrades Lin Hui and Suda. Under such difficult circumstances, our entire regiment was wiped out, and these two comrades, with neither orders nor backup, relied on such a surge of conviction to bring down the Blue commander and even reverse the battlefield situation. They are the pride of our regiment and the pride of the entire division. Zhang Jiantao looked at Lin Hui and Suda, and his face was about to burst into smiles. These two boys are really fucking competitive. Zhou Zhengyi continued. In view of the two men's outstanding performance during the maneuver, with the approval of the division, we hereby award Lin Hui the Medal of Second Class Merit and Suda the Medal of Third Class Merit. Congratulations to them. Everyone, slap. The playground erupted in thunderous applause. Quite a few people had already taken Lin Hui as a target to chase after, to try to look up to him. Everyone had heard about what happened in the maneuvers, and if it wasn't for Lin Hui, there was no way they would have ended up fighting the Blues to a draw. Both this ingenuity and the courage and determination are worthy of all. The regimental commander himself handed down the merit badges. Su De looked at this medal of merit representing honor in his hand, and his eyes moistened with excitement. He had waited too long for this merit badge. When he was in the recruit company, he was in a hurry and paid a huge price for it. Now after all that, I finally got it. He looked at Lin Hui beside him and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Lin Hui. Thank you. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Squad leader. Is it to thank me for making your merit value arrive a few months late? Brat. What a thing to say. Su De beat his fist on him, his heart indescribably moved. Lin Hui was also happy for him from the bottom of his heart at the moment. However, he was still in a lost mood. Even if the squad leader had a third degree and didn't have to be discharged, he couldn't stay here, because he knows the Tiger Corps, soon to be disbanded. Zhou Zhengyi waved his hand and the scene immediately quieted down. He looked at the crowd with an uncharacteristically solemn expression and said, having said the first thing, I will now announce the second thing. Seeing the headmaster's face, Lin Hui's heart suddenly thumped and his expression became serious. Is it really coming? Zhou Zhengyi said in a serious tone. I've been notified by the division that our division is the focus of this army-wide overhaul, and our regiment, the focus of our division. Just then a gust of wind blew through and dark clouds covered the sun. Everyone's faces, too, clouded up along with the sky. Zhou Zhengyi continued, the division's order has already come down, and the first to be streamlined is our regiment. However, you don't have to worry, the above will keep our Tiger Regiment's number and only revoke our regiment's establishment. Everyone's face changed dramatically. The establishment is gone. Isn't that tantamount to dissolution? The scene was agitated and everyone became emotionally disturbed. Even Su Da's face became incredibly ugly. After 1,000 years of hard work to gain third-class honors, it's hard to think you're staying, but now your home is going to be gone? This, NBSP, how can he take this? Before he could speak, Zhang Jiantao couldn't help but shout, Captain, there are so many regiments. Why did the top pick us? It's not fair. Several other company commanders were also emotional. Captain, can we fight for it again? Our regiment is the main force of the whole division. Whether it's training or honor, which regiment can compare with us? Why would it be us? Quiet. Zhou Zhengyi let out a low roar, and the scene immediately quieted down. You all know that our regiment is good, right? Then let me ask you, what about our performance in this exercise? All of them reddened and were dumbfounded. They did perform so poorly in this exercise. I should say, no eyes at all. Although Lin Hui and Su De have taken credit. In fact, in the final analysis, there is no substantial relationship with the regiment. It's all about them personally. Zhou Zhengyi was angry and helpless. The times are progressing, and even the old honorable troops, if they don't move forward in progress, they will be eliminated one day. Zhang Jiantao was agitated. Captain, it can't be because of one failure that we negate all our efforts over the years. We can change. We can improve. We can play hard to learn new tactics. Can you give us another chance? We will do better. The others followed suit and shouted, yes, company commander, can you go for another fight? No need to fight for it, Zhou Zhengyi said with difficulty. The order from above has already come down, allowing our regiment to retain a group of people first, breaking up into various other regiments, and for the remaining group, those who should be discharged from the army should be discharged early, including the officers, and those who should be transferred as soon as possible. The atmosphere of the scene was suddenly low to the ground. Many of the veterans who were about to face discharge from the military simply broke down and cried. Originally, they thought that they would be able to stay for a while longer, but they didn't think that they would have to leave so soon. Su Da's heart was so oppressed that he felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Lin Hui and asked, did you, by any chance, know that before? Lin Hui sighed and said helplessly, that day at the regiment headquarters, I did overhear something. Su Da's face was filled with bitter smiles, and his heart felt like it had been pierced with several holes, but he didn't blame Lin Hui. In his place, he would have made the same choice. Lin Hui looked at the crowd's sad appearance. His mood became heavier and heavier. Was it once again time to leave? All right, get your asses in gear. Zhou Zhengyi suddenly yelled out. We are all men. We can afford to take it and put it down. Wrong is wrong. Who let us perform so poorly in the maneuvers? Just came up and was destroyed by the Blue Army. The above gave us a chance. It's us who didn't grasp it properly. Now, we'll have to pay for the mistakes we've made. Repentance was on everyone's face. If they had maneuvered in the first place, they could have been a little more cautious. If they weren't so gullible. Maybe if they had temporarily changed their marching route, everything would have been different. Zhou Zhangyi yelled. All pull yourself together. Raise your head, puff out your chest, and come out as soldiers. The flag of our tiger regiment was exchanged with the blood of our forefathers, and in past battles, our regiment was broken up countless times, but in the end, we still tenaciously survived. Today, even if we're going to disband, we're going to do it in a dignified manner. Rumble. Muffled thunder rumbled. It's raining. Lin Hui tilted his head, and a few drops of rain suddenly dripped onto his face. In the next second, bean-sized raindrops suddenly dripped from the air and landed on everyone. Soon, heaven and earth seemed to be connected. Zhou Zhangyi stood soaked to the skin in the rain and yelled toward all of them. Now, I'll lead you, the whole regiment, in one last sprint. Everyone, on my command, turn right, turn, swish. All of them turned around and clenched their teeth. At this moment, they couldn't tell if it was rain or tears on their faces. Zhou Zhangyi rushed to the forefront, tearing his heart out and shouting, Tiger Regiment, kill, Tiger Regiment, kill, Tiger Regiment, kill, Tiger Regiment, kill. Lin Hui and everyone else roared with all their strength. In the rain, all of them ran wildly together towards the playground. Chapter 78, Our regiment is gone? We'd better go raise pigs. It's pouring with rain. The thunder rumbled and muffled. It had been raining for days on end and the air was sticky and humid. In the dormitory, Lin Hui looked at the rain outside the window and sighed helplessly. The days go by so fast. He heard from the veterans that they were going to start leaving in a couple of days. It's not clear which ones are the first to go. Now the whole regiment is on edge. Because the first ones to go were not transferred to other units, but retired or transferred. In the army, comrades are as close as brothers, but once they leave, it is likely that they will never see each other again in this life. In the dormitory, sighs rose and fell, and everyone was not feeling good inside. Just then, with a bang, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Lin Hui turned his head and suddenly froze, only to see the two douchebags, Wang Yang and Chen Eru, jumping in from outside and shouting at him, Brother Hui! Surprised, happy, did you not expect us to come over? Completely dumbfounded, Lin Hui stood up and asked, What are you guys doing here? Chen Eru laughed loudly, Come to find you, Brother Hui. In the future I don't need to raise pigs anymore. We'll come to raise you exclusively from now on. Lin Hui almost vomited blood. You're comparing me to a pig? He looked at the two and asked, Why are you here if you're not staying at the base? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed, Brother Hui, we performed outstandingly in this exercise, so when we went back, we applied with the above in the hope of transferring over, and as a result, the above agreed, so here we are. Chen Eru kept nodding, Brother Hui, you don't even know how much I want to transfer over and follow you. I dream every night that you give me a dream, saying that you miss me and letting me burn more. For you. Stop. Lin Hui hurriedly called out, I'm not dead yet. What dream? Chen Eru scratched his head. Anyway, I just keep dreaming about you. I want to follow you in my dreams. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Who told you two to come here and didn't say hello to me? The two of them glanced at each other, and Wang Yang looked at him stupidly. In the maneuvers, weren't you the one who asked us if we wanted to come to the 6th company to follow you? We are responding to your call and want to give you a surprise, Chen Eru said in a serious manner. Brother Hui, through this exercise, I have truly realized what it means to be a real soldier. It's impossible to raise pigs. It's impossible to raise pigs again in this life. It's too unpromising. We've decided to follow you from now on. In the future, I will feed you well, so that your spirit will nourish and carry me along with me in my progress. The corners of Lin Hui's mouth twitched, and he really didn't know what to say. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the two of them clutched his hand and laughed happily. Brother Hui, don't pretend. We know you must be very happy and excited. Don't hide it. Be as happy as us and laugh out loud. Wahahaha. Lin Hui looked at these two douchebags, and his entire body was speechless. He shrugged off the two men's hands and resumed his seat on the stool with a serious look on his face. The two men looked at each other in confusion and walked up curiously. Fai, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you happy to see us? Lin Hui looked at them helplessly. You guys came? It's too bad of a time. Wang Yang froze for a moment. Your great aunt is here? Lin Hui was almost angry out of internal injuries. Before he had time to open his mouth, was Chen Eru took the opportunity to make up, either it is hemorrhoids committed. This thing can be troublesome. The pain is really killing me. My old man has hemorrhoids your ass. Lin Hui slapped him on the head. Furious, I'm in good health. Puzzled, the two asked, so what's wrong with you? Lin Hui sighed and said, Our regiment. It will be disbanded soon. Wang Yang paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Hui, What are you babbling about? Such a large regiment. How could it be disbanded just like that? Really think we don't know anything? After being in the army for so long, we can do more than just raise pigs. Chen Era held his head high. Very proud. We will also raise chickens, ducks and geese. Lin Hui really wanted to kick the two into a ditch. You're talking about the gatehouse here, and they're talking about the crotch spanning the shaft there. Completely off channel. He could only tell the two men briefly about the troop being disbanded. After hearing this, the smiles on the two men's faces gradually disappeared, and then turned into horror. Wang Yong looked at Lin Hui incredulously. Do you mean to say that the two of us are going to be laid off when we first come here? Moreover, it's still the two of us who are rushing over to get ourselves laid off. Lin Hui nodded. Probably, that's how it is. Chen Arrow next to me cried out with a wow. I don't want to go back. I haven't been a soldier enough yet. I've only just embarked on the road to prosperity. A better tomorrow is still waiting for me. I don't want to go home. Lin Hui slapped him across the face. Who said to let you go home? I'm just saying that it's possible. Wow. Chen Arrow wowed even more. It's possible that it won't work. I just don't want to go back. Is not want to go home. I want to be a soldier. Lin Hui was completely speechless. Eru. This kid. He cries when he says he's going to cry. Why is he acting like a child? Originally, he was distracted by this matter, and now he was even more annoyed by these two goods. Wang Yong thought for a moment, scratched his head and said, Brother Hui, why don't Arrow and I go back to raising pigs first? At least we're still in the army and we'll be able to see you again later. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You think the army is your home? Come and go as you please? Then what to do? Chen Arrow cried and mourned. I still want to follow you and be a soldier king together. I don't want to go home. Lin Hui sighed helplessly in his heart. What's the point of being the king of soldiers? You can't even keep your home. It's no use at all. Just then, there were two sudden knocks on the door from outside. Lin Hui. Here. Lin Hui hurriedly stood up. You two stay here first. The two lost with you nodding. Oh. Lin Hui rushed out and saw the company commander standing in the doorway. The chief wants you. Lin Hui froze for a moment. What is it? Zhang Jiantao looked at him oddly. It's a good thing anyway. Hurry up and go. Yes. Lin Hui didn't think much of it, saluted and ran away. Looking at his back as he left, Zhang Jiantao frowned slightly. This kid is hiding quite deeply. Fortunately I haven't offended him in the past, or else I'll be finished. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. The moment he turned his head, he was startled, only to see two big black faces, only a few centimeters away from himself, just about to stick up. Zhang Jiantao immediately jumped back. Crap! You guys are going to scare people to death in broad daylight. Just after the words were said, Chen Era suddenly hugged up. Tears and snot flowed down together. Company commander. I can be considered to see the living you. Wang Yang hugged him up, and the two of them were as good as wailing. Company commander. Company commander. Zhang Jiantao people are numb. A hand to the two pushed away. Get up. What are you two doing? Wailing. I'm not dead yet. There is something to say. Don't cry here. Chen Era wiped the pus and snot on his clothes and raised his head with tears in his eyes. Company commander. I was wrong. I should have raised the pigs properly from the very beginning. And if those little pigs can't see me, they definitely can't eat or sleep. Wang Yang is also pitiful. Company commander. I suddenly feel a little bit sorry for the chickens in the coop. I shouldn't have been so mean to them before, forcing them to learn how to play basketball. If I still have the chance, I want to teach them. Sing and dance rap. Zhang Jiantao glared at them. What a mess. You're the ones who asked for progress to come here, and now you want to go back to raising pigs? The two nodded frantically, their faces full of excitement. Still, the company commander is smart enough to understand at the drop of a hat. We just want to go back to raising pigs. At least if we go back, we won't have to worry about being laid off. At least I'm still a soldier. Zhang Jiantao almost vomited blood. Is that what they're worried about? Presumably, Lin Hui had just told them about the situation in the regiment. He waved his hand. Okay, don't worry about it. You guys aren't going to get laid off. Wang Yang's eyes widened. Really? We thought we were jumping into a fire pit by coming here? Chen Era shook his head. But we said that we might be laid off? Zhang Jiantao's liver hurt from anger. The 6th Company of the Pointed Dagger used to be the place where everyone wanted to come. I didn't realize it's a fire pit now? He didn't want to bother with the douchebag either, and turned away in anger. Before they could take a step, 2 more people were pestered. Company commander. You think of a way. Our recruitment company has followed you. All have feelings. Blood is thicker than water. You can't see the death. Can't see the two of us be cut. Zhang Jiantao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You two won't be laid off. I promise. The two blinked. We don't read much. You're not going to lie to us, are you? Zhang Jiantao was completely speechless. You two followed Lin Hui in the maneuvers before and got third-class honors. Without that, the top wouldn't have agreed to transfer you over. If you really wanted to lay off, why would you still get them over? You would have been gotten rid of directly at that time. Yeah, oh, why didn't we think of that? The two looked at each other. So we really don't have to go? Yes, company commander. The two men hemmed and hawed and hurriedly saluted. The corner of Zhang Jiantao's mouth twitched. What a douchebag. He turned around and had just made it to the stairway when a loud, cheeky laugh suddenly came from behind him. Wang Yang and Era hugged each other, jumping and jumping. No need to go. No need to go. Chapter 79, Fighting with everything to defend the tigers outside the regimental office. Lin Hui gently knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Hui pushed the door in and came to salute in front of Zhou Zhengyi. Reporting to the regimental commander. Lin Hui has come to report for duty. Zhou Zhengyi looked at him with odd eyes, as if he was somewhat unrecognizable. Lin Hui was surprised and asked, Chief, what are the instructions? Zhou Zhengyi said faintly, someone wants to see you. See me? Before Lin Hui could react, a knock on the door behind him suddenly sounded. He turned his head and saw the colonel who had pushed his way through the door and his whole body froze. Uncle Zhou? Zhang Yuanming smiled faintly at him and looked at the head of the group and said, Head of Zhou, I would like to borrow your office and talk to him alone. Is that okay? Zhou Zhengyi smiled and said, What are you polite for? You guys talk. I just happened to go and get you some water to go. Trouble. Zhang Yuanming nodded politely. Zhou Zhengyi picked up the warm water bottle on the table, looked meaningfully at Lin Hui, turned around and went out. Just as he closed the office door behind him, he shook his head helplessly. What the fuck is this? It's too bullying to come and get rid of my soldiers and take over my office. However, this brat, Lin Hui, had truly surprised him somewhat. Zhou Zhengyi knows that this kid has a background, but I did not expect the background is so big. Actually, even the military have called down. In the office, Zhao Yuanming pulled a chair and sat down, pointing to the chair next to him. Sit down. There are no outsiders here. Don't just stand there. Lin Hui didn't move a muscle and stood with his chest out. No, I'm fine standing. Troops have troop rules. When a subordinate meets his superior, he must stand. Zhao Yuanming revealed a surprised smile. It seemed that those news he had inquired about before were indeed true. You kid, you're really becoming more and more like a real soldier. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What do you mean like, I've always been good? Uncle Zhao, what do you want to see me about? Zhao Yuanming smiled faintly. Little Hui I've seen your performance during this time in the army. I didn't expect you to be able to grow up and become like this in such a short period of time. Not only did I not expect it, even your father didn't expect it. Lin Hui cut in his heart, that bad old man could not think of many things. Zhao Yuanming looked at him and said, in the past, your father was strict with you, not in the hope that you would necessarily become successful, but only in the hope that you would be able to behave in an upright manner, and not always be muddled, like a puddle of mud. That's why he sent you to the army in the first place to toughen up. But you, now, have far exceeded his expectations, and he is very happy for you. Lin Hui grunted. Hell if he's happy for me? Zhao Yuanming laughed. It seems that you still have a deep misunderstanding of your father. Alright, let's get down to business. You've become so good now that he wants to transfer you back. Who? What do you think? Zhao Yuanming looked at him with a smile. Lin Hui froze. The old man wants to transfer me to his place? Doesn't he get annoyed when he sees me? What is this? Want to chain me up and tie me around so you can keep an eye on me? Lin Hui frowned. Is this his order? Or is he here to ask for my opinion? Looking at his stubborn expression and tense body, Zhao Yuanming froze for a moment. This kid is really exactly like his father. Both of them are stubborn as hell. Zhao Yuanming smiled faintly. Alright, don't look bitter. This isn't an order. Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Either way, he's just an ordinary soldier now. The little arm can't hold back the big leg. It would be a problem if Pops got really mad and tried to force him out. Zhao Yuanming smiled and said, your father knows you very well and knows that you eat soft food but not hard food. So he sent me to inquire to seek your opinion to see if you are willing to go back. Lin Hui directly refused. No. Zhao Yuanming froze. So simply rejected? No need to reconsider? No. Zhao Yuanming looked at him in surprise, his face full of questions. Lin Hui said seriously, first, I like it here. Second, I like the people here. And third, I don't like my old man. Zhao Yuanming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The first two he could understand. It shows that this kid is too sentimental to give up his old unit. But the third, you are really dare to say, not to put by your father to break the legs off. He coughed and said in a serious tone, I've heard before I came here that the Tiger Regiment is going to be abolished soon. You won't be able to stay for a few days. Lin Hui was stubborn. Then I won't go either. Zhao Yuanming smiled bitterly. Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little Hui, I know you have feelings for this, but now that the entire army is reforming, in order for the troops to develop better, we must bear the pain. Even if you don't come with me, you will be assigned somewhere else at that time, and the Tiger Regiment will not be able to keep it. The Tiger Corps will never be disbanded. Lin Hui directly interrupted, both eyes red and deadly. Zhao Yuanming's goosebumps rose as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. He put on his face and asked seriously, Lin Hui, the order from above has come down. It's not like you can't disband just because you say so. Who do you think you are? Lin Hui said solemnly, I'm no one. I'm just an ordinary soldier in the Tiger Regiment. From the first day I went into the army and put on this suit, I learned two things. First, resolutely obey orders and command. Second, one must defend one's troops and preserve their honor. He looked at Zhao Yuanming with a burning gaze. I've decided to use everything I have to defend our Tiger Regiment. I love this place. This is my home. I will never stand by and watch my home go. Zhao Yuanming froze. He originally thought, an ordinary soldier. What qualifications do you have to defend the Tiger Regiment? What qualifications do you have to make the top not carry out the layoff order? But Lin Hui's stubborn eyes and determined look couldn't help but make him stand in awe. As far as he knew, Lin Hui had only been here for a few short months, but he was able to do that for the Tigers. To such an extent, this realization really surprised him. At this moment, Zhao Yuanming's head couldn't help but recall the scene when he was at the station, sending Lin Hui to the car. From a dude who was full of only wanting to spend his days drinking and drinking, he transforms into a good soldier with responsibility, commitment and love. This change, generically, took him by surprise. Zhao Yuanming was even a bit skeptical. Had this kid suffered some kind of heavy blow to the head, and that's why he suddenly changed his temper? He looked at Lin Hui and said seriously, Little Hui, I don't care what method you're planning to use, but this path is bound to be difficult, and moreover, the chances of you failing will be very high. Lin Hui smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, as long as my comrades and I can put up one last fight for the Tiger Regiment. My old squad leader on the island once told me, if you want to do it, only by putting in your best effort. Can you fly farther and fly to where you want to go? Even if I do fail, at least I put my best foot forward for my regiment. And despite my defeat, at least I won't have any regrets. Zhao Yuanming's eyes flickered and he was just about to open his mouth when a wow cry suddenly came from outside the door. Took both men in the room by surprise. Lin Hui opened the door and immediately froze. The chief was seen standing outside, carrying a warm water bottle, with tears all over his face. Chief, what's wrong with you? Zhou Zhengyi pointed to his feet, with a pained face. I came to deliver the boiling water. My hand slipped at the door, and I accidentally scalded my feet. Take it, don't spill it. I'll go to the infirmary first. He shoved the warm water bottle into Lin Hui's hand and turned around as tears broke out again. What a damn good soldier with a heart of gold. It's a blessing for me to have led such soldiers in my life, and even more so for the Tiger Regiment. It's fucking hot. Zhou Zhengyi wiped his tears as he threw back his head and yelled away. Zhao Yuanming watched him leave his back and the corner of his mouth twitched. What's the point of pretending to be stupid? How could such a big man get his feet burned by boiling water? It's obvious that he stood in the doorway and eavesdropped on them. He turned his head to look at the confused Lin Hui and couldn't help but shake his head. If he were the Tiger Regiment leader in his place, I'm afraid that he would have been moved to tears when he heard these words from Lin Hui. The significance of this troop, for Zhou Zhengyi, was so huge that it could even be said to carry his entire being. The troops were to be disbanded, and no one was more heartbroken than he, the regimental commander. One is still running to take advantage of the fire at this time. The genus is a bit. Lin Hui put down the bottle of warm water and gazed at him. Uncle Zhao, go back. I've decided to stay. Zhao Yuanming took a deep breath. Little Hui, I'll give you one last chance. Come with me. Not only can you go to a better unit, but you'll be promoted immediately. But if you choose to stay, not only will you be transferred to another place, you might even take off your uniform early. He hemmed and hawed. But that's really what you want, isn't it? Lin Hui shook his head and said with incomparable seriousness, I admit, I used to hate this outfit very much because I didn't understand or comprehend that there were so many paths in life. So why did my old dad have to force me to become a soldier? You can be just as productive and just as well off without being in the military. Because of that, for a long time I thought he was an old bandit, an old warlord. Who had the right to dictate my person? Zhao Yuanming's corner of the eye twitched. It's a good thing the old man didn't come, or else if he heard this, a heart attack could come out. Lin Hui looked at him seriously. At that time, I was looking forward to being discharged from the army every day, hating to take him off earlier, hating to leave this hellhole immediately. But now, I know what it means to put on the uniform. so I cherish him as if he were my life. He clenched his fists, his eyes unshakably determined. But this time, I want to fight one last time for the sake of my regiment, for the 6th Company of the Sharp Daggers, and for the sake of my comrades, even if the price is to take off my uniform forever. Chapter 80, Father Lin makes a move. Let's help that kid out. Zhao Yuanming looked deeply at Lin Hui. It felt like he was a different person. Is this the same oily, slick Cockney guy who thinks only of spending and drinking? In Lin Hui, he saw that purest spirit of a soldier. It was as if it were a million suns. Even he, himself, was deeply infected. Zhao Yuanming took a deep breath, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Hui, since you've already made your decision, go for it." Lin Hui was surprised. "Then my old man." Zhao Yuanming smiled and said, "Don't worry, on your old man's side. Let me do the talking." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Lin Hui saluted excitedly. "If our regiment can be retained and not disbanded, when we turn around and go on vacation, I'll invite you to the clubhouse to look for pretty Amazons. 10 of them." Zhao Yuanming almost spat out blood. This kid, he's still as out of touch as ever. Besides, I have to like big moms. Can't I just? He was all pissed off and hammered his fist on Lin Hui's chest. "Get the hell out of here." "Yes." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and turned around. In the evening, in the regimental guest house, Zhao Yuanming came to the second floor and gently knocked on the door of a room. "Come in." After entering, Zhao Yuanming saluted towards Lin Guanyao on the sofa. "Reporting to the chief. I'm back." Lin Guanyao put down the newspaper and looked up at him. "Greeted with the top, right? It's just as well. I'm leaving tomorrow. Let that kid come with me." Zhao Yuanming said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, chief. Things didn't work out." Lin Guanyao froze. "They won't release them?" "No. It's Lin Hui who doesn't want to go." Lin Guanyao dabbed his head and stood up, his face full of anger. "This brat, is he still angry with my old man?" Zhao Yuanming shook his head. "Rather not." Lin Guanyao frowned. "Then because of what?" "I've already lowered my stance this time by putting off so many matters at hand and personally coming over to bring him. What's this kid doing posing with me here?" Zhao Yuanming hurriedly explained. "Chief, you really misunderstood him. Lin Hui has become different from before. The reason why he doesn't want to go is because he wants to." After hearing the explanation, Lin Guanyao was shocked and dumbfounded. In order to be with his comrades, in order to be able to keep the Tiger Regiment, he is willing to give up the opportunity of direct promotion, to give up a bright future? Can he be that aware? Is this still the same son of a bitch who's no good? Lin Guanyao's face was full of incredulity. He really said that? Zhao Yuanming nodded. That's right. Those were his exact words. "Chief, I think it's better to keep him here instead of taking him away." Lin Guanyao hummed and looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yuanming smiled and said, "Chief, I still remember when you said that you sent him to the army not just to keep him away from the rotten life, but more so to let him understand what it means to be a soldier." "That's right." Lin Guanyao nodded. He did think so at first. 3 generations of the Lin family had been in the military, which was why he felt in his bones that a Lin family man should carry a steel gun and defend his country. The oldest two, both inherited his will and entered the army. Only Lin Hui, who grew up as a stubborn child, was especially resistant to the word soldier. In fact, very early on, he knew that this kid wasn't military material, so he gave up and wanted Lin Hui to go live his own life too. But before really starting his own life, as a father, as a military commander, it was necessary for him to let his son know the dedication and greatness of a soldier. Only if Lin Hui could understand and comprehend the significance of a soldier to the country and the people would he cherish the present day more and more, so as not to become so depraved. "You go on," Zhao Yuanming said seriously. Lin Hui chose to stay, to go to the final battle for his comrades, for his unit. Isn't that what a soldier should do most? If you can't even guard what you care about the most, how can you guard your country and people and be a truly useful person? Lin Guanyao took a deep breath and leaned back on the sofa, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling, not speaking for half a day. Zhao Yuanming also stood there, waiting for the chief to speak. After a long time, Lin Guanyao suddenly laughed happily. "Interesting, really interesting. This kid is really bold. Actually, even I didn't expect that he would actually say these words. Is this still my fucking son?" Zhao Yuanming rolled his eyes. "If it's not your son, can't it be my son?" He watched as tears kept flashing in Lin Guanyao's eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and immediately understood the old head's meaning. Zhao Yuanming tentatively asked, "Chief, why don't we help him?" Lin Guanyao's eyes rolled, tapped the table and said, "Doesn't he want to use this opportunity? Fine, then I'll give him this opportunity. But whether or not it will work out or not, it has to rely on his own ability to fight for it." He stood up and said with a raised eyebrow, "He's grown up so much, I've always wanted him to follow the route I've mapped out in my mind, saying that I'm helping him, but in reality it's all about restraining him. Today, I'll really help him for once and let him go on his own path. Leave this matter to you to arrange. Yes. Zhao Mingyue saluted, a smile on her face. Xiao Hui, you have to make good use of this hard-won opportunity. Early the next morning, the dormitory building of the 6th Company was crowded with people. The soldiers of the Tiger Regiment, all gathered here spontaneously. Lin Hui stood in the center of the crowd and said to everyone, when we get to the place later, no one is allowed to make a scene and must behave. Don't forget, we are all soldiers. The crowd immediately nodded. Okay, no problem. As long as we can keep the Tiger Corps, we're all at your disposal. Lin Hui said with a smile, as long as we perform well, I believe that our superiors will be moved by us and will definitely give us a chance. Right. Everyone's eyes were filled with wariness. Last night, Lin Hui mobilized everyone. Tell them never to give up until the last minute. For all, this is their home, a place they love dearly. If they really just walked away and did nothing, they weren't happy about it. So, they also want to fight one last time for their home. Looking at the crowd's aura, Lin Hui's heart was filled with confidence. This time, it will definitely work. Next to him, Chen Era suddenly froze and asked, Brother Hui, if we just leave like this, on the company commander's side, should we say hello? Wang Yang also nodded, yes. If we do this, will we be criticized and disciplined when we come back? Lin Hui glared at the two. Do you two want to join me, or be scattered to another unit? The two of them spoke in unison. Of course it's with you. We're here for you, and we're counting on you to lead the two of us to make good progress and become the king of soldiers together. Lin Hui grunted. Don't talk nonsense if you want to. This is our last chance. We must seize it. The two nodded stupidly, but were more than a little worried. Suda looked at the two of them and said, you two don't mull it over. The head of the regiment, the company commander, and the others already knew about this. Chen Era froze for a moment and asked curiously, when did they know? Suda rolled his eyes. You're a real tiger. With such a big commotion, if they haven't shown up to stop it by now, isn't that tacit permission? The two of them suddenly came to a realization, and Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and laughed a little. So it turns out that the headmaster, like us, doesn't want the unit to be disbanded. Crap. Suda rolled his eyes. When the troops were disbanded, the ones who had the hardest time were the chiefs. All set. Let's go. With a wave of Lin Hui's hand, everyone aligned themselves neatly and headed towards the division headquarters. Not far away in the regimental building, Zhou Zhangyi stood at the window and watched them, the corners of his eyes throbbing. Behind him, Zhang Jiantao anxiously asked, Chief, are we really not going to do anything? Zhou Zhangyi glared at him. What do you want? Zhang Jiantao suffocated. Soldiers have gone. We as cadres do not go. Is two not a thing? Next to Wang Hai nodded his head and said, yes, Chief, this is also our home. We are all up from here. If we just leave, how can we afford the regiment's seniors? If we meet in the future, how to say that the tigers were lost at our hands? Others nodded. Yeah. Bang. Zhou Zhangyi slammed his fist on the table. Shut up, all of you. Everyone was instantly quiet. Their eyes locked on him. Zhou Zhangyi was agitated. You think I don't want to work with them? When the Tiger Regiment is disbanded, I, the regimental commander, will be more fucking sad than any of you. Zhang Jiantao proposed. Chief, then why don't we just do something to help them? Zhou Zhangyi clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming, his mind constantly struggling. Let me think again. Division office. Lu Qingsong looked at the roster in his hand, his face grim to the core. He looked at it for half a day before finally putting it down with a heavy sigh. One of the officer corps in front of him spoke up. Chief, you make the decision, right? Lu Qingsong waved his hand. I'll take a closer look. Another officer said anxiously. Chief, how many days have you been saying this? The top is already pushing us. We can't delay any longer. Lu Qingsong slapped his hand on the table. You think I want to? Involving an entire regiment. So many people are going to be discharged and broken up. I have to think about it more. Otherwise how can I explain to them? He looked at the few people in front of him. Why don't you go? Several officers hurriedly took a step backward and shook their heads. Chief, it's better for you to do this kind of thing. Lu Qingsong glared at them. I'll do all the bad guys, and when it matters, they're all shrinking turtles. The crowd looked at each other, full of embarrassment. The saddest thing in the army is when people leave. Now there are so many people to go, so many people to be broken up, who don't have that courage to face it. LV Qingsong looked at the list, sighed deeply. Really do not know how to choose. Hand back. Our meet report. Just then, a lieutenant came running in. Lu Qingsong asked, what is it? The lieutenant replied, Chief, All the men from the Tiger Regiment are here, gathered downstairs. Lu Qingsong froze for a moment, and was instantly annoyed. What do they want to do? Do they want to rebel? The decision of the higher-ups. Is it that they can muddle through by just making a mess? If this works, I would have gone to make a mess long ago, the lieutenant said awkwardly. They don't seem to be here to cause trouble. They just want to meet you. Everyone all froze. Even Lu Qingsong frowned. Want to see me? The officer who had just spoken said. Perhaps. Is there some final request? Lu Qingsong nodded and stood up helplessly. Let's go. A stinky daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. This time, it's true that the division can't do right by them. Go and see what exactly these brats are asking for. The crowd nodded and all followed behind Lu Qingsong. Heading outside. Chapter 81, Regimental Commander carries the flag. Tiger Regiment requests final battle. Lu Qingsong led the men downstairs in a hurry. But when he came closer, he saw all the people standing in neat rows and looking solemn. His fire, in an instant, was suppressed. Lu Qingsong looked at the crowd and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Blocking all the gates of the division headquarters? What's it like? Who told you to come?" Lin Hui shouted, reporting to the division commander. "We came here on our own." "Come for what?" "We want to fight for our Tiger Regiment." One last time. Lin Hui's eyes burned and his tone was firm. Lu Qingsong's gaze swept over. "Love to see you." This crowd firm gaze said in a serious tone, "I can understand your feelings. I am also a soldier. I also walked up from the grassroots level. In my place, the old troops were cut back. Certainly will also be very heartbroken. But the force needs to grow. We need to improve our combat effectiveness. And if we can't adapt, we'll only be eliminated. Only by developing and advancing will the troops be able to defeat the enemy in the future and defend the country and the people." Lin Hui said solemnly. "Division Commander, who says we won't be able to defeat the enemy in the future? And who says we must be eliminated? This is unfair to us. I request that we can give Tiger Regiment another chance to try again." Unbridled, the Chief of Staff coldly rebuked. "The division commander has just made it clear enough. So don't fool around here. Go back. Go back. Hurry back." Lu Qingsong waved his hand, telling him to keep quiet for a while. Then he looked at Lin Hui and said helplessly, "I know you guys are sad. I'm just as sad as you are. However, the last exercise, your regiment's performance was indeed very poor. You should know this very well. You were given the opportunity, but it was you yourselves who didn't seize it." Lin Hui and the others' faces immediately became a bit ugly. Granted, the Tigers weren't the first to be regimented in the maneuver, but it was the first to be attacked and its losses halved. The Tiger Regiment, as the elite of the 602, was equipped with a lot of heavy firepower equipment, and their extermination also directly led to a sharp turn in Red's position. Lu Qingsong said in a serious tone, "Don't be discouraged. Life is like this. 9 out of 10 things are not as good as you want them to be, but you still have a long road ahead. Remember this lesson well." Lin Hui looked at him seriously, reporting to the division commander. "Once I was a cowardly soldier, and it was not my intention to enter the army. I always thought of mixing for 2 years and then retreating back. Even now, I don't feel that I am a qualified and good soldier. But no, I know that where you fall, you should get up." Lu Qingsong looked at him and didn't say anything. He knew very well about Lin Hui. The boy was indeed forced by the commander to become a soldier, but he had also witnessed Lin Hui's change and growth all the way from the beginning of the recruit company to now. "So what do you want to do here today?" Lin Hui said seriously. "Division Commander, we're not here today to defend our regiment or anything. A failure in the maneuver is a failure, and will definitely reflect on our faults. We just want to ask you to give us a chance to perform. Perhaps there is value in us staying?" The others also shouted at the top of their lungs, "Division Commander, give us a chance, please." The group of soldiers at the division's headquarters frowned and murmured, "What to do? Should we send them away? I'll get the guard company and blast them away." "Nonsense!" Lu Qingsong glared back. "People aren't here to cause trouble. They're just here to petition. What do you call the guard company? Use your head. What if your unit is disbanded? Don't chill the soldiers' hearts." The group of officers lowered their heads in shame. Their thoughts, indeed, were ill-considered. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hui and asked, "How do you prove your worth?" "Master Chief, look." Lin Hui let out a low growl, giving Lu Qingsong a fright. What's gotten into this kid? Before he could react, Lin Hui clapped his hands, and the 3 veterans in the team immediately jumped out in a furious manner. Lu Qingsong and a group of officers were all dumbfounded. "You are..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hui suddenly shouted, "Hurry up! What the fuck are you waiting for?" Yes, the 3 men slammed off their tops, threw them hard to the ground, and started backing away. Lu Qingsong stared. "What are they doing?" "Master Chief, just watch." The 3 men hemmed and hawed, showing off their body muscles with vigor. Lin Hui bellowed. Bend over and get on the bricks. Immediately someone in the back handed a brick up. A group of officers were startled. Crap, don't you guys mess around. Quick, hurry, call the guard company. The next second, all three of them were smashing bricks towards their heads in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The bricks shattered in response. Everyone was confused, and Lu Qingsong pointed at Lin Hui and asked, "What are they doing?" Lin Hui said proudly, "Division commander." Although other regiments also practiced hard qigong, they practiced it in a childish way, and following our practice, it can't be compared at all. Our tiger regiment is not only hard in the head, but hard everywhere. Master Chief, look again. Lu Qingsong turned his head, only to see the three of them with a brick in one hand, firing left and right. It's a constant greeting towards the body. From time to time, they also smashed towards each other's heads, and it hurt to look at them. The three men shook the stones from their bodies, grimaced, and flashed their muscles with force. Division commander, see, we're not dizzy at all, and it doesn't hurt at all. Lu Qingsong was about to cry in anger. Is this what you fucking said? Performance? Lin Hui looked serious. How can that be? There's more. What else? Get on the dick. Lu Qingsong has not yet reacted. The back suddenly rushed out a few guys with sticks in their hands, giving others a silly look. Crap, quick, protect the division commander. A couple of officers yanked the division commander back fast. It was only 2 steps back before the men were beating on the three with their sticks. Click, click. The wooden stick shattered in response, and the 3 men grimaced and shouted. Yes, Lin Hui shouted excitedly. Division commander, see if they're hard. The corners of Lu Qingsong's eyes twitched madly. You fucking brought people here to perform a juggling act for me, didn't you? Why yes, this is the real deal. Lin Hui clapped his hands and dozens of people in the crowd took a step forward in unison. In the next second, they all took off their shirts, revealing their solid muscles. Lu Qingsong's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. All of you put your fucking clothes on for me, Lin Hui said seriously. Master, the division commander doesn't like to see hard air. Climb the wall for me and show him how agile you are. I'll do it. I'm in. Master Chief, look at the blocks I climbed. Before Lu Qingsong could react, he saw several shadows swishing out. Like a monkey, he climbed up to the gatehouse in 3 tries. Soon a group of men climbed to the ground next to the flagpole and waved excitedly at him. Look, division commander, we're coming up. Lu Qingsong's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. A group of officers at division headquarters were also furious with their livers. You guys are fucking running to take over division headquarters. The gatehouse is up, Lin Hui said confidently. Division commander, see, look how athletic our men are. Which regiment can climb us so well and so fast? Not just a few of them, the whole regiment can climb. Don't move, none of you. Lu Qingsong lost his soul and hurriedly stopped. This gatehouse can't handle hundreds of people. He pointed at a group of men in the distance. Get the fuck down, all of you. Yes, division commander. The crowd leapt down at once. Lin Hui stroked his chin, turned around and said, the division commander doesn't want to see the climbing wall. Change it to something else. Run. The hill behind division headquarters. 10 minutes to run back. Yes. Everyone just turned their heads and ran like a chicken blood. Hundreds of people were scattered in all directions. There was a lot of smoke and dust, choking Lu Qingsong's nose with ash. He coughed as he roared in anger. Stop it all. Anyone who dares to move, I'll back him up right now. Everyone in the distance all looked as if they had been struck by a fixation spell. Not a single movement. Lin Hui frowned. The division commander is also too picky. How come he doesn't like to watch any program? In a flash of inspiration, he suddenly yelled towards them. Right. Running is too much of a waste of time. There's nothing to see. Come over here and stack. Lu Qingsong's eyes were glazed over. Shit. I didn't ask you to do anything else. Can you stop? That said, what the hell is a Jenga? Soon the 2 men rushed to the division commander and fell to the ground on either side. Then another person came up and stacked on top of him in the opposite direction. In all, 6 people were stacked. The same as stacking blocks. Looking at Lu Qingsong, he was dumbfounded. His jaw smashed on the ground. Right in front of everyone's shocked and dismayed gazes, Lin Hui began to shout. 1. On command, all 6 men simultaneously pressed down and braced their arms. Pust. Everyone collectively vomited blood. It's this stacked, isn't it? 2. 3. Looking at these guys like acrobatics, Lu Qingsong's face is red with anger. Okay. All the damn give me down to stand well. Calm down. Okay? I'm convinced. Really convinced you guys. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Waiting for your words. Stand fast. The division commander has agreed that we stay. All of them quickly gathered into one piece and stood. Thank you, division commander. Lu Qingsong felt his brain buzzing. Now he kind of knew why the top had to lay them off. One by one. All fucking sick. Big time. If not them, who? Lin Hui walked up and saluted. Thank you, Division Commander, for the opportunity. We'll do a good job and live up to your expectations. Who gave you a chance? All of you. Get the hell out of here. Lu Qingsong exploded with anger. Lin Hui frowned. Division Commander, is it because we just didn't perform well enough to satisfy you? He turned his head and said, brothers, then let's behave again. Seeing that they were about to move again, Lu Qingsong man went numb and hurriedly tugged on Lin Hui. If you fucking dare to move again, I'll let you roll back now. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. So you agree? Agree to a fart. LV Qingsong lungs are angry. Let's give me here to make these fancy. I tell you, your regiment. Get out of the way. A roar came from the distance. The crowd quickly moved to either side. Only a few red flags were seen in the distance, fluttering in the wind. Regimental Commander Zhou Zhengyi led the way toward this side with a big stride, and behind him were several battalion commanders and company commanders, each with a flag in his hand. The chief is here? Lin Hui was shocked in his heart, and when he saw those flags, his pupils shrunk even more. Lu Qingsong was also confused, and after he let go of Lin Hui, he took a few steps backward to straighten his clothes. Lin Hui, head of the regiment. Zhou Zhengyi raised his flag and walked directly past Lin Hui to the division commander. What for? What do you want? Several officers immediately asked in a cold voice. Zhou Zhengyi saluted hard and yelled, Tiger Regiment Commander Zhou Zhengyi, reporting to the chief. Swish. Everyone behind them flagged forward and pushed flat. Company I fought and yelled. Great Merit Company I, in the Battle of Taibao, sacrificed 132 men, and in the end only 9 comrades were left for this flag. When he finished, he thumped the flag on the ground. The hearts of everyone on the scene were wildly shaken. The second company commander raised the flag and lowered it. The second Red Company, in the Battle of Hangshui, repelled 7 enemy attacks, and in the end, only 20 seniors survived. So our superiors awarded us this flag. Bang! He thrust the flagpole hard into the ground. Everyone's heart fluttered with it. Third Company Commander, Zhang Jiantao hissed with force. Sixth Company, participated in small and large battles, totaling 74, and suffered more than half of the casualties each time. As such, our superiors awarded us the title of Pointed Dagger Company. He stuck the flagpole in the ground. Eyes red. Finally, Zhou Zhengyi raised the regiment's flag with great force and roared with vigor. 458th Regiment. Because of these heroic companies, because of the countless predecessors who, with their lives, dyed the flag red, the higher-ups have awarded us the title of Valiant Tiger Regiment. Tiger Regiment Commander, Zhou Zhengyi, leading all the backbone, asks the division commander to give us one last chance to fight for the Tiger Regiment. Everyone was incomparably shocked, and Lin Hui and Su Da's crowd all had moist eyes. Lu Qingsong froze for a few seconds, fiercely raised his chest, toward the red flag of the Tiger Regiment, saluting hard. Chapter 82 Wang Yishue brings good news. Just then, a car horn blared. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hearing the voice coming from behind them, the crowd hurriedly got out of the way. Only a military vehicle drove in slowly. The door of the car opened, and a gallant female captain, with papers in her hand, descended from it. Wang Yishue? Lin Hui's eyes widened. Why is this stinky girl here? Wang Yishue faintly swept a glance at him, the corner of her mouth hooked in a smile. She then walked quickly to Lu Qingsong and saluted. Good day, Division Commander. I'm Wang Yishue from the Military Information Office. Lu Qingsong froze for a moment and nodded. Hello, what can I do for you? Wang Yishue looked back and said with a smile. Division Commander, you're so lively. Can you conveniently find a place to talk about business first? Lu Qingsong frowned slightly. Wang Yishue is from the Military Information Office, so surely she wouldn't come here for no reason. With papers in his hand, I'm afraid he came with orders from his superiors. Could be. Lu Qingsong nodded and first rushed to the Tiger Corps crowd. In this case, you guys wait in the conference room first. Xiao Zhang, bring all the people over. Zhou Zhengyi was in a hurry. Division Commander, you haven't yet. Lu Qingsong directly waved his hand and said, go and wait first. I'll definitely come after things are done in a while. Zhou Zhengyi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, we'll wait all the way. If you don't come, we'll guard here and not leave. Lu Qingsong's head was full of black lines. Are you afraid I'll run away? At least I'm a division commander. Don't I have any credibility? Don't worry. I'll be there as soon as it's over. Afterward, he said towards Wang Yishue, let's go. Go to my office to talk. Wang Yishue had just taken 2 steps, when she suddenly looked back at Lin Hui and smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth before turning around to go in. Lin Hui frowned. Why did this stinky girl run over at this time? It couldn't be that she came to do something bad, right? if she tries anything bad, she'll have to get her ass kicked. Follow me. The secretary led the crowd toward the conference room. Lin Hui had just followed him up. When Chen Arrow couldn't wait to come up. Brother Hui, is the division commander particularly satisfied with our performance just now? Wang Yang said excitedly. I just watched from the side. I feel hot-blooded. This is much more energetic than our dancing for the chickens. Lin Hui was speechless. Get glasses if you're nearsighted. Can't you two see that the division commander is scared by us? What? Wang Yang was confused. The division commander was scared? I looked at him like he was about to lay an egg and thought he was happy. Chen Arrow worriedly asked. Brother Hui, then is there any hope for us? Lin Hui looked at the two lost and squeezed out a smile. There definitely will be. The two men's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Hui nodded his head and said, of course, we just performed so hard and so desperately that we've already shown the division commander our determination. Besides, it's not like he's short on heart. He'll definitely give us a chance. LV Chingsong, who was going up the stairs, suddenly sneezed. Who is talking bad about me there? Wang Yang and Chen Arrow are as happy as two happy little pussies. Keep it. We don't have to worry about being laid off. In the office, Wang Yishua handed the document to Lu Qingsong. Just open. The document is stamped with a red seal, so that Lu Qingsong pupils shrunk a bit. Red-headed document. Lu Qingsong immediately became serious and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. After a long time, he put down the paper. His face full of shock. The leader agreed to keep them? Lu Qingsong's brain was buzzing at the moment, both happy and shocked. He never dreamed that things would take a turn for the worse at this point. The above has obviously all been approved. The 602 abolition of the focus is the Tiger Regiment. How can suddenly change their mind? Wang Yishua smiled faintly. Division Commander, you may not have seen it too clearly. It's not really about keeping them, but giving them a chance to perform. Lu Qingsong froze for a moment and laughed loudly. No matter. As long as I can have a chance. I am worried that I don't know how to solve this matter. He asked tentatively. I'm a little curious as to why there was a sudden change of decision from above. Wang Yishua said seriously. Because the higher-ups took into consideration that the Tiger Regiment is an old unit with honorable traditions. If it is just arbitrarily abolished, it's not just unfair to this regiment. It's unfair to every soldier in the regiment. If the Tiger Regiment is lost like this, then in the future, we, the descendants, how can we pass on the spirit of this old unit? Lu Qingsong nodded solemnly. You're right. Our division. It's their regiment that has the most merit. From the time they fought the devils until now. I don't know how many merits they have made and how many of their forefathers have been sacrificed. Though ordered from above and must be obeyed. Emotionally, I'm 100% reluctant. Wang Yishua nodded. Just in time. This opportunity has come. Talk to them. It's their last chance. And if they behave well, the order can be revoked to keep them from disbanding. Curious? Lu Qingsong asked. What about streamlining targets? Wang Yishua smiled and said. You don't have to worry about that. The higher-ups will reconsider and start streamlining from the other regiments and redeliberately formulate plans. The purpose of reform, after all, is to build a strong military, not to streamline. For the sake of streamlining, Lu Qingsong revealed a smile. Thank the leaders above for me, and for everyone in the Tiger Regiment. Thank the leaders for giving us this opportunity. I'll pass it on. Wang Yishua saluted and turned around. The order has been passed on. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Qingsong nodded. Then I'll hurry and go tell them the good news, so I won't see them off. After saying that, he took the documents and ran towards the conference room in a hurry. Wang Yishua descended the stairs, and just as she reached the stairway, she suddenly felt as if someone behind her was staring at her. Who? She jerked her head around, and sure enough, she saw Lin Hui walk out from behind a pillar. Wang Yishua rolled her eyes. Sneaky in broad daylight. Still a soldier king. I think you're just a lecherous man. A tailing demented man. Lin Hui walked out with a smile. You saw all this? Wang Yishua laughed coldly, pressing the root. You don't even have to look at it. It's all written on your face. Lin Hui came up and snorted coldly. Say, what did you come to do here? Did you come to cause havoc? Wang Yishua was speechless. Am I that bad? Lin Hui bristled. It's hard to say. You've never been honest since you were a kid anyway. I'm not honest? Where am I dishonest? When you were a kid, you obviously those two were so big. And you purposely strangled them up with something and flattened them. That's fudging. That's just not being honest. Lin Hui said in a serious manner. Obviously hid two big white rabbits. You pretend what Wang's eye small steamed buns? Wang Yishua instantly turned red. This asshole. He really has the guts to say anything out loud. She grew up fast when she was in school, and suddenly she got very big. Because of her shyness and fear of being noticed by her classmates at school, all she did was that. I didn't realize that Lin Hui even knew about this? That's not right. He's all wrapped up at home. How does he know about this? It's hard to believe that he. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. Look, isn't this quite good now? It looks round and moist. How pleasing to the eye. Wang Yishui poo-pooed. Bah! Stinking rascal. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. How do you know my nickname? Wang Yishui was furious. Scoundrel. Lin Hui laughed. You even know my first name? That's awesome. I also have a milk name. Sexy Wolf. Wang Yishui was furious and stomped her feet. If I had known I wouldn't have come. It would have been better to let someone like you get laid off. Lin Hui suddenly froze, realizing that there was something in the words. Ha! He hurriedly pursued. What did you just mean? Is there some good news? Just don't tell you. Wang Yishui snorted coldly and turned around. Lin Hui hurriedly pestered him like a dog's skin. Speak up or I'll beat your ass. Wang Yishui held her head high and puffed out her chest. How dare you? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. You know I'm daring. I'll give you one last chance or it won't be a spanking. Wang Yishui blushed. This bastard. Where else does he want a hit but the ass? She glared at Lin Hui without a good look. It's your father. Why are you cursing? Lin Hui froze for a moment and was not happy then. Wang Yishui was speechless. Who cursed? I mean, it's your father. Uncle Lin. What's wrong? Did my dad leave? Wang Yishui almost spat out blood. You are really a great filial son. Breathlessly, she said. It was Uncle Lin who helped you to beg our commander to give you guys another chance. And I'm here this time to deliver the order. Lin Hui was surprised. You're not kidding. He'll go and beg for me? Wang Yishui rolled her eyes. Why should I lie to you? To grow a piece of meat? Lin Hui's entire body was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that it was the old man who pulled himself up at the most critical time. The impression was that the old man was both stern and curmudgeonly. Doesn't look like a backdoor guy at all? Can't it be that he got his head caught in a door and changed his sex? Wang Yishui looked at him and said seriously. I think that between you and your father, there must be some misunderstanding. Uncle Lin is actually not like what you think. He has always been good to you. You know how he is, curmudgeonly and stern, with no sand in his eyes. I heard my father say that Uncle Lin has never begged anyone in his life, but he made an exception for you. Lin Hui's heart was flooded with mixed feelings, and yet, I don't know what to say. At home, he and Pops had little interaction. Never felt like Pops ever really cared, either. But now, he suddenly felt as if it wasn't so. Wang Yishui suddenly said seriously, Lin Hui, there's one thing I still have to remind you of. Don't think that with this opportunity, you guys can really stay. This test, if you guys can't complete it, you'll be disbanded all the same. Lin Hui smiled and nodded. I know. Wang Yishui punched him in the chest. Don't always be playful. Put on a military uniform and still look like a hooligan. Do a good job. Don't let your dad down. Don't waste a rare opportunity. And, be a good soldier. With that, she turned and went downstairs, ready to drive away. The car had just turned around when Lin Hui ran out of the building and shouted at her. Don't worry. What I said will definitely come true. I'm sure I'll crush you underneath and whip your ass furiously. Wang Yishui's hands shook, and the car almost crashed into a nearby tree. But then she turned her head, and a smile inexplicably appeared at the corner of her mouth. What a smelly rascal. Evening. Tiger Regiment Playground. All stood straight as steel guns. Zhou Zhangyi stood in front and said excitedly, Good news for all of you. The division has decided to give us one last chance. Everyone shouted in excitement. The veterans hugged and cried tears of joy. They don't have to go. They finally have a chance to be able to stay. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes were also filled with tears of excitement. As long as there is a chance, there is hope. When you're a soldier, you're most unafraid of challenges. Big deal. You have to fight with your life. This time, no matter what, they had to take advantage of it. Zhou Zhangyi waved his hand, and the scene quieted down again. Everyone gleamed at him. Lin Hui also had a smile on his face and his heart was full of hope. Zhou Zhangyi said seriously, Don't get too happy too soon. Whether we can keep the troops or not, it still depends on the strength. There will be a thunder exercise soon. We are still on the red side, and the blue army is far stronger than us. If we do well in the maneuvers and win the battles, the top can revoke the disarmament order. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Everyone yelled in excitement, their eyes pulsing with battle intent. This time, in order to keep their home, they decided to fight for their lives. Chapter 83, Brother Fai. Aren't you afraid of smoke at this speed? Smoke billowed from the regimental office. The ashtray on Zhou Zhangyi's desk. Smoke farts into a small mountain. A host of battalion commanders and company commanders all stood across from each other with drooping heads. Snap! Zhou Zhangyi slapped on the table, all speech standing half a day. And wooden stakes like. All take an idea out. The next maneuver. How exactly do we engage in? A company commander suddenly spoke up. Captain, I think it's imperative that we have to improve our regiment's overall strength first. Nonsense. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes glared. The question is how to boost it and who's going to get it. You coming? The first company commander hurriedly waved his hand. I can't. Zhou Zhengyi glared at him, then looked at the others. A bunch of people were so scared that they hurriedly took a step backward. Chief, don't look at me. I don't have what it takes. Neither can I. Chief, I have a hemorrhoid. Zhou Zhengyi was instantly furious. Yesterday on the playground, each one of you shouted more fiercely than anyone else, but now that I'm letting you guys on, you're soft as fuck and whatnot. Thinking of a method. Is it so hard? A group of people had ugly faces. They'd like to get hard, but they don't have the strength. Boosting the strength of the entire corps is easier said than done. If it was really that easy, they wouldn't have lost so badly in the last exercise. Zhou Zhengyi was filled with anger. This exercise is our only chance. If we don't make a single bit of progress like last time, what's the point of competing? Why don't we just admit defeat and disband while we still can? Zhang Jiantao suddenly spoke up. Chief, I have an idea. Zhou Zhengyi looked at him. Speak. We can get someone to practice. Zhou Zhengyi rolled his eyes. Who are you looking for? Our regiment has several great talents here. You pick one? The crowd was so embarrassed that they were close to burying their heads in their pants. Zhang Jiantao smiled and said, Chief, did you forget someone? Zhou Zhengyi hummed and looked at him suspiciously. Zhang Jiantao heatedly smiled. Lin Hui. This kid has taken the first place in the Border Division's martial arts competition, and after he came to us, he has broken all the records in various achievements, and is the first in the whole regiment that deserves to be here. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes lit up. Why did I almost forget about this kid? Lin Hui was able to go from being a pig soldier to what he is now. It shows that people are capable and do have skills, and the kid's got a lot of ideas, so it's really appropriate to have him do this. Several company commanders looked at each other. Lin Hui is good, but he's a new recruit after all. His seniority is still lacking. Will he be a bit unsuitable? Zhang Jiantao rolled his eyes. What's wrong with new recruits? People can capture the Blue Army commander and turn the Blue Army command upside down. Can you guys? You guys are not as good as new recruits. Everyone was suddenly filled with embarrassment. It's something they really can't do. Even this time, when we went to petition the division commander, it was someone else who led the team. Shows the kid has good organizational skills. It does seem appropriate to let him practice. Except that. Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. What other opinions do you have? A company commander shook his head. Old Six. A few of us don't have a problem with it. This kid's strength is there for all to see. I'm afraid that some of the veterans will have a problem with it. The third company commander nodded. In case the veterans resist in their hearts, and when the time comes, they get upset and don't train, dragging the whole regiment down would be troublesome. Zhang Jiantao was also silent. He couldn't pack his bags for this kind of thing. A few veterans of the 6th Company, who had disobeyed Lin Hui and been rubbed on the ground by him, still had a psychological shadow. It's impossible to say that you don't have some complaints. Soldiers are human beings too. Who wouldn't be upset if they were so tough after less than a year in the army? This was true of the 6th Company, not to mention the entire regiment of over 1,000 men. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Zhou Zhengyi's eyes rolled and he suddenly had an idea. He slapped the table and stood up. I have an idea. What way? The crowd looked at him in unison. Zhou Zhengyi smiled and said, we can. Like this. After hearing that, all of them had bad smiles on their faces. Zhang Jiantao directly gave a thumbs up. Chief, it's still you. You're really smart. Zhou Zhengyi laughed out loud. Yes. I'm big smart. I've always been smart. The early hours of the morning. The sky was black as an inverted cauldron. The whole barracks was quiet. On the playground, Zhou Zhengyi looked at the group of company commanders beside him and said with a smile, go get them all up. Yes. The group of company commanders hemmed and hawed and laughed badly, running excitedly to their respective dormitory buildings. B/B. Zhang Jiantao took out his whistle and blew it hard. The shrill whistle cut through the night. The entire dormitory building immediately became agitated. Lin Hui jumped straight up from his bed. Quick, hurry up, blow the emergency assembly whistle. Next to Wang Yong nervously climbed up. What happened? Lin Hui said seriously. There must be something urgent. Hurry up, Eru, hurry up. Chen Era's buttocks looked like they were loaded with springs, rubbing up and starting to put on his clothes. I know. Everyone got dressed as fast as they could, hurriedly rushing down the stairs to the playground assembly. The regimental and company commanders were already waiting on the playground, looking at them with a serious expression. Lin Hui slightly frowned. Did the maneuver start, or is there still say at emergency orders? Zhou Zhengyi said with a smile behind his two hands. The thunder exercise is imminent. In order to better help you guys improve your strength and make the most progress in a short period of time, I'm going to give you all an intensive training. Everyone was instantly confused. Lin Hui was also speechless, thinking that it was the start of a drill. It's all about training, isn't it? What kind of training in the middle of the night? Eyes are not open. Chief, can't we practice during the day? Looking at the grievances underneath, Zhou Zhangyi snorted coldly and said seriously, this is the time to start complaining. Didn't you guys say during the day that you'd fight tooth and nail to save our regiment? Lin Hui was speechless. Chief, you can fight for your life during the day. Why does it have to be night? Zhou Zhangyi glared. A day's work lies in the morning. Haven't you heard of that? To train, you have to take advantage of this time. Think about it. If you all train when you are being put to sleep, and you train when others train, aren't you gaining twice as much and progressing faster than others? Lin Hui's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of twisted reasoning is that? What's the point of staying up most of the night to train? Even if the progress is really fast, who can afford to do so? And when the time comes, they will have to die in front of others. Zhou Zhangyi shouted. Alright, cut the crap and start training now. Everyone spread out. 500 push-ups at the ready. All life disperses inexorably. It was not in my heart, but in order to be able to keep the troops. Still, he honestly got down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Many people were doing push-ups while closing their eyes, moving as slow as a snail. Lin Hui was also huffing and puffing, just falling asleep and being dragged up. It's too aggravating. A couple of company commanders yelled from the sidelines. Move faster, one by one, like turtles. Who taught you to do push-ups like that? But everybody's like burros. It takes a whip to move. As long as the company commander didn't say anything, they were that slow. It wasn't that they didn't want to be serious. They were just too sleepy. Zhang Jiantao looked at Zhou Zhangyi and asked, Chief, do you want me to drag a hose over to help them sober up? Zhou Zhangyi said without a word of humor. What are you thinking about? Flushing the hose at night? Freezing them? What if they catch a cold? To the soldiers, be full of care and love. Zhang Jiantao was speechless. I don't know who kept them awake in the middle of the night, dragged everyone out of bed and came over to get some training in. Zhou Zhangyi walked to the front of the line and shouted, except for the first 10 that are done. All the others are not allowed to eat today. Crap. No food? And so inhuman. Everyone was instantly sleepy, and one by one, they hurriedly increased their speed, huffing and puffing and doing serious push-ups. Lin Hui was currently disguised as a pile driver, constantly going up and down, so fast that he was close to smoking. Next to him, Wang Yong's eyes are going to stare out. Crap, brother Hui, do you want to say through the earth? This speed, not afraid of smoke? Lin Hui didn't even return his head. Say your mom's head. If you want to eat, hurry up and do it. I want to eat. I want to eat. Chen Arrow also immediately did push-ups like chicken blood. Frantically. Wang Yong people are numb. The power of dry rice really is infinite. He hurried to pick up speed as well. For a while, the playground rose and fell. Everyone was energized to get a hot meal. Zhang Jiantao hemmed and hawed and looked at the headmaster. Headmaster, it's still you who has the solution. Zhou Zhangyi was full of dejection. That's for sure. Against these boys, I have many ways. Move fast. Catch the last 20 plus a penalty of 200 push-ups. Hearing this, everyone almost spat blood. Even if you don't give food, you add a penalty. It's so fucking inhuman. At this moment, all of them were all transformed into pile drivers. Once again speeding up. Chapter 84, the captain is confused. The clown is actually myself? Phew. Lin Hui was the first to get up from the ground and clap his hands. He looked at the others with a smirk. You guys are too slow too. Real men just have to be fast. The veterans wanted to vomit blood, we want to be fast too. So can we at least be fast? You think everyone is like you? Several times a second. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Now is the time to fight for hand speed. Hold on tight. Watching Lin Hui go aside to rest, the veterans were filled with raw emotion. This guy is just sick. They were only halfway done when this one was done in 500. Forget it. This kid isn't normal after all. What's the point of comparing yourself to him? The veterans began to adjust their breathing and do push-ups at a regular pace, just as long as you can win over the others. When Zhou Zhangyi saw that the crowd had put their speed down, he frowned. Look at other people's Lin Hui. 500 push-ups done in one swish. You veterans, are you good? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Headmaster, don't praise me. I'm just slightly more talented than a billion points. Zhou Zhangyi glared. See, people are still so modest. The veterans almost spit blood. Where is the humility in this guy's sunny smile? And look, Zhou Zhangyi snorted coldly, and the veterans hurriedly turned their heads. The new recruits are doing it faster than you. If you can't make it into the top 10, why don't you just stop eating for the next meal, and give me a good introspection? Lin Hui shook his head. It's useless to reflect. They don't have a system. The veterans watched as the new recruits next to them actually caught up. One of them came to a sudden temper. Can't beat Lin Hui even if new recruits can't beat again. What to eat? Eat, forget it. The veterans huffed and puffed and just started picking up speed. The new recruits were secretly glad to see the veterans being scolded. Before they could fool around, Zhou Zhangyi's anger burned over. You guys still want to smile? When I was your age, not to mention 5,000 push-ups were done. And after being in the army for so long, I can't even catch up with the veterans. So I have the nerve to be a soldier of the Tiger Regiment? If you guys aren't done by the time the veteran is done for half a minute, you don't get to eat for the rest of the day. Crap, that's too hard. The recruit nearly pissed himself and hurried to speed up. There was no hope for them to compete with Lin Hui, but they should have no problem competing with the veterans. For a while, the veterans and the new recruits all competed with each other, and no one was convinced by anyone. Lin Hui was slightly surprised to look at Zhou Zhangyi, who was full of bad jokes. I go, arching fire at both ends, a bit of a level. Sure enough, he's a fellow traveler. The push-ups ended quickly. Immediately after that, all of them rushed to the playground to start the 10-kilometer run. The rules are the same as they were just now. No food for all but the top 10. Lin Hui, without exception, was first again. After that a few training sessions, he was as good as open and left everyone 10 blocks behind. By the side of the playground, Zhou Zhangyi and a few company commanders watched with smiles, and every now and then they even arched their fires on the side. A group of veterans can't run away from others. Lin Hui, even if it's not enough. The new recruits can't even run away. The strength is weak like this, so if you don't lay off, you who to lay off. If I were the leader above me, I would have to let you go as well. If you want to keep your troops, you don't rely on your words, you have to look at the actual actions. Damn! The veterans' eyes erupted with fire, and they were suddenly like chicken blood. There was no shame in losing to Lin Hui, but losing to a new recruit. They simply didn't live. Zhou Zhangyi turned his head towards the new recruits and said, and you new recruits, you've been in here for so long, but you can't even compete with a few veterans. Look at others. Lin Hui, he's become the fucking king of soldiers. How do you guys sleep at night? The recruits nearly fell to the ground on their heels. A fragile self-esteem that has been battered time and time again, but they are just powerless to refute it and question that people are indeed perverts. The sky then turned fishbelly white. The whistle blew and everyone slowly assembled and stood at attention. After a full night of intense training, aside from Lin Hui, everyone was mentally drained and exhausted. They don't even need pillows or beds. They can fall asleep just standing up. On the contrary, Lin Hui felt doubly fit, and apart from being a bit sleepy, he didn't feel much fatigue. Ding! +1 to recovery. Ding! Physical endurance +1. The beep sounded twice, and his body once again had an extra surge of power. The whole person was so energized that it didn't take much effort to climb 20 floors in one breath. Zhou Zhangyi walked up to the crowd with both hands behind his back and asked with a smile, "It's been a night of training. Is everyone tired?" "Not tired," everyone replied breathlessly. Zhou Zhangyi frowned. Soft voice, like a pussy. "Ask you again. Are you tired?" "Not tired," everyone yelled at the top of their lungs. Only then did Zhou Zhangyi nod his head in satisfaction. "Very well. Everyone performed very well today. I'll announce something. Today isn't really an intensive training, but a surprise test of your strength." Everyone looked confused. "What's the point of testing in the middle of the night? Can't you measure it during the day?" Zhou Zhangyi said seriously. "The purpose of the test is to select, from the regiment, the person with the strongest strength to serve as the chief instructor, to bring you along to train and improve your strength. Lin Hui, step forward." "Here." Lin Hui ran up quickly. Zhou Zhangyi said with a slight smile, "The test results just now have come out. Comrade Lin Hui has all the top grades, so I'm going to let you be the chief instructor this time. Does everyone have any comments?" Everyone almost spit blood. Damn, all this for the sake of choosing a chief instructor? Then you should have fucking said so. Directly let Lin Hui is not just this guy in open like, put on the red pants is Superman. Who in the whole regiment is more suitable than him? Someone spoke up. No comment. No comment. We raise our hands and feet in favor. Zhou Zhangyi said lightly. Don't be too reluctant. If there is any significance, you can bring it up. This time we just want to fairly and equitably select the wise and capable, and lead everyone to move forward together. There are so many people in our regiment. Surely there are crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Don't be embarrassed. Everyone was instantly speechless. Having the ability to them in the morning. Without that strength, who dares to come forward? Zhou Zhangyi patted Lin Hui's shoulder and said, living with a smile, I really didn't see it. So everyone is so convinced of you. Since this is the case, you also don't hide. Simply take on this important responsibility and properly train up the soldiers for me. Thank you, Chief, for your trust. Lin Hui smiled and saluted. Chief, actually, you should have said this earlier. Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment. What do you mean? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. With my strength on display, who dares to compete with me for the position of chief instructor? He turned his head and pointed his finger at the crowd. I'll be the chief instructor. Any one of you who is not convinced, come up and fight one-on-one. One against one. Who dares to come up? Swish. Everyone took a step back towards the back in unison. Zhou Zhangyi people are looking stupid. The corners of the mouth crazy twitching. Damn. If I had known this, but also get a fart test. This is not a pure waste of time? He suddenly felt like a clown. A couple of company commanders next to him momentarily sighed with some embarrassment. It seems our worries were unwarranted. If I had known it was like this, I would have compared it to a hammer. It would have been better to sleep in the bed. Blame it on the chief. The big smart. Just then, Su De suddenly stood out and shouted, Lin Hui is chief instructor. It's well deserved. Lin Hui do a good job. I'm not convinced by any of the walls. I'm convinced by you. Wang Yang was also not willing to show weakness. Brother Hui, I'm not convinced by any of the hangers-on. I'm convinced by you. You're the most awesome. Chen Eru grunted. Whoever disobeys me, Brother Hui, I'll drown him in a bubble of urine. Be careful. I pee a lot and it's very yellow. Lin Hui smiled faintly, his bravado rushing to the clouds. Since everyone looks up to me so much, I'll be the one to do it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone rolled their eyes together. We're still friends without pretending. Chapter 85. Are we here for training or a field trip? Zhou Zhangyi had just returned to his office. There was a knock on the door right outside. Knock knock. Come in. Looking at Lin Hui pushing the door in, he was full of surprise. You kid don't go for training. What are you doing here with me? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Chief, come to ask you something? Oh, Zhou Zhangyi pointed to the stool. Sit down and talk. Lin Hui sat down and asked. Chief, I want to know, where is the location of this maneuver? Zhou Zhangyi was puzzled. Why are you asking this? Lin Hui said in a serious manner. Didn't you say that there's only a month left? In such a short period of time, it's definitely unrealistic to want to make a sudden progress in all aspects, so I want to target my training. Zhou Zhangyi was a bit surprised. Really didn't expect. You kid surprisingly considered so comprehensively. Even thought of this layer. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. You gave me such a heavy burden. Where can I hang my chain? Zhou Zhangyi nodded in relief. Lin Hui, this kid, does have a good head on his shoulders. It was the right decision to make him the chief instructor. There's only a month left. If we practiced every event, we'd have to break down the Iron Man. Absolutely cannot appear. Practicing one day lying 3 days this kind of situation. So this last month has to be scientifically and rationally organized and targeted. Zhou Zhangyi looked at him and said, for this exercise, we'll join the 536th Division and go up against the Blue Army. And at the end of the last exercise, the Blue Army has strengthened quite a bit more and added a lot of new equipment. Lin Hui understood. It's just the same gang as last time, trying to get the Blues to test us again. Yeah, it's the same fucking Blues from last time. Zhou Zhangyi slapped his hand on the table, filled with righteous indignation. These guys are here specifically to suppress us. They're the ones who caused our regiment to be cut down. Lin Hui knew. The Blue Army in the exercise, a specialized unit, is known as the Allied Grinder. They are the mainstay of this army-wide reform. The purpose is to test the strength of individual units. Curious? He asked. The last maneuver was in the mountains. Is it still in the mountains this time? Zhou Zhangyi shook his head. The location of this exercise is in the south. Not only are there more mountains, there are more jungles. The Blue Army unit, itself a mountain division, is best at jungle warfare. Lin Hui immediately brightened up. That means those tanks and armored vehicles of theirs are no good? Zhou Zhangyi nodded and shook his head again. You mustn't think like that. We can't necessarily use it, but they can. These guys have the director's department behind them. They can do anything bad. Lin Hui let out an oh-so-slight sound and pressed on. He's still an old acquaintance of the chief director of the maneuvers. What's the big deal? Chief, are you sure this maneuver is in a mountainous area? Zhou Zhangyi nodded. Sure, the place was set a long time ago. The division commander has explained it all to me. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Got it. I'll go first then. He turned his head and was just about to leave when Zhou Zhangyi immediately called out to him, saying with some concern, Lin Hui, there's only a month left. You must hurry. It's all up to you whether or not you can keep the Tiger Regiment. Lin Hui was full of confidence. Don't worry. I'll definitely train them to be as awesome as little wolf cubs. Zhou Zhangyi is full of weirdness. What is this analogy? How exactly do you plan to train them? Lin Hui smiled faintly. I can't say yet. but I'll definitely give you a surprise. Looking at his smile, Joe Joni's scalp tingled. This kid's got a belly full of bad stuff, so it's not going to be good. However, he still believed that Lin Hui had the strength. After all, he was the recognized #1 in the regiment, and even in the division. In such a short time, he was able to go from being a pig farming soldier to what he was now. Surely he must have a way to get everyone up and running as well. Leaving from the regiment, Lin Hui returned to the playground. By now, everyone had eaten breakfast and assembled to stand. They are full of confidence and their eyes are full of anticipation. The various company commanders also stood and watched. Even though they weren't involved in the training, they had to follow along with everyone else. The only ones who really don't participate in the training are just a bunch from the regiment. Lin Hui smilingly walked up to everyone. I'm sorry, many of you are my leaders, my seniors, so if I'm going to say or do anything wrong next, you guys bear with me more. If it's really too much, you guys just bear with it, because it's useless to resist. Everyone all rolled their eyes. Saying it was the same as not saying it. The company commander and the veterans all shouted, cut the fucking nagging, just give the order and we'll cooperate. Just tell us how you want to practice. We're determined to hold the troops. Lin Hui, you're the strongest in the entire regiment. We'll practice whatever you say. Just save us a breath. Lin Hui nodded with a smile. It seems everyone's enthusiasm for training is very high. Let's get right to it then. Everyone just bring a water bottle. Bring a first aid kit. Put everything else down and turn right. Wow. Everyone immediately unloaded all their equipment. As per Lin Hui's request, bring only a water bottle and a first aid kit. Lin Hui ran at the front. All follow me. All of them followed. Several company commanders followed suit. As requested, out of the camp gates, everyone ran all the way, going from the main road to the trail. A few company commanders furrowed their brows and murmured curiously, what kind of training is this? Jogging? Why do I feel like an old lady taking a walk? What the hell is Lin Hui up to? Zhang Jiantao snorted coldly. Don't ask. Just do it. The head of the group believes in him. What else do you guys suspect? A company commander next to him concurred. Right. People are so bullish. They took the first from the border division over. Or the whole regiment is recognized as the first. And they even destroyed the blue commander in the exercise. So what else do we have to be suspicious of? And believe in him, that is. The others nodded. That's true. But why do they always feel a little bit unreliable? After 3 or 4 hours of continuous running, all of them went into a forest. They are in a province that is more than 70% mountainous and 80% jungle covered. Take a casual walk and everywhere you go, you will see patches of forest. And deeper into it is untouched and untouched virgin forest. There is no one in sight for miles around. Only after going deeper into the forest and walking for a while longer did Lin Hui stop. Well, here we are. Everyone looks confused and wonders what they're doing here. Lin Hui looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Starting today, we'll train here and not go back. Everyone was incredibly surprised. Here? What are you practicing here? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I'll take you guys to survive in this wilderness for more than 20 days. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did the promised assault training turn into wilderness survival? Someone asked. What can we practice in a place like this, where there are nothing but trees? Lin Hui said in a serious manner. The training is very grueling. It's eating and sleeping every day. Sleeping and eating, then sleeping and eating again every day. Everyone almost spat blood. Is this a fucking training exercise or an outing? Chapter 86, Crunchy, 6 times the protein of beef. Zhang Jiantao anxiously asked. Lin Hui, there's still a month before the maneuvers start. You're not properly leading the guys in training. What's the point of engaging in chicken feathers? The other company commanders nodded their heads. Yeah, we only have so much time left. Every second is precious. You can't joke about this. Lin Hui smiled and said, no kidding with you guys. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. There's a shitload of sense. If you, Lin Hui directly interrupted. Alright, cut the crap. If you have an opinion, you have to hold it in. You're the instructor and I'm the instructor. The head of the regiment has delegated his authority to me. Everyone was dumbfounded. The regimental commander did delegate authority. It doesn't matter if it's the company commander or whoever. You have to follow orders. One of the veterans asked. Tell me, what the hell are we going to do? We're not really going to stop training, are we? Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's only a month in total. You guys are just practicing as well as you can. It's not much use. It's better to take advantage of this time to learn about wilderness survival and familiarize yourselves with the jungle environment. The veteran was confused. The forest is either trees or grass. What's so familiar about it? Lin Hui smiled and said, you guys mustn't underestimate this. The jungle hides dangers everywhere. In the time afterward, you will learn how to take cover in the woods, how to find food in the woods, how to find a place to sleep here, and how to keep from being bitten by mosquitoes, insects, rats, and ants. Everyone was instantly speechless. It's not even a fucking tour? No training at all. Just playing. That's gone? Lin Hui laughed coldly. And of course, for the next few days, you won't be given a bite of food or a drop of water. Crap. Everyone was instantly confused. How are we going to live then? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Then you'll have to figure it out yourselves. It's none of my business. Everyone was completely speechless. Such training was unheard of and unseen by them. Completely out of order. Lin Hui continued aloud. For the next period of time, we won't stay in the same place, and we'll ensure at least 40 kilometers of jungle marching every day. The crowd looked at each other, none of them reacting. 40 kilometers is peanuts to them. Granted, they were not pure infantry, but that distance was hard to beat. It's only 40 kilometers. It's nothing. But what about the food problem? Marching takes a lot of energy? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I've already thought of this for you guys. We can all march along the way while looking for food. My personal suggestion is to prioritize high-protein foods. As for what's high protein, in layman's terms, it's something that's alive and moving. Of course, there are some plants, bugs, snakes, and fungi that can be eaten, but one must distinguish between those that are poisonous and those that are not, and I'll explain that in detail with you. After all was said and done, everyone's mouths were open in confusion, as if listening to a loneliness. Lin Hui looked at them and asked, "Have you memorized everything?" Everyone nodded woodenly, their brains actually going blank. They didn't remember a word of what was just said. Lin Hui didn't expect much when he saw them like this. Forget about it. The best way to do it would be to practice it firsthand. If they go to Shinnong to taste all kinds of herbs, they will surely remember it after being fooled a few times. He patted the satellite phone on his waist and hemmed and hawed. The big deal is to call for emergency rescue. Just make sure you don't die. Now, forward. Lin Hui waved his hand and led everyone all towards the depths of the jungle. A few veterans came together and whispered, "Does this work or not? It's so fucking bullshit? Forget it, he's at least first in the regiment. So let's listen to him." At first, the march was relatively smooth. Usually everyone goes out in tanks. Windy, sparks and lightning all the way. Suddenly switching to walking was quite a novelty in turn. Looking around is like shopping for a view. But after only 10 kilometers, everyone couldn't stop laughing. Because the road gets harder and harder. Even in many places, there is not even a road. It's all dense positions, and you have to keep going to open routes. There are places where you look at a team of leaves and you can fall halfway down with one foot. There were even some mud puddles where only a head was exposed at the end of a foot. If it hadn't been for the timely resuscitation, I might have lost my life. After 20 kilometers of walking, everyone was tired and weak. The clothes were wet and dry several times, inside and out, and eventually even hardened, with large white salt stains adhering to them. Bang! A soldier tired directly fell to the ground. "No way. I can't walk anymore. This road is too damn hard to walk. Shouldn't the picnic be happy and joyful?" Another soldier sat on his butt on the ground. "Lin Hui. Instructor Lin. Why don't we take a break? I feel like we've been walking for ages. It's like we've walked all the way from the camp, all the way to the provincial city." Lin Hui turned around. "Only a few hours of walking. 20 kilometers and you're shouting that you're tired? Really?" The soldier was dumbfounded. "When did we become turtles? Why are we moving so slowly?" Lin Hui smiled and said, "You guys know now how difficult it is to march in the jungle, right?" Got it. He said seriously, "It's difficult for you, and it's difficult for the blues when they come in, and as long as we survive the woods well, we're the biggest threat to the blues." The crowd came to a sudden realization. No wonder Lin Hui wanted to take them to drill the woods, so it was to adapt to the drill environment in advance. A veteran smiled bitterly. "Lin Hui, I'm kind of convinced, so you've considered it so thoroughly." Lin Hui heatedly smiled. "How else can I be your instructor? Alright, your first day of marching, 20 kilometers is about right. Take a break first." Gollum. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stomach of the veteran who had just been there growled. A little embarrassed, he said, "I'm a little hungry." Hunger was as contagious as it was contagious, and it swept over everyone in very large chunks. Gollum. Everyone's stomachs started growling together. Like drums, the crowd hemmed and hawed at Lin Hui. "Instructor Lin, why don't you get us some food? Eat, right?" Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "There are so many of you and you want me to go and find food for you all by myself? Are you kidding me? Go by yourself. Do it yourself and get fed." The crowd was speechless and turned their heads to look around. "How are we going to find this?" Lin Hui shrugged. "I've already taught you guys. Now it's up to you to play on your own. I'm looking for it anyway. I'll still gather here later." Watching him turn and disappear into the woods, Several company commanders immediately ordered, "Everyone, don't go too far. It's not a good idea to get lost. It's best to go out in groups of 3 or 5. Alright, guys, let's go our separate ways." After saying that, everyone immediately dispersed. An hour later, one by one, people started coming back. Wang Yang and Chen Arrow both returned. A man with a pile of plants in his arms, with only his head exposed. "Smells good." "Ha!" Wang Yang suddenly twitched his nose. Chen Arrow was excited. "I can smell it too. It seems like the smell of roasted meat." The two followed the scent, only to see that Lin Hui had created a fire belt on the ground and raised a fire. A snake is being skewered on a branch and roasted over the fire. The snake meat is moist and fragrant. It's mouth-watering to watch. The two men swallowed furiously, dropping their things quickly and rushing up. Chen Arrow's eyes were fat glowing. "Brother Hui, what are you baking?" Lin Hui said without looking back. "Snake meat, can't you tell?" Chen Arrow hemmed and hawed. "I've never eaten snake meat before. Can you let me taste it, just to help you see if it's cooked?" Next to him, Wang Yang swallowed furiously. "It's definitely cooked. Do you still need to ask?" "Brother Hui, this meat looks old. It must be very toothsome. Why don't I just help you out?" Lin Hui looked back at the two. "Pick up the snake meat and blow on it." In front of the two men, he stuck out his tongue and licked from top to bottom and back again, giving every inch of the snake's meat an even coating of crystallized saliva before handing it to the two men. "Take it and eat it?" Wang Yang hurriedly dodged. "Crap, you're too disgusting." Chen Arrow looked disgusted. "Brother Hui is so petty. Forget about not giving food. It's still disgusting." "Humph, we found something tasty to eat anyway." Lin Hui looked back and almost didn't laugh. "It's all leaves and bark of some unnamed tree. Were you two rabbits in a previous life? Vegetarians?" Wang Yang held his head high. "What the hell? Vegetarianism is healthy." "Right." Chen Arrow also grunted twice. "We usually eat too much meat, just enough to supplement the vitamins A, B, C, D, F, J. Let's eat our own. Not bring Hui to eat. Let him look greedy and drool." Watching the two rehold the pile, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. "What two douchebags?" Soon the others returned one after another, basically hugging a bunch of plants. What leaves, bark, roots, colored mushrooms, a variety of everything. It's quite a worm, but that stuff is just so disgusting to look at that no one wants to eat it, even if it's 6 times more nutritious than beef and crunchy to chew. After all, they are not men at the top of the food chain. Looking at the pile of plants in front of them, all of them were in trouble. "How do I eat it? Grilled? Or boiled? Cook my ass. Do we have a pot? That's no way to roast it. Won't these burn on the fire? Forget it. Chew it dry and get some hydration. I'm half thirsty." The group was like cattle and sheep, grabbing handfuls of grass and shoving them into their mouths. The more he ate, the more agonized the expression on his face became, his features twisting. "Really hard to eat. We are not animals. How to eat this thing? It's good to have something to eat. Stop nagging, or you'll starve to death later." Lin Hui watched from the sidelines, smiling with joy. He finished the snake meat beautifully and lay down next to him and started picking his teeth. "Eat and rest for half an hour before we leave." All of them chewed the bitter leaves and shivered. "Shit, you're full instead. And we're here chewing on leaves." They were not convinced. But who made them unable to catch the snake? Only leaves to feed on, I guess. Half an hour later, Lin Hui looked at his watch and stood up. "Alright, everyone, have you rested enough? Continue on." All of them stood up and began to move their arms and legs. 20 kilometers in the jungle is going to be more tiring than 40 kilometers outside. After walking for a while just now, one by one, their legs and feet are still sore now. "You have to move around or it will hurt more in a while," Zhang Jiantao yelled. "Departure, departure." Wang Yang climbed up and looked at the vast jungle in the distance and sighed. "Have not rested enough, and then have to set off again. This day, when is the end? Ah." Chen Arrow, tears in his eyes. "I suddenly began to miss the days of raising pigs. At least I don't have to eat grass." Ouch. Just then, someone suddenly covered his stomach. His face ugly. "Why does my stomach hurt?" The soldier next to him also immediately shouted. "Crap, me, my stomach hurts too." The others instantly covered their stomachs one after another as if they were infected with a virus. The forest was suddenly crackling and buzzing like a firecracker. I can't hold it in." The group couldn't even find a place in time to pull down their pants and start spraying. A foul odor immediately filled the forest. Lin Hui stood in the distance pinching his nose and said cheerfully, "I've told you all. There are some things you can't eat. The brightly colored ones are basically poisonous. And of course, the ones that aren't brightly colored may still be poisonous. Most of those you guys just got back are inedible, and you'll have to scurry afterward." The gang scuttled below the fiery pane, stared at him fiercely. "You fucking know poisonous, but also let us eat. Have not seen you so unethical." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "I'm doing this for your own good. Pull it a few more times and you'll learn your lesson. Fuck you. A bunch of people all gave him the middle finger. Chapter 87, The Beast. Let go of that monkey. Late afternoon. Zhou Zhangyi came out of the regiment's office, smiling with his hands behind his back. One day down. I wonder how Lin Hui has practiced with those boys. Soon he was at the playground. There wasn't even a single person in the large playground, except for 2 or 3 birds. Zhou Zhangyi was confused. Where have all the people gone? He looked at his watch just in time for dinner. Would he eat in the cafeteria? It was only when he got to the cafeteria meal that he realized that there was no fire at all today. Zhou Zhangyi was a little panicked and rushed out to look around. But let alone people, there was not even a ghostly shadow in the camp. Crap! Zhou Zhangyi was dumbfounded. Why the hell is there no one in the camp? Lin Hui. This kid. Where did he abduct people for me? Chief, what are you doing here? Zhou Zhangyi turned his head, only to see the chief of staff carrying his pants and coming out of the toilet. He rushed up, grabbed the chief of staff's hand, and froze just as he was about to speak. Did you wash your fucking hands? Why are they wet? The chief of staff's old face reddened and hurriedly wiped it on his body. Sorry. Zhou Zhangyi glared at him and also wiped his hands on his clothes. Old Lu, where did our regiment go? How come I searched around and didn't even see a ghost shadow? The chief of staff froze. They're out training. Early in the morning. Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment. Why didn't anyone tell him he was going out in the morning? The chief of staff then asked worriedly. Chief, there's only a month left. Lin Hui doesn't take the guys to catch up on their training. Instead he's running out of town. Would that be too unreliable? Zhou Zhangyi laughed and slapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry. If Lin Hui isn't reliable, our regiment won't be able to find a reliable one. He's the one who took out the Blue Army commander in the maneuvers. And he's also the one who smashed the other person's command headquarters. Since we made him chief instructor, we have to trust him. The chief of staff nodded. You're right. Use the man. Doubt the man. Zhou Zhangyi smiled and said, all right, don't worry about it. Let them practice on their own. The chief of staff rolled his eyes. Who the hell cares? You were clearly the one who was just on fire, asking where people were. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. 2 heads suddenly poked out of the trees in the dense jungle. The 2 men were dark-skinned and athletic, and wore clothes made of woven leaves. At first glance I thought they were 2 primitives. Only when I got close to see it, I realized that it was 2 douchebags, Wang Yang and Chen Eru. Chen Eru stretched his waist. Today's 40 kilometers are finished. We just rested for an hour. Now let's start looking for food. He looked around and was confused. Why is it all deserted? Wang Yang said unhappily, we must have overslept. Those veterans are ghostly. They must have gone out early in the morning. And now I guess the whole forest has been rummaged through by them. Chen Eru people stupid. What? Then there's still something for us to eat? There's a fart. Wang Yang glared at him. The bug ancestors have probably been eaten up by them. It's all your fault. Chen Eru huffed and said, how to blame me? It is not the blame for you to find those sour fruits, causing me and you to pull together. Put a little stamina or pulled out, or I will sleep over? Wang Yang's voice rose. Yoho, you still have the nerve to talk about me? If you share half of that big bug with me in the morning, will I go looking for sour fruits? Without sour fruits, can we run thin? What are you 2 bickering about? I can hear you yakking from a distance. As soon as the 2 of them looked down, they saw Lin Hui standing right under the tree in his stylish leafy outfit. It's so humid and hot in the woods that your clothes won't fit and it's easy to burn your crotch. So everyone simply stripped off and changed into cool leafy outfits. The 2 immediately jumped down from the tree one after another like monkeys. Wang Yang smiled and stared at Lin Hui's lower body. Brother Hui, can you lend me one of the leaves in your pocket? Lin Hui stared at him. What for? Wang Yang said with embarrassment. I accidentally scratched that one, and was bitten by a mosquito while sleeping at night. And you are not unaware of the mosquitoes here. They are very toxic. Look at me. I'm all swollen up. Like a mallet. Fuck you. Lin Hui spat. I don't want to go blind yet. If you want leaves, find them yourselves. I have to go find food. You guys hurry up. If you're late, even the leaves will be eaten up by them. After saying that, he turned and walked away. The 2 shrugged helplessly and went off in the other direction to find food as well. After walking forward for a while, the 2 men suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their eyes glazed over. I just saw a tree in front of me with a lot of fruits. Big and small. Eru, we have food. Wang Yang excitedly tugged him and was about to run forward. But Chen Eru didn't move. What's wrong? Chen Eru was cautious. Will this fruit be the same as yesterday's sour fruit? Eating it will scurry thin? My 2 leaves were dried with great difficulty, so I don't have any more spray to wear. Wang Yang heatedly smiled. Don't worry. With my experience, today's fruit, absolutely no problem. You see, the fruit is round in size and dark in color. It's definitely no problem. Absolutely not sour. Guaranteed not to spray. I'll believe the hell out of you. Chen Eru grunted. That's how you lied to me yesterday. Wang Yang had a look of no good temper. Then this is fine. I'll eat it first. If it's not sour and doesn't upset your stomach, you'll eat it again. How's that? Chen Era hemmed and hawed. That's no problem. Wang Yang rolled his eyes. This brat is getting more and more refined. Can't even fool him. In a while you climb the tree to pick the fruit. I'll take it from below. Okay. The two hurried to the tree. And Chen Era hugged the tree and prepared to climb up. Crap. There's a fruit tree there. Hurry up and charge. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the distance. A veteran's eyes glowed as if he had found a treasure and rushed towards the fruit tree. Wang Yang was startled. Eru, quick hurry up and climb. Those living bandits are coming to rob. When you get to the woods, there are no rules. Hands are fast, hands are slow. If they snatch it all up, there'll be nothing left. Chen Era does not care about anything. Rubbing upward, climbed to the top and reached out just about ready to pick the fruit. Bang! Chen Era suddenly felt his head being hit by a hammer. Then his eyes went black and he fell straight down from the tree. It's a good thing that there is Wang Yang at the bottom, or else he would have to fall and get a concussion. Chen Era was dizzy, his eyes filled with heavy shadows. Me? How did I come down? Everyone else rushed around. What happened? Chen Era shook his head. I don't know. It seems like I was smashed by something. A little. Suddenly, one of the veterans covered his head and crouched down. Shit. Something hit me. It hurts. Everyone immediately raised their heads, only to see a few monkeys on the tree with fruits in their hands, grimacing and laughing at them. Laughing and laughing. The monkey couldn't laugh anymore. Everyone, including Wang Yang, had green eyes and kept swallowing and licking their tongues. Have you had the monkey meat yet? So far. No. Then what the fuck are you waiting for? Fuck him. I'll eat monkey brains. With a whoosh, everyone rushed towards the tree like mad. The monkey instantly exploded in shock. A few of the ones that reacted quickly jumped right into other trees and escaped. The last one was just about to escape when Wang Yang grabbed it by the neck and gripped it from the tree. Twitter. The monkey desperately struggled and shouted. It almost scratched Wang Yang's face. One courageous cannot go up as snapping as a few big mouth. To the monkey are playing confused. I let you scream. I let you scream. I let you scratch. Let you scratch. Chen Era huffed. Beat him. Quick. Hurry up and make a fire. Leave the monkey brains to me. Hey. Today there is meat to eat. No need to eat wild fruits. It's clean and hygienic. Guys. A group of men got canes and tied the monkey up. The man next to him immediately held a branch and began to build a fire. Looking at the rising fire, the monkey pissed himself on the spot. Wang Yang took out a stone-polished dagger and smiled as he walked towards it. Eldest brother, today is considered your lucky day. Coming to give the brothers a toothpick is also considered a contribution to our troops. Just as he was about to give the monkey an opening, there was a sudden yell from the distance. Stop it, all of you. Chapter 88, Two tigers crying in pain. It's over and done with. The roots of their children and grandchildren are gone. Lin Hui dashed over. What are you doing? Fai. Why are you here? Chen Era grinned and grasped the monkey's tail, flinging the monkey around like a windmill. The sky swirled before the monkey's eyes, and he gibbered in terror. Put the monkey down. Lin Hui walked closer and said seriously. I asked what you guys are doing. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. Of course I'm ready to eat monkey meat. Brother Hui, do you want some? The others swallowed furiously and hurriedly urged. Stop inking and roast it. I can't wait. Shut up. Lin Hui yelled lowly, and everyone instantly fell silent. I told you to look for food. I didn't tell you to eat this. Don't know that monkeys are protected animals. You'll go to jail if you eat them. Everyone was instantly shocked. They think they can eat anything that flies in the sky or runs on the ground. I didn't realize I almost got myself in. Then what? Lin Hui glared at them. What to do? Hurry up and release it. The crowd looked at each other, full of reluctance. It's a shame to let it go when it's so hard to catch it. Chen Ero said pitifully. Brother Hui, how about this? I'll just eat a monkey's tail and not get him killed. Okay? Lin Hui glared at him. What do you think? Chen Ero reluctantly walked over and untied the monkey. He then grabbed the monkey by the tail, spun around twice and threw it directly into the distance. Go you! The monkey fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Quickly climb a tree. Turning back to give them a hard stare, he turned and ran. Watching the monkeys gradually disappear into the forest, everyone gulped wildly. The meat in hand is gone. Lin Hui snorted coldly. To reiterate one last time, protected animals cannot be eaten. If you guys are really hungry, go find bugs to eat. Even if you catch snakes, it can only be some ordinary ones, the flowery kind. You're not even allowed to touch them. Either it's poisonous or it's a protected animal. The crowd was speechless. It's hard to learn to find something to eat in the woods. As a result, you can't touch this. You can't eat that. It's fucking suffocating too. Wang Yang sighed. Forget it, let's just eat the fruit. As the words fell, everyone raised their heads in a mischievous manner. Wang Yang and Chen Eru felt the green light coming out of the eyes of the people around them and were startled. Damn! How could I forget about these bandits? Eru, get on! Without saying a word, the two men immediately went up the tree. The others flew up as well. At one point, the tree was packed. Move over, move over. Who the fuck stepped on my face? Don't move. That fruit is mine. Lin Hui looked at the group of people on the tree, helplessly shaking his head. This Nima is all hungry and crazy. Soon it was getting dark. At the end of the night, everyone found their own place to sleep. It's been so long since we came in that we've all gotten used to sleeping on the wild side. They would paint their bodies with wet mud before bedtime, showing only their noses and eyes. This prevents mosquito bites. The mosquitoes in the jungle are highly toxic, and a few bites can kill you. Around the camp, a circle of burned-out grass ash was spread, with some irritating-smelling plants added to it to discourage the approach of poisonous snakes and insects. It didn't take long for patches of grunts to ring out in the woods. Everyone is hungry and tired these days. Besides marching, it's all about eating and sleeping. Completely realized what Lin Hui said at the beginning. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Lin Hui checked one last time to make sure there was nothing wrong before going back to rest. He chose a spot on slightly higher ground and, using a large leafy bush, built a simple shed. Lin Hui burrowed in and just laid down when a crisp beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Wilderness survival ability +1. It was a time to train. To say that he was practicing others, but it was he himself who gained the most. Through this period of training, he had completely become a master of wilderness survival. When the baymakers come, they have to bow and go around. At night the temperature is low. To prevent catching a cold, Lin Hui put on the clothes dried during the day, and put the dead leaves over the body to keep warm. He closed his eyes, both hands resting on his head, and in a short while he was in dreamland. I'll be able to go out in a few days, and this time when I run into the blues, I'll make sure to give them a big surprise. It's late at night. In the woods, mosquitoes buzzed everywhere. The group was very uncomfortable sleeping in the woods, but now they lie down and sleep. The sound of those mosquitoes, on the contrary, became the best lullaby. Chen Era hugged the wooden stake and rolled over, muttering dreamy words. Village flower, let me kiss. Moo 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 moo. Suddenly, he felt something furry, grabbing at him. His eyes snapped open, and a grimacing monkey face in front of him startled him directly. Holy shit! The monkey was also startled by him and wowed, grabbing him underneath. Era's large open mouth directly turned into an O shape. Oh yo yo yo, you let go of my fucking cock. The monkey, frightened, tugged at something and turned to run. Chen Era was dragged and ran, tears raging in pain. It's breaking! It's breaking! It's breaking! An ear-piercing scream woke everyone up instantly. They sat up and looked at it. Their eyes glazed over. Is this fucking Monkey Mountain? There are actually monkeys all over the camp? Crap! Monkey shook people. And NB. BSB, Wang Yang looked at Era was captured by monkeys. Shocked, fast. Hurry to save people. Era will be captured by monkeys to eat. Everyone was so scared that they instantly jumped up from the ground. Aren't monkeys vegetarians? When did you switch to cannibalism? Lin Hui immediately came out of the shed and just happened to see Wang Yang rushing out moments later and being pounced on by a group of monkeys. A monkey mounted him and slapped him furiously. It was exciting to watch as he fanned and grimaced and screamed. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. I'll go. These monkeys are too vindictive. They just got slapped in the mouth during the day, and they're returning it at night? Just as he froze, a sudden scream came from the camp. A veteran is pounced upon by a couple of monkeys. After a few struggles, he was pressed down again, grabbed by the monkey's head and slammed into the ground. Others tried to climb up a tree to hide, and just as they got up there, they were stomped down by the ambushing monkeys. He fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Damn! A sneak attack. The most miserable is Chen Eru, was yanked below, dragged dozens of meters. Painful hands kept patting the ground, screaming and killing pigs. Lin Hui furrowed his brows and immediately copied a nearby wooden stick that still had a bit of sparks on it and rushed up towards the monkeys. As he ran, he blew sparks. With a buzz, the torch flared instantly. He rushed up and waved his torch directly at the monkey, scaring it so much that it grimaced and kept backing away. Wild animals are afraid of firelight. Raise the torches. The others then reacted and rushed to start lighting torches. At the same time, Lin Hui kicked all the monkeys one by one, and the screams of the monkeys kept coming from the air. However, he kept the intensity under control. After all, it's a protected animal, and it's a pain in the ass to kick it to death and maim it. Seeing how brave Lin Hui was, many monkeys wowed and began to shift towards the trees. Fuck you. Get your ass down here. One-on-one. What the fuck is a group fight? The group of people who had just been bullied by the monkey all held torches and rushed up angrily. Others had sticks and chased the monkeys around. But these guys are so flexible that as soon as they get up a tree, they immediately disappear. Help me. FAI. Help me. From the distance came Chen Eru's heartbreaking shout. Lin Hui turned his head and directly smashed the torch over. The frightened group of monkeys immediately dispersed, turned around and fled to the trees. It was followed by a pat on the back to them, as if in demonstration. Before it disappeared, Chen Eru clamped his leg and rolled all over the ground in pain. It hurts me to death. I'm going to turn into a eunuch. I'm going to be cut off from my children and grandchildren. Lin Hui picked him up with one hand. What are you screaming for? The stuff is still there. Chen Eru took a look. It is indeed still there, but the pain is really painful. He was in tears. Brother Hui, these monkeys are too damned unethical. Where not to catch, had to catch me there. This is to make my old Chen family extinct. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Who told you to get up in the middle of the night? The monkeys are probably craving mad and treating him like a banana. Chen Eru looked down and said while crying, it's not my fault for looking like a banana. Lin Hui didn't bother with him and turned his head towards the others. The light from the torches shone in the faces of the crowd. It was then that he realized that quite a few people at the scene had hung up their colors, and someone's face was as red as a monkey's but from being smacked. Monkey Day. Wang Yang rushed over angrily with his stick raised. Where are you? All of you. Get out of here. I'll fuck you bastards to death. Lin Hui was startled when he saw his appearance. Crap. Who are you? Wang Yang froze for a moment and said with a crying face, Brother Hui. It's me. Wang Yang. Don't you recognize me? Wang Yang? Lin Hui came up and took a closer look. The guy's cheeks were swollen on both sides. His eyes were squinted into a line, and he looked like a big porker. He wouldn't have recognized who it was if he hadn't spoken. Wang Yang said angrily, this bunch of scumbags are also too hard on the hands. Slap don't want to die. See what kind of me into? Lin Hui said in a bad mood. The monkey has the strongest sense of revenge. You slapped it during the day, but also want to give people roasted. They just beat you up. Did not treat you like the two tigers, even if it is good. In neighboring countries, monkeys have become natural enemies of humans. Stealing money, stealing food, stealing children. They even often beat up lone people in groups. The attack tonight must be in retaliation for what happened during the day. The guys almost roasted the others and ate all the fruit in their territory. It's a wonder the monkeys don't retaliate. Wang Yang glanced at Eru and suddenly felt a cold chill in his pants. At this moment, he instantly felt that this pain of his was nothing. Lin Hui waved his hand and said, alright, let's leave it at that. In the future you guys don't mess with the monkeys. They are more familiar with this than you are. If they really get wrapped up in it, no one will have any peace of mind. This time, consider it as a lesson to learn a lesson. Everyone was so angry that they simply couldn't swallow it. The soldiers of the Tiger Regiment were beaten up by a bunch of monkeys to this state. If word gets out, how will they ever see anyone again? But these monkeys ran really fast. They just couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Okay, each go back to rest. It's time to medicate. Lin Hui had just finished speaking when a soldier next to him suddenly shouted, crap, my stuff is gone. Another soldier also immediately exclaimed, mine's gone too. Soon everyone reacted and immediately ran back to where they were sleeping, and all of them were dumbfounded at first glance. Clothes, water bottles, first aid kits are all gone. Holy shit, all our stuff is gone. Lin Hui was all confused. He didn't need to think about it to know that it must have been stolen by these damn monkeys. These guys are so vindictive. Wang Yang looked desperate. Brother Hui, what should we do? The clothes are all gone. How can we go back? If we go back naked, the guards at the regiment's headquarters will shoot us all. Chapter 89, the regimental commander vomits blood. My soldiers have become savages? Snap. Zhou Zhengyi slapped his hand on the table and his entire body stood up. This Lin Hui kid, he's also too unreliable. Disappeared for more than 20 days. Not a single phone call. Not a single message. I've become a fucking light rod commander. The chief of staff next to him sighed. Chief, I told you long ago that this Lin Hui kid is unreliable. You didn't believe me. Now well? Zhou Zhengyi looked grave. Where do you think this kid can take people? The chief of staff thought for a moment, then suddenly blushed. I'll be damned. He wouldn't have taken all of them outside to GA waste, would he? Zhou Zhengyi immediately had a tightening of his chrysanthemums and a pain in his waist. It's not impossible that such a thing could happen. It's not too far from the border, and there are ones right outside that specialize in GA waste. Quickly, send me someone to find it. I'm calling now. The chief of staff had just picked up the phone when a guard ran in. Report. Zhou Zhengyi looked at him and asked, what is it? The guard smiled awkwardly. Chief, A police officer has come to the door. Zhou Zhangyi and the chief of staff looked at each other and frowned. The police officers came to the door? Do they have something to do? The guard scratched his head and said, I heard them say that they seem to have seen our men. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes lit up. Shocked, happy and angry. Damn, didn't expect. We didn't find ourselves, but asked others to find it first. He rushed out with his chief of staff. Downstairs at the regiment's headquarters, a police car was parked. The officer in the lead saw Zhou Zhangyi approaching and quickly saluted. Comrade leader. Hello. Zhou Zhangyi returned the salute and couldn't wait to ask. Hello, comrade. Where did you find them? The officer smiled awkwardly. That's what happened. Some old folks who went into the mountains to pick herbs found us and said they found a bunch of bare-ass perverts in the woods. Zhou Zhangyi was dumbfounded and hurriedly interrupted. Wait, discover pervert. What are you doing here with us? Comrade, please hear me out. The officer coughed and said. The old folks reported it to the police. It's definitely something we should keep an eye on. And there aren't one or two of these perverts. There's hundreds of them. And they almost gave the old folks a heart attack. The police officer next to him nodded his head in a serious manner. Hundreds of people. That picture you think about can put that old township, but was scared a lot. Until now, do not dare to look at the bare ass of the man. Said even a few days in a row. Do not even dare to take a shower. Zhou Zhangyi looked odd. Is the world so messed up now? Do perverts come in fucking packs? That's not true. Then you should be catching perverts. What are you doing here? The officer looked at him and said. The first time we received the alarm, we went over, and through the visit we found that a number of villagers had seen it. Some people provide clues, saying that those people seem to be from your area. Where are the men in your troop? Why can't you see any of them in broad daylight? Zhou Zhangyi instantly stayed like a wooden chicken. His face was more ugly than eating a ton of this, that. He was almost certain that those hundreds of perverts were, in all probability, Lin Hui bringing out this group. It's not decent for a soldier of the Tiger Regiment to run fruitfully in the forest. Just run. And I can't believe I've been bumped into by an old-timer. It's a disgrace. The officer looked at Zhou Zhangyi stammering half a day and couldn't answer. Immediately asked in a low voice, you guys can't be. Are you engaged in some kind of special training? It's not convenient to disclose it, right? Yeah. Zhou Zhangyi slapped his thigh and hurriedly nodded. Military secrets. It is indeed inconvenient to disclose. The police officer thumbs up. A face of admiration, really powerful. Training clothes are gone. Certainly challenge the limits of mankind. However, you engage in training on training. Never far from the old folks. Hundreds of people together back to basics. Not to mention the old folks see scared out of their wits. Who can stand it at night when we're creeped out by the sight of it? Zhou Zhangyi didn't even dare to imagine this picture. It's like an army of demented men. Lin Hui. This bastard calf. When he comes back, see how I clean you up. Taking the soldiers that Lao Tzu has worked so hard to train is to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. You fucking took them on a fruit run in the woods to scare the old folks? And Zhou Zhangyi held a bellyful of fire, and hurriedly smiled and said, that's right. I'll be sure to be strict with my discipline when I turn around. What is the position of those people now? The officer looked at him and said, in that wooded area to the east of Shuwai village, and villagers reported seeing them there in the morning. You'd better hurry up and bring it back. Do your training and don't scare the old folks. Yes, definitely pay attention. Zhou Zhangyi sent the police car away with a smile on his face, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. His fists were even clenched. The chief of staff came up from the side, full of questions. How did this Lin Hui kid train? Taking people to the forest. How do you get them all bare-assed? Liberating nature? Zhou Zhangyi was so angry that he slapped him heavily on the shoulder. Son of a bitch. I'm going to go and settle the score with this bastard right now. The chief of staff grimaced in pain. You shoot, just shoot. Shoot yourself, cannot. Shoot my shoulder for what? On the other side, in the dense jungle, all were draped in various plants and looked like little moving bushes. Lin Hui walked in front of the group, walking for a while and then stopping. Walk for a while, then stop. Ding, +1 to tracking ability. Ding, +1 to detection. As his ability continued to grow, Lin Hui's senses all became clear. All those tiny traces around him that were never noticed escaped his eyes. He'd go up a tree 1 minute, stand on the trunk the next, and look out toward the distance. Every now and then, he also crouched down on the ground, observing the broken branches. Sometimes pick up a blade of grass and sniff it with your nose. The group moved forward slowly, all of them looking at each other in disbelief. What's he doing? Why does it look like a hound? And is it hard to track by the smell of monkeys? Keep your voice down. Lin Hui is a careful man. If you dare to call him a dog, he'll be able to throw you to the monkey pile later. The man who had just spoken was startled. No more. No more. I don't want to become like Eru. Next to Chin Eru are going to cry. You still say me. I that until now is still swollen it. How do you all not save me at that time? Shut up. Eru's tears were just about to come down when Lin Hui glared back and immediately restrained them. But the two grunts he'd just given were still tugging, and he grimaced in pain. The features were distorted as if they had chewed 100 lemons raw at the same time. Eru, here. Just then, Wang Yang handed over a small net pocket woven with rattan. Looking quite chic, Chen Eru looked curious. What is this? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. You've been yanked like that. The set is more or less protected. It's good and you're good. Chen Eru's face was full of emotion. Whoa whoa, it's still Brother Yong who's good to me. He took it and turned around. Slowly put it on. His face immediately showed a happy smile. The size is just right. How do you know my size? Wang Yang was full of smugness. What kind of eyes I have? Not only you. I know everyone's size. Even the headmasters I know. Everyone subconsciously clenched their legs and were filled with horror. Shit. Next time kill yourself not to take a shower with this bastard. Look where you shouldn't. Shut up. All of you. Lin Hui let out a cold voice. It's at the place. Everyone immediately quieted down. A fierce look in their eyes. Those monkeys took it away from them, and they had to get it back. Otherwise, if they just went back, they would not only be shot by the guards, but the head of the regiment would never get around them. The tiger group's collective fruit run and got beaten up by monkeys. Will they still be alive when the word gets out? Wang Yang angrily asked. Brother Hui, where are those monkey beasts? Lin Hui compared a shush and carefully took a few steps forward. Hold on to one and poke your head out quietly, only to see that directly above them, a group of monkeys were constantly fiddling with their equipment, gibbering away. Everyone's eyes all erupted with rage. Damn! I've finally found you guys. Chapter 90. Brother Fai is surrounded by monkeys. Lin Hui swept a glance. Immediately, he had a general understanding of the situation. Holy shit, this is a monkey's nest. In the next second, he realized with a sharp eye that the monkey that was originally grabbed and slapped in the mouth by Wang Yang was sitting at the very top of the tree. This monkey, though small, was actually surrounded by a lot of monkeys. There were even a couple of female monkeys gathered around, catching his ticks. It's quite enjoyable. Lin Hui suddenly reacted, holy shit, this fucking monkey king? No wonder he was able to lead a large group of monkeys back for revenge. That's it. That's what hit me. Lin Hui turned his head back and was immediately startled by this pig-headed face that Wang Yang had pasted up. Be quiet. Wang Yang hurriedly lowered his voice. That's it. That's the one that beat me into this pussy. His swollen eyes, which were only a slit, spewed out a blazing fire. Brother Hui, give the order. Let me beat the hell out of these monkey days. Chen Eru came over. I'll forget it. I'm not sharp down there. It's not convenient to climb up and down. The others also gathered around angrily. We must give these monkeys a little color later. Let them know. What is called surprise? Lin Hui scanned them. What's the point of gathering around? All of you get the hell out of my way. Who said anything about making a move? The crowd was dumbfounded. What are they doing here without doing anything? No more beating them up? Lin Hui. They have all our clothes. They must be given a beating, or they're too much of a loser. Lin Hui grunted coldly. Do you know what it means to be a monkey? We are such a large group of people rushed up. The monkeys must be frightened and run away. It is not easy to find this. It will be difficult to find it again if it is scared away. The crowd was stifled. That's true, but you can't just watch, can you? So what do we do? Negotiate with the monkeys? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Talk about your grandma. Do you guys speak monkey language? All stand on the side. I'll go on alone. Everyone was instantly shocked and filled with disbelief. Instructor Lin, don't think about it. There are hundreds of monkeys here. They'll beat you to death. These monkeys know monkeyish fist. Look what they've done to me. At least I'm a master of sparring in the regiment. And I've been beaten up like this by them. Yes, 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 yes. They don't just know monkeyish fist. They know combos. So there's no defense. Lin Hui was completely speechless. A bunch of big men, bullied by a bunch of monkeys like this. So damn worthless. When you go out, don't say you're from our regiment. And don't say you know me. You can't afford to lose face. Everyone was full of complaints. But these monkeys are really powerful. Luckily they don't have a stick. Otherwise we'd be dead. Fuck off and get on the side. Just leave this to me. Everyone immediately retreated to the side, only to see Lin Hui walk out with his head held high in his strides, waiting for people to go out. Wang Yang immediately worried. We brother a moment. Will it be bad luck? Ah? Chen Eru hurriedly nodded. Definitely. This group of monkeys lack virtue with smoke, specializing in attacking the lower three paths. Maybe Fai is going to be uprooted by them. Crap. How does that work? Wang Yang's chrysanthemums tightened. We are brothers at least. We can't see him cut off his children and grandchildren. He looked at the others and said, take a copy. When the situation is not right, go straight up and greet the monkeys on their heads. They can't run away if you beat them silly. The others nodded and rushed to find weapons while they could. At the same time, Lin Hui walked to the bottom of the tree and raised his head to yell at the Monkey King above him. Hey, stinking monkey! All the monkeys looked at him in unison. Some of the timid ones were frightened and tried to run, but when he saw that there was just one person underneath, he simply stepped back again. Lin Hui made a face at the Monkey King. Look at the bear you look like. Ground up, potato nose, triangular eyes, ugly as anything, and you still have the nerve to be the Monkey King? He bowed backward, flung his arms, and continued to provoke. Come on, come on, come on if you can. Don't stay in the tree. Come and beat me up. I can do you all by myself. The Monkey King was a whole lot confused. What was this guy up to? The other monkeys were also confused. Obviously, they didn't understand what Lin Hui was shouting at them. Seeing that the monkey didn't move for half a day, Lin Hui also lost his patience. Damn, can't understand human language. He simply picked up a rock, swish and throw. The Monkey King took a blow to the head and almost fell out of the tree in pain. He covered his head and gibbered angrily, as if giving orders. In a flash, hundreds of monkeys descended from the sky and rushed towards Lin Hui. Crap! Monkeyish fist from the sky. Wang Yang anxiously shouted, brothers, prepare to strike. However, Lin Hui was standing still at the moment, not even moving. His various abilities were boosted several times by the system. The monkey's movements were as slow as a snail's in his eyes. Just as a monkey was about to approach, Lin Hui's body suddenly moved. He slammed his right fist through. This monkey took a blow to the face and his bladder stretched instantly. The body flew backwards like a broken kite, smashing down several of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Hui twisted violently at the waist, and with a high leg sweep, several more monkeys were kicked out. Then he did a Harrier flip. It made all the other monkeys' attacks fall short, and they were so angry that they showed their teeth and screamed. When he landed, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. What slow movements! He stomped his right leg and charged directly towards the monkey in front of him. The speedy monkeys couldn't even react. A few kicks went by and the monkeys were all sent flying, and the entire forest was filled with screams. The other recognizers were just about to rush up with their weapons, but all of them stood in place dumbfounded at this emotion. Do we still have to go up there? I think. No. These monkeys don't see enough to beat him up. This Nima is too fierce. Lin Hui must have had a grudge against monkeys in the last half of his life. In just a few seconds, Lin Hui fought off a few more. He moved fast. His body was like a ghost, and his fists were like vipers coming out of their holes. Although the monkey was fast, it was far too inferior to him. He just circled the tree with all sorts of flexible maneuvers. The monkey he sent flying out fell to the ground, wailing in pain, unable to get up for half a day. The Monkey King showed his teeth and roared, hammering twice into his chest and ripping off a tree trunk. Taking advantage of Lin Hui's turn, he leapt down from the air and was about to smash towards his head. In the next second, Lin Hui turned around violently. The moment his eyes met, the Monkey King was so frightened that he could barely hold his stick. Bang! Lin Hui throws out a jab. With a click, the stick snapped in two, but his force didn't stop at all, and his fist slammed directly into the monkey's face. Ouch! The monkey screamed miserably as it was sent flying and smashed into a tree with a thud. It slid to the ground, nosebleed furiously. Lin Hui quickly fucked over all the surrounding monkeys with 3 punches and 2 kicks before finally heading towards the Monkey King. The Monkey King shook his head and climbed up, looking at the slowly coalescing silhouette in front of him, and directly pissed himself in fear. Is this guy even human? He's scary too. The Monkey King was so scared that he hurriedly climbed a tree and tried to escape. Lin Hui thumps the stone with a low kick. Whoosh! The stone flew out and hit the monkeys but directly. The monkey screamed miserably and fell out of the tree. Being choked by Lin Hui, he picked up and snapped a few big mouths. I told you to hit my brother. I told you to hit my brother. I told you to steal from me. I told you to steal from me. The monkey wailed as he was beaten and tears came to his eyes. Wang Yang screamed excitedly from the sidelines. Well played, well played. Chen Era was even more excited than he was fighting himself. Brother Hui, cut his lower plate. Attack his lower 3 paths. Avenge me. Stop. The sudden roar caused everyone to all freeze. Lin Hui also turned his head, only to see the head of the regiment, Zhou Zhangyi, leading his men over in a huff. All of them were startled and hurriedly puffed out their chests and saluted. Good day, Captain. Zhou Zhangyi felt his eyes burning and hurting as he looked at them in this manner. Is this still the best fucking soldier in the Tiger Regiment? How come they're all primitive? Zhou Zhangyi looked at the ground around him again. The wailing monkeys. Then he looked at the foaming monkey that Lin Hui was holding in his hand. His face swollen bigger than his ass, and the corners of his mouth twitched madly. He pointed at Lin Hui and yelled, "Let go of that monkey for me." As soon as Lin Hui let go of his hand, the monkey fell straight to the ground, tears coming down from the pain. He hemmed and hawed, "Chief, what brings you here?" Zhou Zhengyi's eyes spewed fire and his saliva spewed furiously. "Can I not fucking come? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing?" Lin Hui hurriedly stood at attention. "Captain, I'm practicing well exactly as you requested. I practiced your grandmother's leg." Zhou Zhengyi spit sprayed far away. "I asked you to take them to train. You got them into the forest as savages, and fucking beat up a bunch of monkeys. You call this practicing? It's total bullshit." Chapter 91, The Commander Delegate's Authority. "The whole regiment must listen to you." Zhou Zhengyi glared fiercely at Lin Hui. "Letting you come out to practice? Look at what you've brought them into. All of them have become fucking savages." Head of mission. Lin Hui was just about to explain, was directly interrupted by him. "And, you are here to bully monkeys, what is the matter? There is not a bit of public morality. Look at all the monkeys beat into what kind of? These are protected animals. Protection of animals, no? Or beat the shit out of you. I can't even protect you." Lin Hui looked around and hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry. I'm keeping my hand in. I won't hurt or maim." Zhou Zhengyi huffed. "Don't talk to me about these useless things." Lin Hui looked at him and smiled awkwardly. "Chief, these days, we've done a lot of things that you might not necessarily believe even if you say them." Zhou Zhengyi glared at him. "Knowing that I don't believe you, then simply don't say anything." "But," Lin Hui said seriously, "Chief, I promise that we definitely haven't been playing around during this time, and the next maneuvers will definitely be without any problems." All of them all puffed out their chests and yelled, "Guarantee the successful completion of the maneuvers and a triumphant victory." All those days of suffering were not for nothing. Now they could walk completely across the forest. In jungle combat, they are confident that they will lose to absolutely no one. Except monkeys. Zhou Zhengyi's heart was also slightly moved as he looked at them with confidence. Even though the guys looked scruffy, he could already feel that their aura had changed dramatically. Everyone carries that raw wildness with them, and if you didn't know better, you'd think they grew up in the woods. Just as Lin Hui had said before, he had really trained all of these soldiers into wailing wolf cubs. Just then, Zhou Zhengyi froze. He was surprised to find quite a few people following suit and standing up. Zhou Zhengyi rolled his eyes without any good humor. "Are you guys demonstrating with me here?" When the people looked down, they blushed with old age. "Chief, this is not a demonstration. It is clearly a salute to you." Alright. Zhou Zhengyi directly didn't have an eye on him. "Put all your uniforms on and get the hell back over there to gather." Yes, everyone swarmed. Tree climbers climb trees and wear military uniforms. Others took the opportunity to go up and kick the monkeys twice, beating them to a pulp. Zhou Zhengyi almost vomited blood. What had they gone through these days? And they had really become savages? On the other side, Lin Hui turned around and suddenly realized that the Monkey King was sitting on the ground trembling. Seeing him approaching, the Monkey King was so scared that he immediately stood up straight and tense, his monkey face full of tension. It's close to a moment's halt and a salute along the way. Lin Hui almost laughed and sprayed. Was this being beaten out of his psyche? "Don't even dare to move without giving him orders." Lin Hui took out a wild fruit from his bag, squatted down and handed it over. "Alright, don't be afraid. I don't want to beat you up either. Who let you guys steal from me? You beat up my guys. I beat up you guys too. Let's just call it even and turn this over. How about it?" The Monkey King swung his head from left to right and stared at Lin Hui for half a day. Suddenly grabbing the fruit violently, he turned and climbed towards the tree. Lin Hui smiled faintly and also walked towards the large group. Soon, everyone was all dressed and headed out towards the woods. On a tree, the Monkey King ate his fruit and stared at the departing group, before his eyes finally landed on Lin Hui. The main road. A group of people with disheveled hair, looking more like beggars than beggars. Wang Yang smiled and greeted the passing hometown. "Hometown, have you eaten?" Chen Eru also heatedly smiled. "Old folks, picking dung ah, want me to help you ah, do not be polite." Military and civilian family? A few old folks were so scared that they couldn't even walk, and almost all of them fell into the ditch. Zhou Zhengyi followed beside the group, his old face red with anger. "You don't know what you're like? You look like a savage. You want to scare the townsfolk to death before you're satisfied?" He couldn't wait to rush up and smack the two of them in the mouth a couple times before he got his kicks. Soon the party passed through a village. The men, women and children of the village all ran out with their rice pots, looking at them as if they were rare animals. Zhou Zhengyi's old face flushed red, itching to find a crack in the ground. With that, the boys were actually restless, waving and greeting towards the old folks one after another. "I'm not afraid to lose face." "No, they've got mud on their faces, just two eyes. No wonder this way." Zhou Zhengyi felt that the old folks are staring at themselves, combined with the shame of him alone. he immediately yelled in exasperation. Everyone run forward, and anyone who talks again will be starved for a day. All of them were shocked in their hearts and hurriedly ran forward. Wang Yang frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with the head of the group? Just now in the forest is still good. Only how to say change face?" Chen Era said in a serious manner, "It must be menopause." Wang Yang nodded. Right. At the chief's age, menopause should have arrived. Lin Hui next to him was speechless. There were really two douchebags. Soon the party came to the gates of the regimental headquarters. The entrance guard's eyes almost glazed over when they saw a group of wildlings rushing over. Almost stared out. If they hadn't seen that the chief was there, they would have been ready for an armed shock. Crap! The captain of the guards looked at a familiar face and the man went numb. "What's the matter with you guys? You got lost in the mountains. How did you get like this?" The crowd hemmed and hawed. Zhou Zhangyi turned around and glared with cold eyes, and everyone was so scared that they hurriedly shut their mouths. "Get in there, all of you." The crowd spat out their tongues and hurried toward the inside. Only a short distance away, Zhou Zhangyi's yell came from behind him. "All of you go take a fucking shower. It stinks to death." Yes. All of them hemmed and hawed and immediately reversed direction and ran to the regimental bathhouse. Soon the bathhouse was filled with lilting, cheerful singing, and whistling. "I love baths. Turtles fall. Oh ha. Scrub. 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 Scrub." Oh. Zhou Zhangyi stood outside the bathhouse, the corners of his mouth twitching. What the hell is singing? It's the same as howling wolves. Soon after, a soldier came out toweling off. "Good day, Captain. Get dressed and meet in the playground." Yes. This soldier salutes and rushes to change his clothes for the playground. "Come out one." Zhou Zhangyi speak a word. Soon, Lin Hui also took a bath and walked out beautifully. In the woods, no shower for over 20 days. Rubbed down several pounds of black mud alone. "Lin Hui, come here for a moment. It's the chief." Lin Hui was called aside by Zhou Zhangyi to prepare for a separate conversation. But before he could say anything, Lin Hui already knew what he was going to say and took the first step to say, "Captain, please rest assured that these 20 days of training, I've specialized in drills. When the maneuvers begin, I hope you'll let me participate in the command as well. I will definitely prove the strength of our regiment to everyone in a brand new way and preserve our tiger regiment." Zhou Zhangyi's mouth was wide open and his entire body froze. He had already said most of what he wanted to say, without saying a word himself. Can this kid read minds? He frowned slightly and snorted coldly on purpose. "Your kid is thinking quite beautifully. A big-headed soldier. Still wanting to enter the command headquarters?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Chief, it's not that I want to get into command, nor do I want to live the addiction of being an officer. It's just that with this training, I'm more familiar with the abilities of the guys, and I'll be able to give a little advice when acting. The command is definitely still yours. I'm not taking it from you." Zhou Zhangyi's eyes glared. "You still want to grab command? It's against you." But he's all mouth. Even if Lin Hui didn't mention it, he would have moved the kid into the chain of command. The results of the last exercise are there for all to see. Whether it was strength or tactical thinking, Lin Hui was one of the best. Although he was only a big-headed soldier, he was qualified to enter the command headquarters and collaborate in the battle command. Zhou Zhangyi grunted coldly. "Fine, let you come in. However, when the time comes, you'll be responsible for making suggestions, and will still be the ones to mainly command the battle." Lin Hui smiled and saluted. "No problem. Thank you, Captain. All right, let's gather in the playground." Yes, Lin Hui had actually seen it. The fact that the regimental commander had made this opening to allow him to join the regimental chain of command meant that he was giving him a free pass. As for how much power to delegate, it's still up to you. Whenever you go into the woods, the chief has to step aside. Maybe the headmaster will have to beg him when he gets hungry. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, turned around and ran out. Zhou Zhangyi things accounted for and ready to go, but just walked not a few steps. Behind him suddenly someone shouted to stop him. Chief, wait." He looked back, only to see one of the bathhouse shift leaders in charge of managing the bathhouse hurrying over to him. "What is it, Chief? You can't leave. You hurry over and take a look." The squad leader led Zhou Zhangyi into the bathhouse. As soon as he got inside, he choked and threw up at a pungent stench. Vomit. Zhou Zhangyi had a fit of dry heaves, and pinching his nose didn't work. It felt like the stench, which could be drilled into the body along the pores, went straight to the brain. Exasperated, he asked, "What the fuck is that smell? Did you hook up the plumbing to the septic tank?" The squad leader said sharply. "Chief, it's all because of those soldiers of yours. Look at the water in the pool. A pool of fresh water just released at noon, and now it's blacker than ink. And the gutter isn't even this dirty." Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment. "Then you hurry to release the pool water, Do not know that thought to engage in what biochemical weapons? The squad leader jumped up anxiously. I also want to release it, but it can't be released. The drains are all blocked. Maybe even the pipes underneath are blocked. Chief, you have to take care of this. You have to allocate funds for us to repair it. Zhou Zhengyi looked at a pool of black water, his head full of black lines. Why do you let them take a bath when there's nothing else to do? Just let them go down to any wild pond to shuck and jive. They're really looking for something to do. Chapter 92. Let the Blues know what it means for a tiger to go down. Regimental playground. The crowd was glowing with new clothes. All of them had fierce eyes, like beasts out of their cages. Zhou Zhengyi looked on with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Lin Hui kid, he really does have some skills. In less than a month, he's trained my soldiers like this. At ease. Attention. Snap. Everyone buckled their feet hard and puffed out their chests. Zhou Zhengyi swept his eyes over the crowd and said with incomparable seriousness, Thunder drill. It's about to begin. Battle intent surged in everyone's eyes. Lin Hui also unconsciously clenched his fists. It was finally coming. Zhou Zhengyi said coldly, early tomorrow morning, we'll first rendezvous at the director's office, so when the time comes, cheer me up and get your morale up. You represent not just individuals, but the entire Tiger Regiment. Don't lose the face of our regiment. As long as we do well in the maneuvers and win, the top will revoke the disarmament order and keep our regiment. Do you have any confidence? Yes. All of them fought and roared, their blood boiling. Lin Hui's eyes were also filled with wariness. He'd been away so many places. This was the first time, fighting for his home. This is a battle he will win. At the Southeast Region Command Headquarters, Lin Guanyo was reviewing documents in his office. The secretary pushed in. Report. Lin Guanyo asked without lifting his head. What is it? The secretary smiled and said, Chief, do you remember explaining to me earlier about the maneuvers? Lin Guanyo snapped his head up. Exercise Thunder has begun? The secretary nodded. It's official tomorrow. Lin Guanyo propped up the table with both hands and suddenly stood up. Quickly, show me how many things I have on hand during the days of the maneuvers. Try to push back what can be pushed back. And if you can handle it in advance, hurry up and find it for me. I'm not going back tonight. I'm just going to stay here and take care of it all. The secretary was full of bitterness. After following the chief for so many years, he had always been a Titanic man. But whenever something about Lin Hui was mentioned, he would get emotional. It seems that of the three children, he cares the most about the youngest. The secretary said worriedly, Chief, but the doctor reminded you to pay more attention to rest. So much workload. You day. Cut the fucking crap. Lin Guanyo slapped his hand on the table. Even if I don't eat or sleep, I have to finish this job. Hurry up and go arrange it for me. Immediately. Right away. Definitely don't delay the next few days. Yes. The secretary smiled bitterly and saluted, turned and walked away. The door slammed shut again, and Lin Guanyo resumed his seat on the stool, letting out a long breath. He tapped his fingers on the desktop, his face full of smiles. Brat, this opportunity is something that I begged for you out of my face, so you must give me a good performance. Don't let your old man down. If you make a merit, I will personally give you a reward. The next day was still young. A sharp whistle sounded in the camp. Everyone rushed out in full gear and quickly boarded their vehicles. Soon, a tank-armored vehicle rumbled out of the battalion area and headed towards the intended exercise site. More than 4 hours later, the convoy drove into a deep forest. The director's shed is set up in an open area. The clearing was packed with people, and heads were gathering everywhere. At this moment, almost all of the people involved in the maneuvers from both the red and blue sides had arrived. The Tiger Regiment arrived late because their quarters were a bit far away. The convoy came to a stop at the red meeting point. Everyone was excited to get out of the car. Zhou Zhengyi looked at the crowd and said seriously, all of you stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to the director's department to report first. Waiting for the regimental commander to leave, Zhang Jiantao gathered everyone together. We've received word that the Blue Army already hates us because of their loss in the last maneuver, and will likely treat us as a thorn in their side and come up to fuck us. Everyone's hearts were startled, and caution appeared in their eyes. In the last maneuver, although the red side lost, the Blue Army didn't take any advantage. Not only did a battalion pull a spray, but the command was also stolen by a few people from Lin Hui. In the end, even the commander got killed. It's a disgrace. The Blues hate them, naturally and rightfully so. Zhang Jiantao continued. In this exercise, the Blue Army is stronger than last time, and has added a lot of new equipment. In this battle, we absolutely can't take it lightly. In order to save our regiment, all of us must fight with 120,000 spirit and do our best. The crowd nodded. Wang Yang was sweeping the Blue Army in the distance. A disdainful face, company commander. How can we grow others' ambition and destroy our own wind? Zhang Jiantao let out a hum and looked at him in surprise. Wang Yang dejectedly said, I see the Blue Army. The strength is just like that. Last time we practiced, the command headquarters was given to us. So it's not that big of a deal. Chen Arrow nodded his head. Right. Not as good as the two of us who raise pigs. The vegetables are stingy. Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. If there's one, there's two. Last time we were able to beat the Blues down. This time it's guaranteed to be the same. Beat the Blues? Wow. Not far away. A few Blues rolled their white eyes straight up into the sky. Where did these live ones come from? It's hilarious that you don't know how much you weigh. Red is just a mouthful. So you won't be laughing when the maneuvers start later. A few friendly soldiers from the nearby red side were instantly filled with embarrassment. Looking back at Zhang Jiantao and whispering, can you tell you two soldiers to keep their voices down and keep a low profile, please? Zhang Jiantao looked at Lin Hui with some embarrassment. He was the only one who could rule these two douchebags. Lin Hui immediately understood. Seriously glaring at the two, what's wrong with you two? What did I explain before coming out? Let you keep a low profile. Keep a low profile? How come you're so outspoken and dare to say anything outwardly? The two men shrunk their heads, and Chen Arrow asked, Brother Hui, what should we say then? Lin Hui had a look of hatred. You should say, what the hell, Blue Army? We not only want to end the command headquarters this time, destroy the Blue Army commander. Those main regiments that don't want to run. All the motherfuckers washed their necks, waiting for Lousy to kill. The two of them let out an oso smile and hemmed and hawed. It's still Brother Hui. We really aren't low-key enough. Pust. The red friendlies collectively almost spit blood. You call that a low profile? That's nifty bull. What strength of the Blue Army? What equipment? The red side in front of others. Completely passive little friend, okay? Moreover, the location of this exercise was in a mountainous area, and the Blue Army was a mountain division, which was best at jungle warfare. When you get here, it's totally someone else's home court, and it's hard for Red to play to his advantage. Not far away, a couple of Blues were smoking with anger. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness. It's not taxing to brag. We'll maneuver later. We must fuck them up. You are the soldiers of the Tiger Regiment, aren't you? Hearing a voice from behind them, everyone immediately turned their heads. Only a few red officers approached, led by a major. Zhang Jiantao saluted and politely extended his hand. Hello, we are soldiers from the Tiger Regiment. Please take care of us during this exercise. The major looked disdainful, not even trying to shake hands. Care for what? What's there to care for? Zhang Jiantao immediately withdrew his hand with some embarrassment. The major looked at him and said nonchalantly, I say you guys are really enough. The order has come down. Honestly, disbanding is not the end of the matter, but actually still can toss? You guys can toss and turn, but you're still coming here to wreak havoc on us. Red is already weak, and with you cannon fodder you're even weaker. How can you win? One of the veterans was instantly enraged. What did you say? The captain next to him grunted coldly. Honestly, you guys want to disband yourselves. Why do you have the right to come and drag us down? We didn't have much hope in the first place. And with you guys, why don't you just admit defeat? Everyone instantly exploded with anger. A clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire. These guys talk so hard. Even Lin Hui came under fire. Zhang Jiantao and Su De hurriedly stopped the crowd from clashing. Wang Courage was on fire. Don't stop me. Let me fuck these sons of bitches up. And friendly forces. Bullshit. Lin Hui warned everyone in a cold voice. All of you, calm down. Don't you know that clashing before the drill will get you disqualified? Everyone was instantly quiet, but they were holding a fire in their hearts. The major probably felt that the words were indeed too much, so he eased his tone a bit and said, forget it, we're all here now, so there's no use saying anything. However, I still have to warn you guys, don't hold us back. Stand back from the maneuvers. We'll do the fighting, or it won't be good for us to be on the hook when you guys get regimented. We don't want to take the fall for you. With that, he turned around with his men and walked away. Fucking hell. What the hell? What the hell? Looking down on people. What's so great about them? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and Wang Yang and Chen Era spat thick spit on the ground one by one. Originally they were going to spit in the bastard's face, but for fear of being disciplined, I thought better of it. Lin Hui waved his hand and said, alright, don't talk so much nonsense. Fighting a war depends on strength. It's useless to say more now. Who let us be abused into that dog-like behavior in the exercise before? And we shouldn't let people look down on us. Su De nodded his head. Lin Hui is right. We have to rely on our strength to prove ourselves. If we want to be looked up to by others, we should come up with real skills. Everyone nodded heavily and clenched their fists. This time, they had to fight tooth and nail to prove themselves. The only way to keep the Tigers is to win the battle. It's the only way to show the blues, and some of the reds, who look down on them, what the fuck it means to have a tiger come down from the mountain. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Alright, everyone adjust your state. The maneuvers will begin in a moment. Lin Hui heard someone behind him call out to himself. Lin Hui turned his head, his face full of surprise. I'll go. Why are you here again? Chapter 93. What? Brother Hui has a girlfriend. How come I didn't know? Watching a female captain walk straight towards Lin Hui, the surrounding people were immediately full of bad jokes and whispers. Hey, isn't that the female officer who came back to the division last time? I said, why does it look so familiar? It can't be Lin Hui's girlfriend, right? What? Hui has a girlfriend. How come I didn't know? Lin Hui turned his head and glared at them, then looked at Wang Yixue. What are you doing shouting blindly over nothing? Making people think you're my girlfriend. Next time you yell, please put a comrade after it. A little distance, please. Wang Yixue was almost so angry that she fell. How shameless. Who wants to be a girlfriend? They are blind. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. You're right about that. They are indeed blind. I'm so handsome and dashing. How do you deserve to be my girlfriend? Wang Yixue was so angry that her face turned red. She's a recognized military flower at headquarters. There was a line of people who wanted to chase her for blocks. And I don't deserve to be your girlfriend? You're too stinky. Lin Hui looked at her and asked, what do you want from me? Wang Yixue took a few deep breaths, letting her mood calm down as much as possible. I came to tell you that this opportunity is very rare. You must grasp it well, and don't let down your father's expectations. Lin Hui shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. Why do you need to say that? For the sake of this maneuver. Do you know how I've been over this month? How did you get here? It was very grueling. It was either eat or sleep every day. Wang Yixue almost spat out blood. You call this hardship? Lin Hui nodded his head. Of course. I've also specially prepared a secret weapon. We're sure to win this time. Alright, don't talk big. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes. I'll tell you what. I'm also participating in this exercise. Lin Hui froze, then suddenly hemmed and hawed. You're here to join in the fun? Wang Yixue glared. Nonsense. I was specially invited by the Blues to come and help. Don't underestimate me. Lin Hui laughed. Just you? What favor can you do? Dance the labor army and make everyone happy? Wang Yixue couldn't wait to give him 2 slaps. Why is this guy so angry? Anything that comes out of his mouth has to change its flavor. Dance and labor? It's a good thing he thought of it. Wang Yixue huffed. You'll know how powerful I am when the time comes. Just wait for me. With that, she turned and walked away. He only took 2 steps and then stopped and turned back, saying towards Lin Hui, no matter what, you'll give me a good performance in the maneuvers. Even if you can't win, you can't let people look down on you. Be sure to show people what your regiment is all about. Looking at Wang Yixue's back as she left, Lin Hui smiled faintly. I really didn't expect this chick to actually think for us. But you're an enemy now, and I won't be merciful when I run into you on the battlefield. As soon as he turned around, a group of eaters came up with smiles on their faces. Wang Yang had a bad smile on his face. FAI. This female officer, is she here to find you a date? So pretty? Date your ass. Lin Hui glared at him. I don't know her well. Besides, is this a dating place? With people everywhere? The others hemmed and hawed. You can drill the grove. Ah, inside the place is spacious. You can do whatever you want. It's very convenient. Yo, really can't. You can even go up the tree. Lin Hui slammed his fist over with one of his fists. Nasty. Despicable. Nasty. How can you say such words? Am I that kind of person? The others nodded together. It's not like, you're practically. Lin Hui was speechless. Did I have such a bad character in your hearts? He waved his hand and said, alright, don't fucking bullshit. Grab some rest. The maneuvers start any minute. Meanwhile, in the drill director's office, Qian Kuan, the commander-in-chief of the red side, and Zhang Yunlong, the commander of the blue side, sat face to face. The rules, I've just announced. Chen Guangming, the chief director, looked at Qian Kuan with a smile. Your red side is a mountain division, and the location of this maneuver has a natural geographical advantage for you. You guys have got to play well. If you're getting beat by the blues like this, it's a bit of a stretch. Qian Kuan was confident. Our division has been destined to be the king of the jungle since the day it was founded. And this exercise will only be won, not lost. Zhang Yunlong laughed. Old comrade Qian, don't say big words too early. Those reds I ran into in the past, each claiming to be an ace and an elite, were not all destroyed by our blue army in the end? Qian Kuan sneered. Your blue army is indeed powerful, but last time, it seems like you didn't take any advantage, right? How do I remember? It seems that even you were destroyed by others? Zhang Yunlong was instantly annoyed. What a pot calling the kettle black. The thought of having his home stolen by a few rats from Red last time still makes him angry. Especially that little son of a bitch called Lin Hui. He was simply abominable. If he runs into him again on this exercise, he'll make sure he gets his ass kicked. He glared fiercely at Chen Cohen. Don't worry, a pit blues won't be planted twice. Instead, it's you guys who have to pay attention. If you're destroyed by the blues, why don't you just give up your mountain division sign and give it to us blues? Chen Cohen's eyes were filled with anger. Both sides are at swords drawn. The air was full of gunpowder. Chen Mingguang watched the two men fight before the fight even started, and he was happy in his heart. For this maneuver, the directorate is on the side of the blues. The more excited Red gets, the more likely he is to make a mistake. It's easy to make a mistake, and then they've served their purpose, although it is an exercise. But the actual purpose is to test the Red side of the troops, under the special environment of the resistance and fighting ability. Let's see if they, in fact, have the potential to continue to grow. If not, then sorry. Chen Mingguang waved his hand. Alright, don't stare here. All of you go back. You'll be given 3 hours to prepare. Once the time is up, the drill will officially begin. Yes, the two men got up and left. When he reached the door, Jiang Yunlong smiled and said, Old Qian, I suggest you don't get your hopes up. The winner this time will definitely be the blues. Qian Cohen snorted coldly. The battle has not yet been fought, so we may not know who will die. Jiang Yunlong laughed. Then we'll see. Leaving from the director's office, both sides went back to their respective commands. Jiang Yunlong had just gone back, and all the officers inside, big and small, stood up. Hello, Chief. Jiang Yunlong nodded and said in a cold voice, We've made full preparations for this maneuver. I don't care if the Red side is a mountain division or a jungle division. As long as they run into our blue army, there's only one way to die. A chief of staff smiled and said, Chief, this time, we not only have special forces, and all kinds of heavy firepower equipment to support, but also have the help of the Warzone Information Technology Force, Red. This time, it's just hard not to lose. Jiang Yunlong snorted coldly. Don't talk too much. The lesson from last time. Isn't that enough? Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The last slap in the face did hit a little loud. By now, they were all a bit lost in thought, and many of them didn't even try to understand how it ended up as a draw. Jiang Yunlong said seriously, Drills are actual battles. Being gullible is even more of a taboo on the battlefield. Even if the Red side is not as strong as us, we should never take it lightly. We have to bring out our full strength. Even if it's a victory, it definitely can't be a miserable one, or else all of you can simply stop being human. Yes, everyone responded with a low growl. It's going to be a 1-2 punch for Red. On the other hand, Chen Cohen had just returned to the command headquarters when several regimental commanders gathered around to inquire about the situation. Chen Cohen didn't hide anything and simply talked about what happened in the director's department. A regimental commander cursed in anger. These bastards of the Blue Army. They're fucking arrogant. Do they really think they can eat us? The other chiefs had eyes that spewed fire. Fighting our mountain division in a mountainous terrain? The blues are lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. It's just that we have the backing of the directorate. It's just that our weapons and equipment are better than ours. So what's the big deal? Let's show the Blue Army how to fight this time. Chen Cohen looked at the crowd's righteous indignation and was satisfied in his heart. Losing is not a losing proposition. Regardless of the gap between the enemy and us, the momentum should never be lost. Fighting a war is more about momentum than strength. At one time, our forefathers drove away the enemy's airplanes and artillery by their fearlessness and determination to win. He slapped his hand on the table. Good. That's what I want from you guys. Keep it up and fuck over these blues dogs, trying to pinch us like a soft target. Thinking you've got us? Dream on. A regimental commander said angrily. Chief, this time we must give the blues some color and make them regret bumping into us. Chen Cohen nodded appreciatively. Alright, the maneuver will start in 3 hours. You guys pass the order down. All units get ready for battle. In this battle, only victory is allowed, not defeat. Yes. A couple of captains saluted, turned and walked away. Zhou Zhangyi was just about to leave when he suddenly called out. Zhou Zhangyi, you stay. Yes. Zhou Zhangyi walked over. Chief, what are the instructions? Chen Cohen looked him up and down, frowned and said, Let me be honest. Before you came here, I was extremely opposed to it with the top, including until now. I'm still extremely opposed to you coming over. I also extremely dislike your tiger group. Zhou Zhangyi's face instantly became ugly. Chief, I don't understand what you mean. Chen Cohen snorted coldly. Don't pretend to be confused when you're trying to figure it out. The higher-ups gave an order for you to disband. So why didn't you carry it out? And to come to us to add to the chaos? It's just nonsense. We on the red side already have less heavy equipment. Our firepower is a far cry from the blues, and now we've got a bunch of tired people like you. Zhou Zhangyi's face turned blue. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Qian Koan walked around him and suddenly spoke. Zhou Zhangyi, I've already thought about the arrangements for your regiment in the maneuvers. Zhou Zhangyi looked up in surprise. What position are we playing? Qian Koan sneered. What position to play? Do you guys have the ability to do that? Give me an honest stay in logistics. Don't go anywhere. You'll just watch over the supplies in the rear. The fighting has nothing to do with you. He pointed at Zhou Zhangyi and said seriously, this maneuver concerns the future of our division. Since you're here, leave me in peace. If you cause any trouble and involve us, I won't let you go. Yes, Zhou Zhangyi yelled at the top of his voice. Qian Koan waved his hand. All right, you go back. Zhou Zhangyi saluted and turned to leave. Stepping outside, he slammed his fist into a tree. A large leaf drifted down, and the anger in Zhou Zhangyi's heart was like hot steel water, constantly surging. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation, saying I can't do it, right? I'll show you whether we can or we can't. Chapter 94, Robbing the Command. You kid is all backbones. Regimental Department. The Deputy Regimental Commander, Chief of Staff, several company commanders, and Lin Hui were all there. Zhou Zhangyi told what had just happened, and everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It's so despised. We're here to fight a war. What's the point of having us in the rear to police the logistics unit? Do you really think we're a liability? Zhou Zhangyi slapped his hand on the table and said angrily, enough. We've already heard enough unpleasant words. It's obvious what they mean. They just don't look up to us, much less let us participate in battles at the front lines. The Chief of Staff's face was hard to see. Captain, if we don't participate in the battle, we won't have a chance to perform. And even if the red side wins in the end, the higher-ups will definitely have to lay off us. The others nodded. The purpose of participating in this exercise is to show everyone the strength and potential of the Tiger Regiment. The disarmament order will be revoked from above only if the performance is outstanding. Wouldn't it be a wasted trip if you were in the rear securing supplies from start to finish and not engaged in combat? When the maneuvers are over, they won't stand a chance at all. Zhou Zhangyi said seriously. It's impossible to expect people to give us a chance. They dislike us too much. So for this exercise, if we want to keep our troops, we have to make some noise ourselves, so that the top will notice our strength. But how exactly? Y'all, do you have any input? Everyone turned their heads in unison at the words. Lin Hui froze for a moment, his face full of speechlessness. I go, what are you all looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? So you don't have to think about anything, just wait for me to say it, right? Zhou Zhangyi laughed as if he had expected it. It's really a crowd favorite. Lin Hui, what good ideas do you have to bring out? Don't hide them? Lin Hui was speechless. Chief, I do have an idea. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes lit up, and the crowd immediately gathered around. Quickly, what solution? Lin Hui smiled and said, the red side feels that we are a liability, and purposely put us in the back, since we are in the rear, since the blue army will not be able to notice us? That's right. Zhou Zhangyi nodded. In the eyes of the blue army, our regiment is a defeated army. When we were annihilated in one go in the maneuvers, I guess even in the front, they won't look at us in the eye. The Chief of Staff next to him agreed. We're a motorized infantry regiment. We've hardly ever fought in jungle warfare, and at the start of the exercise, the Blue Army's focus will surely be on the side of the Red Side's mountain divisions. After all, they're the main force. Even if the Blues want to clean us up, I'm afraid they'll have to take out the Reds' main force before they come after us. To put it mildly, the Tigers were not only disliked by the Reds, but also by the Blues. What can a cannon fodder regiment, or one that specializes in securing logistical units in the rear, do without even a few heavy weapons? Zhang Jiantao said cautiously. I think, not necessarily. How? Zhang Jiantao looked at Lin Hui. Before the exercise, the Blue Army side has a recognition that this exercise, the Blue Army side has a lot of people are running to fuck you, especially that missile synthesis battalion. The crowd looked at Lin Hui with odd expressions. They had heard all about what had happened to the Blue Missile Battalion. It's simply miserable. Adding laxatives to people's meals is bad enough. And you fucking blew up, who can stand that? Lin Hui smiled awkwardly. Don't care about these details. In war, you have to be tough on the enemy. Zhang Jiantao nodded. So I think, will the Blue Army come to trouble us early while cutting off the Reds' logistical supplies? Impossible. Zhou Zhangyi directly waved his hand. Not to mention how much the Blues would have to pay if they wanted to break through the defense. What a price to pay. And what if we're bait thrown out by Red? The Blues wouldn't dare take such a risk, and there's no way they'd do such a thing. The crowd nodded approvingly. Granted, They were placed in the back of a large area to police the logistics, but in reality, the safest part of the entire battlefield is them. The Blues just couldn't get past them if they wanted to. Besides, it's not cost-effective to run that far and pay that much just to exterminate a logistical supply. Zhou Zhengyi looked at Lin Hui and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Hui heatedly smiled. "It's simple. Let's go it alone." "Solo? How do you do it alone?" Lin Hui said with a smirk. "When the maneuvers start, the red and blue sides will definitely show their skills, and all their attention will be gathered on each other. At this time, even if we disappear, the blue army won't care at all. And of course, the red side definitely won't have the time to care about us either. Next, we can get into the woods and have a good time." The crowd's eyes lit up and they all became excited. A few company commanders, in particular, seemed to instantly recall their days as savages. They had trained in the woods for so long to better adapt to the jungle combat environment. Anywhere else, they can't guarantee it. But as soon as they dug into the forest, all of them immediately felt like they were back home. And anyone who came was looking for death. "How sure are you?" Zhou Zhengyi looked hesitant. This time, the Blue Army not only has special forces working together, but also invited informationized combat units, and may use many high-tech equipment that we've never seen before, and we suffered a big loss last time. The Chief of Staff also nodded. "Lin Hui, the Blues are masters of jungle warfare. If we really encounter them in the forest, can we really fuck them up?" A few company commanders also became a little worried and looked at Lin Hui in unison. If it were any other place to fight, they wouldn't have needed to consult Lin Hui at all. But right now, he's the backbone. Who taught the whole regiment jungle survival? All by him? However, after all, there is no actual battle-tested test. Everyone's heart more or less, or some bottomless. Lin Hui smiled faintly. "Captain, I can't guarantee anything else, but in a war in the forest, our people will win surely." Zhou Zhengyi looked at his incomparable confidence and was also somewhat moved. "Good. With your words, I am relieved. However, you still have to give me a military order." Lin Hui immediately puffed out his chest. "Captain, I assure you as a soldier that I will definitely let our regiment show its face in the maneuvers, and a big one at that. However, I also have a small request." "I don't know." "Okay." Without waiting for him to finish, Zhou Zhengyi slapped his hand on the table. "Don't say it's just one request, even if it's 100. I'll agree, as long as I can show my face in the maneuvers, as long as I can keep our troops, I'll promise you anything. Don't bother. One is enough." "You say?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Give me the command. The entire regiment is under my command, and that includes you." "Crap." All of them were shocked. "You are really not afraid of death." They wouldn't dare to say such words to death, but this kid actually dares to say it blatantly? If this were in ancient times, it would be a violation of the law, and would be punishable by loss of head. Zhou Zhengyi's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. The little bastard is really daring. A big-headed soldier who actually fucking tries to command my old man is simply all anticlimactic. He glared fiercely at Lin Hui. "Say, you brat, have you been eyeing my command for a long time?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "How come? I'm doing this all for the greater good." Chapter 95. In order to win the war, the commander has gone out of his way. A few hours later, the maneuver officially began. Rumble. Red and blue mobilized their forces quickly. The torrent of steel rolled up in a cloud of smoke and dust, and headed forward with great vigor. The area of this exercise is 100 kilometers of mountains and forests. The vegetation is lush and youngly. Red, as the defender, wins if the blues can capture all of their positions, and vice versa. In order to set up the fire defense in the shortest possible time, only at the beginning the red side is all out. The mountain division, basically, doesn't have a lot of heavy vehicles. The only small carts that were available were also used to pull field guns. Poor roads in mountainous and jungle areas are very unsuitable for heavy artillery transportation. The humid and changeable climatic conditions not only cause dud shells, but also very easy to make the gun chamber rust, and subsequent maintenance is very troublesome. So for this exercise, the red side basically used small caliber artillery in order to set up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Heavy artillery was also present, but it was placed in the big rear. The red units drifted away. Everyone in the Tiger Regiment was eagerly waiting for the upcoming battle. All of them were incredibly excited, but after waiting for a while, he never waited for the order to act. A lot of people are getting a little impatient. Zhou Zhengyi frowned as he watched the red team in front of him getting farther and farther away. "Lin Hui, the large troop is almost gone. When do we leave?" Lin Hui sat in the car and closed his eyes. "Don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer." "Still waiting?" The chief of staff was anxious. "If we wait any longer, we won't even be able to see the shadows of the main force. Even if we're stationed at the rear, we can't fall behind too badly, right?" Lin Hui had a look of displeasure. What's the hurry? Just let them go first. The crowd was confused. No one knows what kind of drugs he is selling. Are we going solo? Exactly. Lin Hui looked at them. If we don't let them go farther away, how can we do it alone? Do we have to be under the noses of the people and let Red keep an eye on us? The crowd was instantly enlightened and understood at once. Red was in a hurry now and didn't even notice them. When all the people are gone, won't the opportunity come? After another moment, the red sides completely disappeared, and only then did Lin Hui take out a map of the maneuver. He pointed to a small dot on it. We'll go here later. Seeing the location marked on the map, the crowd was dumbfounded. This direction and the red site are simply the opposite of each other. One in the east and one in the west is too far apart. Zhang Jiantao couldn't help but ask, Lin Hui, are you serious? Lin Hui nodded. Why? Is there a problem? Zhang Jiantao stared. There's a big problem. If we run here, are we going to flank the Blue Army, or what? We have limited firepower. Even if we flank it, it won't do any good. If we get surrounded, we might have to be wiped out. The third company commander pointed to another location on the map. I suggest that we might as well head south and follow the Red Army on both sides. Not only can we prevent the Blue Army from committing harassment, but we can also catch them falling behind and dropping out of the line, so we can make steady progress. Even if it's not a big feat at the end of the day, it's at least something to show for it, not a little bit of credit. The fifth company commander nodded. I agree. We are single and weak, and our weapons and equipment are not as good as the Blue Army. If we go to touch their main force, we will certainly lose a lot. It is better to. Lin Hui directly interrupted. Alright, cut the crap. Are you commanding, or am I commanding? Obey orders, don't you know? The crowd was too angry to speak. A group of officers were actually pointed at and lectured by a big-headed soldier, which was simply a wonder of the world. If outsiders saw this, their jaws could be dropped in shock. Lin Hui swept them away and said, if you don't trust me, you guys can do it yourselves, and I'll take my men and do what I have to do. When the time comes that a regiment isn't saved and only a platoon is saved, you guys can't blame me. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched viciously. You kid, you're tough enough. How dare you blackmail us? Okay, we obey orders. The chief has delegated his authority. We listen to you, Lin Hui. In case something goes wrong and our regiment isn't saved, you beware of being surrounded by the entire regiment. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. What I promised you guys, I'll definitely do it. Even if I can't protect the headmaster, I'll still protect everyone. Zhou Zhangyi's throat was so sweet that he almost vomited blood. And NBSP, I'm still here. Can you watch what you say? Lin Hui looked at them. The company commanders leaned toward me. Regimental commander, if you don't have anything to do, take a break on the side. Don't get in the way of us discussing the battle plan. The command vehicle position is already small. Zhou Zhangyi people are numb. This is the old man's fucking command car. You're starting to get on my nerves now? What? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Several company commanders looked at Zhou Zhangyi with a sympathetic face, as awkward as it was possible to be. Zhou Zhangyi glared at them. What the fuck are you looking at me for? I've got words on my face. Lin Hui is the commander-in-chief. Even I have to listen to him. Show me him. Lin Hui dejectedly nodded. That's right. What are you all looking at him for? All look at me. Besides, the headmaster is not polite anymore. Why are you guys pretending to be polite? Zhou Zhangyi's acting spitfire. Am I being rude? Obviously you're the one who stinks and takes the command. Several company commanders nodded awkwardly and turned their heads to Lin Hui again. Got it. It's about time. Red should be far away. Pass the word. Let's go. Yes. At Lin Hui's command, everyone immediately marched forward. When they reached the forest, Lin Hui immediately ordered. The old rules, take off your clothes. Wow. Without saying a word, everyone started unloading their gear and undressing as naturally as if they were back in their own homes. It was a habit they had picked up during their time in the woods. Although everyone was a little uncomfortable at first and felt a little ashamed, it was quite comfortable after a while. As the saying goes, there's a lot to be done in a wide world. Now that's what I call a true return to nature. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes glazed over as he looked around at the bayonets lined up. Lin Hui, what the hell are you up to? Fighting is fighting. What's the point of taking off your clothes? Are you trying to scare the blues to death with your bare ass? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I can't tell you yet. Anyway, just do as you're told. Zhou Zhangyi was furious. Do it, my ass. I'm the leader of the Tiger Regiment, a colonel, and you're asking me to play fruit run in the forest? Chief. Zhou Zhangyi turned back, and Chen Era came up with a smile. In his hand was a netted pocket made of rattan, plus 2 leaves. Zhou Zhangyi glared at him. What for? Chen Era had a naive face. Chief, it's sweltering in the forest. Wearing clothes for a while you'll have to sweat and dampen. This is what Wang Yang made for you. He knows your size. So hurry up and try it on. Right? Get out of here. Zhou Zhengyi was furious. He really took him for a savage? And that soldier Wang Yang too. Not training properly. What kind of stuff are you focusing on all day? The dimensions are not even clear to himself. So how is he clear? Lin Hui came over with a smile. Chief, I suggest you'd better put it on. The mosquitoes here are highly toxic and love to bite the protruding parts of your body. So don't blame me for not reminding you when they swell up. Zhou Zhengyi's old face turned red with anger. To have him play exposed in front of this group of soldiers under his hand was nothing short of a disgrace. The chief of staff looked at him and asked hesitantly, Chief, should we take it off? Strip. Zhou Zhengyi was furious. Damn it. In order to win the war, I'll give it up. The chief of staff's heart was filled with emotion. The chief was truly great. In that case, then I, the chief of staff, will also go out on a limb. Just as he was about to reach out and take something from Chen Era's hand, Zhou Zhengyi was quick on his feet and snatched it over. This is specially customized for me. If you want to find someone else to take it, I don't want to be bitten. The chief of staff is speechless. So small mesh pocket, you give me I can not wear soon. All of them changed into their leafy outfits and turned into their feral forms. Zhou Zhengyi looked at himself in this state, angry, annoyed and furious, but for some reason, there was a little excitement. It may be the first time. So, Zhou Zhengyi coughed and looked at Lin Hui. What's next? You guess? Lin Hui squatted on the ground and made mud. Zhou Zhengyi opened his mouth before he wanted to say guess your grandfather. Lin Hui suddenly stood up and heatedly smiled at him. The next thing he knew, a mess was smeared across his face. Zhou Zhengyi ate a mouthful of mud and roared in anger. Vomit! What the hell are you son of a bitch doing? Before he could finish his sentence, another handful of muck hit him in the face. Chapter 96, Red's Fury, the tigers disappeared collectively? Zhou Zhengyi immediately used his hands to pick and pull, and brought it to the front of his nose to smell it. Choke and dry heave right out of it. Vomit! Vomit! What the hell is this thing? Why does it smell so bad? Lin Hui smiled at him and said, Chief, these are gifts from nature. They are all good. Not only can they beautify and nourish the skin, they can also nourish yin and strengthen the yang. Zhou Zhengyi glared at him. Speak human. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Turned up old, rotten mud from under the ground, probably with some animal feces mixed in. Crap. Zhou Zhengyi cursed in anger. Even if you came up here to make me undress, you still smeared this disgusting stuff on me. Lin Hui, what the hell are you up to? A few veterans who were covered in mud immediately came up. Chief, Lin Hui is right. These are really good things. Putting mud on your body not only keeps you warm, prevents mosquitoes from biting you, but also hides your body odor. Even the military dogs can't do anything about it. Zhou Zhengyi froze for a moment and realized that it did make sense. These muds allow themselves to blend in with the surrounding smells. Even if the Blues had sent out military dogs, they wouldn't have been able to trace any scent. Count me wrong. It's fine. It's fine. Lin Hui turned his head with a smile and said towards a few veterans, the chief smells heavy, so for safety's sake, you guys give him more. Okay. A few soldiers copied the rotten mud and smashed it underneath Zhou Zhengyi. Without waiting for him to react, he was smashed and wailed on. Stop. 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 Do it yourself. I'll do it myself. A couple of soldiers looked bummed out. It's a rare opportunity to get a crack at the chief, and I haven't had the pleasure of smashing it yet. Zhou Zhengyi covered his bottom and glared fiercely at Lin Hui. Damn. This kid is too dark-hearted. In no time at all, everyone in the regiment was plastered in rotten mud. Looked like a primitive tribal black uncle. Lin Hui told everyone to stuff all their uniforms into their bags, and the outside of their backpacks were also plastered with mud. Even the gun was briefly treated. After everything was taken care of, Lin Hui waved his hand. Go! Taking all of them with him, he dug into the forest and soon disappeared. Red command. Qian Kuan slapped his hand on the table and became furious. Where the hell did that gang from the Tiger Regiment go? The surrounding officers shook their heads. The maneuvers opened, all in a hurry, so who knows where they went. 80% of them are looking for a place to hide. Qian Kuan was furious, unorganized and undisciplined. What do you think this place is? A vegetable market? Let them go to the rear to protect the logistics. Actually play missing with me. What is this about? The crowd frowned and immediately murmured. They probably wimped out. Must have been scared by the Blues last time. Looking for a place to hide. A bunch of shrunken heads. I'm afraid the Tiger Regiment guys are trying to keep all their men until the maneuvers are over and we're all dead before they come out. Qian Kuan snorted coldly. Soldiers bear one. Generals bear a nest. Such a troop is not cut. Which is cut? Forget it. No matter them. Anyway, they are a bunch of burdensome. They are not here, we can let go of our hands to do it. The crowd nodded approvingly. The tigers are a tired bunch. It's better for them to hide, so they don't give head to the blues and drag their side down. Qian Cohen pointed at the maneuver map and said solemnly, the Blue Army's offensive has yet to take shape. Here, and there, it must be seized in the shortest possible time. 3rd Regiment, 5th Regiment, 6th Regiment. These 3 heights are yours, and the 1st Regiment is responsible for providing fire support. Yes, Chief. Several heads nodded in response. Qian Cohen said in a cold voice, leave a scout battalion in charge of interspersing amongst the troops to provide vigilance and prevent the Blue Army Special Forces from attacking. Each scout company should also not disperse their men. You cooperate with the scouting. Combine the scout battalions to form a stationary post, and the scout battalions are the mobile posts. You guys cooperate with each other. As long as the Blue Army Special Forces dare to come, take them all out. Yes. The crowd nodded together. Qian Cohen squinted his eyes, his face full of smugness. Aren't you blues arrogant? This time, we'll seize the first opportunity, no matter how many people you send. I'll make sure you have no return. The various units on the red side soon received orders to move out quickly. Just as Red was rapidly redeploying his forces, Blue launched a massive operation at the moment. A helicopter swept over the jungle. The driver looked down toward the bottom, where the dense canopy of trees became the most natural barrier. Even if there were Red soldiers passing underneath, they would have a hard time spotting them with just their eyes. With the natural air barrier provided by the jungle, the units on the red side struck quickly and succeeded in occupying all 3 positions. Report! An officer runs into the Red command and reports on the battlefield. Qian Cohen listened to the report, laughed loudly, see, this is less than a day. A few positions have been successfully occupied by the red side of us. The Blue Army is even more powerful, and now also take us no way. In this battle, the advantage is mine. The Chief of Staff smiled and said, heavy firepower simply doesn't work in the jungle, and even if the Blues wanted to launch an attack, the most they could do is use light firepower. However, we have the advantage of the terrain. Even if the Blue Army wants to attack in, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a terrible price. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden explosion from outside. Everyone was so scared that they all stood up and rushed out of the command center together. Only a few shells were seen landing on a couple of positions in the distance, raising flames several people high. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed from the position and the Red soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The Chief of Staff opened his mouth wide in shock, never dreaming that the punch in the face would come so quickly. What the hell is going on? Qian Cohen shouted angrily. Where did the enemy attack from? An officer flew over to report. Report, we found the Blue Army Special Forces nearby. This attack, I'm afraid it's because they marked the bombing point nearby. That's why the surrounding officers were scared and alarmed. This can't be right. How did the Blue Special Forces get around in here? Where are our scouts? Are they all asleep? The enemy is at our doorstep and there is no reaction at all. The Chief of Staff looked at the attacked position in front of him and anxiously shouted, don't talk nonsense. Quickly inform the troops in front to pull back. The position has not yet been constructed and is under bombardment. The Blue Army will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to launch an attack. Absolutely cannot let them succeed. Qian Cohen also reacted furiously. Immediately pass on my order to notify the people on 225 heights to hurry up and pull back. Yes, 2 kilometers away, in a bush. A Blue Army Special Forces soldier poked his head out of it and smiled as he looked at the smoky red position in the distance. Brothers, it's time for us to pull out and go to the next location. With a wave of his hand, several special forces quickly emerged from the bushes. Soon they were headed in the other direction, disappearing into the jungle. After a day and night of fighting, Red suffered heavy losses. Qian Cohen looked at the casualty report of each unit and roared in anger. What the hell is going on? He slammed his fist on the table. We're a mountain division, and this is our home turf. But so far we haven't even seen a shadow of the Blues, and we've already been wiped out 1/5 of them, and we don't even know where we want to fight. Can someone please tell me what the fuck is going on? Everyone looked at each other, unable to say a word. Qian Cohen slapped the table and roared, all speak before the drill. You are not all quite able to speak. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden explosion from outside. Boom! Everyone instantly stood up in anger. Why again? There's no end to this shit, is there? Chapter 97, Desertion? The son of a bitch is the one who will be a deserter. The tent lifted. An officer rushed in hurriedly. Report! Our troops were attacked by the Blue Army, and the reconnaissance company suffered heavy casualties. Qian Cohen slapped the table and stood up, his face full of anger. His mother has no end, right? Bullying us for a whole day. Now you still want to ride on my head to pull piss? Round them up for me, and not a single one of them will be allowed to fire a gun. Yes, The order was passed on. A large number of red soldiers charged towards the engagement position. The blue special forces fought while moving backward. The leading special forces soldier saw a large number of red soldiers rushing over, and immediately instructed the people below, "Don't retreat too fast. Wait for them, and draw them all over." A special forces soldier asked, "Captain, the red command is right in front of us. Aren't we going to mess with him?" The lead guy said faintly, "Fight if you can. Retreat if you can't. Besides, our mission is accomplished." The blue special forces soldier hemmed and hawed. "Fair enough, no point in wasting time here." Seeing that more and more people were coming from the red side, at least 2 companies had come. The lead special forces soldier waved his hand. "Retreat!" Everyone immediately began to retreat quickly. "They want to run." The officer on the red side who caught up with them saw the other side trying to run and yelled in anger, "Charge! Fuck them up!" The 2 companies on the red side went after them like mad and furious. The retreating blue special forces soldier hemmed and hawed. "Stupid!" Just then, a shell in the air smashed down from it, directly blew up the red soldiers, who were catching up. There was smoke everywhere. It was then that the red officers realized that they had been tricked. "Damn! These sons of bitches from the blue army deliberately lured us in." Just then, there was another round of shelling. Boom boom boom. The shell smashed into the red square's ground as precisely as if they had eyes. Many of the red soldiers, to the point of death, were in a daze. "How did you die for no reason?" Soon, Chien Koan led the men out of the command center. Looking at the rolling smoke everywhere, his lungs were about to explode. "Damn blues, what kind of war are they fighting? They haven't even seen a shadow, and they've fucked so many of us?" The chief of staff's face was ugly. "Is this special operations?" He already knew the blues' battle plan. "Start by harassing us with small groups of special forces to gain position, letting their side expose their fire. They then direct heavy blue fire to cover the red positions with artillery. The blues didn't even have to go through the jungle to devastate them." The chief of staff took a deep breath. "The blues are using their strengths to hit our weaknesses. We don't have heavy firepower, not to mention special forces to infiltrate and map out the enemy's position. Right now we are completely deaf and blind." Chien Koan gritted his teeth in anger, but he was powerless to refute it. Red strength, when it comes to the blues, really isn't enough. Whether it was combat power or combat thinking, it wasn't on the same level. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran over to report. "Report! In this attack, we suffered heavy losses. 2 regiments, 3 battalions, including 2 guard companies were completely wiped out. There was also a battalion that suffered more than half casualties, and a lot of heavy weapons and supplies were all destroyed by artillery shells." Soon, another soldier ran over to report. "Report! A battalion of the 6th Regiment stationed on the 415th high ground on our left is also under enemy bombardment and is about to be unable to hold out." "Son of a bitch, those sons of bitches from the blues. They're cheating. That's cheating." Chien Koan was furious and stormed. "How did they break through the defense line? How did they figure out our position? Even if there are special forces, it's absolutely impossible to accomplish so much in such a short period of time. It must be cheating." The surrounding officers said with ugly faces. "Chief, it's useless to talk about this now. We have to change our strategy. We're a living target here. Unless we can hollow out the mountain and hide in it, we won't be able to stop the Blue Army's artillery fire. The idea is simply unrealistic. The only way is to retreat." "Retreat? How is this possible?" A chief of staff stared in shock. "Retreating is the same as abandoning our position. So aren't we automatically admitting defeat?" Another chief of staff frowned and said, "To be precise, it should be called a strategic shift. As long as our main force is still there and we can continue to hold on to the battle, it's not a loss. When we slow down, we can still retake the position again. But if we stay here, there's only one way to die, and then there's really no chance." The crowd argued for half a day, but finally turned their heads to Chien Koan. After all, he's the Red Commander-in-Chief. It's up to him to decide whether to retreat or not. Chien Koan at this time is also a head too big. He does not want to give up the position, but hold on to this next is a dead end. After pondering for a long time, he finally sighed. "All of us will give up our positions and utilize our strengths to fight the Blue Army in a jungle battle. Although the positions are gone, as long as our men are still here, the Director's Department can't rule our maneuvers a failure. As long as we keep fighting, hold the battle and fight tenaciously, and this battle will not be lost." The crowd nodded. It was a lot to hold back, but knew it was the only way to go. Just then, a chief of staff suddenly spoke up. "Chief, the people of the Tiger Regiment aren't clear about the battle. Should we inform them?" Chien Koan froze for a moment and flared up. "If you don't say it, I almost forgot about them. The battle has been fought like this and they didn't even show up. Hell knows where the cat is. No matter them." The chief of staff said awkwardly. "Chief, No matter what, they are part of the red side. In case they don't know the battle well and are destroyed by the blue army blocking them, it will still be on our heads in the end. Qian Kuan was furious. His eyes erupted with fire. Damn. I told you I don't want this group of tired people. Non-fucking give me trouble. Send me a telegram to them. Inform them to hurry up and evacuate. After that, he left without looking back. If it weren't for the greater good, he couldn't wait for Zhou Zhengyi's gang to be left to their own devices. 5 minutes later, inside the Blue Army's command headquarters, all kinds of instruments ticked incessantly. Wang Yishue suddenly took off her headphones and stood up, coming in front of Zhang Yunlong and saluting, reporting to the chief. Zhang Yunlong said politely, Director Wang, what is it? Wang Yishue said seriously, through satellite reconnaissance, we have discovered that the red side has already withdrawn from its position and is rapidly retreating towards the rear in battalion and company units, and the command headquarters should be scattered inside. Zhang Yunlong laughed loudly. Qian Kuan, weren't you quite arrogant in the director's department? Didn't you say that you wanted to take out our blue army? How now? So quickly retreat. Said words are just like farts. Ha 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 ha. The chief of staff next to him laughed and said, we have the Black Tiger Special Forces this time, as well as Director Wang sitting in the town. The combination of high-tech plus special tactics, the red side has never seen. How can we possibly hold up? Zhang Yunlong's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Little Wang, this time it's really thanks to you. Wang Yishue said unabashedly, Chief, this time I come. In fact, also want to see if we can integrate our technology into the actual combat. You do not need to praise me. These are what I should do. Zhang Yunlong nodded. Alright, then I'll trouble you to continue to keep an eye on them, and report back anytime there's anything going on. Yes. Wang Yishue saluted and turned back to her position. Although the Blue Army has Wang Yishue's high-tech enhancement for this exercise, it is because of the jungle trees covering it. The satellite can only locate an approximate range on the red side. Through the jungle, the helicopter couldn't see what was underneath. That's why it's necessary to send special forces on a tail to determine the location of the coordinates. In this way, it amounts to double insurance, maximizing special operations and high technology. The chief of staff inquired, Chief, what's next? Should we write it out? Zhang Yunlong sneered and said, Of course, pass the order down. The whole army push forward and give me a clean sweep of the red side. Deep in the jungle, in a thick bush, Lin Hui poked his head out and looked towards the red army that was anxiously retreating in the distance. His heart was slightly surprised. I'll be damned. Retreating so soon. Is red so weak? The group in the back couldn't help but spit as well. Che, how long did that last before they retreated? These guys aren't as good as us? Talked a big game before the exercise. Now it's a slap in the face, isn't it? Zhou Zhengyi also had a smug look on his face and couldn't wait to find Commander Red Fong and educate him properly. Well, at least we held out for 3 days in the first place, and you guys held your positions and didn't even last a day. Shame. What a shame. Just then, a communications soldier ran over to report. Regimental commander. The commander sent a telegram. Show me. Zhou Zhengyi reached out and was just about to bring it over. Snap. The telegram was then taken ahead of Lin Hui. The corner of Zhou Zhengyi's mouth twitched. Damn. I forgot that this kid was the commander. Lin Hui quickly read it, folded it up and tossed it back to the communications officer. Zhou Zhengyi hurriedly came up and asked, What did the commander say? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It's a fart. Don't worry about it. Zhou Zhengyi was dumbfounded. What do you mean you farted? The crowd was also speechless and hurriedly gathered around. What exactly did it say up there? Even if it's a fart, there has to be a content, right? Lin Hui looked at Zhou Zhengyi. He asked you to run away with him. Will you go? Go to a fuck. Zhou Zhengyi froze for a moment and subconsciously burst out. Desertion? A son of a bitch is a fucking deserter. Lin Hui shrugged. That won't do? Listen to me and get ready for action. The crowd hemmed and hawed, their eyes filled with excitement. The time to show off is finally here. The corner of Lin Hui's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This time, we'll show them what it means to really fight. And also show the Blue Army that this place is not something they can come and go whenever they want. Chapter 98. Lin's father was confused. What the hell is this kid up to? The director's department was filled with people. A number of troop cadres were invited to observe and learn from the exercise. General Director Chen Guangming stood in front of the big screen, his brows slightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. How's it going? Chen Guangming turned his head, and the person who came was none other than Lin Guangyao. They were all old acquaintances, so he didn't make himself polite. Old Lin, you're just in time. Lin Guangyao looked at the screen and asked curiously, What's up, old Chen? What's the situation on the battlefield right now? And how did that brat perform? Chen Ningguang froze for a moment, not knowing how to speak. The situation on the battlefield right now is not optimistic. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. On the first day of the maneuver, the red side position was continuously bombarded by the blue army artillery and suffered heavy losses. In order to save their troops, they have already abandoned their position and retreated to the forest instead. Lin Guanyao frowned slightly. Although he had only just arrived a short while ago, he didn't really understand the battlefield situation. But based on Chen Guangming's words alone, he had already guessed what Red was planning to do. They're spreading out into the woods in battalions and companies, ready to alternate cover, trying to fight the blues again? Chen Mingguang nodded. That's right. Lin Guanyao sighed in his heart. The approach is a good one, but it is a bit old-fashioned and not adapted to modern warfare. The blues are perfectly capable of sending in special forces to infiltrate. In a point-blank manner, the red positions are cleared in turn. Moreover, with Red's forces divided so thinly, the command's defense would become relatively weak, which would instead become a breakthrough for the blue army. However, he hadn't come here to care about the situation on the red side, but specifically for Lin Hui. Lin Guanyao directly asked, "That brat, what's the situation now?" "I don't know." "No?" Lin Guanyao froze. "You're the chief director of the maneuvers. You would not know?" Chen Guangming was a bit embarrassed. The regiment that Lin Hui was with disappeared right after the maneuvers started and hasn't shown its head until now. Lin Guanyao was surprised. "More than 1,000 people," said gone? "Yeah, completely nowhere to be found." Chen Guangming sighed. "Old Lin I'm afraid you can see the situation on the red side this time. As long as the blue army launches a full-scale attack, losing is just a matter of time. You this time, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip for nothing." Lin Guanyao's face instantly turned ugly. "I stayed up all night for 2 nights to take care of things ahead of time just to see this brat perform, and it turned out to be a wasted trip?" But what he couldn't figure out the most was where the tigers had gone. Why don't they show their heads now that the war is over? Lin Hui. This kid, what the hell is he up to? He sighed deeply, a hint of anticipation flashing under his eyes. "Shall we? I've managed to spare my old face and fight for the opportunity for you. You mustn't waste it just like that." Deep in the jungle, a narrow cave is piled high with stuff. The red officer stood dusty and pale. After withdrawing from the position, Red moved his command here. Xian Cohen stood in front of the map, frowning. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report. "Report." He turned his head and asked, "What is it?" The subordinates immediately began to report. Each regiment is now spread out in the forest in an inverted triangle with battalions and companies, and all the walkie-talkies are turned on to keep the communication open. "Waiting for your order." "Very well, we're now waiting for the blues to deliver." Xian Cohen was full of excitement. "Don't you want to occupy my position?" "Fine. I don't want it. I'll give it to you." The corners of the crowd's mouth twitched. "Is that a gift you're giving away? Clearly it's being robbed." Xian Cohen looked at the crowd and said seriously, "Although we don't have a position, our main force is still here, in the forest. It's our red side's territory. The moment the blues step into the forest, that's when their nightmare begins. I'm going to make them unable to sleep, unable to eat, even afraid to pee in the woods." The chief of staff asked, "Chief, what should we do next?" Xian Cohen smiled slightly. "Use our strengths to hit their weaknesses. Notify all units. Fortify your positions and wait for the blues to come over and die." "Yes." Everyone immediately nodded and quickly passed the order on. Xian Cohen clenched his fists, his eyes throbbing with wariness. "Positional warfare? You blue army have special forces and high technology. I can't beat you, but fighting jungle warfare is our mountain division's specialty. The King of Heaven will have to kneel when he comes." Time passes by. Red, with his advantage, quickly constructed a defensive position in the forest. Somewhere in the position, a soldier stood up, looked behind him, and then at the freshly camouflaged machine gun position next to him. He was full of complacency. "With this disguise, where have those bumpkins from the blue army seen it before? As long as they don't get close to us, they definitely won't be able to tell." The soldier next to him hemmed and hawed. "That's right, our red side is a mountain division. Jungle combat is our specialty, and no one is more familiar with this environment than us. As long as the blue army dares to come, we'll make sure they don't come back." Everyone was confident and just waiting for the blues to come to their door and die. Meanwhile, in the bushes near the command post, a special forces soldier with a camouflaged face and sharp eyes poked his head out. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, and the dozen or so people behind him all stopped instantly. The lead special forces soldier sneered. This would be the Red Command? The crowd behind them picked up their binoculars. "Yo, there are quite a lot of guards. It looks much tighter than last time." The leader of the special forces soldiers licked his lips. "That means we didn't look in the wrong place. It's really a waste of effort to bring them here, while their troops are scattered. We just need to take out the Red Command headquarters, and they'll immediately become headless flies." The crowd was full of smug smiles. With the command gone, Red is bound to be in disarray in a short time. At this point the blues are launching a general attack. What will red do to resist? One of the special forces soldiers sighed. AI. It looks like this exercise will be over soon. It's so pointless. The corner of the mouth of the special forces soldier in the lead hooked up a cold smile. Quick battle. It's going to be dark soon. As soon as it's dark, we'll move immediately. Now withdraw successively. Don't let them find out. Yes. The crowd darted back and soon retreated into the woods to spread out and take cover. One of the special forces swept up, got up from the ground, and darted behind a tree. But as soon as he leaned against the tree, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Why is this tree soft? He subconsciously poked at it with his hand. The tree actually stepped back a bit? Thinking he was blind, the special forces soldier grabbed it and surprisingly held a. He stared incredulously. Crap. What is this? Just looked up. Snap. A slap came toward the face. Dead pervert. Where are you touching? The special forces were so scared that they jumped straight up. Crap. The tree has become a spirit. Everyone else in the neighborhood was startled. Where's your yelling? The special forces soldier frantically backed away, pointing at the tree in front of him and said in horror, Demon. There's a demon. Demon your ass. The crowd followed the direction of the finger and almost vomited blood. This is a fucking dead pervert without clothes. Chapter 99, Eagle is an ugly code name. It's better to call it Little Butterfly. Come out. The leader of the special forces soldiers let out a yell, and all the others aimed their guns at the tree. Chen-Era threw the branch and raised his hand with a smile. What's the point of shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Everyone's eyes were glazed over. I thought it was someone hiding in a tree, but I didn't realize it was directly a person. The guy was covered in mud and looked like wrinkled old bark, looking almost nothing like a tree. Everyone was suddenly angry and irritated. The best thing about special forces is camouflage, but they had just gotten so close, and they hadn't even noticed it. It was simply disgraceful. The lead lieutenant yelled in exasperation. You pervert. Why don't you get dressed? Chen-Era hemmed and hawed. Hui said, put on clothes. What else is called camouflage? A true disguise would have to blend in with nature. This is the highest realm. Fuck you. What quackery? The lieutenant felt hot. What unit are you from and what are you doing here? Chen-Era honestly said, I'm a soldier of the Red Fong Tiger Regiment. I can't tell you anything else. Hearing the 3 words Tiger Regiment, the Blue Army Special Forces were all instantly enraged. These are the same guys who got them scolded and punished in the last exercise. Lieutenant Li Mang was scolded by the first captain when he returned. Everyone involved in the drill, all of them, added penalties and extra drills, and every day was worse than death. The lieutenant stared at him viciously. It's really a narrow road, actually bumping into each other here. Say, where is your regiment? Take me there. Chen-Era shook his head. I can't take you there. The other's eyes glared. You still want to resist? Chen-Era hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 no. I'm afraid that if I see them, you'll be scared. Fuck you. The lieutenant cursed. Since I was born, I don't know how to write this word. I'll give you one more chance. Or don't blame us for not being polite. Chen-Era sighed. Alright, then I can't do anything about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lieutenant immediately sensed that something was wrong. He jerked his head back, only to see a dozen or so figures falling in the air. Crap! A dozen men pressed down on him, barely breaking his bones. There's an ambush! All the special forces roared in anger, just about to rush out to save the people. Swish swish swish! Countless hands suddenly appeared out of nowhere underground. All the special forces were scared out of their wits. Midnight bell. The next second, they were held by their feet and planted on the ground. Immediately after that, a group of big men popped out of thin air from the ground and swooped towards them. In the blink of an eye, the blue special forces were full of big men. The bones are breaking. Crush me. Shit. What's that thing against me? Get it off. Like a stacked man, the veteran pressed up against it, hemmed and hawed. We're all men. What are we afraid of? Besides, you're still wearing pants. I don't even have pants. And the one behind me is even better. The Blue Army Special Forces soldier was in tears, feeling like a flower about to be destroyed. Yo, this is the Special Forces. Is it nothing more than that? The crowd raised their heads as Lin Hui walked out from behind the bushes with a dejected Zhou Zhengyi. Zhou Zhengyi had both hands behind his back and couldn't help but shake his head. Vegetable. Really vegetable. Vegetable stingy. What bullshit Special Forces. Easily taken down by us. The Blue Special Forces soldier spat out blood in anger, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. Zhou Zhengyi walked to the lieutenant who mocked him last time, got close enough to crouch down, and patted his face. Just you. Brought someone to break our command last time, right? Startled by the bayonet dangling in front of him, the lieutenant desperately turned his head to avoid it. Get away from me, you fucking pervert. Snap. Zhang Jiantao slapped him across the face. Defeated general. How can you talk to our headmaster? Captain? The Blue Special Forces soldier was dumbfounded. They had seen many regimental commanders, but this was the first time they had seen this look. The lieutenant looked him up and down and sneered. You can be a regimental commander just like that? Zhou Zhengyi slapped his hand over. How dare you look down on old me? Although I'm old, I'm still a sword. Don't bother talking nonsense with you. Pick them all up for me. Soon, a group of Special Forces soldiers were kneeling on the ground with their hands behind their backs, tied behind their backs. Zhou Zhengyi walked around with a sneer on his face. Special Forces, right? You guys bully one more to show me? One of the Special Forces soldiers poo-pooed it and said unconvincingly, you guys play tricks, dressing up like this ghost and hiding under the ground. Who would have thought? Lin Hui came over smilingly. This comrade. You're wrong to say that. This is the most extreme camouflage technique. Even your Special Forces didn't see it. You just can't be convinced. The Blue Special Forces soldier was dumbfounded. Who in their right mind would have thought that an entire regiment of men would be ambushed here? The lieutenant was furious. In such a small place, with people ambushing each other, they didn't see a single crack. Counter-surveillance techniques, all learned in a dog's nose. A chill ran through everyone's hearts at the thought that they might have just sat on them and rested. Luckily, BSP, fortunately, all wearing pants, or chastity are to keep. The man is all yours. Zhou Zhengyi looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui nodded and crouched down in front of the leading lieutenant. Tell me, where is your blue command and where are the others located? The lieutenant snorted coldly and scoffed. You're not awake from your dream, are you? Actually trying to get information from a Special Forces soldier? Let me tell you, I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. The others followed suit, yelling, shoot me. We won't tell. Lin Hui shrugged his shoulders. I just casually asked. I didn't expect you guys to talk about it. If I arrest you guys, your people will naturally come looking for you. A few others huffed. Good to know. You guys are dead this time. The result this time will still be the same as last time. None of you will be able to escape. Lin Hui smiled faintly. I can't wait for them to hurry up and come to me so I can give them a good beating. Without further ado, he took the walkie-talkie directly from the lieutenant and shouted inside in front of everyone. Hey, 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 hey. Soon, a puzzled voice came from across the room. Cthulhu, what's wrong? What happened? Fly? Lin Hui looked disgusted. What kind of crappy code name? It's hard to hear. Might as well call it Little Butterfly? The lieutenant almost spat out blood from anger. It's Tsang Ying, the height of the sky, the eagle of the eagles. Wang Yang slapped him across the face. It's even fucking worse. If Brother Hui says Little Butterfly, you're called Little Butterfly. The lieutenant is about to cry. Fuck you, Little Butterfly. You might as well stab me. Lin Hui continued toward the intercom, arrogantly saying, we're from the Red Fong Tiger Regiment. 16 of your special forces have been captured by us. Just so you know. The face of the person on the opposite side of the room instantly turned blue. Special forces were actually captured by an ordinary trooper? Lin Hui was a bit impatient. Hey, don't stop talking. I'm going to start torturing them later. You guys hurry up and send someone. We're in the grove west of area 446. By the way, call your captain over here. Our leader is going to personally smack him in the mouth. Zhou Zhengyi next to him immediately gave a thumbs up. Well said. The opposite side shivered with anger and roared. You king. Before the latter few words could be uttered, Lin Hui cut off the call. Ha! I won't give you a chance to scold me. Zhou Zhengyi gave another thumbs up. Well done. The Blue Special Forces soldier's lungs exploded with anger. I've never seen a guy with so much bad taste in my life. If you don't swear, you'll suffocate your internal injuries. The lieutenant cursed. Bunch of assholes. To use such underhanded tactics against us, you don't deserve to wear the uniform at all. Zhou Zhengyi hemmed and hawed, and also dejectedly flung his arms. Sorry, we pressed. Alas and alack. Not wearing. Angry. Right? LT. Blue Army Special Forces. Lin Hui waved his hand. Alright, don't bullshit with them. Tie up everyone. The crowd nodded and immediately found ropes, ready to tie the group of special forces to the tree. In no time, that lieutenant was tied into a dumpling by Wang Yang and Chen Eru. Wang Yang clapped his hands and looked at him with a smug expression. How about it? Our technique of tying people up. It's not bad, right? The lieutenant looked down and flushed with anger. Just see the rope wrapped around the body like a tortoise-shell pattern. All those sensitive areas are exposed. He burst into a rage. You guys have been watching too many fucking little movies. Who taught you to bundle up like that? The two men looked confused. What do you mean? A little movie? Lin Hui came over from the side and did the science. It's the guy who's having a pretty good time in the little day. Son, making a love action movie. The two immediately oohed and awed. So that's what it is. Lin Hui looked at the lieutenant and shook his head. This comrade. Look at you. Why are you still reading these things when you're a special forces soldier? No wonder your body is weak and we caught you. The lieutenant yelled in exasperation. I haven't seen it. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. What's the point of pretending? How do you know if you haven't seen it? The lieutenant was shaking with anger. He was looking, but it was all with a critical and scrutinizing eye. Lin Hui looked him up and down and raised his eyebrows. Not a bad figure. You two go and tie the others up like this for me too. Okay. Wang Yang and Chen Era hemmed and hawed and laughed badly, hurrying to run to the others to help. When the others saw the captain tied up like this, they were scared to tears. You guys kill me, even if I die. I don't want to be tied up like this. It's too humiliating. Wang Yang came over with a smile. That's not good. It's always been our army's policy to treat prisoners favorably. Chen Era nodded his head. Yes, how can you keep dying and dying? You still have to protect your family and defend your country and people. A bunch of people are so hopeless that they just can't resist even if they want to. Shouldn't we almost pull out? Seeing that the busy work was almost done, Zhou Zhongyi proposed. Lin Hui shook his head. That's not good. They're all still alive. What then? Lin Hui said mysteriously. Doesn't the division commander always say that we're a liability and only drag our feet? So let's give him a big gift. Zhou Zhongyi hemmed and hawed and immediately understood. It's still you kid who understands. Chapter 100 Using the division commander as bait. Lack of virtue is still up to you. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden explosion in the forest. Qian Kuan rushed out of the cave with his men in a panic. What happened? He hurriedly ordered one of his men. Quick, go and see what's going on. Yes. The others' faces were filled with worry as they watched their men fly out the door. We must have been exposed. Should we retreat? I shouldn't think so. It doesn't look like an attack. We're in such a hidden position. How could the Blues find us? The Blues have special forces, and this explosion is probably a signal before they launch their attack. Soon, the men who had just been there came flying back. Report. Qian Kuan immediately inquired. Did the Blues launch an attack? The subordinate's face was odd, and he stammered. Division commander. It's not the Blue Army. The situation is a bit complicated. Do you want to go and see for yourself? Qian Kuan looked skeptical, and the people around him also looked strange. But as long as it's not the Blues, then there's nothing to fear. In a short while, the group came to the forest. As they walked, they suddenly all froze, their eyes barely glazed over, only to see a dozen or so Blue Army special forces tied up on a few trees in the distance. Qian Kuan's mouth couldn't close as he laughed. What kind of performance art are you guys doing? And how come you're still tied up in a fancy way? A chief of staff next to me laughed and said, if you were women, I could understand tying up like this. Look, all look at each other. Isn't it hot enough? You've even exposed the Kuan underneath alone. Is this to demonstrate with us? All the others laughed out loud, water coming out of their eyes. Ha 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 ha. The Blue Special Forces soldier hated to find a place to kill himself. They are simply the most humiliated special forces ever. The first lieutenant cursed. Laugh at your grandma. I've never seen you guys so unethical. The other special forces soldiers followed suit and cursed bitterly. If you have the guts to call out those sons of bitches from the Tiger Regiment, I'm going to fight them one-on-one. I'm going to fuck them up. Everyone's smiles came to a screeching halt, and Qian Kuan froze. Tiger Corps? What does this have to do with them? The lieutenant roared hysterically. What's the point of pretending? They're the ones who tied us up here. A bunch of lackluster things, running around naked. I've never seen such lackluster things with smoke. Yuck. Disgusting. The red crowd was filled with shock. Is this the work of the Tigers? Are these guys so tough that they can even fuck over the special forces? Wait, they're running around naked. Looking at the angry looks of the group, Qian Kuan knew that they definitely wouldn't lie. He frowned slightly. The Tiger Regiment gang guys disappeared for so long and never showed up. And now they've captured the Blue Army Special Forces in the neighborhood and tied them up like this. What are they up to? The chief of staff thought for a moment and said, Chief, I see. They probably wanted to give you a gift. Qian Kuan froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. It's possible. It's possible. I told you that this regiment has made a difference. Capturing a dozen special forces alive at once. Ha 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 ha. Relief? What a fucking relief. The rest of Red rolled their eyes. Who was it that said they were a liability and were going to kick them out of the way before? So quick to change your mind. Qian Kuan looked at the big gift in front of him, and his heart was happy. It was the only thing that had made him happy since the maneuvers opened. He had heard before that the Tiger Regiment's men had destroyed the Blue Army Command and fucked the Blue Army Commander during the maneuvers. I always thought it was bragging, but now I'm afraid it's true. Qian Kuan's heart hemmed and hawed. It seems that I did underestimate them before. This time they disappeared. Maybe they want to make a big name for themselves. He walked straight to the lieutenant and looked at him intently. Say, Where did the Tiger Regiment go? The lieutenant sprayed him in the face. Where did your men go? You ask me? I'd fucking like to know. A bunch of son of a bitch. I can't spare them if I catch them. Qian Kuan smiled slightly, looking like he couldn't ask anything. Shoot them all. Yes. A few gunshots rang out. A dozen Blue Special Forces soldiers were finally relieved. They've wanted to die for a long time. They're tied up here. They can't even die. Qian Kuan looked at his men and said seriously, the division's location has been exposed. Move immediately. Yes. The crowd nodded and turned their heads. Qian Kuan was just about to leave when a regimental commander came up. Chief, if this is really the work of the Tiger Regiment, then it shows that they are truly capable. Should we order that they be recalled? With them in. Qian Kuan waved his hand. No need. The regimental commander froze and said seriously, they're part of the Red Side, so since they're capable, they should contribute to us, right? Qian Kuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. If they wanted to come back, they would have come to me long ago. It's my fault for putting words in my mouth before. Since they can have the ability to catch people here, it means that people have their own way. With the war as it is, some things don't matter anymore. As long as we can beat the Blues, whatever it takes. It dawned on the regimental commander. Then it was realized that nothing else really mattered as long as we could win. Qian Kuan revealed an expectant smile. I hope they stir up the forest, the more chaotic the better, so that we will have more chances. Just as Red Command moved quickly, not far away from a grassy nest, two big black heads poked out one after another. It looks just like the black bear spirit who stole the robe. After observing for a moment, the two men put their heads back. Chen Era smiled and said, they're starting to move. Wang Yang held his head high. Looks like they're not too stupid. They understood our meaning at once. Go back and hand it over to Brother Hui. The two quickly turned back and came to Lin Hui to report. Brother Hui, the division has moved. Lin Hui nodded. Good. In a moment, everyone follow behind. Keep your distance. Don't stick too close. And don't stray too far away. Zhou Jingyi was puzzled. We're not doing it alone. Why are we following them? Next to him, Su De also asked curiously. Red is now a living target. Isn't it too dangerous for us to follow them? Everyone else also looked at Lin Hui with a puzzled expression. Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's indeed dangerous to follow them. However, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Moreover, by following them around, the Blue Army's attention is always on them. So when the time comes, won't we be able to take advantage of the opportunity? The crowd immediately revealed a bad smile. This was using the division as bait. Wang Yang admired to the core. Brother Hui, lack of virtue still depends on you. Chen Eru nodded. If I were Commander Red Fong and knew you were so bad, I would have you arrested and shot for half an hour. Su De looked at him. This trick, indeed, is a bit damaging. Lin Hui said in a good-natured manner. This is called making good use of strategy. Aren't we doing this all for the sake of the Blue Army? Even if the division commander knows about this, he'll definitely understand me. After all, I'm doing this for the greater good. The crowd's mouths twitched. You do have the greater good in mind here. The division commander is still in the dark about you. If he found out, he'd break both your legs at least. Thought I was receiving a gift, but it somehow turned out to be fish bait. Sure enough, a little bit of greed goes a long way. The Blue Special Forces will certainly put this account at that time. Counted on the head of the Red Side. Ruthless retaliation are possible. Lin Hui waved his hand. Alright, don't care about these details. The Blue Army's heavy weapons can't get into the forest. If they want to fuck the Red Fawn, they can only fight in small groups and launch raids. As long as they dare to come, more than 1,000 of us will go together and scare them to death. Not to mention the fact that we have guns. Do you think the Blues can have a chance of winning in front of us? The crowd nodded, thinking it made sense. So many bear this ass. The homies can be scared out of their wits, and the Blues sure can't take it. Zhou Zhengyi nodded in agreement. In the past, this kind of dog tactics he would not even look at more than one glance. But put it here, it really works. The dozen or so Special Forces soldiers just now, whom the Red Side had sent 2 companies to fail to capture, turned out to be easily subdued by them. And this kid, Lin Hui, is not only lacking in morals, but he never plays by the rules. The more he did, the less the Blues could guess their way out of this maneuver. Okay, we'll all listen to you, Zhou Zhengyi asked with some concern. Those dozen of Special Forces, the Blue Army will definitely settle the score on the Red Side, and will definitely retaliate ruthlessly next. Should we think of some countermeasures? Otherwise the commander could be in real danger. Don't worry, I've already thought of a countermeasure. Lin Hui turned his head and looked at the crowd with a smile. Looking at Lin Hui's unsuspecting gaze, everyone was scared to the point of sweating and immediately took a step back. Crap, what do you want? Blue Command. Special Operations Command Room. Snap. Squadron leader Li Mang slapped his hand on the table and said angrily, "A dozen people were all captured. And they were still captured alive by ordinary troops. Do you still want to be ashamed of yourselves?" The henchman looked aggrieved. Who would have thought that the gang was so unethical? "I don't want to listen to your nonsense." Li Mang glared at them. A dozen or so special forces soldiers, destroyed by a group of ordinary soldiers. It's simply disgraceful. Which Red Fawn unit was it that captured them alive? A special forces soldier said, "It's our old enemy, the Tiger Regiment." At the mention of these three words, Li Mang instantly thought of those four boars and Lin Hui's beaten face. He was instantly furious. It's this group of sons of bitches again. Last time they got lucky with their dogs and ended our Blue Army command. Finally getting a draw. This time they actually came again. It's really a fucking narrow road between enemies. The bottom man was speechless. It's quite an enemy of the enemy. The last time one of our own soldiers was tied up and hung from a tree. This time a squad is tied up. Li Mang said angrily, "Pass on my order. Give up the pursuit of the Red Command first. These guys from the Tiger Regiment are looking for death and dare to provoke our bottom line. So let's take them out first. And this time, we'll settle new grudges and old grudges together." Yes. The crowd nodded coldly. Squadron leader. These guys seem to have some tricks up their sleeves. And with the vast jungle, it shouldn't be easy to catch them. Li Mang's mouth smiled coldly. "Don't worry. I have a way." Chapter 101 Surrender is impossible to surrender. Not in this lifetime. Report. Blue Army Commander Zhang Yunlong lifted his head and looked at Li Mang as he walked over, immediately revealing a smile. "Li Mang, I was just about to look for you. And here you are." Li Mang saluted. "Good day, Chief." Zhang Yunlong laughed loudly. "This exercise, you black tigers have performed quite well this time. Relying on your infiltration of the jungle to mark the coordinates, we have found another regiment of the red side, which is about to be completely annihilated. You guys are really a big help this time." Li Mang said modestly. "This is what we should do." Zhang Yunlong suddenly asked, "By the way, didn't your people go looking for the Red Command? Did they find it?" Li Mang was a little embarrassed. "Looking for it, but ran into some trouble." "What's wrong, Chief? Do you remember that last regiment?" "Which regiment?" Li Mang whispered a reminder. "Tiger Corps." Zhang Yunlong slapped the table and stood up directly in anger. How could he forget this regiment? The last maneuver. It was all but a win. But a couple of rats from the Tiger Regiment ended up in a command post and made it a draw. After it was over, he was so angry he didn't sleep for several nights. Li Mang said, "Their people are nearby." Zhang Yunlong was on fire. "I knew they would come, but I never found them. These sons of bitches. I had to kill them all this time. Not a single one left. Leaving any of them behind is a scourge." He looked at Li Mang. "Report the position. Firebomb them first. My men will go over and destroy them. Red isn't scary. They're the scariest." Li Mang smiled bitterly. "Chief, these people's movements are erratic and cunning. Even my men were ambushed by them. A dozen of them were wiped out." Zhang Yunlong was incomparably surprised. "Your men are so powerful, and they're still completely wiped out?" He knew Black Tiger's strength very well. There had been a few deaths in battle before, but those were all accidental sacrifices when there were too many people attacking the red side's position. Now that a dozen of them had been taken out at once, even he was a bit disbelieving. Yes. Li Mang was filled with anger. "These people are very cunning and tricky. I came here hoping to seek the help of the Information Operations Unit to find their whereabouts." Zhang Yunlong slapped his hand on the table. "I told you that these people are a scourge. Keeping them is a bomb. Comrade Wang Ishue, come over here." Wang Ishue walked over and saluted. "Chief, what are the instructions?" Zhang Yunlong looked at Li Mang. "She's Director Xiao Wang of the Military Information Office. Talk to her." Li Mang saluted him and told him what happened. Wang Ishue nodded. "No problem. As long as you tell me the general direction, I will be able to find them." Li Mang nodded excitedly and hurriedly said the general directions. Wang Ishue immediately went back to her seat and crackled and operated. After a while, she turned her head. Li Mang looked expectant. "Did you find it?" Wang Ishue shook her head. Her face was very odd. "I can find all the people on the red side, but only this regiment you mentioned. There is no shadow at all?" Li Mang froze. "How is this possible?" Wang Ishue shrugged. "My high-tech doesn't lie. As long as they are alive, as long as they can still emit heat, they will definitely not be able to escape my tracking. You guys see? These red dots are the positions of the red soldiers." Li Mang looked toward the screen. "Sure enough, I saw many red dots scattered across the top, dense in places, loose in others, exactly like the current red layout. But the only thing was that there was no sign of the tigers." Li Mang frowned. "Strange. Can they still evaporate?" Zhang Yunlong thought for a moment, looked at him and said, "Could we have been tricked? Maybe one of the red side's previous units was covered by our artillery fire, And they lied about the number of casualties, just so that the Tiger Regiment's people could take the opportunity to mix in, thus confusing us? Li Mang slapped his head. It's possible. These guys are lacking in virtue. Never follow the rules. They do this kind of thing. Zhang Yulong snorted coldly. I don't care how many of them there are. As long as there is still one person around, they must be completely eliminated. The grass must be cut off to remove the roots. This matter, you are in charge of it. Yes, Red is out of shape under our continuous attacks and can destroy them at will. But the tigers are a big problem and must be dealt with once and for all. Li Mang nodded heavily. Don't worry, they can't run away. He looked at Wang Yixue. Director Wang, I now suspect that the gang might have mixed into the Red Division headquarters. Help me find their evacuation route. If that gang is inside, I'll just eliminate them together. Wang Yixue nodded and quickly operated some. Then pointing to a location on the screen, they should be moving in that direction. Li Mang looked at it and noted the location. Okay, thanks. With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Yunlong clenched his fists and huffed. I let you guys have your way last time. I won't give you another chance this time. When the maneuvers are over, I'm going to personally meet that little son of a bitch. I'll see how he can still be arrogant this time. Next to her, Wang Yixue sighed slightly. The maneuver is quickly coming to an end. Red has no hope this time. Looks like the tigers, after all, can't keep it. There was some helplessness in her heart. Lin Hui, even if you're capable, there's only one of you, and you ultimately fail to change anything. Outside the Blue Army Special Operations Command, Li Mang quickly assembled 3 squads, leaving 2 squads on guard. He coldly looked at the crowd. The last time we practiced, we let them slip through our hands. This is our shame. This time, we won't give them any more chances. The Tiger Regiment must be taken out. All of them, one by one. Everyone yelled down. Leave no one behind. Depart. With a wave of Li Mang's hand, everyone quickly rushed onto the helicopter and quickly lifted off. Deep in the jungle, the 20 or so Tiger Regiment soldiers looked at Lin Hui and were as stifled as they could be. Lin Hui said without any good humor. What for? Let you go to bait the enemy, not let you go to die? The crowd commiserated. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Lin Hui glared at them. Bullshit. As long as you lure them over, you'll get a big credit. Such a good opportunity. People can't even beg for it. The crowd was pitiful, but if we get caught, they'll beat us to death. Won't they? They won't move, and they'll have to torture us. Lin Hui said in a serious manner. What are you afraid of? Even if you die, you have given the regiment glory. You have died a good death. Even though you died, you are still honored. When the time comes, the head of the regiment will write down your names on the wall of martyrs for future generations to admire. Zhou Zhengyi nodded his head. Yes, I'll give each of you a banner when the time comes. Everyone was speechless as hell. Why do you need a banner when you're dead? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Hui put his arm around their shoulders and said with a smile. Don't worry, you're all my half-brothers. How could I possibly harm you? In case they really don't speak of martial virtues and have to make a move, you guys will surrender and mutiny. Immediately, the crowd's eyes glazed over and they puffed out their chests. What are you talking about? How could we possibly mutiny? Zhang Jiantao also looked as if his bravado had risen to the clouds. Better to die standing than kneeling. The soldiers of the Tiger Regiment are all the most ambitious. Surrender is impossible to surrender. Not in this lifetime. Right. The others nodded immediately. Lin Hui's mouth twitched. Ambitious my ass. Just now they were all scared to death. He said solemnly. No, you must mutiny. It's part of the plan. The crowd was speechless. They had thick eyebrows and a righteous face. They were not born to be mutiny material. How come they still have to be the bad guys? Zhang Jiantao looked at Zhou Zhengyi with a weeping face. Chief, I can't do this. Can I replace it with someone else? No. Zhang Jiantao looked aggrieved. Chief, I'm your man. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes glared. Just because you're my man, that's why I'm giving you such an important task. Don't screw it up or I'll come back to screw you over. Lin Hui nodded. Yes, that's right. Just die and come back and we'll fix you up. Chapter 102, Bastard Monkey. You dare to hit the chief? In the Red Command, Xian Kuan stared at the sand table in front of him and suddenly looked up at the crowd. Something's not right. Several staff officers immediately gathered around nervously. What's wrong? Is our position exposed again? Xian Kuan shook his head. I'm saying that the last time the Tiger Corps gave us a gift, something wasn't right. The crowd was relieved. As long as it wasn't the command that was exposed. They had been forced to move many times over the past few days, and all of them had become birds of prey. One of the chiefs of staff smiled and said, Chief, the Tiger Regiment is doing this because they want to prove their strength and put on a good show. There's nothing wrong with that. Qian Kuan frowned. Don't you guys think that this came about too coincidentally? Those Blue Army Special Forces sneaked into our neighborhood and our people didn't even notice. How did they find out? Hearing this, everyone immediately fell into deep thought. Yeah, what's with the coincidence? It's hard to believe that these guys from the Tiger Regiment have been following the division around? The deputy division commander reacted furiously. I'll go. These guys from the Tiger Regiment, aren't they trying to use us as bait so that they can take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Blue Army, right? Qian Kuan grimaced. Other than this explanation, I can't find any other reason. The scene was in an uproar, and everyone was enraged. Son of a bitch, these guys are so lacking too. Could there be any misunderstanding? Bullshit misunderstanding. What kind of shit can't those guys do with their lack of morals? A brigade commander's eyes spewed fire and anger. I kind of know why they suddenly gave us such a big gift. They want to use us to pull the Blue Army's hatred. Hurry up and send someone to find them. Everyone in the Tiger Regiment must be severely punished. Yes. The ministry was just about to go out the door when he was shouted at. Come back. Let's leave it at that. Everyone looked at Qian Kuan in unison, their faces full of anxiety. Division commander, how can we let this go? They've screwed us over so much that the Blues will put the blame on us, and surely they'll get back at us hard afterward? Qian Kuan slapped his hand on the table. I said forget it. Don't you understand? Everyone was so shocked by him that they all shut their mouths. Qian Kuan took a deep breath and said helplessly, regardless of whether the Tiger Regiment has pitted us or not, the Blue Army will not let us go. From the beginning of the maneuver until now, we have lost almost half of our losses, and the command headquarters has been forced to move countless times. Do you guys still think it's not humiliating enough? If they hadn't helped exterminate those special forces last time, we would, by now, be drinking tea in the director's department. One of the chiefs of staff held his tongue and said, that's true, but we can't use you as bait, can we? Qian Kuan was full of bitter smiles. Ghosts fucking willing to be bait. What can I do if I'm not right? Now this is a battle that can only be won by those guys. The fact that they were able to capture the Blue Army Special Forces alive shows that they do have the power. In fact, back in the forest, when he saw this great gift, he had already sensed that something was wrong. The Tiger Corps obviously could have exterminated the people and then notified themselves. So why did they have to give them the job of killing and exterminating the people? The goal is to get him to draw hate from the Blues. But it had come to this. Even if he knew it was a trap, he had to jump down. Red has no more chips. Qian Kuan can only beat a dead horse now, pinning his hopes on Zhou Zhengyi's gang to take a shot. Division commander. Qian Kuan waved his hand with a serious face. Alright, you guys don't need to talk nonsense. As long as they can fuck the Blues and help us win, nothing else matters. The people around them were bitter, as stifled as they could be. Hard to be put on the spot and end up with a broken tooth and have to swallow it in your stomach. What kind of asshole came up with this shit? It's so unethical. Deep in the jungle, a light-assed figure flashed by quickly. Zhou Zhengyi looked at Lin Hui and asked with a ragged breath, Lin Hui, where exactly are you going? Zhang Jiantao was also puzzled. Now that we're getting farther and farther away from the Red Command, didn't we say we'd use them as bait to fuck the Blues? Lin Hui was serious. I thought about it. We still can't be too unethical. After all, it's the commander. Everyone rolled their eyes together. You've done a lot of bad things, haven't you? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, looked at them and said, if I guessed correctly, the Blue Army should now abandon the Red Division and turn their spearhead on us. Everyone was shocked. No way. We're so low profile, why are they staring at us? Lin Hui said indifferently, the Red side now doesn't pose any threat to the Blue Army anymore. Instead, it's us who have become the biggest threat. Last time, the Blue Army just ignored a few of us, and we stole our home and got the commander killed. This time, they will definitely drive us to extinction as they settle new grudges and old ones together. Last time 4 guys disappeared and turned the Blues upside down. This time the whole regiment is gone. I'm afraid the Blue commander won't even be able to sleep until he finishes them off. Zhou Zhengyi frowned and asked, then what should we do now? Lin Hui smiled and said, come with me and you'll see. The crowd was confused and soon followed Lin Hui to a swamp nearby. They say it's a swamp, but it's really just a bad patch of mud. It was covered with tons of leaves and looked just like a flatland. As soon as you step on it, you immediately sink in. Zhou Zhengyi was curious, what are we doing here? And NBS. SP, you'll see later. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and looked at the crowd. You guys hurry up and find something to set up a trap here. Zhang Jiantao and the others immediately came to a realization. This is to make them dead soldiers to lead people to the head of the trap. I'm sure it's a good idea. Lin Hui clapped his hands and shouted, don't freeze, hurry up. The Blues could be here any minute. The crowd immediately heckled and laughed badly, and immediately dispersed out. Chopping bamboo for chopping bamboo. Weaving rattan for weaving rattan. When they were in the forest, they had learned a lot of the craft of setting up traps with Lin Hui. and it was natural for them to get it right now. Zhou Zhangyi looked on with a suspicious face. The blues aren't stupid. Are they really that easy to bait? But seeing as Lin Hui looked like he had a plan, he couldn't say anything more. After all, he was the commander now. Time passes by. Soon the crowd was working together to complete all the traps. A veteran wiped his sweat, looked at the masterpiece in front of him, and broke into a smile. Finally, it's done. Gulp. Lin Hui turned his head as the veteran covered his stomach and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm a bit hungry. Alright, it's been half a day's work. Let's all go eat. Lin Hui waved his hand, and everyone jumped up in excitement. It quickly dispersed and rushed into the woods. Zhou Zhangyi looked at Lin Hui with a dumbfounded expression. Eat? Eat what? I've been fucking starving all day. I didn't bring anything to eat. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Of course it's a local solution. Zhou Zhangyi's face turned green. What's the solution? Eat leaves? He looked down at the leaves on his body. They were rancid. Were they even edible? Lin Hui criticized. Comrade Regimental Commander. It's not that I'm talking about you. You're not aware enough of this. Any bagged food in the wilderness may reveal our location and odor. If you want to eat, find it yourself in the forest. Zhou Zhangyi's face is blue. You fucking educate me? Besides, what can there be to eat in this forest of birds? Within a few moments, someone came running back with gusto, clutching something. Zhou Zhangyi curiously came up. See this guy actually digging a little hole in the ground and making a small smokeless stove as if he's baking something? But when he got closer, his eyes barely glazed over. This guy actually skewered 2 big green worms on a branch and roasted them over a fire? And after baking it for a while, you can't wait to throw it in your mouth. Pust. The green juice almost sprayed all over Zhou Zhangyi's face. Crap. Is this stuff human food? You just put it in your mouth? The crowd hemmed and hawed. Chief, this stuff is old and nutritious. And it's also an aphrodisiac. You're weak. Do you want some? False you grandma. I wouldn't eat this if I were dead. Zhou Zhangyi was covered in goosebumps. I just starve to death and go eat leaves. But I wouldn't eat such a disgusting thing. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, his stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Lin Hui smiled and walked over. Chief, if you don't eat, your body won't be able to carry it. Zhou Zhangyi rolled his eyes. I don't believe that I can't find some normal food in such a big forest. With a wave of his hand, he turned his head and led the chief of staff and a few others into the woods. Just a short while after walking, the chief of staff suddenly got excited and pointed his finger in front of him. Chief, fruit. Lots of fruit trees. Zhou Zhangyi looked in the direction of his finger and saw a piece of fruit trees. It was full of reddish-colored fruit. Quick! Split up and pick the fruit. He rushed towards a tree ahead of the others, who each found their own targets. Zhou Zhangyi came to the tree, full of smugness. Are these guys blind? There are fruits not to eat, but to eat worms? What's wrong with them? He was just about to climb the tree when a veteran soldier hurried over. Chief, these fruits can't be eaten. Zhou Zhangyi climbed halfway up, turned around and asked, why can't we eat it? Is it poisonous? That's not true. Eating it gives you diarrhea? Nor will it. Then what the fuck are you stopping me for? Get out of my way. I'm starving to death. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, the veteran helplessly shook his head and walked away. Chief, it is you who do not listen to persuasion. Do not blame me. In a moment, watching the veteran walk away, Zhou Zhangyi snorted coldly. You didn't realize it yourself, and you won't let me eat it? Clearly jealous of me. I'm partial to eating. Zhou Zhangyi climbed to the tree in 3 tries, reached out and picked a fruit and took a bite. Crunchy. Sweet. Just then, a fluffy tail suddenly dangled down from above and landed in front of him. Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment and looked up to see a monkey staring at him from a tree. He hemmed and hawed. Little monkey, is this fruit yours? Snap. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the monkey slapped him across the face. Zhou Zhangyi received a slap and was directly dumbfounded. You, what are you hitting me for? Snap. Another slap to the face. Zhou Zhangyi's face instantly swelled up and he roared in anger. Crap. Stinking monkey, how dare you fucking hit me? Chapter 103, Captain, you're not a blue army spy, are you? Bang! Zhou Zhangyi received a couple of big mouthfuls and a kick from a monkey out of a tree. Crap! Something's happened to the chief. Watching the chief fall from the tree, a group of people rushed up with fruit in their arms. The monkey grimaced in anger when he saw them picking so much fruit. A chief of staff rushed up to help the man up and was startled. I'll go. Regimental commander. You? What happened to your face? Why is it as red as a monkey's butt? Zhou Zhangyi pointed at the tree and yelled. It's all because of this stinking monkey's fight. Fuck him up for me. The crowd was instantly enraged. How dare an animal be so arrogant? Smash him to death. They immediately picked up the fruit and smashed it against the tree. The monkey dodged around, wincing with anger. They thought the monkey was being beaten and hurt. Full of color, the No, it hurts, right? Zhou Zhongyi was furious and shouted. Stinking monkey! You have the guts to come down. See if I don't beat you to death. You come down! Just then, someone behind him suddenly poked him. What for? Chief, leave me alone. I want to fight the monkey alone. Chief, take a look around before you. Zhou Zhongyi turned his head impatiently, his eyes almost glaring out. There are monkeys everywhere. There must be at least a couple hundred of them, all eyeing them intently. Zhou Zhongyi immediately panicked and swallowed. What? How did so many monkeys suddenly come? Are we entering the monkey mountain? A few people around him shrank into a ball of fear and said in trembling voices, Chief, why don't we? Let's just go. Let's go. Where are we going? Can we get away from the monkey mountain and the monkey sea? Old Zhou, it's all your fault. If the monkey wants to beat you up, just give it to him. You have to drag us into this. Zhou Zhongyi's face turned green. How did I know he had so many brothers? He hurriedly put all the fruits on the ground, put his hands together, and squeezed out a smile at the monkey on the tree. I'm sorry, monkey. We are just passing by. We have a craving. All the fruits are returned to you. Sorry for the disturbance. We'll leave now. Come on. Come on. Hurry up. Hurry up. Just the moment a few people turned around. The monkeys around them wowed and rushed from all directions like a flood. Holy shit! Zhou Zhongyi exclaimed. Taking a few men with him, he flung his bayonet and ran forward. The monkeys chased after them, picking up stones from the ground and smashing them from time to time. Ping back! A bunch of people clutched their heads, tears coming down from the pain. One of the chiefs of staff cried, Nowadays, monkeys, are they all so unqualified? We just took a few fruits, and they are chasing us like this? Zhou Zhongyi tugged him to run. Cut the fucking crap and run away. They panicked and fled frantically, with the monkeys following in hot pursuit. Come on, come on, come on. Zhou Zhongyi looked at the silhouettes in front of him and shouted excitedly. That's our team in front of us. Once there are more people, the monkeys won't dare to chase after us. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few whooshed out next to him, leaving him alone at the end of the line. Zhou Zhongyi's eyes are straight. You run so fast for what? Wait for me, ah. The chief of staff and a few others ran wildly forward without looking back. Chief, take care of yourself. The monkeys are targeting you. Not us. So unrighteous. Zhou Zhongyi was furious and frantically chased after him. In the open space in front of them, a number of people were each gathering around a piece of food. Turning back, he saw the chief's group actually heading towards the trap and jumped up in shock. Zhang Jiantao hurriedly rushed out and kept waving his hand and yelling, Chief, don't come over, don't ever come over. Zhou Zhongyi several people were chased by monkeys rolling around, and their heads were also smashed twice from time to time, so they didn't pay attention to what he was shouting. The next second, the two chiefs of staff in front of them stepped into a trap. Whoosh! The two men fell backwards in midair with the rope directly around their ankles. Ah! Help! Zhou Zhongyi braked sharply in fear. I'll go. How did I forget about the trap? He was just about to back away when there was a sudden click at his feet. The next second, something shaped like a large hunting clip popped up one after the other. Along with his thighs, he directly clamped down on his koan. Zhou Zhongyi was clamped instantly. The tears of pain and snot together wildly, issued a piercing scream. Oh. He cursed in anger. Who the hell is so unethical to build such a big clip? It hurts me to death. Not far away, Su De looked around and hurriedly took a step backward. Just then, Zhou Zhongyi jerked his head up. A black shadow instantly fell from the sky, and the monkey rode on top of him. Zhou Zhongyi swallowed his saliva in fear. Monkey, discuss. Can you not hit the face? The monkey grinned at him, showing his teeth. Snap! Crazy just started smacking him in the mouth. The people around them hurriedly reacted and yelled, Crap! It's the monkey again. Quick! Hurry to save the headmaster. Watching a bunch of people rushing up, the monkey was not afraid in the slightest. Picked up something on the floor and just smashed it. The scene was a mess of screams and chaos. Not far away, Lin Hui took Wang Yang and Chen Arrow and shot 2 pheasants and walked back beautifully. Brother Fai, how about we make the chicken called chicken later? Barking chicken is good. I love eating cold chicken. And, hearing the noise in front of him, Lin Hui frowned. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in front? Wang Yang thought for a moment. Maybe they're full and having a gala? Just then, the headman was slapped by a monkey ride and ran past the crowd. Help! All three stared in confusion. Crap! Why are the monkeys here again? Is this to get back at us? Endlessly still? Don't just stand there. Save them! Lin Hui immediately dropped his things and rushed up. A few monkeys tried to get closer, but they were sent flying straight out by his fists. Then came a few more kicks that sent 7 or 8 flying. The monkey was bad on the ground, wincing in pain. Lin Hui quickly rushed behind the chief and swung his fist. The monkey riding him, slapping was on the rise. Hearing someone behind him, He grimaced and turned his head, but the moment he saw Lin Hui, he immediately froze as if he was petrified. Bang! A punch to the face of monkey. The monkey was sent flying and smashed hard against the tree trunk, sliding down with a wild nosebleed. Zhou Zhangyi saw that the officers and soldiers were finally restored in front of him, and excitedly hugged Lin Hui, crying with a handful of snot and tears. Lin Hui, why did you only come? A little later I would have been killed by the monkeys. Lin Hui pushed him away and looked underneath him. Chief, what did you do to this? It's so chic? Cut the crap and hurry up and get it off me. It's breaking. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. If it's broken, it's broken. You don't need it at your age anyway. Zhou Zhangyi takes a 10,000 point blitz. Who said we don't need it? Even if I don't need it, can't I just put it on display? Lin Hui was too dirty to simply let him get himself out of the way, and turned his head toward the front. Everyone, cop out and fuck them. The roar shook the monkeys all around. All the monkeys all turned their heads, and upon seeing Lin Hui, they were all startled. Isn't this their monkey life's nightmare? How did we meet here? They got their asses kicked last time and it still hurts. All the monkeys were immediately scattered in all directions, fearing that they would be caught if they ran one step slower. Lin Hui froze for a moment. Why did they all run away? He turned his head towards this monkey that was the only one left next to him. The monkey rose dizzily from the ground, and when he saw the figure approaching, he was so frightened that he sprang up from the ground and drew up his legs. Before he could climb the tree, his tail was grabbed by Lin Hui. Where to? He swung his tail and slammed the monkey right into the ground. It yelped in pain, its bones falling apart. Shut up! Lin Hui just raised his fist, and the monkey immediately shut up honestly, his body tensing up. He saw that the monkey was honest and didn't want to bother with it for the time being. Standing up and looking around to see what was going on, he was speechless. The monkeys ran away and the traps were all messed up. All around the mess were various traces of fighting. It would be a hell of a thing to lure the blues over. Lin Hui looked at Zhou Zhangyi, wanting to cry. Captain! Ah, Captain! The traps we worked so hard to set up for a few hours were all destroyed by you. You're not a spy sent by the Blue Army, are you? Zhou Zhangyi clamped his leg and wailed in pain. Bullshit! Have you ever seen a spy clip himself? The surrounding people were also helpless. Hours of hard work all gone. They wouldn't dare beat up the chief. One could only look helplessly at Lin Hui. What do we do now? Lin Hui said in a humorless voice. What can I do? Cool it. He looked at the chief. Chief, you say you guys are fine. Nothing to provoke monkeys for? Now you know why we beat up the monkeys last time, right? Zhou Zhangyi nodded his head frantically. These monkeys, they really fucking deserve to be punched. They've all smacked my face into something. Lin Hui shook his head and tossed the monkey aside. But when he turned his head, he saw that the monkey actually stayed there honestly, not daring to move a muscle. Lin Hui froze for a moment, and the password came out. Sit down. Boo. The monkeys but hurriedly sat down. Wincing, Wang Yang and Chen Er's eyes were looking straight. Brother Hui, you are also too awesome. This monkey was beaten into submission by you and didn't even dare to move a bit. You are simply a master of monkey training. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Nonsense. If you take a few punches, you're honest too. Zhou Zhangyi went up and shooed him. Get lost. I'm tired of seeing you. Get lost. But the monkey just didn't move a muscle, his fearful little eyes always staring at Lin Hui. He didn't open his mouth and press to move. The crowd was immediately all happy. This monkey won't go away? Lin Hui, do we still have to rearrange the traps? Lin Hui thought about it and suddenly his eyes lit up. Alright, everyone, don't set up traps. I've thought of a new way. The crowd was curious. In what way? Lin Hui stared at the monkey. Use him. The crowd was confused. What could a monkey do? When the monkey saw Lin Hui coming towards him, he was so scared that he shook like a sieve and peed. Lin Hui patted the monkey's head and said with a smile, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Follow me to ensure that you eat and drink what you want. The future is bright. The monkey backed away frantically in fear. Turning his head instantly, his head hit the trunk of a tree and fell head first to the ground. His monkey face was deformed. Chapter 104, I hate weaklings. Everyone was filled with shock. What can a monkey do? Can you still command them to go to war with the blues? In the crowd's suspicious gazes, Lin Hui beckoned toward the monkey. Come here. The monkey was startled and hurriedly got up from the ground and came over honestly and stood to one side. Everyone was dumbfounded and their jaws smashed. When did monkeys become so obedient? Obviously, they had just gone crazy and attacked them. Zhou Zhangyi swelled his face and asked incredulously, Lin Hui, why does he listen to you so much? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Chief, if you were like him and took a beating, you'd be more obedient than him. Zhou Zhangyi almost vomited blood. You compare me to a monkey? Someone beside me asked curiously. What can this one monkey do, even if it can listen to you? Lin Hui smiled and said, Can't you guys see that this is a Monkey King? Monkey King? The crowd looked at each other with strange faces. Zhou Zhongyi was the first to react. I know. This is the Monkey King. I started off by messing with him. That's why I was surrounded by so many monkeys. But what does that have to do with whether it's the Monkey King or not? Can it be that he can still turn into the Monkey King and fly? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. You have a rich enough imagination. Monkey King can command hundreds of monkeys? Now the Monkey King listens to me. What do you say? Everyone's eyes lit up and their faces were filled with bad smiles. Got it. Got it. Lin Hui. It's still you. Lin Hui had just crouched down, and the monkey took several steps back in fear, afraid of being beaten. Lin Hui touched his monkey head, smiled and said, Fear what? I am not a bad person. Little monkey, as long as you are honest and obedient, I guarantee that you have bananas to eat all the time. But if you do not obey. Just then, with lightning speed, he flicked on the monkey's small hook. If you dare not obey, I'll directly chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Feed me. Feed me. Wang Yang hurriedly jumped out. Old family members say this stuff is a great tonic. It's much more powerful than that bullwhip, goat whip, donkey whip. Lin Hui glared at him and turned his head to point at the monkey. Do you hear me? The monkey was scared out of his wits and tensed up hard, nodding his head over and over. Seeing that he was still honest, Lin Hui smiled and took out a banana from behind his back and gave it to him. That's a good boy. In the future, if you hang out with me, I'll take you to eat good food and drink hot water, and look for the prettiest female monkeys in the whole world. The monkey obviously didn't hear what it meant and stood there dumbfounded. Lin Hui huffed over with a slap. Do you hear me? The monkey hurriedly took the banana and nodded repeatedly like a little brother, smiling and laughing. Lin Hui grunted. That's more like it. 2 hours later, the Blue Special Forces soldiers darted through the forest and soon followed the trail to the neighborhood. I'm in the neighborhood. Detecting a red signal. Right at this moment, Li Mang's earphone suddenly rang with a voice. He asked excitedly, Is it the Tiger Corps gang? Wang Yixue nodded. It's very likely. The signal is a bit weak. In the southwest direction, 2 kilometers away from you. The Blue Army Special Forces instantly became nervous when they heard this news. The Tiger Regiment gang is very cunning. Maybe there's an ambush nearby. Hanging up the communication, Li Mang ordered 2 people. You two, follow me to the front to scout the way. Yes. The 3 men pressed forward, alternating back and forth in cover. Each one is less than 10 meters apart. Soon, the trio sported near the swamp. Li Mang quietly raised his binoculars, and in a patch of grass in the distance, there was indeed a group of guys hiding. Visualize about 20 people, most likely from the Tiger Regiment. Finally found it. Li Mang quietly headset, lowered his voice, confirmed the target, immediately close to me. Within moments, dozens of special forces sneaked up behind them. Li Mang raised his hand and made a tactical maneuver, and all of them nodded and quickly spread out in all directions, quickly surrounding the target. From start to finish, the gang in the bushes didn't even notice anything. This caused a contemptuous smile to appear on his face. True water. I really don't know how the flies and those guys, how to get on their way. When we go back, see if I can't punish them to death. Everyone, all in position. A voice sounded in Li Mang's headset. He sneered and said, Wait for my order. Do it together. I want to scare them to death. Not far away in the grass, Zhang Jiantao and the others were lying on the ground, tension written on everyone's face. The shell of mud they were wrapped in had been knocked off ahead of time. Naked. It looked like an earthworm that had been thrown into the water and was waiting for a fish to take the bait. One of the veterans said fearfully, Company commander, let's wait a little longer, and if no one comes, let's pull out. The veteran next to him was also filled with nervousness. Yes, we've been the bait and sold the meat. If they don't come, we can't be blamed. Shut up, Zhang Jiantao glared at them. If we go back like this, the company commander will break all 3 of our legs. All of you, lie down honestly. Be the bait. Don't do those useless things. The crowd stifled a nod. Yes, Zhang Jiantao would be panicked to death in his heart. Who's not afraid of a beating? Who's not afraid of pain? Just come over here naked as bait for someone to beat up and kill. He had been a soldier for so many years and had participated in so many maneuvers, all of which he had never stumbled upon before. Zhang Jiantao constantly muttered in his heart, Lin Hui, this guy does have enough damage. Actually take us as bait. If this is a war, it will be really dead. No, we must go back to plant him a good meal. Just then, the grass shifted ahead and 2 figures flashed by. Zhang Jiantao immediately roared, There's an enemy. Everyone immediately raised their guns and were just about to get up from the bushes when dozens of silhouettes instantly appeared around them. Crap! Before Zhang Jiantao and the others could react, they were pounced on by a group of big men. It's like a fragile flower that's been crushed into knots. Can't move a finger. Zhang Jiantao's face was plastered on the ground, and he kept yelling, "Pain, pain, pain, my arm is about to break. Gently, gently." Just then, Li Meng walked out with a smile on his face. He commanded toward his men, "Spread out and search the perimeter. See if there's anyone else." The men quickly dispersed, and returned in no time to report. Reporting to the squadron leader, "There's no one around, just a few of them." Li Meng nodded. "Pick them up." Yes, more than 20 people, immediately like little chickens, were all picked up. Li Meng walked over with both hands behind his back. "Inside you guys, who's an official?" Swish! All of them turned their heads and looked at Zhang Jiantao unanimously. Zhang Jiantao was all confused. "Crap, you guys betrayed me. Traitors, a bunch of traitors." Li Meng grabbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. "You're the official, so you're the one who called us to provoke us? It's me and so on, you bastard." Before Zhang Jiantao could swear, he received a punch on his mouth. Stiffly, he swallowed the next few words back down. Zhang Jiantao's mouth felt like it was on fire as he angrily shouted, "How could you hit someone?" Li Meng sneered, "Drills are actual combat. You are the enemy. What's wrong with beating you?" Zhang Jiantao was furious, his eyes filled with stubbornness. "If you have the guts, shoot us all. Don't insult us." The special forces around him laughed and looked at him like he was a fool. Li Meng also smiled and said, "You want to die early so that you can go to the shelter to drink tea and rest, right? I'm not as willing as you are." He looked up and down and scoffed. "Look at you guys, what's wrong with you? Have you been shelled or contaminated by nuclear radiation and look like savages? None of your business." "I do. Don't get tough with me. Hurry up and tell me. The rest of you, where did you go?" "Bah, I won't tell you." Zhang Jiantao spat viciously. A mouthful of thick phlegm stuck to Li Meng's face, and could not even fall off. Li Meng wiped it off with his hand, and even put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, his face full of disgust. "It's so damn stinky." "Well, counting on you to be so ballsy. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Slow down." Zhang Jiantao was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "If you dare to torture me, I'll go to the director's department and sue you." Li Meng smiled slightly. "I want to obtain intelligence now, according to the real battlefield situation. A little bit of punishment, it is also appropriate. The big deal is that when it is over, as you how to sue." After saying that, he slammed a full on Zhang Jiantao's face. Zhang Jiantao was blinded, brain buzzing. Just as his opponent was about to land his next punch to the face, he hastily yelled, "Don't hit! Don't hit! I'll confess." All the special forces soldiers froze, almost thinking they had heard wrong. Zhang Jiantao hurriedly repeated, I confessed everything. As long as you don't hit me, I confessed everything." Bang! Another punch to the face. Zhang Jiantao's nose blood came down. "Damn! You hit even if you say it. You hit even if you don't say it. You're fucking sick." Li Meng poo-pooed and said disdainfully, "Old me hates soft bones." After that, another punch was thrown. Chapter 105. We want to retreat too, but the monkeys don't agree. Bang bang bang. 24 men, each taking a beating. Zhang Jiantao begged for mercy with a bruised nose and swollen face. Don't hit. Don't hit. We'll talk. We'll talk." Li Meng looked at him with a smile. "Will you be willing to talk this time?" Zhang Jiantao was about to cry. "I fucking just had to say it. You had to beat it up. It's just a drill. Why do you have to hit so hard? We are all comrades." Li Meng looked at him with contempt. "You guys? What kind of comrades are you? A bunch of soft bones. Can't stand a beating. If you really go to war, all of you are fucking traitors." Fart. Zhang Jiantao jumped up in anger. "If we really go to war, we won't be like this." The others followed suit and yelled, "That's right, we, the Tiger Regiment, would rather die than give in." Li Meng smiled and looked back, waving his hand. "Better to die than to submit, right? Come on, beat them up again. I'll see if they submit or not." "Okay." Eyes on a group of special forces soldiers badgering and pulling out finger tigers and putting them on their hands. Zhang Jiantao was so scared that his legs went soft. Wait. I'll say anything, but I have one request. I'll tell you the location. Can you not take us there and just shoot us on the spot, okay? If the headmaster finds out we've been traitors, he'll straighten us out." Li Meng hemmed and hawed with a bad smile. "You say it first, I can think about it." Zhang Jiantao cursed the bastard's ancestors in his heart, then put on a scared and weak look. "The rest of us are all in the 125 area. We were mainly sent to scout for the enemy, and incidentally lure you guys over." The Blue Army Special Forces immediately laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke of the century. "With you guys? You still want to lure us over? Are you worthy of scouting the enemy? That's a real Guangong playing with a big sword. Do you know what it means to be counter-surveillance?" Zhang Jiantao pretended to be weak and nodded his head. Yes. It's not like you guys caught us just before we started. What should be said? I've said it all. Can you shoot us both? Li Meng was full of bad smiles. What a pity to shoot you guys just like that. I have to bring you guys to let your regimental commander take a good look at how his good soldiers, who would rather die than give up, betrayed them. Zhang Jiantao was instantly furiously yelling, "Son of a bitch, you guys don't keep your word. You." Bang! Li Meng threw another punch. Zhang Jiantao's nose blood spurted wildly, and tears came down from the pain. "Lin Hui, you son of a bitch, how many punches have I received? When I go back, you must treat me to a good meal to compensate me, or I won't finish with you. Tie them up and take them away." Li Meng turned around, and immediately someone came up and asked worriedly, "Lieutenant, could there be a fraud?" Li Meng shook his head. "No, this kid has taken so many hits, it's absolutely impossible for him to tell a lie." The man looked back at Zhang Jiantao, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and nodded in recognition. "But what if this is their bitter trick? Those guys are really too cunning. We've already fallen for them several times in a row. Last time, he was the one who went out and caught 4 boars and came back. It ended up being sprayed into a sieve. He really didn't want to get there and see hordes of wild boars instead of a troop of tigers." Li Meng waved his hand, full of confidence. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Even if it's a trap, just retreat in time. With our strength, can they stop us?" But Li Meng no longer gave him a chance to speak and said seriously, "All right, the chief has given orders for us to eradicate the tiger regiment in the shortest possible time. This time, new grudges and old grudges are counted together. We must eliminate them all. Everyone, move out." With a wave of his hand, he led the crowd in a quick march forward. Time flew by, and in a flash they had arrived at Area 125. Li Meng coldly looked at Zhang Jiantao. "What specific directions are they in?" Zhang Jiantao's hands were tied behind his back and he pointed a direction to him with his chin. "Over there? I really can't go over there. You guys better go over there yourselves." Li Meng didn't care about him anymore, leaving these guys behind and leading the men towards the front to slowly approach. After walking forward for a short while, he really found the forest in front of him, ambushed by many people. One looked like a big black monkey, covered in mud. Li Meng suddenly reacted. "No wonder we can't track the heat source. These boys are really thieves." He gave a combat signal and all the special forces quickly dispersed. Bowed over, gun at the ready, he approached slowly toward the front. Click! A guy stomped off a branch on the ground, scaring everyone so much that they all instantly crouched down on the ground, their expressions tightening. Li Meng probed and looked toward the distance, and realized that the other party did not have the slightest notice. Then he was relieved. "It's okay, keep moving, and fire on my command." But just as they were about to move on, something dark suddenly jumped in front of them. Everyone was instantly relieved to see it was a monkey. Li Meng waved his hand carefully. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The monkey grimaces and looks at him with a crooked head, making no attempt to get out of the way. "Get out of the way!" Li Meng came to the fire, deliberately scaring, "Quickly go, or shoot you." He had just extended his gun forward when the frightened monkey suddenly screamed, "I'll be damned. I was just kidding." As soon as the words left his mouth, the monkey copied a stick and smashed it over. Bang! Li Meng was just about to get up when he received a solid blow to the head and sat on his butt. Not caring about the pain, he immediately yelled, "Exposed! Fire!" The others raised their guns and were just about to stand up when suddenly they heard rustling in the trees. Everyone looked up and instantly became overwhelmed with fear, only to see countless monkeys in the air falling from the sky. Crap! It's raining monkeys! Bang! 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 A bunch of monkeys hit them like rain. Many people were smashed and wowed. Li Meng got up and saw that Lin Hui brought people over in the distance, and roared low in anger, "Retreat quickly! We are exposed!" Without hesitation, everyone climbed up and hurriedly retreated. Lin Hui looked at their wretched appearance and his eyebrows bent in laughter. "These monkeys are really giving it a go. Spread out, all of them. Don't let them get away." Yes, the tiger regiment's men immediately dispersed in silence, forming a huge encirclement. Like a big net, it's not slow to catch up. The Blue Special Forces soldiers ran frantically through the forest, turning back in horror as they did so. "Crap, the monkeys are catching up? Why are they chasing us? We don't have any emergency syrup." "Fuck you, emergency syrup." The monkey swings around the tree much faster than a human. With a thud, a monkey jumped down from above and headed for the head of a Special Forces soldier. The guy covered his head in pain and tears came to his eyes. Then 2 more monkeys jumped down and kicked towards his knees. Puff! This guy dropped to both knees and kowtowed directly at the monkey in front of him. "Your ass!" The guy was so angry that he raised his gun before he was ready to swing the butt of it. A sudden shout came from behind him. "You can't hit it. It's a grade 2 protected animal." This soldier looked back at Zhang Jiantao in the distance, and his head felt like it was down. Zhang Jiantao immediately popularized the science. It's true. Monkey is a national second-class protected animal, injured to be court-martialed, but also jailed. Next to him, Li Meng gritted his teeth in anger. You can't afford to fight, but you can afford to hide. Don't mind them. Hurry up and withdraw. Just as the crowd froze, all the monkeys on all sides surrounded them. At a cursory glance, there must be at least a few hundred of them. The Special Forces soldier was in tears. Captain, how can we run? The monkeys don't agree? Li Meng looked at the monkeys rushing over in all directions. His scalp was equally numb. Counterattack. Don't injure them, just repel them. Everyone had just assumed fighting stances when the group of captives next to them fell to the ground in a five-pointed heap. Zhang Jiantao got down on the ground and yelled at them. Get down! Get down! Get down for what? The monkeys are very vindictive. If you do it, they will only be more aggressive. Hurry up and get down and concede. As long as you concede, they will stop fighting. Really? The Blue Army specialist stared incredulously. You're not lying, Zhang Jiantao said with a concerned face. We're all comrades in arms. How could I possibly lie to you at a time like this? If you don't want to get beaten up, hurry up and do as you're told. Seeing that the monkeys were about to rush in, the Blue Special Forces soldiers all fell to the ground in fear, and they couldn't care less if this situation is true or not. Besides, those few captives are down on their backs, so they should be more or less useful. But just as they got on the ground, a group of monkeys punched and kicked them, especially towards the Kikubu area. Li Meng got his ass kicked, holding his head and roaring at Zhang Jiantao. Son of a bitch, didn't you say it's okay if you get down? Why is it that if we are not okay, you guys are okay? Zhang Jiantao hemmed and hawed. Maybe it's because we're not wearing clothes. The monkeys think we're the same kind. Who let you guys wear clothes? Li Meng roared with anger. Dog day. Why don't you say it clearly at the beginning? He took a few more kicks to the ass and just couldn't take it anymore. He stood up fiercely, just ready to strike. Bang! One round came through and smoked him right out. Lin Hui held up his gun and came over with a smile. I'm sorry, Chief. Li Meng froze for 2 seconds. Angry, took off his hat, and ruthlessly fell on the ground. Bastard! Lao Zi is fighting with a monkey. You guys actually take advantage of people's danger. Before he could finish his sentence, a monkey suddenly jumped up and clubbed him towards his head. Li Meng covered his head and squatted on the ground, grimacing in pain. Your Majesty, how can this monkey be as unethical as a human being, doing all the sneak attacks? Chapter 106, a duel in this day and age? Beat him up. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire rang out. The monkeys were so scared that they scattered in all directions, and all of the special forces on the ground became living targets, and were soon all shot down. Looking at the smoke coming out of their bodies, all the special forces were shaking with anger. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to be taken out like this. It's too fucking suffocating to die. Just then the men of the Tiger Regiment came out from all sides, carrying their guns and dejected. Zhou Zhongyi walked over with his legs clenched, grunting in pain while unable to hold back his smugness. What kind of bullshit special forces? If I can beat up a dozen of you, I can exterminate more than 100 of you. It's easier than swatting a fly. Li Meng's lungs were about to explode as he slammed his fist on the ground. We are not convinced. Lin Hui smiled and asked. Disobedience to what? Li Meng said angrily. There's no such thing as you guys. Looking for a bunch of monkeys to come over and screw around? The other Blue Army Special Forces were also full of disbelief. Yes, just disbelief. It's a war. You guys get a bunch of monkeys. It's like a blue come on. Foul. Foul. We're going to report it to the director's department that you colluded with the monkeys and committed a serious violation. Yes, and a fucking grade 2 protected animal. We have reason to suspect that the monkeys have been coerced by you through violent means and instructed to attack our vulnerable and sensitive areas. It's heartless. Lin Hui was happy. If you're capable, you guys come and coerce one for me? Let's see if they agree then. The Blue Special Forces soldier was dumbfounded. They just scratch their heads and can't figure it out. Why are these monkeys helping the tigers? Can it be that it's really because they're shirtless and look like their own kind? Li Meng was angry and furious, shouting at the top of his voice. We just don't submit. You are hiding behind, sneaking around, and commanding monkeys to hurt people. What kind of real skill are you? Are you soldiers? Or are you a circus to perform? Snap. Wang Yang went up and gave him a big mouthful. How can you talk to our brother Hui? What's there to be proud of when you're defeated? Chen Era did not have the good sense to say. Dead and still so justified. The special forces cannot afford to lose. Li Meng was furious. He either couldn't afford to lose, or he couldn't afford to be angry. If he was ambushed and killed by Lin Hui and the others, then he can only blame himself for not being as skilled as he was and not being able to recognize the other party's trickery. But by a bunch of monkeys, I can't even go back and write a report. The brigadier might even be able to treat him as a psychopath straight away and send him for treatment. Lin Hui looked at him and said indifferently, "It's okay if you're not convinced. I'll give you the chance to give us a fight, so that you guys can properly convince yourselves." A group of Blue Army Special Forces immediately jumped up from the ground and yelled at the top of their voices, "One-on-one. Who's afraid of who? Come on, let's see if I don't fuck you up." Many of them took up fighting stances and gritted their teeth, ready to wash away the shame through strength. Had to beat the shit out of these guys to get over it. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, "Since you guys wanna fight, I'll satisfy you. Everyone don't freeze. Go!" All of them smiled badly and moved forward, scaring the special forces into shrinking back. Li Mang shouted in terror, What? What are you doing? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? What are so many people doing here?" Lin Hui looked at him like a fool. "What we say? What you believe? So simple when what special forces are? What era is this? Still single combat? You think the Western cowboys?" He waved his hand. "Swarm them!" Hundreds of people excitedly rushed up and beat the hell out of these special forces. Li Mang was so angry that he broke away from the crowd and stood up, roaring, "Damn! You guys don't go too far." Zhang Jiantao flew up as a foot, shouting, "Your mom. Just you have more lines is not it. Give me a fight." Brothers, according to the face to hit, according to this virtue we were beaten. Doubled plus a corner. New grudges and old grudges together. Last drill. They had their command post terminated by these guys. He was also severely mocked, and this time he was looking for a chance to take revenge. The Blue Special Forces soldier was beaten to the ground, screaming. They only had so many people in total, and the Tiger Regiment had almost 10 times as many people as them, so they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. "Okay, almost," Lin Hui shouted, and only then did the crowd disperse. Li Mangming was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, shouting with a nosebleed, You bully the few with the many, and mutilate your comrades with violence. I'm going to sue you in the director's department." Lin Hui spread his two hands and looked innocent. "Words can't be nonsense. You're the one who said you want to fight with us. I'm fulfilling your request. Everyone, isn't it?" Yes. The people of the Tiger Regiment were so relieved to have gotten out a bad breath. Lin Hui looked at him. "See, the eyes of the masses are bright. But seriously, a request as bitchy as this is the first time I've seen it in my life." Li Mang was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. "You're simply a bunch of scoundrels." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Since you said so, let's just be rogue to the end. Just strip them of their clothes for me." The Blue Army Special Forces were instantly terrified and kept backing up. "What are you doing? What gives you the right to dress us? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated." Lin Hui rolled his eyes. "You're all dead. I'm whipping corpses now. Hurry up and strip off all their clothes for me, and paste rotten mud on them along the way. Hurry up." Seeing a few Special Forces soldiers trying to struggle, he warned in a friendly manner, "I suggest that you'd better not resist, or else, the end will definitely be tragic." The people around him were full of bad jokes and clenched their fists. The Blue Special Forces soldiers gulped in unison. A good man doesn't have to do anything. If he resists, he's sure to get another beating. A Special Forces soldier closed his eyes and raised his head like a chaste martyr. Come on. Just strip and do nothing else. Or else I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go." Lin Hui had a chill. "You're the one who has a lot of drama." Soon the Blue Special Forces were stripped bare. It was coated with mud. Lin Hui looked at them and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. This time it looks more or less the same as us." Zhou Zhangyi came over with a raised eyebrow. "What a relief. It's a revenge for last time. What should we do now? Should we ambush the other Blue Army units?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "I have a better idea. Let's do something big." "Oh?" Zhou Zhangyi looked at him in surprise. "And NBS. SP, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Chief, do you want to end the Blue Army Command and click their commander?" Zhou Zhangyi's eyebrows took off in excitement. "Why don't you want to?" "I want it too much. Last drill, those guys screwed us over so badly. If we can wipe out their command, wouldn't the division commander be happy to know about it? Maybe even he'll have to help plead with his superiors to save our troops. The command is yours anyway, so tell me, how do we do it?" Lin Hui turned his head and pointed at the Blue Army Special Forces. "Give me their mouths. All of them." The crowd immediately went up and gagged the guys all over their mouths. Immediately after that, Lin Hui took the communicator from Li Mang, coughing twice and clearing his throat. He then lowered his voice to mimic Li Mang's voice. Report. The Tiger Regiment has been successfully eliminated by us." The person on the other end of the communicator immediately became excited and couldn't wait to ask, how many were eliminated, and what were the results of the battle? Woohoo! Li Mang stared and whimpered. He knew what this guy was going to do. It was going to impersonate them for something bad. Lin Hui waved his hand. Wang Yang went up and gave him a kick, and Li Mang was instantly honest. Lin Hui said towards the communicator. We've already wiped out most of them, and the rest of them, all of them are fleeing towards the forest in a rout. On the way to the chase, we just happened to find the red command, so we decided to give up on those guys and go straight for the red command. All of the blue special forces soldiers had eyes that spewed fire, but because his mouth was gagged up, he could only make whimpering noises. The guy on the other side was overjoyed. It's just not the same when the special forces come out. Approve the operation. You guys immediately pursue the red side's command headquarters, and the maneuver will be over. Lin Hui continued to lower his voice. Also, there's something else to report. The guy who wiped out our command headquarters in the last exercise has been captured by us. Is it live? That's right. It's already tied up with rope and his mouth is covered by us. As he spoke, Lin Hui swept a glance at the blues men and hemmed and hawed at them. Gave them so much gas that they almost turned their backs. Lack of virtue. Too much virtue. This guy can't lie without a red face. The blue army on the other end couldn't contain himself with excitement. Very good. Very good. You must give me control of the man and bring him to the command headquarters. The commander wants to personally meet this kid and fix him up. The communication hung up, and Zhou Zhangyi walked up with a confused look on his face. Lin Hui, are you preparing to fake them and mix in with the command? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Is there a better way than this? Although these special forces soldiers were killed in action, the signalers on their bodies still work. We can now wear the skin of the Blue Army Special Forces and do something unbeatable. Zhou Zhangyi was instantly filled with a bad smile. You kid really has a belly full of bad water. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. Zhou Zhangyi looked at Lin Hui curiously. Then what did you mean when you just said you were going to attack the Red Command? You're not going to come for real, are you? Lin Hui said without a trace of anger. How can that be? What do you think? I'm still destroying my own people? Zhou Zhangyi thought about it. How do you want to do it? Lin Hui said indifferently. Immediately and contact them for a bit. However, before that, we have to clean up a little bit first, or else just go and designate that we have to scare people to death. The crowd nodded. They looked no different than savages in this form. You can't carry it off without some mental capacity. They can't afford to scare the friendlies. Lin Hui looked at the crowd. Get a grip. Don't clean up on your body. You're wearing clothes anyway. Just wipe your neck and face all clean. Wait. Someone immediately asked. All this mud has hardened and stuck to the skin. It's impossible to get it off without water. And there's no creek or stream nearby? Lin Hui said in a serious manner. Wouldn't you use urine without water? Everyone stared in horror. With urine? How can you even think of that? Zhou Zhangyi was the first to jump out and object. I won't do it. It's too disgusting to use urine. I'd rather dry rub. The others nodded along. Disgusted indeed. Lin Hui was speechless. If you're not afraid of rubbing the skin off, whatever. Chao Chengyi, Lin Hui asked in a cold voice. Do you guys still want to win? Think. Want to hurry up and do as you're told. Lin Hui said seriously. This is a critical moment for the survival of our regiment. Whether we can win this battle or not depends on this urine. Besides, I'm asking you to wet the mud with urine and just get your faces clean. It's not like I'm asking you to drink it. For so many days, in the wind and rain, you've eaten all the ants and cockroaches. You're not afraid of a bubble of urine? The crowd looked at each other and felt that Lin Hui did have a point. Real men. They are fearless. They've eaten all the earthworm caterpillars, and now they're holding them to wipe their faces. Not to drink urine. So they're afraid of a hammer? Brothers, piss. I pee a lot. Borrow from me if you don't have enough. The group immediately made small bowl shapes out of leaves and started peeing. And don't forget to give it a shake so you don't waste a drop. Zhou Zhangyi looked at others who had gone out of their way, and as the head of the group, he certainly could not wimp out either. He opened the floodgates to a small bowl made of leaves. Hiss. Wang Yang came up to take a look. Chief, you're a bit on fire. Ha! Zhou Zhangyi glared at him. Whenever the blues are exterminated. Whenever this fire of mine goes down. Get lost. I can't even piss with you standing here. Soon, he peed a small bowl. The mud on his face had hardened all over, and if he didn't wet it with liquid, tearing it off might be a layer of skin. Zhou Zhangyi cupped the yellow liquid with both hands and slapped it on his face like a toner. This flavor. It's so tawdry. But for the sake of victory, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Just then, he turned his head to find Lin Hui standing there motionless. Lin Hui, why aren't you peeing yet? Lin Hui let out an oh so subtle. I don't have to pee. Can't pee? Zhou Zhangyi was very generous. Then I'll lend you some. I happen to pee a lot. Don't be polite with us? Lin Hui laughed. No, don't want to use it. I have water. What kind of urine do I use? How tawdry and unhygienic is this thing? With that, he took out a canteen from behind his back, poured some into his hand and began to wash it over his face. Zhou Zhangyi took a hard look at the corner of his mouth and cursed in anger. Crap. You old six. Tricking us into peeing and washing ourselves with water. Chapter 107, Letting the Command Blow Itself Up. You kid is really talented. At Red Command, the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. The Chief of Staff said anxiously, "Chief, we just received news that 2 more of our battalions have been terminated, and another company was attacked by a rocket launcher, with heavy losses." Shin Koen was so angry that he slapped his hand on the table. These sons of bitches of the Blue Army. They are too deceitful. Actually letting the special forces cooperate with the single soldier carrying heavy weapons, mixing into the forest, nibbling away at our position a little bit, disrupting our setup. Originally the jungle was our advantage, but now it's become a disadvantage instead. The Chief of Staff said sharply, "It's no good to go on like this. We must organize a counterattack." "You think I don't want a counterattack, to put it mildly?" Shin Koen glared at him. "We don't even have half of the Blue Army's strength right now, and our heavy firepower can't be put to any use. So now they're just waiting for us to dogpile and go toe-to-toe with them. All give me an idea. Usually can talk. Wartime mouth all sewn up pull?" All the people around them kept their heads down. If they had an idea, they would have brought it out already. Why wait until now? "Report, you are wanted." Just then, a nearby communications officer suddenly stood up and shouted. Shin Koen stared over. "Who?" "Communicator, someone from the Tiger Regiment would like to speak with you." Shin Koen laughed coldly. These motherfuckers finally showed their heads. I thought they were dead. "Do not answer. I do not have time to listen to their nonsense." The communicator hurriedly said, "Over there, it says there's an emergency to report to you. It's very important." Shin Koen snorted coldly, striding up to take the phone. "This is Shin Koen. What is it?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Hui immediately puffed out his chest. "Good day, Chief. Cut the fucking crap. What's so urgent? Hurry up." Hearing this Shin Koen's impatient tone, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Division Commander, we have a plan that can help the red side get out of its current predicament." Shin Koen froze and cringed slightly. "You have 1 minute." Lin Hui didn't talk any nonsense and directly stated the plan. "As long as this plan is successfully implemented, not only can we immediately get out of the predicament and hit the blues hard, but we can even directly reverse the defeat and take the victory in one fell swoop. We've already figured out the location of the Blue Army's command headquarters. As long as you agree, we'll do it right away." Shin Koen opened his mouth wide, obviously taken aback. This plan of Lin Hui's simply overturned all his previous knowledge of tactics. A little carelessness and the whole game is lost. Shin Koen was silent for a moment and asked seriously, "Who am I to believe you? You said you know where the Blue Army command is. How do I know if it's true?" Lin Hui smiled faintly. "You don't need to be skeptical because I just exterminated over 100 Blue Army special forces. If you don't believe me you can send someone to take a look." 100 or so special forces? The corner of Shin Koen's mouth twitched. When did the special forces become cabbages? So easy to be eliminated? Lin Hui was afraid that he wouldn't believe him and directly said, "If you don't believe me, you can come over and take a look. More than 100 of them are all tied up here." Shin Koen waved his hand. "No need. I trust you guys. I'll cooperate fully when the time comes." Lin Hui smiled faintly. "Division Commander, there's not much time left, so hurry up and get ready, and listen to my signal when the time comes." When the communication was hung up, several chiefs of staff around us all gathered around. "Division Commander, what did they say? Why do we have to cooperate with them for good reason? They're not trying to use us as bait again, are they?" Shin Koen looked at them, his face full of bitter smiles. "It was really guessed right by you guys." He gave a quick rundown of Lin Hui's plan. After hearing this, everyone was first shocked, and then their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten it. A chief of staff strongly objected. "No, absolutely not. This is the idea of what kind of unethical smoky thing. Actually letting our command headquarters blow itself up to trick the Blue Army over. Before the Blue Army comes over, we will be blown up by our own artillery shells." A brigade commander next to him was also full of anger. "I have reason to suspect that those guys from the Tiger Regiment have been bribed by the Blues, and they're doing this because they want to fight with. It's just trying to work with the Blues inside and out to completely annihilate us." Another chief of staff shook his head. "I don't agree with that. The Tiger Regiment came here to keep their troops, and if they do this, not only will they not be able to keep their troops, their spine will be poked out. All I can say is that their idea is good, but this idea is really bad enough. Division Commander, I still stand by my previous suggestion. Why don't we gather our troops and finally fight the Blues? As long as we're still in the forest, we have a chance." Shin Koen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Do you think that we still have a chance now? Whether it's in terms of troop strength or heavy weapons, the Blue Army is far superior to us. Do you want to lose the maneuvers early?" This chief of staff was dumbfounded. Red's strength now is well known. Spread out. It would take time for the Blues to take them out. But once the troops hit, going hard with the Blues is like hitting a stone with an egg. Qian Koan looked at the crowd and said helplessly, now at this point in time conventional fighting methods, pressure doesn't work. The Blue Army has special forces, high technology, and so much heavy firepower. We have nothing. Besides, this plan of theirs, it's not a believable one. People just exterminated more than 100 Blue Army special forces in the forest. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in shock. Everyone is well aware of how strong the special forces are individually. A few days ago they had several companies, but they couldn't catch the dozen or so special forces, and they were all reimbursed. But now, that gang from the Tiger Regiment, they took out over 100 more at once. How the hell did they do it? Qian Koan took a deep breath. We are all responsible for the battle being fought like this, but the review is put to the end of the maneuver. Now we must do everything we can to win. They have already used the Blue Army radio and briefly gained the trust of the Blue Army command. If we don't keep up, this plan will fall through. That's why we have to work together. As long as we have that, there's a chance of a comeback. The brigade commander next to him was a little worried, but that's too much of a risk? Qian Koan said with incomparable solemnity, the greater the risk, the greater the debriefing. We are now a lonely throw. Our division is an old unit with a glorious tradition. If we lose this maneuver, we will end up like the Tiger Regiment, with many of the division's best old units being laid off. Exercise is actual combat. If we do not even dare to do this, when we enter the earth later, how can we have the face to meet the old-timers who sacrificed their lives for the people of the motherland? All of them clenched their fists, their hearts incomparably heavy. They don't want to lose if they have the chance. The price to be paid if this exercise is lost is too heavy. A lot of good veterans leave the force and transfer elsewhere, which is not something they want to do. A chief of staff suddenly spoke up. I think what the chief said makes sense. In the last exercise, they took out the Blue Army command and exterminated the Blue Army commander by relying on 4 people. So they'll definitely be able to do it this time as well. The others also perked up. Right, these guys' brains are different from others, and the things they do are amazing. So let's go out on a limb and gamble this time. Qian Koan looked at the crowd and a smile appeared on his face. Since everyone is okay with it, let's do it and hurry up. Yes, the people were just about to go and pass the order down, when Qian Koan immediately called the people to a halt and said cautiously, don't ever forget one thing, we're staging a play for the Blue Army to see. We must pull everything out before we blow up. And don't ever really lose the command headquarters. The crowd hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. It's just that if you're gone, we can't lose the command. Qian Koan rolled his eyes, combined with the entire command. I'm the least important division commander? But think of it this way, he's gone and the deputy division commander takes over command. With the deputy division commander gone, the brigade commander takes over. As long as the chain of command remains in place, Red can keep on fighting and holding on to the struggle. Qian Koan clenched his fists and lifted his spirits. As long as we can win, it doesn't matter if we really sacrifice my old man. Zhou Zhangyi, you must fucking fight for me. I'm putting my life on the line to gamble with you this time. If you lose, I'll drag an entire division to beat you to death. Chapter 108, this is more exciting than infernal affairs. Report. In the Blue Command, a communications soldier suddenly stood up. Received word that Black Tiger's men have begun an attack on the Red Command. Zhang Yunlong flew over and anxiously inquired. What's the situation now? What's the status of the battle? The communicator shook his head. For now, it's unclear. Let's see if we can make contact? Hurry, Chief, no contact. Zhang Yunlong frowned and immediately looked at Wang Yishue. Director Wang, hurry up and help me see if I can use your high technology to lock the location of the Red Command? I'll try. Wang Yishue operated quickly on the computer. It didn't take long to find the location of Red's command on the map. This is it. Zhang Yunlong came up and immediately saw a group of red dots representing the Special Forces blue dots, surrounding a group of red dots from all sides. And on the screen, every now and then, a blinking point of light would appear. Zhang Yunlong asked suspiciously, the thing that just flashed for a moment, what is it? Wang Yishue responded, this set of equipment mainly relies on satellites to lock the heat source signal. The flashing place represents a sudden heat generation, indicating that an explosion has occurred at this location. Zhang Yunlong suddenly realized, Li Mang should have sent someone to sneak in and install explosives, borrowing from the chaos caused by the explosion. That's how they attacked. This path is just like the last time when Red's 4 rats took out their own command center. Zhang Yunlong secretly marveled in his heart. It seemed that Black Tiger's people had grown a memory after the last exercise, and used the same method to attack the Red Command headquarters. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. So he reconfirmed to Wang Yishue, Director Wang, there should be something wrong here, right? Wang Yishue was confident, there will be absolutely no problem. Zhang Yunlong coughed and said, I mean, hypothetically, Is there a possibility that the red side made a bad move to interfere with your detection? Wang Yishua immediately became a little upset, stood up and said, Chief, you cannot trust me, but have to believe in high technology. This set of instruments utilizes the most advanced satellite remote sensing technology in the country. It is absolutely impossible to make a mistake. And as you've seen with previous performances, not once has anything gone wrong. Jiang Yunlong laughed. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Wasn't I just asking casually? Wang Yishua rolled her eyes. You clearly don't trust. He stared at the red dot on the screen and sighed in his mind. Even the command center has been captured. It seems Red really doesn't stand a chance this time. Lin Hui, I hope you don't feel too much pressure. Some things are really out of your hands alone, and you did your best. Just then, the communications soldier suddenly stood up. Chief, they're coming to the line. Quick, give me the phone. Jiang Yunlong immediately picked up the phone and asked excitedly, how is the battle situation over there? Lin Hui took the caller far away and deliberately shouted at the top of his voice, reporting to the chief. The top of the red side has been decapitated by us. The chain of command is all destroyed, and dozens of remnants are left to escape to the forest, and we are preparing to. Jiang Yunlong was ecstatic. The situation was exactly as Wang Yishua had said. Now that was a relief. Jiang Yunlong laughed happily. You guys did a very good job. When the maneuvers are over, I'll personally clear the air for you. As for the rest of those people, you don't need to chase after them. It doesn't matter at all. With the chain of command gone, the red side is now fish meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. You all withdraw immediately now. And by the way, bring me back that little son of a bitch who poured the gasoline last time. I'm going to have to humiliate and shame him. Yes. Lin Hui flung his arms wildly, pouring a large amount of wind towards the inside of the talker. Jiang Yunlong fed several times and realized that there was no response from there. Only a murmur. Frowned and hung up the phone. What's the situation? Why is the murmur so heavy? And why is the speech over there intermittent? Communicator, maybe there's signal interference in the woods? Or maybe red command. There's a jammer. Jiang Yunlong nodded. It was possible. He didn't think too much of it. After all, his own people don't lie to their own people. Wang Yishue and Li Mang both said that there was no problem. So there must be no problem. And, as he saw with his own eyes on the screen, Red Command was indeed under significant attack. And from the flashing dots, it seems that the place that was bombed must have been an important position for Red. Red now poses no threat at all. The Tiger Regiment guys were all wiped out as well. And now he could finally let go of his hands as well. Jiang Yunlong walked to the front of the sand table and gathered everyone together. Good news for everyone. Just now, our special forces managed to decapitate all the top echelons of the Red Side's command, destroying their command and combat system. The people at the bottom became excited. Then now, won't they become deaf and blind? NBSP, that's right. Jiang Yunlong smiled and said, the current Red Fong is a puddle of scattered sand, and is simply unable to organize a defense. All I have decided is to immediately gather all the troops to launch a general attack on them, and wipe out the red side completely. Yes, the crowd was full of excitement and victory. The order was quickly passed on. All at once, the blue units moved out quickly and advanced rapidly and superbly without fear. Deep in the jungle, in one of Red's combat command vehicles, the chief of staff looked at the smoke in the distance and exhaled. Now that the entire command has been blown up, the blues should have fallen for it this time, right? With such a big row. It's hard not to believe it. Qian Cohen smiled with some helplessness. Jiang Yunlong, that old fox, even if he's more shrewd, he would never have thought that I would use the sacrifice of the entire command to lure him into a trap. I'm afraid the blues have gathered all their forces now and are preparing to launch a general attack. The chief of staff nodded. As long as they don't engage in single infiltration and eat away at our positions one by one, we can't lose this battle. Qian Cohen clenched his fists and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. The jungle is our territory. The Blue Army thinks that we don't have a chain of command and have become a scattered group of sand, so they will definitely unload their defenses and attack with great fanfare. At that time, we'll use our advantages to give them a hard fuck. The others were equally confident. As long as the Blues fell for it and let their guard down, they'll be able to use the terrain to their advantage and take a hard bite out of the other side. The brigade commander next to him suddenly spoke up. I don't know what's going on over at the Tiger Regiment. Can we blend in with the Blue Army command? Qian Cohen also showed a few moments of worry in his eyes. Let's hope they can succeed. If we win this maneuver, even if it's a tie, we have to thank them properly. The crowd nodded. They did hold deep misconceptions about people before. I even said a lot of ugly things at the beginning of the act, which is very humbling now that I think about it. Meanwhile, Red Command. Lin Hui looked around at the rolling smoke and was in an incredibly comfortable mood. Turns out blowing up your own command is even better than blowing up the Blues. It's fucking awesome. He looked at the others and asked, has the division moved on? The crowd rolled their eyes in disgust. What a transfer. It's long gone. They're all running faster than rabbits, just about to take off. It looks like the guys acted well, and as soon as the signal was given, they pulled out and ran. What acting? I think it is instinct. And said we do not believe it. They ran quite fast. A smoke is gone. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. He could see it too. These guys on the red side. It's not even close to being an act. It's simply that the Blues are scared of them, and running away has become a habit. Or else how could they evacuate so quickly? Of course, there are still sacrifices to be made in order to be able to act realistically. Quite a few people in the command, as well as the combat command vehicles, were scrapped. Of course, the equipment inside has been shipped out ahead of time, so you can't fake it. Go you! Wang Yang suddenly pulled back a grenade as well and threw it towards the tent where the commander was staying. There was a bang, and the inside was a blasted mess. Messy scraps of paper were flying everywhere. Lin Hui glared at him. Are you sick? Blowing up after people have left? Wang Yang heatedly smiled. Who let them speak so harshly before? We have to avenge the chief's death. If he's not here, I'll blow up his soul. Zhou Zhangyi next to him immediately gave a thumbs up. Well said. This soldier, Wang Yang, is promising and attentive. Not only did he weave his netting in the woods, but now he's taking the heat for him. He has to be nurtured. It's a building block. Lin Hui suddenly spoke. Alright, we should go. Ha? Wang Yang looked reluctant. I haven't fried enough? Chen Eru also pulled a long face. It's rare to have a chance to bomb my own people. I'd like to do it for a while longer. Lin Hui was speechless. Grenades don't cost money. Save some to go over to the Blues and blow up later. Everyone, come with me. I'll take you to a different field for fun. The crowd was all excited. This was too much energy. Bomb the red and bomb the blue. It's almost like the infernal affairs. Discworld. Lin Hui had just turned around when he suddenly saw a pair of thieving little eyes staring at him from a tree. It was that Monkey King. Lin Hui thought that he had already left, but he didn't expect that he would actually follow him again. He beckoned. Come here. The monkey immediately jumped and ran over, looking like he was glued to himself. Lin Hui squatted down and said with a smirk, You're following me up because you want to follow me to eat and drink, right? The monkey nodded his head hurriedly as if he understood. Lin Hui a banana into the monkey's mouth. The heart suddenly came to the idea. It seems that this time can bring a little surprise to the Blue Commander. Chapter 109, I'm just a little bit bad. Deep in the jungle, on a wasteland, several huge marching tents were erected, and a circle of blue soldiers surrounded them. This is the temporary command of the Blue Army. Report. An officer darted into the tent. Under our army's attack, the red side is retreating and is powerless. Zhang Yunlong turned around from in front of the map, his face full of smugness. Without their command headquarters, they are like snakes with their heads cut off. They can't bounce around for long. The chief of staff next to him smiled and said, Division Commander, isn't it time to launch a general attack next? The previous offense was more of a test. Zhang Yunlong had already planted his head in the last maneuver, so this time, he had to be cautious and cautious again. Maneuvers, that is, actual combat. He's definitely not going to take this one lightly by taking advantage of it. He wouldn't show all his cards until the last moment. But now, he had no worries at all. Zhang Yunlong pointed at the people underneath and said in a cold voice, 2nd and 3rd regiments, you will penetrate through the center of the red side and cut off all of the red side's retreat routes. The other 3 regiments, attack from both sides. The rest of the main force all follow me and pound from the front. This time, I'm going to completely annihilate red with a thunderous force, never letting any fish out of the net slip through. Yes, the order was given quickly. The Blue Army was all assembled in large numbers, and marched in great numbers toward the forest. Prepare to launch a general attack on the red side. In the jungle, Lin Hui led his men through quickly. Take cover. He suddenly hid in the grass, and the rest of the group quickly dropped to the ground. And just a short distance ahead, a unit of the Blue Army was passing by carrying many heavy weapons in great numbers. After a while, when all the people had gone away, the crowd dared to raise their heads. Su De looked into the distance, his face unsightly. We've already run into the 5th wave at this moment. It seems like the Blues are indeed going to launch a general attack this time. He looked at Lin Hui and asked curiously, Lin Hui, where exactly is the Blue Army command? Are you sure you can find it? Not sure. Everyone looked at Lin Hui in unison, with an expression on their faces like they had eaten a dead fly. Holy shit, big brother, you're not kidding, right? We don't even know where Blue Command is, so why are we wandering around? Lin Hui, don't joke. The Blue Army is launching a general attack soon. Are you sure you can find their command headquarters or not? Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's true that I'm not sure, but I can guess the approximate location. He looked at Zhou Zhengyi and asked, Chief, after all, you are the chief officer. There are some things I don't know too well, and I still need to ask you for advice. Zhou Zhengyi was slightly surprised. There are still things that your kid doesn't understand? Tell me. Lin Hui smiled and said, we just ran into so many blue troops along the way, basically showing a radial state, heading towards the forest. Does this mean that we can find the blue command as long as we push against it and look in the direction they came from? Everyone is confused. They don't know anything about platooning. Simply looking at Zhou Zhengyi in unison, he waited for the headmaster to answer. Zhou Zhengyi said with a smile, you're right, that's indeed the case. He slapped on Lin Hui's shoulder. Your kid is deep in the world. You can actually think against the grain. It's really too much of an honor to be a big-headed soldier. You should be a chief of staff. How could he know that Lin Hui had grown up at home, listening to his old man and their tall tales? You'll get it by ear. Being in a military family, every day is filled with all kinds of military knowledge, forced into the ears. He just couldn't hide from it if he wanted to, which is why he was so anti-troop in the first place. But that's all in the past. It's turned over. Lin Hui humbly smiled. Chief, this is just me being a little smart. If I really want to fight a war, I can still rely on you to keep this big picture. Zhou Zhengyi's mouth was about to smile crookedly. This horse's ass is too comfortable. All right, keep going. This put the crowd no longer in doubt and they followed Lin Hui as he continued forward. Not much farther along, there was the sudden sound of a car driving by up ahead. This time, there was no need for Lin Hui to speak, so everyone immediately took cover. Only a convoy of cars drove by quickly on the path ahead. Unlike ordinary convoys, many of these cars had antennas up. Lin Hui's eyes lit up. This convoy, it's 80% the Blue Army's command headquarters. Su De had the experience from last time and nodded along. As the Blue Army collectively advances towards the front, the command headquarters will definitely move forward as well. Regiment-level troops would definitely not have so many communication vehicles. Basically, we can be sure that this is the command headquarters of the Blue Army. Everyone was all excited at once. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Gotta get him. Lin Hui ordered a few people. Wang Yong, Hu, you two and I will follow together. The others follow from afar. Too many people are easy to spot. Yes, depart. Lin Hui waved his hand, and the three of them immediately bowed and rushed out. An hour later, the Blues convoy finally stopped in a clearing, and began to set up camp and quickly put up a shed. Soon, Lin Hui followed the rutted prince and chased after him. Zhou Zhengyi also rushed up with the large force behind him, huffing and puffing, looking at the opposite side to set up the shed. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes were full of excitement. Look at this situation. This is 100% the Blue Army pointing. It's Blue Command. What do we do now? Lin Hui looked at them. You guys escort me in. The crowd was so confused that they almost thought they had heard wrong. Wang Yang people are stupid, Brother Hui. We are not directly rushed in to kill the four sides. How also escorted you? Betraying the brother thing, I do not do? Lin Hui glared at him. This is part of the plan. What do you know? Chen Arrow pulled a long face. Brother Hui, I still want to wear their clothes to go in and fish in troubled waters. I've brought all my stuff. Seeing him pull out a large bottle of laxatives from his backpack, Lin Hui's eyes straightened. Crap, what are you carrying this for? Chen Arrow hemmed and hawed. I want to give them some in their meals, and while the blue commander leaps thin, I'll finish him off with one shot. This medicine is I specially find veterinarians to mix. Elephants can pull off weakness. Strong it. Hiss. The scene was filled with the sound of breaths being sucked in. If an elephant can pull itself out of shape, a man would die from it. I didn't expect this kid Chen Arrow, who looks honest and straightforward, to be so sinister. He must have learned it from Lin Hui. Near Zhu is red. Near Hui is black. Lin Hui slapped him on the head. Put the stuff away. You're really prepared to eat everything with one move? Chen Arrow had a reluctant look on his face and could only put the things away. Better to wait until the next opportunity to use it. Lin Hui looked at the others and said seriously, there's a battalion stationed here with both light and heavy firepower, so if we forcefully attack, we're sure to die or be heavily injured. Besides, the neighborhood is full of Blue Army men, and if the commotion gets too loud, no one will be able to escape. You guys put on the skins of the Blue Army Special Forces, escort me in, and when the time comes, I'll have a way to take out their commander and destroy the chain of command. Zhou Zhengyi frowned. What if you're recognized? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Special forces all have grease paint on their faces. How can it be so easy to recognize them? Besides, the Black Tiger was originally seconded from another military region, not their division, and not everyone has seen it. One more thing. Haven't you forgotten that we have orders from the commander? Who dares to stop us? The crowd looked at each other, full of suspicion. The Blues are now busy with a big attack, all feeling victorious. It must have been unthinkable that so many people in the special forces were dropped en masse by them, but in case it gets broken up. Lin Hui looked at the tense crowd and said in a cold voice, "Success or failure is at stake. Do it or not, but if we lose this battle, our regiment will really be gone." Everyone's bodies shook, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Fuck him. As long as we can win, as long as we can keep our troops, not to mention the Blue Army Command, we will dare to go through any mountain of daggers or sea of fire. Zhou Zhengyi's blood boiled with the same fervor. "Lin Hui, the whole regiment is under your command now. What you say, what we do, as long as we can win." Lin Hui smiled faintly. "Don't worry, we'll definitely win." He scanned the people dressed as Blue Army Special Forces and lowered his voice. "Later, we'll go in first, and the others will spread out into the forest, and when they hear the gunshots ringing out, they'll immediately surround them. Let's work together from the inside and take him by surprise. If you move fast enough, the Blues will never be able to react." "Yes." The crowd dispersed quickly. Lin Hui, on the other hand, changed into his red fawn clothes and had someone escort him forward. Before they could get close, a couple of guards stopped them. "Stop, what are you doing?" The crowd tensed up. On the contrary, Wang Yang was at ease and hurriedly held his head high and said with an arrogant face, "We are from the Black Tiger Special Operations Squadron. We captured the person who destroyed our command last time in the forest, and the commander wants to see him." Several guards instantly locked their eyes on Lin Hui's face. "Is he? It's him, it's him. I'd recognize that face in ashes. You little son of a bitch. You're in our hands. Aren't you a bully? Don't you like to pour gasoline? Try pouring one on me?" Lin Hui snorted coldly and was full of dejection. "This time I was careless. If I hadn't been caught by this old bunch of specials, I would have lit your command with a fire." A few guards immediately became furious. "Damn you. You've got this kind of demeanor, and you still have the guts to be fucking crazy? Brothers, help him to loosen his bones and learn his lesson." Seeing that a group of people want to make a move, Wang Yang hurriedly stopped the people. Slowly, "You have to wait to beat him. The commander named to see him, also waiting to beat him." A few guards snorted coldly. Not only the commander, but everyone in the entire command wanted to beat him up. The last exercise made the Blues a laughingstock. In particular, the group of people stationed at the commanding officer's headquarters were cursed. This time, new hatred and old hatred together must be properly fixed to fix this guy. Get in there. One of the guards waved his hand. "We'll see how the commander beats this son of a bitch to death later." Just walking in, the crowd was relieved. There were smiles of triumph on all of their faces, and they were really letting them get mixed up. But just as they entered inside, a gaze filled with anger all swept over. Staring deathly at Lin Hui, looked at the posture. It is eager to come up to give him a big piece. Zhou Zhengyi's throat rolled, lowered his voice and said, "Lin Hui, I really didn't see it. You're so hated? It seems that we still don't know you well enough. You're even more unethical than we thought." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Chief, I'm just a little bit bad." Everyone rolled their eyes. Yeah, you're a billion times worse. So fucking bad that you're hated so much." Lin Hui looked at the angry looks around him. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. "Good show. It's just beginning." Chapter 110, I accidentally destroyed your command again. Exercise Directorate. Everyone is on edge. Chen Guangming, the chief director, walked over to Lin Guanyao. "Old Lin, the maneuver is about to end. Shall we this time? I'm afraid I'll have to let you down." Lin Guanyao sighed helplessly. It was so hard to get a chance, and it's just gone. However, he tried his best, and so did Lin Hui. He slightly lamented. "It's me who shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. After all, he's just an ordinary soldier." Chen Mingguang patted him, consoled. "This exercise, the Blue Army strength than earlier a lot stronger. No matter what, Lin Hui, this kid is also considered to try his best. His future road is still long. Take your time." Lin Hui had been in the army for less than a year. Even if the Tiger Regiment was disbanded and he was assigned to another unit, he would have the same chance to perform. He has a long road ahead of him, learning to grow and improve through setbacks. Lin Guanyao said towards his secretary. "After the maneuvers are over in a while, send me back." The secretary asked, "Chief, don't you see him when the maneuvers are over?" "No need." Lin Guanyao shook his head. "It's over. This kid must be very sad. Let him have a good quiet time on his own. Seeing him is instead adding to his problems." The secretary sighed. It was pathetic. Lin Guanyao sat back down again and waited, sighing helplessly. In the beginning, he Lin Hui threw to the army. Just hope that he can sharpen a bit, come out after the hall to be a man. I didn't think this kid could change so much. This surprised him greatly, but it was also a great relief. because in his mind, Lin Hui was already a very qualified soldier. Lin Guangyao heart with expectations, shall we the next road, I can no longer help you paved, is to stay or go, all depends on your own. I hope you can get out of a road of their own. Boom boom boom. Explosions kept coming from deep in the jungle. A large number of red soldiers covered Qian Koan and the others, fleeing in a sorry state in the forest. Soon they ducked into a grove of trees for a short rest. The guards around them quickly spread out on alert. Several chiefs of staff crouched on the ground, tired and out of breath. Run, can't run. Run away again, people are gone. A chief of staff gulped and looked to Qian Koan next to him and asked, Division Commander, we've been running for so long, is it possible to order a counterattack? Qian Koan took his breath away and asked, what's the situation of the units now? Another chief of staff said, all of them have already dispersed, and according to your request, as long as the Blue Army attacks, they will immediately retreat. The forest is our territory. The Blue Army attack looks ferocious, but in reality it hasn't hurt us at all. No one knows the jungle environment better than we do, and the team is ready to close up and fight the Blues whenever you give the order. Qian Koan nodded. Over at the Tiger Regiment, is there any news? The chief of staff shook his head. Not yet. Qian Koan hesitated for a moment. Then wait until we hear from them. All the people around were in a hurry. Chief, it can't wait. If we wait any longer, we'll really be broken up by the Blues. The situation is still manageable, but once the troops below are dispersed, it will be difficult to organize them again. Qian Koan snapped. Since we promised to cooperate with them, we have to cooperate to the end. What's wrong with suddenly giving up? Besides, it's not time to get tough with the Blues yet. Once we fight, the Blues will know they've been tricked, and will become very passive at that time. A brigade commander was anxious when he said, Division Commander, I know your idea is good, but what if the Tiger Regiment's side has already been exposed? The chief of staff next to us also nodded. They haven't contacted us for so long, maybe they've already been taken out by the Blue Army, and now that the forest is filled with enemies, it's not impossible. We really can't wait any longer. If all of our men are dispersed, we won't have another chance. Qian Koan was also in a dilemma at the moment. Red is too far behind the Blues and has little chance of winning if it rushes to organize an attack. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be for you. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. 1 more hour, and if we still can't wait for news, then we'll do it again. Yes. The crowd nodded helplessly, all feeling hopeful in their hearts. Qian Koan also bets again. He has to bet that the Tiger group of people can succeed. Otherwise, there would be no force to delay for another hour. You know that on the battlefield, not to mention an hour, but even a minute can never be delayed. Qian Koan clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Zhou Zhangyi, you guys fucking earn some gas for me? Only 1 hour. You have to give me success. In the Blue Command, a group of chiefs of staff were gathered around the map, smiling and studying it. Here, and there, we've taken them all, and now Red is a lost dog. Take him while he's sick. We should organize all our forces now and strike hard. This is the only way to make the red side completely lose their fighting power. Zhang Yunlong slapped the table and stood up, his face full of triumph. Since everyone's opinions are united, we won't play hide and seek with them. Pass the order down. All regiments will attack at full speed, and strive to wipe them out and take the victory within 5 hours. Yes. Right at this moment, a subordinate flew in, reporting to the chief. Black Tiger's people have captured the person who destroyed our command center last time, and he is locked up in the next tent. Zhang Yunlong was instantly refreshed with joy. Doggone it, this kid has finally fallen into my hands. Go see. The thought of being attacked in his sensitive parts last time made his heart burn inside him. We'll have to humiliate him later. He immediately led the men there, and the rest of them quickly passed the order on. Zhang Yunlong lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. Only Lin Hui was seen sitting on a marching bed with his hands tied behind his back with a rope. Next to them stood a couple of special forces men in custody. As soon as Zhang Yunlong entered, his gaze fell directly on Lin Hui, and his heart was soothed. Behind his 2 hands, he smiled and looked up and down. Kid, we meet again. Last time you are not quite arrogant. Do not like self-immolation. Now incinerate 1 more for me to see? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed at him. One has to be a bit original. One can't always commit suicide. Besides, how else am I going to finish you off if I'm dead? Zhang Yunlong laughed out loud. You've become a prisoner and you're still thinking about how to finish me off? The others were similarly full of scorn. All the way here and still so arrogant. Are you really not afraid of getting beaten up? Lin Hui smirked and said, it's not certain who will beat up who. Zhang Yunlong shook his head and looked at him disdainfully. What a sharp-tongued man. Still talking big even at this time? I'm being honest. Lin Hui said indifferently. There are some things that don't come to a conclusion so early until the last moment. If you don't get it right, you'll be slapped in the face. Jiang Yunlong laughed loudly. What's the matter? All the way here. It's hard to believe that you can still. Halfway through the laugh, he suddenly froze. The few special forces soldiers standing next to him actually all hemmed and hawed and grinned at him. Jiang Yunlong instantly furrowed his brows, incomparably alarmed. Why do you all look a bit familiar? You guys? What are you guys? The special forces soldier hemmed and hawed. Chief, you wouldn't recognize us if we changed our vests? We're from the red side. Dig in. Zhou Zhangyi's few people were startled and just wanted to call out the sound of gunfire. Bang bang bang. A few of Wang Yong's men fired a volley of bullets, and all of the commanders were smoking red. Jiang Yunlong had several extra black spots on his chest, looking like 2 rows of buttons. He froze in place incredulously, his whole body dumbfounded. Lin Hui untied the live knot in his hand and stood up with a smile. I'm sorry, Comrade Chief. I accidentally beheaded you again. Jiang Yunlong's mouth went askew as he roared. You son of a bitch. Come back to this trick again. Can't you change your tactics? Lin Hui heatedly smiled. Can't. I'm called. A fresh trick to eat all the days. The trick is no longer old. Good use on the line. Besides, to deal with your bunch of carrots stick rotten vegetable leaves. Still need what new tricks? Get you dead on the line. Blue Army command all the people angry almost spit blood. This kid is really Nima shameless. Chapter 111 2 Levels of Reversal. The chief director is dumbfounded red command. Everyone was in a circle, anxious as ants on a hot plate. A chief of staff stacked up his sleeves as he anxiously. Chief, it's been 40 minutes. Qian Kuan said with a sullen face. Wait a little longer. The chief of staff was sweating profusely. Still waiting? It's getting hot. Just then, an officer rushed in hotly to report. Reporting to the chief, just now 2 companies of the 5th Regiment were ambushed on the way to retreat, and all of them were killed in action. The 2nd Battalion was suddenly attacked by the main force of the Blue Army, and suffered heavy losses, with less than 1/3 of its troops remaining. The chief of staff just now hurriedly looked at the division commander and jumped up anxiously. Division commander, we really can't wait any longer. We can't delay a minute more. If we wait any longer, we really won't have a chance. Chief, give the order. Everyone's gazes were all firmly fixed on Qian Kuan. Qian Kuan clenched his fists and hesitated. News from the Tiger Corps is slow in coming. The battlefield situation is again 100,000% urgent. If he didn't order an attack, he was afraid it would really be too late. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a communications soldier next to him suddenly stood up and shouted, Division Commander, the Tiger Regiment has come with news. Quick, hurry up and bring it to me. Qian Kuan rushed up and picked up the communicator. Everyone else quickly gathered around and strained their ears to listen. I'm Qian Kuan. How's the situation on your side? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. The top brass of the Blue Army Command have all been decapitated by us? The command and combat system, completely paralyzed. I'm, right now, on the phone with you at the Blue Army Command. Hearing this, everyone all stared in shock. Did they really do it? Qian Kuan was also finally relieved and sighed in relief. Is what you guys are saying true? Why don't you just ask the Blue Commander yourself? Lin Hui directly disliked the caller in Jiang Yunlong's face and said with a smile, Comrade Chief, our division commander wants to talk to you and ask if you were really taken out by us? Jiang Yunlong was trembling with anger. Killing must also be done to the heart. He was so angry that his microphone sprayed wet. Fuck you and get the fuck out of here. Hearing Jiang Yunlong's exasperated cursing, Qian Kuan's face finally revealed a stretching smile. Ha 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 ha, cursing so badly, it must be Jiang Yunlong, this old brat who hasn't run away. You guys have done a very good job this time. When it's over, I'll personally give you the regiment of lightweights. Lin Hui smiled and said, then thank you, Chief. The communication hung up and Qian Kuan raised his eyebrows. It was as if the others had taken a chill pill. These guys are really good. They really took out the Blue Command. One of the chiefs of staff said, I could tell early on that this group of people from the Tiger Regiment were not the stuff of pools. Sure enough, I guessed it. Ha ha ha. The others glared at him. Just saved you the most fucking panic. Now there's stand out. Do you have to jump across the room like that? Qian Kuan was all smiles and immediately ordered toward the crowd. The Tiger Regiment has paved the road ahead for us. So next, it's up to us. Now that the Blue Command is gone, pass on my order to contract the whole division at once, and give me a concentrated effort to hit those 2 main regiments of their Blue Army hard. Let them charge the strongest, scream the loudest, and fuck them up for me. Yes, everyone nodded excitedly and immediately gave orders. Soon, the various red units began to rapidly assemble and purposefully began to counterattack. Meanwhile, outside the Blue Command, there was gunfire everywhere. Lin Hui smiled as he sat across from Jiang Yunlong. looking at his face that was uglier than eating 100 flies. Zhou Zhengyi also moved a stool, smilingly sat on the opposite side and watched. The opportunity to be able to decapitate the commander doesn't come along very often. He mustn't fool around. Zhang Yunlong was staring at these two people's devilish smiles. His lungs were about to explode with anger. Have you seen enough? Have you seen enough? Lin Hui cheerfully said. We just want to enjoy the commander's remains. The corners of Zhang Yunlong's mouth twitched madly. You're the one with the fucking remains. I'm not dead yet. What a careless mistake. Actually this time again by this kid drilled. Not giving him a beating is really. It's so hard to get over the pain. He stared at Lin Hui and said with a sneer. You've really eaten your bear's heart and leopard's guts. Last time I let you hide. And this time you're sending it to my door? I'll see if the director's department will send someone to save you this time. Lin Hui and Zhou Zhengyi looked at each other and laughed. Zhang Yunlong was confused. What are you guys laughing at? You're about to get beaten up. And you're still laughing so happily. With the few of you, can you walk out of the command headquarters? Lin Hui looked at him and said seriously. Chief, are you not clear about what the current situation is? Go. Let me take you outside to take a look. He directly led the bewildered Zhang Yunlong outside. Seeing the situation around him, Zhang Yunlong's entire body was confused. There were reds everywhere on all sides. There had to be a regiment at least. This one battalion of his couldn't hold back at all. And in no time at all, he was dried up with not many men left. Zhang Yunlong felt his brain buzzing. A whole regiment of people had touched the command headquarters. And his side actually didn't notice anything at all? What about the scouts on the outside? Are they all dead? And those special forces? Counter-infiltration is their forte. How can? Suddenly, Zhang Yunlong noticed that quite a few people on the red side were wearing the uniforms of the Blue Army Special Forces, and instantly became annoyed. Shit, are you guys being paid by red? You're the ones who got me killed last time. It's still fucking you guys this time. What kind of special forces are you guys? Where did you spend all that money? You got wiped out by a conventional unit. It's so pitiful. Lin Hui looked at him smilingly and asked, Comrade Chief, I'll just stand still and let you guys beat me up. This time I definitely won't throw gasoline. Come on, come beat me to death. Zhang Yunlong was speechless. There's so many of you. Who's beating up who? If I give the order, I'll be the one who gets beaten up when the time comes. He glared viciously. Brat, count on you. Count on me this time. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Understood. Zhou Zhengyi, who was next to him, pounded his fist on Lin Hui's shoulder, too excited to speak. The others were equally glowing at the moment, because they knew that the battle had been fought so beautifully that the Tiger Regiment would surely be able to keep it. Meanwhile, the exercise directorate. An officer hurriedly ran to Chen Mingguang and saluted, reporting to the general director. The latest news. The Blue Army command has been completely wiped out. The commander has been decapitated. And the Blue Army has completely fallen into a state of no command. What? Chen Mingguang turned his head incredulously. What the hell is going on? Next to him, Lin Guanyao also stood up violently. The way things just looked, the Blues should have won right away. What's with the sudden reversal? Even he, a veteran commander with many years of combat experience, was dumbfounded. Could it be that the red side had a Dala Golden Immortal descending to earth? The officer said. Report, it's a regiment from the red side. Chen Mingguang immediately pursued. Which regiment? Tiger Corps. The officer gave a brief account of the situation. We just figured out that the original Red Command was there all along. They first blew up, cooperated with the Tiger Regiment to take out the Blue Army Special Forces, and used their identities to cover up and sneak into the Blue Army Command. After hearing the process, Chen Guangming was dumbfounded. This plan, too, is crazy. Truly what the human mind can come up with. A textbook couldn't write such a well-thought-out plan. And so on. A whole regiment on the red side all infiltrated the Blue Command? Zhang Yunlong, what's he doing? He didn't even realize it? Is their defense a cage ear? A pendulum? Lin Guanyao was equally shocked at the moment. Even he hadn't guessed that the battle situation would undergo such a great shocking reversal. In this way, the battlefield situation will be tilted in favor of the red side. Jungle combat, after all, is Red's strong suit. Without commanding the battle, the Blues would have a hard time holding off a combined red attack, even if they had more troops. At this moment, the corners of Lin Guanyao's mouth hooked up into a smile. He could be 100% certain that this matter was definitely something Lin Hui had gotten up to, because no one can be that bad except this kid. Lin Guanyao's mouth showed a smile. Brat, even your old man almost didn't you muddle through. It seems, really I underestimated you. Chapter 112, the head of the Blue Army was destroyed twice by a single soldier 6 hours later. Red concentrated his forces and quickly eliminated the two main blue regiments, and break the rest of their forces, one by one. This resulted in the loss of more than 70% of the Blue Army's strength. Because the Blues had no chain of command, the two remaining regiments were unable to form an effective offense, so the Directorate ruled straight away that the Red side of the maneuver won. The maneuver ended and all the top brass from both Red and Blue came to the Director's office. Zhang Yunlong had just gone in when he saw Qian Kuan's old face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, old Jiang. I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Why did you just come? I gave you that big gift. Do you like it? Zhang Yunlong's face was ironic, less showing off with old me here. If it wasn't for those underhanded tactics, you guys could have won? Qian Kuan was dejected. What do you mean by underhanded? Tactics. Tactics, do you understand? Bullshit tactics. Zhang Yunlong was furious. You're clearly sneaking around. You old cunt. In a normal situation, Qian Kuan would have been on fire. But now that he saw Zhang Yunlong in this state, his heart blossomed with joy. A soldier never tries to be deceitful. This move of mine is called shedding the child, but not the wolf. If you don't do this, how will you fall for it? How will you launch your attack so easily and reveal your cracks? Alright, lost greatly admitted that is. Next time to continue to work hard. Long memory. Zhang Yunlong cracked. It's not your fucking turn to reprimand me. Qian Kuan laughed loudly. I'm just suggesting suggestions. Why are you still anxious? He suddenly noticed on Zhang Yunlong's body 2 rows of dots like buttons, and immediately laughed out loud. Old Jiang, how are your clothes not quite the same? So fashionable. Look and so breastfeeding? Zhang Yunlong immediately turned red in his old face. It wasn't the little bastards that did it. You're afraid I'll die if you fire so many fucking shots? Chief. Zhang Yunlong turned back and saw Li Meng standing behind him, his eyes instantly spitting fire. You actually have the face to come? Li Meng was full of suffocation. I'm sorry, it was our negligence that was exploited by Red. Zhang Yunlong glared. I think you're doing this on purpose. Are you a spy sent by the Red side? Ha! Last drill. It was because of you that those 4 rats escaped, and this time it's still because of you. What do you call your special forces? You can't even handle a bunch of ordinary troopers. Have you trained up to a dog's nose? Li Meng couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into. Dang special forces, each person put into the ordinary troops, is the existence of the level of the king of soldiers? But I can't believe I've fallen at the hands of the enemy twice. He hurriedly explained. Chief, we do have major problems, but those guys on the Red side are so cunning. We've never seen a drill without clothes and get a bunch of monkeys too. Don't make excuses with me here. Zhang Yunlong spit in his face. People beat you guys up with their bare asses. Last drill. I'll let it slide if you guys caught a wild boar. But this time, you actually got your asses kicked by a bunch of monkeys. What kind of special forces are you guys still fucking special forces? Li Meng was sprayed with blood. Qian Kuan hurriedly played around. Okay, say less. You cannot put the error. All blame people head. Li Meng raised his head gratefully. Commander Red Fong was really a good person. He even relieved him. Zhang Yunlong snorted coldly and directly turned his head away. Qian Kuan heatedly smiled and said, in fact, or blame me. Blame our Red side is too strong. I should restrain a little. Come up directly to you guys press deadbeat. Not on the line? The corners of Zhang Yunlong's and Li Meng's mouths twitched viciously. So damn shameless. Just then, one of the officers from the director's department came out and shouted, Gentlemen, it's time to start the maneuver review. The crowd filed into the conference hall. Qian Kuan watched as Zhang Yunlong huffed and puffed and left first, his mood incomparably happy. He looked to his men. Get me Lin Hui. Yes, soon. Lin Hui was brought before him. Hello, Division Commander. Qian Kuan smiled faintly. It's time to start the maneuver review. Go in with us. Lin Hui froze for a moment and hurriedly waved his hand. Division Commander, where is the proper place for this? The people involved in the meeting are all the top brass of the maneuver. I'm a big-headed soldier. Qian Kuan patted him on the shoulder. Your commander has already told me everything. This exercise was one thanks to you, although you are an ordinary soldier. But you are a great contributor. Of course, there is also another reason. Those details of the plan are all arranged by you. If the director asks, there will be someone to answer. Zhou Zhangyi next to him winked at him. The battles are fought. The battle is over. Why are you still polite? Let's go? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and saluted. Yes. Soon the conference room was full. All of the red and blue maneuvering executives are present. Chen Mingguang had someone first take the video of the maneuver and play it back quickly. After the video was played, he looked at the red side's crowd sitting on the left side. In this maneuver, the red side performed quite well, and with such a disadvantage, they were actually able to fight back and win. Worthy of being a veteran unit with rich combat experience. The jungle really is your world. Qian Kuan held his head high and looked at Zhang Yunlong with a smug expression. Looking at this dejected expression of his, Zhang Yunlong hated his teeth. Chen Mingguang continued. In this maneuver, you guys played with style and spirit, especially in the case where the other side's air and ground were completely crushed. But you were still able to perform like this. Marvelous. If the Blue Army didn't have these weapons and equipment, I'm afraid I would have lost to you a long time ago. That's that. Qian Koan said modestly. But where we have special forces, and high-tech enhancements, the Blue Army can't even bounce around for so long. The eyes of all the Blues erupted in fire and their teeth gritted. Zhang Yunlong rubbed his head and stood up. Director, I'm not convinced. They're clearly playing tricks. Chen Mingguang frowned at him. What are you not convinced of? You're dead. What's there to be convinced of? Zhang Yunlong reddened his old face. The Red Fong cheated in the act. A group of people with no clothes and no markings on them, looking just like savages. Who wouldn't be creeped out if they saw them in the forest? Also, fighting is fighting. What's the point of them getting a bunch of monkeys? Is this a war? This is clearly nonsense. Zhou Zhengyi stood up. Comrade Chief, you can't say that. We did it for a reason. How about this? I won't talk too much. Let one of my soldiers tell you why we did it. Lin Hui. Here. Lin Hui stood up and looked at Zhang Yunlong with a smile. Comrade Chief, when we fight on the red side, we have always followed the principle that maneuvers are actual battles. And since we're fighting in the jungle, we'll have to change our mindset. Zhang Yunlong glared at him. Then there's no need to be naked. There's no smoke detector. You can't even aim. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. The forest is hot and humid. The clothes would not have been able to wear. We took off, but also for the convenience of action. As for the smoke sensor, are on our helmets. As long as you hit, we die as usual. The key you cannot hit the blame who? Zhang Yunlong's face was red with anger. What about the monkeys? What are you looking for so many monkeys for? A circus show? Lin Hui smiled and said, Chief, monkeys are good friends of us humans. You can release military dogs to chase us, but we can't get help from monkeys? The point is I didn't realize that your special forces couldn't even beat a bunch of monkeys and get their asses kicked. Everyone in the Blues nearly had a collective brain bleed. So many special forces. It's not good to be exterminated by anyone, but by a bunch of monkeys? It's a wonder of the world. Luckily, Li Meng didn't come in, or he would have really killed himself on the spot. Seeing that Zhang Yunlong was speechless with anger, Lin Hui continued, fighting a war is never set in stone. Our red side was originally called inferior. How can we possibly pull up a good position and fight a positional battle with you in a dignified manner? You have heavy firepower, special forces, and high-tech help. We have nothing. Zhang Yunlong was trembling with anger, but he just couldn't refute it, because what people say, they are right. But in his heart, he just couldn't swallow this bad breath. Qian Koan dejectedly stood up. See, one of our soldiers on the red side understands all this, but you, the commander, don't even understand? Chen Mingguang nodded and said sternly, Zhang Yunlong, it seems that your ideological awareness is still not enough. Someone else as a soldier said it plainly, but you still have something against it? And I also know that you died at the hands of this soldier in the last maneuver, and this time you're planted at his hands again. Zhang Yunlong's old face turned red, itching to find a hole in the ground. His own hallowed Blue Army commander was actually killed twice by a small soldier. It was shameful to think about it. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Chen Mingguang coldly snorted. Overall, this maneuver, there are major mistakes in your Blue Army. If it wasn't for your carelessness and lightheartedness, you wouldn't have lost so badly. When you go back, give me a good review. Especially you, Commander. Write me a 30,000 word review. Yes. Zhang Yunlong had a bitter look on his face and glared fiercely at Lin Hui. You brat, you're here to kill me, aren't you? Don't ever fucking let me see you again, or I'll see you once and avoid you. Chapter 113. The best drink to drink is a celebratory drink. The meeting was adjourned. Troops were brought back one by one. Outside the director's office, Qian Koan looked at Zhou Zhengyi and said, Captain Zhou, I said something unpleasant before the maneuver. I hope you don't take it to heart. I shouldn't be prejudiced against you guys without knowing anything about it. Zhou Zhengyi waved his hand. Division Commander, I didn't put it on my mind at all. Besides, you didn't know what level we were at that moment. It would have been the same for anyone else. Qian Koan nodded. The victory of this maneuver was thanks to your Tiger Regiment. Don't worry, I'll personally plead for you guys to keep the troops when we get back. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes glowed with excitement. This was exactly what he wanted most. Thank you, Division Commander. Chen Kuan turned his head to Lin Hui, who was on the side, revealing a smile. Lin Hui, you deserve the most credit for this maneuver. If not for those lackluster ideas of yours, we wouldn't have been able to take the victory. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Division Commander, I'll take that as a compliment. Qian Koan nodded his head. I do praise you. Soldiers are not afraid of deception. although the means are underhanded. But, as long as you can win. You are not seeing Zhang Yunlong's face, angry in pig's liver. He stared at Lin Hui and asked seriously, "You're a talented person. Do you want to come to our division? As long as you definitely come, I'll give you the best treatment and the best resources." Zhou Zhangyi, a mouthful of blood, almost sprayed out. "I'm still here. You dig my people in the face?" He hurriedly opened his mouth. "Division commander, Lin Hui is in our division, and is also a key cultivation object. Besides, our division commander." Qian Kuan raised his hand to interrupt and turned his head just to glare at him. "I'm talking to Shaolin. What are you interrupting for?" He stared at Lin Hui with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. "As long as you're willing to come, the conditions are open to you. There's no problem with promotion or advancement. I'll even give you the best reconnaissance company in our division and let you be the company commander." Zhou Zhangyi's eyes were glazed over. Anyone else would have to be moved by such a treatment. After all, now all have to Lin Hui, just a big head soldier, all of a sudden stride to the company commander, and ascend to heaven no different. Lin Hui refused without even thinking. "Division commander, thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to stay in our division, in the Tiger Regiment." Qian Kuan froze for a moment. "Even if the Tiger Corps is preserved, your development here will be limited. You are very good and have a very flexible mind. You should go to a more suitable place to make your mark." Zhou Zhangyi flipped to the sky during the day. "Shit, I just helped you win a battle, and now you're turning your back on me? Does that mean we're not as good as you guys and your guys aren't as good as you guys?" Lin Hui looked at Qian Kuan and said, "Division commander, the Tiger Regiment is my home. I won't leave him, not now and not in the future. You should have heard that the reason we are participating in the maneuvers is because we want to keep this home, and it's because of that all the tigers put their best foot forward in the maneuvers." Qian Kuan stared at him with burning eyes. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes, on the other hand, were covered with a layer of fog. Good soldiers like Lin Hui, who were as sentimental and righteous as he was, were really rare nowadays. Qian Kuan sighed and said helplessly, "Forget it, since you're not willing, I won't force you. However, you performed the most outstandingly in this maneuver, and the credit that you deserve will definitely not be spared." Lin Hui smiled and saluted. "Thank you, Division Commander, Lin Hui." Just then, a voice came from the director's department. Lin Hui froze for a moment, and Qian Kuan patted him on the shoulder. "Go on. I guess the chief director still has some things to ask you." Lin Hui nodded, turned around and went into the director's department. "Uncle Chen, go inside. Someone is waiting for you." Chen Guangming stood outside the door and pointed to a room. Lin Hui suspiciously lifted the curtain and walked in. Only an upright back stood inside. The wisp of wheat with 2 stars on the man's shoulder was unmistakably a lieutenant general. "Why does this back look so familiar?" Lin Hui hurriedly straightened his back and saluted. "Reporting to the chief, Tiger Regiment's 6th Company of Sharp Daggers, Lin Hui. Reporting to you." The lieutenant general slowly turned around, and the moment he saw the face, it almost didn't give Lin Hui a weak leg. "Old, Pops." Lin Guanyao looked at his incredibly shocked expression and laughed in his heart. "I'm that scary?" But still snorted coldly. "What? Surprised to see your old man?" Lin Hui gulped. "It is a bit." Being looked at by Lin Guanyao's scrutinizing gaze, up and down, Lin Hui's little legs and stomach went a little soft. Because of his rebellious upbringing, he didn't take many beatings. Drawing off 2 or 3 belts of pants a year is the minimum. That's why he and Pops have never been on good terms, or he wouldn't have been forced to be sent to the army himself. Lin Guanyao walked up to him before he put his hand out, and Lin Hui took a step back in fear. It's an instinctive reaction. After taking so many beatings as a child, the body has developed muscle memory. Even though he had traveled across, it was a subconscious reaction because he had inherited all the memories of the original owner. Lin Guanyao took his hand back, a bitter smile on his face. "What are you hiding from? You beat the other's blue army like that in the exercise. The commander was destroyed by you twice. The gasoline was almost lit. You're still afraid of me?" Lin Hui smiled awkwardly. "It's only natural for a son to be afraid of his old man. Besides, you're a general. I'm just a junior soldier." He's still mostly afraid of pain. After all, the system didn't give him much resistance to punching. Lin Guanyao laughed out loud and gave him a punch in the chest. "You brat! You did well in the maneuvers, leading an entire regiment in infiltration. Even an old commander like me has to be impressed. It seems you do have talent. War, it's never set in stone, and although the tactics you use are a bit lacking, as long as you can win and win the war, it's a good idea." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "It has to be. I'm a combat genius." The corners of Lin Guanyao's mouth twitched. "Complimenting you on your fatness and you're still panting?" He looked at Lin Hui, took a deep breath and said, "You kid has changed greatly from before. Finally like a decent person. However, when I forced you to send you to the army without your consent. It was indeed my fault. Lin Hui stared in shock, feeling like he was dreaming. As far as he could remember, he'd never seen Pops concede. Was he apologizing to himself? No way. Absolutely no way. He must be trying to dig a bigger hole for me. Lin Guangyao continued. In the beginning, I shouldn't have imposed my own will on you and forced you to enter the army as a soldier. Everyone has their own path. Although we are a military family, I should respect your choice. But you've also proved to me in practice that whatever you go into, you have that ability to get it right. And I won't push you in the future to do things you don't like. Lin Hui froze, suddenly a bit at a loss for what to do wrong. Lin Guangyao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You're a veteran now. And touching the army-wide reforms, you can be discharged if you want to now. I won't stop you, because I believe that no matter what you do in the future, you will definitely be able to do a great job." After saying that, he once again patted Lin Hui on the shoulder, turned around and left, leaving Lin Hui standing like a log, his head in a daze. He did used to want to leave the army every day, but then those experiences, those people he met, changed him. Here are the comrades who fought with him, the inseparable brothers, and his sweat and dedication. Lin Hui came back to his senses, full of bitter smiles. "Old dad, don't take you like this. Couldn't you have told me that earlier? I've been trying so hard to stay, and now you're making me choose? FAI, we should go back." The regimental commander said that when we go back, he'll give us a celebration banquet with lots of good food. I'm starving to death. Just then, Wang Yang and Chen Era's voices came from outside. Lin Hui's body shook as a warm current surged through his heart. He laughed and rushed out of the tent, striding in the direction of the Tiger Regiment Brigade. Coming. Lin Guangyao sat in the car and watched from afar, his eyes slightly moist. Watching him go from a dude who hangs out at nightclubs all day to a great warrior with a heavy responsibility who can protect his family and his country. His heart was filled with pride and relief. No matter what, Lin Hui had made his own choice. And as a father, he wanted to see Lin Hui fly higher and go farther. The secretary glanced at the rearview mirror and hurriedly asked with concern, "Chief, why are your eyes red?" Lin Guangyao waved his hand. "It's fine. It got into the sand. Let's go. We should go back too." The secretary nodded and quickly started the car. On the way back, Lin Guangyao couldn't help but show a happy smile. In the end, it's still my Lin Guangyao's son. Thick and thin, as good as his old man. Tiger Regiment Battalion Canteen. In the evening, plates of food were brought up. Zhou Zhengyi held a case of beer and set the table. He said excitedly, "Today, our Tiger Regiment has returned triumphantly. Everyone in the regiment must drink openly for me, especially Lin Hui. You're the biggest hero of our regiment. You must drink more. This is a celebration banquet for us and especially for you." "Yes," Lin Hui shouted with a smile. Zhang Jiantao stood up and said, "Chief, just beer. No white? This beer we all gargle." Zhou Zhengyi glared at him. "What's the rush? Take the beer first to hit the bottom. Just for you to drink white. Any more old me can't beat it." The crowd laughed. "Soldiers are good drinkers. You can have any white beer you want." The regimental commander had to dry out as much or as little as he was willing to put on white. Prohibition wasn't completely in effect at this time, and you could basically drink as long as you weren't a full-time troop and weren't on alert. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troop-specific wines. Then there are the warriors practicing Iron Head Kung Fu, all of which require a steady stream of big green sticks, all of which are drunk. Zhou Zhengyi raised his glass. "Everyone today, don't get drunk. Bottoms up. Fuck it." Lin Hui joined the crowd, lifted his wine cup and drank it down. One beer down. Everyone cracks a smile. Cool. Lin Hui looked at everyone's excited and happy faces and was happy from the bottom of his heart. He used to hang out in bars and drink anything expensive. But at this moment, he felt that all the wines he had drunk before combined were not as refreshing and sweet as today's celebratory wine. Go to the bar and drink with the pussy. Simply weak. And men drink. In order to drink out of the luxury. Drink out of the real feeling. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Early one morning, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded outside. Lin Hui opened his eyes and immediately jumped up from the bed. All of them quickly dressed up and then dashed towards the outside. Chapter 114, as expected of a general's son. His methods are a bit unethical. Everyone quickly rushed to the playground to gather and stand. But after waiting for a while, no one could be seen announcing anything. What happened? No? Who blew the muster whistle and disturbed my sleep? The crowd looked confused and even started to whisper. Zhang Jiantao quietly asked toward Zhou Zhengyi, "Chief, what's going on?" Zhou Zhengyi looked back in confusion. "You ask me. Who do I ask? Wasn't it you who blew the assembly whistle?" Zhang Jiantao, "People are stupid. No, I was going to the toilet. Suddenly blew the whistle. Did not have time to wipe and rushed over. Zhou Zhongyi immediately moved a step to the side to keep a distance from him, but the face was full of doubt. Who blew the emergency muster in good time? Just then, a group of people suddenly came over in the distance. Stand still! Stand still! The division commander is coming! Zhou Zhongyi was startled in his heart and hurriedly voiced a reminder. Everyone behind him immediately puffed out their chests and raised their heads majestically. When the division commander and the others came close, Zhou Zhongyi immediately let out a yell. Salute! All of them yelled. Greetings, division commander! Swish! The crowd saluted in unison, their movements neatly organized. Lu Qingsong nodded slightly and returned the salute. Zhou Zhongyi shouted. The Tiger Regiment should be at 893 men. The actual number is 893. Please instruct the chief. Lu Qingsong looked at everyone. At ease. Cross. Everyone quickly extends their left foot. Attention. Snap. Everyone buckled their feet in hard. Lu Qingsong smiled and said, this thunder exercise. You guys performed quite well. Not only did you fight with the spirit of the Tiger Regiment, but you also fought with style. Division Commander Red Fawn praised you hard on the phone, and said he'd send us cigarettes and wine to show his appreciation. All thanks to you. Everyone laughed, and Lin Hui laughed as well. It seems that the leader of the red side is a real person. No verbal praise is as real as a gift of cigarettes and wine. Lu Qingsong waved his hand and said, but all of this is secondary. What really makes me happy is your wonderful performance in the maneuvers. The Tiger Regiment is motorized infantry and has never had experience in jungle mountain warfare, but I'm really impressed that you guys did so well the first time you went into the woods. He smiled and said, even the leaders above have specially praised our regiment, saying that the Tiger Regiment's spirit is very commendable for being able to kill its way out of adversity. Zhou Zhongyi turned his head to look at Lin Hui, his face filled with pride. Thanks to this kid, he took everyone on a month-long assault training in the jungle. Otherwise, how would they know anything about jungle warfare? Everyone looked at Lin Hui in unison, their gazes filled with respect. If it wasn't Lin Hui, they wouldn't be able to win this maneuver. Lin Hui's heart is happy, like a proud rooster. That is, the training time is too short. If it can be longer, it can certainly perform better. Lu Qingsong looked at Lin Hui and also nodded with relief, worthy of being a general's son. The talent for fighting is all melted in the blood. It is the means that are lacking a little bit, but nothing else is wrong. He continued. Today, in addition to praising you, there is another announcement to make. Everyone instantly perked up their ears, and Lin Hui's eyes were filled with excitement. It's coming. It's finally coming. They fought tooth and nail for this time. Lu Qingsong solemnly said, after discussion and study at our division headquarters, and application from the higher-ups, it has been decided that the order to abolish your regiment will be revoked for the time being. Yeah, keep the troops. Keep the troops. We don't have to leave. Not one of us. The sound of cheering resounded through the playground. Looking at everyone jumping with joy, Zhou Zhongyi's eyes turned a little red with excitement. Still, he laughed as he rushed through the crowd. Discipline. Pay attention to the discipline of the troops. Hurry up and stand still. There's no proper behavior. Lu Qingsong laughed. Lu Qingsong watched with a smile on his face and didn't blame them in any way. Instead, he was happy for them. Troops have steel discipline, but they also have warmth and affection. If one is a soldier of the Tiger Regiment, I'm afraid I'll be happier than they are when all the hard work pays off. He coughed twice and the scene immediately quieted down, but it was hard to hide the excitement and joy on the faces of the crowd. Lu Qingsong said with a straight face, you guys shouldn't be happy too early. Just because there will be no layoffs for the time being doesn't mean there won't be in the future. The reform of the entire army is a general direction, not just for you guys, nor for any one unit, but for everyone. Next, there will still be considerations, and there will be tests in the division from time to time. What doesn't work still has to go, and if you want to really stay, you have to work hard. Yes, everyone responded with a low growl. It's rare enough to be able to keep the troops down for a while and get this opportunity. They will certainly work harder in the future as well. LV Qingsong nodded with satisfaction. I hope you will continue to work hard, not be proud of your victory, not be discouraged by defeat, and carry forward the spirit of the Tiger Regiment. Do not give up. Do not give up. All right, dismissed. Everyone ran back excitedly, jumping up and down. Lu Qingsong looked on with a smile on his face. Master Chief, thank you. Zhou Zhongyi came to his side and saluted solemnly. Lu Qingsong looked at him and said, don't need to thank me. Thank yourselves. This is the reward for your efforts. By the way, ask you something? Zhou Zhongyi nodded. What is it? LV Qingsong asked curiously. I heard that you were all naked during the maneuvers. And, moreover, you got a group of monkeys to help you. When did you also train monkeys? Zhou Zhongyi's old face was red and he didn't know how to explain. As for the monkey, he no longer wanted to mention it. Face, It still hurts a little bit to this day. One can only find a random excuse to get out of the way first. Lu Qingsong didn't ask too many questions, looked at him and said, I happen to have something to look for you. Come with me. Zhou Zhangyi's heart suddenly thumped, and when he saw that the division commander had already left, he hurriedly followed with quick steps. In front of the dormitory building, a group of people surrounded Lin Hui. I'll be damned. What are you doing? Without waiting for him to react, he was lifted high in the air by a group of people and thrown up into the air with force. Oh ha! Chen arrow was the hardest, brother Hui. Thanks to you this time, we don't have to go back to feeding the pigs. Wang Yang also smiled and said, Brother Hui, you're simply my idol. You were great when you were in the recruit company. You're still the best in the production base. And now you're leading the whole regiment to the championship. Nothing more to say. From now on you're my brother. My half-brother. Suda smiled and said, Lin Hui, thanks to you, our regiment was saved. And from now on, you are the great hero of our tiger regiment. Lin Hui was in the air, like he was on a roller coaster, up and down, as if in the clouds. At this moment, his heart was also immensely proud. It was the proudest and most accomplished he had ever been in the military, because he kept the tigers on his own. He glanced at the model watch on his wrist and thought in his heart, Old squad leader, the soldiers you brought out have made a difference. I didn't disgrace you. Thinking again of what Pop said to him in the director's office, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Not far from the corner, there stood a man and a woman. Wang Yishue watched from afar, and the corner of her mouth followed with a smile. It seems he's quite popular. The man next to him wrapped his arms around his chest and snorted coldly. Seeing this kid makes me angry. Wang Yishue glanced at him and said with a smile, Then what are you following for? The man looked embarrassed. A couple more looks. A negative. Maybe the anger will go away. Wang Yishue laughed, then said, Let's wait until there are fewer people. The man nodded, his eyes still full of irritation. If it wasn't for that, he really wouldn't want to come. Chapter 115, the regimental commander was moved to tears. Really a good soldier rarely found in 100 years. In the regimental office, Zhou Zhangyi looked at Lu Qingsong with apprehension. The last time we talked, we wanted the Tiger Regiment disbanded. But this time the division commander won't screw up again. Will he? Could it be that they were going to be disciplined for disgracing their troops because a regiment of them was running through the jungle fruit? Just as Zhou Zhangyi was anxious, Lu Qingsong turned his head to look at him and suddenly froze. What are you so nervous about? Zhou Zhangyi smiled awkwardly. No, I'm quite natural. Lu Qingsong laughed, patted him and said, Don't worry, the retrenchment order has been cancelled for the time being, and when it says you guys are preserved, it means that you're preserved, so there's no need to worry. Zhou Justice was instantly relieved. It was good that it wasn't a disciplinary criticism. Lu Qingsong suddenly said with a straight face, However, you guys shouldn't be too happy too early. The streamlining of troops is the general direction. No one can hide from it. Although you guys won this time, there will be more tests waiting for you afterwards. So, give me constant vigilance and absolutely no slacking off. Zhou Zhangyi nodded heavily. Please rest assured, Division Commander, our regiment can withstand any test. This kid, Lin Hui, has a bad stomach. As long as he is there, no matter what difficulties you have, they are nothing. The big thing is to make a road out of a mountain and build a bridge over it. LV Qingsong smiled and said, This exercise, even I have dipped into your light. The old leaders above all called to praise me, saying that I led the troops well, and also praised your Tiger Regiment, worthy of being an old unit with a glorious history. Zhou Zhangyi puffed out his chest and held his head high, his face full of pride. He looked at Lu Qingsong and said, Division Commander, we were able to win this time thanks to this kid Lin Hui. If it wasn't for him, Red couldn't have won, and the Tiger Regiment wouldn't have been able to keep it. Lu Qingsong nodded, although I didn't arrive at the scene, but the drill report, I also read it. This kid is indeed a genius. Those strange tricks, even I am unheard of, although it looks ridiculous, but the actual combat effect is surprisingly good. I came here mainly to reward him as well. Go get him. Zhou Zhangyi immediately instructed his secretary to hurry and find Lin Hui. Lu Qingsong sat down and took a sip of tea, then looked at Zhou Zhangyi and asked, How long has Lin Hui been in your regiment? Zhou Zhangyi answered honestly, Less than a year. Lu Qingsong nodded. So what do you think about this soldier? Then, Zhou Zhangyi hemmed and hawed and laughed, his face full of smugness. To say that the view, that's too much. When he was in the recruit company, he was different from the others. Witty, smart, ghost ideas and more. Obviously outstanding performance. Excellent in all aspects. But he wants to go raise pigs. Right. Lu Qingsong laughed loudly. I have an impression of this matter. The soldier who took the initiative to ask to go pig farming. It's the first time I've seen it. And then didn't it really go pig farming? Almost made the military newspaper. There are no high or low positions in the army, though, but in general, only the soldiers with the worst grades in all categories are assigned to logistical pig farming. A really good soldier, naturally, has to be in a frontline combat unit, otherwise how can we ensure the strength of the unit? He said meaningfully, that's why, if it's gold, it will always shine. A good soldier like Lin Hui can develop well no matter which unit he goes to. Zhou Zhangyi suddenly like the stairs stepped on the air. Wide-eyed in horror. What does it mean? There is something in these words? Before he could open his mouth to follow up, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Come in. Lin Hui pushed the door in and saluted toward the two men. Good day, Division Commander. Good day, Regimental Commander. Lu Qingsong stood up and looked him up and down with a smile, as if he was looking at a large box of gold and silver treasures. To Lin Hui, he made himself uncomfortable. Division Commander, any instructions? Lin Hui, Lu Qingsong shouted in a cold voice, and Lin Hui immediately puffed out his chest. Here, Lu Qingsong stared at him and said seriously, Comrade Lin Hui, because of your heroic performance during the exercise, it has been discussed and decided by the higher organization that you will be awarded a second-class merit medal and promoted to the rank of second lieutenant. Lin Hui saluted unabashedly. Thank you, Chief. When Lu Qingsong saw that Lin Hui didn't react too violently, he thought he was upset. Zhou Zhangyi next to him was also a bit confused. Whether it's a second-class merit or a promotion, it's something many ordinary soldiers can only dream of. That's the equivalent of being, from supernumerary, to institutionalized. This guy is actually not excited or happy at all? Is it because you think that the rank of second lieutenant is too low? Zhou Zhangyi secretly thought in his heart, it should be so. This kid has taken the first-class merit, plus this time, 2 more second-class merits. Must be feeling that the second lieutenant is too low, and his heart is not comfortable. Hey, if it hadn't happened to be military reform, Lin Hui, with so many rewards, would have started out as at least a lieutenant. But in this case, it would be even better to give a second lieutenant. You know, there are still people in the army who can't get promoted to officer even if they get a first-class merit and second-class merit. They can only continue to be a non-commissioned officer. Zhou Zhangyi comforted. Lin Hui, don't get any ideas. It's already pretty good to be promoted to an ensign at this time. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. It's fine. I'm already very content to be a second lieutenant. I'm just suffering from being uneducated. Don't worry, Chief. I'll definitely do a good job in the future. Zhou Zhangyi nodded in relief. It's best if you can think like that. Next to him, Lu Qingsong's mouth twitched. What are you pretending? Granted, you didn't go to military school, but I remember you graduated with a bachelor's degree. He patted Lin Hui and said, you have a long road ahead of you, and this is just the beginning. Lin Hui smiled and said, Division Commander, I'm already happy like this. As long as our regiment is preserved, as long as I can still be with my brothers, nothing else matters to me. Zhou Zhangyi secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Well said. Lin Hui looked at Lu Qingsong and asked, Division Commander, everyone has been working very hard and diligently on this maneuver. Lu Qingsong laughed. Don't worry. There are rewards. Your regiment's collective second-class merit, a few outstanding performance in the exercise, third-class merit, in 2 days with your reward, a piece of hair down. Lin Hui smiled and thanked. Thank you, Chief. LV Qingsong pulled Lin Hui to sit down, smiled and said, Lin Hui, have you ever thought about going somewhere else to learn more? Zhou Zhangyi's tiger's body shook and his eyes widened. Just now he sensed that there was something in the Master Chief's words, and sure enough, he said it anyway. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. I don't need a division commander. I can learn right here. Zhou Zhangyi hurriedly nodded his head. Yes. Learn the same here. As long as you are here, I will definitely teach you everything I have learned in my life. Lu Qingsong glared at him, then looked at Lin Hui with a smile. Our division isn't as good as some of the other elite units. You're a good seed. I think you should go somewhere else to study and learn in order to make more progress. Zhou Zhangyi was instantly flustered. What is the Brigadier General doing? Why is he pushing people out? Have you forgotten that Lin Hui belongs to our division? Lin Hui waved his hand. No need, division commander. As long as I can be in our regiment and be with my brothers, that's my greatest motivation to move forward. Besides, what about the elites? They were still beaten down by us. Besides, the head of the regiment knows so many things. I'll just follow him. Zhou Zhangyi kept nodding. Yes, that's right. Lin Hui, I really didn't misjudge you. You're just so studious and hardworking. Stay, I'll cultivate you well. Lin Hui nodded. Thank you for cultivating me, Captain. I'll do a good job. The corner of Lu Qingsong's mouth twitched. You two are playing a double act for me here? Also, I've been talking for a long time. Don't you understand human language? He took another deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile. I mean, they have all the equipment over there. They have everything they need. You'll definitely be able to fulfill your potential when you go. It's much better than staying with us. How well funded are they? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Let's make our regiment stronger and beat the crap out of them. Won't that equipment be ours? Zhou Zhengyi slapped the table. Good soldier. Really good soldier. Well said. Good shit good. Lu Qingsong glared fiercely at Lin Hui. Don't play dumb here. You kid. Can't understand me? Or what? I'm sending you to a better place to cultivate you now. Don't play dumb with me here. Lin Hui said solemnly. Division commander. In my eyes, this is the best place. I just want to be with my comrades and brothers. With my beloved commander. To be able to stay in the Tiger Regiment is the best arrangement for me. Anywhere else is even better. I will not go. Zhou Zhengyi tilted his head and burst into tears of excitement. Good soldier. What a fucking soldier. I've been a soldier for so many years, but I've never seen anyone so sentimental. Lu Qingsong's lungs are going to hurt his liver. Spitting out a long way. You have to go even if you don't go. You have to go even if you go. There's no room for bargaining. Zhou Zhengyi anxiously jumped straight up. Emotional, division commander. Are you taking fake pills today? Lin Hui is the best soldier in our division. Why are you still pushing him out? Lu Qingsong's eyes spewed fire, itching to slap him twice. But now that there were more important matters, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly shouted at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you must go. This is an order. When he finished speaking, he turned toward the outside and said, come in and take the man away from me. Seeing the door being pushed open, Lin Hui was filled with surprise. Holy shit, why are you here? Chapter 116. He's my beloved brother. Gotta add money. What brings you here? Lin Hui looked at Wang Yixue in surprise, paying no attention to the man behind him. Wang Yixue saluted the division commander, then looked at Lin Hui with a smile. I've come to congratulate you, Comrade Ensign. Lin Hui was suspicious. Did you take the wrong medicine? Wang Yixue rolled her eyes. You're the one who ate the wrong medicine. I came to congratulate you with good intentions. Have you talked like this? However, you can become an officer from a soldier. Still quite remarkable. What for? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Are you apologizing for what you said before? Wang Yixue smiled faintly. If you think it is, then let's say it is. Lin Hui looked at her with a face full of surprise. Since childhood, Wang Yixue has been a tigress. Whether it was her fault or not, she never bowed down and admitted she was wrong, much less apologized to anyone. This time, he actually came to bow down and concede to himself. Has the bitch changed her mind? Lin Hui skimmed his lips and said frivolously. This is too perfunctory. A simple sentence and that's it? Wang Yixue hummed. Then what do you want? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Do you still remember what you agreed to last time? Wang Yixue instantly flushed her pretty face and was furious. It's really true that if you're given some sunshine, you shine. How dare you even mention this in front of so many people? It's a scoundrel. Ahem. The middle-aged man next to him coughed and nodded towards Lu Qingsong, then walked over to Lin Hui and said with a smile, do you recognize me? Lin Hui turned his head and scrutinized him. The man was a colonel, thin, with triangular eyes and a grim look in them. He shook his head. Don't recognize it. The man said with some embarrassment. We're old rivals. We've fought twice on the maneuvering ground, and although we've never met, my men have been bullied by you. Lin Hui immediately responded. Oh, you're a soldier under Commander Blue, right? The man's face was speechless. My name is Lei Ming. I'm from the Northwest War Zone's Black Tiger Special Warfare Brigade. You let the monkeys walk away from my men and caused them to be scolded. Have you forgotten all of this? Lin Hui gave an O and said perfunctorily, long time no see. So it's Brigadier Lei. What's the matter? Lei Ming made a look, and next to him, Lu Qingsong immediately understood. You guys talk. You talk. We want to get out. He waved toward Zhou Zhengyi and led him out of the office in one piece. Zhou Zhengyi looked Lei Ming up and down with hostility. He knew that the special forces had come over and were definitely digging in, but he had faith in Lin Hui. This kid was sentimental and righteous. He definitely wouldn't leave. Zhou Zhengyi walked over to Lin Hui and pounded towards his chest. Good brother. For life. Lin Hui was confused. What is this? Just outside, Zhou Zhengyi hurriedly caught up with Lu Qingsong. Division commander. What the hell is going on here? How can you let someone come to us to poach people? Lin Hui not only helped us keep the regiment down, he also contributed to our division. Are you an old? Lu Qingsong's icy cold eyes glared over, directly making him swallow back the latter half of his sentence. Lu Qingsong snorted coldly. You think I'm willing to get rid of such a good soldier? Zhou Zhengyi rolled his eyes. Don't you just want to get rid of Lin Hui now? Lu Qingsong looked back and lowered his voice. In here, there are conditions. Zhou Zhengyi was surprised and asked, what conditions? Lu Qingsong carried him to the stairway and asked in a low voice, do you know why our troops were cut? Zhou Zhengyi thought about it. Because we are not strong? Yes, it's because of the lack of strength. But at the end of the day, it's just that we're backward. Lu Qingsong smiled and said, all other troops have been fully upgraded, but in our division, only one of your regiments has been mechanized, and all the others are motorized units. But this time, they're willing to take 60-85 tanks, plus 40 infantry vehicles in exchange for him. Zhou Zhengyi sucked in a breath of cool air, his entire body stunned. This kid, is he worth that much? With this much heavy firepower, it is entirely possible to raise the entire 602 strength by several steps. Lu Qingsong continued, not only that, as long as it's agreed upon, the quota of personnel we're laying off here can be reduced a bit, and a lot of veterans can be left behind. He looked at Zhou Zhengyi and asked, tell me, what can I do if I take Lin Hui alone and exchange him for so many things? Zhou Zhengyi was surprised. There is such a good thing. Why don't you say it earlier? Didn't we just get the news about this too? Lu Qingsong hemmed and hawed. Shaolin is good. He's meritorious to our division, and I can't let go of him. But a soldier is always a soldier no matter how valuable he is. But in the future, our troops are going to be on the battlefield, to defend our country and protect the people. What would you do if, in your place, you used him alone to boost the combat effectiveness of an entire division? Zhou Zhengyi slapped his thigh and said excitedly, change it. That must be changed. Suddenly, he stared at Lu Qingsong and said with a serious face, but Division Commander, I have a request. Say. Zhou Zhengyi took a deep breath, his eyes burning. Lin Hui is the best soldier I've ever seen. And was also the spiritual backbone of our regiment. It was he who led our regiment to victory, and who helped us to preserve the Tiger Regiment. Lu Qingsong patted him and sighed, Zhengyi, this guy is still so sentimental. But now that the development of the entire division was at stake, even he himself had to endure the pain. Besides, Lin Hui would have a better future when he went to a new place. If he stays in the 602, instead of doing anything, he will be restricted in his development. That's killing a good soldier. Zhou Zhengyi was full of grievances. People can't bear to see him go, and I can't bear to see him go either. He's my good brother. So, Chief, you have to give our regiment more to share. Otherwise my heart, it's old and hard. Lu Qingsong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He covered his heart, feeling bad about the whole thing. You've been fucking around with me all day just to say that? Zhou Zhengyi hurriedly said. If you don't agree, I won't let him go. Lu Qingsong was furious. Okay. More for you, okay. Zhou Zhengyi was immediately happy as a child. That's no problem. As long as the stuff is given in place, I personally have no problem helping him pack his bags and sending him to the car. When Lu Qingsong saw this dejected young, he couldn't wait to give him 2 kicks. What's with the 602? In the regimental commander's office, Lei Ming sat on the sofa and pointed towards the side. Alright, sit down and talk. Lin Hui shook his head. You're the leader. I'll just stand and listen to you. Lei Ming bitterly smiled and shook his head. As the Black Tiger Grand Captain, how could he not see that Lin Hui was full of resistance? Lei Ming said with a wry smile. Lin Hui, I'm not here to find you guilty this time. Even though you embarrassed us twice in maneuvers, I can tell that you're a talented person. Our Black Tiger Special Brigade, now is the time when we need talent. There are veterans retiring soon, so I'd really like you to join us. Lin Hui clapped his hands. Isn't that a coincidence? It just so happens that our Tiger Regiment is also short of people. Why don't you guys just join us en masse? I'll just be able to bring you along properly and pass on my experience. The corner of Lei Ming's mouth tugged viciously, and Wang Yishue next to him was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? Lei Ming stood up directly and said in a cold voice, we're a unit directly under the war zone, higher in rank than even your division, and you're asking me to bring people to join your regiment. Lin Hui shrugged. Then we're not meant to be. I'm not going anywhere. I just like it. Wang Yishue was anxious. Lin Hui, don't play with your temper. Do you know what a great opportunity this is? Special Forces is the ultimate dream of all infantrymen. Many people can't get in even after a lifetime of exhaustion. And now that the senior captain has personally come to invite you, you should cherish this opportunity. Does that mean you don't want to go somewhere better? Lin Hui glanced at her and said lightly, if others want to go, that's up to them, but I'm not interested. A bunch of losers. Ask me to go for what? To give them lessons as an instructor. They want to come to our side. That level I have to think about it. What else can you do if you can't beat a monkey? Lei Ming felt a few big ear scrapes smacking hard on his face. Hot and painful. This kid talks. He really doesn't have any manners at all. Exposing people's scars and sprinkling them with salt. But he couldn't refute it. because the bastard was telling the truth. Wang Yixue was anxious and angry when she saw Lei Ming's ugly face. Lin Hui, I thought that the current you was different from before, asking for advancement, but I didn't expect that. It's still like this. Alright. Lei Ming waved his hand, looked at Lin Hui and said, this is just an invitation. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. After all, a twisted melon isn't sweet. But if you've truly understood the special forces, you'll know that the strength of the special forces is much more powerful than you think. Lin Hui nodded. Okay, got it. It's getting late. You guys should go back. We didn't leave any extra rice here. Lei Ming's liver hurts from anger. Did I say I was leaving? I'm just being polite and you're kicking me out? The Grand Captain of the Black Tiger Special Warfare himself. Wouldn't it be too humiliating if we didn't get someone back? He took a deep breath and stared tightly at Lin Hui. The troops are developing. Some things are not up to you to decide. Even if you really don't want to go, when the order comes down, you still have to go. Lin Hui glared at him. Aren't you still forcefully twisting a melon? Lei Ming smiled smugly. A strong twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. The people that our special forces value. Don't try to run away. You prepare to get ready. Someone will come to pick you up in a couple days. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door he stopped abruptly, turned his head and said, there's no point in refusing. Because I can get orders unless you're discharged. Wang Yixue looked at Lin Hui's stifled face and also revealed a smile. Alright, don't think too much about it. When you enter the Black Tiger, you'll realize that it's the best choice in your life. And you'll become better too. The two laughed, opened the door and left. Lin Hui stared at both eyes, furious. If you can't do it the easy way, you'll do it the hard way? If the order came down, then he had to leave no matter what. Soldiers have to follow orders. It's a discipline ingrained in their bones and must be obeyed. Lin Hui clenched his fist, full of cold smiles. Isn't the order still not down? You can get the order. I cannot get it? Also too underestimated me. Chapter 117, it's not that we won't keep you. It's just that they're giving you too much. Wang Yixue and Lei Ming had just walked out of the office. The two men in the hallway then rushed around. Lu Qingsong couldn't wait to ask, how's it going? How's it going? What did that Lin Hui kid say? Zhou Zhengyi thought about those equipments and was filled with joy. What else can I say? It must be a yes. When will he leave? Is it now? I'll hurry to help him pack his luggage and personally send him to the car. Lei Ming bitterly smiled and shook his head, not willing to talk much. Captain Zhou, you'd better not get busy. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Seeing the two to go, Zhou Zhengyi hurried up to stop. Do not rush to go off. In the end, what is the meaning? Lei Ming sighed and said, Lin Hui doesn't want to come with us. He says he won't go anywhere but here. Did you guys not persuade him? Zhou Zhengyi was anxious. There must be a method to persuade people. It has to be gradual. You talk about the benefits of being a special forces soldier. You have to move with emotion and reason. Next to Wang Yixue skimmed her lips and said, soft and hard. All said. But he just oil and salt does not enter. He also said that no matter what, he will not leave here. This is his home. I've never seen such a stubborn ass. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong and Zhou Zhengyi's faces instantly looked worse than if they had eaten. It wasn't that they had to let Lin Hui go. It was just that much weaponry was too important to the 602's future development. Lu Qingsong anxiously asked, didn't you guys try anything else? Lei Ming helplessly shook his head. We've said what we need to say. He's not willing to do it himself. We can't force him with a gun, right? Or else, it's better for you guys to try. Or else those weapons and equipment will have to be given to someone else. We have things to do. So we'll go first. Wang Yixue nodded and followed him and left straight away. Just as they reached the stairway, the two looked at each other with fox-like smiles. Lei Ming said smilingly, since we can't persuade Lin Hui, then simply let his division commander and regimental commander personally talk to him. I don't believe that this kid can still be unconvinced. Wang Yixue nodded, and because of this, the two of them had just sung a double act. However, having grown up together, she knew Lin Hui's character well. What is determined cannot be pulled back by 10 oxen. She looked at Lei Ming and asked, Team Lei, what if even they can't persuade Lin Hui? Lei Ming narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, that's why we have to have two-handed preparations. I'll go back and ask for an order, and when the military order comes down, he won't be able to resist even if he wants to. Wang Yixue nodded her head. In fact, she was also hoping that Lin Hui would be able to have a better development. In the maneuvers, he was able to severely injure the Blue Army Special Forces twice, showing that his tactical thinking and strength were already far beyond that of an ordinary soldier. It would be a huge waste of talent to keep him in the regular force. In the corridor, the divisional commander was anxious. Zhou Zhengyi jumped up and down. Division commander, what do you think Lin Hui? How can he be so ungrateful? What a great opportunity this is. If it were me, I'd want to go. LV Chingsong rolled his eyes. That's only if they want you, right? He said seriously. No, we have to find a way to send him away. Zhou Zhengyi nodded frantically. Yes. He must be told to get lost. Just as the two were discussing their strategy, Lin Hui walked behind them. Report. The two men who were thieves were startled. It's like doing something bad behind your back and being caught in a panic. Zhou Zhengyi glared. How do you kid walk without making a sound? To scare people to death? Lu Qingsong hurriedly asked. Just now in the office. What did they all find you to talk about? Lin Hui smiled and said. They want to poach me away and make me go to some Black Tiger Special Forces. Both stared at him together, nervously asking. What do you say? Lin Hui righteously said. Of course it's a refusal. Lu Qingsong's face turned blue. You really refused? You really refused? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. That's right. There are my comrades and brothers here, and my beloved leader. How could I ever leave? Lu Qingsong shivered with anger. You, Lin Hui directly interrupted. Division Commander. I know what you're going to say. That's how I am. I never forget my roots anywhere. How could I possibly be ashamed of the cultivation that you and the head of the group have given me? And do that kind of thing of eating out of the palm of my hand? Zhou Zhengyi huffed. No, Lin Hui. Listen to me. Lin Hui grabbed his hand and interrupted. Chief, I know you want to praise me, to say that I'm a damn good soldier. From now on, I'm staying here. No matter who he calls, I'm not leaving. This is my home. The two men were shaking with anger and their faces were red with suffocation. Lu Qingsong finally couldn't help himself and cursed in anger. Who told you to refuse? Did I tell you to stay? Lin Hui was sprayed with saliva and his head was a bit short-circuited. No, I'm not leaving. Shouldn't you guys be happy my ass? Lu Qingsong's face turned red with anger. I can't wait for you to get the hell out of here. Zhou Zhengyi also said anxiously. Lin Hui, the Special Forces is a place that many people dream of going to. How can you refuse them? Do you know how many people in our regiment want to enter but can't? Your squad leader Su De, and your company commander Zhang Jiantao. Which one of them doesn't want to go? Lin Hui said stupidly, but I can't let go of this. Zhou Zhengyi hated the iron and said, you can't give up what? What is there to give up? Not. We are in the ground. Or to go to war? Let you go to the Special Forces. Is for your own good. You say the whole division can compete with you? How are you going to progress and grow without an opponent? So my suggestion is that you hurry up and leave. The sooner the better. And when you get there study hard and come back to see us when you can. The corners of Lin Hui's mouth tugged and he was speechless. Just said something about good brothers for life. And now you're chucking me out. Flipping your face faster than a book. Lu Qingsong also turned his head and said bitterly. Lin Hui, we're doing this for your own good. The 602 can't even reach semi-mechanization by now. What can you do here? Special Forces is the place where you spread your wings and fly. I believe that when you get there, with your lack of intelligence, you will definitely make a big difference. Zhou Zhengyi kept nodding his head. Right. Our temple is small. Cannot accommodate you this big Buddha? This want nothing. I'm the head of the embarrassed. You want to stop thinking about it. People haven't gone far yet? Lin Hui stubbornly shook his head. There's no need to think about it. I won't leave. A son doesn't mind his mother's sorrows. I don't mind my family's poverty. I just want to be with you guys. Even if I don't do much. It doesn't matter. Both were about to cry. But we don't want to be with you. Lu Qingsong's eyebrows burned with anger. Fine. You kid won't listen to persuasion, right? Then I'll force you to be sent there. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Pressing on. I'll just stay here. Can you tie me up if you can? Of course. Tying it over won't help. The legs are on me and I can still run back. The two popular ones were holding onto the railing. Barely able to turn their backs. This kid. He's so greasy. Although Lin Hui go. They cannot afford to leave. But for the higher-ups, Lin Hui can have a better development. They are also pleased. But those 60 tanks and 40 infantry vehicles would give them angina every day if they went down the drain. You kid. Okay, count on it. Lu Qingsong really can't afford to eat. Really afraid that in a moment he will be angry and call an ambulance. Zhou Zhengyi glared fiercely. Also hurriedly followed up. You kid. Think with me. Such a big man. Will not think for themselves. Lin Hui stroked his chin as he looked at the two men with this exasperated look. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. They must be hiding something from themselves or they wouldn't be in such a hurry to send it away. Lin Hui rubbed his hands together and was full of smugness. No matter how you guys persuade me, I just won't go anyway. I'll see what you guys can do with me. No, just in case, I still have to act quickly. Chapter 118 Challenging the limits to make the basic unit compare to the Special Forces. Division Chief's Office. Lu Qingsong rubbed his temples, his brows worried. You said Lin Hui. This kid, what's he thinking? The special forces won't even go? Zhou Zhengyi turned around anxiously. I didn't expect that this kid would be so stubborn. Shouldn't we think of a way? No hurry first. Lu Qingsong waved his hand. I can guarantee that Lei Ming will definitely apply with the top when he goes back. For Lin Hui they are aspiring to win. Think about it, this kid played so well in the exercise. From camouflage, infiltration, to tactical arrangements, it's exactly the mold of special operations. He hasn't received specialized training yet, and he can hang the special forces like that. Can the Black Tiger not want him? If I were Lei Ming, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't get such an awesome soldier. Zhou Zhengyi nodded approvingly. Yes, if it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been able to give us so much equipment, which just shows that they are determined to get rid of the people. Lu Qingsong stood up and said excitedly, 60-85 tanks, 40 infantry vehicles. With these our division can really branch up. The entire war zone can walk horizontally. Zhou Zhengyi was so excited that he was in tears. If that were true, his old comrades would be envious of him. Maybe the whole Tiger Corps will have to rise up. Zhou Zhengyi suddenly asked, Division Commander, how do I feel? A little forced for prostitution. We are not considered pimping, ah? Lu Qingsong slapped the table. Fart, how can you talk? Zhou Zhengyi said awkwardly. I just feel that we are not doing this too unethical. Too unethical. After all, Lin Hui is kind to our regiment. Isn't it not good to exchange him for equipment? Don't count me out. Lu Qingsong hurriedly brushed off the relationship. You're the one who's lacking. Zhou Zhengyi was anxious. Division Commander, wasn't it your idea? Lu Qingsong smiled and said, it's a good idea that I took, but you are his direct leader. Just now he also called him brother, and then turned around and sold him. The most lacking is you. Zhou Zhengyi almost vomited blood. So I'm the only one taking the blame? He said in a bad mood. Forget it, even if I'm wrong, the big deal is to turn around and give him 2 kowtows. Anyway, this is his home, and he can help his family for so many good things. He just knows that he definitely won't blame us. LV Qingsong heatedly smiled. That's right, we are also for his own good. If he goes to the special forces for better development, our division will also improve its strength, so it's the best of both worlds. Zhou Zhengyi looked at him smiling like an old fox and cautiously asked, Division Commander, in the future, you won't trade me for equipment with others, right? Bah! Lu Qingsong rolled his eyes. You're the only one who can change equipment. Can you compare yourself to Shaolin? He wouldn't even be willing to do that. Zhou Zhengyi smiled awkwardly. I'm just saying this casually. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Lin Hui didn't go straight back to his barracks after leaving the regiment. Instead, he came to the pay phone. He looked at the telephone in front of him and hesitated for a while. To call or not to call? He could tell that Pops wished him well, and if he asked for it, 9 times out of 10 he would say yes. Lin Hui picked up the microphone, hesitated for half a day, and never managed to press that number. So many years of conflict, like a mountain in front of you. Let him open his mouth to beg. He just couldn't open that mouth. After half a day's meditation, he finally dialed a number, and a low voice soon came from the other end. Which one? Lin Hui smiled and said, Hey, Uncle Zhao, it's me, Lin Hui. Zhao Yuanming froze for a moment and laughed. Little Hui, why are you suddenly calling me? I heard about the maneuvers a few days ago, and in that situation on the red side, you actually managed to lead them back to victory, taking a whole regiment of men to engage in infiltration. It's a good thing you thought of it. It's giving me the giggles. You kid, you're getting more and more competitive now, more and more like your Lin family. Lin Hui humbly said, Uncle Zhao, if you hadn't forced me to become a soldier in the first place, I wouldn't have been so successful, and it's thanks to you. Zhao Yuanming smiled and waved his hand. It's gold that has to shine everywhere. Your kid was originally a general's son. It's only right that he's powerful. Who made your family's genes good? Lin Hui nodded with a smile and exchanged a few more polite pleasantries before speaking. Uncle Zhao, there's something that I'd like to ask for your help. Zhao Yuanming smiled faintly. I knew your kid wouldn't call for no reason. Say it, what is it? Lin Hui told the story briefly, and Zhao Yuanming was shocked and dumbfounded. No, is your kid's head caught in the door, or what's wrong with him? The special forces refused to go even when invited. If others heard this, they'd probably die of envy and jealousy. You go around your battalion and ask if any of the soldiers don't want to go to special forces. High rank, big power, quick promotion, more chances for meritorious performance. Isn't it too much better to go there than you are in the basic unit? Lin Hui nodded. I know everything you said. Zhao Yuanming was speechless. Knowing that you still refuse? Lin Hui said seriously. I've been in the army for so long. It's one warm place like home that changes. The party changed me. and now I've landed in the Tiger Corps and consider this my home. I've sweated here. I have my comrades and brothers here, so I want to stay. Isn't the point of being a soldier to defend your country with your own comrades? Confused, Zhao Yuanming exasperatedly said, wouldn't you be better able to defend your country if you went there? The special forces have tough tasks and many missions. With your ability to go, you will definitely develop better. Don't even think about this matter. I won't help you. Lin Hui took a deep breath. I know you're right, and it's all for my future, for the good of the troop, but I can assure you that no matter where I am, I won't stop moving forward. The special forces are great and strong, but I'm staying here and I'm going to make this just as strong, if not stronger than the special forces. Zhao Yuanming was directly laughed at by the anger. The special forces have more funds, more attention. Anyone put into the ordinary troops are the king of soldiers. You are also great ability. It is impossible to make the ordinary troops into people like that, and even the general level cannot reach. Just stop daydreaming. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Uncle Zhao, why don't we make a bet? Zhao Yuanming froze. What do you mean? Last time you gave me a chance. I kept our regiment. This time you'll give me another chance. As long as I stay, I'll make the Tiger Regiment comparable to the special forces, or even surpass them. Lin Hui said solemnly. Uncle Zhao, I really want to be a good soldier. I want to stay here. In the beginning, didn't you guys just hope that I could not forget my beginnings and be honorable? And now that I've chosen this place, please give me another chance. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and it was only after a long time that Zhao Yuanming spoke impatiently. You kid can really find things for me to do. You're annoying me to death. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, Zhao Yuanming said without any good humor. I can only say I'll try my best. I don't dare to guarantee it. Just you wait. Okay, wait for your good news. The phone hung up, and Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Uncle Zhao was well connected and must have a way. He agreed to help, so it's basically a sure thing. In the evening, in the army compound, Lin Guanyu was reading a newspaper in the living room when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The secretary had just opened the door when Zhao Yuanming rushed in hot and bothered. Lin Guanyu was surprised and asked, "It's this time of the day. What are you doing here? Dabbling?" The corners of Zhao Yuanming's mouth twitched. "Is there anyone who comes to dine after 8 o'clock? It's not because of Lin Hui. What's wrong with him?" Lin Guanyu was puzzled. He did not just merit promotion. Is it possible that he has caused something? Zhao Yuanming waved his hand. "No trouble. Just," he said the situation quickly. Angry Lin Guanyu slapped on the coffee table. "This brat. Such a good place are not going. He wants to go to heaven awe? Special forces, that is, anyone can enter it. Others big captain personally to find him. He is here to pose what poo?" Zhao Yuanming smiled awkwardly. "Old chief, I've already told him all the reasoning, but he won't listen, and he even said that as long as he is allowed to stay, he guarantees that he can make the Tiger Regiment surpass the special forces." Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Lin Guanyu's face was full of anger. Rubbing up a bit, this kid is not a few times to take the credit. Killed a few special forces and do not know his own last name. He's almost floating up to the sky. Zhao Yuanming shook his head and said, "Chief, I don't think so." Lin Guanyu looked at him in disbelief. Zhao Yuanming smiled and said, "Lin Hui is your son, and you've witnessed a little bit of his growth since he entered the army. The reason he fought so hard in the maneuvers this time was to keep the Tiger Regiment, and that's what drives him forward. For others, going to the special forces is indeed tempting, but it won't work for Lin Hui, because his heart and his roots have been planted in the Tiger Regiment, and his comrades and brothers are his spiritual support." Lin Guanyu fell silent and walked back and forth in the living room several times with his brows furrowed. To Zhao Yuanming are shaken a little dizzy. "Chief, I think Lin Hui did not float. He really wants to stay. Since he wants to try, then we should not give him a chance? Besides, he's already shown us a miracle once. Maybe." Lin Guanyu suddenly stopped and laughed silently, getting happier as he laughed. It was like a blossom on his face. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This motherfucker, exactly like my old man when he was young, just likes to push the limits and break the rules. Chief, how about?" All right. Lin Guanyu waved his hand. "Go back. This matter, I'll handle it. I'd like to see how he's going to be able to do it." "Yes, then I'll go first." Zhao Yuanming smiled and left. This matter was finally settled. Lin Guanyu held his teacup and was just about to drink it when he suddenly stopped in midair and laughed out loud. "Brat, getting more and more like your old man. Just as bold, just as courageous." Chapter 119, Why do you still want me to leave? Southwest Region. Command. Lei Ming straightened his clothes and knocked on the office door. "Come in." He pushed his way in and saluted in style. "Good day, Chief." Commander Su Qianshan raised his head with a look of displeasure. "Why is it you kid again? Thunder grinned and said, "Yeah, it's me again. What's it to me? It's fine. It's fine. I just thought I'd show my face in front of you from time to time, in case you'd forgotten about me." Su Qianshan rolled his eyes. "Just you look like this. Can I forget it? Seeing you do 3 days of nightmares," Lei Ming said with a smile. "To be able to leave a shadow in the heart of the leader, even if it's a nightmare, that's my honor." Su Qianshan grunted. "You kid lesson here patting the horse's ass. Nothing to do. What's the matter? Hurry to say. I'm busy here." Lei Ming rubbed his hands together. "Chief, it's still not on that sub, is it? I also hope that the leadership can authorize the transfer of people over. That kid is indeed a talent. Whether our black tiger can become stronger or not, it all depends on you." Su Qianshan smiled and shook his head. He pulled open a drawer, pulled a file out of it, and tossed it right to him. "Take it. I knew you boys were here for this." Lei Ming took the hand. Full of joy, "There is no one who knows me better than the leader. Thank you, thank you." He opened it excitedly and was dumbfounded when he saw what was on it. "It's not right, is it?" Su Qianshan faintly asked. "What's wrong?" Lei Ming was anxious. This is not what I thought. How come it's still changed?" Su Qianshan coldly said. "Which has changed? Isn't it this? But that's not what I want. An order would be nice." Nagging. "What do you take for grocery shopping?" Su Qianshan glared at him. "If you guys have this ability, leave people behind. If you don't have the ability, cut the crap here. Your special brigade are all top talents. Not so much that you don't have this ability, right?" Lei Ming was filled with helplessness, having thought that once the order arrived, he would be able to get rid of the people directly. How did it end up like this? This is too much of a pitfall. "Yes, leader." Lei Ming saluted and walked out of the office with a bitter face. He looked at the order in his hand and sighed helplessly. It seems like it's not easy to get this kid here. Ha! As soon as Lei Ming left in front of him, Su Qianshan picked up the telephone on the table. "Get me the Southeast Region Command. Soon." The call was transferred. "Hello, this is Lin Guangyao," Su Qianshan said smilingly. "Old Lin things have been done for you, helped you so much. You must treat me to a meal and send me a few more pounds of good tea." Lin Guangyao laughed loudly. No problem. Trivial matter." Su Qianshan then said, "You say you are also. Your son rarely open to ask you something. Makes so complicated to do. Have not seen you so as a father. Some other day I have to call the boy to drink a meal. Good comfort him. You're not giving him a problem? Don't." Lin Guangyao hurriedly stopped. "After knowing each other for so many years, you know what kind of character I have. Since I'm doing this, I naturally have my reasons. Besides, he's my son. Can I still harm him? Who wouldn't want their son to do better as a father?" Su Qianshan shook his head helplessly. "I see nah. You're just worried that your son is too good, and one day he'll accidentally be surpassed by him." Lin Guanyao's voice was an octave higher. "Bullshit. That brat is just a bit of a minor achievement, and he still wants to surpass me. Dream on? That can't be said." Su Qianshan hemmed and hawed. "Alright, I won't bullshit with you. I still have a few things to do, so I'll hang up first." The phone hung up. Lin Guangyao stood up and walked to the window, his hands behind his back. "Little Hui, the opportunity is given to you. It's up to you to grasp it." 602 Division Office. Lin Hui received orders to come over, just pushing the door open. He froze. In the office, the division commander and the chief were there, and Lei Ming was sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea and a smile, and greeted him. "Lin Hui, we meet again." Lin Hui first walked over to the division commander and regimental commander and saluted, then frowned slightly. "Why is this guy here again? Did Uncle Zhao not get things done? I can't. He's so well connected." Just then, Lei Ming stood up and took out an order. "Comrade Lin Hui, your superiors require you to be transferred to the Southwest District Black Tiger Special Brigade immediately with immediate effect." Seeing that there was an order, the two of them, Lu Qingsong and Zhou Zhangyi, immediately became excited. The special forces are reliable, and the tanks and infantry vehicles are finally available. Lu Qingsong was happy in his heart, but still put on a look of reluctance. "Shaolin, we can't let you go either. But the orders are down. No one can keep you. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty." Zhou Zhangyi nodded frantically. "Yeah, wait until you get there. Don't forget us. We'll miss you." "Lei team, isn't it time to go?" "I'll hurry to help him pack. The car is downstairs, isn't it?" Lin Hui glared at them fiercely. These two white wolves, with smiles on their faces, were close to overflowing. "How many favors did you have to receive to try so hard to get yourself out of the way?" Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui with a smile. "Lin Hui, the order came down. There's no reason for you to refuse this one, right?" Lin Hui looked at him. "I'd like to wait a little longer. There may be another order." Lei Ming's heart thumped, but still sneered. "I advise you to put off this idea. How many people want to enter the special forces can't get in? It's just you who is so full of nonsense. The commander's order. There is only one. There can't be anything else. Even if you find your way to the headquarters, it's still the same. Lu Qingsong hurriedly consoled from the side. Xiao Lin don't be sad. The special forces is a good place. You'll know when you go there. Zhou Zhangyi followed. Lin Hui. I know you're not happy in your heart. Don't blame us. We're doing this for your own good. If you go there, you'll be able to get credit for your service. And you'll be promoted. Which is much better than what we're doing here. I just don't have the chance. If I had the chance, I'd want to go. Lin Hui clenched his fists and held his stomach. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to a better place. I just can't let go of this home that I've kept with my own hands. 602 was the place where his dream began, carrying his sweat, dedication, hard work, and so many good brothers. If he went to the special forces, it would mean that he had to leave it all behind. And this Lin Hui couldn't do. That alone, he couldn't do. Lin Hui stared at Lei Ming and took a deep breath. Can you give me a little more time at last? Thunder was puzzled. What are you doing? Lin Hui looked at him. I want to make a phone call, and after that, I'll go with you. Lei Ming said seriously. I can tell you clearly that it's useless no matter where you call the phone. The military order has already come down. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Then what are you afraid of? Lei Ming was speechless and could only helplessly wave his hand. Go go go. Lin Hui turned around and exited the office, and angrily ran toward the phone booth. Chapter 120, Orders Given. Transferring Lin Hui away, Lin Hui picked up the phone and dialed the number. Soon the other side picked up. Which one? Lin Hui hurriedly said. Uncle Zhao, it's me. Lin Hui. Zhao Yuanming laughed. Why are you free to call me? Do you want to wait for vacation to buy me a drink? Lin Hui anxiously asked. The drinking matter. Wait for now. I just want to ask you. That thing last time, has it settled? Zhao Yuanming froze for a moment and frowned. Isn't it already done? Done? Yeah, or I went to your dad myself. When he agreed. Lin Hui looked embarrassed. Uncle Zhao, when I first looked for you, I just didn't want to go through him. If he had known this was the case, he would have called the old man directly at that time and not bothered Uncle Zhao. Zhao Yuanming smiled bitterly. Xiao Hui, you're also too high on me. How can I be that capable? Besides, this troop isn't run by my family, and there's a series of issues involved here. How can I be swayed by a colonel? Lin Hui was suddenly speechless. Seems like it when you think about it. If it's a transfer to the regular army, Uncle Cho should be able to help, but it does have some trouble when it comes to special forces. Zhao Yuanming asked curiously. Tell me, what happened? Lin Hui hurriedly told the matter once again. Now that people have brought the transfer order, I can't even think of not obeying it, so I didn't rush to call and ask you to help me think of a way out? Zhao Yuanming laughed out loud. You kid. Someone else's family played a trick on you. What? Lin Hui was dumbfounded. Zhao Yuanming smiled and said, the other commander and your father are old comrades in arms. If he has opened his mouth, can they not agree? And as far as I know, there are a total of 2 orders. One is to transfer you over. The other is for them to prove to themselves that they have the strength to be able to keep you. If you don't have the strength, then I'll let you go. Lin Hui immediately came on fire. This guy, Thunder, is a real cunt. It was clear that he didn't want to tell him about the second order. It's a good thing I called in time to ask for confirmation, or I would have really fallen for you. However, what surprised Lin Hui the most was this maneuver by his old man. It was a favor, but not all of it. In the end, it's all about your strength. If you don't have the strength, obey orders honestly and stay in the special forces. But if there is this strength, Lin Hui smiled faintly with confidence. I know. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. He was just about to hang up the phone when Zhao Yuanming suddenly reminded. Lin Hui, you must perform well. You must shock that old man of yours. Don't worry. It has to be. Lin Hui smiled and nodded. The phone hung up and he clenched his fists. Don't you want to see my strength? Then I'll prove it. Don't ever drop your jaw in shock. Meanwhile, in the division commander's office, Zhou Zhangyi kept looking at his watch. Anxious, division commander. You say Lin Hui, this kid, should not be running away, refused to carry out the order, right? He dares. The corners of Lu Qingsong's eyes glared like bronze bells. Dare to disobey orders. Break his legs. Turn the tables on him. Zhou Zhangyi said worriedly. If I really can't, I'll personally send him there in a while, so that this kid doesn't run away in the middle of the day. Lei Ming sat next to him and drank tea, not worried in the slightest. The order had come down. No matter how much Lin Hui resisted, it was useless. There's never been a man the special forces have had their eye on that they couldn't take with them. What's more, this time they've put in the blood. So much equipment that even he had a flesh wound. However, as long as he could get Lin Hui to Black Tiger and cultivate him properly, The future rewards would definitely not be less than the present. Just then, Lin Hui suddenly pushed the door in. And NBS. SP, you can finally come back. Zhou Zhangyi hurriedly walked up. Make a phone call. We thought you had lost someone. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Chief, how can it be so easy to lose such a big living person? Lei Ming stood up and looked at him with a smile. How about it, Lin Hui? After the phone call, do you want to come with me? Lin Hui turned around and saluted at him. Reporting, Tiger Regiment's 6th Company. Lin Hui. Willing to obey orders. LV Qingsong and Zhou Zhongyi instantly bloomed into chrysanthemum-like smiles. It seems that they were still overthinking it. Lin Hui. This kid is still quite on the ball and knows that he has to obey orders as his duty. Not bad. A good soldier. Lei Ming smiled as if he expected it. Okay, come with me then. The car is downstairs. I'll go down and wait for you. He greeted towards the division commander and the regimental commander and left first with a smile on his back. Lin Hui saluted towards the two. Leader, I'm leaving. Lu Qingsong patted him hard. Do a good job when you get there. Learn things well. Don't be homesick. Don't come back. Zhou Zhangyi smiled inwardly, but on the surface, he looked sad. Lin Hui, you're the pride of our Tiger Regiment. Honestly, I really can't bear to part with you, but for the sake of your future, for the sake of your development, we have no choice but to do this. Just don't forget me as the head of the group when you go there. Lin Hui smiled and said, Chief, why are you getting so sentimental? Maybe I'll be back in a few days. Without further ado, I'll leave first. The two nodded and waved goodbye to Lin Hui. The person had just come down the stairs and they immediately rolled their eyes. Still want to come back? Do dream farts eat. When you get there it's someone else's black tiger's baby bump. They take a rope and bolt you to death. And you still want to come back? Lu Qingsong hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. This kid can't come back. But the equipment can. Zhou Zhangyi nodded his head excitedly. Wealthy. This time this is wealth. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hui stood on the stairs, his mouth twitching as he heard the excited laughter in the office. These two must have collected some good stuff. Otherwise it wouldn't be as happy as it is. What the hell? I'll be back in a couple days anyway. I hope when you see me, you'll still be smiling just as happily and brightly. Downstairs at the division headquarters, a jeep was parked. Thunder was already sitting in the passenger seat waiting. Lin Hui pulled open the door and sat in, and the car quickly started and drove out of the campground. Lei Ming looked in the rearview mirror. Lin Hui hadn't said a word since he got in the car, and kept his head turned sideways, looking out the window at the scenery. He consoled. Come on, don't feel too bad. I know you have feelings for this, and it's not good for you to leave your old unit, but you have to realize that with your abilities it's no longer appropriate to stay here. The Special Forces is where you belong. I can guarantee that when you get there, you'll realize that that place is where you really should be. Lin Hui didn't answer his words, but instead looked straight at him. Chief, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not sad at all. Thunder froze for a moment before noticing that the kid had a calm face. There was still a smile at the corner of his mouth, pressed into a sadness. I'll be damned. Did I get the wrong idea? Lei Ming was surprised and asked. Then you are not sad? Lin Hui shook his head. Why be sad? Thunder was instantly speechless. Looks like the kid doesn't have much affection for it either. Ha, all gone. No response at all. Don't talk about shedding tears. You can pretend to be sad a little bit. He asked in a nonchalant voice. So what was I thinking when I saw you just staring out there in a daze that wasn't about the old troopers? Of course not. Lin Hui smiled and shook his head. I was just wondering when you were going to bring out the second order. Lei Ming's pupils shrunk violently, and a mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. I'll go. How does this kid know everything? Chapter 121. If ice could kill, he'd be killed by 1,000 cuts. Lei Ming was incomparably surprised in his heart. How did this kid know? Can't it be that he has some kind of heavenly background? Looking at Lin Hui with a bland look on his face, Lei Ming could only smile awkwardly. Lin Hui that order is actually. Only halfway through his words, Lin Hui directly interrupted. Lei team, I know the content of that order very well. Let's just not bother. When we get there, let's just follow the order. The corner of Thunder's eye danced wildly. No wonder earlier in the office, he was so calm to go with himself, so it was left behind. Originally, he had wanted to hide it from Lin Hui and only carry out the first order. Wait to go to Black Tiger and get him settled. As the days go by, he knows how good the Special Forces are, and when the time comes, he'll just shoo him away with a broomstick, and he'll be absolutely sure not to leave. But Lei Ming never thought that this kid not only knows that there are two orders, but also knows the content of the second order, which is somewhat difficult to do. After all, the latter one, even he wouldn't dare to disobey. Lei Ming said with a straight face, even if you know there is a second order, what can you do? I advise you, It's better to honestly follow the first one and execute it. The latter one. It's not something you can do at your level. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. That doesn't work. Just like to push the limits. Lei Ming looked him up and down and said with a sneer. I admit that you're a bit of a leveler, but you're not even close with those. You don't even know the meaning of special forces or what you're going to face next. Lin Hui shrugged his shoulders and pressed on. How do you know if it works if you don't try? No need to try. I can tell you categorically that you don't have a hope in hell. That won't work. You'll have to let me try it before I die. Lin Hui smiled and said. Besides, I'm not convinced if I haven't tried it. Inside the exercise, your special forces were so badly screwed over by me that your clothes were stripped bare. Have you forgotten? Lei Ming's face turned blue. Which pot is not boiling? Which pot are you mentioning? Fine. I've been talking to you nicely, but you don't listen. You have to hit the south wall. Looks like the kid got 2 fluke wins and the whole thing is bloated. Do you really think that the special forces are soft and can be pinched at will? This is to let him win. Why don't they all just go and eat? He snorted coldly. Alright, since you said so, then I'll fulfill you. However, if you fail, you'll stay honest and peaceful, and you'll have to hold your anger even if you're not convinced. No problem. Lin Hui smiled and nodded with confidence. What's the big deal about the special forces? They're still a bunch of losers? I'm gonna kick your asses. A few hours later, at the Black Tiger camp, a sudden sharp whistle sounded. Everyone quickly rushed out to gather and stand. After waiting for a while, no one came. A special forces soldier looked curiously at Li Mang and asked, Lieutenant, what's the situation? Who are we waiting for? Li Mang narrowed his eyes. A new person is coming over later. Newcomer? The crowd froze for a moment and immediately reacted. It can't be that Lin Hui, right? Li Mang nodded and didn't say anything else. Originally, knowing that this kid was coming, everyone was so angry that they wanted to break his bones. In the maneuvers, they were given such a bad time, and now they dared to send them to the door, simply looking for death. However, these days Thunder had already had the instructor do everyone's thinking in advance. They're not that offensive anymore. The instructor was right. Yes, this guy is a little darker in his methods, but the fact that he was able to checkmate them in the maneuver shows that he is indeed capable. Strong men are revered in the army, and even more so in the special forces. Although they were still upset with Lin Hui, they could keep the fire down and not trouble him. Soon a jeep came from a distance. Lei Ming pushed the door and got out of the car, bringing Lin Hui just walking over before he could open his mouth. Li Mang then yelled, "Welcome to the new comrades." Applaud. Snap. Everyone immediately started clapping hard. Lei Ming looked embarrassed. This was what he had explained before he left. Let's make sure to give everyone a warm welcome. But this seems a little inappropriate right now. After all, Lin Hui, this guy, not ready to stay here for a long time. Lin Hui came over with a smile and waved at everyone. Too polite, making it look like the higher-ups came over to visit. Ouch. Actually, you guys don't need to welcome me so much. I won't be able to stay here for a few days. Everyone looked confused. What do you mean? You can't stay more than a few days? The captain's orders are here. Is this guy still daydreaming? Li Mang quietly looked at Lei Ming and asked, Captain, what's the situation here? You didn't fix it? Thunder glared at him and didn't answer. Instead, his eyes rolled and he said smilingly, it's like this. Lin Hui did receive the transfer order and came to our Black Tiger, but people said on the way, our Black Tiger temple is too small, may not be able to accommodate him as a big Buddha, so it is prepared to possibly stay for 2 days and go back. Of course, that's what the top is saying. We have to respect people's decisions. Everyone's faces instantly changed, and their gazes towards Lin Hui were filled with anger. Damn, who does he think he is? The Black Tiger temple is too small to accommodate him? Damn, I'd like to go up there and smack the shit out of him. Li Mang pinched his fists. His eyes were equally full of anger. Son of a bitch. Really think of yourself as a character still? Looking at the crowd's righteous indignation, the corner of Lei Ming's mouth hooked into a cold smile. If Lin Hui was honest and obedient, he could press the crowd and not make a scene. But if the kid wasn't honest, then he had ways to keep him honest. Lin Hui naturally saw Lei Ming's intentions, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he smilingly rushed to the crowd and said, don't get excited. Don't have too much psychological burden. It's for your own good that I'm not staying. You've been fucked by me twice in the drill. If I stay, how embarrassing for you. How embarrassing for your face. Everyone gritted their teeth and their fists clenched. The corner of Thunder's mouth next to him twitched hard. Is this kid brain dead? I've just dug a hole, and you're actually jumping into it of your own accord, so it's not my fault. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed at him, then continued towards everyone. There were a total of 2 orders from above. One to transfer me over, and the other, mainly because he was heartbroken for me and was afraid that I would be wronged here. And, of course, to show you just how much less capable you really are than me, and to do so that you can be encouraged to improve. Fuck you. All of them were all seething with anger. If eyes could kill, they would have already cut Lin Hui into 1,000 pieces. Is this motherfucker here to be a soldier or to pick a fight? It's not enough that we were undermined in the maneuvers, but now they're fucking bullying us? Gotta fuck him good. Lei Ming looked at the crowd's incomparable anger. The corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile. Lin Hui, this is what you asked for. Cannot blame me. Chapter 122, I mean everyone here is trash. Crap. This kid is too wild. How awesome you think you are. Drag your grandma. Everyone was pointing at him angrily, spitting and spraying wildly. Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui with a gloating smile on his face. I told you to be crazy. Now you've attracted the public's anger. I'll see how you'll end up. Now it's just no use if you want to stay. Even if I say yes, they won't. Ahem. Lei Ming saw that the fire had arched about as far as it could go and coughed. Quiet. With a cold heckle, the scene instantly quieted down. But the anger in the eyes of the crowd simply couldn't be suppressed. It was close to giving Lin Hui points on the spot. Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui and said sardonically, Lin Hui, look at this. How did it come to this? It's not too late to apologize to everyone, or else we won't be able to end this in a while. Lin Hui nodded. It's time to make a proper apology to everyone. He turned his head to look at the crowd and said with a smile, I'm sorry, you all probably misunderstood me. I didn't say I'm good or great. I just said you guys aren't very good. Crap. The originally quiet playground instantly exploded again, and everyone was furious. I can't stand it. I really can't. Don't stop me. I'm going to go up there and beat him up. Lei Ming was also furious, his face red with anger. How dare this little bastard add fuel to the fire? Seeing a group of people stacking up their sleeves and wanting to rush up, Lin Hui hurriedly said with a straight face towards Lei Ming, Comrade Captain, you can't just let your soldiers act recklessly. We're all soldiers. We're all comrades in arms. If they beat me up, I'll report it. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see them all grounded when the time comes just to beat the shit out of me. Would you? Thunder's eyes spit fire and his nose smokes. Not only is this kid a scoundrel, but he's also fucking cultured, playing up the rules of the force so well. He just couldn't get mad if he wanted to. Lei Ming covered his heart and stared at him in exasperation. What the hell do you kid want? If you want trouble, we'll make it happen. The following people immediately began to fist pump. Some were moving their heads, moving their muscles, and others were already clenching their fists. Li Meng could already see that this Lin Hui kid was here to provoke. There's nothing wrong with the way he meant that statement to sound, but it's the exact same thing as everyone here being trash. Every special forces soldier here is a king of soldiers from various units, sent over to receive the devilishly cruel training to get to where they are today. Special forces, the ultimate dream of all infantrymen and an honor. Now, Black Tiger pulled down his stature and took the initiative to invite an ordinary trooper. And instead of being ungrateful, this guy actually mouthed off. Took a 10,000 point bludgeoning injury to their egos. They could be insulted personally, but they were never allowed to insult the Black Tiger. That was the rule. Lin Hui actually didn't want to put words in his mouth, but there's no way out. Who let your brigadier general pressurize me with military orders? It was all I could do in order to get back, to keep those two bastards at the head of the regiment and division from succeeding in their treacherous plans. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, this is your territory. Surely it's up to you. So let's do it this way. You guys draw the line. Whatever you guys say you want to compare, come what may, I'll take it all. Of course, don't expect me to give in to you guys. It's not going to happen. Lin Hui's arrogant attitude was like adding fuel to the fire. Once again, the anger of all burned even hotter. And, you're a special forces soldier and you need an ordinary soldier to let go? Why don't you go to hell? Even Lei Ming was almost infuriated with internal injuries. When he first came into contact with Lin Hui, he thought that this guy was powerful and hateful. Now that I look at it again, the light is left abominable. Lin Hui looked over at him and asked politely, how's it going, Senior Captain? No problem. Lei Ming looked directly at the crowd and asked loudly, but I won't bully you. Let everyone say what they want to compare. People now want to compete with you guys, thinking that this temple of ours is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like him, thinking that we are inferior to him. Tell me, people, what's the comparison to him? Then my ass. Beat him up. The group all lost their minds and piled up their sleeves to rush up and fuck him. Lin Hui was startled when he saw a group of people surging up. With so many people, he couldn't beat them even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He hurriedly yelled, wait. When everyone stopped, Lin Hui hurriedly looked at Lei Ming and said, didn't I just say that? You can't fight in groups. There are orders from above. If you violate the rules, I'll go to the top and sue you too, and have you confined along with your soldiers. Thunder almost spat out blood. This guy is playing by the rules to the end. He went to ask for the order himself, and he brought it to bear on him. Fine. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. There are so many people in Black Tiger. Aren't they afraid that they won't be able to control you? You brat? Lei Ming took a deep breath and suppressed his fire. Don't worry about it. We have always abided by the rules. A single fight is a single fight. One more person to beat you is a grandson. Lin Hui hurriedly said. Nah, this is what you said. No reneging. First Sergeant, let me on. I'll do it. I'm strong. I'm sure I'll beat the out of you. Lei Ming's mouth was filled with a cold smile as he listened to the words filled with anger. Originally, he was only prepared to stir up the fire a little, so that Lin Hui would know what to do. I didn't expect the kid to take out a bucket of gasoline and throw it on him instead of backing off. Now this fire, burning hotter and hotter, even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't stop it. Special Forces dignity and honor, absolutely no provocation. What's more, it's still being provoked by a common soldier. Who can bear this? Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui with a smile. Slightly sympathetic, Comrade Lin Hui, this time you've really violated the public's anger. If you had just come to that meeting, everyone might still be polite and show you mercy. But now, they will definitely take out all their milk to beat you up. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Be nice or apologize. If you can't, get down on your knees and kowtow. I won't stop you. Lin Hui thought about it and felt that it was indeed a bit inappropriate. So he looked to the crowd, straightened his shirt, and said with a sincere look on his face, well, I'm sorry. Everyone's fire instantly went down a bit. Count on this kid having some sense. Lei Ming on the sidelines also happy flowers. This kid is just a mouth high a little. Move the reel. Or goat. It seems that he compromised. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier. How dare he make an enemy of so many people? Okay, everyone, don't. Either. Lei Ming was just about to open his mouth when Lin Hui interrupted him. Captain, I haven't finished yet. Thunder froze for a moment. His face full of questions. Is he going to keep apologizing? He's not really going to get down on his knees and kowtow, is he? Lin Hui looked at everyone and said with an honest face, I'm sorry, it's true that I was too arrogant just now, but I'm a person who is just arrogant, so you guys can see to it that I won't change anyway. Lei Ming covered his liver, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out, and roared in anger, I can't even stand it anymore. Which one of you comes up and beats him to death for me? Chapter 123, still know the Lushan Dragon Rising Fist? I'll do it. Let me on. I'm going to beat the out of him. The crowd was in a fury, screaming and cursing. Looking at the anger of everyone who had nowhere to vent their anger, Lei Ming's heart was incredibly happy. Gloating and looking at Lin Hui, let's see how you kid will end up. Lin Hui asked harmlessly, can I pick my own opponent? Of course, this is your right, Lei Ming said with a cold smile. However, I suggest that you'd better polish your eyes and pick well. The fighting skills of the Special Forces are not comparable to those of ordinary troops, so don't put yourself in harm's way. Lin Hui had a smug look on his face. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. He hemmed and hawed and walked over towards the crowd with both hands behind his back. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? You're going to get your ass kicked later and you're still so excited? Li Meng gritted his teeth, his finger on the verge of poking Lin Hui's nose. Son of a bitch, have the guts to pick me? I'll fight you. Lin Hui looked him up and down, his head unconsciously remembering the last time he was surrounded by monkeys in a tragic manner, and he bared his teeth and laughed out. Damn, Li Meng seemed to have suffered a 10,000 point blitz. What are you laughing at? Looking down on me? Lin Hui waved his hand and said with a sincere attitude, No, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Give it a rest. I'm not going to fight you. His eyes swept over the crowd like radar. It quickly locked onto a guy in the crowd who was at most 6 meters tall and skinny and short. You, out. 1 meter 6 froze and looked around. Lin Hui pointed his finger at him. Yeah, don't look around. It's just you, the 1 meter 6 kid. Come out. 1 meter 6 walked out of the line with a scowl on his face. The others were so angry that they blushed and spat viciously. Shameless. Simply shameless. This bastard is clearly afraid of getting beaten up and is deliberately looking for a soft target to pinch. Watching the 1 meter 6 walk out of the line, the corner of Thunder's mouth twitched hard. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Hui's shamelessness. This guy has managed to take shamelessness to the extreme. In the face of the crowd frothing at the mouth and cursing, Lin Hui was blandly at ease, just like a person with nothing to do, as if the curses were not even his own. He glanced at the 6'6" warrior in front of him and nodded politely. Then he yelled at the others. Is there anyone else on your team that looks weaker? Preferably like him, not too tall, skinny, and just doesn't look good? Not clear? I'm looking for the kind of guy who can't beat anyone in normal training, gets beat up a lot, and gets bottom grades. No cheating, gotta be realistic. I just want the weakest. Everyone immediately reacted. This guy really didn't have any face at all. People pinch soft persimmons secretly, but you pinch them so blatantly. Make it sound like you're proud of it. Shame on you. Weren't you just arrogant? But now you don't dare to fight only the weak ones? Everyone cursed and Thunder was furious. He could sort of see that Lin Hui, this kid was afraid that he didn't have much confidence in himself and deliberately wanted to pick the weakest to fight so that he could have a chance of winning. Lei Ming sneered in his heart, even if the Black Tiger Special Forces are the weakest, they are also chosen by thousands and come out of the sea of swords and mountains. Throw in any ordinary troop and it would be a sweeping, invincible existence. Even the weakest of them was completely capable of crushing Lin Hui. Don't bother. Why don't I just help you choose? Thunder pointed his finger 3 times in the line. You, and you. You 3 step out. The 3 who were named reluctantly walked out of the line with aggression written all over their faces. Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui and smiled slightly. The 3 of them are very strong in other aspects. The only thing they are weak in is fighting, which just fits your requirements. In addition, although 1m6 doesn't look good, it's a bit stronger than them. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Captain. Before Lei Ming could understand what that meant, he had already turned his head toward everyone and said, sorry guys, except for these 4, all the others can fight me. Thunder was completely petrified. The 4 soldiers next to him were on fire and suffered a million blasts of damage. And /fuck you. The 4 soldiers stacked up their sleeves and were about to rush up and beat him up. Lei Ming hurriedly opened his hands, stopping all 4 like a fishing net. The 4 men were on fire. Captain, this guy is so contemptuous. We have to beat him up. Lei Ming grunted coldly. Rules are rules. Do you guys want to be disciplined? When the 4 heard this, they calmed down a bit. Lin Hui hastily backed up and pulled away, waving his hand in a bitchy manner and said, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive, or else, I'll really beat you to death. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. See, just pressed down the fire, and burned up. I can't bear it, is to carry disciplinary action, but also to fuck him. Thunder roared. Enough. The 4 shut up instantly, but the eyes of a wannabe knife man can never be hidden. Lei Ming stared at Lin Hui in anger. Are you sure you don't want to fight them? Lin Hui said seriously. Of course, if we want to fight, we should fight the strongest. What's the point of bullying them? I'll call the monkeys to come and I can even abuse them. Everyone was shaking with anger, and it was a sin to let him say one more word of that at this point. Had to smash his mouth in and knock all his teeth out. Lei Ming covered his heart and almost exploded in place with anger. Okay, let's do it as you say. Except for these 4. The others are at your disposal. That's good. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, then pointed at a strong man in the crowd. You come out. The burly man craned his neck and reached straight out to flick the crowd in front of him to either side, only to see this guy's forehead bulging with veins. His height was over 2 meters, and he looked like a heavy tank. The burly man smirked as he surveyed Lin Hui. You're quite bold. Actually looking for me to practice? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Didn't I just say, if we're going to fight, we'll fight the strongest. You should be okay looking at it. The burly man smiled smugly, but was still seriously filled with anger. Count on you having vision. Lin Hui looked at Lei Ming and asked, Big Captain, if I defeat him, can I represent winning over all of you? I don't want to have a second match. It's too annoying to do that. Lei Ming glanced at the burly man and his heart was incredibly solid. Then towards Lin Hui, he said, no problem. As long as you can win him, it's the same as winning everyone. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Alright, you're it then. Come on. The burly man turned his head to look at Lei Ming with a cruel smile. Captain, can I beat him to death? Of course not. Lei Ming put on a face, but there immediately lowered his voice and said, just leave a breath for him. Don't be polite. The harder the better. The burly man hemmed and hawed. Got it. All of them spread out and surrounded them in a circle. Lin Hui stood on the opposite side of the room, stretched out his finger toward him with a bland ease and hooked it. Come on. The words boomed. This guy just slammed right into it like a cannonball. Lin Hui was stunned by the speed of this. The heart secretly cried out, finished calves, pretending to pretend big. Thought this guy is tall and big. The action should be very slow, right? Did not think that actually so fast. In the blink of an eye, the opponent rushed in front of him, his fist striking straight to the face. The onlookers were screaming with excitement. If this punch hit, Lin Hui would have to lie down for at least 10 days and half a month. But in the next second, the scene that the crowd was expecting did not appear, only to see Lin Hui slip his feet backward in dodge, his fist grazing his forehead. Ding! +1 to agility ability. So close. Lin Hui sighed in relief. The heart was also secretly alerted. The strength of the special forces really is not comparable to ordinary soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that his dodging ability had been improved several times, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this punch. Ha! The burly man was slightly surprised when his punch fell short. Your kid's reflexes are pretty fast. I'll see how many more times you can dodge. In the next second, the burly man's gaze was incomparably cold. Boom! With lightning speed, the burly man slammed a hook right from the bottom up toward his chin. Lin Hui's heart snapped. Crikey, the Lushan Rising Dragon Fist is out? Chapter 124, Arrogant. I want to fight 10. Phew! Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hui saw a fist the size of a sandbag grow dramatically larger from the bottom up. The burly man's body twisted quickly, and his fist flew towards Lin Hui's chin. If that punch had been thrown, his face would have been distorted. Lin Hui hurriedly popped his right foot up and nudged at him. With the help of the reaction force, the body quickly went over towards the back. Whoosh! The fist drifted past his eyes so fast that the wind blew his 3 inches of winter hair backward. With a bang, Lin Hui landed 3 meters away with a scare. The burly man's surefire punch fell short. Frowning slightly, you kid is quite good at hiding. Ha! Don't run if you have the guts. Aren't you the one who wants to fight? Lin Hui cut out. Can't you just let go? Let? Do I want you to let? Bang! The burly man stomped a small hole in the ground and charged up again, much faster than before. Lin Hui looked serious, and his entire body became serious. Damn miscalculation. Originally thought that this guy was tall and strong, just like the guy in the previous border area match. Simple-minded and limber. But I didn't expect this guy to be so practiced and flexible. At first glance it looks like too much add calcium milk. Not only did he run fast, but he also threw a fast punch, which would have cracked his bones if he had been punched. Bang bang bang. The burly man's fists and feet flailed, kicking up gusts of wind. A set of combination punches came out fierce and overbearing, forcing Lin Hui to only dodge everywhere. Ding! Dodge ability +1. Ding! +1 speed, +1 agility. Lin Hui ducks under a high kick to avoid it. He had an excited smile on his face, his blood boiling. It's been a long time since I felt this way. His system is the ability to learn, and he only gets stronger when he bumps into a tough opponent. Lin Hui, on the other hand, was now learning to replicate his moves while looking for a counterattack. Seeing Lin Hui constantly dodging backward and gradually falling into the wind, everyone shouted excitedly. Finish him off. Don't give him a chance. Make sure you kill him. Lei Ming wrapped both hands around his chest, the smile on his face fading and becoming somber. As the first captain, how could he not see what was going on here? Although Lin Hui kept dodging seemingly no room to fight back, but the opponent actually did not take any advantage, but instead was led by the nose by him. It had to be said that Lin Hui was still quite good at picking his opponents. He picks this guy, himself a fighting champion of the Black Tiger, and when you look at the entire war zone, there are only a handful of people who can fight against him. But Lei Ming never expected that this guy went down with several sets of continuous combinations, but he couldn't even touch Lin Hui's clothesline. Lei Ming secretly thought in his heart, it seems that this kid is more capable than I imagined. Indeed, I underestimated him. However, what is the use of just dodging, as long as you do not attack? Just then, his eyes suddenly widened and his entire body became agitated. Bang! The burly man seized the opening and landed a heavy punch on Lin Hui's chest. I told you to run, the burly man said with a smug look on his face. You're. Before the words were finished, the burly man's eyes nearly glazed over. It was only then that he realized that his fist hadn't hit Lin Hui at all, but had been held tightly by the angle he had formed with his hands and body. Just as the strong man realized something was wrong and tried to pull his hand back, Lin Hui quickly closed in. Run for what? Aren't you going to fight? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, causing the burly man to become angry and irritated all of a sudden. He simply roared and swung his other fist at his head, but at that moment, Lin Hui's feet stomped violently and his body twisted dramatically. He focused all his strength on his right fist. Just as the burly man swung his fist, only 2 centimeters away from his head. Bang! Lin Hui lunges in with a hook that schemes his chin first. The strong man felt his 5 senses trembling violently, and his entire body went up in the air uncontrollably, flying all the way for more than 3 meters and smashing on the ground. The scene was silent, and everyone was dumbfounded as if they were dreaming. Thunder's jaw dislocated in shock. Walking up quickly, he found the burly man's head lolling to the side, completely asleep. Lei Ming looked at the burly man and then at Lin Hui, waves of shock rippling inside. The strong man must be at least 200 pounds. Lin Hui had sent him flying more than 3 meters with one punch. Just how strong was this guy? It's a monster. Lin Hui shrugged off his armbar and wrinkled his eyebrows. What a thick skin. It hurts my hand. He twisted his head to look at the dumbfounded crowd, and said with a hefty smile, Sorry, it took a little too long. I was going to let him go and give him some face, but I didn't expect to fall down so quickly. Anyone else of you want to come up and try? I'll be more serious this time? Everyone swallowed hard, and one looked up at the sky. Others snapped their fingers with their heads down. The son of a bitch took out the best of them here, or sent them to dreamland with one punch. Who dares to go on? After asking twice in a row and no one coming up, Lin Hui looked at Lei Ming and said helplessly, "Big Captain, it's not like no one dares to fight, right? I thought how good your special forces fighting was, and it's too disappointing for me." The crowd's faces instantly turned blue and stared at him fiercely. Even though he couldn't be beaten, he still had to glare at him. He couldn't lose in the air. Without waiting for Lei Ming to open his mouth, Lin Hui smirked and said, "How about this? You guys don't dare to fight alone, so let's do it 10 at a time." "Damn, and you want to fight 10? Who do you think you are? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Let me stare him down with my eyes." Everyone collectively blew up. Lei Ming's face was embarrassed and he couldn't keep his face up. The strongest one was beaten down by an ordinary trooper. If this is spread out, the top will surely have to split his head and give him a bad scolding. He coldly glared at Lin Hui. "You kid is almost done. Don't be too arrogant." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "I'm living within my means. Don't worry. I can fight 10 at most, not even one more. Of course, one less is not too much. Just 10. Let's decide the winner at once." The corners of Lei Ming's mouth twitched viciously, and he also decided to win once. "If you fight 10 times, I'm afraid you'll have to decide the winner 10 times. He was a bit of a bully, but in order to get back and earn his face back, he said in a cold voice, "Fine, since you asked for it yourself, don't blame others for losing." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "No problem. Go." Thunder let out a low growl, and the people underneath were instantly noisy. "I'll do it. Let me on. I've got a hard fist." A group of people scrambled up. All 10 of them were top fighters. Soon, they surrounded Lin Hui in a circle. Lin Hui spun around and looked at the murderous eyes of the crowd, and instead of panicking, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had just thought that burly man and his powers had gone up a bit more, almost enough for the situation at hand. Even if he couldn't handle it, it didn't matter if he took a few punches, as long as he could get stronger. He waved toward the crowd. "Come on, get together and fuck him up." Everyone roared and rushed up, but Lin Hui moved first. With a single, athletic step, he followed the example of the burly man just now and charged like a cannonball towards the guy in front of him. This round-faced Special Forces soldier was startled as he watched the rapidly growing figure. "Crap, that fast?" Seeing Lin Hui's huge fist smashing towards his face, he had no time to dodge and subconsciously blocked with both hands. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and withdrew his straight fist. The body twists and turns, and from the bottom a hooking finger hits him directly on the chin. "My day." Before the words were out of his mouth, the guy's feet left the ground and he flew up. After falling to the ground, he quickly went to sleep. Lin Hui landed on the ground and yelled excitedly, "1 down, 9 to go." The shocked jaws of the onlookers dropped. Lei Ming immediately sucked a mouthful of cool air. "Hiss, this kid is simply a demon, ah? No, even if we win, we have to keep him cultivated properly. He can definitely become one of the Black Tiger's great generals. What are you waiting for? To watch the show?" Thunder shouted sharply, and the remaining 9 people quickly snapped out of their shock. They roared and rushed towards Lin Hui. Together, fuck him up. Chapter 125, You've been given a chance, but it's no good. The others rushed on like a flood of animals. A combination of punches was thrown at him. The punches and kicks of the crowd looked like they were on slow motion in Lin Hui's eyes. With a slight smile, he slid his feet backward, and immediately 2 of the Special Forces attacks fell short. Hoo. The group was furious and threw straight punches, hooks, swinging punches, kicks and leg sweeps all. But Lin Hui was like he had dozens of pairs of eyes, constantly dodging back and forth. Ding! Dodge ability +1+1+1+1+1+1. Ding! Agility +1+1+1+1. The cue sounded several times, and Lin Hui's strength increased once again. His stance movements, too, became faster. The onlookers watched Lin Hui like a butterfly wearing flowers, their mouths closing in shock. This kid, he's got something. If it were them, they'd be down in less than a round. But he managed to last this long? Next to him, Lei Ming's eyes were glaring out. Was this kid a loach in his last life? So many people beat him up, but he can't even touch the corner of his coat? The 9 men on the field were furious. They struck over with successive attacks, but each time Lin Hui was like a leaf falling from the air. It looked like it was about to touch, but his body would just drift that little bit to the side. Even when several of them winked at each other and attacked from all directions, blocking Lin Hui's escape and dodge routes. However, he was still able to find the gap that was so tricky that it could no longer be drilled, and took the opportunity to dodge away. A Special Forces soldier was panting with exhaustion. "Damn, I don't believe I can't hit you. he took advantage of Lin Hui being surrounded by the others, and without speaking of martial virtues, he went up and threw a sneak attack punch at his back. Dang! But this punch was like smashing on an iron plate. Shocking his fist, this guy, why is he so hard? Got it! A few other people showed joyful faces, but before they could be happy for a moment, Lin Hui's double fists were like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, directly in their faces. The two men immediately flew out with wild nosebleeds. At the same time, Lin Hui turned his head to look at the guy behind him. What are you doing? Behind the back of this to engage in sneak attacks of the guy, viciously swallowed saliva. Suddenly a little vain, no, did not do what? Lin Hui kicked at him with a stump. The guy fell out like a big toad and skidded 4 or 5 meters on the ground. Lin Hui grunted. Didn't you eat? You have to hit people hard. You have to do it like me. Suddenly, 7 people rushed towards him at the same time. Blocking off all positions, Lin Hui's eyes quickly turned to calculate the most reasonable evasion route. Just as he was about to make his move, he was suddenly kicked in the back, and even he stumped forward several steps, almost falling down. Ding! +1 to resistance to blows. Lin Hui straightened up, felt his body become tougher and laughed. Cool. Again. More vigorously. The man who kicked him was startled by his appearance. Hell, is this guy nuts? Being kicked so hard and still so happy? Seeing that he didn't understand, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. If you won't go on, then I will. He rushed up in a fitful manner and went straight for a punch. The guy saw that it was too late to dodge and hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The massive impact nearly broke his bones. This Special Forces soldier instantly flew backwards, like a cannonball, and hit one more. Lin Hui would have learned about as much as he could, so he simply stopped hiding and directly opened fire towards the remaining people. Just learned combos to go with his speed and power. It quickly knocked all of the remaining few out of the way. And NBS, SP, on the scene, there were screams. In no time at all 10 people had fallen, leaving just Lin Hui standing alone on the playground. Quiet. It was like a graveyard at night around them. Not a sound. Everyone swallowed hard and felt that their brains were a bit insufficient. I thought he was bragging, but I didn't expect him to really be able to fight 10. The fighting techniques of the Special Forces have been honed by the thousands. Usually, one Special Forces soldier fucks 3 or 4 conventional soldiers, just like a joke. But now, Lin Hui actually beat up 10 of them by himself. He was simply a pervert. Lin Hui craned his neck and looked at the crowd with a smile. Giving you guys a chance doesn't hit the mark. Ha! Thought coming in 10 would give me a slightly better fight, but I didn't expect it to be over before you could play much. The crowd's jaws quickly closed as they reeled from the shock and were once again infuriated. For as long as they've been in the Special Forces, they've never been the bosses. They've ridden on top of others. But I didn't expect to be humiliated like this now, and not even have anything to say in rebuttal. 10 against 1. And they're all countered? No one would believe me if I told them. Watching a bunch of people being carried to the infirmary, Lei Ming's expression was worse than eating 100 dead flies. Lin Hui looked at him and said with a smug look on his face, "Big Captain, this fighting level of mine, it's not bad, right? I learned it in the Tiger Regiment. If you guys want to improve, you can join us and I'll give you some pointers." Lei Ming almost spat out blood, itching to sew this guy's mouth shut. Lin Hui smiled and asked, "What other skills do you have?" "Use them all. I won the fight. What's the next competition? How about camouflage?" Thunder's chest tightened and he almost lost his breath. "You've disguised a regiment like that. What's the point of comparing?" It was a drill, though he wasn't there, but when Li Mang and the others came back, they told him all about the situation. A group of people disguised as trees and shrubs in the woods fooled even the eyes of the Special Forces. I heard of another guy who touched something dirty and came back with a rash on his hands. Not only that, the camouflage technology not only fooled the naked eye, but also infrared heat detection. Who dares to compare with you in this ability? Lei Ming turned towards the crowd and asked in a cold voice, "All speak? People are asking you words. Then what?" The crowd that had just been filled with righteous indignation was instantly dumbfounded. One looked left and right and continued to lower his head and pick at his fingers. Lei Ming was speechless. This group of guys shouted more fiercely than anyone else, but really let them on. They all wimped out. Seeing that no one spoke up, Lin Hui was happy. "Why don't you say anything? There are so many projects. There must be a few that are good at it. At least you guys are Special Forces, the big brother of the soldiers." Lin Hui had a slight little smugness in his heart. He was well aware of how much it cost the country to create a Special Forces soldier piled up higher than a human being. But it's such an all-around Special Forces guy who runs into a hungover guy like himself. Doomed they can only be crushed. Who let them have no system? Lin Hui looked at the time, is really a little impatient. "Hey, you guys in the end cannot so many projects. You just pick the strongest. Hurry up then." Then after I still have to hurry back. Maybe also can catch a moment of cafeteria dinner. Lei Ming coldly snorted in his heart. Come all the way here. Can I still let you go? Do dream farts eat. The stronger you are, the more you prove me right. Thunder looked at him and asked with a smile. How are you at shooting? Lin Hui said shyly. Generally, not very good at playing. Lei Ming immediately said with a smile as if he had caught something. Okay, then let's compete in marksmanship. Lin Hui's eyes exploded with brilliance and laughed. No problem. No regrets. Lei Ming's heart thumped. Looking at this sly smile of his heart felt bad. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 126, this kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lei Ming shouted towards the crowd. Did you all hear that? People want to compete with you guys in marksmanship. It's so unpredictable. How dare you compete with us in marksmanship? Everyone finally got their confident smiles back. What the special forces are best at is marksmanship. And as for fighting, that's all going to have to take a back seat. Special forces are not all masters of fighting. After all, what they are best at is infiltration, behind enemy lines, decapitation, and sabotage. The fighting techniques he learned were basically a one-trick pony, not letting the enemy have a chance to counterattack. But marksmanship is different. It's their foundation. It's their second life. Dare to compete with us in marksmanship. Looking for death. I'll do it. Let me do it. All of them scrambled and stared intently at Lin Hui. Lin Hui looked at them with a contemptuous smile, and was pleased in his heart. You can't win compared to anything. But I'm a hung man with a system. Lei Ming saw that everyone was in high spirits and a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. To the shooting range. Watching the person walk over, Lin Hui purposely stepped aside, bent down and waved his hand, politely saying, after you. Lei Ming carried his hands, smugly walked past him. This time he must give him some color. Let him know that the real strength of the special forces. Lin Hui followed behind, while the others directly surrounded him, aggressively, as if they were afraid that he would run away. Soon the group arrived at the range. Lin Hui was surprised to find that the shooting range here was different from other places. It's going to be bigger, more spacious, and the targets seem to be a little farther apart. Lei Ming said lightly, our range here is not the same as the regular troops. The regular troops usually shoot 100 meters and 200 meters. We start here with 200 meters, 400 meters, and 500 meters, and we can shoot up to 1,200 targets. He looked at Lin Hui and asked, how is it? Can you fight? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. If you guys can, I can. Seeing his arrogant look, Lei Ming directly shouted, who wants to come? Me. A tall, thin, sharp-eyed, lean-looking captain stepped out of the line. Seeing him walk out, everyone immediately got a boost of energy. We're sure to win. A soldier next to him sneered. Must win. Bu Kuan is our Black Tiger's god of guns. First in the Warzone competition every year in marksmanship, even in the National Special Forces. He is also the best. This kid is not even worthy of shining his shoes. Bu Kuan walked up to Lei Ming and saluted. Captain, let me do it. Lei Ming nodded and said towards Lin Hui. How about he comes to be your opponent? Lin Hui looked him up and down. Isn't he the strongest in your area? Bu Kuan almost spat out blood and shouted in anger. I am the strongest. With a voice like that, I believe you. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Say, how do you compare? Bu Kuan snorted coldly. Are you going to hit the mechanical sights? Or the optical sights? Mechanical aiming. Just hit 300 meters. My limit can hit 400. Optical aiming from 600. I can hit 12,000. 1200 meters is the visual limit. Even with a high-powered sight, an iron box at 1200 meters is only the size of a sesame seed. Not to mention a tiny bullseye. Can you fight? Lin Hui nodded. I'll try. Bu Kuan smiled coldly. Alright, you first hit 300 meters to see. If you can't even hit 300 meters, then there's no need to compare the latter. Lin Hui didn't push much and walked to the aiming station. Straight down on the ground, he loaded the bullets into the magazine. And then he took aim. 300 meters target he is still the first time to shoot. Usually in the Tiger Regiment only hit 200 meters. Ding, +1 vision. Ding, aim +1. Ding, accuracy +1. As the beeps continued to sound, Lin Hui's vision became clearer. He was inwardly pleased that it had been useful to aim a little longer. After half a minute, seeing that Lin Hui was still aiming, the crowd all became impatient. Hey, are you asleep? Can you fight? If you can't fight, hurry up and admit defeat. Just then, gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui put his finger on the trigger and fired continuously. The bullets hit in a series. Everyone was all startled. Is this guy crazy? He's hitting short point-blank shots from this distance? Lei Ming secretly sneered in his heart. Is this kid really stupid or fake? Short shots, 3 or 4 rounds out at a time, with a frighteningly low hit rate. After all, guns have recoil, and after each round, the muzzle position has to be finely adjusted for the next round. Except, of course, for messy shots. Only when hitting within 200 meters did they dare to occasionally use short point-blank shots, and the hit rate was low. Bu Kuan watched from the sidelines, his white eyes rolling up to the sky. He could basically already be certain that this guy wouldn't be able to do it at all, fighting blindly there. Soon, Lin Hui finished all 30 rounds and stood up. "I'm done. It's your turn." Bu Kuan scoffed disdainfully. "I don't think there's any need to compare. You'll lose as soon as you shoot 300 meters to hit a short point. What do you think? I guess your target bullet holes no more than 5. Lin Hui was confident. "How do you know before you see it? Are you afraid that I won't dare to compare?" Bu Kuan was immediately annoyed, and just as he was about to open his mouth, Lei Ming snapped, "All right, let that side report the target." Soon, the voice of the target reporter came over the intercom, reporting to the first captain. 30 rounds, all 10 rings. "What did you say?" Thunder's walkie-talkie almost didn't even hold steady. It continued, "All 10 rings." Bu Kuan was dumbfounded. "How is that possible? I want to check the target." Soon, the targets were delivered there. 30 rounds, and sure enough, all of them went through the 10 ring, and the piece of paper in the center was smashed. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Is this guy shooting a toy gun? No recoil? A short point-blank shot and actually hit it that well? Bu Kuan was dumbfounded. How can he compete? Even with a gun to his head, he couldn't beat this score? Looking at the crowd's shocked appearance, Lin Hui waved his hand and said blandly, "Not a bad shot. I didn't expect such a good result for the first time you shot a gun." Bullshit. If they could shoot like that the first time they shot a gun, they'd rip their heads off. This kid must be playing pig in a poke. Especially Bu Kuan. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten poop. In order to have the level he had now, he had trained day and night. He had shot I don't know how many boxes of bullets, and his arm had been dislocated by the butt of the gun I don't know how many times. But now, it was actually being abused by Lin Hui? Lin Hui said politely, "Captain, hitting 300 is too unchallenging. Give me a 12,000 instead. I want to challenge my limits and see if I can hit it." "You're the only one who wants to play 12,000? You can hit it. I'm a dog. Sharpshooters are fed by bullets. And you, a kid who's only been in the army for a year, want to shoot 12,000? No one believed it at all. And Lei Ming didn't believe Lin Hui could do it, though all 10 rings in 300 meters wowed them. But 1200 meters, the difficulty is raised by I don't know how many notches. At such a distance, even just a half millimeter off the muzzle and the bullet would have deflected out a long way. Lin Hui had a harmless human face. "Why don't you just let me try? I haven't fought before and I don't have much confidence, so let's just pretend it's for fun." Hearing this, the crowd that had just mocked immediately stopped speaking. Some have even begun to get a little weak. Could this guy really be an expert? Just playing pig in a poke here? Lei Ming also had some difficulty riding the tiger, but in the end, he nodded his head and agreed. "Since you want to try, then I'll give you a try." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, switching to a sniper rifle and equipping it with an optical sight. He got back down on the firing table and began to take aim. Ding! +1 vision. Ding! Aim +1. Listening to a beep, the smile on Lin Hui's face grew more and more confident. The longer you aim, the more accurate the shot will be, just to be on the safe side. Then aim a little longer. Soon, a minute had passed. Lin Hui didn't move at all, giving Lei Ming some impatience. "Are you going to fight or not? Fight! Now!" Lin Hui sneered at the corner of his mouth as his finger pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Still short point and shoot. Everyone was completely speechless this time. 1,200 meters and still playing short point shooting. This guy must be a big idiot. Chapter 127, the Special Forces are nothing more than that. Bang bang bang. The intense gunfire stopped abruptly. Lin Hui got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. After quickly emptying the magazine and separating the gun from the magazine, he directly threw the 85 sniper step to Bu Kuan. "Take it." Bu Kuan coldly smiled. "Finished fighting so soon?" Lin Hui smiled slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect to play 85 sniper for the first time. It's quite smooth, doesn't seem to be much difficulty." Looking at his clouded expression, the crowd rolled their white eyes to the sky. "That's crazy. Let's see him make a fool of himself later. 1,200 meters to hit the short spot. And if one bullet lands on the target, I'll eat upside down." Lin Hui ignored these arguments. Experts would always be suspected. He waved his hand and said lightly, "The targets will be delivered in a while, so I won't look at them." "Right. It's better for you guys to look at them yourselves, or else the scores will be too good, and you guys will surely have to say that I'm being catty." "You're the only one with good grades?" This guy is really dreaming without waking up. Those present were all experts at playing with guns. And everyone knew how messed up Lin Hui's operation had just been. It's literally no different than fighting blindly with your eyes closed. However, they do have to be on guard. This kid is lacking in morals. Hell knows if he will secretly poke a few holes in the target in a while, pretending that it was hit by bullets. No one else can do this kind of thing, but his kind certainly can. At that moment, the target reporter came trotting along with the target, not even close to the front. Lei Ming directly asked with a smile, "What is this kid's grade? If he doesn't pass, forget it, we have to take care of his face." The target reporter was full of embarrassment and didn't know what to say. He passed. Lei Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Passed? How many rings did he hit? The target reporter's throat rolled and hesitantly said, "All 10 rings, all bullets, all bullseyes." Dead silence. There was dead silence. Lei Ming immediately rushed up. Spit sprayed the target reporter's face. "Are you old eyesight? All 10 rings? You and I hear bullshit?" The target reporter's hair was wet with spray and he didn't know how to explain it. Even he couldn't believe it a little. That someone could actually hit this kind of score? Or you might as well see for yourself. The target reporter wiped his face and held the target up with an aggravated look on his face. The sunlight passed through the hole in the center of the target and splashed directly onto the faces of the crowd of onlookers, all of whom couldn't help but squint. The 10-ring target paper. It's busted. Hiss. At this moment, everyone all sucked in cool air. This guy, he really did it? Shit, is he a ghost? How can he shoot so accurately? Or does his gun have no recoil and has an aiming plug-in on? Snapped. The gun in Bukuin's hand didn't even have a firm grip and fell to the ground. The butt of the gun slammed into the back of his foot, causing him to grimace in pain. But more than the pain in his feet, his heart had long since set off huge waves, shooting short point blanks at such a distance. Even if you were in your place, it would be hard to make the bullet land on the target and fight for a passing grade. But this guy actually hit all 10 rings. Is it hard to believe that this guy has been shooting guns with a pacifier in his mouth since he was born? Lin Hui walked up to him, clapped his hands and said, "This comrade gun god of the Black Tiger, did I fight okay?" The corner of Bu Kuan's mouth twitched, not knowing how to reply. Okay. Lin Hui nodded. "Not bad as general. Certainly cannot enter your eyes. We also do not compete. A moment you in accordance with my standard fight on the line, can be hit into me like this, I automatically admit defeat." The corners of Bu Kuan's mouth twitched madly, and his face turned red. What a killer. Even if the greatest goddess came down to earth and blessed him, he would never be able to do it. 1200 meters, all 10 rings, that's nothing even a normal person could do. You're a fucking pervert. Next to Lei Ming hurriedly came up to make a round up, helping to solve the problem. Then there is no need to compare. You can do it. He must also be not too bad. Not too big a problem. Bu Kuan's old face reddened and he hurriedly nodded his head sheepishly. At least save face first. Lin Hui hammed and hawed and wasn't going to break them up. Also a book nodded in shock. Yes. Even I, a common trooper, can hit this score? It must be a handful for you guys. Why don't we compare some difficult? How about something a little more difficult? How about a different way to shoot a gun? Bu Kuan wanted to cry. That's challenging enough. And you're still coming? Is this going to play me to death? 1200 meters of short point shooting, all 10 rings. It is estimated that the country cannot find a few. I'm afraid that just looking around the world, there aren't many that can play at this level. At such a distance, it takes 2 seconds just for the bullet to fly. In those 2 seconds, the wind direction and humidity environmental factors are absolutely impossible to hit with even the slightest influence. Although he didn't know exactly how Lin Hui did it, it was enough to show that his talent in shooting was definitely the kind that God chased after to feed him. Lin Hui harmlessly asked, "How about it? Compare or not?" Although Bu Kuan was tempted to refuse, his pride still made him harden his head and asked in an exasperated voice, "What way do you want to change the competition?" Lin Hui looked at the target. The corner of his mouth picked up a smile. Hitting this kind of dead target that won't move, it's too meaningless. It doesn't show the real level of your special forces. Why don't we hit a real person? The crowd of onlookers instantly frowned, didn't understand what Lin Hui meant. Lei Ming and Bu Kuan were also confused. What do you mean? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. It's simple. Have you seen TV? The kind of TV that puts an apple on a person's head and then shoots the apple with a bow and arrow. Let's switch to a gun. In a moment I'll hit first. You stand 200 meters away with an apple on your head. I'll finish hitting. Then return the favor and hit me. Bu Kuan's legs went limp and he almost knelt on the spot. You're really mean. You want to kill me for a casual comparison? What if my hand slips and misses the apple and blows my head off? Lin Hui rubbed his fists and was eager to try. How about it? Coming or not? It's sure to be exciting. Come on my ass. This is going to kill people. Without waiting for Bu Kuan to refuse, Lei Ming cursed in anger. You're pig-brained, making fun of a warrior's life? Lin Hui shrugged. Isn't this my way of showing your skills? Or else, it's fine if you guys fight first. I'm going out on a limb anyway. Seeing him in a roguish manner, Lei Ming was so angry that his liver hurt. Feeling that 100 bottles of quick-acting heart-saving pills would not work, he took a deep breath and said with a helpless face, Alright, the shooting counts as a win for you. No need to compete. Do any of you have a different opinion and come out if you want to challenge him? Lin Hui swept his gaze over and everyone shook their heads. Even Bu Koan took a step back and ducked into the crowd, shaking his head along with him. Lei Ming watched a group of people wimp out like nothing else, his heart harboring anger. This bunch of birds, who were quite fierce when they were just clamoring, all wimped out after seeing what they could do. Where's the special forces backbone? Seeing that no one dared to come up, Lin Hui was a bit disappointed and simply locked his eyes on Lei Ming. Why are you looking at me? Lin Hui rubbed his hands together with a bad smile on his face. Big Captain, why don't you do it yourself? It's just as well for me to see your strength, so that I can learn and progress. Lei Ming was almost being exasperated to the back of the past. The best of the Black Tiger's marksmanship had conceded. If you put me on, you're expecting me to lose face, aren't you? This little brat, he doesn't have a good heart at all. He grunted coldly. No need. I respect everyone's opinion. It's enough for them to recognize you. The shooting match counts as a win for you. Ha, that's a win. I haven't got any power yet? Lin Hui looked disappointed. This was too easy, wasn't it? Special forces, it seems, are no better. Sure enough, he was right not to come. There was nothing to learn if he did. He might as well have stayed in the Tiger Corps with his brothers. Lei Ming glared at him in exasperation. Kid, don't be complacent. We special forces know a lot more than you think. You think winning fighting and shooting is great? What we're really good at is more than that. Although in his heart, he knew that Lin Hui was very powerful and recognized his abilities. But Lei Ming absolutely couldn't just let him go. If we let him go back, wouldn't that be the same as saying that the special forces are incapable of keeping him? What about the face of the Black Tiger? How can we face other troops in the future? If this gets to the commander's ears, he himself will surely be scolded. Lin Hui raised his eyebrows and instantly became interested. Since you guys still have something you know how to do, hurry up and show it. Let's not waste any more time. Lei Ming narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, You are the guest. The initiative is given to you. What do you want to compare? Lin Hui's eyes rolled and he said with a smile, Why don't we go for a tough one this time? Thunder froze for a moment. Come on, a tough one? He frowned. No. This kid is up to something again. Chapter 128. If we want to win, let's win completely and finish you all off. Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui in surprise. What kind of ruthlessness do you want to play? Lin Hui smiled slightly. I've heard that what the special forces are best at is infiltration combat and decapitation behind enemy lines, right? Lei Ming's face instantly gained a bit more pride, but looked at him with some contempt. What? You want to compare this? Lin Hui asked rhetorically. No? Lei Ming laughed loudly. Yes, of course. The people around them all laughed at once as well. Infiltration operations, decapitation behind enemy lines. It's all in their wheelhouse. Even if Lin Hui was good at fighting and marksmanship, it wasn't the same thing when put into a real battle, especially one like him, where aiming has to take a minute to aim, would have been done to death a long time ago. Real special forces are about synergy, quick reaction, different terrains, different modes of combat. Even if they are fighting alone, they will utilize various terrain environments to develop the most appropriate combat methods. Therefore, to become a qualified special forces soldier, not only just require marksmanship fighting, but must be fully developed. Otherwise the formation of special forces wouldn't have cost so much money. Lei Ming looked at him with a smirk. Are you sure you want to compare this with us? That's right. Lin Hui nodded his head honestly. If you want to compete, let's compete with what you guys are good at. That's what makes it challenging. Okay, don't waste time. I still have to rush back for dinner when it's over. Lei Ming was directly laughed at by him, really not seeing the coffin. Alright, since you've asked for it, then I'll simply fulfill you. Did you all hear that? He said he would challenge your best program? No problem. We'll just follow it. The crowd all smiled impishly, staring at Lin Hui. He was like a hunter looking at his prey, with a look of eating him up. It's true that they can't beat them in gunfighting, but infiltration operations and decapitation are the specialty of the special forces. Lei Ming smiled confidently with the corners of his mouth. Since you want to compete, I'll fulfill you and also let you die. Lin Hui nodded. Yes, but if you lose, you have to let me go back. A bunch of people's faces turned blue. Screw you. Compared to this, we won't lose. Lin Hui coughed and said politely. Right. You special forces, how could you lose? So let me put it another way. Is it true that as long as I win, I can go back? The crowd spits blood. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Lei Ming laughed coldly. If you can win, not to mention going back, I won't even stop you if you want to be a warzone commander. Everyone else had started to laugh as well. Do dream farts eat. If you can win, I'm a dog. If you're going to win, I'm not only going to be a dog, I'm going to give you a couple woofs. Lin Hui heatedly laughed. Since you guys are rushing to seek abuse, let's hurry up and get started. Lei Ming smiled coldly. It was still unknown who was abusing whom. We're not bullying you either. You've been in the jungle before, with a whole regiment of men doing infiltration. You're pretty good at it, and that's the main reason I'm transferring you here. Since you're good at this, let's simply compare jungle combat. Could be. Lei Ming swept towards the team. Sun Wei. Yes, a dark-skinned, athletic lieutenant immediately came to salute in front of Lei Ming. Lei Ming smiled and introduced. He is the strongest in our jungle warfare. You like to challenge the strong? Satisfy you. Sun Wei held his head high and sized up Lin Hui, his face full of disdain. The first two drills were led by Li Mang, who didn't participate. As the #1 Black Tiger jungle warrior, if he had gone, the result would definitely not have been like that, let alone being backstabbed. He stared intently at Lin Hui, his eyes full of provocation. If you run into me this time, you won't be so lucky. The jungle is the world of our special forces. Lin Hui shook his head and looked at Lei Ming and said, one person is too few. I'm afraid that you guys will disown me if I win at that time. Lei Ming's face instantly turned iron blue. Bullshit. Do we look like people who don't recognize their accounts? Lin Hui nodded his head in a serious manner. Very similar. Lei Ming had a mouthful of old blood that almost didn't spurt out, huffing and puffing. I've already given you enough face and taken care of you. What do you mean by this now? Not comparing? No more competitions? Lin Hui heatedly smiled. We're soldiers. What do we need to take care of? Taking care of me is harming me. It's the greatest cruelty to me. I want you to be stricter and tougher on me. At least 20 people will be enough. A bunch of people almost didn't kneel down on the spot. This guy was really crazy. I can't believe it takes so many people. Does he think this is a clubhouse choosing a young lady? First sergeant. Let me on. Too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Let me on. All of them were filled with righteous indignation and all of them looked at Lei Ming, wanting to apply to fight. Lei Ming's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, and his voice trembled. Fine. You're the one who wants 20 of them, right? Since you've made this request, that's how it's going to be. He immediately picks 20 men out. Looking at the dark skin and sharp eyes of these guys, Lin Hui could conclude that these were jungle experts. Lin Hui smiled and said, this is more or less the same. There are many people you just can't even renege on the bill if you want to. Everyone's fists were clenched and their eyes were icy cold. This guy really thought he could win? What special forces do best is never a particular program, much less a one-man operation, and its synergistic tactics. 3 or 4 special forces soldiers working with each other can top a company of others. This many people are more than enough to take out a division. 20 men working in concert were like a sharp blade, and there was no enemy or obstacle they couldn't cut through. Looking at a bunch of angry gazes, Lin Hui's heart was hot. The fighting and gunfighting he had just done had boosted his strength quite a bit more. With so many people this time, I'm afraid that when it's over, his strength will rise by a large margin again. This is the kind of opportunity that you just can't usually find if you want to. Lin Hui smiled faintly. Tell me, how do you want to compare? Lei Ming pointed to the mountains in the distance and said, the mountain range over there stretches for hundreds of miles. All of it is primitive jungle. I don't want to bully you, so I'll let you go in first for 20 minutes later. Half an hour is fine, after which our people will come in and hunt you down. As long as you can take out 5 and not get caught, you win. The 20 men looked up slightly, pride on their faces. Typically, a single special forces unit is worth half a dozen lives. 5 special forces is basically the equivalent of a battalion. If Lin Hui could take out 5 of them, it was enough to show his skill. Lin Hui shook his finger. How can 5 work? To win, we have to eliminate them all and win completely. Lei Ming instantly turned blue, and the others were also filled with annoyance. What a big talker. Too arrogant. Does he really think we're all soft? I'll make you look good later. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Sorry. I'm good looking enough already. I don't need your help. Lei Ming was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, but he didn't bother to nag Lin Hui more. Alright, since you said so, then we'll do what you want. Set off. The crowd quickly made their way to the clearing and boarded the troop carriers. After half an hour of traveling, this is where we arrived. This was a grassy area on the outskirts of the jungle, and everyone quickly got out of the car and gathered to stand. The ordnance officer brought up the weapons for the maneuvers, and the men quickly donned their gear and checked their weapons. On these rigs, they are equipped with smoke detectors. As soon as you get hit, it triggers straight away. not too far off from the weapons used in the exercise. Thunder asked loudly, "Are all the weapons checked?" "No problem." The crowd immediately rubbed their fists together, their eyes filled with wariness. Lei Ming looked at Lin Hui. "Start if there's no problem. I'll give you half an hour to hide it." Lin Hui smiled and nodded. "I'll go first, comrades. Don't let me wait too long inside. I'll wait for you inside, ha." After saying that, he rushed into the forest without looking back. Lei Ming looked at the 20 people and said in a cold voice, "When you go in, give me a good lesson on him. We must get Black Tiger's face back." Sun Wei licked his lips. "Don't worry, big captain. We'll let him know just how much of a difference there is between ordinary troops and special forces. Infiltration operations, the special forces recognize the second. No one dares to be the first." All of them revealed cold smiles, like jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, staring at Lin Hui's back, ready to eat him alive. Chapter 129. Lin Hui is a master of jungle traps. View. Lin Hui athletically crossed over a fallen tree and quickly darted forward. The jungle is complicated and poorly lit, but when he came in, he was able to use his keen senses, reflexes, and vision like a fish out of water. No matter how difficult the path was, he could cross it as easily as he could. During that previous wilderness survival training, Lin Hui had learned a great deal of jungle combat techniques. With the addition of the system's learning ability, the jungle combat skills he had mastered, it was even much more impressive than special forces. Otherwise, during the last exercise, he wouldn't have taken out so many of Black Tiger's men so easily. Lin Hui's mouth smiled slightly. "In a moment, you'll know how regrettable it will be to choose to fight me in the jungle." These guys still think they can abuse him when they go into the woods, not realizing, at all, who the real hunter is. Lin Hui ran wildly through the forest while observing the favorable terrain. If he fought alone, Lin Hui was confident, but if you want to go 1-on-20, brute force is definitely not an option. After all, they were a group of special forces with extensive combat experience, and to take them out, they had to have skills, methods, and a strategy to do so. Just then, something swished overhead. Lin Hui stopped and looked up to see how it looked like a monkey. He bent his little thumb and took it into his mouth and whistled hard, but there was no response from there. Lin Hui frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be that one, but he wasn't dead set on it either, and whistled every now and then as he darted forward. It's best if you can, but there's nothing you can do if you can't. After all, the forest is so big and the territory is so vast that you can have more than one helper in case you succeed. But after a few tries, there was still no response. Lin Hui simply gave up as well and continued to dart forward, looking for a suitable place. A short while later, he came to an abrupt halt. Lin Hui stepped on the dead tree leaves in front of him, and it was soft, like stepping on cotton. Kicking the new leaves off the top with my foot, I realized that there were layers and layers of rotting leaves piled up underneath. It was dark and damp and smelled of decay and mold. In this part of the country, the trees grew strangely tall and large, shading the sky. Even though it was daytime, it was difficult for sunlight to come in because of the overly dense distribution of branches and leaves. Even if some sunlight came through the cracks and squeezed in, there was very little left by the time it hit the ground. The forest, in general, was basically a grayish haze. Watching it is the same as the horror movie, Silent Hill. Lin Hui turned around and revealed a satisfied smile. As the saying goes, the dark moon and wind kills at night. Even though it's daytime, this is really a good place to shade people. This is it. Jungle infiltration is the specialty of the special forces, even though one has a golden finger. But people aren't any weaker. Moreover, they will also work in concert, which is the most troublesome. This group of special forces generally hang out in small groups, and in order to take them out you have to think of ways to get them to attrition early and disrupt the battle formation. So the first thing Lin Hui had to do was to find a way to break them down one by one, not giving them a chance to work together. The easiest way to do this is to build traps. The woods were full of natural traps, like the patch of rotten mud he had just passed. It doesn't look deep, but you can drown up to your neck by stepping on it. And with a good camouflage of leaves on top, it's easily a perfect trap. Lin Hui circled around the neighborhood and soon saw a tree wrapped in vines. There are very many other canes like this one in the neighborhood. Lin Hui looked at his watch. 20 minutes left. Looks like we have to hurry. And NBS. SP. He went up and grabbed one. His body powered backward, and yanked hard. Kala kala. The vine sputtered with large wood shavings as if it were a vein of blood that had been stripped away. Lin Hui pulled out two more, and the cane compiled them together quickly, tying one end to a branch of a tree. A hard tug ensued, and when he had pulled the stout branch to its limit, he quickly used something, and set the other end of the cane in a circle on the ground, made another trigger device underneath and covered it with leaves. Lin Hui got down on the ground and examined it carefully, confirming that he couldn't see any cracks. He clapped his hands and stood up, starting to set up the next trap. Special forces aren't just ordinary people. Their scouting ability is the top of the line of all military types. To fool them, you first have to have a level of real-world jungle combat that surpasses theirs. Lin Hui used the same technique and set up traps in several places nearby. The last exercise was all about teaming up to make traps. This time, because time was short and he was by himself, Lin Hui had to speed up. Ding! +1 to the ability to make traps. Ding! +1 to the ability to make traps. The cue sounded a few times, and Lin Hui crafted traps faster. 2 or 3 minutes for one. Of course, it's more about relying on the topography of the site to set up something relatively easy. However, Lin Hui was confident that these alone would be enough to give those guys a pot to drink. Lin Hui continued to pull on the vines on the tree, originally preparing to make 2 more traps out at the end. But look at the toughness of this cane in my hand. It seems almost interesting. Just as he was considering whether or not to switch traps, he suddenly sensed something approaching and his head snapped up, only to see a furry thing swinging around in a tree not far away, darting towards him, nearly overhead. The thing leapt down. It landed with a bang 2 meters away from Lin Hui. A monkey grinned toward him, but stood there honestly and obediently. Lin Hui immediately smiled with joy face. I go. To this can run into you, kid. The monkey grimaced and cocked his head as if he understood him. Lin Hui looked around and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have quite a large territory. Where there are monkeys there are you. It seems that you're not just the Monkey King so simple or the king of monkey kings? Although he had seen a monkey in the forest earlier, he wasn't sure if the monkey was around, so just whistling on a trial basis, figuring that it should have been the monkey that ran to tell it earlier. That's why it immediately rushed over. Lin Hui heatedly smiled. Meeting each other is fate, and we'll kind of have a helper this time. He waved at the monkey, who immediately ran over and jumped onto his back. Lin Hui patted the monkey and said with a smile, when you're done with business, there will be as many bananas as you want, but it depends on your performance. The monkey was chirping and happy. As long as there were bananas, everything was fine. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Lei Ming looked at the time on his watch and looked up coldly. It's almost time. Get ready to go. The 20 Special Forces soldiers were rubbing their fists, their eyes full of excitement. Sun Wei, who was leading the group, licked his lips, and his eyes were as stern as knives. Brothers, the time to wipe out the previous shame has come. This time we have to let this kid know that in front of the Special Forces, his little 3-legged cat is simply not enough to look at. Go, fuck this kid, fuck him. Wariness danced in everyone's eyes as they quickly rushed into the forest. At this moment, Lei Ming's face also finally stretched into a smile. Lin Hui, even if you're more capable, you definitely won't win this time. Chapter 130, Cheating in a Blatant Way. Swish. The group quickly rushed into the forest. Sun Wei rushed to the front and made a few quick tactical gestures. The crowd behind them nodded and quickly spread out in groups of 2, forming a fishing net shape. Each group was separated by 20 to 30 meters, since they could alert each other and also facilitate coordinated operations. This kind of tactical formation is unique to the Special Forces. No matter what kind of enemy it is, don't even think about running when you run into it. Sun Wei knocked on his earphone and said in a cold voice, Attention everyone! Immediately inform the others when you find that kid's location. All of you together. Don't give him any chance. Someone whispered, Captain, isn't this a little too cruel? Another person nodded. Yes, there are so many of us, and we are still using the Sea of Men tactic. How much of a bully? Sun Wei coldly smiled. The young man is arrogant and domineering. Learning a trick, he doesn't know the sky and the earth, and actually dares to provoke our Special Forces? Today, he must be properly educated. We are doing this for his own good. Fair enough. A bunch of guys hemmed and hawed and laughed. So what if this kid has some skills? With so many people and in the woods, anyone who came would have to kneel. Sun Wei added, all groups be vigilant. That kid is a thief. He might be hiding somewhere right now, waiting to backstab us. A few kilometers away, behind a bush, Lin Hui squatted on the ground and was busy. He carried a pile of leaves and spread them evenly over the trap he had just made. Ding! +1 to trap crafting ability. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was just about to stand up when a whirring sound came from behind him. Lin Hui looked back as a monkey swished down from a tree and landed precisely on his shoulder, jibber-jabbering and gesticulating, and kept pointing his finger in one direction. Lin Hui looked at him, and a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Animal communication ability +1. This ability has been upgraded several times before in maneuvers. So right now, he's basically half a tamer. There is nothing wrong with simple communication with animals. Besides, monkeys have an inherently high IQ, equivalent to that of a 3 to 4-year-old child, and are still relatively easy to communicate with. Lin Hui smirked and asked, You mean, their people are coming, right? The monkey nodded, then danced and jabbered for a while. Although Lin Hui couldn't fully understand it, he could get a general meaning. He smiled slightly and fished a wild banana out of his back for the monkey. The monkey took the banana and immediately nibbled it happily. Lin Hui touched a few more from behind his back and waved them in front of him. You do a good job. As long as you do a good job, these will all be yours in a while. The monkey's eyes glowed and he kept nodding. Lin Hui hooked his hand toward him and waited for the monkey's ear to come up. Then he whispered, "You'll be." Later, the monkey's eyes flashed with brilliance, clearly understanding. Turning with the banana in his mouth, he jumped back into the tree. Lin Hui watched the monkey disappear into the jungle. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. This time there was something to play with. In the forest, a figure kept going deeper and deeper. The light around them was also getting dimmer. Sunway looked around and was unconsciously alert in his heart. Years of jungle combat experience had allowed him to develop a keen combat intuition. So just as he entered, he sensed that there was something fishy about this forest. It was dark and damp, and the line of sight was obstructed. So if he were Lin Hui, he would definitely choose to set up an ambush here. Suddenly, Sunway came to a violent stop. Raising his hand, he signaled the second group behind him to stop immediately as well. What is it, Captain? There are traps. Trap? The second group gathered around and looked around but couldn't see where there was a problem. The vice captain in the group with Sunway likewise did not find the period payment. Sunway stared at the leveled ground in front of him and said with a cold smile, "It seems that we have underestimated this kid. His level of trap making is on par with ours. However, there is still that little flaw." He squatted down and gently plucked the leaves in front of him with a branch, which immediately revealed a vine in the shape of a circle. It's a lasso trap, and if you step on it, immediately the rope tightens and hangs the person upside down. The second group's eyes widened in surprise. Holy shit, what a trap! It seems like this guy does have something, to actually be able to use such a short period of time to set up such an ingenious trap. Sunway threw the branch aside and cautiously looked around and said, "If my speculation is good, in this forest, there may be more than one trap like this. If not for my sharp eyes, maybe even I have to be hit." Whoosh! Sunway was keenly about to raise his head when he heard the sound. But just then, his pupils instantly dilated. A monkey face fell from the sky, only a centimeter away from him. It was so close that he could even see every hair on the monkey's face. Just then, the monkey suddenly yelled, "Ah!" Sunway was instantly frightened and his body involuntarily took a step backward. Just stepped into the trap Lin Hui had set up. Crap! Sunway realized that it was bad and was just about to escape. The vines instantly ensnared his ankles and yanked him up as violently as if he were plucking an onion. The speed was so fast that Sunway's head hit the ground uncontrollably. The helmet buzzed with shock. He was also knocked out on the spot by the immense force. "Captain! Captain!" A few people were in a hurry and shouted. Sunway was hanging upside down like a pendulum clock by the vines, sleeping very peacefully, pressing and not reacting. Damn! The vice captain was shaking with anger. This trap is too lacking, making it so short that Sunway was smashed unconscious without even reacting. The second group looked at the monkey dancing happily on the tree, their eyes spitting fire and their forehead veins bulging. Damn! It's the stinky monkey again. Did Lin Hui raise this monkey? Why is it everywhere? Fuck him. Seeing the two men from the second unit ready to raise their guns, the lieutenant immediately stopped them. What are you doing? Fuck him. Avenge the captain. Fuck this shit. Monkeys are a class 2 protected animal. And besides, do you have any bullets? The person next to him was instantly dumbfounded and said so. The gun is full of blanks and the press does no damage. Even with live ammunition, they wouldn't dare shoot unless they wanted to be confined and court-martialed. The vice captain's face was incredibly ugly. Inform the others of the news and tell them to be careful of the monkeys. And also, that lackluster thing doesn't know how many traps it has set up in the forest. So make everyone incredibly vigilant. The man next to him nodded and immediately passed on the order. The vice captain coldly glared at the monkey. The last exercise was this bastard. And this time he came back. There is no end to it, is there? Another soldier asked. Should we save the captain? Save what? Can't you see you're already passed out? The lieutenant said without a word of humor. Let's put him down, cover him with something, and wait until it's over. Our main objective now is to fuck that kid. The others' eyes spewed fire and their hearts were filled with hate. The traps are so unethical that when you catch them, you have to beat them up to get rid of them. Cutting the vines, they got Sunway down and leaned against a tree, making a simple camouflage with leaves. He darted forward again. But it didn't get very far before the lieutenant became acutely aware that something was wrong. He raised his hand and the men behind him immediately stopped. Another trap? The lieutenant didn't say anything and crouched down to feel around. Sure enough, another trap. The second group's face turned green. This kid is too insidious. Less than 30 meters away. 2 traps? Does his brain have a bag? The vice captain coldly scanned the surrounding. The light in the forest is so dark And the traps are arranged so stealthily. It's impossible to see them without looking closely. It seems that this kid must be nearby, and only if we surround him here, he'll have the chance to fight with us. Rustle! The leaves swayed slightly overhead, and several people quickly looked up and raised their guns. The monkey in the tree chirped at them and kept making faces. A soldier clenched his fists and raged. Damn! This monkey is sick. Why is he still pestering us? Get out of the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. Bang! There was a sudden gunshot from the forest. The three men quickly dropped to the ground and the lieutenant yelled down, "Ambush!" But when they turned their heads, they were shocked to find that the soldier who had just spoken had white smoke representing death and battle already puffing out of his head. With a lifeless look on his face, the soldier took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground, saying furiously, "Son of a bitch, this monkey is actually exposing our position on purpose to make that guy fight. That's cheating. Outright cheating." Chapter 131. Even monkeys can cheat. Too insidious. Not far behind the bushes, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed, taking his gun back and quickly withdrawing without the slightest hesitation. The sound of gunshots attracted the attention of the other groups, and all of them quickly drew closer to the side, looking at Lin Hui's back as he ran faster than a rabbit. He was furious. Asshole, he got away. Shame on you for taking a shot. After them, hurry up. The vice captain was furious and immediately led everyone in a wild chase. Lin Hui's speed and agility had increased by several notches, and he was able to weave in and out of the forest as if he were walking on the ground. Even with the speed of the people behind him, they were still being pulled away by him. The hangman! The lieutenant yelled in a hurry. Outflank him, outflank him. All of them immediately threw their guns behind them and desperately ran wildly forward. The vice captain, with the remaining soldier of the second group, also flew forward to catch up. Just then, a monkey shriek suddenly came from overhead. The two instantly thought that Lin Hui was going to pull the same trick. Hurriedly lie down on the ground to prevent a sneak attack. After waiting a few seconds and not hearing a gunshot, the lieutenant stuck his head out to look and slammed his fist on the ground. Damn! We've been monkey-shined. Another person glared fiercely at the monkey on the tree. Doggone monkey, actually swindled us. Just as unethical as that kid surnamed Lin. Realizing that they had been duped, the two men flew up from the ground and continued to chase forward. At the same time, Lin Hui went through the woods and darted into a patch of grass, submerging his entire body into it. A short while later, the sound of Rawashi's voice came from up ahead. Lin Hui smiled faintly. It came really fast. The speed as well as the reflexes of the special forces were beyond his expectations. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been left far behind. But these guys actually caught up in the blink of an eye. It seems that it really isn't that good. Lin Hui carefully extended the muzzle of his gun, his finger close to the trigger. Not long after, two special forces soldiers darted over in the distance. The two of them were bowed, their bodies changing positions from side to side, so even Lin Hui couldn't aim and shoot. The gun used for the maneuvers was laser-guided. After all, it's impossible to hit the enemy with obstacles, the lieutenant said coldly. Watch where you're leading. That kid should be around here somewhere. I know. If I catch him this time, I'll have to fuck him up. Just then, the monkey's yell came from the tree again. Once again, the two men knowingly flung themselves to the ground, but after a few seconds of waiting, they still couldn't hear the gunshot. Shit. Screwed again. The lieutenant spat out a mouthful of dirt and his lungs exploded. Because of that just now, they decided that the monkey was deliberately revealing his position, so all of them were unconsciously on guard. Fear not. Fear not. But I didn't expect that the special forces would be monkey-shine twice. Shame on them. Keep chasing. This time say nothing to fall for it. Whoever falls for it is a grandson. The two men rose from the ground in exasperation. Bang bang. The next second the two men shook. The smoke sensor triggered, and they were directly killed in action. The other groups nearby quickly lowered their bodies when they heard the gunshots, not daring to advance. The vice captain looked furious with a reddened face and slammed his fist on the tree. Lin Hui. This son of a bitch, actually engaging in this trick of falsehood. It's so damn insidious. Not far away, Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and quickly put his gun away. Before the opposite side could react, the cat turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. Son of a bitch, this guy got away again. So shameless, actually playing gorilla with us. If we keep this up, we'll all be scared shitless. Someone suggested. We must send a few people to lure the monkey away, while the others flank the kid from both sides. He's now trying to use guerrilla tactics to wear us out. We definitely can't give him that chance. The crowd nodded, and the three groups of four flew after the monkey in the direction of its escape, ready to lure it away. The others split into left and right, increasing their speed to encircle towards Lin Hui. Just finish. As long as we complete the encirclement, it will be hard for this guy to escape. Phew. Lin Hui rushed into a dense forest as fast as he could. The grass was lush all around, and the lowest grass was calf-high. Lin Hui quickly grabbed a pre-prepared camouflage net from the ground and draped it over his body, quickly gluing the mud and grass from the side to his body. Ding! Disguise ability +1. He wrapped himself so tightly that only 2 eyes showed. Even the rhythm of breathing slowed down. The opponent was not an ordinary person. He had to be prepared for everything, in case he was found out. Then he would lose. A few minutes later, the sound of leaves rustling in the distance. A monkey was swinging from a tree and very much coming this way. At the same time, dense footsteps sounded on the left and right. Finally, the little monkey is quite smart to know to bring people here. Lin Hui smiled faintly, like a skilled old hunter waiting for his prey. The next second, a group appeared on each side. They are quick and agile. Between flash forwards, he darted closer to the direction Lin Hui had disappeared in. Where are the people? Should be running toward the front. Keep chasing. Just when they were less than 30 meters away, Lin Hui violently lifted his camouflage and fired directly. Bang! 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 2 men from the third group were hit by bullets and scrapped on the spot. They had been careful and vigilant all the way, and had just arrived here and examined it carefully. But never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that there could actually be someone hiding here. There he is. A loud roar came from the other side. Lin Hui didn't hesitate and hurriedly rolled over towards one side to dodge. Bang bang bang. All 4 sets of 2 bullets fell short, hitting the spot where he had just been. A soldier gasped and yelled into his headset. In the southwest, outflank him, don't let him get away. With the news, the groups quickly closed in to form a pocket-shaped siege net. Intense firepower quickly hit towards Lin Hui. Bang bang bang. Lin Hui was startled. Damn, so many people. The reaction is too fast? He kept rolling and tumbling, borrowing all the objects he could to be able to conceal himself and fleeing in a sorry state. Lin Hui jumped behind a tree, and the moment he landed, he quickly opened fire on the 2 special forces on his right side. He couldn't even look to see if the 2 men were hanging on. He turned his head and ran. Bye. Not playing with you guys. Skipping over 2 of his teammates that he had taken out. The rest of them kept wearing ragged breaths as they gave chase. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Damn. I didn't realize that we were supposed to be chasing him, but now it's turned into us throwing ourselves into the net? This kid. There's something. So what now? We can't give this anymore. A lieutenant with the oldest seniority said seriously. This guy is really too cunning. I've been a special forces soldier for so many years. The first time I've run into such a cunning opponent. We're still careless. If we didn't have this strength, last time we practiced, our people wouldn't have lost so badly. The others nodded. Although they recognized Lin Hui's strength, it didn't mean that they could be convinced. Every special forces soldier had suffered 1,000 hardships to get to this point, and their sense of honor, as well as their sense of mission, would never let them admit defeat. In fact, according to the rules at the beginning, Lin Hui had won a long time ago. But for now, leave it out if you can. Only by taking out Lin Hui could they get Black Tiger's face back. The lieutenant swept his eyes over the crowd and said coldly, for the sake of Black Tiger's face, Lin Hui must be eliminated. This kid wants to fight a guerrilla war and break us one by one, but it's not as good as he wants it to be. Let's strike first and not spread out. As soon as we see him, we'll go straight in together, and the random gunfire will surely finish him off. After them, the few remaining men quickly moved forward in pursuit in a triangular formation. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had already climbed to a large, thick tree. Across the tree from him, a monkey came alive and waved at him. Lin Hui made a shushing gesture at him. The monkey in the distance immediately quieted down and stayed there motionless. Lin Hui crouched in the tree, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Chapter 132 Black Tiger Special Warfare was wiped out? The jungle. A group of special forces flew forward. It was fast, but every step of the landing was very light. Be careful, don't leave any traces, the leading lieutenant commanded in a cold voice, and the others nodded coldly, their eyes searching the surroundings ceaselessly, detecting all the traces on the ground that Lin Hui had left behind when he escaped. For special forces, reconnaissance tracking is a key item in their mastery. Their eyes are like eagles. Even in a dense and complicated jungle environment, they are able to look for clues most quickly and follow the clues all the way down. That's what they relied on when they were in the maneuvers, and they deadlocked on red all the way. Even if the other party had deliberately covered up the traces, they would still be able to trace them just the same. Only, Lin Hui was a very ghostly person, and when he escaped, he would purposely leave some information to confuse them. This does put a dent in the tracking, to some extent. However, Lin Hui was only one person no matter what, and there were still about 10 of them here. With so many people searching together, the searching ability increased exponentially. Surely they would be able to find Lin Hui's whereabouts. He couldn't run away. Just then the lieutenant suddenly stopped and stood still. What's wrong? The man in the back was immediately alert and lowered his voice to ask. The lieutenant turned back and gave a wink, pointing his finger toward his head. Everyone looked up in unison, and realized, to their surprise, that a monkey was sitting on the tree, still blinking and looking at them. Holy shit, it's that dog again. I just lost them after half a day, but I didn't expect that. But they actually came after us. The lieutenant's eyes rolled back in his head and he was just about to open his mouth when the monkeys above his head suddenly started yelling. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. The monkey was definitely going to ventilate. The lieutenant quickly reversed direction and opened fire opposite the monkeys. That kid must be around. Spread out all and shoot at suspicious positions to force him out. Yes. The crowd instantly spread out, either nestling or half crouching, and quickly firing to either side. Intense gunfire rang out over the forest. The birds in the trees were so frightened that they fluttered their wings and hurried away. Next to a tree in the bushes, Lin Hui half crouched and watched the gang below blindly raid. The corner of his mouth showed a triumphant smile. About really hit the trick. With a stomp of his feet, he leapt straight down from the tree, firing at the bottom while he was still in midair. Bang bang bang. At this moment, both his marksmanship and eyesight had been upgraded by the system by several notches. Even in the air, he could hit his enemies with precision. Soon enough, he had smoked half a dozen guys with their backs to him without even realizing it. The two half-kneeling Special Forces soldiers on the left side reacted and jerked their heads around to see Lin Hui smashing towards them from high above like an eagle spreading its wings. Crap! Trapeze? The two men were shocked and quickly turned their guns, but Lin Hui had drawn his dagger before they could react. With a swish, he cut the vines behind him. This cane is equivalent to a safety rope. That tree is 20 to 30 meters. If it just landed hard, even Lin Hui would have to fall and break his bones. The rattan broke off, and Lin Hui, under the effect of inertia, used himself as a cannonball and smashed directly towards the two men. These two were hit hard before they could pull the trigger. With two eyes, he fell to the ground and became Lin Hui's Simmons meat cushion. Lin Hui stifled a grunt and hurriedly got up from the ground. Damn, but I fell to my death. Just as he stood up, he saw two people on the ground, like they had a brain thrombosis. Flopping, rolled his eyes and kept huffing and puffing and foaming at the mouth. Fuck me. Are you two putting on a show here? Lin Hui was startled and hurriedly went up to pat them. Hey, it's okay, you two hurry up don't blackmail fuck off. The lieutenant who had just been killed in action flew up and pushed Lin Hui away. Looking at his companion on the ground, his fists clenched in anger and his eyes spewed fire. Lin Hui quickly explained, you have to testify for me. It's none of my business. They blackmailed me. The lieutenant was so angry that he sprayed saliva all over his face. Blackmail your uncle. You stand here and let people try to smash down from such a high place, to see if you are okay? Lin Hui glared. Nonsense. Don't you see that I have a rattan chained behind me? It is used to buffer. I was close enough to cut the rattan. How much force is this buffering? Besides, don't they all say that special forces are all men of steel? How can they spit white bubbles after a smash? They are too weak. The lieutenant was so angry he wanted to spit blood. It was a metaphor. A parable. Everyone else was also incredibly angry, itching to give Lin Hui a few punches. But any more talk is nonsense now. Their whole team is taken out, and two more are smashed unconscious. Any more rebuttals would pale in comparison. The lieutenant looked at the people coming from the ground and shouted urgently, hurry up and save them, carry them out. On his way out, he also gave Lin Hui a fierce glare. I'll get back to you later. Watching them fly, they carried the two guys and ran towards the outside of the forest. Lin Hui smiled slightly and beckoned towards the tree. The monkey quickly jumped down and landed on his shoulder with a dejected demeanor on his face. Here, reward you. Lin Hui touched out two wild bananas and stuffed them to him, giving the monkey a good laugh. Let's go. You've gotten credit this time. Take you to a big meal. The monkey jumped and jumped happily and was so happy. In the meantime, outside the forest, Thunder suppressed the smoking and sat in his car with his eyes closed. Li Meng came over the edge and asked, Captain. Lei Ming opened his eyes, jumped down from the car and stretched, then looked at the time. Yo, it's been 2 hours. It seems like the winners should have already been decided. Have they come out yet? The man next to him shook his head. Not yet, Lei Ming said with a smile. These boys, I guess it's long over. Taking revenge on people in the forest. The others nodded and hemmed and hawed. Just because Lin Hui could fight 10, it didn't mean he could fight 20. Moreover, the jungle environment is very complicated. Into the head of this place, this kid just plugged in the wings cannot escape. Guess the kid is getting swarmed. What's there to think about? For sure, dare to come to our black tiger to pick a fight. If we don't beat him to the point where he can't even recognize his own mother, he won't even think about being good. This time there are 20 of us. and every one of them is an expert in jungle warfare. Before the words were finished, figures suddenly appeared in the forest in the distance. Someone waved excitedly. It's out. They're out. The corners of Lei Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He had even thought about how he was going to mock Lin Hui without moving. Dare to fool around with the special forces to show off. It's the first time since the Black Tiger stood. He must be properly educated and taught what it means to have a high heaven and a high earth. Everyone was full of excitement, all waiting for a good show. But when the distant silhouette came closer, they all froze. One by one, their mouths grew as if they were wooden chickens. Only the Black Tiger's men were gray. Some had smoke coming out of their heads, and others were being carried out in as much disarray as they wanted. Lei Ming's eyes bulged and his jaw slammed hard on the ground. Crap, is this fucking totaled? Chapter 133, are you happy? I'm back. Thunder flew over with his men. Looking at the gang's grimy, crippled appearance, he immediately turned blue. One didn't even have to ask to know what was going on in the woods. 20 special forces, by an ordinary troops, to the total annihilation, set out to make people laugh. The lieutenant spoke anxiously. Captain, hurry up and save the people. Lei Ming took a look at the several people being carried behind him, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely twice. Save my ass. They were just knocked out. Just splash them with water. Sure you don't want to be saved? A few of the other soldiers looked back, still a little worried. Sun Wei was sleeping quite peacefully and was drooling, but the other two were foaming at the mouth. Lei Ming stormed out, stalking his neck and cursing. It's already humiliating enough to have so many people wiped out, but you guys want to run to the health team and humiliate yourselves again, right? The crowd blushed and all lowered their heads in shame. The lieutenant hardened his head and tried desperately to explain. Captain, this time it cannot all be blamed on us. If it is not that this kid played a dirty trick and got the monkey too. Lei Ming did not wait for him to finish. Directly interrupted, other people use monkeys. You can't do anything about it? On the battlefield, if the enemy brings a bunch of monkeys, you still don't fight, do you? Even the monkeys can't be solved. The special tactics are practiced to the nostrils. What else are you as special forces? The lieutenant was dumbfounded, and everyone else was dying to find a hole to crawl into. If they were on the battlefield, their bodies would be cold this time. No one ever listens to a dead man's explanations. Just then, Lin Hui swaggered out of the woods carrying a gun and striding with a six-parent stride. Lei Ming squinted over and a mouthful of blood nearly spewed out. On this guy's shoulder, there was indeed a monkey squatting, and the monkey was holding a banana. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. This guy was already sinister enough. Raising a monkey was just as sinister. Is he a soldier or is he here to tame the beast? Lin Hui made a wink, and the monkey immediately jumped away. He came to Lei Ming with a smile on his face and straightened up to salute. Reporting to Brigadier Lei, Lin Hui did not dishonor his mission and wiped out all 20 men. Lei Ming was so exasperated that he covered his heart and couldn't speak for half a day. No dishonor? Whose life are you insulting? I'm trying to see you get taken out. I don't want to see you wipe out all my men. Lin Hui proudly held his head high and swept his gaze over. Everyone hurriedly put their heads down, not daring to meet his eyes. It's really a shame, Lin Hui asked with a smile. Big Captain, 3 times are my win. We said that thing before. Okay, stop, Lei Ming said with a red face and thick neck. I'll arrange a car to send you back later. You're a big Buddha. We can't accommodate this small temple. Please hurry back immediately, okay? Lin Hui smiled and nodded. Then hurry up or I'll miss the restaurant. He looked at Lei Ming who was infuriated to the point of speechlessness, and said in a serious manner, Big Captain, no fighting. We're kind of a bit of a friend. Next time I'll train our troops well. Then I'll come back and spar with you guys to help you grow up. Lei Ming's veins rippled, and he cursed in anger. Get lost. I never want to see you again. And I don't even want to hear your name again. He immediately had the car brought in. Lin Hui pulled open the door of the SUV and got in without saying a word. Leaning back in his seat, his heart was happy. This encounter with the special forces was very rewarding. Not only had his strength gone up a notch, but the forest had taught him a number of useful special tactics. The best thing about special forces wasn't single combat, but coordinated tactics, and this time he'd seen it all. Although he won by trickery, but it does not mean that the Black Tiger is not strong. After all, not everyone has a system. Everyone can open the hanging. Lin Hui said in his heart, when he turns around and teaches these things to the brothers of the 6th Company, his strength must skyrocket. The car was just about to start when thunder suddenly came up and stopped it. Lin Hui stuck his head out of the car window and frowned. What's the matter? Regretting it again? Do you want to compare again? Lei Ming was so angry that his liver hurt. Comparing to you? This freak is simply looking for abuse. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, I'd like to ask you a favor. Lin Hui was surprised. What favor? Lei Ming coughed and lowered his voice. When you go back, there are some things. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Hui froze for a moment, then bared his teeth and laughed. So you guys are also afraid of losing face? Fine, fine. It's a small matter. But you must promise me one condition. Lei Ming's eyes widened. You dare to blackmail me? Yeah, it's blackmail. Lin Hui proudly angled his chin. Become a king or a bandit. This time not to blackmail. When to blackmail? Of course, you can also not agree. But this person nah. Mouth broken very much. Go back later may get today get things into several parts. Lei Ming was so scared that he hurriedly covered his mouth. Okay, I promise you. Okay? Say, what condition? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. It's not really a big deal. It's just that you still have to give us what you promised before. Lei Ming immediately stormed out. You don't think so? That was used to trade for you to come over. You people stayed behind. Things they took. Now you're not here and still want things. When I'm an ingrate? Lin Hui said with full concern. I don't want to force you. Forget it. If you don't give it, just don't give it. The big deal is that I'll go back and tell everyone the story. And then I'll talk to the people in the publicity unit to see if they need any creative inspiration. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lei Ming. Ancestor, count me as convinced. Something for you, okay? A few days? 7 days. 7 days to be delivered at once. 7 days won't do. After a long time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back the bull and blow up. 3 days. Lei Ming was so anxious that he cried. I'll definitely send it to you in 3 days. Is that okay? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Deal. Drive on. The driver glanced at Lei Ming with some sympathy in his heart. When have I ever seen the first sergeant get pushed this far? It's bullshit. The car started quickly and left quickly. Looking at the faraway car, Lei Ming intestines are remorseful green. Hate to smack himself 2 slaps. I am what the wind. Have to bring this kid to recruit? Now I've lost my wife and my army. 602nd Division Headquarters. Zhou Zhangyi stood waiting downstairs. Not long after, Lu Qingsong ran out from the building, smilingly rushed to him and said, I just asked for instructions. The above said that the batch of weaponry will be delivered within a month. By then, you kid will go with me to take an inventory. Just waiting for you to say that. Zhou Zhangyi was so excited that tears were coming down. A month from now, they could be veritable armored tigers. By then, they'll be able to walk sideways throughout the entire war zone. Suddenly, he asked with some embarrassment, Division Commander, I still feel a bit sorry for Lin Hui. We're like this. It's too unseemly. Why don't we buy some fruits and go see him? Lu Qingsong glared out of the corner of his eye and said with a straight face, You comrade, why don't you have any awareness at all? Which male comrade loves fruits? You should buy some canned meat, buy some roasted chicken and duck or something to send over. That's the way to go. Yes, you're the one who thought of it. It's the meat you have to buy. Zhou Zhangyi rubbed his hands together and asked cautiously, Then when the time comes, what if he gets scolded? Lu Qingsong looked at him, You have sold the people. What's wrong with being scolded? When he wants to scold you, you stand properly for him to scold. That is, he wants to kick you 2 feet you are not allowed to hide. Zhou Zhangyi was speechless. Why is this all on me? You're the one who made all the decisions. If you want to be scolded and kicked, you have to do it, right? It's like I'm the only bad guy here. He stifled a nod. Got it. LV Qingsong face full of comfort smile. Lin Hui this kid. I guess this will have settled down. I do not know whether he can adapt to the special forces is not so easy than us. Eat, sleep and training that are on the clockwork as a group of people really cannot eat this bitter. Zhou Zhangyi was just about to open his mouth when a jeep suddenly drove over in the distance. It stopped directly in front of the two. At the puzzled looks of the 2 men, the car door opened. Lin Hui jumped down from the car and laughed loudly. Surprised or not? Happy or not? Division Commander. Regimental Commander. I'm back. Zhou Zhangyi and Lu Qingsong 2 people rubbed their eyes hard. The brain is like a downtime glance. This kid how to come back again. What is the situation? Chapter 134, Pie in the Sky. People send back equipment to us? Bang! At the command headquarters, Su Qianshan slapped his hand on the table and cursed, pointing at Lei Ming's nose in anger. I gave you a chance, but you're not good at it? People have gone to your place, and the transfer order has been given to you. How can you still let them go? Lei Ming was sprayed with saliva, but was dumbfounded. He couldn't tell the leader that his people had been abused by Lin Hui, and only sent them back when he couldn't take it anymore? If you say that, the leader can be angry on the spot. He brewed for a moment and said, Leader, I can see that the boy is very attached to the old army. All soldiers, who does not understand who? People are not willing to come here. I just tied him over. The heart is not here. After all, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. And, through our preliminary inspection, In fact, his ability for the time being may still not be worthy of our standards. After saying this, Lei Ming couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth. Clunk yourself twice more. You've been abused by others, and you can't even say a word of complaint, and you have to think of a way to round it off. Su Qianshan was speechless and said angrily, if you can't match it, then you can't match it. Just send it back to someone and be done with it. Why are you still giving away so many weapons and equipment? What? This Lin Hui is your own daughter. Are you giving him a dowry? Lei Ming's heart was so stifled. This one has to be a poisonous cotton jacket even if it is a daughter. He coughed and explained. Chief, these were promised to people before, and now that we're the ones returning Lin Hui, it would be too unseemly to take things back. Su Qianshan laughed coldly. You are quite generous, quite righteous. Do things quite morally. Okay, then deducted from your military expenses. Deduct your half a year of military expenses. A mouthful of Lei Ming's old blood almost spewed out. Special forces are supposed to be gold-devouring beasts. Training, equipment, ammo, venues, all of which have to cost a lot of money. With this half-year's funding missing, Black Tiger will really have to tighten his belt to get by. But now he was mute, unable to speak of his suffering, and his broken teeth could only be swallowed in his stomach. Su Qianshan waved his hand. Get lost. Seeing you gives me a headache. Yes. Thunder saluted and held his tongue as he turned to leave. He had just left in front of him. Su Qianshan's eyes rolled, and he sighed in his heart. Lin Hui. This kid is a bit interesting, and actually managed to go back to his old unit? It seems that in the future, this regiment will have to focus on taking care of it. Flipping open a document on his desk, he drew a circle on it with a red pen and closed it again. In the hallway, Thunder hung his head. It's bad luck. Why did you have to mess with this Lin Hui kid for good reason? It's a real loss. Not to mention the fact that we didn't get the man. We lost our faces in half a year's worth of military expenses. So it's really bad luck. Thunder Brigade. Lei Ming turned back and saw Wang Yixue trotting over holding the documents. He was annoyed now, and asked nonchalantly, something wrong? Wang Yixue stared at him and asked, Captain, I want to know why you want Lin Hui to go back. What's wrong with him? Or is there something that displeases you? Lei Ming's heart was stuffy. He was good at everything, but this person was too delinquent. Wang Yixue pursued, it's hard to get such a talent. How can you say don't want it? Thunder's brain exploded with anger. Just being in the office and being scolded by the leader was stifling enough. Now being questioned by Wang Yixue, who could bear this? He said furiously, it's none of your business what we do. Do what you have to do. After saying that, Lei Ming left as if he had fled. Wang Yixue gasped and stomped her feet. What kind of person is this? Obviously you said yourself that he is a talent and must be gotten. And now you're saying this kind of thing. Inexplicably. But more than anything, she still felt sorry for Lin Hui. Lin Hui, if you could have entered the special forces, your strength will definitely soar. But now that Thunder doesn't want you, you'll just have to put in more effort than anyone else to make it work. Sighing, Wang Yixue turned around and left as well. 602 Division Office. The two men, Lu Qingsong and Zhou Zhangyi, sat in their chairs with sullen faces, wide-eyed. Lin Hui stood across the room with a smile on his face. Lu Qingsong slapped the table and huffed. What's so funny about laughing? Say, what did you come back for? Who told you to come back? Lin Hui said in a serious manner. They were the ones who had to send me back. Because you can't? No, it's that I'm too good, and they think the temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like me. Lu Qingsong was laughed at. Can you speak properly? Special forces is what place? That is all the people sharpen their heads want to go. How big you are. They cannot tolerate you. What are you pulling with me? Lin Hui was just about to open his mouth when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Lu Qingsong glared at him, then picked up the phone. I'm Thunder. Hearing the voice on the other end, Lu Qingsong was furious. Lei Brigade. What do you mean? Not to say that the person is taken away. How to send it back again? You people still do not speak a little morality? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll drive him back myself. Lei Ming was startled. Like avoiding the plague, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't. This soldier of yours is the reincarnation of Sun Monkey. He's too powerful. It's because I couldn't suppress him that I sent him back again. But don't worry, what I promised to give you before, I'll give you the same thing. And the people, I don't want them. Lu Qingsong's eyes glowed, excitedly jumping up from the stool. This is pie in the sky? He looked up at the grinning Lin Hui, then lowered his voice to confirm. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Lei Ming was furious. Lie to you for what? To give you is to give you. Say out of words, splash out of water. Also, you give me good care Lin Hui this kid. Let him close his mouth tightly, not to talk nonsense, let alone let him tell stories. If I hear something bad, it's a robbery, and I'm going to get that gear back. Okay, no problem. Lu Qingsong laughed and hung up the phone. Seeing that his face was about to turn into a brilliant chrysanthemum smile, Zhou Zhengyi hurriedly came up and asked, "Division Commander, what's the situation?" Lu Qingsong didn't pay any attention to him. He walked straight over and grabbed Lin Hui's hand, saying excitedly, "Lin Hui, you're really 602's lucky star." The other captain said, "Not only don't want you to go over there, the things that he promised us before, he also gave us for nothing." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Division Commander, did I just say the right thing?" That's right. I was wrong about you." Lu Qingsong laughed out loud, happier than if he had taken a daughter-in-law. Zhou Zhengyi next to him froze, feeling that his brain was a little underutilized. "Division Commander, are you still dreaming? People have released Lin Hui back. How can things not want to go back? That is not lack of heart plus wrongdoing?" Lu Qingsong pounded his fist on his chest. "You're right. They're the ones who are wronged and lacking in heart. They're just rushing to give us things. If you don't believe me, why don't you just stop taking things? To be, of course." Zhou Zhengyi nodded his head frantically, laughing so hard that he couldn't find his way out. "This is not pie in the sky. It's 602 raining pies." Zhou Zhengyi looked at the side of the grinning Lin Hui, unbelievably asked, "Say, how did your kid do it? No one has ever been able to pull the hair out of the special forces, and it's still a grip ah." Lu Qingsong also looked at him suspiciously. "How did they willingly send you back and give us the equipment? There has to be an explanation, right?" Lin Hui revealed a harmless smile. "Probably, they were touched by my persistent spirit. Of course, it's also possible that they were shocked by my kingly aura." Chapter 135, Lin's father was stunned. He had knocked over all the special forces? "Don't bullshit me here." Lu Qingsong glared and said with a straight face, "Hurry up and tell me, what exactly happened over there?" Lin Hui puffed up his chest and said, "It was my strong request that I must come back, so they set a test for me, on the target 600 meters away. A few apples were placed, and as long as I could hit them, I would be released to come back. Hey, guess what? It really hit me, and they had no choice but to send me back." The two were filled with suspicion. "That simple?" Lin Hui nodded. "It's that simple." Lu Qingsong patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. Not bad, very good. It's rare that your kid's willpower can be so firm and can always have us in mind. It's good to come back. Lin Hui cut his head in his heart. "Just the two of you don't have strong willpower. When they say they sold me, they really sold me. It doesn't come with any heartache at all." Lin Hui sighed. "I do care about our troop, so I can't leave. But you guys don't care about me at all." "Division Commander." The two hurriedly admitted their mistake. "This is our fault, but we also have our own reasons. Isn't it for your future? For the sake of our 602 can have a better development?" Lin Hui shook his head with a bitter face. "I don't understand the axioms, but my heart, in reality, has been greatly hurt. You all saw it. In order to be able to come back, I put my life on the line, and the other people's special forces were close to finding someone to round me up. It's so hard for me to come back, and instead of being happy, you guys are trying to push me outside. It's breaking my heart." When Lu Qingsong saw that he looked like a little daughter-in-law who had been wronged, his heart was really a bit overjoyed too. This time, in the end, it was really a bad job on their part, but you can't blame them. Who made the special forces give so much? Anyone else wouldn't be able to hold it. One man for a division's equipment upgrades. Can't even think about it. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath and pursed his lips. "All right, stop it. Just say what you want in compensation." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Give me a company commander." Lu Qingsong almost spat blood. "Good boy. Waiting for me here? You're already rocketing from private to officer. And you want to be a company commander? Are you not awake from your dreams?" Lin Hui had a look of displeasure. "Wasn't it you who said you'd compensate me?" He covered his heart and was in pain. This heart of mine is all cold. Forget it. I'm not valued even if I stay. It's better to go to the special forces. At least people value me." The corner of Zhou Zhengyi's mouth next to him twitched. "You girl pretended quite like it." Lu Qingsong thought about it and said, "Deputy Company Commander. At most, I'll give you a Deputy Company Commander. A Company Commander is a captain. You're only a second lieutenant now. Don't think you'll make it to the top in one step." Lin Hui cheerfully saluted. "Thank you, Division Commander. I'll do a good job." The two froze at that moment. No, why did it feel like they were being punked? But they can't say anything about it. Who makes them the loser? This is a debt that will have to be paid sooner or later. After all, people are the ones who get the big credit. "I have one more request." The two men stared, their faces green. "More requests? This kid is going to take advantage of the opportunity to take a hard hit." Lu Qingsong frowned. Go ahead. Lin Hui smiled and said, I want to go back to the 6th company. Doesn't the 6th company still have a deputy company commander? I'll go there just in time. Zhou Zhengyi was in a hurry. Before he opened his mouth, Lu Qingsong grabbed the first promise. Go go go. Approved for you to go. Go to a dengue. Zhou Zhengyi was glared at by Lu Qingsong and was filled with bitterness. Isn't that giving me something to do? Thank you, Division Commander Chief. I'll head back then. Lin Hui saluted and left with a smile on his brow. Just as the door closed, Zhou Zhengyi asked sharply, Division Commander, aren't you giving me a hard time? The deputy company commander of the 6th company has been studying outside. It's not like you don't know that. You promised Lin Hui. And when they come back and find out that all their old secrets have been copied, how am I going to explain to them? And N/LV Qingsong laughed coldly. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. You figure it out yourself. Who let you pit Lin Hui to come? At this point you must give an explanation. We can't chill Lin Hui's heart. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes rolled up to the sky. What an old six. When you say you're dumping the pot, you might just sell yourself out at some point down the road. Jingle bells. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Lu Qingsong picked up the phone, immediately tensed his body and said seriously, Good day, Chief. On the other end of the phone, Su Qianshan smiled and said, Xiao Lu I've heard all about it. That soldier of your division. Really sentimental Put the special forces so good conditions are not willing to go. So sentimental soldiers, really not often seen. LV Qingsong was delighted. Dejectedly said, Chief, that's all because I taught you well. Usually I talk to the people below, not only to be loyal to the motherland and loyal to the people, but also loyal to the troops. Zhou Zhengyi next to him was ashamed for him. What's it to you? Shy face says you taught me. Besides, you're the one who got rid of them in the first place. How can you be so nice? Besides, Lin Hui is merciful and righteous. Obviously I taught him. My old man's name is Zhengyi, and the soldiers he brought out must be loyal and righteous. Su Qianshan said with a straight face. Xiao Lu in the last thunder exercise, their regiment performed quite well, and in a while our war zone is going to have a friendly exchange with the southeast war zone, the scale of which will be an army, and I'm going to let that regiment of yours take part in it as well. Lu Qingsong's face immediately turned ugly. Hesitant, Chief, cross-battlefield exchange, go that are the sharpest as ace. Let them go, this is not to add to the chaos? They can't fight. Su Qianshan slammed his face and said in a cold voice, even if you can't fight, you still have to go. This is an order. Besides, with so many people, more of them is not too much, less of them is not too little. Even if they are not able to fight, it doesn't matter. Lu Qingsong is a little embarrassed. I am just polite and polite. Don't take it seriously. The Tiger Regiment fights. Gah! I just don't want them to run off and cause trouble. Isn't that asking for trouble? Without waiting for Lu Qingsong to open his mouth, Su Qianshan clapped his hands. Alright, it's settled. You notify them and let them prepare. The phone hung up and Lu Qingsong looked sad. The joy of having just white-hoard a large amount of new equipment went up in smoke. Zhou Zhengyi hurriedly came up to ask about the situation, and when he learned that he was going to participate in a cross-theater exercise, his face turned green. He wailed and said, and then our regiment is not easy to keep, but also expect to live a peaceful day. This if you go did not perform well. That is not finished. Division Commander, cannot go. Such a large-scale exercise. Less we also. Lu Qingsong glared at him and criticized in a cold voice. This is a mission. An order. If we perform well, when we turn around, the higher-ups will surely focus on us. Zhou Zhengyi said with a bitter face. Helplessly. I'm not afraid of not performing well. Lu Qingsong patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone. Don't worry. Lin Hui is back. What are you afraid of? That kid has a lot of ideas. As long as he's around, even if you lose, you won't lose too badly. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyi was stifled and saddened. With him there, one would have to give up command again during that maneuver. Southeast Theater. Lin Guanyao looked up at the secretary who came over to report, put down the pen in his hand and asked, how is that kid now? Has he stayed honestly in Black Tiger? The secretary shook her head. No, he went back. Snap. Lin Guanyao slapped his hand on the table. His hand was numb from the shock. This son of a bitch. He just went and got thrown out? At the expense of me going to so much trouble to help him. It's so uncharacteristic. The secretary was slightly embarrassed. Chief, Lin Hui was not driven away. But, he told the story in its entirety. After all, there is no such thing as an unventilated wall. The Black Tiger's matter could be hidden from ordinary people, but not from them. After hearing this, Lin Guanyao hissed and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The special forces were all fucked over, and people are still begging him to leave? This kid now, in the end, what kind of toughness has he become? Chapter 136, Company Commander. Why don't you just give me the whole company? Nightfall. The troop compound was quiet. Lin Rui had just pushed the door back when a strong smell of smoke hit him. On the living room sofa, Lin Guangyao clutched a cigarette and frowned tightly. Lin Rui's heart thumped as he hurried over. Dad! What happened? From what he knew, Pop seldom smoked on a regular basis, and only smoked one or two when he was in the worst of moods. But now the ashtray is almost a mountain of cigarette butts, so this has to be a big deal. Lin Rui anxiously asked. Dad! Speak up, don't scare me. Is something wrong? It can't be. You've got some kind of terminal. Snap! Lin Guangyao slapped his hand on the table, his tone of excitement going an octave higher. Damn it! That son of a bitch has finally grown up. Son of a bitch? Lin Rui was confused, his head not responding for a moment. Lin Guangyao put out his cigarette and pulled Lin Rui to sit down, his eyes full of excitement. Lin Rui, that brother of yours has made a fortune. You don't know, this kid in order to go back to his old troop. Actually the special forces are drying out, or people personally send him back, saying that the temple is small and can't accommodate him. The big Buddha. Tell me, isn't he great? That's special forces. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth twitched. Scared me. Makes so deep. Thought you had something happened? However, what Lin Hui had done this time was something that even he was incredibly surprised by. It wouldn't be a big deal to dry out the regular troops, but the special forces are the big brother of the soldiers, representing the pinnacle of the infantry. Lin Hui alone singled them out and managed to abuse the others. What kind of strength was this? This was simply demonic level strength. How long has he been in the army? And he's gotten so strong? Strong enough to not even recognize himself as a big brother. He took a deep breath and asked, since he's not going to special forces, do you want to get him back? Lin Guangyao thought about it and waved his hand. No. He doesn't even want to go to the special forces. He just wants to go back. It shows that he does have feelings for his old troop, so just let him be good there. Lin Rui nodded and thought it was right. Lin Hui was very sentimental, and it had been obvious when he had transferred him away from the production base. This is how the army influenced and changed him. Lin Rui said hello and was about to go back to the house, but Lin Guangyao immediately pulled him back and whispered, wait, if your mom asks, don't say anything. Lin Rui froze. What's this for? Mom had been paying attention to Lin Hui's situation in the army as well. Wouldn't it be nice to let him know and be happy? Lin Guanyao's old face reddened. She has already looked for me several times, hoping to let Shall we leave the army early. All were fooled by me. If you tell her about this, then she... Lin Rui immediately understood and said with a bitter smile, if mom knew, she would definitely not be finished with you. Couldn't care less. Lin Guangyao sighed. In the past, it was indeed me who forced little Hui to become a soldier. But now, he has his own ideas. He wants to stay in the army. Then I can only go out of my way to help him. As for your mom's side, the big deal is to turn around and get yelled at by her some more. Lin Rui shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's all we can do for now. The next morning, the regimental conference room. All company officers and above were present. Zhou Zhangyi looked at the crowd and said solemnly, good news for everyone. We've received a new mission. Upon hearing the new mission, everyone immediately straightened up and got excited. For them, there is a mission to merit performance. Zhou Zhangyi smiled faintly. Our superiors have requested us to participate in the triennial cross-theater exchange exercise. This time our opponent is the Southeast Theater. It's a battle between armies, and we're still on the red side. The crowd was in an uproar and immediately began to whisper. How can we participate in an exercise of this size? Let's participate? It's over. This is a confrontation between war zones. Just a little bit of bad behavior and it's doom and gloom. This kind of thing shouldn't be our turn anyway. We're not that strong. Unlike their worries and suspicions, Lin Hui was so excited that he couldn't even sit on the bench. He roughly understood the intention of such an arrangement from above. Wanted to take this opportunity to see if the Tigers could actually show tenacity in special situations. Lin Hui's heart is a little excited. Old brother is in the Southeast War Zone. I do not know if I can meet at that time. In case if I meet. A small smile curled his lips, and immediately he became more expectant. Zhou Zhangyi snorted coldly. What's the matter? Scared? Is it because you think we can't do it and don't dare to accept this challenge? The scene was immediately quiet, and everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Zhangyi sneered too. Let me tell you, the higher-ups let us participate in such a large-scale exercise. It's an affirmation of our strength. Moreover, if we perform well this time, we'll become the key target of the war zone, and fewer people will be laid off at that time. In other words, as long as we behave, we'll get whatever we want. The eyes of each and every person present all showed their intent to fight. Isn't the reason they work so hard to make the old unit better? Now that I have this opportunity, I must try it. Zhou Zhengyi asked loudly. Is there any confidence? Yes. The crowd responded with a low roar. Zhou Zhengyi nodded his head in satisfaction. Since you have confidence, then for the next month, you guys train well for me and show your real skills on the maneuvering ground, so that the people in the Southeast Warzone know that we have a steel tiger in the Southwest Warzone. Yes. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. The harder you fight, the stronger you get, the more fame you get, the more you get. Revitalizing the old troops is supposed to be their duty. This one has to be the Tiger's battle for fame. Immediately after that, Zhou Zhengyi announced the arrangement regarding Lin Hui's appointment. The crowd wasn't too surprised by his position as deputy company commander. Lin Hui was not only a great contributor, but he had also gotten so much equipment for the troops, so great that it was not excessive to give a deputy company commander. It's just that the former deputy company commander of the 6th company suffered, went out to study, and when he came back, his house was stolen. So where can he argue? The meeting ended and everyone left one by one. Zhang Jiantao clutched his book and had just walked out of the regiment building when Lin Hui followed him with a quick step. Company commander. Company commander. Zhang Jiantao turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Lin Hui. Congratulations. You've become the deputy commander of our 6th company. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Thank you, thank you. He pulled the man aside, rolled his eyes and asked, Company commander, there's something I'd like to ask you. Why are you still being secretive? Something to say? You're my earliest company commander and have known me the longest, so I'd like to ask, what do you think of me? As a person? Zhang Jiantao smiled and said, Lin Hui, you're the best soldier I've ever seen. Watching you work your way up from the recruit company to where you are now, and having the accomplishments that you have today, as your company commander, I'm very pleased. Lin Hui said modestly, thank you for the compliment. So what did you think of the last exercise when I led the entire regiment to ambush the Blue Army? Zhang Jiantao hammered his fist on his chest and said smilingly, how do you think? We were able to win thanks to you. It was you who led the whole regiment to engage in infiltration, and it was also you who led us to save the Tiger Regiment. No, you kid god ghost. In the end want to say to me what? Company commander. That's what happened. Lin Hui rubbed his hands together with a harmless smile. You've seen the results of the last exercise. Fortunately the head of the regiment gave the entire regiment to me to lead, so that we can have a good result. So what I'm suggesting is that since you approve of me, why don't you just give the entire company to me to lead, and you can go and take a rest? Pust. Zhang Jiantao almost vomited blood after half a day. You want to bring me to the ditch ah? Chapter 137, crippled the company commander. Zhang Jiantao huffed and pointed at Lin Hui. You kid want to rebel and take power? I'm still alive. And you want to take command from me? Being promoted from private to deputy company commander is a step up. I didn't realize that the kid had just come up and was actually trying to vault himself down. It's almost as if he's a backslider. Lin Hui pulled him toward the corner again, preventing anyone from passing by and seeing it and affecting his big plan of fooling around. Zhang Jiantao slapped his hand away. Don't be a fucking rah. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have an ass, let it go. But want me to give up my command? No way. Lin Hui said smilingly, Company commander, just now in the conference room, what the chief said. You have heard it. What kind of enemy we are going to face next? How powerful the enemy is? You know it better than I do. Zhang Jiantao grunted and tilted his head away, but the heart didn't deny it. Southeastern Theater of Operations, where equipment funding is a whole lot higher, is more highly regarded by headquarters, and they're next to 2 weak countries in the Southwest Theater, and the neighborhood is mostly jungle. Whether in terms of troop development or military strength, it is much weaker than others. In the friendly exchanges of the previous years, the Southeast only sent out 1 division, which was enough to single-handedly defeat one of their armies. From the equipment to the quality of soldiers, as well as the combat system, Southwest cannot be compared with others. Thinking of the grueling nature of that battle, Zhang Jiantao still has palpitations in his heart. Lin Hui stared at him and asked, Company commander, do you think we can win if we still play by the conventional routine? Zhang Jiantao was asked to freeze. The enemy and I are different. Win ah. Lin Hui continued. Take the last maneuver. Is the Blue Army as tough as the Southeast? And are we in the same situation as the Red side? At a disadvantage? In this situation, if we don't improve our strength as soon as possible, can we win? Zhang Jiantao shook his head. But raising his strength wasn't something that could be accomplished that quickly. It was only a month in total. Lin Hui slapped his thighs and said, Will it not be over? If it were you and you were allowed to lead the team, could you beat the Blues? Zhang Jiantao shook his head awkwardly. There was really nothing he could do. After all, he wasn't Lin Hui. He couldn't think of so many bad moves with smoke. Lin Hui stared at him and said with a straight face, Company commander, if the situation this time is the same as last time, Both the enemy is strong and we are weak. And I don't care about anything this time and leave it to you. Will you be able to bring out the strongest in the maneuvers and lead our regiment to victory? The corner of Zhang Jiantao's mouth twitched straight, although his heart was very upset and unwilling. But he really couldn't come up with a solution and could only shake his head. Lin Hui clapped his hands and said excitedly, "That's why. I'm helping you out now. You give me the command. I'll train our company well so that we can fight at last time's level. And with good results. Isn't it also fighting for the glory? Bitter, I'll help you eat. Tired from training, I'll help you suffer. And you'll do the meritorious rewards. How nice." Zhang Jiantao's head was a bit spinning from all this talk. While he hadn't regained his senses, Lin Hui grabbed his hand, stared straight into his eyes, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Company commander, I'm doing this all for the honor of our regiment. As long as the 6th company practices well, it will drive the entire regiment to improve. And the better they fight then, the more funding they have, and the better equipment they have. Company commander, don't hesitate. What an opportunity." Zhang Jiantao was, after all, a straightforward character. Where can withstand Lin Hui so bent, directly brought to the ditch? He said in a daze, "When you put it that way, it seems, well, it makes some sense. Then the 6th company is, thank you company commander." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lin Hui rubbed his head and hurriedly saluted. Zhang Jiantao's eyes twitched madly. He always felt that he was being punked, but he couldn't find any evidence, because everything Lin Hui said was for the regiment, for the 6th company, for him, and from the heart. But why does it feel so wrong? Zhang Jiantao scratched his head, puzzled. In the afternoon, on the playground of the 6th company, all hands gather and stand at attention. Zhang Jiantao walked over with his hands behind his back. Immediately, our Southwest Theater is going to start a friendly exercise with Southeast, the size of which is an army, and our regiment will be participating this time as well, or the red side, in order to be able to raise your morale and combat power in the shortest possible time. So in the next month, including me, all of you will be handed over to Lin Hui for training in management, and you must absolutely obey his orders. If you don't." Before he finished speaking, the people below immediately boiled with agitation. "Don't worry company commander, we've been wanting to listen to him for a long time." Zhang Jiantao's face was as ugly as if it was coated in wax. "What a bunch of backstabbers. You're all waiting for me to step aside, aren't you? At least be humble and polite. You're so direct. It hurts." He coughed. "Lin Hui, come up here." "Yes." Lin Hui trotted out of the column and just walked up. Everyone immediately started clapping hard. Snap. The warm applause almost didn't make Zhang Jiantao kneel on the spot. "Shit. I'm still here. Want to go overboard? Forget the newcomers. You veterans, do you still see me as a hard-working, diligent old company commander?" Next to him, Wang Hai shook his head and gave him a sympathetic look. "This company commander called you a failure." Lin Hui smiled and waved his hand at the crowd, wanting the leader to visit and guide them. Regarding the situation of the maneuvers, you all know about it. As always, the enemy is strong and we are weak. However, it doesn't mean we can't win. Let me just ask you, do you have any confidence in this battle? Yes, everyone shouted in excitement. Wang Yang and Chen Eru were so excited that they were about to burst into tears. Brother Hui, with you it will definitely work. We'll listen to you, follow your command, and we'll win the war. Suda looked at the spirited Lin Hui with a pleased smile in his eyes. When I look back, one thing after another is fresh in my mind. When he was in the recruit company, he had even called Lin Hui a bear soldier, constantly unworthy of being a soldier. But after all that, he grew along the way and eventually became his own deputy company commander. And time again, he has led them through thick and thin, winning victories and preserving his troops. In this life, Suda felt immensely proud and honored to be able to bring up a soldier like Lin Hui. Lin Hui also rushed at the squad leader at this moment, returning a smile. Eyes fell on his shoulder. Suda's rank had been changed to sergeant, although he was not promoted to officer. This was enough for him to remain in the army for 5 years and continue to shine. This is the greatest blessing for a veteran who loves the troops. Lin Hui looked at the crowd and said smilingly, "Everyone can rest assured. As long as you are willing to trust me and absolutely obey my arrangements, I will definitely be able to lead you to a great victory. In this battle, regardless of whether the opponent is the Southeast Warzone or something else, we must fight our way out. We mustn't let people underestimate our Tiger Regiment and our 6th Company of the Sharp Knives." Yes, everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to pick up their guns and charge into battle. Lin Hui saw that the crowd's emotions were almost mobilized, and said with a slight smile, "However, the next training session will definitely be particularly brutal, so everyone must be psychologically prepared." "Yes." Lin Hui coughed dryly. "Alright, since everyone is ready, let's drink. The scene was silent, as if the freeze button had been pressed, and everyone was dumbfounded. Drinking? What kind of wine? The battle hasn't even been fought yet. Zhang Jiantao was also confused, looking at Lin Hui with his mouth wide open. What the hell? Drink, drink, drink? Chapter 138, Envy and Jealousy. Why is he the only one who can drink? Everyone all looked at Lin Hui, their heads full of question marks. Wang Yang couldn't help but speak up and ask, Brother Hui, you're not lying to us, are you? Lin Hui smiled faintly. The training behind you will be very hard. So let's get you all nice and drunk and relaxed before you start training so you can be more motivated. The scene was filled with cheers, and everyone was as happy as if it was going to be New Year's Eve soon. Too good to drink. It's still good to be Lin Hui. There's still wine to drink before training. Deputy Company Commander. Don't worry, we'll definitely train well when we have wine to drink. Zhang Jiantao's face was ugly. He hurriedly pulled Lin Hui aside and said anxiously, Lin Hui, how can you kid mess around? We're a full-duty troop. Without special authorization from the leadership, we're not allowed to drink at all. How did I mess up? Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Don't you see I'm boosting morale? Besides, in the past, before going to war, which one didn't have to make 2 bowls to strengthen their courage? Never mind. I'll ask the chief for permission, and you go arrange the drinks. Zhang Jiantao is full of speechlessness. This is starting to make a call on me. No, Lin Hui. You this. Lin Hui turned his head to look at him. What? You're not going to back out, are you? You just said you'd give me the command. Now you want to renege? Zhang Jiantao's mouth twitched, helplessly waved his hand. A spit, a nail, all promised you. Surely words count. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. That's fine. You guys are dismissed. Go rest first. He dismissed the party, turned his head and ran in the direction of the regiment. Wang Hai walked to Zhang Jiantao's side and sighed. Old Zhang, don't freeze. I'll go inform the cooks. You take someone to buy wine. Zhang Jiantao heart that called a stifled, Whole Company Commander. How to become a mom. Come in. Lin Hui pushed open the office door and saluted. When Zhou Zhangyi saw him, he smiled and stood up. Lin Hui, I was just about to look for you. You have to play well this time in the maneuver. I'm very optimistic about you. Lin Hui smiled and said, Captain, I'm not going to lie. The company commander also thinks highly of me, and he's already ceded command of the 6th company to me. And what's this about stepping aside and having to put me on? I can't even push it off if I want to. Zhou Zhangyi froze for a moment and immediately reacted. It seems that Zhang Jiantao, this kid, has also fallen into Lin Hui's way. That's good. That way you're not alone. Last exercise, he had been cheated out of his command by Lin Hui, and now Old Six was following in his footsteps, which was good. Zhou Zhangyi coughed and said with a deep sense of righteousness, Zhang Jiantao, this kid, after all, is the soldier I brought out, so he is as courageous as I am, and knows what's important at the moment. However, you kid does have a knack for leading troops, and I can only rest assured if I leave it to you. Tell me, are you going to boost their strength this month? Lin Hui smiled and said, I was about to apply to you to take them out to train for a while. Zhou Zhangyi's eyes lit up. Special training again? Lin Hui nodded. Last time we had jungle survival training. This time I'm going to take them to train for jungle confrontation, so it might have to be a bit longer. I hope it's approved. Approved? Of course. Zhou Zhangyi nodded without hesitation. He saw the results of the last raid. The entire tiger regiment had been trained into wolf cubs by Lin Hui. I wonder how much they will improve with this special training. Lin Hui hurriedly saluted. Thank you, Captain. Then I'll leave first. He was just about to turn around and leave when Zhou Zhangyi called him back. Wait, Chief, is there anything else? Zhou Zhangyi coughed and said, this training, you must pay attention to the impact. Absolutely no more bare ass, even if. He lowered his voice and said with a red old face, even if you're bare-assed, you're not allowed to be anywhere near where someone lives. And the last time you guys had a training exercise, you scared the hell out of all the old folks around you. A bunch of people running around naked in the middle of the night. Who can stand it when they see it? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. This time I'll be careful to avoid it and make sure I don't scare the people. Zhou Zhangyi nodded. That's all. Go. Lin Hui saluted again and cheerfully left. And NBSP. In the canteen of the 6th Company, cases of beer were quickly delivered. Watching the soldiers of the 6th Company holding the beer crates, making a clattering and crisp sound, the soldiers of the other companies passing by, their eyes boxed, their throats all couldn't help but roll. There's hardly a soldier these days who doesn't have a craving for alcohol. Squad leader Su, what's going on? A company of soldiers curiously ran over to ask questions, their eyes staring straight at the big green stick. Suda put a case of wine on the table and said with a smile, envious, aren't you? The soldier swallowed his saliva, envious. Of course envious. Who doesn't want to drink? But it's not New Year's Eve. Aren't you afraid of violating the law? A veteran next to him proudly said. This is specially approved by our Deputy Company Commander Lin. There will be a special training session soon. The Deputy Company Commander said that we should drink well before the training session. And if we drink comfortably, we can train with more vigor. A company of this soldier envious eyes are red. Look. The same as an officer. How come you are not as bold as Deputy Company Commander Lin? Too good at sympathizing with his subordinates. Practically a living god. The soldiers of the first company figured out the situation and raced back to the first company camp. Immediately a bunch of people came around curious and couldn't wait to ask about the situation. When they heard that Lin Hui had actually authorized all 6 companies to be openly drunk by the soldiers before training, everyone's eyes reddened with envy. Immediately afterward, someone from the second company was also curious and ran to the cafeteria to ask about the situation. Every man in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th companies ran and asked. When informed of such a situation, the soldiers of the other companies were red with envy and jealousy. How come our company commander isn't as generous as others? Yes, if only I were a soldier of the 6th company, I could drink at this hour. Bullshit, you can even say such things. You should say, if only we were all soldiers of the 6th company. Deputy Company Commander Lin is a great man. You definitely won't suffer any losses by following him. It soon spread throughout the regiment. There was a lot of buzz, and everyone was envious and jealous of the fact that the 6th company could drink. At the regimental headquarters, Zhou Zhengyi is reading the military newspaper. With a bang, the door was suddenly pushed open. A few company commanders stormed in with wind and fury on their faces, looking as if they were going to raid the house, startling him. What are you doing? A company commander huffed. Captain, do you still care about the 6th company? Zhou Zhengyi was dumbfounded. Pipe what? They drink. We're a full-time unit. How can they drink? It's unbelievable. And they say you authorized it. Several company commanders were furious and kept complaining. Zhou Zhengyi was confused. Wait, who authorized them to drink? I only authorized them to go out for special training. What's going on? Seeing them staring intently at him, Zhou Zhengyi's heart thumped and roughly understood what was going on. The heart secretly cursed, Lin Hui that brat, actually engaged in the preemptive. You want to drink on the sneak drink the movement to make such a big, not to rectify cannot convince the public. He straightened his clothes and said seriously, don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Thank you, Chief. All salute together. To Zhou Zhengyi will not be able to, thank you for what? The 3rd company commander cheerfully said. Thank you for authorizing us to drink with the 6th company. Ha! Zhou Zhengyi was on fire. Bullshit. When did I ever say such a thing? What kind of place do you take the troop for? We're a full-duty troop. Don't you know? The 1st company commander hurriedly glared at the 3rd company commander and rubbed his hands together to look at Zhou Zhengyi with a smile. Lao San, do you know how to speak? Where are we going for a drink? Have you forgotten the army's ban on alcohol? We're obviously going to the 6th company to discuss training and try to get a good score in the maneuvers. If you're thirsty, get 2 cups there and drink them just in time to go train together. Yes. We're here to train. We're here to get results. Several of the other company commanders immediately nodded, their faces smiling like flowers. Zhou Zhengyi's eyes twitched madly. He could kind of see that these guys weren't even here to report the 6th company for drinking. They wanted to join them and follow along. Chapter 139, Drinking a Whole Regiment Down. Zhou Zhengyi glared. After talking for half a day, you guys still want to drink? Captain, when did we say that? The 3rd company commander hurriedly shook his head. You know Lin Hui's ability. He's leading the 6th company in special training. His strength will definitely soar. If we don't keep up, will we be a liability then? He gave a wink towards the 1st company commander, who hastily spoke up. Yes, last time it was a regiment that followed behind him for jungle survival training that made that much progress. And we're doing this so that our regiment can become better. The others nodded their heads. Yes. Our troop has become stronger to get good grades. Drinking is all secondary. It's mainly about cohesion. The corner of Zhou Zhengyi's mouth pulled. Completely speechless. These bastards don't give a damn about their faces so they can drink. What kind of cohesion is that? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the 3rd company commander became anxious and continued his offensive. Captain, just say one thing. Is our regiment important? If you think it doesn't matter, losing is losing, then just pretend we didn't say anything. Pretend we didn't come to you. Zhou Zhengyi's face turned red with anger. What's the matter? Without Lin Hui, you all still can't train, can you? All of them looked at him in unison, and smiled heatedly. Chief, that's not what we meant. Why don't we train after you? What do you think? Zhou Zhengyi was speechless. Although he climbed up a little from the grassroots, practicing this point of confidence is still there, but with just a month left, he just couldn't practice anything fancy even if it blew both his balls off. Lin Hui. This kid was different. His head was sky high and filled with an unknown number of ghost ideas. This is something that Zhou Zhengyi is still very self-aware of. He took a deep breath and waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, you guys can go if you want. Thank you, Chief. All of them smiled, saluted, and turned around just as they were about to leave. Zhou Zhengyi immediately called them back. Wait, drinking is drinking, watch your step, and also, tell that Lin Hui kid that I'm in charge of the regiment, so let him do it with his hands and feet. I'll be the shield. He doesn't have to worry about whoever's coming. Yes, fuck it. In the 6th Company mess hall, everyone grabbed a glass of wine and poured tons and tons of it down the drain. The sweet and refreshing beer went down their throats and smiles of joy bloomed on everyone's faces. Cool. Lin Hui greeted loudly. Eat your food. Eat your food. Enough beer today. Don't get drunk. Wang Yang gave a thumbs up as he chewed on his ribs. It's because Brother Hui is so generous and gives us wine to drink. Other companies don't get this kind of treatment. You didn't see how the other companies looked at us when we were carrying the wine. They were envious and jealous. Chen Era's mouth was stained with white beer foam, and his face smiled into a big chrysanthemum. I don't know how long I haven't had a drink. Brother Hui, you're simply the living god. The others followed suit and laughed freely. Full-time troops, usually not on New Year's Day or holidays, are not allowed to touch the alcohol, unless the leaders above specifically approved. This time it's going to be a hard sell for them. I'll spin one for the guys to help with the fun. Chen Era picked up the bottle of wine and was just about to perform a dragon sucking water. Outside the cafeteria, a large group of people suddenly rushed in aggressively, led by none other than the various company commanders. The soldiers of the 6th Company realized that the situation was not right and all stopped, and Wang Yang pushed Chen Eru, who then put the bottle down. How did they get here? Couldn't have gotten red-eyed and come to make a scene? How dare they? The 3rd Company commander swept a cold glance. Who told you to drink? Zhang Jiantao ran up and was just about to explain, when Lin Hui opened his mouth first. What's the matter? Our company is going to have special training soon. Get a pre-training drink, can't we? Yes, of course. The 3rd Company commander rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. But you have to bring us along. How can we eat alone? Yeah, gotta take us with you. Several other company commanders nodded their heads, eyes fixed on the big green stick, swallowing frantically. Lin Hui smiled slightly and immediately understood that this was a desire to come and rub the wine. Our company went through the regimental commander's consent. If there was no order from the regimental commander, I wouldn't dare to take you guys to drink. It's a violation of discipline. And NB. / a company commander hammered his fist on Lin Hui's chest and said with a smile, don't worry. If he doesn't approve we can run here. We are ready to follow you for a month afterward for a piece of training. And still listen to your command just like last time. Also, the head of the regiment specially explained that you should let go and do your job well. He is sitting in the rear, so that you don't have any worries. Lin Hui laughed. The chief is still quite discerning, knowing that I'm capable. The Zhang Jiantao next to him called a stifled envy in his heart. So I have nothing to do with this? In the end he's the company commander. I'm the company commander. Has the chief forgotten all about me as a person? I'm the company commander of the 6th Company of the Sharp Knives. The chief is too biased. Never mind. Who let this kid have his way? Lin Hui clapped his hands and said with a smile, since the headmaster has nodded his head, let's all come together. Let's not get drunk today. Go, bring over all the wine. If it's not enough then go buy more. We must get drunk tonight. Soon all the other companies joined in. The cafeteria was like dumplings, people next to each other, incredibly lively and noisy. The noise was so loud that it could be heard clearly from over 100 meters away. In the distance, a picket frowned, his face ugly. Do these guys have any discipline at all? Actually drinking in plain sight? He was just about to go up, when he was yanked by the person next to him. Alright, their leader has already greeted them. They are going to have special training starting tomorrow to prepare for the maneuvers in a month. And in the end, they are all competing for the glory of our war zone. So don't mind it. But, the other commander has approved it. What are we doing to make a fuss? Can't we arrest all the people who drink in a few companies back? No. The two picketers shook their heads and turned in the other direction. In the distance, in the corridor of the regimental building, the chief of staff frowned, watching from afar. There's only a month left. What are they drinking if they don't catch up on their training? Old Zhou, what do you think this Lin Hui kid? What the hell does he want? Zhou Zhengyi laughed. What? You don't trust him? It would be strange if I could rest assured. The chief of staff slapped his hand on the railing. Last time he trained, he took a whole regiment and suddenly disappeared. causing us to follow behind and worry about it, inviting the police to the forest. What is this called? Zhou Zhengyi cheerfully said. Okay, let's not worry about it, just trust him. The chief of staff didn't say anything. Although Lin Hui looked unreliable, everything he did was for the good of the Tiger Corps. The fact that he was able to lead his entire regiment to a come-from-behind victory in the last maneuver already showed that he had the strength. The chief of staff sighed and said helplessly, "This kid, anyway, is a bit evil. I can't see through him. Forget it, just let him toss it around. As long as it boosts the troops' combat power. As long as we can win." Zhou Zhengyi nodded. Eyes with expectations. "I would like to see you, kid. This time in the end, how do you want to do?" 2 hours later, it was completely dark. The cafeteria was sprawled out and empty beer bottles were strewn everywhere. It's easier to get a rise out of a crowd. Usually the group is only 4 or 5 bottles of wine. This time they all drank 8 or 9 bottles. There are a few. Alcohol is quite good. How beer cannot be drunk. Lin Hui simply white out the whole. 2 kinds of wine mixed with a piece and the gods cannot cover. Lin Hui stood up from the stool and walked outside to move his neck. Not the least bit drunk at all. Ding! The ability to detoxify +1+1+1+1. With the system in place, he couldn't get drunk at all. The more you drink, the more you can detoxify. Whether it's beer or liquor. Just like drinking water. At best, it's just a few more trips to the restroom. He looked back and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Let you all be greedy for wine. All of you put down. Soon, a group of men ran over. Deputy Company Commander, we're ready. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. The leader takes a look at the group of people slumped over in the cafeteria and hesitantly asks, is this really a good idea? The guys are all drunk like this. Lin Hui patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. Go on. It's all for their own good. The gang looked at each other, nodded with bad jokes, and rushed into the cafeteria. Chapter 140, Are we traveling? It was quiet in the dead of night. 2 warm yellow lights shone into the compound. Soon, a military jeep drove in and parked in front of a small townhouse. The gates opened and a young colonel straightened his clothes and got out of his car. The appearance looked 6 or 7 points similar to Lin Hui. Only his eyes were sharper and his body was a bit more robust. His name was Lin Fan, Lin Hui's second brother and the brigade commander of a synthesized brigade in the southeast region. In the bathroom on the second floor, Lin Guanyao was wearing his pajamas and was washing up in the mirror. Dad, seeing his silhouette appear behind him almost gave him a heart attack. You brat, how come you came in without a sound? Don't you know that people scare people to death? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. How would I know if you're asleep or not? Isn't it because I'm afraid of disturbing your rest? Lin Guanyao wiped the froth on his mouth. A face of no good. Almost scared to death by you. What are you doing suddenly coming back in the middle of the night? Lin Fan smiled and said, it's not that I haven't been back for too long and missed you and wanted to come back to see you. Cut the crap. Lin Guanyao rolled his eyes. I know what kind of fart you're going to make as soon as your kid pops your ass. Say it. What is it? Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. I really can't hide it from you. Our military region is going to exchange maneuvers with Southwest next month. Do you know about this? Lin Guanyao's corner of his eye twitched. His face speechless. Running back in the middle of the night. Just to talk to me about this? When your old man this commander is a pose? Lin Fan laughed and said. Then you definitely don't know that Lao San is involved this time. Lin Guanyao was shocked at that moment and asked suspiciously. Are you sure? Lin Fan nodded his head vigorously. Very sure. Today the above meeting introduced the opposite side of the detailed situation. Originally the opposite side of the red side of an army. Under the carry 2 divisions plus a synthesized brigade. And now inexplicably there is an additional unit. I took a closer look, and I didn't realize it was the same one that Lao San was in. The Tiger Regiment. Lin Guanyao's face instantly became incredibly odd. It's really strange. What is the purpose of their arrangement? The red side is already weak, and is no match for this side. From equipment and weapons, to strategic thinking, the Tiger Regiment had only just been preserved and wasn't exactly strong. So how did Su Qianshan let them get involved? Isn't that weak on top of being weak? With a lower chance of winning? Lin Fan carefully asked. Dad, what I mean is, if I really run into it, should I take care of it a little bit? Let some water off the hook, and let Lao San get some credit? He just got promoted to second lieutenant not long ago, and I haven't seen him in a long time. Think of it as a little special care for him, or he might even forget he has me as a second brother. He was full of embarrassment and bitterness. Big brother still has time to come back once or twice in a while, and at least he has seen Lin Hui before. This second brother of his own, who had always stayed in the army, almost rarely came back. Even the old man couldn't see him more than a few times a year, and he and Lin Hui hadn't met for more than 2 years. I heard that he has become better and outstanding now, and I as the second brother, am glad and proud of him. That's why he was thinking about watering down the maneuver a little bit. Of course, the premise is that it should never affect the direction of the battlefield. Not to mention that it should not miss the opportunity to fight. A blues win is a must. There's no doubt about that. Lin Guangyao glared at him fiercely. What's the point of letting go? How did I usually educate you? Forgetting all about the duties of a soldier? It's about obeying orders. Is the army run by your family? Or is it run by my family? And fighting is fighting? The only way you can really take care of him is to fight hard. If you run into him on the battlefield, your brigade nonetheless. Instead of letting go, our brigade has to focus on fucking him for me. Lin Fan's face looked like a frosted eggplant. Dad, they're already weak enough. Aren't you putting Lao San to death? Lin Guangyao snorted coldly. I just want him to know the cruelty of war. I just want him to know that in a large-scale war, his little bit of cleverness won't work. As long as the beating hurts and wakes him up, only then will it truly help him grow. Lin Rui was completely speechless. He wondered if Lao San was even born to Pops. Why are you so mean? He has now regretted coming back. Had I known not to tell Pops, the maneuver happened to privately put some water on the line. What if you're psychologically damaged and become autistic? Isn't this forcing him to tie the knot with Lao San? Lin Guangyao said coldly. I'm warning you, if you let me find out that you've let water out of the drill and didn't focus on hitting them, come back and see how I'll punish you. Lin Fan's tiger shook and nodded helplessly. Got it, Dad. He sighed in his heart. Old brother it is not that I do not help you, is that I really cannot help you. In maneuvers, you're on your own. I hope you and I don't run into each other. Without another word, he snorted, turned and left. Under the dim light of the bathroom, Lin Guangyao had a cold smile on his face. Little Hui, those were just small fights in the past. This big maneuver will let you really see what a really powerful troop is really like. A truck sped by on the mountain trail. Lin Hui sat in the passenger seat and looked back, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile, only to see the bumpy carriage, full of the smell of alcohol, all the people huddled together, snoring like thunder, not even the slightest sign of wanting to wake up. Chicken legs, big chicken legs don't run. Chen Era licked his tongue and rolled over to slap Wang Yang in the face. Wang Yang scratched his face and thought he was dreaming, so he simply rolled over as well and wrapped his arms around Chen Era and continued to huff and puff. 2 hours later, deep in the dense jungle, Chen Era's brows furrowed slightly as he suddenly felt a bit anxious to urinate. He got up in a daze and, as he usually did, wandered a few steps forward to the bathroom. With his pants down and his eyes closed, he began to open the floodgates at the tree. Wang Yang leaned against the tree, felt a rain hit his face, opened his eyes in a daze, and violently saw a big Kuan just toward his own water nuisance. Crap! He was startled and instantly sobered up. It didn't matter that he yelled. He opened his mouth and took a direct gulp. Chen Era was so shocked that the gate immediately closed, and hurriedly backed away, pointing at him in horror. Wang Yang, how can you be so perverted? I'm peeing here and you're still running around stealing and drinking? Wang Yang blah blah blah, angry jumped up from the ground. Fuck you. Who wants to drink that? You're sincere right. I'm lying down to sleep. You put water on my face. Pa, what a tart. I'm a child's urine. It can cure all diseases. Fuck you. Cure all diseases. The two men were furious and just about ready to fight. Suddenly both stopped. A few small birds twittered overhead. Looking at the surrounding sky-high trees and dense jungle, both of them were instantly confused. Wang Yang's eyes almost stared out. His expression was like seeing a ghost. Eru, we are not drinking in the cafeteria. How? How to suddenly come here? Where is this? Chen Era was violently shocked. The whole person was bad. It's over. We must have crossed over. Chapter 141, a little bit of hard work to push your potential. Wang Yang was completely confused as he looked at the large trees that covered the sky all around him. Obviously, he was drinking in the cafeteria earlier. How come he's here all of a sudden? It's hard to believe that you've really traveled? Snap! He backhanded himself a couple of times, grimacing in pain, his teeth flopping out. Chen Era saw him like this, also panicked. Wang Yang, you do not scare me. Why do you still engage in self-harm? As soon as the words fell, Wang Yang directly gave him a big mouth. Chen Era covered his fiery face and jumped up in anger. If you hit yourself, hit yourself. What are you doing hitting me? Wang Yang foolishly asked. Does it hurt? Of crap. Of course it hurts. Wang Yang grabbed him by the arm. Emotional, if it hurts, it means it's not a dream. Chen Era, since it's not a dream, how did it run here? It can't really cross over, right? Quick, hurry up and wake them up. The two rushed up and slapped the others, who were still huffing and puffing on the floor. Awake! Wang Yang wrote on Zhang Jiantao's face. Huffing and puffing was a few ear scratches. Company commander, wake up, don't sleep. We've been abducted by aliens. Zhang Jiantao was also drunk and opened his eyes in a daze. Didn't even realize how many slaps he'd received. Why? What aliens? Wang Yang said anxiously. Company commander. Look where we are. Zhang Jiantao looked around, and his eyes, which were originally only a slit, instantly glared. I'm going. Where is this? How did I run here? Wang Yang shook his head. I don't know. I woke up here. Soon everyone was shaken awake one after another. A number of them are still all drunk and fuzzy-eyed. Can't tell if it's reality or a dream. After a while, when everyone was all awake and saw their surroundings, they were completely dumbfounded. Crap. Aren't we drinking? Where are we? What the hell is going on? A kilometer away, behind a bush. Lin Hui listened to the chirping and shouting over there and looked back. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. These guys finally woke up, sleeping like a dead pig, being sent to karma waste without even realizing it. Across the street stood a group of men from the transportation unit, and the officer at the head asked worriedly, Deputy Company Commander Lin, won't something happen if we do this? Lin Hui waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. They all have experience. Don't worry about them. You guys can go back. The transportation team looked at each other. So many people, all thrown into the deep woods. Nothing. Is it true that nothing will happen? Lin Hui smiled and said, you guys go back. Remember to tell the chief about the situation so he doesn't worry. There was still some concern, but they weren't combat troops after all. Don't know much about the training piece either. Maybe that's how people practice? The transportation team's crowd rushed at Lin Hui and saluted, then drove off. Lin Hui watched them leave before he turned toward the source of the noise. In the forest, everyone was already in disarray, chattering like frightened sparrows. Seeing Lin Hui walk over, everyone immediately felt like they had seen the backbone, and were instantly energized. Zhang Jiantao and a few company commanders flew around him, asking questions. Lin Hui, what's going on here? How did we get here in good time? Lin Hui smiled slightly and looked at the crowd and asked, has everyone sobered up yet? The crowd nodded and shook their heads. Most were awake, but there were still people with half-drooped eyes, looking just a little dazed. Although the beer is low in degrees, you can't help but drink a lot of it. Moreover, at the end of the drink, Lin Hui was afraid that they wouldn't get drunk, and he didn't know where to get boxes of erguo. When the two kinds of wine are mixed together and drunk together, even the great Luo Golden Immortals can't carry it, let alone them. This would be the case, and many of them felt an unbearable thirst and even some heartburn. Su De patted his groggy head. It hurts a bit, and I'm still a bit dizzy. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. A headache and dizziness is right, showing that you guys didn't drink wine for nothing yesterday. Suda's head full of question marks. So what? It's hard not to drink fake wine? The others were also confused. Lin Hui, what exactly are you trying to say? Lin Hui put away his smile and said with a straight face, do you guys really think that this wine is this good? War may come at any time, and you, as soldiers, must maintain a full fighting force in any state. But look at yourselves now. How can you fight when you're falling over and can't even stand up? Being brought here by me. All of you are not alert at all. If I were the enemy, all of your heads would have moved this time. Everyone's mind was shocked. Already have a general idea of what's going on. It's not a fucking drink. It's a trap. However, what exactly Lin Hui was going to do when he got them drunk and brought them here, none of them were sure, but it certainly wasn't good anyway. Everyone took a step back and looked at Lin Hui with fear and trepidation, like they were guarding against a thief, afraid he'll sell himself. Lin Hui revealed a hint of a bad smile. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. I won't do anything to you. Zhang Jiantao's old face turned red. Why did he feel that this line was so familiar? That's what they seem to say in the movies when the bad guys bully the little girls. He hurriedly asked, Lin Hui, what exactly are you doing by getting us here? Lin Hui looked at him and said indifferently, training. What else can I do? Buying and selling people is against the law. This place is safe. It's 50 to 60 kilometers from the nearest village. You guys are here, no matter how you let loose. No one will see you. A group of people almost spit blood. Last time they at least gave out a first aid kit, but this time they really don't have anything. Thrown so far away again, with no birds around. You call this security? When something goes wrong, you can't call the police. Seeing Lin Hui like this time the training is to ruthlessly screw them. Lin Hui smiled and said, but the guys don't need to worry. I've already hidden 100 rations in advance in various places in the forest, and one ration can sustain a normal person's exercise consumption for 3 days. Whoever wants to eat, show all your skills. Wang Yang inexplicably asked, Brother Hui, what is the meaning of this? Do not understand? There are so many of us. How can 100 servings be enough? Lin Hui smiled faintly. It's not enough to eat, so from now on, you guys have to find your own companions and form combat groups. and without any weapons. Use your fists, heads, and even teeth to defeat each other. Whoever wins will get a meal. Only 100 in total. First come, first served. Of course, if you didn't manage to grab one, the next. Lin Hui didn't finish, and a creepy smile appeared on his face. This smile caused everyone's tigers to shake, and the sweaty hairs on their backs all stood up one by one. Having known Lin Hui for so long, we all know what kind of piss he is. There must be a big pit waiting for them back there. Lin Hui clapped his hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find it? A group of people reacted as if they were being herded onto a duck, pulling out their legs and running towards the forest, cursing as they ran. This guy is designated a little bit sick. I suspect he might be a psychopath. This is a rhythm to play us to death. One of our own against one of our own. Who did this? As he watched the crowd disappear into the jungle, quickly vanishing into thin air, Lin Hui narrowed his eyes. You have to give them a hard time if you want to form a fighting force. People can only bring out their full strength when they are pushed to the brink. Lin Hui smiled faintly. This time, I'm going to push you all to your full potential so that I can be sure of winning. He then strides towards the forest as well. Chapter 142, The enemy is not only them, it's also me. Everyone quickly made a mad dash towards the forest. Everyone wasn't too far apart, and one by one, people started to form alliances with each other. They are usually in groups of 2 or 3. Lin Hui had said that the rations were only enough for adults to maintain their physical requirements for 3 days. Just enough for 2 to 3 people to eat for a day. Xiao Su, you're with me. You kid can run fast. Old Zhu, I'll join you. Third company commander, let's get a few of us together. Wang Yang and Chen Era ran over on the left and right, pinning Suda like a big pancake. Suda looked around and asked warily, what are you doing? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed and laughed. Squad leader, let's 3 team up. We 3 old iron. Other people certainly can't rob us? Suda looked at the two with distrust. I'll say it first, teaming up is fine, but you two don't drag me down. Last night, I just drank and didn't even eat much in my stomach. Don't worry. There we are. Certainly no. Vomit. Chen Arrow ran and ran. His stomach lurched, hard to open his mouth and directly spit out. It was like an artificial fountain, clattering and spitting a huge puddle in the air. Suda smelled the pungent odor and hurriedly covered his nose, turning his head away in disgust. Chen Arrow wiped his mouth, sighed and said, originally, I still have something in my stomach. This is finished. I should have known that I would not drink so much yesterday. My stomach is burning like fire. Wang Yang glanced at the ground. He bad smile. Afraid of what? Anyway, it is your own vomit. Turn back to the hungry anxious eyes have nothing to eat. Come back to give it eaten. Chen Era turned back to look at the ground, a large puddle. A pat on the head. Why did not think of it? If really hungry, I can consider. First said, you two are not allowed to grab with me. Vomit. Suda held the tree. Did not hold back. Directly nauseated and vomited. Sprayed even more than he did. It was a column of water. Wang Yang shook his head with a heartbroken expression. Squad leader. We just finished talking. Why did you throw up too? What a waste. Suda wiped his mouth and glared at him fiercely. You guys are talking so disgusting. I can't not vomit. I haven't eaten much in the first place. I'm warning you. You must listen to my command later. No random actions. Do you hear me? Wang Yang hemmed and hawed. No problem. Who made you the squad leader? Chen Arrow foolishly asked. Squad leader. If there's an unexpected situation, can we get a little innovative? I don't want all the food to be taken by others. Suda waved his hand. Create a new ass. You don't care about anything. Just listen to my orders. The two nodded helplessly and followed him as they ran towards the depths of the forest. Soon, others were forming teams one by one. Several company commanders, on the other hand, spontaneously grouped together. Zhang Jiantao waved his hand at the others. Now it's every man for himself. There's no such thing as a company commander or not. It's just a matter of who can grab the stuff. The others were full of glee. So later, can we beat you guys up too? Zhang Jiantao's eyes glared, and the other company commanders immediately leered. You guys dare. When we fight, we are the company commanders, and we will turn around and put you in confinement. What a nasty piece of shit. Everyone cursed fiercely in their hearts and rolled their eyes. In no time at all of them formed a line and rushed towards the forest in a brainstorm. Lin Hui watched from afar, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. If I really let you guys get food so easily, then am I still me? Leaving this behind, he also flew towards the forest. Everyone was spread out like a fishing net in the dense jungle. Bushes, grass nooks, caves, even under rocks. They don't miss a beat. Wang Yang squatted on the ground, picked up a broken branch, and said in a dignified manner, I bet the food is nearby. According to Huey's temperament, He will definitely leave some traces for us to follow and won't really let us starve. Chen Arrow nodded his head in a serious manner. What you said makes sense. But where is it? Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. I usually can't guess where FAI's head is. I have a clue. Not far away. Su De waved towards them. Sure enough, I found some marks on the ground. Su De half squatted on the ground. His eyes incomparably sharp. The grass has traces of having been trampled on. And there's a shallow footprint in front of it. It should be right in front. Follow me. The two nodded and flew forward after him. But when they got to the place, they realized that someone had actually come before them. And, already picking at the outside of the tree hole, excitedly rummaging for something. By the looks of it, there should be a harvest. Wang Yang shouted anxiously. That's ours. The three Lu squad leaders over there looked back and cut out. First come, first served. We found it first. It's ours. Su De's face reddened with anger. It was so hard to follow the clues to find it, but it was actually shortchanged. How can this be? He looked at the two Wang Yangs and said coldly, Go! In the next second, the two of them were like vicious dogs, charging straight up. Mine! 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 A few people from the opposite side turned around and were startled as they watched the two men rise up in the air and come flying at them like vicious dogs. Bang! 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 A punch and a kick went straight towards the two men. But the two men, after all, came from pig farming and had strength in their own right. And also training with Lin Hui for so long, the strength was naturally not something they could compare to. Taking a few hard hits, he actually didn't even retreat, but smashed through again, directly pouncing on those few to the ground. Su De found the right moment to take a healthy step and darted up. Lu squad leader was startled. He is not Su De's opponent. Picked up the plastic box containing food and hurriedly backed away. Old Su, we are comrades in arms. Don't implode. These things are obviously my first. Before he could finish his sentence, Su De rushed up and slammed his fist into his face. Lu Banji flew backwards, sliding against the turf for several meters. Su De walked over, took the box from his arms, and said with a smile, Squad leader Lu, we're the enemy. What do you think of talking so much to the enemy? Fuck, it's bleeding. You're fucking serious. Lu Banjang climbed up, touched his wet nose, and his face turned green. Retreat. Wang Yang and Chen Arrow were full of joy when they saw that they had gotten their hands on something, and they climbed up and ran. Su De looked at the clear plastic box in his arms, which was filled with powdered stuff, presumably something like chow mein. It looks small, but mix it with water and you should have no problem eating it for 2 or 3 days. He hugged his stuff and turned around just as he was about to leave. Whoosh! A figure in the trees suddenly jumped down and landed in front of him. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed at him. What do you want? Without waiting for Su De to react, he waved his hand and directly slapped the plastic box in Su De's hand away. The box slipped and slid through the air, brushing the floor with a thud. Powdered food was suddenly spilled all over the floor. Chen Arrow and Wang Yang were all dumbfounded and jumped up and down in anger when they reacted. Crap! Brother Hui! You're cheating! You're cheating! We grabbed it with great difficulty. Su De Rin was confused. Lin Hui. You? What are you doing? Lin Hui smiled slightly and said, It's during a battle now. You have to be vigilant. Your enemies aren't just them. They could be me as well. It's kind of a lesson for you guys. So pay attention next time. Don't grab something and think it's okay. With the words out of his mouth, he turned around and headed in the other direction, leaving behind the three Su De who were dumbfounded. Also, can this be? Captain Lu's trio climbed up from the ground and spat at them. Bah! Let you fool around. Let you rob us. You deserve it. He gave a wink, and the other two rushed up together, puckering their asses like vicious dogs to the powder on the floor. The food was spilled onto the floor, but it was piled thicker in some places and was still edible. Just don't lick the floor. As much as they can eat to replenish their energy, they don't care anyway. Crap! You guys are dogs. By the time Su De's trio rushed up in anger, the edible parts on the ground had already been pretty much licked by those few. Chen Arrow looked at the ground, stained with saliva, sticky puddle and asked, Can this still be eaten? Eat shit. It's all drool. Su De was furious, his eyes spitting fire. This Lin Hui kid, too sinister, didn't make it clear at first. How did I bring out such a wicked and smoky thing? Let's go rob someone else. The two of them looked at the food on the ground and shook their heads sadly. We was also too damaged. What he did was really not personnel. Not far away, Zhang Jiantao and a few others exerted a lot of effort to beat up a group of people and grabbed a ration. When he dared to prepare for the evacuation with gusto, he was stopped in his tracks by Lin Hui. Company commander. Where to? Zhang Jiantao covered what he ate and backed away in horror. Lin Hui. What are you doing? You? Don't you fucking do anything. We grabbed it with great difficulty. Lin Hui took 2 steps to get closer and pulled out his right hand from the bottom to the top. Snap. The box was directly slapped out of his hand and crashed into a tree on the side, breaking apart. All the contents, too, spilled out. A gust of wind blew everywhere. When Zhang Jiantao and the others came back to their senses, Lin Hui had already run away. "I'm sorry, company commander. I'm doing this for your own good." Looking at the powder all over the ground, Zhang Jiantao was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. "Lack of morals. I'm your company commander. It's okay for you to mess with other people's, but even mine. You're a big man." Soon there was a scramble in various places. The fighting was grueling as the groups fought amongst themselves for what little rations they had. Soon the day is over. 100 rations and only 20 or so actually grabbed them. These are also all lessons they have learned the hard way, time and time again, from their failures. If you rob something, you can't linger. You have to run. The kind that puts all your strength into it. Otherwise, everyone would catch up like hungry wolves. And, moreover, they had to always prevent Lin Hui's sneak attack. It was late at night and the forest was silent except for the chirping of insects. Lin Hui knew that no matter if they had grabbed food or not, they had all found a place to hide this time. The fighting during the day had been so intense that everyone was exhausted, and now was the time to recuperate. Lin Hui half crouched on a tree like an owl, his eyes flashing with laughter. Training like this is a good start. The next is definitely more fun. Chapter 143, Forcing People into Monkeys in the Blink of an Eye. Half a month had passed. In the regiment's office, Zhou Zhangyi held the phone, his face smiling like a flower. "Division commander, don't worry. This exercise will be no problem. The soldiers of our regiment are in high spirits. They can't wait to train every day without eating or sleeping. I'm just looking forward to getting a good score and bringing honor to our 602. Lu Qingsong nodded with satisfaction. "I'm relieved to have this energy. This exercise is on a grand scale. Whatever you guys want, the division will provide you with. I only have one request. Victory and triumph. Promise to finish the job." Zhou Zhangyi laughed and hung up the phone, almost writing the word dejected on his face. He looked at the chief of staff next to him and said cheerfully, "Look at it, look at it, look at it. Did you hear what the division commander said? Give us whatever we want. When has the division commander ever been so nice to us?" The chief of staff said with a worried frown, "Lao Zhou, the division commander is good to us. But, those you just said, all is bullshit. We have not even seen the shadow of the people, or the enthusiasm of the whole regiment. This is not fooling the ghost?" Zhou Zhangyi reacted violently, immediately also dumbfounded. It seems to be true? He was just happy on top of it too. The division commander called to ask about the situation. He can't be in the dark and know nothing, can he? He definitely couldn't say anything about the whole regiment being taken out for training by Lin Hui either. If the division commander knew about this, he'd be so angry he'd peel his skin off, just bragging and getting carried away. Zhou Zhangyi touched his head and froze for a long time before reacting. Turning his head, he glared at the chief of staff in exasperation. "How dare you not stop me a little bit? This is if the division commander knows that I lied to him. How can it be?" The chief of staff smiled but didn't laugh. "Why didn't you say that when you were just bragging?" He waved his hand and said, "All right, it's not really a big deal. It's not like you don't know Lin Hui's skills, so if he comes to practice, there's definitely no problem. You forget the last time he took people out into the woods for a month and they all came back looking like wolf cubs." Zhou Zhangyi nodded his head and thought about it and felt that it was true. This kid, Lin Hui, is different from the average person, and it's definitely not a problem for him to lead the practice. The results of the last exercise are the best proof. Zhou Zhangyi slapped the table. The tone of the door raised a few points. "Then you just said those do what? Almost scared me. Go go go. Let's make a call to ask how that kid is doing. I'm still waiting to see the results." The chief of staff, full of speechlessness, followed and stood up. "It's bad luck to give you a chief of staff." Deep in the jungle, two large, dark heads peeked out silently from a layer of bushes. Their eyes were like hungry wolves, staring straight at a large steamed bun not far away in the open space. Swallowing hard, after observing for a moment, the two men looked at each other and slowly just retracted their heads. Wang Yang turned around and gestured, and one of the bushes behind him immediately came to life, moving in both directions. There were 7 or 8 bushes in a circle. "Go!" As the words fell, they were like a line of cheetahs, simultaneously darting towards steamed bun. Just when they were only a meter or two away from the buns, everyone immediately braked sharply to a stop. Make sure there are no threats, any traps, and then quickly back off. At the same time, Wang Yang and Chen Eru both stood up violently. Grabbing a pre-prepared stick, he slammed it towards a suspicious place in the forest where someone might be hiding. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the moment when the wooden stick smashed out, the two of them rushed out at the same time like lightning. Wang Yang made a flying leap and grabbed the steamed buns and turned around just to run. With a bang, a large net instantly rose from the ground, tying him up and hanging him from a tree. Wang Yang was quick on his feet and took a vicious bite of the steamed bun, quickly taking the rest of the throw the rest down. Chen Arrow caught it like a baseball, and without the slightest stop, pulled his leg and ran. In no time at all, everyone was all but running out of sight. Lin Hui walked out from behind a nearby tree with both hands behind his back. Wang Yang's mouth bulged like a big toad, desperately trying to swallow the stuff in his mouth. Brother Hui, if you just beat me to death today, I will definitely not spit it out. The stuff has been given to me to eat. Okay, your kid has recently learned to be smart. Lin Hui looked at him with a smile. Actually know how to cooperate with the cover offense. It seems that there is indeed growth than before. This little setup plays well. Wang Courage huffed and glared at him. It's not quite being forced by you. Every day we are whisked away like dogs. Not more than a few hard eyes to be able to do. Over this period of time, under Lin Hui's artificial interference, the hostile relationship between the various groups had intensified. That 100 rations ended, and he also put a lot of food in various parts of the forest, and set traps around it. The group's eyes reddened at the sight of the food. In order to grab the food, you have to take out the guy across the street first. But in the end, they did everything they could and thought they could get the food, only to realize that there was actually a trap. For several days in a row, many of the groups, after being exhausted, ended up being caught in a net by Lin Hui instead of being fed. What's even more annoying is that this guy actually ate the stuff in front of them. They were also given a push-up penalty, which was 1,000 to start, so that they can't eat even if they can't eat, but also have to be physically punished. Angry, they greeted Lin Hui's ancestors every day. In this high-pressure situation, everyone is pushed to the limit. What synergistic tactics, baiting techniques, coordinated attack tactics, did not need anyone to teach them at all. They all came out naturally. Lin Hui looked at Wang Yang, who was hanging from the tree, swaying from left to right, and asked with a smirk, "Tell me, do you want to hang here for a day, or 1,000 push-ups?" Push-ups, fools get hung up for a day. Wang Yang made his choice without hesitation. The half-bun that I had just eaten had replenished some of my strength. Doing a push-up shouldn't be a problem. When he was done, he was able to move on to other food and more stamina. Lin Hui cut the vines and put him down from the tree. Wang Yang without saying a word grunted and started to do push-ups, and it looked like he had been punished a lot. Do it right. Leaving this behind, Lin Hui turned his head and headed in the other direction. In the days that followed, everyone became more savvy. Reaction, speed, and tactical coordination are getting better. The previous training made them look like they had been living in the jungle for a long time. But now, they looked as if they had grown up in the woods since they were children. Each one more than a monkey. Even if they ran into special forces in the woods, these guys would definitely be able to beat them. Lin Hui sighed in his heart. People, this is how it should be. Only when they are pushed into a desperate situation can they realize their infinite potential. He took out a map and spread it on the ground, measuring the distance with his hand. These days, unknowingly they had advanced 300 to 400 kilometers. It's almost time to go back as we're approaching the borderline. Lin Hui had just put the map away when a rustling voice suddenly came from the man-portable radio on his body. It can't be the chief contacting me, can it? This radio was also his only means of communication with the regiment. The chief must have been anxious about disappearing for so long. Lin Hui smiled and picked up the radio. Only just listened for a moment. His face instantly changed. Chapter 144, Our Land. Not an inch more. Lin Hui quickly adjusted the channel and held the man-portable radio close to his ear. Soon, the voice over there became clear. Report, report, report. Emergency. There are a small number of monkey soldiers crossing the 328 zone to scout. There's also a large number of monkey soldiers active on the opposite side, probably trying to come over for reinforcements. Lin Hui was instantly serious, his face filled with frost. These monkey soldiers, they're actually jumping up and down again? It was only a few decades ago that they were knocked down and the economy was all set back a decade. These white wolves are thinking that after all this time, they're good again, aren't they? Soon after, another voice filled with majesty came from there. Keep a stern watch on them. All troops advance forward, and must guard all defense lines. Remember, my country's territory, not an inch of it. Yes, I will now immediately report to my superiors and ask them to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Yes. The call ended quickly. Lin Hui took the walkie-talkie back and frowned slightly. 328 area he was well aware was less than 60 kilometers away. Before he came here to train, he had learned about the neighborhood, so he knew that there were only 2 companies of border guards stationed over there. It was obviously too late to wait for troops to be sent from above. It might as well be better if he rushed over there with his men now. Lin Hui secretly thought in his heart, this is a wonderful opportunity to exercise. In the forest, no matter what kind of practice, it was only simulated training, and the effect was never as good as actual combat. Only a bloodbath can really make a soldier grow up fast. When I think about it, the reason why my predecessors were able to cross the Yangtze River and defeat the strongest military force at that time was because they had experienced many battles and accumulated rich combat experience. Although we have experienced too many days of peace now, it does not mean that war will not come. The reason for the reform of the force and the reason for the constant maneuvers. The purpose is to improve the combat effectiveness of the troops. Only then, when the day of war comes, can they guard the country and protect the people? In the era of peace, it was hard to stumble upon such a battle. Perhaps the special forces might be exposed to it, but the soldiers of their regular forces might not encounter it once in their lives. It had to be done. Lin Hui has a regiment here and is close by. We don't know when the reinforcement troops will arrive, so he'll bring his men there first to make sure our people are safe. In addition, it will also test the results of the training of the people under the hand over this period of time. The best of both worlds. Making the decision, Lin Hui flew through the forest, taking out his whistle and blowing it hard. The shrill whistle of assembly echoed through the forest. The birds and animals were so frightened that they flew away in all directions. In various places in the forest, many people poked their heads out, their faces filled with caution. What's going on? Why are you blowing the whistle all of a sudden? Are we going out? Could it be fishy? These guys have been screwed. Worried that Lin Hui was going to pull another stunt to screw them over. One coward, never daring to come out. Lin Hui could only blow his whistle while yelling through the forest. All get out and gather. Move fast. Soon, one after another, people came to gather in the open space. When all the people arrived, Lin Hui solemnly yelled, "All halt!" and N. Everyone's body instinctively shook, sensing that something was wrong, and immediately stood with their chests out. Lin Hui didn't have any nonsense and went straight to the point. Just now, I received news that there are monkey soldiers in the 328 area who have crossed the border and are preparing to make a move. The border guards have already requested for support with the top, but they don't know when they'll arrive. And we're close by, so I've decided to bring you guys over to help. Everyone was instantly startled. Sure enough, something happened. Monkey soldiers crossing the border. Is this a death wish? Wait. Zhang Jiantao spoke up quickly. We're unarmed. What can we do if we go? Several other company commanders also said, if we rush over there without even knowing the specifics, won't we suffer a big loss if they have weapons? Lin Hui said seriously, when we get there, our people should provide weapons. Someone asked, what if it doesn't? Lin Hui smiled slightly. Even if we don't have any, can't we still rob the enemy? The old ancestors said, no guns, no cannons, the enemy builds them for us. Everyone was instantly speechless. There's a time for that, isn't there? What were the conditions in the beginning? What are the conditions now? The things of the old ancestors cannot be directly copied. In the beginning, most of them were tethered rifles, which was fine for ambush, but now they are basically automatic fire. Maybe they have heavy fire. How to rob? Charge up and get blitzed. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Lin Hui asked in a cold voice, what? Are you all afraid? The people looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Zhang Jiantao couldn't help but say, it's not that we're afraid. We don't have any weapons. Going there is just a death sentence. Lin Hui said with incomparable seriousness, company commander, when our forefathers also had nothing, not good as to defeat the invaders, they used the worst equipment, wearing the thinnest clothes, can in the ice and snow, to defeat the gang of strong enemy. Now we cannot? Everyone clenched their fists, their hearts burning with rage, as if the battle back then was still fresh in their minds. Lin Hui said coldly, back then, those little monkeys, we beat their economy back 10 years. They were known as the third in the world at that time, but weren't they still beaten down by us and became defeated? He swept his gaze over everyone and asked in a snarl, I'm just asking, are you still soldiers? Yes. Everyone roared in response, emotionally charged. Lin Hui asked again, now that our land has been violated, what should you do? Fuck him. Lin Hui. What you say? What we do? All of them were red-eyed and full of rage, wishing to rush over in a rocket right now and fuck this group of monkey soldiers to death. Looking at the crowd's high spirits and righteous indignation, Lin Hui nodded with satisfaction. What are we training for? Not so we can take the victory in the maneuvers, but to improve our combat power and our ability to kill the enemy. Now is a good opportunity for real combat, so I hope everyone will take advantage of it. Of course, I don't have orders to go over there. This is just my personal idea, but I hope I can get everyone to support it. The scene had been ignited by fervor, and everyone's heart was filled with endless battle intent. What are they in the military for? Isn't it to protect their country? Now those monkeys actually dare to violate my majesty. If I don't fight back, what kind of uniform do I have to wear? Several company commanders clenched their back teeth and angrily yelled, we've got your back. The others yelled together, wariness dancing in their eyes. We are the same. It is our duty to guard the land. Fuck them. A smile appeared on Lin Hui's face as he raised his arms and shouted, "Let's go! Let's go fuck up these little monkeys." Chapter 145, Never seen a deputy company commander running a regiment before? 328 area. Li Guotao poked his head out of his position, grabbed the binoculars and take a closer look toward the distant valley. After a few moments, this was slowly withdrawn. Toward the side of the ministry asked, "What is the situation now?" The subordinate immediately replied, "We just sent our men out to scout, and near the opposite valley, we found many traces of people's activities. Just now, they were preparing to send people to infiltrate, but they were all beaten back by us. Were there any casualties?" "No." "That's good." Li Guotao pounded his fist on the ground, his face full of anger. This group of sons of bitches from the Monkey Kingdom, forgetting the pain after a good wound, after being beaten like that by us a few decades ago, how long has it been that they actually jumped up again? He marked the map well with several locations reported by his men. Immediately, he understood the guy's intentions. It seems that they are trying to sneak in and get everyone connected as a way to take over our area. Li Guotao laughed coldly. People small curry is a little bit quietly touch over, for fear of being discovered. This gang of monkey soldiers can be good. Actually blatantly want to occupy by force. Simply arrogant to the extreme. He asked coldly, "How long before the reinforcements arrive?" "Department, just got in touch. They're on their way. They'll be here in 3 hours. Li Guotao nodded and was just about to open his mouth when a soldier flew over and shouted, "Report, reinforcements have arrived." Li Guotao froze for a moment and turned his head to look at the subordinate who had just been there. "Didn't you say there were still 3 hours left?" This ministry is also full of questions. "That's not right. He just contacted the border guards 2 minutes ago. People are still on their way. Even if they came in a rocket, it wouldn't be that fast, would it? Go on, check it out." Li Guotao immediately brought someone over, but when they saw the visitor, all of them were shocked out of their wits. Li Guotao looked at the group of people in front of him, and his jaw directly hit the ground. This is also called reinforcements? There was a black mass in front of them, each one pudgy and tattered. People are quite a lot of people, eyeballing the appearance of hundreds of people, looking in beggar army. Li Guotao opened his mouth and really didn't know what to say. "You guys." Lin Hui walked over to him with a smile and saluted. "Hello, we're from the Tiger Regiment of the 602nd Division in the Southwest Theater. We happen to be training nearby, and when we heard about the emergency situation on your side, we immediately rushed here." Receiving the handed over documents, Li Guotao looked very odd, looking at the photo and then at Lin Hui. He confirmed that his identity was correct, and only then did he return the document to the other party. After half a day, it turned out not to be reinforcements sent from above, but troops that happened to be in the neighborhood came to help. Li Guotao said with a leathery smile, "Comrade Deputy Company Commander, you guys do have guts. You don't even have any weapons or equipment and you dare to run to support." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "We don't have any. You guys just have some. Share some of it with us and we'll help you guard the border from those monkeys." Li Guotao mouth twitching. "How to feel like to eat for free? Weapons we have, but the number of ammunition is limited. So many of you all empty-handed. Is it to give me a few years of inventory all consumed? That's not so." Lin Hui waved his hand and said, "The situation is urgent. We are also helping you to temporarily cope with it. The opposite side looks at us as a large number of people, but also dare not act rashly. Wait for reinforcements to come. Do not need to help us to go again." Li Guotao's brow tightened, and his face suddenly became ugly. The monkey soldiers had just launched several raids and kept moving troops over. It looks like it's going to be a big one, and they are really short-staffed on their side. With so many people on the other side, they couldn't stop them with just their 2 companies. Li Guotao thought for a moment. "Wait for me to ask for instructions. It's too late." Lin Hui immediately urged. "You've seen the documents just now. They're all from a brother unit. What else do you have to worry about? Now that group of monkeys want to trample on our land. As fellow Yen soldiers, it's our duty to defend the land. We must stop them back. It'll take at least 2 or 3 hours for the border reinforcements to get here. It'll be too late." Li Guotao's face was so ugly that he could wring out water. That was what worried him the most. Large numbers of monkey soldiers are beginning to move this way, and if we don't reinforce our defenses, our land will be violated. Soldiers of the Yen state are responsible for defending the land. No matter what, Li Guotao can never allow anyone to trample on our dignity. He weighed the pros and cons and said seriously, "Fine, I can distribute weapons to you. However, you can only help with the defense and are not allowed to do anything out of line. If they want an armed conflict, they must act on my orders when the time comes." "No problem." Lin Hui gave an okay sign. Li Guotao looked at Lin Hui's face of stating sincerity. Then he put his heart down and led the people to the post to receive their weapons. Walking down the road, Suda couldn't help but come up and ask with a frown, Lin Hui, didn't you say earlier that we're here to fuck monkey soldiers? Now that we have to listen to other people's orders, how are we going to let go and do it later? Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Squad leader, he believed what I said. Why do you guys believe it too? Suda froze and reacted instantly. The others smiled impishly. How could they almost forget that Lin Hui was a scoundrel? The credibility of the words coming out of his mouth is almost equal to zero. Lin Hui smiled and said, aren't there reinforcements not here yet? The situation on the battlefield is ever changing, so before they arrive, we can use our initiative. No problem. A bad grin immediately clouded one's face. That makes so much sense. If we give them a chance later, they'll have to do something, otherwise it's not a wasted trip. Li Guotao opened the thick iron door and led Lin Hui and the others into the weapons vault. Just as they entered, the crowd couldn't help but hiss and suck in cool air. It's only a border post, but there are a lot of weapons stored there. It's more than enough to arm a regiment. You guys watch and take it. When Li Guotao finished his orders and left, Lin Hui made a wink toward the crowd and lowered his voice to whisper, take all the heavy firepower away. It's too bad that we don't use heavy guys to fight monkey soldiers. Yeah, that makes sense. Su De hurriedly put the submachine gun back and picked up a light machine gun. Next to Wang Yang and Chen Arrow a few douchebags. C-40 fire eyes are glowing. Each took a handful. All were fully armed and moved quickly to their positions. Well camouflaged, Lin Hui lay on the ground and asked toward Li Guotao, what's the situation across the street now? Li Guotao looked at his rank of second lieutenant, then looked at the several captains behind him, and was filled with suspicion. No, who the hell is the head of you guys here? Lin Hui grinned and pointed at himself. For the time being I am. Several other company commanders nodded. Just listen to him, he's the temporary commander of our regiment. Li Guotao was filled with speechlessness. A second lieutenant deputy company commander could manage a regiment? It was the first time in his life that he had seen it. It's a wonder of the world. Tell us the situation. Li Guotao spread out a map, pointing at a certain location on the map, and then pointing at a gully between the mountains on the opposite side. According to our probing, there are traces of monkey soldiers' activities here, and in those two locations. My guess is that they are trying to infiltrate towards us from over there. So, we're holding this position and setting up our defenses, just waiting for them to come over. Lin Hui narrowed his eyes and looked carefully against the map, suddenly revealing a cold smile. You've been tricked by them. If we continue to guard here, we hate the possibility of heavy casualties. Chapter 146. Once they guarded this place with their blood, now it's our turn. Li Guotao was instantly annoyed, his eyes spitting fire. What do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that you are questioning my judgment, and the level of reconnaissance? Lin Hui shook his head. Your judgment was fine, your observations were careful, and the reconnaissance was all right. Li Guotao was on fire and pounded the ground in anger. You tricked me? Lin Hui waved his hand. Calm down. Relax. Realizing that he had lost some of his temper, Li Guotao snorted coldly. You must give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Hui shrugged his shoulders and spoke directly. Monkey combat has always had their own way of doing things. After that battle ended back then and we withdrew, they had their secret service teams, small-scale infiltration, fighting us for a long time afterward. Think about it, isn't there some similarity in what you're experiencing this time? Li Guotao grumbled in anger and didn't say anything, but agrees with Lin Hui. Based on what's available, the guys who infiltrated are really using that tactical play. Not many people. Come in, hit and run. Thieves. If they could win the fight, they would take the place over quickly, followed by a steady stream of people coming from behind those earlier places they occupied in this way. Li Guotao looked at the slightly shorter mountain in the distance and then at Lin Hui, still somewhat unconvinced. You continue. Lin Hui smiled faintly and pointed to a few locations on the map. Right now, here, and this, are our defense positions, and those points connected to a line are the monkey soldiers' current approximate positions. From what I've observed, the place they're occupying isn't exactly a feng shui treasure, so they're bound to keep moving forward. Li Guotao frowned. Are you saying that they will still attack? Lin Hui nodded. They are in a low position, so if they want to take this area completely, they will definitely hit our side and occupy the hill we are on. Only then will they be able to look down on us from above and observe the entire surrounding situation. In this way, they can dominate in the future, whether by infiltration or assault. He traced his finger on the map, and as long as we can occupy this line, it will be hard for these monkey soldiers to make any moves even if they are capable. That's why they are guarding here. Li Guotao was surprised in his heart. He didn't realize that an ensign officer knew so much. He was slightly offended. Then what did you just mean when you said that we've been tricked into certain death? Lin Hui laughed and raised his hand to point at 2 directions on a distant hill. See those 2 points? The 2 points on the opposite side of the hill are positioned just flush with us. Li Guotao looked toward the distance and couldn't see anything. They were now in a slightly higher position, and the mountain occupied by the monkey soldiers opposite was slightly shorter. The only way for the opposite side to penetrate and launch an attack is to charge from the bottom up. The positions on his side, on the other hand, could completely cover the following positions? Not at all like what Lin Hui had said. Make it clear. Lin Hui sighed. He had already said it so clearly, how could he still not understand it? Those monkeys, if they want to infiltrate from the bottom and charge towards us, with our top to bottom suppression of firepower, they will surely die. So before attacking, they will surely cover us with firepower. He pointed to the map and then pointed with his chin to a few points on the opposite side of the hill. Those places, flush with our current position and with a good view, are probably the opposing side's machine gun positions. If we let this group of monkey soldiers infiltrate and launch a charge, with all our attention down below, they'll be perfectly capable of taking advantage of our defenselessness to open fire. And by then we'll not only be killed or wounded, but we'll even have our position broken up by them. Li Guotao's heart was steeped in shock. He hurriedly took his binoculars and looked around, his brain racing just as fast. After thinking about it, a cold sweat broke out directly on his back. What Lin Hui said wasn't empty talk. Going by the pissy nature of the monkey soldiers, they're perfectly capable of doing something like this. At this moment, Li Guotao was convinced and his impression of Lin Hui was greatly changed. Originally, he had thought that Lin Hui was being alarmist and believing, but now it seemed that he did have real skills. He hadn't even seen it when he had been stationed here for years. But Lin Hui had rushed here for a while and actually mapped out the situation. It really wasn't simple. But how did he know that Lin Hui was actually learning now? The system elevated his tactical thinking as he presented the scene. Coupled with his amazing eyesight, that's why he was able to discover that there was something vaguely wrong with those places on the opposite side of the hill. Combined with the insidious and cunning nature of the monkey soldiers, Lin Hui was able to synthesize the above conclusion. These guys are basically running for armed land appropriation. So there is 100% backstabbing. Li Guotao instantly tensed up and anxiously inquired. Since you've seen it all, do you have any countermeasures? Lin Hui said indifferently. There's nothing we can do for now, but we can change our mindset. Instead of guarding here and waiting for them to come and fight, we might as well preemptively take out their vantage point in advance, without the cover of fire. If we guard here, they won't be able to attack even if they have more people. That's a good idea. Li Guotao slapped his thighs, his eyes full of surprise. Then let's wait for reinforcements to come, and start immediately. Lin Hui shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. What do you mean? Look at the color of the sky now. It's going to be dark soon. Monkey soldiers are the best at jungle night raids. Once it's dark they'll do it right away. So if we're going to do it we have to take advantage of it now. Strike first. Li Guotao suddenly became a bit hesitant. He also understands the situation now. But their nighttime jungle combat experience is no match for those monkey soldiers. I'm afraid I won't be able to get any advantage if I really do it. Seeing that he had some concerns, Lin Hui made an immediate decision. Don't hesitate. It's going to be dark soon. One more second of delay will make our situation even more dangerous. The big deal is that our people will be in the front, and you guys will be in the back to support us. Surely there's no problem. Li Guotao suspiciously looked at the army of beggars behind him. You guys, can you do it? Lin Hui pointed at the gang behind him and said with a grin, what they are best at is jungle warfare. During this time, we've been crawling around in the forest. As long as we're in the forest, not to mention these monkeys, it's not a problem for Sam's special forces. Sweeping his eyes over, the guys were in tattered clothes, looking like savages indeed. It's wild all over, like it grew up in the woods. The sky will soon be darkened. The surroundings were also getting a little darker. It will take at least 2 more hours for the backup troops to arrive. Li Guotao cannot afford to wait, nor dare to wait. Lin Hui interrupted his thoughts and said seriously, behind us are millions of common people. If we let these bastards take over our land, the common people will suffer danger. If we can't even defend our motherland's land, what face do we have to face? Our predecessors who sacrificed their blood on this land back then? Soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. It is their duty to defend the land. Hearing those 8 words, Li Guotao's body trembled. The eyes instantly filled with thick battle intent. At this moment, it was as if he heard a rousing charge blowing. It was as if I saw the hills filled with my forefathers who had raised their swords and fought with their rifles. His hot blood was completely ignited, and he clenched his fists and said angrily, grass monkey soldiers, dare to come to our territory to spread the wild, when our forefathers were able to dry out them. Today we will definitely not wimp out. You just say how to do it? Lin Hui revealed a smile, his heart equally hot. It is because of the many soldiers who have risked their lives that our country is as prosperous and stable as it is now. Back then, it was the forefathers who guarded this place with their lives and blood. Now it's their turn. Lin Hui took a deep breath, his eyes burning. Just follow me in a moment. He turned his head to look at a few company commanders behind him and commanded, "Give notice. Everyone get ready. We'll take you to fuck these monkey soldiers up later." Yes, everyone's blood boiled, and their eyes surged with battle intent. Chapter 147, Heartless Disguise Technique Go. Lin Hui waved his hand and was just about to lead his men into action. Li Guotao immediately shouted him down from behind. "Be careful. Always be safe." Lin Hui smiled faintly. "The ones who should be safe are those monkey soldiers. Let's go." Putting down this, he led his men to quickly leave the position and quickly disappeared into the forest ahead. Seeing that Lin Hui was so confident, Li Guotao took a deep breath and gained a few more points in his heart. Just as he entered the forest, Lin Hui got a hand signal. Everyone quickly dispersed and each began to camouflage themselves, applying mud, dabbing twigs and leaves on their bodies, and others sticking bark and moss on their stomachs. The movements were very skillful and sophisticated, as smooth as eating and sleeping. In the blink of an eye, an entire regiment disappeared, perfectly camouflaged and blending in with the entire forest. Zhang Jiantao, covered in camouflage, looked at Lin Hui and asked, "What do we do now?" Lin Hui narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Don't those monkeys like to play infiltration? Then let them see who is the ancestor of camouflage infiltration. You guys keep a little distance, spread out in groups of 3 or 4, even if the enemy gets close, you won't be easily exposed. And then what? And stay close to me." A couple of company commanders rolled their eyes. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? The crowd quickly dispersed in the forest, like a huge fishing net that had been scattered, only for this net to be able to immediately shrink at Lin Hui's command. The forest is extensive, and the monkey soldiers are masters of jungle warfare. In this way, even if the enemy was really close, I'm afraid it would be hard to see the problem without looking closely. "Go!" Lin Hui waved his hand, and the crowd catapulted to quickly follow. After walking for a short while, there was a sudden rustling sound from the bushes in front of them. Lin Hui raised his hand and made a gesture, and everyone immediately came to an alert stop and quickly lay down. Soon, there were a few sneaky figures from coming this way. There were 7 or 8 people in total, all wearing monkey uniforms and looking obscene. As they got closer, they were even able to see a few hairs and a couple of V's growing on these guys' faces. All of them held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Unlike maneuvers, this is real combat. If you're found out, your little life will be lost. Wang Yang had disguised himself as a tree and stood here motionless, watching a few monkey soldiers coming toward him. His nervous heart was about to jump out. God bless, but don't find me." Suddenly, a monkey soldier stopped beside him. Wang Yang almost thought that he had been discovered. Even Lin Hui touched his hand to the gun behind his back. If he was really discovered, then he could only finish them off. Just then, a ruwashi sound came. Without waiting for Wang Yang to react, a warm stream landed on his thigh. Wang Yang man was dumbfounded. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping by inside. "Hey, hurry over here, we have to hurry. We can't let the yin soldiers react." "Coming." This monkey soldier doesn't forget to shake it twice after peeing. It was only then that he pulled up his pants and quickly caught up with the small group in front of him. Although Lin Hui couldn't understand the monkey talk, he could make a good guess. This wave was supposed to infiltrate and stage an ambush while it was dark, so it looked like they had to hurry up and make their move. When the person was completely far away and out of sight, Wang Yang was so scared that he fell on his butt and sat on the ground, and his legs went soft. Chen Arrow and the others rushed up. "How is it? Is it alright?" Wang Yang pointed to the wet piece on his leg and was furious. "Damn it, actually pissed towards me. If I had a pair of scissors, I would really like to crunch him." Lin Hui walked over and pulled him up with a smile. "This also shows that your camouflage skills have indeed been perfected. What these monkey soldiers are best at is jungle warfare. Even Sam's special forces have suffered big losses in front of them." Wang Yang's eyes exploded with essence. The whole person was excited. "I go. Are we so bullish? Then am I not more powerful than some seal?" Everyone else was instantly agitated. And NBSP, the Monkey Kingdom is covered in jungle everywhere, and their people are naturally sensitive to the jungle. But just now, those guys passed by them and actually didn't even manage to recognize their disguise. This was enough to show that everyone's camouflage skills had truly reached the point of pure perfection. It even manages to blend in with the jungle environment and is indistinguishable to the naked eye. Of course, all of this was closely related to Lin Hui's perverted and inhumane jungle training, and if they hadn't been pushed so hard, they wouldn't have made so much progress. "I didn't realize we were actually this good." It's true that we're still bullish. A whole regiment of people are lurking around and they can't even realize it. They still want to fight with us. Quiet. Lin Hui snorted coldly. Their people have already started moving. We have to hurry. The crowd nodded and quickly headed for the hills. At least 3 or 4 waves of enemies were encountered along the way, but they were all dodged by their exquisite camouflage skills. Near the top position of the hill, Lin Hui lay down behind a raised mound of dirt and quietly observed toward the top. This is it. Zhang Jiantao squinted his eyes toward the top and looked at it for half a day. But he didn't see a reason. Are you sure? This doesn't look like an ambush either? Lin Hui smiled and said, I'm 100% certain that behind that bush is their machine gun position. That position has the most open view, and once the fight starts, the firepower can completely cover our position on the opposite side. Zhang Jiantao twisted his head and looked toward the direction of our side's formation. The heart snapped. It was really like Lin Hui said. From this position, one could see the entirety of the opposite position. As long as those monkey soldiers launch a surprise attack from below, the moment our men show their heads, they'll be exposed to enemy fire. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Zhang Jiantao gritted his teeth, incomparably angry. These motherfuckers, looking for death. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. They're not far from death. He looked at several other company commanders and ordered in a low voice. I've marked the several positions we just passed by, so you guys take your men over there individually, ambush them, and wait for my order. As soon as I give the order, you will immediately open fire. We have to show them that they were no match for us decades ago, and they are still defeated. Yes. Several of the other company commanders nodded heavily and quickly led their men over towards several other locations. Lin Hui's eyes glowed with a cold aura, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've long wanted to fuck this group of eaters. And the debt from back then. I haven't paid it off yet. Everyone, stand by to take action. Click. The bullets are all loaded and everyone is ready to fire. What did you say? Gao Sun, the head of the border guard district who had rushed to the rescue, glared at Li Guotao in exasperation. Who told you to take unauthorized action? And who authorized you to do so? Li Guotao said aggrievedly. Chief, the situation was urgent and, Gao San directly interrupted and cursed. And my ass. Do you know what kind of consequences this will have? Those monkey soldiers, what they are best at is jungle tactics. A whole regiment of men wanting to touch the opposite side without realizing it. To end someone's machine gun position is simply a dream. Li Guotao was completely flustered. He was also lulled into agreeing by Lin Hui. Now that I think about it, these guys are in rags and look as if they don't have much strength. In the event of a real encounter with monkey soldiers in the forest, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. So, what now? Gao Sun's lungs were about to explode. What can we do? Hurry up and contact them and call the people back. It's fine if they're fine, but if something happens, who can you and I afford to pay for it? Li Guotao hurriedly called for a communication soldier and just picked up his communicator in preparation to contact Lin Hui. Bang bang bang. The piercing sound of gunfire suddenly rang out across the empty valley. The birds and animals in the forest scattered in fear. Li Guotao was so scared that his hands shook, and the walkie-talkie was almost unsteady. He looked at the flickering flames on the opposite hill and was dumbfounded. It's over. They've fought. Gao Sun's face was as red as a pig's liver, the veins on his forehead barely bursting as he roared at his men. Hurry over for reinforcements. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to our people. Chapter 148 Desperate and Bitter Enemies. Quickly, hurry to reinforcements. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to our people. Takasuji shouted anxiously, and the men of the chaser force quickly grabbed their weapons and darted toward the forest. Li Guotao left his men to continue stationing here and hurriedly flew up after him as well. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Don't let anything happen to you guys. In the forest, the monkey soldiers who were about to infiltrate heard the gunfire and all turned back in horror. What's going on? What's all the fighting back there? It can't be those guys, touching over, can it? How could it be? There are so many of us scattered in the forest. If someone infiltrated there, they would definitely be discovered by us. The monkey soldier was full of confusion. Could it be that it was a divine weapon? It's not even possible for an airplane to jump out of a plane. A place like this, if an airplane flew over it, it would be the first thing to go. Several of his men all looked at the monkey commander, their faces filled with anxiety. Sir, what should we do now? Continue onward? The monkey officer's face was hard to see. Turn back immediately. I'm certain that our plan has been exposed, and the enemy is now trying to end our machine gun position. Besides, the people at the other end are already prepared. So if we continue on, we'll be shooting ourselves in the foot, and I guess their reinforcements might be arriving as well. Let's go. No matter how that group behind us got in, we'll make sure they have no return. A group of monkey soldiers killed. The jungle is their world. Once in this place, even Sam's special forces took a big loss. That's why they don't give a damn about their current opponents. So what if I can infiltrate the rear, so that you can't come back? Of course, there is a more important point. If the machine gun position behind them is taken by the enemy, then they are sandwiched in the middle and become lambs to the slaughter. So this should never be allowed to happen. Behind the bushes in the rear, a large number of corpses fell across the ground. Here is one of the monkey's machine gun positions. Cool. This is awesome. Wang Yong's face was covered in blood, and his excitement was like chicken blood. Chen Arrow and the others were also boiling with blood at the moment, with gusts of hot air coming out of their heads. It was their first real battle and their first kill. However, unlike what was imagined, instead of experiencing a feeling of discomfort, all of them were trembling with excitement, as if their entire body had been set ablaze. These son of a bitches used to be all about eating their way through the world, and after a couple of decades, they are attempting to try to take over our land again. It's a death wish. More importantly, if they didn't die, someone on their side was going to suffer. They set up the machine gun point here, obviously wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to shoot in the dark. If they get their hands on it, not a single man from these two companies stationed at the border will survive. Lin Hui looked at the intense murderous aura in their eyes and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. The old saying was true. Real combat was never the best way to hone a warrior. Only by experiencing bloodshed in battle can one grow up the fastest. Report Deputy Company Commander. A veteran soldier dashed over from below. There's a large number of monkey soldiers surrounding us. About 200 of them by visual estimation. Just in time, Lin Hui looked at a few company commanders and ordered in a cold voice. Bring out the heavy firepower for me and treat them well. In addition, take the men to detour from both sides and outflank them for me, breaking their back. If you dare to hit us, then none of them will be able to escape. Yes. Several company commanders nodded with a sneer and quickly led their men over. Zhang Jiantao led two companies, carrying 40 fires, and ambushed them on the side of the path up the hill. The others quickly split into two streams, encircling from the left and right sides in a circuitous manner. Everyone moved quickly, hardly needing Lin Hui to give any unnecessary orders to know exactly what they should do. It was a tacit understanding that had developed from their long training in the woods. Get ready! Not long after, Lin Hui saw figures showing their heads in the distance, but he didn't give the order right away. Instead he waited until most of them were in the range of fire before he waved his hand violently. Give me them all. No problem. Shoo shoo shoo. A volley of rockets trailed a long tail as it streaked through the forest, past the direction of the monkey soldiers sniping. The violent explosion instantly sent dozens of monkeys to the west. Seeing the exploding fire ahead, the monkey officer was so scared that he hurriedly stopped. His face changed drastically. There's an ambush in front of us. We've been tricked. We've been tricked. Disperse, quickly disperse. And NB. / the rest of the monkey soldiers scattered as if they were happy, and immediately fled in all directions. What they do best is jungle tactics. As long as there was a forest for cover, even if they were ambushed, as long as they were not afraid, even if they couldn't beat them, they could use their familiarity with the terrain to successfully escape. In short, as long as they wanted to leave, no one could keep them. Lin Hui watched the gang escape like flies and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. All of them are not allowed to escape. One less. Not even. Yes. A single bad joke came over the walkie-talkie in response. At that moment, a few monkey soldiers darted through the forest. Seeing that the people behind them didn't catch up, they were full of cold smiles. Want to ambush us in the forest? You haven't even woken up yet. This is our territory. Get in the trees and give those guys a little lesson to pay for. A couple of monkey soldiers whooshed and started climbing up the tree. As long as they were up in the trees, they could suppress the opposite side from their view and hide in the bushes to make cold shots. It's their usual tactic and it's tried and true. But a few of them had just gotten up the tree, and before they could stand still, gunshots suddenly came from the opposite tree. Bang! 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 A couple of monkey soldiers fell straight out of the tree like ripe coconuts. Covering his bleeding chest, he pointed at the opposite tree and cursed. Bastard! How did these guys guess our intentions and actually ambush us in the tree in advance? It's so lacking. In the opposite tree, Su De heatedly laughed. Do you really think you monkey soldiers are the only ones in the world who are good at jungle warfare? At that moment, the grass on the other side, 4 or 5 monkey soldiers stayed close to the ground, using their elbows for strength and driving their bodies forward quickly. The forest was thick with grass and trees, and they could quickly get out of the fray using this method as long as they didn't show their heads. When they left and reported the situation, when the reinforcements arrived, they would surely kill these people without leaving a single piece of armor. Just as they were squirming rapidly toward the front like big maggots, a pair of big feet suddenly appeared before his eyes. They slowly raised their heads, and the big black faces of Wang Yang and Chen Er's men were rushing at them with heated bad smiles. Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride, okay? The 4 or 5 monkey soldiers were startled and were just about to jump up from the ground and draw their guns. Yo ho! How dare you fight back? Wang Yang and the others then swung their rifle butts and smashed them towards their heads. The heavy blow shook their brains and buzzed them along with their steel helmets, and they fell to the ground and were directly incapacitated. Wang Yang kicked these guys on the ground with his foot, and one of them spat. Little hot chick. Compared to the jungle tactics taught by Hui, it's far worse. Just this and still dares to pick a fight? Chen Era tugged at him. Let's go. Brother Hui said to make it quick. Go. The same scene was playing out in various parts of the forest. What these monkey soldiers are best at is jungle warfare. But in this forest, it was as if they were possessed, and they were pressed everywhere. It was as if whatever they wanted to do was known in advance by the opposite side. Even if you wanted to escape, you couldn't jump. The forest had long been set up with a dragnet, and even if they drilled 3 feet into the ground, those guys would be able to ferret them out. The monkey officer puckered his butt and flew forward. Damn Yanguo people. When did they become so cunning? Obviously we're the ones who are best at jungle warfare, but when we run into them, how come the more we fight, the more we're stifled? Before the words were out of his mouth, bang! A round came directly from the rear, poof, and gave him an enema. Oh. Monkey Pain directly jumped up from the ground. His mouth has become an O shape, covering the bleeding buttocks. Cursed, who beat my buttocks? Too lack of virtue. You guys still want to be shameless. Ambush us even if it is still. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bullet flew at his head. See the guy get carried out by inertia and hit the ground. Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Before he aimed his gun at the next enemy, the gunfire gradually stopped and it was completely dark. Takasuji flew over with his men. The devastated forest, and the corpses of monkey soldiers strewn across the ground. All of them were all shocked beyond words. Li Guotao swept a glance and swallowed hard. Chief, the enemy seems to be all dead? The corners of Takasuji's mouth also twitched fiercely twice. Why did he feel so redundant? You came here in a hurry, and the enemy was killed? Did they save their own people or did they run to save these monkey soldiers? Chapter 149 Border Chief shocked. Lin Hui is your commander? Report. There are 2 bodies here. Li Guotao quickly walked over and immediately saw the bodies of 2 monkey soldiers in the grass. These 2 guys were still bleeding from the holes in their heads and their faces were deformed. By the looks of it, it should have fallen out of a tree. Fighting in the trees is a specialty of the monkey soldiers, and with all the foliage here, it's hard to find people hiding in the trees. It was at their hands that Sam suffered a big loss back in the day. I didn't think they'd actually plant themselves here. There are so many more bodies up ahead. Hearing the voice in front of him, Li Guotao hurriedly stood up and flew over. In a patch of grass, the bodies of 4 or 5 monkey soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. The bullet hole in his head was clearly visible. By the looks of it, it should have been an ambush. These monkey soldiers are best at jungle ambushes and guerrilla warfare tactics. Seeing that several of them were divided into a group, it was not difficult for Li Guotao to guess that they must have wanted to spread out to take advantage of the terrain to fight. But as a result, it was unimaginable that they had been defeated in their best field. Li Guotao continued to lead his men towards the front, and the corpses of the monkey soldiers on the ground became more and more numerous. There was also an officer who actually took a bullet in the middle of his ass, which is so bad. I don't know who did it. Thinking about the fact that when he first met Lin Hui and the others, each one of them had tattered clothes and looked just like a savage, Li Guotao thought that they were bragging. Now I realize that what people say is true. Their group was impeccable in terms of infiltration techniques, marksmanship, and tactical use. Even if the special forces came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to work together so well. Takasuji was also shaken on the outside at the moment, his jaw slamming to the ground. After he received the news, he was on fire and rushed over with his men immediately. Along the way the engine is almost stepped on smoke. The mountain road is not good. Several times almost did not turn over. But when you get here, you realize that you don't need him at all? Originally he was worried about the safety of his own people, but now that he thought about it, it was better to worry about this group of monkey soldiers. Gosen snapped out of his shock and looked at Li Guotao and asked, "What's coming is a special force? If it was special forces, I wouldn't even bother you. It's not a special force. Is it possible that it's a regular force? This skill, it doesn't look like a regular troop did it." Li Guotao smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's just a conventional combat unit that happens to be doing training in the neighborhood. The 602nd Division of the Southwest Theater of Operations, led by a second lieutenant, seems to be called Russell. When they heard the voice coming from the distance, everyone subconsciously tensed up. Just as he was about to lift his gun and take aim, a bright voice came from the darkness. "Relax. It's us. Drop your guns. One of our own. One of our own." Li Guotao recognized Lin Hui's voice at first. Zhou Zhangyi frowned, always feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. But for a moment I couldn't think of anything. Soon, a single silhouette appeared before them. and the leader was none other than Lin Hui. He walked up to Gao Sun and saluted with a smile. "Captain Gao, long time no see, do you still recognize me?" Seeing this smiling face, Gosun froze for a moment and reacted furiously. You're Lin Hui." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "It's really an honor for me to have the headmaster remember me after all this time." Next to him, Li Guotao was a bit confused. "Chief, you guys know each other?" Gao Sun laughed, patted Lin Hui and said, I know too much. He was the first in our border division's martial arts competition last year, but then this kid was ungrateful and ran away somewhere else. Not bad, he's become a second lieutenant. If you had stayed with us, you'd be at least a captain by now." Lin Hui rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed like the headmaster was still a little hung up on the fact that he had left in the first place. "Alright, you can step back to the side first." Gosun looked at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Where is your regiment commander? I want to meet him." Everyone looked at Lin Hui in unison. Giving Gao Sun the whole "won't I ask you" words. "You all look at him, why? He has flowers on his face, ah?" Zhang Jiantao saluted and said awkwardly, "Comrade regimental commander. Lin Hui is the commander of our regiment." Pust. Takasuji barely spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you say it wrong? Or did my ears mishear? A second lieutenant who can command an entire regiment? But looking at the guys, it's not like they're joking." Gosun looked at Lin Hui strangely. His eyes filled with skepticism. "What they said, is it true?" Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. Temporary. Our headmaster values me, so he let me lead the training." "Did you command this battle as well?" "Yeah, it wasn't too bad, was it? Actually, we didn't even put in much effort and the gang died out." Takasuji was speechless. "You still call this not contributing?" These guys had fear on their faces until they died. Lin Hui's face was also Gate City proud at this moment. This was the first time he led troops to war. Although the number of annihilated enemies was not much, but at least he defended the motherland and killed these ill-intentioned enemies. He fulfilled his mission and duty as a soldier. At least he lived up to the uniform. Gao San looked at Li Guotao and then at the Tiger Regiment's group of people, feeling that his head was a bit inadequate. This kid has only been gone for a year. How did he become so strong? His impression of Lin Hui was still stuck in the all-army competition, and he thought he was a good fighter. But I didn't realize that this kid was now not only excellent at commanding battles, but also able to lead an entire regiment of soldiers into battle. If he had known this was the case, he would have been on his knees and kowtowing in the first place. He would have had to leave this kid behind. But it's too late for that. Gao San slammed his fist on Lin Hui's chest and said with a smile, "Worthy of being a soldier who went out from our border defense force. You're just capable. Your strength really impresses me. Don't worry, I'll personally give you guys credit when I turn around." Lin Hui shook his head. "Chief, it's better to talk about this matter afterward. It's not over yet." Takasuji frowned. "You mean they come back?" Lin Hui nodded and said seriously, "This group of monkey soldiers went through a lot of trouble with the purpose of occupying the mountain we're guarding. As long as we can take it, it'll be easier for them to either infiltrate or harass us in the future. That's why I'm sure that there's absolutely no way they'll just leave after the fight. And they'll definitely send more troops." Takasuji didn't say anything, but agreed. Since they are already preparing for armed infiltration, it means that they have already made up their minds. Definitely won't stop until we take that area. Li Guotao also nodded his head in agreement. "You're right. This group of monkey soldiers must still have a backhand. We must be prepared." Gao San looked at Lin Hui and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Since you brought up this idea, it means you already have an idea. Tell me about it." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed and lowered his voice. "I do have an idea, and I'm ready to, listening to the entire plan." The corners of Li Guotao's and Gosun's mouths twitched crazily, and their faces turned green. "That's way too damaging." Gao Sun patted Lin Hui's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Lin Hui, what kind of messy and unethical ideas have you learned since you left our border defense? In the future, this kind of trick will be fine to deal with the enemy, but don't use it on your own." Lin Hui hemmed and hawed. "Chief, see what you're saying. I've never been as close to my comrades as a brother, and it's only when dealing with this bunch of scumbags that I came up with this idea." Zhang Jiantao's gang laughed coldly. "I've never seen you go soft on us, either. It's all play dead practice." He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, you know the plan, right? So let's get moving." The crowd nodded and immediately dispersed quickly and began stripping clothes off the dead man. It's a job they've done often enough that they're familiar with it. Regimental command, Monkey Country border. It was a busy place inside, with instruments ticking away. A messenger soldier suddenly stood up and shouted, "Report, just received the news. Several of our positions are all destroyed. The people lurking in the forest, almost all killed in action, only one or two lucky to escape." Snap! Head Monkey slapped his hand on the table and was furious. These assholes, are they asleep? Can they even be taken out by others in the forest? That group was the one they had spent months slowly infiltrating little by little, just to launch a surprise attack today. But now, before the fight, all the people are dead? Wouldn't that defeat the plan? The chief of staff immediately frowned and said, "It seems like it should be their reinforcements that have arrived, or else this couldn't have happened." "Sir, what do we do now?" The monkey leader was furious. "What can we do? That area has a very important strategic significance to us." The higher-up said that it must be occupied at all costs. Only then can we keep nibbling over there later. But to be on the safe side, he immediately telephoned the division commander. On the other end of the phone, the division commander's voice shook his eardrums. "You now immediately mobilize the entire regiment and attack them all. That area must be snatched back at all costs." "Yes." Head Monkey nodded heavily.